Dear family, Ma Hongjun traverses the Douluo continent, commencing his journey under the most hellish of difficulties at the tender age of 3. While indulging in a bath, he unexpectedly awakens to his latent abilities, acquiring a growth-type martial soul 3-leaf Clover and glimpses a plethora of divine techniques available for simulation, contemplating the prospect of seeking out a powerful mentor. He ultimately resolves to apprentice under Flender. Could this audacious maneuver alter his fate? Let me recount the events that unfolded. I am Ma Hongjun. You heard correctly, the rather plump and unfortunate member of Shrek's 7 monsters from Douluo continent. I have traversed realms, starting my journey under the most grueling of circumstances. The fate of the character in the original tale is akin to a bitter cup of tea tormented by malevolent flames from a young age. He painstakingly relied on celestial herbs to reverse his destiny, yet what was the outcome? In the end, while others ascended to the divine realm in pairs, he remained behind, his beloved by Chunxiang unable to join him, ultimately passing away in Douluo continent, condemned to an eternity of solitude in the divine real-man existence marked by eternal loneliness, a tale that evokes sorrow and tears from all who hear it. I had resigned myself to a life devoid of extraordinary gifts, anticipating a repetition of this woeful existence. However, the turning point arrived on my 3rd birthday. That day, as I soaked in a wooden tub, I idly attempted to emulate the protagonist from fantastical novels, engaging in inner vision to discover the hidden martial soul within this realm. My innate spiritual strength allowed me to traverse my own body as if it were a familiar garden. After exploring 8 times without finding anything, I was on the verge of giving up. Yet, on the 9th attempt, just as I was about to relent, excitement surged within me. My spiritual energy collided with a brilliant green light. This radiance, dazzling beyond the most vibrant disco lights, surged along my spiritual essence and penetrated my mind. In that instant, I felt as if my soul had been electrified, and darkness enveloped me as I fainted in the bath. Had it not been for the timely arrival of Elder Dima, I might have become the first traveler to perish in a bath. I remained unconscious for 7 days. Upon awakening and indulging in a celebratory meal, I returned to my humble abode, preparing to lament my unfortunate fate to the heavens. As I extended my hand, intending to declare, "My life is mine to command," I sensed something amiss. My right palm tingled, as if something were about to emerge. Almost immediately, a warm sensation coursed through me, revealing a deep black tattoo resembling a small clover. Even more astonishing was the newfound energy flowing within me. Is this not soul power? At merely 3 years of age, is it not customary to awaken one's martial soul at 6 in Douluo continent? Have I truly advanced 3 years ahead of the curve? I couldn't help but chuckle at that moment. My golden opportunity had arrived. I quickly focused my thoughts, and the tiny grass tattoo whooshed into tangible form in the palm of my hand. It was a vibrant green sprout, shimmering with a gentle glow, adorned with 3 leaves, resembling a clover of fortune. As I admired it, the green light in my mind reappeared, this time disintegrating into familiar Chinese characters. Initial panel: Martial Soul, 3-leaf clover growth type, Martial Soul. Function: 1 leaf corresponds to level 10. 1 leaf grants dual soul rings. 1 leaf provides a capability. 1 leaf creates a world. Upon seeing the phrase, 1 leaf grants dual soul rings, I nearly burst into laughter. If this were to grow to 9 leaves, wouldn't that mean 18 soul rings? Good heavens, what a miraculous cheat. The low-tier youth version of the 9-leaf swordgrass? However, as I calmed myself, I realized something was amiss. I currently possessed only 3 leaves, which could at most yield 6 soul rings, essentially a soul emperor. What about the subsequent soul rings? Surely, this wouldn't be a trial version of the cheat, would it? I coaxed and called out to the grass, but it remained unresponsive, evidently lacking intelligence. Perhaps that was for the best, as it spared me from daily squabbles with the system. Just as I was about to sit cross-legged and cultivate, I noticed the panel had undergone a transformation, likely due to the infusion of soul power, providing more detailed information. Martial Soul, Lucky Clover. Innate level, 3. Hint: each leaf possesses a hidden soul ring slot, which can be unlocked by fulfilling specific conditions. Hidden soul rings may randomly bestow techniques or skills from connected worlds. Then came a scene I had witnessed at the outset: demonic breathing techniques, the 8 gates of Duinjia, meteor tears. At that moment, I wanted to shout, "Who else is there?" This puts me in a significant lead indeed. Though an innate level of 3 might seem low, it pales in comparison to my remarkable abilities. Moreover, at the age of 6, the original evil fire phoenix martial soul within me would surely awaken with dual martial souls, each more formidable than the last. How could I not stride confidently forward? Delighted, I began to meditate, But after merely circulating my energy for one cycle, my meridians ached as if they might split open. I had forgotten that I was currently in the frail body of a 3-year-old child. I was too weak to withstand such a burden. Just then, a series of knocks reverberated through the air. Xiaohong, are you there? Your sister has come to see you. Are you feeling better? A sweet, gentle voice called from outside. I quickly composed myself, adopting the demeanor of a well-behaved child. Is that you, Sister Xiao Dai? I'm fine, please come in. As the door swung open, a beautiful young lady, around 13 or 14 years old, entered with willow-like brows and large, lively eyes. She wore a green dress that made her resemble the very embodiment of my first love from dreams. Her name was Ma Xiao Dai, the beloved granddaughter of the village chief and my honorary sister. Xiaohong, I heard you nearly drowned while bathing in your room. I took special leave to come see you, she teased as she affectionately ruffled my hair. My face darkened. How many times must I say it? Do not call me Xiaohong. And I fainted. I was not drowned. From a young age, this sister has always enjoyed teasing me now. She is a student of the Soto City Intermediate Academy, a level 21 soul master. She picked me up, playfully pinching my cheeks and inspecting me, only letting out a sigh of relief once she confirmed I was unharmed. Cradled in her embrace, my cheeks flushed with embarrassment, I struggled to speak. Sister, please put me down, I can't breathe. She chuckled softly. Oh, look who's suddenly shy. Our little Hong has grown up. After a moment of playful banter, I quickly shifted to more serious matters. Sister, do you know where Shrek Academy is? Once I awaken my martial soul, I wish to study there. Ma Xiaodai paused for a moment, a flicker of melancholy crossing her eyes. Of course. I know it's located in a small village just outside Soto City. I once aspired to enter, but alas my talent was insufficient, and I was turned away. Even though the principal and grandfather are old acquaintances, they could not make an exception for me. I instantly seized upon the crux of the matter. Grandfather Dama knows the principal of Shrek Academy? That's a secret. Ma Xiaodai leaned closer, whispering, the principal of Shrek Academy, Flander, that furried cat eagle, is the only soul sage to have emerged from our Wutong village in the past century. I was utterly astonished. Flander was actually my fellow villager? Why hasn't he returned then? I've never heard anyone in the village mention him. Sure. Ma Xiaodai gestured for silence. Principal Flander was raised by grandfather, however. He made quite a few enemies out there, fearing that they might bring trouble to the village. Therefore, his relationship with grandfather has always been a secret. You must not tell anyone. Understood? Rest assured, this matter is known only to the heavens, the earth, you, and me. I am quite tight-lipped. Fear not, sister. I shall not breathe a word. Ma Xiaodai was amused by my antics, chuckling that I had become more confident in just a few days. I smiled inwardly. After all, I now possess a golden finger, and confidence is merely a basic skill. Once she departed, my mind began to whirl like an overheated CPU, frantically calculating the path ahead in this world. Without a strong backing, one can scarcely make a move as a grassroots individual. If I wish to defy fate, the first step must be to align myself with a powerful ally. But whose leg should I cling to? This is a matter of great significance. Should I join Tang San? Go to Nodding City to seek that master? I flatly declined. Does anyone understand? As a reborn individual with the ability to see through the heavens, why would I listen to theories I already know by heart? What's the point? Moreover, he himself is only at level 29. Weak as a novice, how could he protect me? Most importantly, I have no desire to become Tang San's sycophant. The fate of Ma Hongjun in the original story serves as a clear warning. I am well aware. Absolutely not. What about the poison Douluo? That won't do either. I have no knowledge of medicine or poison crafting. Why would he accept me? Surely, I cannot rely solely on my looks. As for the spirit hall, it is truly a grand stage for palace intrigue, as treacherous as waters deep enough to drown a dragon king entering with such a substantial secret. I fear I would scarcely survive the novice village. While the treatment may be commendable, it is of little value if one's life is forfeit. Moreover, why would I willingly leap into a villainous organization destined to be vanquished by the protagonists? I am not so naive as to ignore the disparity in information. Thus, upon careful consideration, the most prudent course of action remains to follow the original narrative and seek Flinder as my mentor. After all, he is a spirit sage, more than capable of serving as my protective shield in the early stages. Furthermore, my 3-leaf clover spirit possesses the potential to connect with myriad realms, far surpassing the prowess of the Haotian hammer or the 7-killing sword. By aligning myself with Flinder, I can steadily develop my abilities and surpass Tang San. This fated child of destiny may not be an impossible dream. With this thought in mind, 3 years seemed to pass in a blur, akin to a speed-up in a film. For the past 2 years, I have resided at Shrek Academy. Why, you ask? It is because the village elder swept me out the door. It is not that he does not care for me, rather. It is my insatiable appetite. As my spirit power has grown, my phoenix spirit has been quietly developing within me, resulting in an astonishingly large appetite, which has become quite burdensome for the village elder. The family fortune was nearly consumed by me alone. To make matters worse, that damned evil fire began to emerge prematurely. This affliction could either be suppressed by consuming food or, as one might infer, through other means. As a mere 4-year-old child, I could only shamefully confide this matter to the village elder. Upon hearing my plight, the old man turned pale and ultimately, with no other recourse, he wrote a letter to shift the burden onto Fran Dei. When Fran arrived and laid eyes on me, it was as though he had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. Instantly, he surmised that I might possess a formidable, mutated martial spirit. He promptly enticed me, claiming he would take me to the grand city to broaden my horizons, painting a vivid picture of my future where, upon awakening my powerful martial spirit at the age of 6, he would take me as his direct disciple. I was acutely aware of the deception behind his words and had little faith in his promises. Perhaps it was because he too had been raised by the elder and felt a sense of sympathy towards me, combined with the fact that the elder could no longer afford to sustain me, that he decided to take me under his wing. Upon arriving at Shrek Academy, I was taken aback by the desolation. I was the sole student, and the emptiness was palpable. My days were spent indulging in food until I was nearly oblivious to my surroundings. Nights, however, were filled with the futile effort of meditation. Yet, the evil fire coursing through my body made it nearly impossible to find peace for cultivation. It was far more challenging than teaching a husky to embroider. Sighing as I pinched my chubby cheeks, I felt a wave of melancholy. 3 years had passed, and aside from a 2-level increase in my soul power during my first year, I had barely managed to progress from level 5 to level 7 in the subsequent 2 years, a pace akin to a snail's crawl. Just as I was wallowing in despair, the door was suddenly kicked open, and in stormed a man with a long, thin face and black-rimmed glasses, pointing an accusatory finger at me. "You little chubby, get out here. All you do is sleep. Don't you remember what day it is today? How significant it is for you?" This man was none other than my frugal teacher, Fran. Rubbing my eyes innocently, I replied, "Teacher, what is so important about today? I don't recall. Didn't you say the most crucial thing for me was to sleep and conserve food?" "Sleep my foot," Fran exclaimed, agitatedly pacing. "Today, you are to awaken your martial spirit. If you don't awaken something powerful, you'll be stuck here for life, cleaning and repaying your debts." All right. I waved my hand dismissively. "You repeat it so often that my ears are nearly calloused. Once I become a soul master, I will certainly repay you double." Despite his miserly demeanor, Fran had genuinely taken care of me over the past 2 years. Upon hearing my promise to repay, the glint in his eyes behind the lenses brightened as if he had encountered gold soul coins. "That is what you said. Come on, I'll take you to the Martial Spirit Division to awaken it." Without waiting for a response, he seized the back of my collar, and, before I could comprehend, I was lifted off the ground. To my astonishment, a pair of owl-like wings sprouted from his back, propelling us skyward, an exhilarating sensation that surpassed even the thrill of a roller coaster. In about 10 minutes, we arrived at the entrance of the Martial Spirit Division in Soto City. Fran suddenly halted, adjusted his glasses, and with a serious demeanor, said, "Listen closely, little chubby. If you can achieve innate soul power of 8 or above today, I will make an exception and accept you as my direct disciple. As for innate full soul power, the chances are slim, so don't put too much pressure on yourself." My heart leaped with joy. He was lowering his expectations, wasn't he? I cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "But teacher, don't forget your earlier promise at the academy." "What promise?" He feigned ignorance. "Full innate soul power means all debts are forgiven." I reminded him word for word. Coughing awkwardly, Fran stammered, "I, Fran, have never gone back on my word. If you can do it, it will absolutely count. Now hurry inside, stop dawdling." I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at his hypocrisy, recalling how he had lured me to the academy with promises of free food and lodging, only to constantly tally my meal expenses. Upon entering the grand hall, we found a long line of parents accompanied by their children, all awaiting their martial spirit awakening. As I gazed around, I overheard Fran muttering beside me. If this kid's soul power reaches level 10, he will receive a monthly subsidy of 1 gold soul coin. At level 20, that S10, and at 30, 100. Rolling my eyes, I couldn't help but tease, "Teacher, you're drooling. What are you thinking? At your age, still single? That's bad for your health. You should find a wife." With my round face, big eyes, and rosy lips, I put on an innocent expression, drawing the attention of those around us. "Shut up." Fran blushed and hissed, "What nonsense! Do you think everyone is like you, thinking about women at such a young age?" "It's not me," I mumbled defensively. Lower my head. This evil fire martial spirit was indeed wicked. Even before my official awakening, my desires were already 5 times stronger than that of an ordinary person. If I were to awaken, it would likely multiply tenfold. Who could withstand that? Fran, ignoring my plight, pointed towards the high platform ahead. "All right, go on and line up. Relax. With your unique constitution, your martial spirit will surely be remarkable." I acknowledged with a slow nod, making my way over. Interestingly, the awakening was divided into 2 lines. The left line consisted of lavishly dressed children, overseen by a man with a shifty demeanor and a notoriously unpleasant attitude. The right line was primarily composed of commoners, managed by a stunningly beautiful young lady endowed with grace and warmth. It was no contest. I promptly joined the line of the beautiful lady. Perhaps my calm demeanor set me apart from the jittery children around me, for the young lady soon noticed me. She waved and spoke in a melodious tone. "Hey, little chubby, come here and tell me your name. I'll let you awaken first." Before I could move, I nudged the small boy in front of me, who was shorter but much slimmer than I. "I'm talking to you, little chubby. Hurry up." The boy looked at me, bewildered. "Huh, big brother. Are you sure you're not talking about yourself?" I puffed out my chest and patted my solid arms. "Of course it's you. Look closely. This is what strong looks like, understand? Muscular and chubby are 2 different concepts. Feel my muscles. Do I look like I'm talking about myself?" The boy, known as Pang Hu, looked enviously at my well-defined physique and genuinely believed me. "You do seem quite strong." The beautiful lady on stage chuckled at our banter and, with a hint of exasperation, said, "All right, enough of the arguing. You both come up." As we stepped onto the platform, the man beside us spoke up, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Anna, I've already had 5 kids awaken with level 4 soul power. You haven't had a single one yet. It seems I won our bet. Don't think of escaping from dinner tonight." In that instant, I grasped the situation. This was a classic case of workplace bullying intertwined with unwanted romantic advances. This fellow, named Fei Dong, had poor character and was secretly up to no good, paying off seemingly talented children to queue with him. The beautiful lady, named Anna, turned pale with anger but dared not offend him. Taking a deep breath, she ignored the man and gently asked us, "Which of you would like to go first?" I pointed to Pang Hu. "Let him go first." He asked in front of me. To my astonishment, this seemingly unassuming Pang Hu awakened a mutated weapon martial spirit, the Diamond Hammer, with innate soul power reaching an impressive 7. Anna was taken aback, her excitement flushing her cheeks as she immediately sought to recruit him for the Spear Hall. Unexpectedly, Pang Hu, appearing somewhat foolish, proved to be quite clever. He quickly used his father as a shield to politely decline, redirecting the conversation to me. "Sister des Soul Master, my brother here hasn't awakened yet. You should let him go first. He might be even stronger than me." "What brother? That sounds terrible. Call me Xiao Ma Ge." I shot him a glare, mildly annoyed. "All right, Xiao Ma Ge." The young lad seized the opportunity to make his escape, rushing off stage while still daring to challenge me to a duel, suggesting I visit his forge when I had the time. Although Anna felt a twinge of disappointment. The mere presence of a 7th-level Pang Hu was sufficient for her to regain a foothold in this wager. On the other hand, Fei Dong, sensing the tide turning against him, darkened in countenance and resorted to unscrupulous tactics, bribing the children in the audience to queue for him. Anna trembled with anger. On the verge of defeat, unable to bear it any longer, I patted my chest and leaned close to her ear, whispering, "Sister, do not panic. I am here for you in this round. Rest assured, Even if today only reveals the two blind boxes of Pong Hu and me, we will undoubtedly overpower him. Mei Anna chuckled at my words, rejuvenated by hope and expectation in her gaze. All right, Ma Hongjun, I trust you. Let us go. Taking a deep breath, I stepped into the six-pointed star formation. My inner soul power surged to life, swirling with fervor, and a warm current coursed through me as my soul power rapidly increased. It was exhilarating. Unlike the weapon spirit, I found myself enveloped in a brilliant red light, the spectacle far surpassing that of Pong Hu's diamond hammer. Suddenly a clear, melodious phoenix cry pierced the air. I must tell you, behind Ma Hongjun, a resplendent, robust phoenix apparition erupted with a mighty force. The pressure was so immense that it rendered the nearby children and the sister, named Mei Anna, breathless. I must comment on this phoenix. It was excessively robust, not ethereal, but rather resembling a hybrid of a rooster and a phoenix. However, upon closer inspection, its wings retained the form of a phoenix, barely outlining its majestic silhouette. Ma Hongjun himself was taken aback, glancing back to see that the chubby chicken spirit was also turning its head. The scene was too beautiful for me to bear. Surely, this manifestation must be superior to the common chicken depicted in the original text, if only slightly more reminiscent of a phoenix. He consoled himself with this thought. Ultimately, Mei Anna exclaimed, "Phoenix chicken?" nearly sending him into a frenzy. Ma Hongjun's face flushed crimson as he hastily withdrew his spirit, not out of embarrassment, but because the wicked fire within him began to flare up anew. Who understands the sensation? With the spirit retracted, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. He quickly turned to the beautiful Mei Anna, rubbing his hands together in eagerness. "Sister, this is my wicked fire phoenix spirit. Please help me measure my soul power." He was eager to discover his innate soul power, a matter crucial to his potential inheritance of the title of Fire God. "All right then," Mei Anna replied. Although she thought the phoenix resembled a chicken, its formidable aura could not be feigned. She began to anticipate Ma Hongjun extending his hand towards the crystal ball. As soon as the crystal ball made contact with Ma Hongjun's hand, it lunged for his soul power like a ravenous wolf. Then, with a resounding bang, the crystal ball erupted in dazzling brilliance, illuminating the surroundings. Upon witnessing this, Ma Hongjun quickly severed the connection, fearing that his pure soul power would cause the crystal ball to shatter. Innate full soul power. How could this be? Fei Dong, 5 meters away, had already been drawn in by the commotion, and upon seeing the crystal ball's reaction, he pointed at it, stammering, Innate full soul power. That's incredible. I have one. Thank you, Xiao Hongjun." Mei Anna, regaining her composure, scooped up Ma Hongjun without a second thought, disregarding any semblance of dignity, and planted fervent kisses on his cherubic face. The children remained oblivious to the unfolding events, while the parents waited at the grand hall entrance. Only the astute Falon Day noticed the situation. After all, an unremarkable soul master awakening with innate full soul power would undoubtedly cause a stir. Ma Hongjun helplessly raised his hands, conveying the sentiment. "This is not my fault. You are simply too enchanting." He disregarded the sullen Fei Dong as Mei Anna began to register his spirit information, casually extending an invitation for him to join the spirit hall, which Ma Hongjun promptly declined. He believed that his innate soul power was certainly beyond merely full. It was merely constrained by the damned soul ring. Any surplus soul power had been compressed, rendering his essence even purer. Otherwise, he estimated he could boast an innate strength of around level 15. However, he felt no sorrow. On the contrary, he was elated, for his foundation was undeniably solid. Although the combined power of the two spirits still reflected innate full soul power, their purity was unmatched even by the most esteemed spirit masters, perhaps surpassing them. Take Tang San, who practiced the Xian Tiangong. His soul power purity was at most 2/3 of his own. Chapter 7. A soul master who dares not cause trouble is not a good soul master. After Mei Anna completed the registration, she bestowed upon him a spirit hall certificate. And only then did Fei Dong regain his senses. He mused, in losing the bet, acquiring a soul master with innate full soul power is not a loss. Approaching Ma Hongjun, he attempted to adopt a calm tone. Your name is Ma Hongjun, correct? If you agree to join the Spirit Hall, I will provide you with 1,000 gold soul coins. What do you say? However, despite his attempt at a placid demeanor, Ma Hongjun furrowed his brow, feeling a palpable disdain. Not interested. Also, don't call me young lad. Mind your language. Ma Hongjun had never held any fondness for this brash individual who frightened little girls, and hearing him refer to him as young lad only intensified his irritation. You should think carefully. This is not merely 1,000 silver soul coins, but 1,000 gold soul coins. I have encountered many talents like you. If you do not join the Spirit Hall, you will achieve little in the future. You awakened your spirit here. I assume you do not belong to a prominent family? Some things can be said lightly, but not everything. Fei Dong inhaled deeply, restraining his anger. Yet his last words carried an unmistakable threat. Ah, you are truly impressive. You've seen many with innate full soul power? Such arrogance. Mei Anna interjected before Ma Hongjun could respond, pulling him forward defiantly. Mei Anna, do you understand what you are doing? You are jeopardizing my efforts to recruit talent for the Spirit Hall. Once I report this to the elders, do you know the consequences? Fei Dong, realizing he could not best Mei Anna in argument, revealed his true nature, glaring at her. I have long grown weary of this wretched place. If it comes to that, I shall simply resign. What can you do about it? Will the Spirit Hall attempt to stop me? Mei Anna scoffed, fully aware of her status as a contracted worker for the Spirit Hall, free to come and go as she pleased. She was thoroughly exasperated by the persistent nuisance before her. Sister Anna, why are you pulling me? I certainly don't believe a word from this useless fellow. He looks so frail. How dare he call me small? It infuriates me. He seems smaller than I am. Ma Hongjun, equally vexed, chimed in, his childish tone sounding quite peculiar. You filthy mutt. What did you say? Repeat that. Fei Dong lashed out, his fury ignited. Do not think that just because you possess innate full soul power, I will not dare to eliminate you. No matter how talented, if you do not mature, you are nothing. Once dead, you shall be reduced to naught. Fei Dong appeared to have struck a nerve, his expression twisted in rage as he glared at Ma Hongjun, issuing a threat. Who was the filthy mutt? Ma Hongjun's expression turned icy. He loathed being called a filthy mutt, for he had grown up without parents, making such insults particularly intolerable. Filthy mutt, that's you. Fei Dong retorted without hesitation. You little beggar, your intellect is truly lacking. I feel pity for you. You are indeed a filthy mutt. You call me small, and you are genuinely smaller. Did I hit a sore spot? Ma Hongjun sneered, gazing at Fei Dong with indifference, as if observing a lifeless being. You little brat, you have thoroughly enraged me. You shall not leave here today. Someone block the entrance. Black Tiger Spirit, activate. Fei Dong grinned wickedly, his furious gaze fixed on the loathsome young lad before him, as the shadow of the Black Tiger Spirit loomed behind him, unleashing a terrifying force toward Ma Hongjun. The children still waiting in line fled in terror, leaving the Spirit Hall's branch deserted except for Fei Dong, the embracing Mei Anna, and his henchmen. Fei Dong had long since made meticulous preparations. Even in the face of unforeseen circumstances, he was determined to forcibly take Mei Anna away. The personnel of the Wu Hun Temple surrounding them were all his allies. Furthermore, the master of the sub-temple was absent from Suo Tua City, and the vice-master happened to be his uncle, which emboldened him to act with such arrogance and impudence. At his command, the Wu Hun Temple Soul Masters rose to their feet, blocking the path of Ma Hongjun. Let's see who dares, Mei Na exclaimed, her expression darkening as she glared at Fei Dong. Do not forget that this is the Wu Hun sub-temple in Suo Tua City. No matter how powerful your family is, the city lord will not stand idly by and allow you to wreak havoc. Fei Dong sneered. What can the city lord do? Would he dare offend the Fei family, let alone the Wu Hun Temple? My family has already declared allegiance to the Wu Hun Temple and enjoys its protection. I believe he would not confront the Wu Hun Temple over a mere future talent. Besides, that boy's martial soul resembles neither a chicken nor a phoenix. It likely isn't a powerful one. As Fei Dong spoke, he noticed the city lord's momentary hesitation, but recalling his backing, he grinned maliciously. The surrounding soul masters unleashed their martial souls, exerting pressure towards Ma Hongjun and Mei Na, but these were merely common martial souls. Their oppressive force, not particularly strong. At least, Ma Hongjun felt little of it. Second soul skill, Black Tiger's Heart Ripper. Fei Dong was startled to see the small Ma Hongjun remain unperturbed under the pressure of so many soul masters. And he silently vowed that this boy must not leave alive today. With that, he unleashed his second soul skill. His hands rapidly transformed, growing energy claws that lunged towards Ma Hongjun's heart, intending to take his life directly. Second soul skill, Thorny Rose. Mei Na, embracing Ma Hongjun, released her second soul skill without waiting for him to summon his martial soul. Countless thorns erupted from the stem of a rose, detaching from its body to form a wall of thorny energy that shielded Ma Hongjun. Ah, vile woman, how dare you obstruct me? Fei Dong's claws struck the thorny wall before he could retract them, causing him to scream in pain. I'm not as shameless as you. I will not allow you to bully a child who has just awakened his martial soul. Mei Na's expression was grave as she watched Fei Dong's subordinates close in. Very well. Huh. I shall show you how shameless I can be. None of you will leave here today. Fei Dong's mood shifted violently as he spoke with malice, retracting his claws and emanating an aura that far surpassed that of a great soul master. Slowly, a third soul ring, a 1,000-year purple soul ring, appeared around Fei Dong. His minions also revealed white or yellow soul rings, varying from 1 to 2. The collective pressure of their auras formed a terrifying weight that bore down on Ma Hongjun and Mei Na, causing even the naturally strong-willed Ma Hongjun to breathe heavily and sweat profusely, sensing the fluctuations of soul power around him. Ma Hongjun cast a grateful glance at the slightly breathless Mei Na before angrily shouting towards the entrance of the hall, Flandra, if you don't come out now, I will join the Wu Hun Temple. Don't even think of taking me on as your disciple again. Seeing that there was still no response, he grew anxious. After awakening his soul power again, his vision improved, and he spotted Flandra still daydreaming. He shouted once more, Dean, your gold soul coins have been stolen. Who dares to steal my gold coins? They must be tired of living. Flandre, who had been lost in thoughts of how much gold soul coins Ma Hongjun's talent could bring him, was instantly jolted awake. He unleashed an aura befitting a soul sage, roaring towards Ma Hongjun's direction, and immediately saw Ma Hongjun and Mei Na surrounded by several burly men and Fei Dong, filling him with rage. Who dares to touch my gold coins? Who dares to bully my disciple? You or you? In a single bound, Flandre landed before Ma Hongjun, his soul rings lighting up in succession. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. The formidable pressure radiated throughout the Wu Hun sub-temple, causing the sturdy architectural decor to shatter like tofu, and the ground to bear the imprint of his steps. The Soul Masters and Fei Dong, in comparison to Flandre's overwhelming aura, appeared as insignificant as fireflies next to the bright moon, with a disparity akin to a nagging horse compared to a Qilin. All of them were rendered immobile under the weight of Flandre's powerful soul power. Soul Sage, spare us. We were merely following orders and did not harm your disciple in the slightest. A timid soul master fell to his knees, stammering in fear. Fei Dong, pale and silent, dared not utter a word as he regarded Flandre and the others, lost in thought. You may leave, but that boy stays. Since you dare to harm my disciple, even if the city lord were come, I shall demand an explanation today. Flandre, as a soul sage, could not truly be oblivious to Ma Hongjun's plight. He merely wished to assess the boy's character. Upon hearing Flandre's words, Fei Dong's minions scrambled to flee the hall, leaving only 3 fiercely loyal great soul masters, gritting their teeth to protect Fei Dong. You did well, little fatty. You got guts. Truly worthy of being my disciple. Flandre adjusted his glasses and remarked casually, Understood. I know what to do next. Ma Hongjun replied obediently, feeling for the first time that Flandre's presence was grand and formidable. At this moment, Flandre exhibited no trace of his usual frivolity. The notion that a soul master who does not provoke trouble is not a good soul master must be contextualized. In situations where one is being trampled upon, if one still refrains from acting, they would be a fool. Ma Hongjun felt that Flandre's words ought to be supplemented with, be unafraid when there is trouble, and do not provoke trouble when there is none, for that would be even better. Fei Dong was nothing in Ma Hongjun's eyes, a spoiled scion who relied on his family's power, utterly devoid of respect for the strong. Even if he did not punish him, he would eventually encounter others who would teach him a lesson. Chapter 8. The Power of Little Evil Fire. What do you intend to do? Do you know where this place is? This is the Wuhan Sub-Temple. In Suotuo City. Even if you have a soul sage behind you, you cannot bully the weak. Otherwise, both the Wuhan Temple and my Fei family will not let this matter rest. Fei Dong stared in astonishment at Ma Hongjun, who had just awakened his martial soul, yet was capable of unleashing a fiery blaze of considerable power, rendering him speechless. However, Ma Hongjun paid him no heed and strode towards Fei Dong and his companions, a malicious grin on his face as he looked at the great soul masters, who were torn between wanting to act and being too intimidated to do so, and said with pity, "This isn't your concern. You should leave. After all, you cannot afford to provoke a soul sage, and the entity behind this waste should not hold you accountable." At this moment, Ma Hongjun was still too naive, lacking experience and harboring goodwill, unwilling to blame Fei Dong's subordinates for his misdeeds. Unbeknownst to him, those who act as henchmen can often be the most detestable. Flandre frowned, but said nothing, thinking that Ma Hongjun was merely a 6-year-old child and could not be expected to be perfect in every regard. Do you dare? Do not forget how you obtained your current status. Fei Dong, seeing Flandre's lack of action, mistook it for fear of his background and grew more arrogant. Noticing the hesitant expressions on the faces of the three great soul masters, Flandre's frown deepened, even carrying a hint of murderous intent. Fei Xiao, my apologies. I must take my leave. A middle-aged great soul master, sensing Flandre's displeasure, hurriedly expressed his apologies to Fei Dong before turning to leave without looking back. The other two soul masters were not foolish either and quickly followed suit. They were adept at reading the room. How could they fail to perceive Flandre's intentions? He did not wish to let them go, but rather to make an example of them. Thus, they fled the hall in a panic. They possess no significant background. They are merely external personnel from the Wuhuan Temple, and their deaths are ultimately inconsequential. Although the Wuhuan Temple is formidable, this incident reveals their culpability. The temple would not jeopardize its reputation by offending a soul sage for the sake of these individuals. However, Fei Dong is different, as his uncle serves as the vice master of a branch of the Wuhuan Temple, and the Fei family is affiliated with the temple. Even Flandre would not dare to truly harm him. Fei Dong cast a discreet glance at the three men without exhibiting any unusual behavior, feigning fear that rendered him mute. This facade was convincing enough that even Flandre harbored no suspicions. The three middle-aged men exited the Wuhuan branch but did not venture far. Instead, they hastened towards the Fei family. Now, with no outsiders present, oh wait, there's still you, this worthless fool. Perfect. I have no idea how powerful my little evil fire is, so let us use you as a test subject. Ma Hongjun grinned wickedly, casting a malevolent gaze upon Fei Dong, who appeared as foolish and audacious as ever. Hey kid, how about we make amends? Let us keep our waters separate. There's no need for relentless pressure. Although you are a genius, capable of wielding soul power right after awakening your martial spirit, I am a soul master, and you cannot harm me. Fei Dong took a step back, rolling his eyes before glancing at Flandre. His intelligence suddenly ignited as he remarked, "Little fatty, stop wasting your breath. It could become troublesome if we wait any longer." Flandre, ever cunning, was well aware of Fei Dong's intentions. Even if he anticipated it earlier, he understood now, yet he chose to remain unconcerned. At this moment, even Ma Hongjun realized that the ones they had just released were likely going to summon reinforcements. Troublesome? Oh, you foolish fool. You're starting to show a bit of cleverness. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, slapping his forehead in realization. He glanced at Flandre, who was surrounded by 7 floating soul rings, and shamelessly declared, "Teacher, I'm about to conduct an experiment. You must protect me." With that, he unexpectedly hurled a small evil fire towards Fei Dong. Just as Fei Dong prepared to unleash his soul power to defend himself, Flinder's overwhelming aura bore down upon him. And that fist-sized ball of fire accurately struck Fei Dong's rather ridiculous hairstyle. In an instant, Fei Dong's hair evaporated, and his scalp erupted in a multitude of blisters. Ouch! After that scuffle, I must say, I'm absolutely famished. Fortunately, my teacher Flinder is taking me to the most magnificent Rose Hotel in Suatoa City for a feast. The hotel's proprietress, named Mayana, is quite the beauty. I was curious and pointed out the window, asking her, "Sister Anna, what is going on with that little grove behind your hotel? In the prime real estate of Suatoa City, are you not cultivating a property project by growing trees?" You won't believe her response. She said that it serves as their kitchen reserve, housing a plethora of low-level soul beasts to ensure the freshness of the ingredients, killing and preparing them on the spot. My mind was blown. Who could understand? My pathetic martial spirit's evil fire, upon seeing that grove, reacted like a lecherous man spotting a brothel, my eyes turning green with desire. But of course, I couldn't express that. I feigned regret and said, "Oh, what a pity. So many gold soul coins invested in a grove. If all that were spent on chicken for me, I'd be eating until next year." Sister Anna burst into laughter, saying she knew I was only thinking of food. Unable to contain myself, I poured out my woes, saying, "Sister, I don't wish to, but who understands? My pathetic martial spirit feels like a 24-hour CPU that never shuts down, boiling with heat. If I don't find something to cool down, I'll burn out. The only option left is to eat, preferably ice attribute soul beast meat for the best effect." As I spoke, the atmosphere turned somewhat melancholic. My teacher Flinder, listening nearby, wore a pained expression, and Sister Anna regarded me with a gaze full of affection. She gently patted my head, saying, "Hongjun, I'll take care of you from now on. It's just ice attribute soul beast meat. Leave it to me." Flinder and I exchanged glances, both realizing the implications. Sister Anna's face flushed red, and she quickly clarified that she meant for her family's mercenary group to hunt more ice beasts for me. My teacher, a master of expression management, upon hearing it was Sister Anna who would fund it, and that it was a loan to be repaid, not a gift from him, smiled broadly, urging me, "Hongjun, quickly." Thanks, Sister Anna. This sequence of events was indeed a display of frugality. I rolled my eyes internally, but sweetly replied, "Thank you, Sister Anna. You're truly kind. If I ever lose control, I will certainly be the first to seek you out." Soon, the dishes arrived, and they were nothing short of luxurious. The flame dragon and serpent soup made from a century-old soul beast was enough to make Flinder's eyes widen, and he nearly drooled over the table. Casting aside any pretense of the dignity of a soul sage, grabbing his chopsticks and diving in, exclaiming, "Don't be polite. Eat. This meal is worth its weight in gold soul coins." Seeing his enthusiasm, I disregarded any semblance of modesty and half-knelt on my chair to compete with him. The spectacle was quite the sight. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed, and we entered the soul-hunting forest to procure my first soul ring. Flinder, perhaps influenced by Sister Anna, had been notably kinder to me. I teased him, saying, "Teacher, I have a big surprise for you later. Just don't be frightened." He merely scoffed, stating he hoped it would not be anything shocking. Little did he know of the mischief I had caused him over the years. Like the time I sought his help to suppress my evil fire at midnight, leaving maps scattered across his bed, or the unfortunate incident where I accidentally burned his cherished collection of the Jinping Mei. But those are tales for another time. As we camped in the forest one night, a sudden rustling sound startled me. Flinder darted out, and out of curiosity, I peeked through the tent flap. To my astonishment, I spotted a massive, ancient, ghostly unicorn snake. Its body as thick as a barrel, entirely black with a poisonous horn atop its head, confronting Flinder. However, upon closer inspection, I noticed the snake bore wounds and exhibited an anxious demeanor, clearly not looking to fight, but rather to flee. I immediately understood and shouted to Flinder, "Teacher, step aside. You're blocking its path." Flinder paused, quickly moving aside to stand next to me. The great snake cast me a grateful glance and swiftly slithered past us. Just as it departed, An overwhelming pressure descended upon us. I can tell you, it felt as though the air had transformed into concrete, pressing me down. Had it not been for Flender shielding me with his soul power, I might have knelt in submission right then and there. Suddenly, a woman appeared out of thin air. Stunningly beautiful, yet exuding a chilling aura. She didn't even glance at me, but directly asked Flender, "Have you seen a 10,000-year soul beast pass by?" Flender's face paled as he stammered out 3 words. "Bye-bye, Dong." My heart sank. The Pope of the Wuhuan Temple? My goodness. The aura she radiated was a level of oppressive dominance that was beyond comparison. Upon hearing Flender call her name, Bye-bye Dong cast a fleeting glance in his direction, yet her tone remained condescending. My mind raced. This woman had an imposing presence and was certainly not to be trifled with. I activated my innocent child mode, sweetly exclaiming, "Pretty big sister, your aura is so powerful, even stronger than my teacher." I just saw a big black snake run away from my teacher, heading to the left. Who would doubt the words of a 6-year-old child? Bye-bye Dong, indeed, took my words at face value and chased off in the wrong direction I indicated. Once she was gone, Flender, still shaken, patted his chest, exclaiming that I had been incredibly bold to deceive the Pope. I shrugged, saying she was the one who scared me. What's wrong with me, leading her astray? Besides, whether she catches it or not is none of our concern. Flender, upon hearing this, looked at me with a mix of astonishment and delight, likely thinking he had struck gold. 2 days later, we finally located our target, a ghost vine that had been alive for over 400 years. Fulandua was still perplexed, wondering why a fiery phoenix like myself would need a plant-type soul ring. Without wasting a moment, I summoned my second martial spirit, the 3-leaf clover, with a swift flourish. My teacher's expression turned to one of astonishment, his eyes wide as saucers and his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. He pointed at me, stammering incoherently, unable to articulate a single complete sentence. Once he regained his composure, he grasped my shoulder with a trembling voice, exclaiming, "Dual martial spirits. Good heavens, one being a bee spirit and the other a tool spirit. Such a phenomenon has never been heard of on the continent." The last person who attempted to harness dual martial spirits met a tragic end. The only other successful case was that woman, Bibi Dong. His face was grave, clearly worried for my safety. I reassured him, saying, "Teacher, relax, I have a plan. The true surprise is just beginning." With that, I sat cross-legged and began to absorb the soul ring from the ghost vine. However, I did not allow it to float towards the leaves of my 3-leaf clover. Instead, I performed a more audacious act. I guided the yellow soul ring with my thoughts, slowly directing it toward the root of my 3-leaf clover martial spirit. I must say, this was akin to poking a hornet's nest. As soon as the soul ring made contact with the root, my head buzzed as if someone had drilled a hole in it, and a silver light shot forth from my 3-leaf clover, surging straight toward the crown of my head. I let out a cry and collapsed to the ground. The pain was excruciating. That old coot, Flanders, turned pale with fright and rushed over to hold me, shaking me vigorously as if I were a cold ball. "Hongjun, don't scare your teacher," he exclaimed. Those who understand would know that I was nearly suffocated not by the backlash of the soul ring, but rather by his fervent shaking. I quickly gasped, "Stop shaking me, or I'll truly fall apart." Once I had recovered, Flanders stuffed me into the tent, standing guard outside like a sentinel. I lay inside, appearing weak on the surface. But internally, I was overjoyed. Do you know what I gained? A parasitic soul skill? That was merely a bonus. The real marvel awaited me. My mind was inundated with an unparalleled technique from Demon Slayer, the most powerful enhancement known as sun breathing. Such overwhelming prosperity had fallen upon me. What could this do? Simply put, it transformed me into a perpetual motion machine. My physical attributes, including speed, strength, and endurance, were all doubled. And this was merely the beginning. At that moment, I could think of only one thing. Who is Tang San? Unfamiliar. From now on, I shall be the most dazzling figure on the Douluo continent. I excitedly caressed my 3-leaf clover, vowing that I would ensure it blossomed into a 9-leaf clover, leading me to the pinnacle of life. I named this first soul ring the Faith Soul Ring. The next morning, as I opened my eyes, I was astonished to find my stingy teacher had remarkably prepared chicken soup for me. The aroma wafted through the air, and I felt genuinely touched. Although Flanders was infatuated with wealth and had a tough exterior, he truly cared for me like a son. When he saw me emerge, he feigned indifference, saying, "Ah, you're awake. Just made some soup. No charge." My heart warmed as I took the bowl and drank it down in one gulp, only to discover that the soup was surprisingly cool, with a refreshing kick. The old man had added a frost attribute herb to temper the heat within me. Upon sensing its calming effect on the malevolent fire swirling inside, I felt my eyes well up with gratitude and said, "Thank you, teacher." He waved his hand dismissively, claiming it was just something he had picked up along the way, but I knew that it must be worth at least 100 gold soul coins. This old fellow had truly made a sacrifice. After packing up our belongings, Flanders urged me to hurry, anxious to avoid encountering BB Dong. I handed him the blanket, winked, and boldly declared, "Teacher, we might not be able to leave just yet. I feel as though I can absorb another soul ring." He exploded with disbelief, his eyes wide as saucers. "What? No way. You're only at level 11. Do you have a death wish?" I quickly clarified, "It's not for the phoenix. It's for my 3-leaf clover." He paused, astonished. "You're at level 20? No way. Get lost." He fumed, giving me a light smack on the head. "How can you absorb a second soul ring if you aren't even at level 20? Do you think I'm feeding you nonsense?" I said no more. Taking a few steps back, and then with a powerful push from my feet, I shot forward like a bolt of lightning. I circled around him, precisely plucking a hair from his chin, then retreated several meters, blowing on the hair in my hand and raising an eyebrow at him with a smirk. "Now, do you believe me?" Flanders stood there, utterly dumbfounded, stroking his chin in disbelief. Having lived for so long, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. A level 11 soul master with speed rivaling that of a great soul master. Only then did he begin to believe that my martial spirit was indeed extraordinary. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, he looked at me with a gaze akin to that reserved for a monster and solemnly asked, "Are you absolutely certain there is no issue?" I thumped my chest in assurance. "No problem. I sense that my 3-leaf clover can handle another." With a limit of about 700 years, Flanders' lips twitched, replying grumpily, "Fine, fine. Finding one that is 700 years old is already quite remarkable. Don't be too picky. Since you're so confident, I'll trust you this time." What happened next? We wandered around the soul-hunting forest like headless chickens for an entire day, spotting not a single suitable soul beast. Flanders was growing increasingly impatient, lamenting the absence of his good friend, Yu Xiaojiang, wishing the theoretical master were present. At the mention of that so-called master, I couldn't help but chuckle. A master of theory but bronze in practice, his theories might suffice for ordinary soul masters, but they were utterly inadequate in high-stakes situations. Not wanting to waste any more time, I turned my thoughts toward a more serious matter and began to concoct a plausible tale. "Teacher, I once read a book at the village chief's house that claimed my type of plant martial spirit absorbs soul rings from serpents or spiders more effectively than from plants. Each has its merits." Flanders was taken aback. "What? Is there such a theory? Sound a bit like your Uncle Xiaojiang's ideas." I feigned innocence, indeed. "That's what the village chief's book states. Is there a problem?" He pondered for a moment, but still seemed unconvinced, insisting we first seek plant-based soul beasts. And if that failed, we would consider serpents tomorrow. As fate would have it, that very evening, while we rested in the trees, I was contemplating the deliciousness of spicy rabbit heads when a scream pierced the night. Looking down, I spotted a massive black snake over 7 meters long, devouring a small squirrel hole. The soul power emanating from it was undoubtedly over 700 years. Flanders immediately sprang into action, pulling me down from the tree. Upon seeing the snake, his eyes lit up. A Bailin snake, a fine specimen. I must tell you, Flanders' martial spirit is the 4-eyed cat eagle, naturally a nemesis of serpents. Once he unleashed his spirit, the oppressive aura of a level 76 soul Saint forced the snake to lower its head, and he unleashed a flurry of blows before the creature even had a chance to react, rendering it weak and gasping for breath. I rushed in to deliver the finishing blow. As I struck, a brilliant yellow light burst forth, even more radiant than the previous ghost vine soul ring. However, Flanders Still uneasy, cautioned me, "Kid, think carefully. This creature is venomous. Cross-type absorption is fraught with risk. If anything feels off, I will wake you immediately. Your life is paramount." I nodded earnestly and sat cross-legged. After all, if Tang San could achieve it, why could I not? Yet, the moment I began to absorb the soul ring, I realized something was amiss. The snake's venom was 100 times more potent than I had anticipated. My face shifted from pale to green, resembling a neon light at a karaoke bar, and the soul power within me could hardly contain it. Flanders was outside, pacing anxiously, but I could not hear him. In that critical moment, I had to rely on myself. Although the sun breathing in my mind was formidable, its primary function was to enhance physical prowess. Detoxification was not its specialty. Just as I felt I could no longer endure, a flash of inspiration struck me. Since sun breathing is the source of all techniques, could I not transform it into a different breathing technique? As a man whose passion burns as fiercely as the sun within, the most fitting technique for me is undoubtedly Yin Ji Hua, the breath of flame. You won't believe it, but it has indeed transformed. With a mere thought, the breathing technique within me ignited with an even greater fervor and aggression. A surge of scorching soul power erupted from my being, instantly incinerating the poisonous venom of the Bailin snake, which bizarrely assimilated into my own soul power. When I finally absorbed the soul ring completely and slowly opened my eyes, I felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. My soul power had soared to the level of 12 and a half. Unable to contain myself, I burst into a triumphant laugh. However, seeing me laugh like a fool, Flandra approached with a look of guilt, patting my shoulder and lamenting, "Alas, it is the teacher's fault for believing in that nonsensical theory, leading you to acquire a worthless soul skill. Do not be disheartened. We shall have more opportunities in the future." At that moment, 3 enormous question marks appeared above my head. "Have you finished speaking?" I stared at him in confusion, wondering who informed him that my soul skill was inadequate. "Teacher, why are you so theatrical?" I am not forcing a smile. I am genuinely happy, so much so that I wish to perform a Thomas spin for you. Flaunt, that old rascal, gave me a light smack on the head, nearly sending me flying. He glared at me, shouting, "You are laughing so hard that tears are streaming down your face, yet you claim there's nothing wrong? Speak up. What has become of your first soul skill?" I cradled my head, feeling quite frustrated, yet I couldn't let my words falter. Ouch. Is it forbidden to laugh in joy? Just wait. Once my soul power surpasses yours, I shall give you a taste of it every day. Flandre scoffed, his expression suggesting disbelief. Realizing I needed to up the ante to show him the harsh realities of life, I cleared my throat and began to introduce my remarkable first soul skill with an air of profundity. Let me tell you, this skill is quite sinister. Its name sounds quite poetic, known as Bailin Yindu, but its effects are utterly unreasonable. In simple terms, I can directly create a domain within a 5-meter radius. Within this circle, I am the master. Normally, this domain feels akin to a heated floor, nothing particularly special. However, with a single thought, anyone who inhales the fiery air within my domain will find themselves poisoned, compelled to kneel and sing my praises, while allies simply enjoy a sauna without a care. Upon hearing this, Flandre's eyes widened, circling around my 3-leaf clover martial spirit multiple times, muttering, "A domain-type soul skill. Goodness, this skill of yours is simply essential for ambushes. It can catch even soul masters higher than you off guard." I feigned dissatisfaction, pouting, "Oh, it's just so. The range is a tad small." This earned me an exaggerated eye roll from Flandre, his envious gaze almost igniting me. Just like that, 3 days later, Flandre returned to Shrek with me in tow. He even asked if I wanted to go and acquire the soul ring from the evil fire phoenix. I immediately recoiled, saying, No, teacher, let us take it easy. Who understands my plight? I am uncertain about the legitimacy of my evil fire phoenix martial spirit, but its side effects are anything but trivial. If I train too vigorously without a girlfriend to help cool me down, the consequences could be dire. Either I transform into an unstoppable force or explode into a cyber ascension. I pondered. I am merely 6 years old. I do not wish to become a mobile bomb. Flandra, upon hearing this, found my reasoning valid. He began packing his belongings, stating he would seek out my master uncle, the theoretical master Yu Shaojiang, to boast about his teaching accomplishments. Before he left, he pushed me toward a man resembling an iron tower. Upon closer inspection, I realized it was none other than Vice Dean Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia approached and gave my shoulder a robust pat, causing me to grimace in pain while exclaiming, "Good lad, no wonder Flandra, that iron rooster, is willing to invest money in you. It turns out you are a potential gem." I ignored his remark and inquired when the academy would be enrolling students, as being alone was rather dull. Zhao Wujia informed me that our humble academy would likely struggle to recruit students this year. However, the good news was that recently, the wealthiest family in Suotawa City, the Mei family, had generously donated a substantial sum. I immediately understood this was the handiwork of Sister Anna. 3 months swiftly passed, during which Flandra completely vanished, and my troublesome little evil fire flared up 3 more times, each time requiring Zhao Wujia to carry me to the Rose Hotel to find Sister Anna to extinguish the flames. Besides that, I diligently maintained my weight training, stubbornly remaining at 160 pounds, with no weight lost, though my soul power increased to level 14, much to my annoyance. On the day of another extinguishing session, after consuming a bellyful of cold attribute food in Sister Anna's suite, I still felt somewhat restless and decided to take a cold shower. Just as I entered, I heard a piercing scream from outside, and I was momentarily bewildered, thinking, what on earth happened? Upon emerging, I saw Sister Anna's face as flushed as a monkey's backside, stammering as she said, "If that Sister Hongjun cannot find a husband in the future, you must take responsibility when you grow up." At that moment, my mind resembled that of an elderly subway rider engrossed in a smartphone. I pondered, what does responsibility even mean? I am not yet 7 years old. I replied, "Sister, what are you thinking? I merely accidentally wet your clothes while showering. I could buy you a new one." Upon hearing this, Anna's expression shifted dramatically, as if transitioning from the apocalypse to a spring day, exhaling in relief. "Ah, so it was just wet? Nothing else?" I tell you, at that moment, the atmosphere was palpably awkward. To break the tension, Sister Anna quickly changed the subject, saying she wanted to introduce me to someone, namely, the chubby boy who awakened his martial spirit alongside me, Peng Hu, and asked if he could come to Shrek. She also mentioned that the Fei family had been making small moves against hers in business lately. I patted my chest, assuring her that I would definitely support her when I grew up. Thus, she led me directly to the Peng family blacksmith shop. Upon arriving at the blacksmith shop, Peng Hu's father, a burly man named Peng Tai, saw Sister Anna and approached her as if she were a savior, asking about my son's situation. I wasted no words, presenting my conditions straightforwardly. Our Shrek only accepts monsters, not ordinary people. If you wish to join, you must obtain your first soul ring by the age of 7.5, and then I will plead with the dean. Upon hearing this, both of them felt the difficulty was akin to asking me to succeed in weight loss right now. I could not be bothered to explain further. I simply pulled out my Soul Master notebook and slapped it on the table. Take a look for yourselves. When they saw the inscription indicating I was a level 14 Soul Master, their jaws nearly dropped to the ground. Peng Tai gasped, "Hiss. How is this possible? What sort of technological cheat have you activated?" With that, no one had any objections. I directly took Peng Hu back to our Shrek Academy. The little rascal immediately called me Little Ma Gu, which I found delightful. After Sister Anna left, I found a random room for Peng Hu. The lad stared at our academy, which resembled a bare-bones structure, and asked if this was the legendary Shrek. I quickly painted a grand picture for him, quoting that a mountain need not be high, as long as it has a celestial being to finally convince him. Later that evening, I sought out Zhao Wujia to confront him. Upon hearing I had brought someone back without permission, he was ready to explode, claiming our academy was a monster academy, not a children's shelter. I remained calm, presenting 2 ace cards. First, this child was recommended by our benefactor, the Mei family. Second, he possessed innate soul power of level 7. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's expression instantly transformed. He stroked his chin, contemplating a congenital level 7, not bad. possesses the essence of a little monster. What a fortuitous coincidence. I must mention that Zhao Wuji himself was a congenital level 7 genius in his youth. And at that moment, he felt as though he had found a kindred spirit, his attitude shifting dramatically. Observing this, I seized the opportunity and exclaimed, "Teacher Zhao, this talent is quite promising, don't you think? How about we let him stay?" Zhao Wuji's eyes flickered, and I could tell he was intrigued, though he feigned reluctance, saying, "It's feasible, but it might be difficult to explain to the dean." I thought to myself, keep up the pretense, and boldly propose my plan. I will speak to the dean. However, Teacher Zhao, I have a condition. Although this boy shows potential, he still falls short of the standards of our Shrek monsters. You must train him rigorously. For 6 months, if he does not reach the Soul Master realm, he must pack his bags and leave. What do you think? Remarkably, my words struck a chord with Zhao Wuji. Upon hearing train him rigorously, his eyes sparkled with excitement, and he grasped my arm, declaring, "Let us go. Take me to see that boy right now. I want to see if he can withstand the pressure." Those familiar with the situation understand that Teacher Zhao is indeed a training fanatic. Within a few strides, we reached the student dormitory, which resembled a small village courtyard. I knocked on Fat Tiger's door, and upon seeing me, his face fell. "Little brother Ma, it's late at night. You're not going to drag me out for training again, are you?" I had just subjected him to an intense workout during the day, having him rise at 5 in the morning to run 10,000 meters around the academy without using soul power. For a 7-year-old child, that was nothing short of nightmare. I quickly waved my hands. "It's not me. It's Teacher Zhao who wants to see you. Whether you can stay depends on his words." With that, I called out, "Teacher Zhao, please come in." Zhao Wuji strode in confidently, his gaze sweeping over Fat Tiger like a searchlight. You won't believe what happened next. When he spoke, I nearly lost my composure. "Hey, so you're Fat Tiger? Not bad at all. Your physique has 2/3 of my prowess from childhood. No wonder Hongjun has his eyes on you." At that moment, I resembled an old man on the subway engrossed in his phone, completely astounded that he was focused on Fat Tiger's physique. My interest lay in his potential. Fat Tiger, however, was quick-witted and immediately bowed, greeting, "Hello, Teacher Zhao. I am Fat Tiger. My martial soul is the Diamond Hammer. I am 7 years old, and my soul power is level 8. Upon hearing Diamond Hammer, Zhao Wuji's eyes gleamed even brighter. "Oh, show it to me." Fat Tiger obediently summoned his martial soul, revealing a large cylindrical hammer, roughly the size of his arm, which looked incredibly weighty. Zhao Wuji circled the hammer twice, growing increasingly satisfied, his gaze akin to that of someone who had discovered a rare treasure. "Excellent. A perfect match of strength and defense. Young man, would you like to become my disciple?" At this, both Fat Tiger and I were taken aback. This was escalating quickly. I merely sought a formidable trainer, and now it seemed we were fast-tracking to a master-disciple relationship. I hastily nudged the still-dazed Fat Tiger. "Why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry up and pay your respects. Teacher Zhao is a soul sage. It's rare to find a mentor. You've hit the jackpot." Fat Tiger finally snapped back to reality, pinched himself, and with a thud, he knelt down, prostrating with fervor. "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." "Ha ha ha ha. Good, good disciple. Rise." Zhao Wuji beamed, unable to contain his joy, pulling Fat Tiger up with enthusiasm. I'm amused that Fat Tiger's father was indeed impressive, having taught him well. If Shrek had a master-disciple relationship, it would demand the utmost respect akin to that of a biological father. After paying his respects, Fat Tiger was elated, believing he had evaded the rigorous training. However, Zhao Wuji's next words brought him crashing back to reality. "Young man, don't rejoice too soon. You still have to fulfill the 6-month agreement mentioned by Hongjun. Furthermore, starting tomorrow, your training will double. My disciple cannot be a weakling." Fat Tiger's face immediately turned pale. Just as I was about to revel in his misfortune, Zhao Wuji's voice drifted over. "Hongjun, don't you dare laugh. Starting tomorrow, you will train alongside him. Look at how much weight you've gained. The dean will surely flay me alive when he returns." I realized I had merely shot myself in the foot. Thus, 3 years swiftly passed. During this time, Fat Tiger and I rose with the dawn, enduring Zhao Wuji's grueling training every day. Fat Tiger, to his credit, managed to break through to the Soul Master realm on the very last day of the 6-month deadline, officially securing his place. As for me, now 10 years old, I had reached level 24 as a great Soul Master. Thanks to practicing the ghost-killing breathing technique, my physical abilities were extraordinary, capable of holding my own against a soul respect. Yet, my second hidden soul ring from my Clover martial soul left me befuddled. Its unlocking condition was kindness. I had been helping elderly people cross the street, accumulating good deeds to an almost cybernetic level, yet that soul ring remained stubbornly unresponsive. What a conundrum. Soon, it was time for the Academy's recruitment day. Fat Tiger and I, with nothing better to do, were at the village entrance, watching the commotion, primarily ogling the beautiful young ladies. Just then, a striking blonde young man made his entrance. He stood at least 6 feet tall, with flowing golden hair and dual-colored eyes, exuding an air of a protagonist. Upon his arrival, he cut in line, sparking a dispute, and then arrogantly showcased his soul rings. Yellow, purple, a 30-plus level soul respect. The recruitment teacher, Li Yusong, was astonished. Not bad, young man. A soul respect under 14 years old is indeed remarkable. What is your name? The blond young man tilted his chin, exuding arrogance. Dai Mubai, martial soul, white tiger. I could no longer tolerate it. How could someone so handsome dare to act so pompously before me? This was intolerable. I stepped forward, revealing my own soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple. And with a fierce demeanor, I confronted him. The white tiger martial soul is impressive, but I possess a phoenix martial soul. Shouldn't you come greet your elder brother? Fat Tiger behind me was nearly frightened out of his wits, whispering, "Little brother Ma, if we keep this up, we might scare the new students away. The dean will surely come looking for us." I didn't turn around, reprimanding him. What do you know? Newcomers flaunting their soul rings in our territory is disrespectful. I'm defending the dignity of us old students. In truth, I was merely expressing my displeasure. To my surprise, Dai Mubai did not grow angry. Instead, he politely introduced himself. "Hello, I am Dai Mubai, a 33rd level battle soul respect. You are quite strong. What is your name?" I replied coldly, "Ma Hongjun. Want to know about my martial soul? Defeat me first." Dai Mubai, surprised by our young age, remarked, "You both are Shrek Academy students? Truly a monster academy to have soul respects at this age." I leaned closer, whispering so only he could hear, "Sorry, you misunderstood. I'm only 10. At that moment, Dai Mubai could no longer maintain his composure, his eyes wide with shock. Seizing the moment, I declared, "How about a wager? If you lose, you must call me little brother Ma whenever you see me in the academy. If I lose, you'll be admitted without an entrance exam." Dai Mubai smirked. "That's not fair. I want to add a condition. If I win, all students at the academy must call me Dai Lauda." Agreed. The nearby teacher Li was even more excited than us. Hongjun is the dean's direct disciple. His word is his bond. Very well, let us do this. I beckoned Dai Mubai with my finger. Let me see what this little white cat of yours is truly made of. All right, brace yourself, Dai Mubai shouted, instantly summoning his white tiger martial soul. His claws, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, lunged towards my chest with lightning speed. Is this all? I chuckled softly to myself, lightly pressing my foot against the ground, and in an instant I vanished like a ghost, leaving only a fleeting shadow that was effortlessly pierced by his claw. Well, that left Dai Mubai utterly bewildered. He probably had never encountered such a slippery maneuver in his life, standing there, dazed, with confusion etched across his face. However, being a soul master, his reflexes were remarkable. Realizing that close combat would not reach me, he swiftly altered his strategy, creating distance, and with a roar, unleashed his second soul skill, the White Tiger's Radiant Wave. The scene was reminiscent of Ultraman firing the Spatium Beam, as a thick beam of white light shot towards me. Could I afford to indulge him? Not a chance. Summoning my martial soul in an instant, the 3-leaf clover before me grew wildly, as if fueled by hormones, layering upon itself to create an immensely thick wall of vines. The light wave collided with the wall, crackling loudly. While my vines suffered considerable damage, Dalu believed he could breach my defense with that? How naive, I bellowed. Martial Soul Parasite. This hidden skill of my three-leaf, Clover Martial Soul embodies the essence of resilience. Wildfire cannot be extinguished. The spring breeze brings rebirth. I watched as the severed vines rapidly regrew, the speed of their growth perfectly countering the destruction. While maintaining my defense, I taunted, "Is that all you've got, sir? Your bravado is greater than your strength. Let's see what you can truly do." Though I spoke with bravado, my heart was already elated. Who would understand, my friends? Finally, I had a worthy opponent to test my data against. After practicing the breath of Demon Slayer for so long, I had no clear gauge of its strength. Now, seeing it, I realized my speed had completely outclassed this powerhouse soul master, with pure soul power nearly equal. This was a secure win. Bai's face turned green from my taunts, yet he remained calm, sneering. "Oh, really? You think this is all I have? You are gravely mistaken." With that, he activated his third soul skill, the White Tiger's Diamond Transformation. A low hum resonated as the purple thousand-year soul ring around him gleamed brightly, enveloping him in golden light as his body expanded like a balloon, muscles bulging, towering over me. A notification chimed in my mind. Attack, defense, strength enhanced by 100. Threat level, moderate. My heart skipped a beat. So he was raising the stakes, was he? I cannot afford to slack off. With a thought, I shifted my breathing technique from water to fire, unleashing a ferocious surge of soul power. Here he came, transformed. Dalu charged at me like a golden titan, pounding his chest and roaring. This time, I did not evade. I met him head-on. Who was afraid of whom? I clenched my fists tightly, bracing myself against his massive fists. With a resounding boom, dust erupted around us. We both staggered back, but while I retreated 5 steps, he only took 3. Well, it seemed he had the upper hand in strength. Although his power was commendable, I shook my slightly numb hands. Fighting was not merely about brute force. Activating my third soul skill, the Ink Jade Staff, I pronounced its name loudly, and my three-leaf Clover Martial Soul shimmered, transforming into a long, emerald staff. I grinned at him, deliberately raising my voice, ensuring everyone could hear. This was an attack based on information disparity. See, you've already used your third soul skill, and I've just begun. Yield, and you won't lose face. Dalu was unwilling to concede, snorting dismissively and assuming a stance, waiting for me to attack first. Would I give him that satisfaction? I charged forward with the staff, shouting, "Tiger battering stick technique, first form, strike the dog's head." I executed a chaotic display of staff techniques, akin to a monkey show. Just as he was about to mock me, the staff in my hands surged with brilliant light, and my speed reached its peak, aimed directly at his forehead. The staff appeared jade-like, yet was as light as a feather, not hindering my speed in the slightest. Bai's expression changed instantly. He hastily activated the White Tiger Shield. With a sharp crack, the energy was deflected, but the staff itself delivered a solid physical blow, causing a large bump to form on his forehead. Ouch, you sneaky brat. That was an ambush. Not fair. Let's do it again. I ignored his protest. Having landed a successful hit, I felt a surge of excitement, seizing the moment to strike again. In my exhilaration, I inadvertently shouted out a move from the beggar clan. Dog battering stick technique, 36 form. No dogs under heaven. With that, I leaped into the air, channeling all my remaining soul power into the staff, aiming once more at the same spot on his forehead with a mighty downward strike. Dalu was momentarily stunned, activating his protective shield yet again, but once more, my staff thudded against his forehead. To my astonishment, the bump doubled in size, and his handsome face contorted in anger as he rolled up his sleeves, ready to retaliate. "Stop. Enough." Teacher Lee, unable to watch any longer, called for a halt to the match, declaring it a draw. "Both of you must be running on empty, right?" He knew full well that my more cunning technique, the green phosphor flame poison, had yet to be unleashed. Otherwise, Dalu would have already been down for the count. Dalu, being quite straightforward, despite the 2 bumps on his head, graciously acknowledged his defeat, admitting I was stronger than him. Well, since he was so accommodating, I refrained from pushing my advantage. No worries, no worries. We will all be classmates from now on. Let's shake hands and make peace. After the excitement subsided, the crowd dispersed. I, along with Pang, took Daimú Bai on a tour of our Shrek Academy. Upon entering the dilapidated main gate, Daimú Bai's eyes were filled with confusion, likely wondering if he had been tricked into a local trade school. However, upon seeing the two worn wooden boards at the entrance, his expression transformed. One board bore the school motto, "Only monsters accepted, no ordinary people," while the other read, "A mountain need not be high. It is renowned for its spirit." Instantly, the prestige of the place surged, embodying a post-apocalyptic, cyberpunk cultivation theme. Daimú Bai stood in awe, sensing the profound mystery of the place. I patted the small, chubby boy beside me. "Allow me to introduce my younger brother, Pang Hu. You can just call him Fat Tiger. He is also a newly minted soul master. Just 10.5 years old." Daimú Bai was utterly astonished. "You are all truly only 10 years old?" I gazed sorrowfully at the sky at a 45-degree angle, lamenting, alas, there's no help for it. The martial soul is to blame. We grew up too quickly. Who would understand this neglected appearance? Daimú Bai couldn't help but burst out laughing. Just as we were chatting, Pang Hu suddenly dashed off, claiming he remembered something important. I continued on with Daimú Bai, who could no longer contain his curiosity. "Brother Hongjun, why is there not a single student in our academy to be seen?" I awkwardly clear my throat. "Ahem. Well, the seniors have all graduated. We'll discuss the specifics when the dean holds a meeting." Daimú Bai looked at me with a skeptical expression, but he did not press further. I gestured towards the dilapidated wooden buildings overrun with vines, saying, "That over there is the teaching building, and that is the playground." He pondered for a moment before finally managing to say, "It has a sense of history." I was about to boast about our teachers, all of whom were at least soul emperors, when he casually revealed the dean's background, stating he was one of the Golden Iron Triangle. Damn, my attempt to show off had backfired. I led him to the dormitory, and as we arrived at the area, a cleaning lady rushed over, her eyes sparkling as she looked at me. "Hongjun, is this the new student? He hasn't eaten yet, right? Hurry, come eat at my house. My daughter, Chui Hua, made your favorite braised pork." I froze on the spot. Let me tell you, this Chui Hua is no ordinary person. According to the script, she is destined to be my future girlfriend, who will eventually break up with me due to my sinister flames. And here she is, chasing after me with offers before we even begin. No way. I quickly signaled to Daimú Bai, who, being quick-witted, immediately said, "Ah yes. I'm new here and unfamiliar with the surroundings. I need Brother Hongjun to help me get acquainted." Aunt Zhang sighed, walking away in disappointment. Only then could Daimú Bai no longer suppress his laughter. "Brother, Chui Hua? What's the story there?" I sighed. "Don't mention it. Being handsome has its drawbacks. Now, let's go eat." Upon arriving at the canteen, I discovered that Pang, who was already present, accompanied by a silver-haired gentleman possessing alluring peach blossom eyes. Like an eager sycophant, Pang, who approached and exclaimed, "Xiao Ma Ge, you have finally arrived. This is the esteemed Oscar brought back by Teacher Xiao." The handsome gentleman, displaying remarkable social grace, introduced himself. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Oscar." I gazed at him with a hint of mischief and remarked, "What is so special about everyone? I am Ma Hongjun. You may call me Xiao Ma Ge from now on. Should anyone trouble you in the academy, mention my name, and I shall lend you my modest support." Upon hearing this, Oscar's eyes sparkled with excitement, likely mistaking me for a senior student, and he promptly called out, "Xiao Ma Ge." Daimú Bai and Pang, who struggled to contain their laughter, their faces contorting in amusement. I nodded in satisfaction, and, with this group of future prodigies, we partook in our first meal at Shrek Academy. The small pieces of meat in the dish were so difficult to grasp with chopsticks that we could not help but critique Dean Flanders for his stinginess. The following morning, the miserly Flanders summoned us all for a morning meeting. To my surprise, Ma Hongjun was the last to arrive, disheveled and lacking any semblance of sincerity as he muttered an apology. Rather than reprimanding him, Flanders offered an explanation, suggesting that perhaps his martial soul had been misbehaving. This remark caused Oscar's eyes to shine with intrigue. His expression suggested he believed Ma Hongjun's martial soul was as peculiar as his own oversized sausage. After clearing his throat, Flanders commenced his inaugural lecture of the semester, expounding on a myriad of topics. Yet the underlying message was simple. You may pursue your interests as long as you do not resort to violence and foster camaraderie among fellow students. He then shifted gears, announcing that everyone, except for Ma Hongjun, was to pay their tuition fees of 100 gold soul coins. I sensed that Flanders was up to no good. As soon as the money was collected, his face lit up with delight, and he leisurely declared that our first training exercise would involve running from the academy to Soto City and back 10 times, without the use of soul power. Dai Mubai turned pale, and Oscar nearly collapsed on the spot. I must say, to subject an auxiliary-type soul master to this was sheer torment. Even Pamela would shake her head at such intensity. Yet, to our astonishment, Flanders, in light of our recent payment, decided to grant us a discount, allowing us to run only 5 laps. With that, he took the money and swiftly departed, undoubtedly heading to the administrative office to count his treasures. Dai Mubai foolishly questioned whether Flanders was not concerned about our propensity to slack off. Ma Hongjun pointed at Pang Hu, implying that this fellow had learned a painful lesson. Pang Hu looked utterly embarrassed. Subsequently, Ma Hongjun assumed the role of a team leader, offering us a motivational speech, proclaiming that with many laps, we would gain strength, while with fewer, we should simply flee. He then dashed ahead, leading the charge. After a lap, Oscar was nearly spent, prompting Ma Hongjun to instruct him to trail behind, claiming it would reduce wind resistance. Remarkably, despite Oscar's bewilderment, he complied and managed to meet the challenge. Following our run, Ma Hongjun slipped away to the Rose Hotel in Soto City to meet his affluent sister, Mei Na. He feasted on a table laden with ice, a tribute soul beast meat, devouring it with fervor as Mei Na watched with adoring eyes. Midway through his meal, Ma Hongjun suddenly declared, "Sister Na, there is no need to prepare such lavish dishes in the future. I am close to resolving my fire-related issues." I knew he felt indebted to her and was hesitant to accept her generosity. Mei Na, alarmed, inquired, "Are you considering using that method?" She sternly warned him against harming any girls or frequenting unsavory places. In jest, Ma Hongjun quipped, "Sister Na, I no longer wish to strive. Why not support me instead?" Mei Na's face flushed, and half-jokingly, she replied, "All right, but you must promise to be exclusively mine." Those of us observing understood this to be an easy question to answer. Yet, Ma Hongjun, the epitome of a straightforward man, shockingly responded, "That won't do. I aspire to be a man of God. How could I forsake a forest for a single tree?" At that moment, Mei Na's expression turned pale, and without uttering a word, she turned and departed. Ma Hongjun stood there, perplexed, muttering about the complexities of women's hearts, utterly oblivious. 3 days later, Flanders gathered us once more to deliver both good and bad news. The good news was that we would no longer be required to run. Oscar leapt for joy, embracing Pang Hu in exuberance. However, the bad news was that we were to venture into the Stardow Forest for a month-long practical training session, during which we would also assist those in need of soul rings. Flanders, in a mysterious tone, mentioned that he would introduce us to 2 new companions. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 stunning ladies emerged from behind the teaching building. One exuded confidence, while the other radiated an air of regal elegance. To our astonishment, it was Mei Na and Ma Hongjun's other sister, Ma Xiao Dai. Mei Na, still sulking, ignored Ma Hongjun entirely, while Ma Xiao Dai greeted him warmly, affectionately pinching his cheeks, much to our envy. Thus, our newly formed Shrek male ensemble, accompanied by 2 beauties, set forth towards the Stardow Forest. On the journey, feeling rather bored, Ma Hongjun began to regale us with tales from Journey to the West. When he reached the segment about the kingdom of women, everyone was utterly captivated. Even Flanders listened intently. This rascal, however, cleverly paused at the pivotal moment when the king asked the holy monk whether he would marry. We were left in suspense as he leisurely revealed the answer. Tang Sung replied, "I will marry." Yet, his steed, the white dragon horse, mistook Mary for depart and swiftly vanished. Pang, who was in stitches, rolling on the ground with laughter. But Mei Na and Ma Xiao Dai were displeased with the tragic ending and insisted on a revision. Stubborn as he was, Ma Hongjun refused to alter the tale. Eventually, to appease his sisters, he broke into song, performing the tune, quietly asking the holy monk, "Is the daughter beautiful?" I must say, the melody and lyrics were extraordinary. As he sang, something remarkable occurred. I sensed a shift in the fluctuations of his soul power. It seemed that his singing had unlocked a new realm, and his breathing technique had evolved once more. He had seemingly attained something akin to the breath of sound. To think that singing could lead to such advancement. He was truly on another level. He too was taken aback, pondering the utility of this newfound ability, when Mayana interrupted him. "Why did you stop? You were singing so beautifully. Can't you make it longer?" At that moment, I nearly choked on my water. Ma Hongjun's face turned a shade of green as he hastily retorted that he had a sore throat and would not sing any further, promising to teach us another time. The moment he said that, Dai Mu Bai and the other boys' eyes lit up, clamoring to learn as well. I could see through their intentions. They were not keen on mastering song for its own sake, but rather to attract girls. However, Ma Hongjun, being quite shrewd, had a plan in mind. While he readily agreed to teach them later, he secretly intended to use their off-key crooning to showcase his own melodious voice, truly a clever boy. And thus, this episode came to a close. Shortly thereafter, Dean Flanders, with a grand gesture, announced that we would be heading to the Stardow Forest to procure a second soul ring for Ma Hongjun. Prior to our departure, he made us solemnly swear to keep the fact that Ma Hongjun possessed a twin martial soul a secret. At that moment, I thought to myself, this secrecy was more tightly guarded than my hidden stash of money. Flander elucidated to us that Ma Hongjun's situation was rather unique. His first martial spirit could only accommodate one additional ring, and he refrained from revealing any deeper secrets. Ma Hongjun himself was acutely aware that in this day and age, everyone harbored their own little secrets, especially considering his extraordinary martial spirit. If it were to be exposed, he would surely be captured and subjected to dissection for research by the entire continent. Thus, this matter was settled as our utmost secret. After much travel, we finally reached the outskirts of the Qingdao Great Forest. The sky had darkened, and we were utterly exhausted. Oscar collapsed onto the ground, commencing his daily complaints about his KPI. Flander, seemingly unconcerned, declared that for safety, everyone, regardless of gender, would share a large tent while he kept watch. I wore an expression akin to an elderly subway passenger engrossed in their phone, wondering if this was appropriate. Surprisingly, Sister Dai and May Anna had no objections and even suggested that Ma Hongjun sleep in the middle, creating a boundary between them. May Anna's cheeks flushed with a hue that suggested she was recalling something inappropriate. Ma Hongjun, with bravado, assured us that his little evil fire was currently stable and would not cause any trouble. May Anna shot him a disdainful glance, exclaiming, "You little lecher, behave yourself tonight." The atmosphere between the two was palpable, almost as if something's up was written all over their faces. Once inside the tent, Oscar, not one to give up easily, attempted to switch places with Ma Hongjun, only to be met with a withering glare from May Anna that sent him scurrying back. It was a moment of pure hilarity. However, our peaceful slumber was abruptly interrupted in the dead of night by a thunderous crash resembling a demolition site. We all jolted awake and rushed outside, only to be greeted by the sight of Flander engaged in combat with a scorpion larger than an armored vehicle. The creature was completely white, with a tail that gleamed a menacing red, clearly not a benign entity. Ma Hongjun, resembling a walking encyclopedia, immediately identified it as the king of the earth, exclaiming it was a perfect match for his exquisite soul ring. I was utterly astonished. When did you become so knowledgeable about the soul beast encyclopedia? Flanders swiftly dispatched the scorpion, then, with an air of nonchalance, clapped his hands and declared, "Hongjun, it's your turn to collect." With a lifespan of around 4,000 years, it was a fine match for his grass phoenix martial spirit. Ma Hongjun, ever the dramatist, immediately entered into a mode of exaggerated praise. "Teacher, you are incredible. A soul sage's strength is truly terrifying." Flander beamed with pride. Subsequently, Ma Hongjun began the process of absorbing the soul ring. I can assure you, the sight was agonizing. His face turned as pale as an A4 sheet, beads of sweat cascading down like a torrential downpour. He endured for several hours, and we were all on edge. Flanders' face nearly in tears. When he finally reopened his eyes, several hours had passed. Just as we began to breathe a sigh of relief, Dai Mubai remarked with a peculiar expression, "Brother, the wind is a bit strong today. This isn't too advisable." Ma Hongjun glanced down, and to our astonishment, he realized he was completely naked, his clothes shattered by the energy. The scene was nothing short of scandalous. Mayana and Sister Dai were blushing furiously, covering their eyes while peeking through their fingers. Ma Hongjun swiftly darted into the bushes, borrowed a piece of clothing from Fat Tiger, and emerged attempting to maintain an air of composure. Flander approached him with reddened eyes, patting his shoulder and asking, "You rascal, are you all right? Quickly tell me, what soul skill did you acquire? Why did it take so long?" Ma Hongjun felt his excitement bubbling over, unable to conceal the joy on his face. "Let me see. It seems that besides the soul skill, I have obtained something even more precious." He built suspense before finally revealing. The first soul skill is called Phoenix Roar Strike. It has immense explosive power, capable of stunning opponents within a 5-meter radius, along with the added effect of magma burns. Upon hearing this, I was impressed. Such a formidable skill right from the first ring. Flander nodded approvingly. "Not bad. The first soul ring is an ultra-limit soul ring of 4,500 years. You will become a sharp blade within our team." The others looked on with envy. Ma Hongjun's ability to articulate the effects of his soul skill in front of us significantly boosted our trust in him. Yet Ma Hongjun, seemingly unsatisfied, sighed, "Alas, the soul power consumption is quite substantial. I estimate that with my current level 26 soul power, I can only unleash it once before being completely drained." Flanders shot him an exasperated look. "You ungrateful wretch. While others struggle with their first soul rings, you leap straight to one that rivals a 4th ring. And yet, you dare to complain." If outsiders heard this, they would surely weep with envy. As fate would have it, Oscar could no longer contain himself, his expression revealing his jealousy. And he retorted, "Come on, man. This soul skill has high damage and explosive potential. Even if it were given to me for free, I would cherish it." Ma Hongjun observed, and to his astonishment, not just Oscar, but Dai Mubai and the others were eyeing him with envy, their gazes almost predatory. It was a sensation of being the center of attention. Thus, he decided to escalate the situation further. In the next moment, the air in the tent became thick with tension. Ma Hongjun took a deep breath, and suddenly the area around his lower back bulged, and with a resounding duong, a scorpion tail made of white jade burst forth from behind him. The tail was translucent and glistening, with a vicious red hook at the tip. Clearly not a benign accessory. Of course, his newly acquired pants were now torn asunder. He controlled it with great difficulty, drenched in sweat, and sheepishly grinned at us. Ahem. I couldn't quite control it. It was too itchy. In truth, this peculiar appendage was his most significant gain. Flander, upon witnessing this, turned pale. Rushing forward and nearly covering Ma Hongjun's mouth, he lowered his voice, almost in a panic. "External spirit bone. You fool. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Quickly, put it away." The younger ones were left bewildered, but Dai Mubai seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, stroking his chin and inquiring, "Director, is this an external spirit bone?" "Not just any external spirit bone." Flander scanned the surroundings, ensuring no one was around, before exhaling in relief and commencing his lesson. "Do you have any idea how low the drop rate for spirit bones is? Less than 1 in 1,000. And what Ma Hongjun possesses is an external spirit bone that is 1,000 times more powerful than a regular one. The most insane part is that it can level up alongside you. Its value is beyond imagination. The Spirit Hall would go to great lengths for a 10,000-year soul ring. And if this were discovered, Ma Hongjun would be carted away for dissection." Ma Hongjun struggled mightily to retract the flamboyant tail, and then began performing for us. Strutting over to Dai Mubai, brimming with arrogance, "Boss Dai, are you envious? Don't be. You'll never get one like this." Dai Mubai's expression darkened. Had it not been for the fear of losing, he might have challenged him right there. After this incident passed, Ma Hongjun suggested they ought to give this treasure a flamboyant name. Oscar proposed Tale of the Earth, which sounded lackluster at best. Dai Mubai, in a fit of absurdity, blurted out Emperor's Whip. At that moment, I wanted to ask him if he understood the implications of such a name. It sounded quite indecorous. Ultimately, it was Mayana who offered a sensible name, Earth Whip, which was at least somewhat fitting. In the following days, luck was on our side, and one by one, we successfully acquired our soul rings. Ma Hongjun, in particular, hit the jackpot with his second soul ring, which was a staggering 8,000 years old, granting him a skill called Blazing Sun Thrust, a guaranteed single-target attack that made him akin to a human cannon. We returned to Shrek smoothly, without incident. Upon arriving at the academy, Ma Hongjun began contemplating the drawbacks of his phoenix martial spirit. One day, he barged into Flander's office while Flander was counting golden spirit coins. Ma Hongjun got straight to the point. "Teacher, I have found a way to resolve the shortcomings of my martial spirit. You must accompany me to Tiendo City." Flander, without lifting his gaze, replied, "Is it expensive? If it's too costly, I would rather you consider Mayana." "Teacher, I'm being serious." Ma Hongjun was in a state of urgency, proposing a bold plan. They must seek assistance from Dean Lu Erlong of Lamba Academy. Upon hearing the name Erlong, Flander abruptly halted his counting of coins. Sensing the potential in the situation, Ma Hongjun quickly intensified his plea, speaking with utmost sincerity. "Indeed, I require the introduction from my teacher's wife to meet you Tianheng of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family." The way he addressed her as teacher's wife made Flander feign disapproval, though his smile nearly reached his ears, revealing his excitement. This old miser, while verbally denying the notion, was clearly eager in his demeanor. Without further ado, he entrusted the academy to Zhao Wujia and hurriedly whisked Ma Hongjun towards Tiendo City. At that speed, it seemed he was more anxious to reunite with an old flame than to treat his disciple's ailment. 10 days later, upon arriving at Tiendo City, I must say, the city walls towered like a colossal beast. As the two entered through the city gates, they were greeted by a massive recruitment notice. Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy was earnestly seeking soul masters. Flander, overwhelmed with nostalgia, mused that the academy's name was unmistakably tied to Lu Erlong. Ma Hongjun promptly dragged Flander into a clothing store, outfitting him from head to toe in a brand new suit, while he himself acquired a matching ensemble. After their transformation, they set forth towards Lamba Academy. The academy was indeed grand, nestled within the forest, far surpassing Shrek Academy in size. Flander felt a pang of inferiority, contemplating retreat. However, Ma Hongjun channeled the energy of a motivational speaker, fervently instructing Flander, "Teacher, exude your presence. We must embody the aura of an aloof and commanding figure. For the happiness of Aunt Erlong, you cannot falter." Upon reaching the entrance, they were intercepted by the gatekeeper. Ma Hongjun stepped forward, politely stating, "Greetings, sir. We are here to see Dean Lu Erlong. This gentleman is Fei Xiang, an old friend of the dean." The gatekeeper, understanding the gravity of the situation, replied that without proof, they could not be permitted entry. Ma Hongjun shrugged and said, "Teacher, unleash your martial soul." In an instant, a colossal owl martial soul erupted from behind Flander, its 7 soul rings dazzling the eyes of onlookers. The gatekeeper's legs turned to jelly as he stammered, "Soul Saint, please, enter. I shall inform the dean immediately." Flander, attempting to maintain composure, walked in with an air of authority. The gatekeeper led them to a serene courtyard at the back of the academy, while Ma Hongjun whispered nervously, "Teacher, remember, no flattery. Remain serious." After a brief announcement, the door swung open, revealing a stunning beauty fresh from a bath, her simple blue dress accentuating her captivating figure. At that moment, I thought to myself, this is far more effective than any recruitment brochure. This beauty was Lu Erlong, and upon spotting Flander, her eyes sparkled with recognition. "Flander, what brings you here?" Just as Flander prepared to smile, Ma Hongjun shot him a warning glare, compelling him to adopt a stern expression. Clearing his throat, he replied, "I have come with a purpose. I seek your assistance." Lu Erlong, though puzzled, warmly invited them inside. Within the room, Flander relayed their situation. Lu Erlong readily agreed to help. Ma Hongjun, with a honeyed tone, exclaimed, "Thank you, Sister Erlong. You are truly beautiful." It's no wonder our teacher speaks of you so often. Flanders' face flushed with embarrassment, unable to counter the compliment. Ma Hongjun, stoking the flames further, quipped, "Does Aunt Erlong wish to have a talented child like me? My teacher has long desired such." Flander, unable to endure any longer, interrupted hastily. "Ahem, Erlong, it has been a while. Let's take a stroll and share a meal. It's on me." At that moment, Lu Erlong's eyes lit up with excitement. She gazed at Flander with delight, her smile blooming like a flower. "Oh, Flander, have you struck it rich? I've never seen you so generous. Let us go to Zue Chun Lu. I intend to extort a small fortune from you today." Flander's face turned crimson, his heart soaring with joy, yet he feigned nonchalance. Stammering, "Well, I can't be stingy with you." The tone was unbearably sweet. Lu Erlong, aware of the underlying intentions, pretended not to notice. Her heart racing at the possibility of Flander confessing his feelings, which would undoubtedly lead to an awkward situation. Meanwhile, my perceptive disciple Ma Hongjun spotted cucumber slices on the table and remarked, "Aunt Erlong, your skincare routine is impressive. I see you use cucumber masks daily." Lu Erlong chuckled in response, retorting, "What? You use them too? No wonder your skin is so smooth." Ma Hongjun, clever as ever, turned to Lu Erlong and suggested, "My teacher could certainly benefit from your cucumber. It would guarantee his handsomeness." Just as Lu Erlong was about to retort, Flanders suddenly took on a serious demeanor, proclaiming the importance of cherishing those in the present. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, rendering the room silent. Lu Erlong's expression changed, clearly reminded of a past love who had betrayed her. Upon entering Zue Chun Lu, the establishment exuded grandeur. Lu Erlong wasted no time, teasing Flander as she settled in. "Flander, it's quite pricey here. Should I foot the bill?" Flander, puffing out his chest, declared, "Nonsense. I would flinch at spending thousands of gold soul coins." The anticipation in the air was palpable. My disciple awaited this very moment. With the menu snatched from his hands, Lu Erlong called for the most expensive dishes, while Flanders' face transitioned from a deep crimson to a pale hue, his heart bleeding. Yet he maintained his composure. "Order as you wish." The scene was utterly absurd. To add to the intrigue, Lu Erlong summoned her nephew Yu Qianheng to join them. As the dishes began to arrive, Lu Erlong had already imbibed enough to become quite tipsy. The moment the door opened, Yu Qianheng entered with a group. Resembling a well-organized team, Lu Erlong's alcohol-induced haze evaporated as she instantly transformed into a serious elder. My disciple Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled. This was precisely the opportunity he sought, as the person he was looking for, Duguyen, was among them. Initially, Yu Qianheng and his group were courteous, but my disciple, confident as ever, quickly seated them, declaring, "Since you're here, we're all family. My teacher is treating today, so no need for formality." He then called out, "Waiter, bring 8 servings of the most expensive fried rice." I could hardly bear to witness Flanders' expression at that moment. Clearly, my disciple was playing the role of a social butterfly. Among the group was a girl with purple hair named Duguyen, who was particularly lively, eager to introduce my disciple to her friend, the cold and distant Yi Lingling. However, when Ma Hongjun proudly declared his age as 11, the room fell silent. Flander quickly clarified that it was due to his unique martial soul. Just as Duguyen was about to dismiss the idea, my disciple boldly proclaimed, "A beautiful exterior is commonplace, but an intriguing soul is rare." I was left astounded. Where had he learned such words? Even more astonishing was the reaction of the Ice Queen Yi Lingling, who burst into laughter. Not only did she laugh, but a radiant glow emanated from her, leading to her immediate breakthrough. It was as if knowledge had been directly traded for progress. One phrase had elevated her status. The entire room was left in disbelief. Yu Qianheng quickly introduced the 9-heart begonia martial soul, the strongest healing soul in the continent, albeit with a curse. Suddenly, everything made sense. No wonder the girl seemed so withdrawn. Then Lu Erlong, ever blunt, addressed Yi Lingling before everyone. "My dear, what do you think of my junior? Isn't it time for a formidable partner to break your curse?" Wow, that was direct. Yi Lingling's face flushed crimson, although she claimed to be merely interested. Her gaze frequently darted towards Ma Hongjun. My disciple, possessing remarkable emotional intelligence, quickly stepped in to diffuse the tension, humorously adding, "Oh, I know I'm handsome, but let us not make things difficult for the ladies." Douluo erupted in laughter, exclaiming, "You think you're handsome?" Ma Hongjun, seizing the moment, replied, "Of course. I am a promising talent." With that exchange, Douluo was instantly charmed, vowing to protect him in Tiando City. Remarkably, this plan had barely begun, yet they had already achieved half of their goal. At that moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that my disciple was basking in an aura of extraordinary luck. "Sister, I shall take your words to heart." Ma Hongjun was utterly elated. Yu Qianheng, observing from the side, showed no signs of jealousy. His eyes were filled with curiosity, likely pondering the origins of this fellow. I must tell you, I felt an immense satisfaction at that moment. However, Yu Qianheng, like a surveillance camera, scanned back and forth between me and Douluo. Surprisingly, he remained magnanimous, refraining from envy, perhaps lost in analysis, questioning how I, upon first meeting, had managed to win over the sister of my goddess. Little did he know, I came prepared, in pursuit of my celestial plan. I was willing to call her anything, even auntie, driven by the determination to achieve my goals by any means necessary. Eventually, that old fellow Flender also caught on, likely realizing I had serious matters to attend to. Perhaps feeling awkward whispering sweet nothings with his partner Lu Erlong in our youthful company. He waved his hand grandly and reserved a private room for himself and Lu Erlong to reminisce. Once the adults departed, the scene was immediately mine. I transformed into the life of the party, leading the Tianshou royal team in revelry. Initially, Douluo and the icy beauty Yi Lingling insisted they would not drink, citing poor alcohol tolerance. Yet by the end, those burly men were utterly incapacitated by the two of them, while they appeared as if they had merely sipped on soft drinks, their faces slightly flushed. Who among us understands? They had claimed they could not use soul power to sober up. Did these two ladies possess some kind of miraculous support? Witnessing this spectacle, I decided not to push my limits and strategically feigned drunkenness. I must confess, most of the drinks were offered by Yi Lingling. This girl, usually as cold as ice, was unexpectedly liberated that night, downing drink after drink. Later, I learned that she had been suppressed by her family's martial spirit issues since childhood, and that night, she finally let her emotions flow under the influence of alcohol. When the party came to an end, something even more outrageous occurred. Yi Lingling physically lifted me off the table, reserved a room, tossed me onto the bed, and then simply walked away. As for my cheap master Flender, he was nowhere to be found, likely lost in some corner with Lu Erlong, completely oblivious to the existence of his disciple. I lay on the soft, plush bed, inhaling the lingering fragrance of the young lady, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy. Had I struck a stroke of good fortune? Everything went exceedingly smoothly today. Regarding Yi Lingling, to be honest, there was a certain distinct feeling, but to say I liked her would be an exaggeration. At most, it was pure admiration. Yes, pure admiration. The following day, upon waking and preparing to settle my bill, I remembered I had borrowed a substantial sum of 5,000 gold soul coins from Sister Anna to forge connections. When I inquired at the front desk, the attendant informed me that a silver-haired lady had already settled my bill and left me a letter. Upon opening it, a delightful fragrance wafted out, and the elegant handwriting captivated me. The letter conveyed that I was quite amusing, that she had enjoyed herself the previous day, and that I could visit the Tianshou Royal Academy to play with her and Yin Yin if I wished. At that moment, I felt a bit giddy, holding the letter and grinning foolishly, pondering whether my springtime had arrived. Was love approaching like a whirlwind? Little did I know, while I was lost in my own reverie, the two sisters were busy planning my fate back at the academy. Douluo was whispering to Yi Lingling, "Lingling, what do you think of that Ma Hongjun? At less than 11 years old, he has already reached level 27. Is his talent sufficient to be considered as a suitable match for your family? Can you believe it?" They were not interested in me for my charm, but rather for my talent, hoping I would become a son-in-law to help Yi Lingling navigate her family's pressures for marriage. I was effectively reduced to a contemporary tool. Her family had imposed a strict directive on Yi Lingling, Within 3 years, she must find a remarkably talented boyfriend, or she would be forced to marry someone she did not like. Thus, their enthusiasm towards me was revealed, even going so far as to investigate my hometown, Wudong village, thoroughly. At that time, I was blissfully unaware. For the next 3 months, I shamelessly lingered at Lu Erlong's Blue Tyrant Academy alongside Flender. Flender incessantly bombarded Lu Erlong with teachings on moral principles, employing a relentless approach. Lu Erlong, who initially reacted with physical aggression, gradually grew accustomed to his persistence. Meanwhile, I oscillated between comforting Lu Erlong and visiting Tianshou City to foster my connections with Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling. Finally, after 3 months, I learned that their team would embark on a journey for practical experience. I thought to myself, I could wait no longer. My celestial herb plan must commence. I approached Dugu Yin, dropping a bombshell by revealing that her purple hair and blue eyes were not natural, but indicative of martial spirit poisoning, which could be lethal, but I possessed the means to cure her. Initially, she was skeptical, viewing my claims as mere jest. However, after consulting her grandfather, Dugu, she rushed back to find me the next day. She informed me, "My grandfather is both proud and eccentric. I dare not bring you directly to him. First, let me see if your healing truly works. If it does, I will introduce you to him, and you may request anything you desire." I was elated. I wasted no time in laying my cards on the table. "Sister Yin Yin, let us not beat around the bush. I can cure the poison within you, but I will need some rare medicinal herbs. My goal is to acquire some fine herbs from your grandfather." My words were delivered with earnestness. But who could fathom my true intentions? Could the finest celestial herbs be considered merely rare? This was strategic persuasion. Dugu Yin readily agreed, nodding in response. What must I do? I teased her. Do not worry. No need to disrobe. Otherwise, Brother Tianheng might come after me. She blushed, retorting with a haughty huff. You wouldn't dare. I am not his girlfriend, so don't get the wrong idea. I have no interest in you. You are too young. Now she was dismissing my youth. I could not be bothered to argue, leading her to my modest dwelling on the back mountain. Upon entering, without hesitation, I removed my upper garment, revealing my well-defined physique. Dugu Yin was taken aback, stammering, What are you doing? Didn't you say not to undress? Though she spoke thus, her large eyes could not help but steal glances. I rolled my eyes. I meant you could remain clothed. However, if you wish to see, feel free to look openly. No need for secretive glances. Ugh, who would look? She retorted, her voice defiant, though she hesitated and slowly removed her outer gear, leaving only a white undergarment. My dear friends, what a stroke of fortune. I am not that kind of person, but for the sake of the celestial herbs. I had to maintain my composure and avert my gaze. At that moment, my mind was consumed by a singular thought. This opportunity was mine to seize. The ice and fire eyes would belong to me. I absolutely could not allow Tang San to get ahead of me. Dugu Yin, noticing my prolonged silence and lost in thought, puffed her cheeks in annoyance. Hey, did you hear what I said? Today's events must not be disclosed. I snapped back to reality, quickly apologizing. Seeing my nonchalant demeanor, she lost interest in further debate, coldly huffing. Let us begin. How should I cooperate with you? First, lie on the bed, I replied succinctly. Her face flushed again, likely cursing my lack of propriety. Once on the bed, we sat cross-legged facing each other, our palms aligned. I activated my flame breathing, summoning a scorching soul power instantly. I briefly explained, stating it was a special ability of my mutated martial soul, capable of devouring the toxins within her body. Are you ready? I will begin. It may feel a bit warm, so bear with it, I cautioned her. With a rosy complexion, she murmured softly, All right, go ahead. As my intense soul power surged within her, I quickly realized that this task was far more taxing than I anticipated. The consumption of soul power was immense. 10 minutes passed, and Dugu Yin was already drenched in sweat, panting, it's so hot. Are you done yet? Almost there, just a bit longer. I reassured her. I too am nearing my limit, concentrating all my energy, cautiously absorbing the toxins from her meridians. Of course, I held back a bit, leaving some of the crucial toxins untouched. For one, must always be wary. After another 10 minutes, I finally managed to reclaim most of the toxins within her body along with my soul power. These toxins are indeed a tremendous boon for me. I quickly sat cross-legged, commencing the digestion of my soul power. Suddenly, a soft pop resonated within me. A barrier shattered instantaneously, and a surge of even stronger soul power erupted forth. I, Hongjun, have officially broken through to the rank of a 28th level soul master. Just as I reveled in my success, the bathroom door swung open, revealing a stunning beauty with black hair and emerald eyes stepping out. Douluo's hair had transformed from purple to a beautiful black. She gazed at me excitedly. Is it beautiful? Thank you. My purple hair is truly gone. I nodded honestly. Yes, it looks much better than the purple hair. Come on, quickly get dressed. We must go find my grandfather. Her eagerness was palpable. I hastily donned my clothes, and we made our way to the Douluo residence. Upon reaching her grandfather's study, she hurriedly pushed the door open, while I remained patiently outside. A voice filled with a blend of exasperation and affection emanated from within. Yin, why are you always so reckless? Grandfather, I have come to bring you good news. Look at my hair, Douluo declared, showcasing her transformation. Shortly after, a slender, green-haired elder, the poisoned Douluo, stood up in shock. Huh? Your hair? What is happening? It was only then that Douluo remembered me and called me inside. Upon entering, I was immediately enveloped by a suffocating pressure. After all, he was a titled Dalu. I respectfully bowed. I am a Hongjun, paying my respects to the esteemed poisoned Dalu. Douluo's emerald-like eyes scrutinized me coldly as he stated, For Yin sake, speak. What do you desire? As long as it is reasonable, I shall grant it. His imposing aura would have made my knees weak were it not for Douluo's presence, who playfully urged him not to maintain such a stern demeanor. Once his tone softened, I took a deep breath, looked him in the eye, and spoke each word deliberately. I have not come to repay a favor. I am here to treat your ailment. As soon as I uttered those words, the air in the study seemed to freeze, and a wave of terrifying killing intent erupted. Let me tell you, the moment that elder unleashed his killing intent, my legs nearly buckled. The pressure bore down upon me like a mountain, making me feel as though I might be crushed into a mere scrap of paper. But could I show fear? Absolutely not. I quickly activated my external enhancement, the breath of the sun, doubling my physical prowess, and managed to stand firm. On the surface, I had to maintain my facade, trembling slightly as if I were terrified yet resolute. Fortunately, the old poison master was merely trying to intimidate me. His pressure was only at the level of a soul master, and he had no intention of doing me harm, seeing that I could withstand it. A glimmer of appreciation shone in his eyes as he remarked, You possess some skill. No wonder you can treat Yin-Yan's poison. Speak, what conditions do you seek? I shall keep my word. Douluo was on the verge of tears, but upon witnessing her grandfather relent, she sighed in relief. I must say, this girl has excellent upbringing, believing in the importance of gratitude. If her grandfather were to strike me, I suspect she would truly sever ties with him. But am I the sort of person who seeks petty gains? My temper flared, and I resolutely reiterated, I have said, treating Sister Yin is an act of kindness. No need for recompense. I am here to help you with your poison. Interesting, the old poison master chuckled, seemingly amused rather than angered, patiently explaining, Young one, the poison within me is 100-fold more severe than what Yin suffers. Do you think curing hers will suffice for mine? That is wishful thinking. I could tell that he valued emotional connections and camaraderie, although he likely harbored suspicions about my intentions. The fact that I had saved his granddaughter's life meant he wasn't the type to turn his back on me. The opportunity had arrived. It was time for me to present the standard answers I had memorized in my previous life. Clearing my throat, I began to enumerate, Old Senior. Do you experience a tingling and itching sensation in your ribs on rainy days, occurring twice a day for an hour each time? Also, do you feel a sharp pain in your head and soles at midnight, akin to being pricked by hundreds of needles, causing your entire body to twitch for at least half an hour? Upon hearing my words, the old poison master's eyes widened in disbelief. How do you know this? You, young man, possess medical knowledge? I feigned nonchalance, replying calmly, I have a slight understanding of it. In truth, I was relying on the spoilers I had encountered. But to them, my words sounded like the modesty of an unparalleled master. Dugu Bo's expression turned grave as he instructed his granddaughter, Yin Yin, step outside and guard the door for us. Dugu Yin turned back repeatedly, warning her grandfather, Grandfather, you must not bully Brother Hongjun, or I will never speak to you again. This warmed my heart. Ah, that elder must be thinking that his granddaughter is growing up and will soon leave him. Once the door was closed, the old poison master got straight to the point. Young man, did you approach Yin Yin with ulterior motives? Or did you happen upon her condition by chance? I was taken aback for a moment, then began my performance, feigning innocence. Senior, I am no deity, and there is no one behind me. How could I have known in advance? If you doubt me, feel free to investigate. My intentions are pure. No connections. He squinted at me. How old are you? What is your soul power? This was my trump card. I promptly reported my stats. Almost 11 years old. 28th level soul master. I expect to reach soul master status soon. Hiss. He inhaled sharply, his expression akin to seeing a ghost, at not even 11 years old. Your talent is extraordinary. Your martial soul must be of the highest quality, at least 9th level innate soul power. I was elated internally, but maintained an air of indifference. Oh, I possess a top-tier beast martial soul, the Phoenix. Just innate, full soul power, nothing unusual. The old poison master's gaze towards me transformed completely, as if he were gazing at a treasure, and he even seemed inclined to propose a match. Little monster, what do you think of my granddaughter Yin Yin? I am interested. I quickly interrupted. I have no such intentions. Sister Yin Yin is 5 years my senior, and I regard her as a sister. Besides, she already has someone she likes. I was not keen on getting entangled in such matters. He sighed, a hint of regret in his voice, but quickly redirected the conversation, asking with some urgency, can you truly cure my poison? Speak, what are your conditions? I shall grant you 3 requests if you can resolve it. The fox's tail was finally revealed. I feigned depth as I replied, I have a 50% certainty. However, with the aid of some rare spiritual herbs, the probability could rise above 90%. Spiritual herbs? His eyes lit up at this notion. When it comes to spiritual herbs, I dare say no one in this continent would claim to be superior. Kulme, I shall take you to a splendid place. My heart surged with excitement. The plan was a success. Without further ado, he led me out, quickly informing Dugu Yin before we soared out of Tiendo City. At that speed, we reached the depths of the setting sun forest in half an hour. As I felt the flight speed of a tidal Douluo and watched the scenery was pass beneath us, a singular thought occupied my mind. I too shall possess this power one day. Eventually, he brought me to a cliffside, surrounded by toxic mists, brimming with pride. Little monster, do you feel it? This formation cost me a fortune to set up. Even a tidal Douluo must tread carefully. I readily joined in with fervent praise, powerful, truly deserving of being the world's foremost poison master. I am in awe. However, with such strict protection, there must certainly be great treasures hidden within. I feigned ignorance while my true intentions were clear. He seemed pleased, his tone becoming much more congenial. Just call me the old poison master. You're sharp. I'm sure you've guessed. I seized the opportunity. Then I shall not be rude. Old poison master, the aura of this place has become almost palpable, surely indicating the abundance of excellent medicinal herbs. He nodded and, quite unusually, opened up to me, revealing that his achievement as a tidal Douluo was entirely dependent on this precious land. He lamented that he had already experienced the sorrow of sending off a white-haired person, and did not wish to see his granddaughter follow the same path, which is why he placed such trust in me. Upon hearing this, I thought, well, the atmosphere has reached this point, so I too relaxed and confidently declared, fear not, old poison master, with the medicinal herbs here. I am more than confident that my humble assertions are an understatement. I guarantee a cure. I believe you. Follow me, he replied. To my astonishment, he leaped from the cliff. I was left dumbfounded. This was reminiscent of the trials faced by Tang San in the original story. Was he testing me? Had he forgotten I was a flying phoenix? Without hesitation, I summoned my martial spirit, unfurling a pair of flaming wings behind me, and dove after him. I landed gracefully beside him, and the old poison master looked at me with a hint of surprise. Good lad, I had forgotten you possess a flight-type martial spirit. How do you fare in this environment? I rolled my eyes internally while maintaining a casual demeanor. It's bearable, just about able to breathe. In truth, I had secretly activated the double constitution of the sun's breath. Otherwise, I would have succumbed to this infernal place with its extreme temperatures. Playing the fool to catch the wise, this was my forte. He regarded me thoughtfully, nodding. Indeed, the strength of your physique is nearing that of a soul master. I casually deflected his praise, but my eyes were already transfixed. There, in the center of the valley, was a hot spring, half ice blue and half crimson, emanating a mysterious steam, the eye of ice and fire. Those who understand know that this is Tang San's greatest boon, now right before my eyes. And this old man does not recognize its value. All of it is mine. My excitement made my hands tremble. The old poison master, noticing my intense gaze fixed on the hot spring, cautioned me. Little monster, do not touch that. The energy could cause you to explode. How could I not know? Yet, I needed to demonstrate my worth. Suppressing my excitement, I asserted, I am well aware. This is the Eye of Ice and Fire, one of the 3 great treasure troves. A paradise for botanical life. With the herbs from this place, I can surely heal you. Now, it was his turn to be excited. All my herbs are grown here. Feel free to use them. Quickly, tell me how I can assist. Could I lead him by the nose? I feigned nonchalance. Why the rush? Shouldn't I first see what herbs are available? Your poison has been around for quite some time. Consequently, I casually remarked, do you think I'm a deity? This old fellow, with keen ears, suddenly looked at me with suspicion. Do you know of the existence of deities? Have you received a divine inheritance? My heart skipped a beat, but then I thought, why not take a chance? This is a tremendous opportunity. I decided to embark on my boldest deception. I feigned profundity. And what of it? What if not? Old poison master, would you dare to act against me? You underestimate me. He waved his hand dismissively. The divine inheritance was beyond his reach, and he was counting on me to save both him and his granddaughter. Moreover, he added, is it so easy to kill a divine inheritor? I should be flattering you instead. Success. The fish had taken a bait. I immediately began spinning grand tales. What I have received is the title of the fire god, which does not align with your attributes. Even if I were to disclose the location, you would be unable to inherit it. Furthermore, according to protocol, such matters must remain confidential. Upon hearing this, he seemed enlightened. So that's the case. No wonder you can counteract my poison. It all makes sense. You truly are a remarkable being. Do not forget the old man when you ascend to divinity. I smiled with confidence. Rest assured, I have secured the fire god's title. However, old poison master, have you never considered becoming a deity yourself? Me? He chuckled self-deprecatingly. He believed reaching the pinnacle of Douluo was already a lofty aspiration. Become a deity? That is too unrealistic. What if I told you I have a way for you to gain a divine inheritance? I dangled the ultimate temptation. He paused, breathless. But being a seasoned veteran, he quickly regained his composure. Clever lad, you nearly ensnared me. Speak, what are your terms? Just do not be excessive. And you must prove that you indeed possess a divine inheritance for me to believe you. I knew the timing was not yet right. I was merely planting a seed in his mind. Thus, I shifted the conversation. Let us set that aside for now and focus on the matter of the antidote. You promised me 3 conditions. All right, speak. He now trusted me 7 or 8 parts. Clearing my throat, I began to list my conditions, each more audacious than the last. First, I demanded unrestricted access to the medicinal herbs in this garden. I should be able to harvest them whenever I wish. Fine, no problem. He agreed readily, even tossing me a jade vial containing 10 antidote pills that would allow me to navigate the poisonous mists outside with ease. I grinned, accepting the vial, and continued. Secondly, I need your assistance in establishing a power. I will find a way to provide the funds. For now, you will serve as a guest elder for 5 years. After that, whether you stay or go is up to you. Of course, should you choose to remain, I will certainly assist you in achieving divinity once I ascend. You little rascal, you are waiting for me here. He shot me an annoyed glare, but still acquiesced. Fine, I agree. However, I'm accustomed to my freedom. Do not expect me to do anything against my will. As for the third condition, whenever I encounter trouble, you must lend me your aid without refusal. These three conditions practically bound him for decades to come. I painted a picture of divinity for him, securing not only his formidable prowess, but also the finest medicinal garden in the continent all to myself. In the end, this old poison master had no inkling of my manipulation. He believed that aside from the second condition being somewhat troublesome, the rest was trivial, even feeling a bit guilty. He produced a blue pouch from his robe and handed it to me. Seeing that your spatial soul guide is rather unimpressive, I gift you this Ru E Bao Bao pouch. It possesses ample space, can preserve medicinal materials, and sustain living creatures. My goodness, this unexpectedly left me feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, I have thick skin. Why would I refuse a treasure handed to me? I accepted it eagerly, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will certainly cure both you and Sister Yin Yin." He gazed at me, becoming somewhat sentimental. "Do not put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you cannot heal me, as long as you can cure my granddaughter, that would suffice." His heartfelt words moved me deeply, and I forgot about the celestial herbs entirely. I discarded my outer garments and declared grandly, "I will definitely heal you. Let us begin now. Otherwise, having received so much from you, I would feel guilty." He paused for a moment, his face flushing. Shall I also take off my clothes?" I roll my eyes. "We are both grown men. What is there to be shy about? Just remove your shirt." Only then did he awkwardly comply, revealing his gaunt physique. Comparing our figures, he was instantly overshadowed. He tried to maintain his pride. "What are you staring at? I am merely concealing my strength. You are but a silver facade." I had no desire to banter. I simply explained my plan to him. I would channel my soul power into his body, gradually devouring the toxins. He understood immediately and posed a crucial question. "Even if we cleanse it this time, wouldn't the toxins still retaliate whenever I use my martial spirit?" This was simple. I had already devised a countermeasure. At that time, you only need to acquire a soul bone specifically designed to absorb any newly generated toxins. Upon hearing this, he realized his oversight and slapped his thigh in regret. Of course. Why did I not think of that? I truly was being narrow-minded. Next came the treatment. We sat cross-legged opposite each other, and I directed my soul power into him, beginning to consume the Bailin snake poison. To my surprise, this poison was a tremendous boon for me, as my first soul ring was indeed from the Bailin snake. In less than 5 minutes, I was drenched in sweat, having exhausted most of my soul power, yet I gritted my teeth and persevered. Only when my last vestige of soul power was depleted did I withdraw, promptly sitting to meditate and recover. Meanwhile, the old poison master stood up, invigorated, stretching his back and discovering that his waist no longer ached and his legs no longer hurt. He felt rejuvenated. Upon further inspection, he realized that nearly 1/10 of the toxins within him had been purged. At this moment, he was utterly convinced of my identity as the fire god's successor. By the time I completed my training, the sky had darkened. As I opened my eyes, exhilaration coursed through me, having absorbed just a modicum of his poison. I felt myself on the cusp of reaching the 29th level. A couple more times, and a breakthrough would be assured. The old poison master, noticing my well-being, appeared even more spirited and inquired with a smile, "How about it? Is this method effective? It's getting late. Let us head back to avoid worrying Yin Yin. We can continue tomorrow." Although I was eager to harvest those celestial herbs, I understood the necessity of patience and simply nodded. "All right, we shall return tomorrow." This place, rich in life essence, facilitated a swift recovery of my soul power. We would resume our endeavors come morning. Truth be told, I had grown quite fond of this locale. For the subsequent half-month, I visited this spot daily with the old poison master, as if it were my job. Thanks to absorbing his residual poison, I surged directly to the 29th level. What a delight! During this period, his granddaughter, Yin, made an appearance. The scene was quite something. I can only say I did my utmost, cleansing her of poison to an impeccable degree. However, I truly could not fathom the old man's logic. Instead of procuring a soul bone for his granddaughter to resolve her issues entirely, he persistently hinted that Yin Yin would be entrusted to me in the future. What did the family know? This old fellow wants me to become his granddaughter's exclusive detoxifier, doesn't he? While I believe I possess a fair amount of self-control, his approach makes it exceedingly challenging for me. I must hasten to grow stronger and subdue this old fellow completely, then recruit Douluo into my ranks. At that time, I shall impart upon her the flame-breathing technique for a lasting solution. This technique is etched in my mind. Teaching it to her would be a mere formality. During these 2 weeks, I did not idle away my time, thoroughly examining the treasures in this medicinal garden. I must tell you, it felt as though this was an exquisitely tailored super beginner's gift package. That 8-pointed profound ice grass, chilling yet invigorating, felt like a refreshing breeze from an air conditioner, calming the malevolent fire within me. Beside it stood the supreme fire poison herb, the fiery apricot blossom. I would wager that if I were to consume both simultaneously, my malevolent phoenix martial soul would undoubtedly ascend. A second awakening would no longer be a mere dream. In the original tale, this was Tang San's advantage, but now, I must apologize. Third brother, your advantage has been duly received. In addition to these two, there exists the miraculous fungus and heavenly chrysanthemum, which can cultivate an indestructible body, the very herb that aided Dai Mubai in his breakthrough. And then there's the most exquisite heartbreak red, the king of flowers. Of course, there's also the most suitable for me, the coxcomb phoenix sunflower, a pure yang tonic that can refine my flames and utterly resolve the malevolent fire dilemma. However, it does come with a side effect. It enhances my prowess in a particular aspect. I fell into silence. My friends, given my current abilities, a typical girl would scarcely withstand it. If this were to be amplified, what then? It would be utterly absurd. Alas, these treasures are for mere observation, as I have no idea how to harvest them. Attempting to do so might lead to my immediate demise. One day, I ultimately drained the poison from the old master, who seemed somewhat reluctant and remarked, "Little monster, my poison is now gone. Does that mean I need not return tomorrow?" Over the past half-month, we have shared our true selves daily, our bond as close as if we were wearing the same trousers. I gazed at him, my expression turning serious. Old Poison Master, today marks a significant occasion. I hereby declare the establishment of my force, Tianluo Di Wang. My fervor painted an ambitious vision before him. In the future, I aspire to construct a city more magnificent than the Spirit City, erecting a Tianluo hall more splendid than the Pope's palace. To my surprise, instead of mocking me, the old master regarded me with admiration. "You possess ambition. I appreciate that. Very well, as per our agreement. I shall serve as your guest elder in Tianluo Di Wang." I was profoundly touched, bowing deeply. "Thank you, old Poison Master. When I ascend to divinity, I shall never forget your assistance today." He quickly helped me rise, stroking his now darkened beard, laughing heartily. "In the future, it will be I who should bow to you. Though it is just the two of us now, with a titled Douluo at the helm, who would dare not come?" Indeed, I smiled confidently, knowing that new recruits would soon follow. I had already devised plans to recruit my sister, Ma Xiaodai, and my sister, Anna. They simply had to join, especially Anna, whose family is the wealthiest in Suatawa City. With her participation, our initial funding would be resolved. With a titled Douluo stationed, I could hardly believe her family would refuse. However, the old man shifted his tone, returning to his earlier topic. "I will merely oversee. Do not expect me to handle the mundane tasks. Unless you agree to pair up with Yin Yin, then you may call me grandfather, and that would be a different matter." I was left bewildered, nearly in tears. "Good sir, your granddaughter is 7 years my senior. She has a boyfriend, the future heir of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan. How could I ever measure up? Please spare me." To my astonishment, the old man became enraged, exclaiming, "Shallow, I have my eyes set on you. It must happen. Later, I will concoct some potion like I love a stick of firewood to ensure you are ensnared." I was utterly petrified. Could it be played this way? I had no choice but to lay my cards on the table. "Old Poison Master, to be frank, my little malevolent fire is simply beyond the capacity of an ordinary woman. You are pushing your granddaughter into a fire pit." Yet he waved his hand dismissively. wearing an expression that seemed to imply I was unaware of my good fortune. What is wrong with that? It's quite normal for nobles to have multiple wives and concubines. You are squandering your talent. I could not continue this conversation. Hastily changing the subject. Let us call it a day. We should return. I need to buy a residence in Tiando City as a base. Unexpectedly, he replied, no need to purchase. Prince Shueshing gifted me a large estate, which has been empty. I shall give it to you as our Tian Luo Di Wang's base. My mind raced. This old poison master is truly my benefactor. Upon exiting the valley, I looked at him, smiling radiantly. Old poison master, do you know what I'm thinking right now? He wore a smug expression. You are undoubtedly moved by my generosity. I nodded vigorously, showering him with flattery. A title Douluo is indeed fearsome, truly grand. Henceforth, this ice and fire yin yang, I shall serve as the back garden of our Tian Luo Di Wang. You have no objections, I hope? He huffed. I've already stated you may use the medicinal herbs here as you please. What difference does it make? The distinction is significant. I hurried to clarify that using freely is not the same as giving this place to me. If you were to give it to me, dream on. He immediately interrupted, shifting the topic again, though not unfavorably. What about my granddaughter? Stop. I activated my martial soul, flapping my wings and soaring towards Tiando City. I no longer wanted any part of this. If I lingered, I feared he might genuinely concoct something like I love a stick of firewood. Upon reaching Tiando City and beholding the estate he gifted me, I was utterly astounded. It was simply colossal. Moreover, it was styled in my favorite retro design. I was overwhelmed with gratitude. Old Poison Master, you are truly wonderful. Were it not for Yin Yin having a boyfriend, I would certainly offer myself as your grandson-in-law. He scowled, tossing me the keys, snorting as he departed, likely incensed by my words. The following day, with nothing pressing to attend to, I decided to visit Principal Flanders and my Aunt Lu Erlong. To my astonishment, the dating strategies I had taught Flanders regarding playing Go had yielded remarkable results. This old fox, employing an information disparity, purposefully allowed Lu Erlong to win by a hair's breadth each time, thus igniting her competitive spirit while making her feel cherished. This approach was truly a textbook example of boiling a frog in warm water. Eventually, Lu Erlong could no longer tolerate it, abruptly pushing the Go board aside. Humph. You let me win again. I shan't play with you anymore. Hongjun, you come. An opportunity had arisen. My eyes sparkled as I cheerfully suggested. Playing Go alone is rather dull. Why not raise the stakes? All right, what shall we wager? Lu Erlong readily agreed. I laid down a bold condition. If I lose, I shall obey your every command. If you instruct me to drive away my teacher, I shall comply without question. Lu Erlong's eyes lit up. Excellent. It is settled. Flandre was jumping up and down beside me, seething with anger. You little rascal, are you getting cocky? I remained composed as I gazed at Lu Erlong. Aunt Erlong, I'll let you go first, but if you lose, you must agree to one condition of mine. I intentionally refrained from revealing what that condition was. She dismissed it entirely. Fine. You go first. An hour later, Lu Erlong stared blankly at the chessboard. Her expression one of utter dejection. What peculiar strategy is this? It's simply unpreventable. I placed my final piece down, a slight smile gracing my lips. This is called the art of war chess. The world is like a chessboard, and you have lost. Now, speak. My condition is quite simple. I wish to invite you and teacher to join my Tianshua Dian as chief elders. Both Flandre and Lu Erlong were taken aback, their first reaction being that I had been deceived by the old poison master and had become his pawn. I rolled my eyes, exasperated. What are you two thinking? This force is established by me, and the old poison master is someone I invited to be a guest elder. I am the sect leader. Upon hearing this, they were left speechless. An 11-year-old child forming a faction and recruiting a title Douluo? Who would dare to write such a script? Once Flandre regained his composure, he slammed the table excitedly. His face flushed. Look, Erlong, this is my disciple. The future is undoubtedly a title Douluo. Hongjun, I join. Lu Erlong also snapped back to reality, looking at me with a complex expression. What path does this faction intend to take? I had long since devised my grand blueprint, laying it out plainly. We shall neither be a sect nor a cult. What we aim to establish is a commercial and intelligence network. My goal is to create a commercial empire and intelligence network that spans the entire continent. Flandra wore an incredulous expression. You, kid, have you ever possessed over 4 digits in gold soul coins? I felt a slight embarrassment. Indeed, whether in my past life or this one, I was utterly destitute. Yet, I retorted confidently, facts speak louder than words. You will see in due time. Lu Erlong observed my confident demeanor, pondered for a moment, and finally nodded. All right. Since you are so confident, I will trust you this once. I will take on the role of Elder of Dian. Upon hearing this, I was elated, seizing the moment to elaborate. Aunt Erlong, rest assured, this does not mean you will be overburdened. Initially, you will merely steer the ship. And when the time comes for a larger operation, I will promptly appoint a city lord for Dian, allowing you and Teacher Flandra to be the revered figures behind the scenes. Upon hearing this, Flandra immediately became alert, casting a sideways glance at me. You little rascal. Are you shifting all the work onto us? Do you intend to learn from me and become a hands-off manager? Good grief, he had the audacity to say that. I immediately feigned a pitiful expression. Teacher, by the heavens, I am responsible for the overall strategy and securing investments. Without funds, how can we develop? Moreover, the elder Poison Douluo has agreed to be our chief guest elder. If I were to let him down, wouldn't he flay me alive? Can you bear to see me bear all this alone? Lu Erlong, being soft-hearted and a classic tough exterior but soft interior, upon seeing my pitiful state, relented. All right. I see your pitiful appearance. But let me be clear, I will help you manage now, while there are few people, but once the numbers grow and matters become numerous, I will not take responsibility. Upon hearing this, I was filled with hope, my eyes lighting up. That S settled then. Aunt Erlong, you are the best. Oh, by the way, if you're no longer interested in managing Lamb Academy, why not merge with Teacher S. Shrek? Our Shrek is filled with geniuses, and once that happens, Teacher can manage it all alone, which would surely delight him. It's his lifelong dream. Hearing this, Teacher Flandra perked up, leaning in with a sly smile. Well, perhaps we can discuss that when Erlong becomes your master wife. That wouldn't be too late. Ahem, just kidding, Erlong, I was wrong. Please don't hit me. Give me some face. I must say, Teacher Flandra had truly thick skin. But upon seeing Lu Erlong beginning to conjure a fireball, he instantly became timid. Cold sweat trickling down. Remarkably, Lu Erlong did not strike directly. She merely snorted coldly, speak foolishly again, and don't blame me for being ungracious. Even if I forget about Xiao Gang, that doesn't mean you can easily catch up. Flandra, hearing this, mistook it for a sign of hope and immediately began to flatter her, proclaiming her youthful beauty and how even in anger she appeared adorable, truly unbearable to witness. However, Lu Erlong was completely unmoved, unleashing her martial spirit in full form. A massive fire dragon swiftly ensnared Flandra, tossing him around like a toy in midair. Sensing the situation was amiss, I quickly retreated. Good heavens, I was directly subjected to the cringe-worthy display of affection between these two middle-aged individuals, seemingly engaged in a love-hate relationship. Yet, I could see that Lu Erlong was merely scaring him, not genuinely intending to harm him. Alas, poor Teacher, he was ultimately ensnared. After a week of such antics, we endeavored to recruit individuals in Tiando City, yet we garnered no prospects. The waters there were too deep, primarily dominated by nobility, and they completely disregarded us. Left with no choice, I decisively declared, let us go to Suatuwa City. I have connections there. Thus, Flandra, the elder Poison Douluo, whom I had persuaded to join us, and I boarded a carriage heading towards Suatuwa City. Along the way, the elder Poison Douluo could no longer contain himself, his face darkening as he questioned me. Little monster, why are you so intent on going to Suatuwa City? Although Tiando City is challenging, it is still superior to that small place. I assenti it. Flandra quickly intervened. Elder Dugu, I understand. Suatuwa City is home to the Mei family, a renowned commercial family on the continent. Though they have fallen on hard times, their foundation is sturdy. The key point is that the eldest daughter of the Mei family is Hongjun's recognized sister. Clearly, he intends to recruit the entire Mei family. Oh no! The moment those words were uttered, I felt the temperature in the carriage drop dramatically. Dugabo's gaze turned sharp as knives, piercing into me. Oh, a wealthy sister, you say? Oomph. I told you, you couldn't possibly look down on my yin-yin. Little monster, don't you owe me an explanation? I was left speechless. What is there to explain? Am I not allowed to make friends? Moreover, when did I ever say I had feelings for her? The elder poison Douluo was relentless, his imposing aura suffocating me. I have heard that the Mei family's young lady is several years older than Yin Yin. Did you not say you disliked older women? How is it that you find my granddaughter inferior to a fallen family? My temper flared, and I retorted boldly, Elder Poison, do not forget our agreement. I am the sect leader. If you continue to speak to me so rudely, just wait until I ascend to divinity. See if I bring you along. To my surprise, the old man, who was impervious to softness, seemed to shrink back at my threat, shifting to a more obstinate stance. Regardless, I don't care. I have already told Yin Yin that she is not permitted to associate with that kid from the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. If my granddaughter does not marry, young man will bear the responsibility. I roll my eyes, too exasperated to respond. Meanwhile, Teacher Flandra was frantically attempting to mediate, and before long, these two old men had somehow become brothers, which was utterly baffling. We hurriedly made our way to Satawa City, only to sense that the atmosphere was off. Outside the Mei family mansion, layers of soul masters surrounded it. Even members of the Spirit Hall were present. Inside the courtyard, two factions were in a standoff. The instigator was none other than Fei Long. His son, Fei Dong, was the one I had once frightened to the point of wetting himself. Good grief. It seemed Fei Long had struck a stroke of luck, having become a soul saint, and was now blocking the entrance, pressuring for a marriage proposal. I heard him bellowing, Mei Jin, marry your daughter to my son, and we shall let this matter rest. Otherwise, I will reduce the Mei family to ruins. The head of the Mei family, Mei Jin, was equally resolute, retorting, never. My Mei family would rather be shattered than live in disgrace. I noticed Sister Anna beside her father, quietly whispering something, likely calling for reinforcements. Then, the most revolting scene unfolded. Faced with a formidable enemy, two elders from the Mei family exchanged glances and stepped out the door, kneeling before Fei Long with a thud. They cried out, Master Fei, we are willing to surrender. At that moment, I thought to myself, these two old men understood the concept of a strategic retreat. The elder of the Mei family, furious, retaliated and unleashed his fourth soul technique, the tulip mist, which enveloped the entrance in a vast cloud of toxic fog. However, Fei Long had no intention of confronting them head-on. He smirked wickedly and commanded, bring in everyone above the soul sect level. No merci. Instantly, over 30 soul sect members leaped over the courtyard wall like dumplings, and the Mei family's guards were no match for them, resulting in a cacophony of cries. The scene devolved into chaos, with the Mei family retreating in disarray. I caught sight of Sister Anna cornered by Fei Dong, her soul power depleted. That scoundrel, with a lewd grin, was about to approach her, but Anna's face was set in determination. She was ready to self-destruct her martial soul in exchange for survival. At that critical moment, guess what happened? I descended from the heavens. The flames of the phoenix erupted, striking Fei Dong squarely in the chest. I swiftly wrapped my arms around Sister Anna's waist and carried her to safety. When she opened her eyes and saw me, tears streamed down her cheeks, and she collapsed into my embrace. I gently patted her back, reassuring her, Sister Anna, it's all right, I'm here. With those words, the entire scene came to a standstill. Upon seeing my teacher Zhao Wuji and the old poison master behind me, Mei Jin regained her confidence and hurried over, saying, Brother Zhao, quickly, help stabilize Anna's martial soul, or it will be perilous. The old poison master snorted dismissively and said to me, Little monster, hand over your sister. Do you wish for her to perish? I promptly assisted Sister Anna towards him, earnestly stating, I entrust her to you. Seeing Zhao Laoshe arrive, Fei Long's expression darkened, yet he remained unfazed. He pulled out a signal flare and shot it into the sky, calling for reinforcements while taunting Zhao Wuji. So what if you are a soul sage? Today, I will ensure you leave with nothing. Even if a titled Douluo arrives, they cannot save the Mei family. As soon as he finished speaking, A red light soared from the distance, and an ominous old man in a red robe with a hawk-like nose landed before Fei Long. What a spectacle! With such an imposing presence, one might mistake him for Qian Dalu himself. As he revealed 8 soul rings, he proclaimed, "Soul Douluo, those who dare oppose the spirit hall, take your own lives. I do not wish to commit further acts of slaughter." I nearly burst into laughter. Zhao Laosher ignored him completely and instead turned to the old poison master, respectfully asking, "Elder Dugu, what do you think? Should we eradicate these pests?" Upon hearing the name Dugu, the red-robed elder froze, his CPU seemingly malfunctioning as he stammered, "You are the poison Dugu." Just then, the old poison master finished his task and stood up, leisurely observing him. I believe I just heard someone wish for us to take our own lives." In the next moment, I assure you, the scene was nothing short of extraordinary. That arrogant red-robed bishop fell to his knees with a thud, clasping the old poison master's leg and weeping, "Spare me, Your Excellency. I did not realize this was your territory. It was all the Fei family's doing." The old poison master kicked him aside, declaring, "Get lost. Go back and tell that flower in the spirit hall to await my return." The bishop fled in a panic, dragging his spirit hall entourage with him in a swift escape. But there remained the oblivious elder. Let me tell you, the moment the spirit hall fled, Fei Long, the head of the Fei family, seemed to suffer a mental lapse. He still could not grasp the situation, mistaking Dugabo for a peak soul Douluo and attempting to bribe me. His eyes darted as he feigned a change of heart, saying, "Elder, please show mercy. I will offer you half of the Fei family's wealth." What a joke. I nearly laughed aloud. Half of his wealth? Who do you think you're insulting? Standing beside me is a titled Douluo. Dugabo, uninterested in further discourse, cast a glance at me, silently inquiring how to handle this situation. I nodded, signaling that he could proceed, as we certainly could not let this opportunity slip away. With my approval, the old poison master strode forward, radiating authority. Then, the most explosive moment arrived. Soul rings burst forth one after another. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 black. 9 in total. The brilliance nearly blinded my 24K titanium alloy eyes. Fei Long stood there, dumbfounded, his mouth agape, letting out a wail, "Title de la." At that moment, he realized why the spirit hall had fled faster than rabbits. Of course, who would remain when faced with a title de la? Dugabo's gaze turned icy as he unleashed his ultimate move, 6th Soul Skill by Ling Shunguang. 2 beams of green light shot forth like laser cannons. Fei Long, having some sense, roared and activated his martial soul, attempting to withstand the attack. The result? His martial form was instantly reverted, and he spewed blood 3 meters away. Severely injured, this old man, seeing he was outmatched, abandoned his son and fled. His speed was such that even a 100-meter sprint would pale in comparison. I realized this could not stand. A cooked duck could not fly away. I shouted, "Old Poison Master, end this swiftly. Don't let him escape." To my astonishment, the old rascal pretended to be magnanimous, claiming he would let him run for 3 seconds to avoid the accusation of bullying the weak. I was at a loss for words. Who understands? At such a critical juncture, he was still posturing as a master. As the 3 seconds elapsed, Fei Long was nearly out of the courtyard. Only then did Dugu Bo leisurely intone, 8th Soul Skill, time freeze. The entire space instantly felt as though the pause button had been pressed, with Fei Long frozen mid-stride. In the next moment, the old poison master propelled himself forward and delivered a single punch, striking him squarely on the forehead. With a resounding thud, the arrogant head of the Fei family met his demise. Seeing his brother defeated, Fei Hu let out a howl, appearing ready to fight, but he was a clever one. He feigned an attack towards me and Sister Anna while swiftly retreating in the opposite direction. Zhao Wuji reacted quickly, sending him flying with a punch. Yet, the wily lad leaped onto the wall, attempting to escape. Would I let that happen? I unleashed my second soul technique, the Raging Sun Stab, which I assure you, is equipped with GPS tracking. The fiery spear curved around and struck true, piercing through him. I was momentarily stunned. I had just single-handedly taken down a soul emperor. Although he was severely weakened, it was still a tale worth boasting about. This incident marked the conclusion of the conflict. The Fei family was uprooted by the Mei family. And in gratitude, the Mei family declared their entire clan would join my Tian Luo Diwan, effectively bringing their resources into the fold while transferring the Fei family's territory and assets to us. Teacher Flander and others also joined, transforming my ragtag group into a formidable force. However, Sister Anna's martial soul appeared to be in trouble, seemingly in a dormant state, and could not be summoned. This required a solution. After about 10 days at the academy, that rascal Oscar became attached to me, insisting on joining my Tian Luo Diwan. I pondered over the urgency of a food-type Soul Master, and casually mentioned that once he surpassed the 30-level Soul Master rank, I would reserve a spot for him. To my surprise, he became rather melancholic, lamenting that he wished to be a battle Soul Master instead of merely a support role. I thought to myself, what is there to discuss? Who wouldn't want to play the primary damage dealer in a game? It is only natural. I chose to ignore him and proceeded to the dean's office, where I found Bo nonchalantly reclining in Flender's chair, his leg shaking vigorously like a sewing machine. Upon noticing my arrival, he grinned and said, "Ah, you finally made it. Would you prefer to hear the good news or the bad news first?" I opted for the good news. He informed me that the entire Mei family had joined the Tian Luo Diwan, and he had already given his consent. I shot him a glance. "You've agreed. So what opinions could I possibly have?" I added, "Old Poison, could you refrain from shaking your leg? You might jinx our financial luck." He shrugged dismissively. "I regard wealth as mere dirt." "All right then, let us hear the bad news." He revealed that the Wuhuan Palace had issued a challenge, inviting him for a one-on-one duel a year later. Initially, I felt a twinge of concern. However, Douluo Bo seemed brimming with confidence, claiming that thanks to my assistance in suppressing his toxins, his strength had surged, and he anticipated reaching level 92 within 6 months. Even if he couldn't win, he could always flee. As we continued our conversation, he unexpectedly mentioned an individual named Old Jack, a close companion from his youth. My curiosity piqued. Could he be a hidden powerhouse? I quickly inquired if there was a possibility of recruiting him. Douluo Bo replied, "Difficult. That old fellow is living in seclusion as the village chief in Shanghun village, unless you can heal the hidden injury on his martial soul." He then divulged a shocking tidbit. This Old Jack was a 91-level title Daw, renowned for his dueling prowess across the continent, even outclassing the Haotian Douluo at the same rank. Had it not been for his injuries, his strength would undoubtedly rival that of the Sword Douluo. At that moment, a singular thought crossed my mind. Good heavens, isn't he the legendary sweeping monk? I must recruit him. After our conversation, I sought out teacher Zhao Wujie to discuss a significant matter. The following morning, when Dai Mubai and the others gathered for training, they soon realized that neither Zhao nor I had shown up. Oscar began to speculate wildly, suggesting that I had succumbed to my evil fire, and Zhao was helping me resolve it, even making a rather unsavory gesture. Ultimately, Zhao and I appeared, each of us carrying an assortment of peculiar iron contraptions. I scolded, "You better watch your mouth. Keep making insinuations about me and Zhao, and I might just make you cry during practice." Clearing his throat, Zhao declared, "From today onward, you will no longer need to run around the city." Oscar nearly jumped with joy at the news, while Dai Mubai remained more composed, suggesting that there must be further implications. Indeed, Zhao gestured toward the equipment we had brought back, stating, "Henceforth, your training will consist of using these. As for the specifics, let Hongjun explain." I picked up a short rod with a massive spring in the center and said, "This is an arm strength bar, designed to enhance arm strength and pectoral muscles. Who wishes to give it a try first? You cannot use soul power and must complete 30 consecutive repetitions." Dai Mubai stepped up first, grunting as he managed to finish 30 reps, his face turning beet red, exclaiming that it felt like lifting over 200 kilograms. Upon hearing this, Oscar turned pale and collapsed on the ground, saying, "Over 200 kilograms? Teacher Zhao, perhaps I should just stick to running?" I looked at him disdainfully. What a pitiful attitude. This is tailored for you. Dai's is 240 kilograms, and yours is only 130. Ultimately, these fellows lamented as they completed their training with the arm strength bars, push-ups, sit-ups, and a myriad of exercises. Days turned into months, and in the blink of an eye, for months had passed. I finally broke through to level 30, now only needing to acquire soul rings to become a soul master. Without hesitation, Douluo whisked me away into the Stardow forest. Allow me to tell you, it felt akin to riding a rocket, an exhilarating experience. However, I sensed that my luck had run dry, for my fortune had plummeted. Being a twin martial soul, I needed to secure 2 soul rings, yet after much effort, I obtained 2 soul beasts over 9,000 years old, neither of which exceeded the 10,000-year mark. The issue lay in the soul shock from the 10,000-year soul beasts. I feared that my frail body wouldn't withstand it and would be sent away immediately. My San Yichao martial soul granted me a man-faced demon spider, yet alas, the coveted 8 spider lances failed to manifest. As for the evil fire phoenix, I managed to acquire a flame-tail bird, also over 9,000 years old, merely for its flight capabilities. I assure you, even this 9,000-year beast proved challenging to absorb. Had it been a 10,000-year one, I would undoubtedly have perished. To put it simply, I was a bit too anxious. I did not wish to fall behind Tang San, and it was imperative for me to maintain a significant lead over him. Who among you understands? Being thrust into this unfamiliar realm without a sense of security leaves one feeling profoundly empty. Finally returning to Shrek Academy, I felt revitalized, the weight on my heart lifting considerably. With the school on break, I decided it was time to unwind. After all, balance is essential. Thus, I resolved to venture to Suatawa City to commission the creation of a colossal kite, yearning to relive the joy of my childhood. However, just a few steps past the city gates, I heard a commotion nearby. To my astonishment, a heavily made-up madam was forcefully dragging a girl, insisting that she join her establishment. The girl, clad in a form-fitting dark purple outfit, possessed a stunning figure, yet bore an expression as frigid as ice, as if she had "do not approach" written across her forehead. She pleaded, "I'm only 12 years old. I merely took a wrong turn." The madam, unconvinced, retorted with a torrent of words. 12? With a figure like yours, who would believe you're 12? I've been in this business for years. You're at least 16. Come work for us, and I guarantee you'll be our star attraction. Seeing the girl's gaze turn icy, I quickly cleared my throat and stepped forward. Excuse me, madam. She has clearly stated she took a wrong turn. Are you out of your mind over money? This young lady is a soul master. Be cautious, or she might retaliate. Upon hearing the term soul master, the madam's face drained of color, and she stammered her apologies before vanishing in a hurry. The girl cast a cool glance my way, muttering a thank you before turning to leave, uttering not a word more. I found it amusing. This girl surely had a story to tell. Observing her soul power fluctuations, she appeared to be at least level 27. And with such an impressive physique, she might very well become my future classmate. Fate is indeed peculiar. Just as I exited the shop after spending 5 silver soul coins on my giant kite, feeling a pang of regret, who did I encounter again? It was her. She seemed frantic in her search for a hotel and approached me, asking, "Do you know of any available rooms?" "Oh, it's you." I couldn't help but marvel at how small Suatawa City felt. He replied, "Hello again, ma Hongjun. Shrek is currently enrolling, so all hotels are likely full. If you don't mind, you can go to the Rose Hotel, just mention my name. I have a reserved suite there, and I want to be using it." My intentions were not to curry favor. I genuinely believed this girl had a high probability of becoming my teammate and thought it only right to assist her. Of course, her beauty was also a significant factor. Ahem. Upon hearing my offer, a rare expression flickered across her icy demeanor, and she spoke more than before. "I see. Thank you for your help once again. My name is Zhu Zhuqing, and I'm here for the Shrek assessment as well." I directed her to the hotel and then hurried off with my giant kite, eager to test out my new toy. Little did I know, my moment of kindness almost led to Dai Mubai's departure. As for the reason, those in the know understand. Upon returning to the academy, I enthusiastically flew my kite. But playing alone proved rather dull, so I retreated to my room for some meditation. With nothing else to occupy my time, I cast a glance at the long unattended system panel within my mind. To my astonishment, it had undergone an update. Host, Ma Hongjun, age, 11 years and 11 months. Level 32, control type, Soul Master. The first martial soul boasted an impressive array of skills. By Lin Yin Du, Parasite, Mou Kong Gun, and Spiderweb Binding. The second martial soul was equally formidable, featuring skills such as Phoenix Cry Heaven Strike, Blazing Sun Stab, and a brand new third soul skill, Phoenix Wing Sky Soar. This ability conferred permanent flight, enhancing the first skill's power by 100%. I must say, this was infinitely superior to the temporary abilities described in the original text. Even a soul sage like Zhao Wujin couldn't maintain flight indefinitely, yet here I was, a soul master capable of soaring until my soul power was depleted. At that moment, I was utterly flabbergasted. Surely I had too many skills. With 6 soul skills and an additional external soul bone, my meager soul power would scarcely suffice to utilize them all. It was clear that I needed to procure some celestial herbs post-haste. Otherwise, I would remain a fragile mage with an abundance of skills, but a painfully short mana bar, which was quite frustrating. 2 days later, the enrollment at Shrek Academy officially commenced. I eagerly volunteered to take on the welcoming duties typically assigned to Dai Mubai. Why, you ask? I simply had to witness Tang San and Xiao Wu in person. Coming to Douluo Dalu without meeting the protagonist would be akin to a wasted journey. As I approached the school gate, I spotted Dai Mubai pacing agitatedly along a nearby path, muttering under his breath with an expression of distress. What terrible luck! Why must I encounter my fiancée at such an inopportune moment? Sigh. Never mind, without the tigress around, I still have my twin sisters. Upon hearing this, I quickly approached him. Dai Lauda, good morning. Who has vexed you so? Upon seeing me, he seized my arm as if I were a long-lost brother. Launching into a lament, brother, it's a disaster. I went to Soto City yesterday to visit the twins, and guess who I ran into? My fiancée, the one to whom I was betrothed since childhood. I must have left the house without consulting the almanac. My heart sank at these words, an ominous premonition washing over me. Cautiously, I inquired, couldn't you concoct some excuse to brush it off? Dai Mubai wore a look of despair. It would be one thing if it were anywhere else, but I encountered her at the Rose Hotel. There is no way to clear my name now. I was left speechless. Dear friends, in that moment, my mind buzzed. Wasn't this the very script I had penned? It was my well-meaning actions that had inadvertently thrust Dai Mubai into this predicament. I could only feign calmness, patting his shoulder in consolation. Ahem, well, Dai Lauda, you truly are unfortunate. May you find solace in your misfortune. I support you. After all, when the old departs, the new may arrive. I certainly could not divulge the truth to him. Instead, I contemplated how to assist him in reclaiming his royal position in the Xing Luo Empire as a form of compensation. Dai Mubai remained puzzled. It can only be that way, but how peculiar. What could she be doing in such a hotel? Upon hearing this, I broke into a cold sweat and hastily shifted the topic. Perhaps the hotel was fully booked. Oh dear, I must attend to the new students. There are many this year, and who knows, perhaps I'll meet some new classmates. With that, I took my leave without looking back, fearing further inquiry. Upon reaching the academy's entrance, I was met with an overwhelming sight. The queue stretched impressively, at least several hundred strong. I climbed a gnarled tree to observe the candidates below while awaiting our enrollment officer, teacher Li Yusong, to awaken. Just then, a conversation arose from the crowd. A sweet-looking girl with scorpion braids was lamenting to a rather unremarkable-looking boy. Third brother, this place is utterly dilapidated. Is this truly an academy, or merely a village? The boy ruffled her hair with a calm demeanor. The teacher brought us here for a reason. Upon seeing these two, my heart raced with excitement. They had finally arrived. The protagonists were making their entrance. My suppliers of celestial herbs had finally come. As the time approached, Teacher Li leisurely rose to announce the rules. Those over 13 years of age, with soul power below level 21, or lacking a century-old first soul ring, may leave now. Do not waste your registration fee. At this announcement, a considerable number of candidates departed. Yet, there were always some who remained undeterred, like the family at the front of the line who paid 10 gold soul coins to have their son tested. With a soul power of 21, he was deemed unqualified. Teacher Li's eyelids remained unperturbed. The boy's mother erupted in outrage. Why? My son is a top student. He meets the criteria. Teacher Li, growing impatient, stood up. Your son has already surpassed the age of 13. Observing the unfolding situation, I leaped down from the tree and approached the registration desk. Addressing the crowd, "Ladies and gentlemen, what is Shrek Academy? It is a den of monsters. We only accept extraordinary individuals, not ordinary ones. Those over 13 with soul power below 21 need not waste their money." As I spoke, Teacher Lee joined in, activating his 6 soul rings in an instant. The imposing aura of a soul emperor silenced the entire crowd. I did not remain idle. I displayed my 3 soul rings for my phoenix, martial soul, creating a palpable atmosphere that dissuaded the faint-hearted. The boy's mother persisted, but my son just celebrated his birthday 2 days ago. "Rules are rules. Step aside," Teacher Lee replied coldly. As the family departed, visibly disheartened, the number of applicants dwindled significantly, allowing the assessment to finally commence. Ning Rongrong, level 26. Ahem. An auxiliary system soul master. "Young lady, do your family members know you are here to study?" Teacher Lee suddenly directed a serious inquiry at a petite girl in a flowing white dress. To my astonishment, this little fairy, Ning Rongrong, did not falter. Instead, she sweetly retorted, "Oh, aren't you the Monster Academy? Why inquire about my family? Are you afraid?" Her tone was both soft and sharp, a display of remarkable wit. At that moment, Ma Hongjun, who had remained relatively quiet, suddenly laughed and interjected, "Ah, the little princess of the 7 treasure glazed tile school. I accept you into Shrek Academy. You may proceed directly to the 4th round." I was taken aback. Who was this bold individual? A student making such declarations? The candidates around us were equally bewildered, all eyes turning to the enrollment officer, Teacher Lee Yusong. He paused momentarily but quickly clarified. He is a direct disciple of the Academy's dean. His words carry the weight of the dean's approval. Our academy has a rule. Those exceeding level 25 may skip ahead to the final round. This revelation caused quite a stir. It turned out he was the heir. Ning Rongrong gazed at Ma Hongjun with curiosity. "Do you know me?" Ma Hongjun, exuding an air of indifference, barely raised his eyes. "No. Stand aside and do not delay the others." I watched as Ning Rongrong's expression shifted from sunny to overcast, her indignation palpable. Yet, being in unfamiliar territory, she complied and stepped aside. Once Ma Hongjun cleared the area, he called out to the crowd, "Anyone with soul power exceeding 25, step forward." Almost immediately, a super cute girl with scorpion braids and rabbit ears darted to the front, eagerly exclaiming, "Me, me, me. We both exceed that." She was so animated. It was almost comical. Teacher Lee finally lifted his head, initiating the process. Name, soul power, martial soul, age. The rabbit-eared girl cheerfully introduced herself. "I am Xiao Wu. The Dance of the Jade Rabbit, level 29, attack type, and I will be 12 in 2 months." Teacher Lee's eyes widened in disbelief, as though he had seen a ghost. He hurriedly reached out to feel her arms, assessing her bone age. After a satisfactory examination, he exclaimed, "My goodness, what a prodigy. Now, let us measure your soul power." Xiao Wu placed her small hand on the crystal ball, which buzzed to life, nearly exceeding its limits. Teacher Lee's delight was palpable as he grinned widely. "Excellent, excellent. You and the previous young lady will wait to the side. Soon, Ma Hongjun will take you both to the 4th round." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu hurriedly tugged at Tang San beside her, exclaiming, "Teacher, wait. We are together." Tang San, equally helpless, stepped forward to introduce himself. "I am Tang San, a level 29 control system soul master with the martial spirit, Lanin Chao." This left Teacher Lee even more bewildered. Lanin Chao? The common weed by the roadside? How can this be cultivated to level 29? Tang San, brimming with confidence, smirked. "Absolutely genuine. Teacher, would you consider me a monster?" Teacher Lee immediately affirmed, "Indeed. Most certainly. Now, extend your hand so I may assess your bone age." Strange occurrences ensued as Teacher Lee examined Tang San's hand for a long while, astonished. "Have you practiced any techniques with your hands? I cannot discern anything. Now, extend your right calf." Tang San chuckled, stating he had practiced with his hands but not his legs. Teacher Lee then pinched his calf, nodding in satisfaction. "Excellent. This muscle could rival that of the individual before you." Tang San, taken aback, queried, "Who is the other individual?" Teacher Li pointed to Ma Hongjun. It was then that Tang San and Xiao Wu properly assessed Ma Hongjun. Tang San courteously clasped his hands together, stating, "I have met you, senior. I am Tang San, and this is my sister, Xiao Wu." Ma Hongjun waved his hand dismissively. "No need for senior. Just call me Ma Hongjun. Now both of you, release your martial spirits and soul rings to avoid any subsequent complaints about our Shrek Academy's admissions." In the next moment, two beams of light, one blue and one red, shot skyward, and both individuals simultaneously exhibited 200-year soul rings. Tang San held a sprig of Lan Yin Chao, which, under the enhancement of the soul rings, ressembled à Vine. Xiao Wu directly manifested her martial spirit, her ears transforming into fluffy rabbit ears, altering her entire demeanor. The crowd of onlookers fell silent, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Just as Ma Hongjun readied to lead the group forward, a cold voice from the back of the line interrupted. "Wait, I'm also above level 25. Turning around, I was met with yet another exquisite beauty. Her figure was strikingly alluring, yet her face bore an icy demeanor, her eyes devoid of any warmth, embodying the essence of an ice princess. She strode directly towards us, glaring fiercely at Ma Hongjun as she passed, squeezing out two words through clenched teeth, "Rogue." Without sparing him another glance, she approached the table, releasing her martial spirit, assessing her soul power, and determining her bone age with an impressively fluid efficiency. Ma Hongjun, standing nearby, scratched his nose and chuckled awkwardly, feeling quite embarrassed. Xiao Wu immediately transformed into a gossiping onlooker, leaning in to pry. Hey, what did you do to her? Why did she call you a rogue?" Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes. "How would I know? Women's hearts are unfathomable. I truly cannot comprehend." Xiao Wu huffed. "That is your folly. Our Xiao San knows exactly what I am thinking." Tang San quickly intervened. "Brother Ma, do not take offense. Xiao Wu is merely jesting." Ma Hongjun, displaying generosity, replied, "It's no trouble. Your sister is quite adorable. Let us go. There should be no one else left." Thus, Ma Hongjun led Tang San, Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and the Ice Princess Zhu Zhuqing into the academy with great pomp. Along the way, Ma Hongjun and Tang San engaged in lively conversation, while Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu chimed in occasionally. Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, trailing at the back, exuding an aura that seemed to ward off strangers. As they walked, Ma Hongjun began to explain the rules. "Our academy student handbook costs 1 gold soul coin and is to be paid along with the tuition tomorrow." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face fell. "1 book? 1 gold soul coin? Highway robbery?" Ma Hongjun sighed. "There's nothing to be done. The principal is rather stingy. But rest assured, the academy invests far more in your training. This handbook merely contains a few rules, with the remainder filled with famous quotations." At that moment, a vendor's voice suddenly rang out from a side street. "Sausages for sale. Oscar's premium sausages, delicious and savory. 5 copper soul coins each." A fellow pushing a cart shouted energetically, his hair and beard impressively bushy. Xiao Wu's stomach growled, and she immediately tugged at Tang San's sleeve, pouting, "Brother, I'm hungry. Buy me a sausage." Tang San, with a fond smile, replied, "You only think about eating." Just as he was about to reach for his money, Ma Hongjun stepped forward, tossing a gold soul coin, exclaiming, "Oscar, I'll take 10. Today it's my treat." The vendor, Oscar, brightened at the sight of the coin, feigning modesty. "Oh, come on, how can I accept this?" Ma Hongjun retorted, "Enough of the pretense. Hurry up." He took the freshly grilled sausages and distributed 2 to each of the 4. Even Zhu Zhuqing accepted hers quietly. Ma Hongjun added meaningfully, "Hurry and eat. You'll have to eat eventually, so you might as well taste it now." As Xiao Wu munched, she inquired, "Does that uncle frequently sell at the academy?" Ma Hongjun chuckled. "Uncle? You mean Oscar? He is only 14, just 2 years older than I am, and he is also a student of our academy. He just matured a bit early." Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong nearly spat out her sausage, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing's well-developed figure and then at Ma Hongjun, murmuring, "Are all the students of your academy this precocious?" Ma Hongjun's face flushed, and he cleared his throat. Cough, cough, "It's the influence of the martial spirits. It's all due to the martial spirits. It's a monster academy, emphasizing exceptional talent. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled mischievously. So you're only 12 as well? Have you celebrated your birthday yet? Ma Hongjun, noticing her intent, teased. What? Do you wish to be the big sister? I still have half a month until my 12th birthday, so I must be older than you. Xiao Wu, upon hearing this, exploded in frustration. I'm still over a month away. How vexing, just a little bit. Ma Hongjun chuckled inwardly, thinking to himself that no one could possibly outage her, the ancient rabbit spirit. He continued joking. Then it seems there is no other choice from now on. You must call me Big Brother when you see me. I shall protect you. Xiao Wu firmly rejected. I won tea. Xiao San has already celebrated his 12th birthday. So he is older. With him here, no one dares bully me. Ma Hongjun smiled knowingly. Well, that is entirely up to you. Just don't come crying to me for help later. The group continued to eat and chat, completely oblivious to the origins of the sausages, relishing every bite. Only Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, quietly consuming her meal. In truth, her outburst calling Ma Hongjun a rogue stemmed from an earlier incident where he had mistakenly booked a couple's hotel room for her, leaving her utterly embarrassed. However, to her surprise, the next morning, she heard quite a commotion from the neighboring room and discovered her unfaithful fiancé, Dai Mubai, was indeed there, fooling around with a pair of twins. In light of this, she found herself oddly grateful to Ma Hongjun for his blundering assistance, which had helped her see her fiancé's true colors. As they neared their destination, Ma Hongjun halted, adopting a serious expression. The fourth challenge is a practical assessment, and I suspect it will be overseen personally by Teacher Zhao. Prepare yourselves mentally. He is a soul sage, and his martial spirit is the great strength diamond bear. Ning Rongrong curiously inquired, what do the previous challenges assess? Ma Hongjun explained, the second challenge evaluates potential, while the third examines control over one's martial spirit. He added pointedly, our academy does not accept those who are overly pampered, raised in a sheltered environment. No matter how great their talent, we do not want them. His gaze subtly drifted towards Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong immediately fell silent, pondering, fortunately, I am an auxiliary type. He surely cannot be referring to me. Little did she know, Ma Hongjun was indeed alluding to her type of privileged young lady. Xiao Wu couldn't help but retort, are you selecting students or wives? This is so strict. How many can you recruit in a year? Ma Hongjun sighed. In the past 6 years, an average of 1.5 students per year, including you all. The academy has had fewer than 50 students in total over 20 years. Tang San quickly seized the crux of the matter. So how many students are currently in the academy? Including myself and another part-time student, there are 6. If you all pass, there'll be 10. Upon hearing this, the 4 of them were utterly astonished. Tang San then asked, what about the teachers? 5. Oh, and we also have a title Douluo consultant who occasionally teaches classes. Title Douluo. The mention of this left Ning Rongrong, Tang San, and the others in a state of shock mixed with elation, while Xiao Wu's expression paled dramatically. Tang San immediately grasped her hand tightly, softly reassuring her, Xiao Wu, do not be afraid. As long as I am here, even if the title Douluo wishes to harm you, they must first step over my corpse. Ma Hongjun hastily added, rest assured, the academy's teachers will undoubtedly act as your protective umbrella. Regardless of your identities, they will harbor no ill intentions towards you. Only then did Xiao Wu begin to calm down, engaging in a playful banter with Ma Hongjun, which alleviated the previously tense atmosphere. Ma Hongjun led them to an open area, pointing at a robust man dozing in a chair, saying, we have arrived. That is teacher Zhao Wujia. The middle-aged man was roused from his slumber, opening his eyes. His physique was as imposing as a wall, his muscles resembling iron forged, creating an overwhelming sense of pressure. He stood up and spoke in a deep, resonating voice, I am Zhao Wujia. You have 1 incense stick's time to get to know each other, and then the 4 of you must work together to withstand me for the duration of the incense stick. Only then will you pass. As he spoke, he lit an incense stick and placed it in the ground. Just as Zhao Wujia prepared to return to his slumber, Ma Hongjun, feeling an itch to join in, stepped forward and said, Teacher Zhao, I have high hopes for them. May I join as well? Zhao Wujie shot him a sidelong glance. You're feeling a bit mischievous, aren't you? Very well. Let us practice together. Zhao Wujie settled back down, and Ma Hongjun turned to the fore, saying, All right, strategy meeting. Have you heard of the name of the unmoving king, Zhao Wujie? Ning Rongrong gasped loudly. What? He is the legendary unmoving king who managed to escape from the assault of 16 bishops from the spirit hall. My goodness, are we really going to fight such a fierce person? Ma Hongjun nodded gravely. Yes, that is indeed him. At that time, Teacher Zhao was only at the 60th level. His martial spirit is the great strength diamond bear, excelling in attack and defense, but lacking in speed. We must coordinate well to have a chance of stalling for time. Now, let us each share our abilities. Tang San spoke first, calmly stating, I am Tang San, a level 29 control-type spirit master, with a martial spirit of blue silvergrass. Xiao Wu followed suit, striking a cute pose. I am Xiao Wu, a level 29 assault-type spirit master, with a martial spirit of the jade rabbit. Ning Rongrong sweetly added, I am Ning Rongrong, a level 26 support-type spirit master, with a martial spirit of the seven treasure glazed tile. I look forward to your guidance. Lastly, the icy beauty Zhu Zhuqing succinctly introduced herself. I am Zhu Zhuqing, a level 27 agile attack type spirit master, with the martial spirit of the nether cat, skilled in speed. My martial spirit is an agile attack type beast martial spirit, the evil fire phoenix, known for its explosive power, albeit lacking endurance. Xiao Wu, you will assist me in the offensive. Zhuqing will utilize her speed to provide support from the flanks. Tang San, although your martial spirit is blue silvergrass, I believe you possess unique insights given your cultivation to this level. You should be able to restrain Teacher Zhao while protecting your teammates, correct? Ma Hongjun refrained from disclosing his own level, primarily to avoid discouraging these future companions. Although he initially harbored grievances towards Tang San, even contemplating teaching him a lesson, he recognized that Tang San had not wronged him, and in fact, had been quite courteous, leaving him with no justification to reprimand him. He could only wait for another opportunity to challenge Tang San later, silently hoping that he would not fall into his hands too soon. As for why Ma Hongjun was helping them participate in the assessment, there were several deeper motivations behind his actions. First, he aimed to establish his authority among the four newcomers, as their innate talents were undoubtedly among the continent's finest, which would greatly benefit him in the future. Furthermore, he knew that regardless of his assistance, they would pass the assessment smoothly, so why not do a favor while reaping the benefits? Secondly, Ma Hongjun sought to take this opportunity to unite the students of Shrek Academy, fostering more harmonious relationships among them, as Shrek was akin to his home. Lastly, he felt a slight itch to test his own strength and see if he could challenge Zhao Wujie, who was at the Soul Sage level. Of course, these were not the true reasons. There were other motivations too complex to divulge. Do not inquire further. It was simply his kindness and desire to assist others. What about me? Why haven't you assigned me a task? My seven treasure, glazed tile, martial spirit possesses formidable support capabilities. Ning Rongrong jumped in, visibly dissatisfied, eager to assert her presence. You will naturally assist me and Tang San. Do I really need to explain this? As a control-type spirit master, Tang San's position is self-evident. The control-type spirit master is the soul of a team, and as the main attacker, I am certainly the core of the core. Besides, you can probably only assist 3 people at once, so just focus on supporting the 2 of us. Ma Hongjun regarded the young lady of the seven treasure, glazed tile, sect with a look of disbelief, as if she were naive. Okay, fine. Ningrongrong replied, somewhat disappointed, but not allowing her true nature to surface. Given her usual temperament, this was quite rare. The primary reason was that Ma Hongjun had consistently exuded an air of mystery, and although his words could be irritating, he consistently offered assistance. The group nodded in agreement with Ma Hongjun's arrangements. First, apply a support for me, so I can observe the effects. There is no need for you to describe the effects of your martial spirit. I am aware that your martial spirit is the continent's leading support spirit. I wish to see the tangible enhancements it provides to my physical condition. Ma Hongjun activated the sun-breathing characteristic and then looked at Ning Rongrong. He wanted to ascertain whether her enhancement was based on his inherent physical attributes or the doubled characteristics he possessed. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun's praise, Ning Rongrong, oblivious to the underlying implications, was extremely pleased to apply the power enhancement of her second soul skill onto him. However, it was apparent that Ma Hongjun had somewhat overestimated the situation. The enhancement from Ning Rongrong's martial spirit, the light of support, on him was noticeably less than 30%. After estimating, he concluded that the enhancement was around 15%, indicating that the characteristics of the sun breathing could not be counted as part of his true physical strength. While applying the soul ring could increase physical strength without issues, it did not truly represent his innate power, leading to a somewhat awkward sensation. This was also the reason why Ma Hongjun typically refrained from utilizing the sun-breathing characteristic. How is it? Do you feel an increase of around 30% in strength? My martial spirit is impartial. The current enhancement effect is roughly 30%, and it should last for the duration of an incense stick. Ning Rongrong looked at Ma Hongjun with some confusion, but spoke confidently. Yes, no problem. Time is running short. Do you have any additional tactics to discuss? Ma Hongjun replied calmly. He did not wish to reveal the truth to Ning Rongrong, nor did he intend to undermine her confidence. He recognized the formidable support capabilities of the 7-treasure glazed tile, which could enhance one attribute with each 10 levels, and also increase the effects of previously enhanced attributes by 10%. A 7-treasure glazed tile spirit master was undoubtedly the best companion for any battle spirit master, which was why Ma Hongjun had allowed her entrance in a Shrek Academy despite being well aware of her high-spirited personality. None. Brother Ma, your strategy is impeccable, and there are no issues at all. You have accurately deduced our martial spirit abilities based solely on our martial spirits, which is truly remarkable, something I doubt I could achieve myself. Your knowledge of martial spirits must be quite profound, Tang Xin said earnestly, gazing intently at Ma Hongjun. Yes, I have done some research. It is nothing to boast about. Teacher Zhao is coming. Rongrong, quickly restore your soul power, Ma Hongjun reminded everyone as he noticed Zhao Wujie, who had been reclining in the chair, suddenly opened his eyes. Little bunnies, the time has come. Have you reached a consensus? If so, it has been a while since I last stretched my limbs. Allow me to assist you in loosening up. Zhao Wujie interlocked his hands, rubbed them together a few times, and rotated his neck, producing a series of cracking sounds. With a sinister grin, he stood up and approached. Simultaneously, the incense had burned down to the end of its stick, marking the passage of a full incense stick-s time. Chapter 73, Battle against Zhao Wujie 3. The rabbits have provoked him. Why does teacher Zhao always refer to them as little bunnies rather than little bears? Xiao Wu remarked discontentedly to Tang San beside her. Cough. Perhaps it is because bunnies are cuter, Tang San replied, managing a sheepish smile despite his previously serious demeanor. Teacher Zhao, we have come to an agreement, but I must remind you that you cannot use your 7th spirit ability. Otherwise, we would undoubtedly stand no chance against you. Ma Hongjun chimed in with a slight smile. Rest assured, even my 6th spirit ability will not be necessary. As long as you can endure for the duration of an incense stick, you shall be admitted to the Shrek Academy. And as for you, Ma Hongjun, should they fail the assessment, you will have to run 20 laps around Soto City within a day. Zhao Wujie declared confidently. Very well, no problem, Ma Hongjun responded nonchalantly. My good brother, I truly apologize for dragging you into this. You can count on us. We will definitely last for the duration of an incense stick, Tang Xin said, patting Ma Hongjun on the shoulder apologetically. It's nothing, Teacher Zhao, we can begin now, Ma Hongjun replied, not allowing himself to be overly elated by Tang San's words, instead feeling a bit conflicted about how to torment him. Zhao Wujie conjured another incense stick, and before he could light it again, Ning Rongrong had already begun to unleash her martial spirit. The 7 treasures glazed tile was activated, with the first being speed and the second being strength. Ning Rongrong spun around in place, the 7 treasures glazed tower radiating dazzling 7-colored brilliance. The 7 treasures glazed tower, a multicolored pagoda over a foot tall, shimmered with a noble aura, and combined with the ethereal grace of Ning Rongrong, created an illusion of a celestial being descended from the heavens. What a surprise! A spirit master from the Seven Treasures glazed tile family. Old Fu must be overjoyed by this turn of events. Zhao Wujia remarked in astonishment as he gently lit the incense stick and placed it steadily on the table beside him. As Ning Rongrong's spirit ability took effect, Ma Hongjun felt a significant boost in both power and speed, approximately a 15% increase. In contrast, Tang San experienced an even more pronounced enhancement, with his strength and speed increasing by at least 30%. Before Ma Hongjun could further appreciate his newfound abilities, Zhao Wujia crouched down, his fists crashing towards the ground with tremendous force. Attempting to disrupt the Seven Treasures glazed tile Spirit Master as support, it wouldn't be that easy. With double the physical prowess and Ning Rongrong's assistance, Ma Hongjun moved like a specter, arriving beside Ning Rongrong and grasping her delicate, frail hand. With Ning Rongrong's hand in his, he leapt off the ground, soaring 6 to 7 meters into the air. A resounding boom echoed as the earth trembled violently, sending waves of brown energy surging towards the spot where Ning Rongrong had just stood. Tang San now. Only then did Ma Hongjun descend to the ground, paying no mind to Ning Rongrong's startled, blushing face. Tang San's blue-silver grass martial spirit transformed into a long vine adorned with barbs, darting toward Zhao Wujia like a flash of lightning. However, while the blue-silver grass encircled Zhao Wujia, it did not manage to ensnare him further. Leave this to me. First spirit ability, Phoenix Cry Sky Strike. Ma Hongjun's Phoenix martial spirit enveloped him instantly, and a powerful flame erupted, engulfing Tang San's blue-silver grass as it spiraled toward Zhao Wujia. Crackling sounds erupted as the blue-silver grass caught fire, wrapping around Zhao Wujia. Caught off guard, Zhao Wujia found his clothing charred and tattered by the flames. You little rascals are playing dirty. In that case, I shall become serious now, Zhao Wujia declared. His face flushed, unsure whether it was from the flames or the embarrassment of his students burning his clothes. Although Ma Hongjun's flames were formidable, Zhao Wujia's defenses were even more so. He only suffered a minor scratch from the blue-silver grass, quickly regaining his composure. However, his clothing was not so fortunate, with numerous holes burned into it despite the protection of his spirit power. ISNT, that teacher Zhao, is he trying to follow the trend of wearing torn pants? Oscar, who had just finished his own tasks, arrived to witness the commotion and could not help but shout out. Quiet down. Do you wish to practice as well? Don't leave after school tomorrow. Meet me in the grove. I will ensure you get a good workout. Zhao Wujia admonished Oscar with a dark expression. Oscar immediately fell silent, regretting his impulsive words. Although every training session with Zhao Wujia resulted in improvement, the experience was often painful yet exhilarating, causing students to flee at the mere mention of it, and Ma Hongjun was no exception. Cough, Teacher Zhao, the incense is almost halfway burned. Surely you do not intend to go easy on us? Seeing Zhao Wujia's grim demeanor, Ma Hongjun attempted to lighten the mood, hoping to buy some time. Oomph. Do not try to jest with me to buy time. Today, I will make you understand the might of me, the unmoved king Zhao Wujia. Otherwise, how could you little rascals ever lift your heads again? Zhao Wujia retorted sharply, turning to Ma Hongjun and Tang San. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Wujia's hands radiated a brilliant golden light, and his speed surged as he closed in on Tang San, with his palm, amplified by spirit power, swelling to twice its size, he aimed to strike at Tang San. The reason he did not attack Ma Hongjun was that Zhao Wujia recognized the boy's slippery nature. If he truly wished to flee, Zhao Wujia would find it challenging to catch him. Primarily, Ma Hongjun's Phoenix martial spirit was a flying-type beast spirit, unlike the original character, who could only fly briefly using spirit abilities. Ma Hongjun's spirit quality was superior, allowing him to soar briefly without relying on spirit abilities. If he utilized his third spirit ability, he could remain airborne as long as his spirit power did not deplete, consuming very little energy in the process. Tang San's expression changed dramatically as he activated Ghost Shadow Perplexing Steps, narrowly evading the overwhelming palm. However, Zhao Wujia relentlessly pursued, continuing his assault. In a moment of urgency, Xiao Wu activated her second spirit ring. Second spirit ability, Bewitchment. Her eyes transformed to a deep crimson, fixating on Zhao Wujia, who indeed halted his attack, staring back at her with a dazed expression. Careful, Ma Hongjun shouted urgently. However, it was too late. Zhao Wujia's eyes suddenly erupted with golden light as he locked gazes with Xiao Wu. Instantly, she was struck by the backlash of her own spirit ability, collapsing to the ground. Before Ma Hongjun could reach her, Tang San, driven by desperation, accelerated to a new level, appearing behind Xiao Wu to catch her. Xiao Wu. Tang San lifted his gaze toward Zhao Wujia, his black eyes devoid of any emotion. In Chapter 74, facing Zhao Wujia, Ma Hongjun's expression slightly darkened. Not due to Zhao Wujia, but rather in response to Tang San. Regardless of Zhao Wujia's shortcomings, it was unthinkable to regard one's future mentor with such disdainful eyes. If it were another teacher, Ma Hongjun might have remained silent, but Zhao Wujia had always been exceptionally kind to his students and was fiercely protective of them. Upon further reflection, Ma Hongjun found it understandable. After all, Tang San, a fervent protector of his beloved, was likely to react in such a manner. Moreover, if his intuition served him right, Tang San's father, the illustrious titled Dalu, was undoubtedly observing from the shadows. With this thought, the discontent that had briefly arisen in Ma Hongjun's heart dissipated. Although he had reservations about Tang San before their encounter, he held no ill will toward Xiao Wu. In fact, apart from Zhu Juqing, Xiao Wu was undoubtedly the Douluo goddess Ma Hongjun admired the most. Her unwavering commitment to love had touched his heart on more than one occasion, and his admiration for her compelled him to preserve the friendship he shared with Tang San and Xiao Wu. Noticing Xiao Wu's injury, Ma Hongjun's expression grew serious. Teacher Zhao, you're finished. I mean it. Today, there's no escape for you, he declared with a fierce intensity, having realized that his ordinary attacks would have little effect on the vigilant Zhao Wujia. He began to alter his strategy, opting to buy time instead. He intended to unleash a powerful strike at the last moment, ensuring that he would exhaust his soul power without being caught and beaten by Zhao Wujia. He was confident that his full-powered Phoenix Cry would surely injure Zhao Wujia, although it would likely leave him utterly drained, without utilizing any external soul bones or the three-leaf clover. The only means he had to potentially harm Zhao Wujia was through the complete release of his soul power in a Phoenix Cry. As Ma Hongjun exhibited his formidable demeanor, Ning Rongrong looked on with starry eyes, profoundly impressed by the earlier scene where Ma Hongjun had leapt 5 or 6 meters high using the principles of the Cloud Leap. His current display was exceptionally captivating for a girl of her age, even catching the attention of Zhu Juqing, who had been waiting for an opportune moment to strike. I won't fall for your tricks. If you can evade, then allow me to demonstrate my fourth soul ring skill, target tracking. Zhao Wujia bellowed, and his fourth soul ring illuminated with a radiant purple glow. The fourth soul ring seemed almost alive, as if it had eyes, and flew towards Ma Hongjun, ensnaring him. Oh no, I let my guard down. Ma Hongjun gasped, suddenly turning to Zhao Wujia, who was now charging at him like a cannonball. Ma Hongjun hastily shifted his position, only to be astonished to find that Zhao Wujia altered his trajectory to pursue him. Not good, I've been locked on. I completely forgot that teacher Zhao has a targeting soul skill, and now I must resort to my third soul skill, Phoenix Wing Ascension. With no other options, Ma Hongjun took to the air, soaring several meters above the ground. He didn't wish to fly higher, as the air resistance and gravity would increase, draining more of his soul power. Although he could maintain altitude for 2 or 3 incense sticks worth of time, he had no intention of fleeing too far, as he still bore responsibility for the safety of his teammates. Sure enough, upon seeing Ma Hongjun ascend, Zhao Wujia immediately redirected his attack, unleashing a powerful punch towards Zhu Juqing. At that moment, Tang San could no longer afford to merely observe Zhao Wujia coldly. After ensuring Xiao Wu was taken care of by Ning Rongrong, he wielded his blue silvergrass, transforming it into long vines that momentarily ensnared Zhao Wujia, giving Zhu Juqing a fleeting chance to escape his attack. At this juncture, only half of the incense stick had burned away. Remarkable. You forced me to use so many soul skills, You truly have the potential to join Shrek Academy. However, this is where it ends. Gravity enhancement. Zhao Wujia's face lit up with appreciation as he observed their teamwork, particularly the synergy between Tang San and Ma Hongjun, which had managed to wound him. Just then, Xiao Wu regained consciousness, shaking off her fatigue and rejoining the fray. However, she was met with Zhao Wujia's third soul skill, gravity enhancement, which not only slowed Tang San and Zhu Zhuqing, but also caused Ma Hongjun, who was hovering above, to plummet several meters before managing to stabilize himself. Xiao Wu, are you all right? Seeing Xiao Wu awaken, Tang San, who was initially struggling to move, turned to her with concern. I'm fine, be careful. Xiao Wu attempted to reassure him, but she quickly noticed Zhao Wujia charging towards Tang San. Caught off guard, Tang San was struck by Zhao Wujia's punch and sent flying several meters away, gasping in shock. With less than half an incense stick remaining. Just as they were on the verge of completing the assessment, Tang San had sustained a significant injury due to his carelessness. And it was fortunate that Zhao Wujia had only employed soul power at the Soul King level. You were still too naive, distracted in battle. Who is your teacher in soul power training? Did they not teach you these fundamentals? You truly mislead your students. Zhao Wujia's expression displayed a hint of dissatisfaction. However, his words struck a nerve with Tang San, who was already on edge. In a brief span, Zhao Wujia had touched upon two of Tang San's sensitive spots, leaving Ma Hongjun silently astonished. It seemed that this teacher was destined to face dire consequences. Even if he summoned the poison Douluo, it would not save him, at best. He could mitigate the embarrassment, but a beating was inevitable. Enough. Do not speak of my teacher in such a manner. It was my own carelessness, and it has nothing to do with him. From now on, I will be serious, so be cautious, Teacher Zhao. Tang San retorted coldly, a warning in his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised both hands simultaneously, producing a series of sharp sounds as 6 glimmering projectiles erupted from his sleeves, hurtling towards Zhao Wujia's face with a piercing whistling sound. Well then, let me add some spice to the mix. Second soul skill, Solar Charge. Ma Hongjun promptly unleashed his second soul skill, forming an energy cone aimed at Zhao Wujia. Zhao Wujia had clearly underestimated Tang San's resilience, failing to recognize his fighting spirit and further underestimating Ma Hongjun, who was waiting above. The sounds of piercing strikes resounded as Tang San's 5 projectiles missed their mark. But one redirected and struck Zhao Wujia's left arm, while Ma Hongjun's attack landed on the upper thigh area. Chapter 75. The battle against Zhao Wujia's intense pain surged through Zhao Wujia, accompanied by waves of dizziness. It's poison. The toxins from Tang San's hidden needles and Ma Hongjun's soul skill were wreaking havoc on him. Zhao Wujia's complexion shifted between shades of blue and purple as he exerted soul power above the Soul Emperor level to suppress the venom coursing through him. Yet, before he could regain his composure, 2 more attacks barreled towards him. Ghostly Claw of the Underworld. This is Zhu Zhuqing's soul skill. In the blink of an eye, she unleashed a barrage of attacks upon Zhao Wujia. Although the force of the strikes could not be deemed overwhelmingly powerful, they nonetheless exacerbated Zhao Wujia's existing wounds, all converging towards his injuries. Zhu Zhuqing's ability to seize opportunities is indeed formidable. The Ba Duan Shua. Although Xiao Wu's spirit was somewhat wounded, her soul power was abundant, allowing her to rapidly appear beside Zhao Wujia and launch a ferocious assault. With the Ba Duan Shua, she executed a series of moves: the initial stance, the ascending phase, the descending phase, lateral movement, a devastating strike, a final kick, followed by aerial assaults, culminating in a powerful downward slash. The purpose of the initial stance is to harness the strength of the waist to drive the upper body, channeling force through her legs to kick the opponent away, thus commencing the first phase of the Ba Duan Shua. After sending her opponent airborne with a kick to the abdomen, the first phase, what I term the ascending phase, was successfully executed. One phase seamlessly flowed into the next as Xiao Wu discerned Zhao Wujia's weakest point in soul power, the most opportune moment to unleash her self-created soul skill. The Ba Duan Shua. The aesthetic of violence was connected with remarkable fluidity, leaving the onlookers utterly astonished. while the unfortunate Zhao Wujie was tossed about like a ball in midair. Once the first phase of the Ba Duan Shua was successfully executed, the remaining 7 phases were virtually inescapable for any soul master, although exceptions do exist. However, Zhao Wujie was clearly not one of them. With a crash, Zhao Wujie fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, he emerged, clutching his lower back and limping painfully. Ouch, that hurt. My poor back. You little brats have truly enraged me. 5th soul skill, gravity compression. 6th soul skill, powerful diamond roar. Zhao Wujie glanced at the incense that was now nearly burnt out and did not hesitate to activate his 6th soul skill, completely disregarding his earlier bravado. With a roar, a powerful sonic wave radiated outward, causing Ma Hongjun to plummet to the ground, while Tang San, Zhu Zhixing, and the retreating Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong all knelt on one knee, pressing their hands to their ears in agony. Oscar, watching from the sidelines, sprinted several meters away before finally halting. It's over. Teacher Zhao is really going to lose his temper this time. Hongjun, it seems you're in for it. Should I inform the principal? Oh well, Teacher Zhao has a sense of restraint. He wouldn't truly harm them. I suppose I shouldn't meddle too much. But that auxiliary soul master is quite beautiful. I hope she isn't hurt. Oscar pondered anxiously. The overwhelming sonic attack left everyone in distress. Ma Hongjun glanced at the nearly extinguished incense, a spark igniting in his eyes as he summoned all his soul power, shouting, "Phoenix Cry Sky Strike." This too was a wave of sonic energy, infused with intense fiery energy, enveloping a radius of 50 meters in flames. At the core of this energy, a dazzling beam of light shot directly toward Zhao Wujie. How dare you? You little brat. Are you attempting murder? After all the kindness I've shown you, I'll counter with my first soul skill, Immovable King Body. With no time to evade, Zhao Wujie could only activate his first defensive soul skill, bracing himself to absorb Ma Hongjun's full-on strike. With a resounding clash, the powerful collision echoed, causing the energy surrounding Zhao Wujie's immovable king body to shatter, sending him staggering backward several meters. His hair, which had already thinned, now resembled a straw nest, emitting wisps of smoke. Zhao Wujie, momentarily stunned, stood to charge Ma Hongjun for a severe reprimanding, but Ma Hongjun mustered his last ounce of strength to shout, "The time is up, Teacher Zhao." With that, he collapsed. Tang San, still possessing a sliver of remaining soul power, was about to step forward to assist Ma Hongjun, but someone outpaced him, swiftly supporting Ma Hongjun's broad arm to prevent him from falling. Zhu Zhixing's face briefly flushed with a barely perceptible hue as she softly remarked, "Thank you. We won. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries?" Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend that the usually aloof Zhu Zhixing was expressing concern for him. Feeling the warmth of her arms, the suppressed evil fire within him, due to the superior ice attribute spirit medicine from the Bing Huoliang Yin, began to stir. His gaze towards Zhu Zhixing underwent an inexplicable change, entirely involuntary and far from his intent. Please don't misunderstand. I merely wish to thank you for your assistance. I mean no other intentions. You should be feeling better now, right? Sensing Ma Hongjun's peculiar gaze, Zhu Zhixing quickly released his arm and retreated to Ning Rongrong's side, her voice tinged with urgency. Ma Hongjun stumbled slightly, almost falling, but this helped him regain clarity. Fortunately, after a brief period of rest, he had recovered a touch of soul power, allowing him to stand. He mused that it was typical of the cold-hearted Zhu Zhixing to offer him help. Any further expectations would be sheer folly. You all won. Alas, it seems I am getting old, no longer useful, unable to handle a mere group of youngsters. Zhao Wujie lamented to the group, bruised and limping as he walked away, sighing and muttering to himself. It seems the blow to Teacher Zhao was rather significant. However, he must still retain a considerable amount of soul power. He didn't even use his 7th soul skill. If he did, we wouldn't stand a chance against him. Ma Hongjun remarked awkwardly to the others. Cough, cough, yes, I know. Tang San replied, also feeling somewhat weak as he pressed his hand to his chest. Having taken a direct hit from Zhao Wujie, He had sustained serious injuries and would have long since lost his fighting capacity had he not been holding on. Xiao Wu hurriedly approached Tang San, supporting him, and then turned to Ma Hongjun with wide eyes, exclaiming, "I never expected you, with such an ordinary appearance, to possess such a powerful martial spirit. You've already become a soul master with 1,000-year soul ring. Judging by the color of your soul ring, which is a deep purple, it must be at least 8,000 years old." The others, hearing Xiao Wu's words, reflected on her statement, staring at Ma Hongjun in astonishment, eager to see how he would respond. "Well, your eyesight is quite keen. My third soul ring is indeed over 8,000 years old," Ma Hongjun explained. At the academy, the soul rings he released were 2 yellow and 1 purple, utilizing the 3-leaf clover soul ring and a hidden soul ring. This was a typical ploy to mislead. His actual soul ring configuration should be 3-leaf clover, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, with one of the yellows being a hidden soul ring. Quite complex. The first soul skill, by Lin Yindu, corresponds to the first soul ring skill, while Gui Tongji Sheng is the first hidden soul ring skill. The second soul skill is Mo Yukongun. Ma Hongjun did not reveal his third soul skill, yet it was a well-known one from the Rin Mian Mo Zhu. The evil fire phoenix martial spirit, purple, 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 corresponds to soul beasts including the King of Earth, the Flame Bird, and the Fiery Tail Bird. Chapter 76. I have a great root. Congratulations. You have successfully joined Shrek Academy. Greetings. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Oscar. Hongjun, you are truly remarkable to have made teacher Zhao suffer so greatly. My admiration for you is as boundless as the flowing river, ceaseless and unending. Oscar exclaimed as he approached the group, his face beaming with congratulations. At last, he looked at the frail Ma Hongjun with an ingratiating expression, flattering him. It was the first time he had witnessed Ma Hongjun unleash his third soul skill. Initially, he believed that despite Ma Hongjun's formidable talent, his strength would likely be on par with Dalu. Although he had heard rumors of Ma Hongjun having once defeated Daimu Bai, he was unaware of the intricacies of that encounter, assuming it merely stemmed from a soul spirit advantage. However, seeing Ma Hongjun unleash such overwhelming power with just one soul spirit left him in awe, prompting his spontaneous praise. While Tong San and the others also recognized Ma Hongjun's strength, they were oblivious to the fact that he still possessed another soul spirit and had many more tactics yet to employ. Thus, they did not share the same level of astonishment as Ao Si Ka. Upon entering the academy, they had already been struck by Ma Hongjun's soul power, and after learning his age, they were somewhat mentally prepared, which tempered their reactions. Ma Hongjun, you are truly impressive. It is my first time encountering a young soul master with such extraordinary talent, Ning Rongrong praised without reservation. Yet, Ma Hongjun paid no heed to the accolades, only managing a wry smile as he weakly turned to Ao Si Ka and said, "Could you refrain from flattering me for a moment and kindly offer me a recovery sausage?" Although Tong San's performance was commendable, it was instinctively overshadowed by Ma Hongjun's brilliance, causing the others to overlook Tong San's contributions. Ma Hongjun, while having stolen Tong San's spotlight, did not feel prideful. He merely considered it a natural outcome of awakening his soul spirit 3 years earlier. However, he forgot that Tong San's talent was equally remarkable, and he had, in fact, surpassed Tong San to a certain degree. Is it appropriate to behave like this here?" Ao Si Ka said, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The reason he avoided looking at Xiao Wu was clear. He recognized Tong San as someone he could not provoke, given his recent display of strength. Enough talk. Just transform, as I instructed. They have already passed the assessment and joined the academy. They will find out sooner or later. What is there to be shy about? Ma Hongjun replied impatiently. Their exchange left the onlookers perplexed, unable to decipher the riddle between the two. All right then, let us agree that you all are not allowed to laugh, Ao Si Ka said in a rather meek tone, contrasting sharply with his bushy beard. Before Ma Hongjun could respond, Ning Rongrong, unable to hold back, looked at Ao Si Ka with displeasure and said, "Why are you being so verbose?" From Ma Hongjun's words, "It seems you are a food-type soul master. Hurry and conjure some recovery sausages for everyone." Hearing Ning Rongrong's blunt remarks, Ma Hongjun furrowed his brow, but chose not to comment further, understanding that she was looking out for him. Fine, I have a large sausage. Alcika reluctantly recited his rather dubious soul incantation. In an instant, he conjured 5 large sausages and eagerly handed one to Ma Hongjun, then distributed the rest to the 4 others scattered in the wind. No one laughed. It was not that they didn't want to, but rather that they couldn't, as their expressions turned rather grim, clearly disgusted. Ning Rongrong was the first to succumb, her stomach churning as she crouched down and began to gag, followed by Xiaowu. And soon Zhu Zhuqing joined in. Even Tong San's complexion paled further, while Ma Hongjun remained unfazed, swallowing the large sausage that Alcika had offered. What is the big deal? It's just a rather unsavory soul incantation. You are all so young. Why overthink it? Ma Hongjun said disdainfully after consuming the sausage, feeling revitalized in both strength and soul power. Brother, I admire your tenacity, but I can't eat any more. Had I known the origin of that sausage, I would have refused it, Tong San said with a bitter smile, his face still ashen, before sitting down to meditate and recover his soul power. Ma Hongjun, I will kill you, Xiao exclaimed in a fit of anger, charging at him. Stop, I didn't mean it. How could I have known you would react this way? You are no match for me. Ahem, I was actually looking out for you. Otherwise, in a few days, the teachers would force you to eat it. Ma Hongjun retreated a few steps, awkwardly asserting his innocence. You did it on purpose. I knew you were too kind to treat us to that. Xiao halted, her face turning a shade of green with indignation, her voice filled with a mix of grievance and anger, her beautiful eyes almost brimming with tears. It was a large sausage, Alcika timidly added. Get lost. You are no better, Ma Hongjun. I can't believe you have such a twisted sense of humor. You have truly disappointed me. Ning Rongrong pushed Alcika aside and turned to Ma Hongjun with a look of disappointment. Men truly are not to be trusted, Zhu Zhuqing's cold voice chimed in. The 3 women, united in their disdain, momentarily drew closer together, forming an unexpected bond. Well, say what you will. In a few days, you will understand my intentions. Besides, I consumed it as well, and it wasn't tea as bad as you all are making it out to be. Alcika, stay here and watch over Tong San until he wakes up. As for you 3, if you wish to go to the dormitory, follow me. Ma Hongjun said with a hint of resignation. Fine. Alcika replied, so me va disertend. Hurry and lead the way. Don't think that just because you're taking us to the dormitory, we will easily forgive you unless... Xiao huffed, glaring at Ma Hongjun. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun paused mid-step and interrupted her with annoyance. Unless I apologize and bring you a basket full of carrots, right? Yes. That sounds wonderful. I will forgive you. Remember to prepare the carrots for me tomorrow, Xiao said, her face lighting up with joy. The mention of carrots even made Tong San, who was still meditating to recover his soul power, forget his predicament and join Ma Hongjun in merrily skipping towards the girls' dormitory. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing exchanged astonished glances at Xiaowu, finding her remarkably easy to please, contrary to their earlier notion of a united front. Xiaowu, you are far too easily satisfied. I will not forgive him so easily, Ning Rongrong said, unable to suppress her pride. I don't need your forgiveness. Let's hurry and go. I have matters to attend to and no time to waste on you. Tong San is an Alcika's care and will be fine. So you need not look back, Ma Hongjun replied indifferently, then turned to Xiao with a different demeanor and said, Why are you so harsh with others, yet so kind to Xiao? Have I offended you in some way? Ning Rongrong, feeling agitated, stamped her foot in frustration and said, Why do you have to be so mean? Beside them, Zhu Zhuqing remained silent, quietly trailing at the end of the line. Well, we have arrived at the dormitory. Although it is somewhat modest, it is clean. There are 2 rooms in the girls' dormitory. You can decide whether to share a room or arrange something else, Ma Hongjun remarked, gesturing towards the rather antiquated wooden cabin before them. Let's stay together, Rongrong. What do you think, Zhuqing? Suggested Ma Hongjun, but Xiaowu interjected, All right, Ma Hongjun. This is our affair. You should leave now. Clearly, she was being more considerate, as having 3 individuals, regardless of who might occupy a separate room, would appear awkward. I have no objections. It is more lively this way. If one were to stay alone in a room at night, it would feel too lonely, and encountering any unsavory characters would be even more troublesome. It is indeed better to stay together for mutual support, Ning Rongrong agreed, casting a sidelong glance at Ma Hongjun as she uttered her final words. Then I shall take my leave. You three get along well. Staying together is indeed more convenient. And if any issues arise within the academy, you can seek my assistance. Farewell, Ma Hongjun said, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing before departing. His character had transformed, becoming increasingly helpful, perhaps to the point of naivety, due to concealing his second soul ring. Ma Hongjun mused internally, contemplating whether to embody a demon himself to acquire a hidden soul ring if a malevolent entity lurked within a leaf. Though his kindness cost him much, it simultaneously granted him numerous benefits. For instance, the expressions of the three girls towards him had clearly softened. Weren't you busy? You should hurry along. Xiao Wu's tone had notably improved, evidently influenced by Ma Hongjun's amiable disposition, which rendered her unable to express irritation. Ma Hongjun nodded and proceeded towards the boys' dormitory, not far away. After his departure, Ning Rongrong gazed at his retreating figure and curiously asked Xiao Wu, "Have you noticed that Ma Hongjun, when he is not exasperating, actually seems to be quite a decent person?" "Yes, he is rather pleasant, but he still does not compare to San San. San San is never annoying." Xiao Wu nodded, proudly proclaiming her preference. Zhu Zhuqing, not inclined to indulge in trivialities, opened the door to one of the dorms and stepped inside to begin arranging her bed. Back in his own room, Ma Hongjun sat cross-legged to cultivate, allowing his consciousness to delve into his mind. Within his mind, the green light panel displayed few significant changes aside from the additional soul skills. However, behind the first and second leaves, two new attributes, faith points and kindness points, had emerged. At present, Ma Hongjun had yet to discern their utility, only knowing they were related to unlocking hidden soul rings. Host, Ma Hongjun Martial Soul, 3-leaf clover first leaf, faith points, 100 second leaf, unlocking kindness points, 485. This transformation had only manifested after Ma Hongjun ascended to Soul Master. A few days prior, he discovered that performing a good deed would increase his kindness points by 1 to 3. Consequently, he allowed his companions to unknowingly experience the taste of Oscar sausage first, knowing they would be grateful to him later. However, these effects would only become apparent days later, and his successful assistance of the four through Zhao Wujin's assessment had granted him a total of 5 additional kindness points, raising his total from 48 to 53. Ma Hongjun eagerly anticipated Flanders' initiation of adaptive training for the others, hoping it might further enhance his kindness points. He surmised that once his kindness points reached 100, similar to faith points, he would successfully activate a second hidden soul ring, thereby acquiring new special abilities or treasures from other realms. After retrieving a medicinal herb with ice attributes from his Rui Bao bag, Ma Hongjun felt the malevolent fire within his soul power gradually subside. Over the past year, he had consumed approximately 15 top-tier ice attribute herbs, valued as staggering 50,000 gold soul coins. Fortunately, these herbs had not been entirely wasted. Ma Hongjun's robust physique allowed him to not only neutralize the malevolent fire, but also strengthen the foundation of his soul power. Although these herbs could not compare to celestial herbs, they were better than nothing. Apart from acquiring kindness points, only the harvesting methods of celestial herbs piqued Ma Hongjun's interest. Suddenly, a faint sound of agonized cries reached his ears. Upon closer inspection, he recognized the voice belonged to Zhao Wujin. As night had long since fallen and the moonlight was abundant, Ma Hongjun felt no fear as he suspected Zhao Wujin was being targeted by Tang Hao for revenge. After a quick wash and changing into black attire, he ventured toward the source of the commotion in the small woods behind Shrek Academy. Utilizing the unique stealth of his 3-leaf clover martial soul, he concealed himself and arrived at the center of the woods, where a middle-aged man in tattered robes was violently assaulting Zhao Wujin. Despite Zhao Wujin's anguished cries, Ma Hongjun found it curious that Tang Hao refrained from striking Zhao Wujin's face. His gaze shifted to the proud and imposing figure of Dugu Bo, standing nearby, alongside a visibly distressed Flandra. Ma Hongjun surmised that Tang Hao was likely sparing Zhao Wujin's dignity for the sake of these two individuals. The one-sided battle continued for nearly the duration of an incense stick until it finally came to a halt. Remember, Tang San is my son. From now on, I entrust him to your academy. If any issues arise, even Douluo Bo will be unable to protect your Shrek Academy, Tang Hao declared, his disheveled hair complementing his domineering tone. Ma Hongjun felt displeased, yet there was little he could do. Tang Hao glanced subtly at the tree where Ma Hongjun was concealed but chose not to comment further. Instead, he turned to Zhao Wujin and Flandra, saying, "Thank you, senior, for assisting my breakthrough. I express my gratitude here." Zhao Wujin, momentarily dazed, suddenly clasped his hands in respect towards Tang Hao, speaking with a hint of reverence. "This is merely a reward for watching over Tang San. Your breakthrough is a result of your own efforts. You were already on the verge of a breakthrough. I merely facilitated the unblocking of your meridians to expedite the process." "No need for thanks," Tang Hao replied with an air of authority. His imposing figure was such that only Ma Hongjun could rival him in stature. "Rest assured, Lord Haoyan, even without your words, we at Shrek Academy will not allow our students to come to harm. We will do our utmost to protect them. However, the path of a soul master is fraught with peril, so we cannot guarantee absolute safety," Flanders stated, his expression grave. Before Zhao Wujing could utter a word, Flanders took a bold step forward, his tone earnest as he addressed Tang Hao directly. With unwavering gaze fixed upon Tang Hao, he exhibited no trace of fear, prompting Ma Hongjun, perched upon a tree, to discreetly break into a cold sweat at Flanders' unexpected audacity. In truth, having spent considerable time with Ma Hongjun, Flanders' demeanor had been subtly influenced, further transformed by his pursuit of Lu Erlong. At this moment, Flanders embodied a bold and unyielding spirit, resolutely refusing to bend. His character shifting in alignment with Lu Erlong's preferences. Though he maintained a penchant for frugality, he was no longer excessively stingy, a change readily apparent to his peers at Shrek Academy. Tang Hao, not one to engage in reasoned discourse, felt his countenance darken as he unleashed a potent soul power that bore down upon Flanders, his icy gaze fixed upon him. The surrounding leaves trembled and fell under the weight of the oppressive aura, causing even Ma Hongjun, unable to maintain his grip, to tumble from his perch. "Umph. Do not overstep, Lord Haoyan. While I may not be your match, I shall not allow you to act with impunity. You bear hidden injuries, do you not? I still possess the means to preserve my life. Should you dare harm a teacher from Shrek Academy, I assure you that your son Tang San will not see the dawn of tomorrow." The proud figure of Douluo Bo stood nearby, a cold snort escaping his lips as he summoned 9 soul rings to shield Ma Hongjun from Tang Hao's overwhelming pressure. "Threatening me? Ah, indeed. You are the famed Poison Douluo, bold enough to use young San as leverage. This boy is one of your students, is he not? If you dare to use him against me, I could just as easily threaten your other students." Tang Hao advanced a step, his 9 soul rings manifesting, clearly exuding a greater pressure than Douluo Bo. Zhao Wujing and Flanders exchanged glances, their 7 soul rings also appearing as they regarded Tang Hao with grave expressions. "Lord Haoyan, I find it hard to believe you would stoop to such underhanded tactics. Surely, you are above such pettiness. Moreover, our academy's other students are all of remarkable lineage. Even the Haoyan sect would not dare to provoke them lightly." Ma Hongjun, youthful and unafraid, spoke with a slight pallor, yet he remained composed, striving to defend Shrek Academy's honor. "Oh, impressive, maintaining your composure before me. Truly, you are from a monster academy. At such a tender age, you are aware of my connection to the Haoyan sect. Your insight is commendable. You claim that every student from Shrek Academy possesses extraordinary backgrounds. Pray, enlighten me on their remarkable histories." Tang Hao, intrigued, regarded Ma Hongjun with curiosity, perhaps thinking of Tang San and his classmates, or for reasons unknown. Tang Hao's demeanor softened considerably after Ma Hongjun spoke. First, Ning Rongrong, the young master of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the daughter of the sect leader, backed by the twin Douluos of Swordbone. with her exceptional support as the continent's foremost auxiliary soul master. I wonder if this might earn her some regard from Lord Haoyan. Ma Hongjun smiled lightly, addressing Tang Hao. I am aware of this. I had my suspicions during the day, but I did not anticipate she was the daughter of the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Despite its might, I am no longer a disciple of the Haoyan sect, and am not intimidated. Tang Hao chuckled, his regard for this gifted individual evident. He had observed Ma Hongjun's assistance to Tang San and the others, as well as the potential he had revealed, which served as a pivotal reason for Tang Hao's shift in attitude. And what of Dai Mu Bai, another student from your academy? His martial soul is a direct lineage of the imperial family of the Xinglua Empire. Surely, a powerful empire would instill caution in you. And the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan shares a deep connection with Shrek Academy. Additionally, with the emergence of the new force, the Tianlada Wang, I wonder if that might warrant your respect. Ma Hongjun continued, unperturbed. Tang Hao's deep-set eyes widened in surprise as he regarded Ma Hongjun, the authenticity of his words unquestioned in his mind. Every genius harbored a sense of pride and would not speak falsely about such matters. As long as your academy is not the cause of any threats to young San, I shall refrain from causing you trouble. However, I have one condition. If you refuse, I will have no choice but to take young San with me. Though I must admit, I am quite satisfied with your academy's teaching prowess. Tang Hao deliberated for a moment, surprisingly conceding. Very well, Douluo replied nonchalantly. Yet his soul rings remained, betraying his underlying apprehension towards Tang Hao. Flander and Zhao Wujing gradually retracted their martial souls, adopting a demeanor of acquiescence to Douluo. Regarding the young lady accompanying young San, regardless of her identity, you must not reveal anything, nor harbor any intentions towards her. Can you comply? This statement was clearly directed at Douluo, save for Ma Hongjun. The rest present failed to grasp Tang Hao's intent, while Ma Hongjun feigned ignorance, deliberately maintaining an air of confusion. No problem. Although I, Douluo, am known for my solitary nature, I value my promises. Since she is also a member of Shrek Academy, I assure you, I shall harbor no ulterior motives. You may rest easy on this matter. Tang Hao. Douluo spoke calmly, wishing to avoid conflict with Tang Hao. Though I have withdrawn from the Spirit Master world for many years, I am still aware of the poisoned Douluo's character. I hope you do not come to regret this. For the Haotian hammer in my possession is no trifling matter with that. Tang Hao withdrew his martial soul, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Once Tang Hao's departure was confirmed, Douluo chuckled lightly, easing the somewhat awkward atmosphere. Ah, little monster, I did not expect your temper to be so singularly inherited. Your teacher is quite admirable, unyielding and precisely to my taste. Chapter 79. Thoughts on the concert. Elder Douluo, please refrain from jesting at my expense. My confidence stems from the belief that the Haotian would not dare to truly offend our Shrek Academy, as he has need of us, allowing me to oppose his views without fear of consequence. I hope I have not embarrassed you. Flander adjusted his vintage spectacles, speaking with a hint of resignation. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujing sat cross-legged, beginning to meditate to restore his soul power and mend his physical wounds. How many times must I say it? Do not call me elder. I am but a few years your senior. Simply refer to me as brother. The Haotian has indeed been quite overbearing this time. Had I not been here today, I fear my good brother, Zhao Wujing, might have suffered even more. Now, it seems, this misfortune has turned into a blessing, allowing me to break through the 76th level barrier. Douluo remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Though he had made advancements after encountering the backlash toxin, he still felt a stark contrast when compared to Tang Hao's strength. Indeed, Brother Douluo, Brother Flander, in a moment of camaraderie, the two men clasped hands, united in mutual respect. Cough, cough. Teachers, could you two perhaps tone down your exuberance? Sigh. Never mind you both. I shall take my leave for now. After all, I have classes to attend in the morning. The development of our influence will be entrusted to you. By the way, how is the preparation for the concert venue coming along? Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat awkward, coughed lightly as he prepared to depart. It won't be ready that soon. While setting up the venue doesn't take much time, persuading those beautiful female students from Tianshui Academy is quite a challenge. Flanders replied with a hint of exasperation. How about this? You should refrain from inviting them in the name of Tianluo Diwang and instead extend the invitation under the banner of our Shrek Academy. It would be appropriate to subtly showcase some of the strength possessed by our students and teachers. If it comes to it, I could personally check it out. The concert is a vital source of income for us, and the first performance is particularly crucial. It must create an impact sufficient to astonish the entire Ballot Kingdom. Ma Hongjun said earnestly after pausing to contemplate. He had invested heavily in the development of Tianluo Diwan. Although the Mei family is wealthy, that wealth belongs to them. It can only provide temporary relief and not sustain us in the long run. The world is bustling, all for profit. This principle is well understood by Ma Hongjun. Thus, the issue of income for Tianluo Diwang urgently needs resolution. Indeed, money can indeed move mountains. Currently, even the expenses for 100 or so soul masters require support from the Mei family. Our influence is still too weak. The concert situation is pressing. Hongjun, as the behind-the-scenes leader, you must consider solutions soon. I certainly do not wish to face a peak title daw, Flanders said with a wry smile. Brother Flander, little monster. Leave this minor matter to me. Tianshui Academy, right? I can handle it effortlessly, Douluo declared confidently. The students of Tianshui Academy are renowned for their exceptional singing and dancing abilities and possess numerous supporters. Simply put, fans. This is precisely why Ma Hongjun wishes to invite the students of Tianshui Academy to participate in the concert of Tianluo Diwan. In the Douluo continent, there is no entertainment industry per se, yet the realm of entertainment undoubtedly represents the most lucrative avenue available. Hence, Ma Hongjun began to contemplate the establishment of his own entertainment sector. Having lived 2 lives, he knew that once the entertainment industry successfully launched, the income issues of Tianluo Diwang could be flawlessly resolved. At that point, the daily earnings of gold soul coins might very well be measured in units of delight. Once the financial issues of our influence are settled, Tianluo Diwang will usher in rapid development. The foremost concern for any influence's growth is invariably the matter of finances. Without exception, Ma Hongjun even entertained thoughts of personally participating in the concert. Presently, Tianluo Diwang had already begun scouring for soul masters with singing talents. The aim is to achieve immediate fame, and inviting students from Tianshui Academy with an established fan base is merely the initial step. Ma Hongjun had already prepared dozens of classic songs, and if paired with the dances of the beautiful students from Tianshui Academy, he was confident of earning a substantial profit. I was waiting for this very line. Ha! Old poison. I shall take my leave now. Teachers, do rest early. Do not forget you are responsible for training the new students tomorrow. Ma Hongjun laughed heartily. Douluo rolled his eyes. Internally, he felt quite pleased with Ma Hongjun. Sigh. I am indeed fated to toil. All right, I understand. You should also return to rest early. Once Xiao Wuji awakens, I will go back and have good rest. With Xiao Xin managing Tianluo Diwang's affairs in Suatoa City, there shouldn't be any issues, Flanders said lazily, stretching. Upon returning to his dormitory, Ma Hongjun unexpectedly discovered that his kindness points had increased by 1, reaching a total of 54. He pondered, could this be due to my persuading Tang Hao, allowing Xiao Wuji and the teachers to escape misfortune? He mused, if only the system would announce such things, it would spare him the trouble of checking. He wondered if the upgrade from 3-leaf clover to 4-leaf clover would bring about any new changes. The next day, the school year officially commenced. During breakfast, Ma Hongjun introduced Dai Mubai and the new student who had replaced his position, Fat Tiger, to Tang San and others. To his surprise, aside from Ning Rongrong, the other 3 new students had already met Dai Mubai. Upon inquiring, he learned that Tang San had encountered Dai Mubai a day prior to the assessment and had exchanged a few sparring sessions. The historical parallels were startling. Even with Ma Hongjun, the butterfly flapping its wings, Tang San and Dai Mubai had forged a friendship through their earlier encounters. Our academy's course schedule is subject to change at any time, as we have more teachers than students. The academy will adjust the courses according to our circumstances. Today, the most significant course should involve a fee, totaling 101 gold soul coins, Ma Hongjun said, wiping the white soy milk from the corner of his mouth as he addressed the students beside him. Dai Mubai's expression was not particularly pleasant. He maintained a forced smile, having no desire to speak, so he had to introduce the others himself. Fat Tiger and Oscar appeared unconcerned with such matters, both too engrossed in admiring the beautiful ladies before them. Ever since Ma Xiao Dai and Mei Anna began to toil for the affairs of Tianluo Dewan, the two had not seen a woman, let alone one comparable to Zhu Zhuqing and the other two. So expensive. Little San, do we have enough money? Xiao Wu asked with a pained expression, pondering how many carrots she could buy with so many gold soul coins. Enough, Xiao Wu, do not worry. When we arrived, the teacher was concerned and provided us with 1,000 gold soul coins, which is sufficient for our expenses. Tang San reassured Xiao Wu. Ning Rongrong remained silent, while Zhu Zhuqing displayed a troubled expression. Observing this, Ma Hongjun considered for a moment and took out a bag of gold soul coins from his Rui Baobao bag, saying, "Here are 200 gold soul coins. You must have spent quite a bit at the hotel, and your funds may be running low. Although I am unaware of the grievances between you and Dai Lauda, we are classmates from this point forward, part of a whole. It is only right to help one another. Return it to me when you can." "Thank you," Zhu Zhuqing said softly, casting a glance at Ma Hongjun, not refusing his offer, merely expressing her gratitude. Dai Mubai, standing nearby, remained silent. Having seen Zhu Zhuqing 2 days prior, he had already guessed her purpose for coming. Despite Zhu Zhuqing's significant transformation in appearance, he could still recognize her as his betrothed through the resonance of their martial souls. However, their relationship was not particularly deep. It was merely a fulfillment of family obligations. Chapter 80. The Assignment of the Celestial Herb. Ding ding. A familiar bell rang out. Fat Tiger, Dai Mubai, and Oscar instinctively abandoned their meals and rushed toward the small square. What happened to them? Seeing the three of them rush outside, Tang Sin looked at Ma Hongjun with confusion. "Oh, it's nothing. The academy does not permit students to be late. After the bell rings, if one does not gather in the small square within 3 minutes, their training volume doubles. You new students do not need to worry about this on your first day. The old students must pay attention," Ma Hongjun said casually. "But aren't you also an old student? It appears that you are not particularly concerned about it." Xiao Wu curiously inquired. Nearby, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also stood up, preparing to gather on the playground. "Given that my usual training load is generally more than double, I naturally do not need to worry about this," Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. Yet his mind was preoccupied with how to extract the methods for harvesting and preserving the celestial herbs from Tang San. Suddenly inspired by thoughts of the lessons, Ma Hongjun swiftly exited, urging Tang San and the others, "You should hasten to the playground as well. I have matters to discuss with the dean." In the dean's office, he addressed, "Teacher, I require your assistance with a matter. You are aware of Tang San's background, correct? There is something of utmost importance that I need his help with, but I am uncertain how to broach the subject. Let us change today's lesson to focus on soul master knowledge. I will explain accordingly." The two discussed the specifics of the plan in detail. The plan was simple, yet remarkably effective. After Flander diligently noted it down, Ma Hongjun sketched the appearance of the celestial herb he encountered, annotating its known effects. He intentionally left the harvesting and preservation methods blank in parentheses. He felt a tremendous weight lifted off his shoulders. Using an assignment to extract knowledge about celestial herbs was a brilliant strategy, ensuring he would not owe Tang San too great a debt of gratitude. This method is indeed feasible, yet it requires some cooperation. How about this? Summon Fat Tiger and Oscar, and I will provide further details, Flander suggested, displaying little remorse, but rather a hint of excitement, believing that Ma Hongjun's actions were a means for Tang Hao and his son to settle a debt. Moreover, this plan would not adversely affect Tang San. Once he obtained the harvesting methods for the celestial herbs, he could acquire as many as he desired. "Very well. I shall fetch them at once," Ma Hongjun replied, unable to conceal his excitement, moving swiftly towards the playground. Upon his arrival, Zhao Wujia was already explaining the academy's rules to Tang San and several other new students. "Since you are here, fall in quickly. Although there will be no training today, your training content will be doubled tomorrow," Zhao Wujia stated sternly, embodying the essence of strictness. "Yes." Reporting to Teacher Zhao, the dean has summoned Fat Tiger and Oscar to the dean's office. Ma Hongjun responded earnestly. He held deep respect for Zhao Wujie and the others. Otherwise, he would not have risked entering the grove to investigate the situation the previous night. What is this about? Zhao Wujie appeared somewhat bewildered, displeased that the dean had not informed him in advance. I'm not sure. The dean merely asked for them to come. It is likely because they are the direct disciples of our Shrek Academy's teachers, so there must be an announcement, Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. Very well, you may go. See what Flander has to say, Zhao Wujie replied with a hint of resignation, glancing at Fat Tiger and Oscar. In the past, he would have referred to Flander as the old ghost, but since Flander became the chief elder of the Heavenly Net, his status had risen dramatically, transforming the relationships between friends into a more hierarchical structure, making such casualness inappropriate. Understood, Fat Tiger and Oscar quickly jogged to the dean's office. Reporting to the dean, Hee, what delightful matters have summoned us. Oscar knocked on the wooden door of the office, which creaked open, and he asked with anticipation. Not at the moment. I merely wish to inquire if you would like to enhance your innate talent for martial soul cultivation. Flander directly posed the question. Enhance martial soul talent? Why are you suddenly asking this, Dean? ISNT martial soul talent innate? If it could truly be enhanced, I believe no one would refuse, not even Fat Tiger. Oscar questioned, puzzled. Indeed, Fat Tiger echoed enthusiastically. While martial souls are innate, their quality can indeed be improved through diligent effort and serendipity. I possess a method to enhance the quality of martial souls and soul power. You should take a look at this. When the opportunity arises, do not let it slip by. Tomorrow, our lesson will pertain to this subject. Flander handed each of them a sheet of paper. The writing was evidently still damp, indicating that Flander had just noted it down. He then elaborated on the general content regarding celestial herbs, intending to spark curiosity among the students, particularly Tang San's suspicions. The content included several herbs, each labeled with its effects and uses. Only the harvesting and storage methods remained blank. Before long, Flander led Fat Tiger and Oscar to the playground. Upon arrival, Fat Tiger quickly rejoined the ranks, standing silently beside Ma Hongjun. Despite his simple appearance, he was quite astute. Oscar, following closely behind Fat Tiger, appeared somewhat distracted, evidently still processing Flander's earlier remarks. Ahem, allow me to introduce myself. I am Flander, the Dean of Shrek Academy, a level 78 Agile Attack System Battle Soul Master. I will arrange your courses going forward. If I am absent, Vice Dean Zhao Wujie will oversee the arrangements. For your first task today, you must complete it within 10 minutes. Pay your tuition fee of 101 gold soul coins. Dai Mubai will lead you to the administration office to settle the fees, Flander announced from the steps of the small square. Yes, Dai Mubai took the lead, heading to the administration office to pay the fees. Xiao Wu whispered to Tang San, seemingly having encountered Flander before. 10 minutes later, the group returned to the line after paying their fees, awaiting the dean's next instruction. Even Ning Rongrong was quite intrigued by the current happenings at Shrek Academy, let alone the others. The second task is an assignment I have prepared for your first day. You have 3 days to complete it. Whether you research in the library or pursue other means, it must be done. Those who complete the task will be rewarded. Not only will your tuition fees be refunded, but you will also be exempt from future fees, Flander generously announced. This rare act of generosity was notable. 6 years of tuition would amount to over 600 gold soul coins, a considerable portion of Ma Hongjun's assets, even as a wealthy individual. After Flander finished speaking, he distributed a slip of paper, which was, in fact, the fill-in-the-blank assignment about celestial herbs that he had shown Oscar and the others in his office. Upon opening the paper, Tang San's eyes brightened. He was quite familiar with the content. Casually surveying the others, he noted that only Dai Mubai and a few new students appeared perplexed, while the remaining 3 seemed to grasp the concept. With doubts dissipated, he inquired, Dean, if everyone completes the fill-in-the-blank assignment, will we all be exempt from tuition? Yes, however, you must not collude on answers. If discovered, all rewards will be forfeited. Flander replied calmly, although he maintained a composed demeanor. Internally, he was elated. Very well. Tang San glanced at Xiao Wu, expressing a hint of disappointment. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun silently concluded that, indeed, Tang San was unaware, Even on the Douluo continent, those knowledgeable about the existence of celestial herbs were exceedingly rare. Regardless of Tang San's cunning, he would never anticipate that Ma Hongjun would employ such a method to extract knowledge about celestial herbs from him. Chapter 81. The extraordinary immortal herb in the teaching building. Upon the blackboard, Flandre conjured the image of the first immortal herb using his soul power. The Jiguan Phoenix sunflower appeared as a vibrant, quivering, soft herb, seemingly simple, composed solely of crimson leaves. At the top of the leaves, a resemblance to a coxcomb was apparent. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern its uniqueness. The leaf veins shimmered with a golden hue. Effect: an exceptional herb that greatly replenishes pure yang energy, capable of significantly enhancing the consumer's soul power while purifying impurities within it. Heba Ban Xian Lan. An 8-petaled orchid radiated a pristine, crystalline white, exuding an aura of ethereal elegance. Effect: its medicinal properties are gentle and rich, easily absorbed, and beneficial for consolidating foundational energy and eliminating internal impurities. The Shui Xianyu Jigu, known for its ability to nourish tendons and bones, facilitates the smooth flow of energy through the body's meridians and reinforces one's foundational strength. The Qi Luo Eugene Xiang, a magnificent tulip adorned in myriad colors, boasts of capturing the essence of heaven and earth and the brilliance of day and night. The Xiangxi Duan Changhong, a rare treasure among immortal herbs, is the king of flowers, resembling a peony with blood-red streaks. This extraordinary blossom is selective in its allegiance. To harvest it, one must think of their beloved with pure intention, anoint the petals with their own blood, and remain steadfast in purpose. Once picked, as long as it is near its chosen master, it shall never wither. The Qirong Tong Tianju, Ba Jiao Xin Bing Chao, Lai Hui Xing Jiao Shu, and Yuxiang Qi Luo Xianpin are also mentioned. Teacher, I have heard of the consumption method for the Qi Luo Eugene Xiang. This flower should not be swallowed whole. Instead, one must gently inhale the nectar, allowing its essence to seep into the mouth, followed by the gradual cultivation of soul power to disperse the effects throughout the body. However, I am unsure about the harvesting methods. Ma Hongjun stood up from his seat and spoke first. Indeed, it seems you have not only practiced diligently, but also indulged in reading about these matters. You are correct, but this knowledge is your homework and should not be shared further. Today's lesson concludes here. Do not rush. I will give you 3 days for this assignment. The quantity you produce is inconsequential. Each immortal herb will be graded out of 10. Only the best performing member will be exempt from tuition fees, Flandre remarked nonchalantly. Ma Hongjun had previously discussed the effects of the immortal herbs with him. While he felt a tinge of envy, he understood that these were his disciples' possessions and refrained from coveting them. Thus, he remained composed, trusting that if there were surplus herbs, Ma Hongjun would not forget him. The students below displayed expressions of eager anticipation, nodding in agreement. This was their first encounter with such immortal medicinal herbs, with only Ma Hongjun, Fat Tiger, and Oscar exhibiting slightly better reactions. The assignments I have given you are meant to deepen your understanding of these herbs, so that if you encounter them in the future, you will not miss the opportunity. However, the methods of harvesting and preserving these herbs are exceedingly complex and require your own exploration. Even the instructors at our academy do not possess complete knowledge in this regard. This is your assignment. You may utilize your family's resources or any means necessary. The deadline is 3 days, Flandre stated with a teacherly demeanor. Unbeknownst to Tang San, this was entirely a scheme devised by Ma Hongjun for his benefit. Noticing that Ma Hongjun and his companions seemed well-versed in the subject of immortal herbs, Tang San's interest piqued, and he discreetly inquired, "Have you brothers encountered these immortal herbs before? Why do I sense that you 3 are not particularly astonished? How could that be? Immortal herbs are rare and precious. My knowledge stems from a casual mention by the poisoned Dalu, who has some understanding of medicinal herbs. I believe our academy's instructors learned these details through him." Ma Hongjun attributed all knowledge of the herbs to Douluo, wary of arousing interest from the forces backing the academy. The poisoned Douluo? No wonder. It seems listening to the teacher and joining Shrek Academy was indeed a wise choice. Tang San mused, no longer harboring doubts, though a hint of disappointment colored his thoughts. Ma Hongjun smiled faintly, inwardly pleased that he had successfully baited the hook. Very well. If there are any matters to discuss, we shall do so after class. Remember not to conspire regarding the immortal herb exam. Even if one fails to submit an answer, there will be no punishment. However, should anyone conspire, be prepared to face the consequences, Flandra warned. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's expression soured. She had hoped for Tang San's assistance in her preparations, but it seemed that the prospect of waiving tuition fees was now out of reach. The other students also wore grim faces, except for Zhu Zhuqing, who remained aloof and indifferent as if untouched by the unfolding events. After returning, Ma Hongjun did not immediately begin meditating for cultivation. Since he was alone in his dormitory, there was no worry of his secrets being discovered. Changing into a black training outfit, he summoned his phoenix martial spirit and departed Shrek for Soto City, needing to personally arrange the specifics of an upcoming concert, ensuring he returned before dawn. If his assumptions were correct, Flandra would certainly address the student's behavior the following day, particularly concerning a certain headstrong young lady from a prominent sect, as a letter from Ning Fengji had reached Flandra's hands. During their discussion about the immortal herbs, Flandra had subtly mentioned this, urging him to cooperate and avoid offending the Seven Treasures glazed tile school, as the newly established Tianluo Di Wang was still vastly inferior in strength compared to them. In Soto City, the headquarters of Tianluo Di Wang, once stood the ancestral home of the Fei family, now transformed into the organization's base. Tianluo Di Wang boasted over 1,000 members, including numerous soul masters. While the organization did not lack capable individuals, it was short on powerful figures above the soul sovereign level. Thus, Ma Xiaoyao and Mei Anna were recruited by Ma Hongjun to assist Xiao Xian and Flandra in managing the affairs of Tianluo Di Wang. Junior brother, you have come. It has been far too long since you last visited your sister. I thought you had forgotten me, you ungrateful little one. Upon Ma Hongjun's arrival at the headquarters, he did not enter directly, but requested someone to inform Mei Anna. His public identity was merely that of a high-ranking disciple within Tianluo Di Wang, and he did not belong to the organization, which made direct entry against protocol. Seeing Mei Anna come to greet him, a wry smile crossed his face. Since rescuing her a year prior, this almost perfect beauty had openly expressed her affection for him. Yet, Ma Hongjun had consistently rejected her advances, citing his youth and disinterest in romantic relationships. Chapter 82. The Star Concert. It would be disingenuous for Ma Hongjun to claim he felt no attraction to Mei Anna's affections. However, he was not an impulsive person, as evidenced by his choice to suppress the malevolent fire within him using invaluable ice attribute spiritual herbs. Having endured the trials of the malevolent fire for an extended period, his self-control regarding matters of the heart far surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Not only was his self-restraint exceptional, but his willpower also exceeded that of most soul sovereigns and even soul kings. Sister Anna, I have urgent matters to attend to. Please take me to the concert venue. Once the arrangements are complete, I must return to the academy before dawn, Ma Hongjun stated directly. I knew it. You only come to me when you have matters to discuss, whether concerning the malevolent fire or other business. Do you have enough ice attribute spiritual herbs? Should I arrange for Mei Jia to acquire some? Mei Anna, despite her tone being tinged with dissatisfaction, could not help but express her concern regarding the issue of the evil fire. There are still a few plants left. There should be no problems within half a year. I have already discovered a solution for the evil fire, so there is no need to waste any more Jin Huanbi on acquisitions. Ma Hongjun replied candidly. Very well, follow me. Xiao Jie has gone to recruit soul masters in other cities, so there is no need for you to enter. I will take you directly to the concert venue, Mei Anna said. Upon hearing that Ma Hongjun had found a solution to the evil fire issue, she felt surprisingly disappointed, rather than the joy she had anticipated. Behind Mei Anna were two beautiful middle-aged female soul masters, both at the soul venerable level, representing the rare female soul masters of Tian Luo Di Wang. The two female guards accompanied Mei Anna closely to ensure her safety. as her status within Tianluo Diwang was quite unique. She was both a senior member and the only daughter of the Mei family. Given that the Mei family was a significant component of the current Tianluo Diwang, it was entirely reasonable for them to assign 2 soul venerables for her personal protection. You need not follow us any longer. I will be with Hongjun, and there will be no unexpected incidents, Mei Na stated with a serious tone as they made their way to the concert venue. Feeling that the 2 devoted female guards were somewhat obstructive, the 2 female guards hesitated, as they were familiar with Ma Hongjun but were unaware of his true identity, let alone his capabilities. Rest assured, my elder sisters, Hongjun is also a soul venerable. Although my martial soul has been injured, I am still a soul venerable. Besides, within Suatua City, no one would dare to provoke Tianluo Diwang. Mei Na reassured them with a calming tone. Indeed, then it is essential for you to return early, otherwise we will have no way to report to the elders. The 2 female soul masters conceded and returned to the Tianluo Diwang headquarters. The concert venue was situated opposite the Suatua Great Soul Arena, not in the central area of Suatua City, but rather in the southwestern direction. Upon arriving at the concert venue, Ma Hongjun was struck by the vastness of the space, which rivaled, if not exceeded, that of the Suatua Great Soul Arena. Entering this star-studded concert, Ma Hongjun was astonished to find the venue surprisingly compact. However, it could accommodate a staggering number of attendees, reaching the limits of its capacity. While the Suatua Great Soul Arena could hold over 10,000 spectators, the star concert venue, despite a similar footprint, could accommodate 50,000. The seating arrangements were densely packed, with seats closely aligned, creating a somewhat claustrophobic atmosphere, save for the spacious stage area. The front seats were notably more spacious. The concert venue was divided into 4 distinct sections: the Soul Master VIP area, the Soul Master area, the Affluent Merchant area, and the General area. The Soul Master VIP section was the most expansive and closest to the stage, allowing attendees to clearly see the performers without any auxiliary soul-guiding devices. Following this were the Soul Master, Affluent Merchant, and General areas, all designed according to the specifications of Principal Fulan Day. After presenting her identity, Mei Na guided Ma Hongjun into the concert venue, explaining the layout from her position at the edge of the stage. Quite impressive. It seems that entrusting the management of Tianluo Diwang to our teacher was indeed a wise decision. How did I not realize that he possessed such economic acumen? Ma Hongjun remarked with satisfaction. Indeed, Principal Fulan Day is quite astute in economic matters. Even my father, Mei Jin, praises his financial intellect. Though the method of varied ticket pricing for different sections appears simple, it is, in fact, the most lucrative approach. Mei Na agreed with a smile. It turned out that Fulan Day's organization went beyond simple sectioning. Even the Soul Master VIP area was meticulously numbered from Douluo number 1 to number 10, each corresponding to a different ticket price, with the remaining rooms assigned the same pricing. It was undeniably shrewd, and Ma Hongjun could only nod in approval. I have another suggestion. We should extend invitations to renowned academies within the Tiando Empire in the name of Shi Lai Ka Academy and Tianluo Diwang, encouraging them to attend this concert as a form of exchange among Soul Master academies. I believe the presence of those talented Soul Masters will create a significant buzz, making this star-studded event renowned across the Douluo continent. Ma Hongjun proposed thoughtfully. But how shall we arrange seating for those academies? The Soul Masters from prestigious institutions are notoriously proud, and security will be a concern. Unless we mobilize the full strength of Tianluo Diwang, maintaining order will be impossible. Mei Na raised a pertinent issue, realizing that Ma Hongjun was not merely speaking on a whim, but had likely devised a strategy in advance. I have considered that as well. Naturally, we will not invite everyone. We should target only those representative academies. For now, let us invite 10 prestigious institutions, which will alleviate some security concerns. We can construct 10 lavish suites on the second floor of the viewing platform, named after the top 10 academies of Tiando, providing them free of charge. The selected 10 will include the 5 Elements Academy and the Plan Academy, among others. Ma Hongjun stated nonchalantly. His ambitions extended far beyond this. Through the concert, he could not only reap substantial profits, but also thrust Shirlaico Academy into the public eye, elevating its status significantly. There is even the potential for Shirlaica to ascend to the ranks of advanced academies. If the plan unfolded smoothly, the Star Concert might become a primary source of income for Tianluo Diwang. Although future events may not generate the same level of excitement as the inaugural one, they could still establish a new norm. He envisioned the Star Concert evolving into an annual exchange event among the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies, rivaling the prestigious Advanced Soul Master competitions and hosted by Shirlaica and Tianluo Diwang. However, this plan was still in its infancy. Achieving it would require Tianluo Diwang to strengthen its power to a level comparable to the top 3 sections. Indeed, splendid. How did I not think of this? With the presence of the poison Douluo, everything you suggest is entirely feasible. While it may seem we are at a disadvantage, the star effect brought by those Academy Soul Masters will undoubtedly fill our coffers. Compared to Principal Fulande's more exploitative approach, your vision is far more farsighted. Mayana exclaimed, her eyes lighting up with surprise at Ma Hongjun's business acumen, something she had not anticipated from him. She was, after all, the most commercially gifted individual in the Mei family in nearly a century, surpassing even her father, Mei Jin, in financial prowess. But different perspectives on issues do not equate to foresight. Just moments ago, you were praising our teacher. How can you now claim he exploits others? Surely you do not flatter him so excessively that you have grown accustomed to it? Ma Hongjun remarked with an eye roll, feeling somewhat exasperated. Hey, isn't this quite normal? In today's Tianluo Diwang, aside from the indifferent Douluo Mianxia, only your teacher truly holds sway. However, Dean Flandra indeed possesses a keen business acumen, though he tends to overly focus on immediate gains and losses. Mei Na chuckled awkwardly and felt compelled to explain. Well, I will leave the specifics to you. Although you are the assistant to the teacher, I am well aware of your capabilities. Remember, the ancient style garments produced by our Tianluo Diwang must achieve great success on the day of the concert, as they will be one of our major highlights in the future. Ma Hongjun reminded her once more. I truly cannot fathom what thoughts occupy your mind, with everything interconnected. Not pursuing commerce will be a waste of your innate talent. Rest assured, our Tianluo Diwang will undoubtedly lead the fashion industry across the continent. Mei Na said with excitement. The designs Ma Hongjun provided her were simply irresistible, and she could hardly wait to don the clothing samples, especially that wide-sleeved flowing skirt. However, in the interest of confidentiality, she restrained herself from wearing it until she was alone. The design blueprints Ma Hongjun crafted were adorned with ancient Chinese decorations, suitable for both men and women, which he termed Gu Feng Zhuang Shi. The term Gu Feng has been registered as an exclusive trademark by Ma Hongjun, although imitation would incur severe penalties from the empire. Ensuring freshness before widespread popularity is essential. After all, any endeavor is most striking when it first emerges. The initial impression is vital. His ambition was to spearhead the wave of ancient-style clothing throughout the Douluo continent, leaving no room for error. He envisioned the students of Tianxue Academy wearing these ancient women's garments, while the dashing gentlemen like Oscar, Dai Mubai, and Tang Heng would represent the men's ancient attire. This idea was inspired by the memories of the original plot, recalling the green attire worn during the Advanced Soul Master competition at Shrek Academy, which sparked a trend for green clothing. At that time, there would be no need for advertising. Under the influence of celebrity, ordinary people would undoubtedly follow suit in purchasing ancient-style garments. With proper management, it would not only influence the entire continent, but also impact the aesthetic sensibilities of a significant portion of the populace. If these individuals could wear ancient-style garments to win the Advanced Soul Master competition, the resulting celebrity effect could resonate throughout much of the continent. After discussing several specific matters with Mei and Na, Ma Hongjun intended to return to Shrek Academy, but was forcibly taken to the Rose Hotel by Mei and Na. Fortunately, although Mei and Na held affection for Ma Hongjun, her actions remained proper, limited to a simple candlelit dinner. Being nighttime, the streets were relatively empty, and after finishing their late-night meal, Mei and Na was unwilling to let Ma Hongjun depart. They conversed until the early hours before she finally allowed him to return. Upon arriving at his residence in Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun wasted no time, collapsing onto his bed and falling into a deep slumber. The next morning, the sound of a bell rang, yet Ma Hongjun paid it no mind, burying his head beneath the blanket and continuing to sleep soundly. Half an hour later, a young man with alluring peach blossom eyes and striking silver hair entered Ma Hongjun's room, practically dragging him to the playground. This individual was, of course, Oscar, who had shaved off his previously thick facial hair. Oof, what disgrace! As the Academy's most outstanding student, setting a poor example by being late on the second day of school is unacceptable. It seems I must impose a strict punishment for such behavior. Flandre scolded with a stern expression. Ma Hongjun instantly snapped to attention, awakening. Though as a soul master at the soul master level, he could go 3 days and nights without sleep without issue. There exists a phenomenon known as morning grumpiness, which is unrelated to one's cultivation level. I acknowledge my fault. Teacher, I accept the punishment, Ma Hongjun admitted, lowering his head in apology. It is of no use. The entire class is accountable. Shrek is a collective, and you 8 are a unit. From today onward, I declare that one person's mistake results in punishment for all. All of you will run 15 laps around Soto City, starting now. Flandre appeared unusually harsh today, a stark contrast to his usual amiable demeanor. Even Ma Hongjun found himself perplexed by his teacher's unforeseen severity. "Si stand ups. I refuse. You can do as you please. I am a support-type soul master, and cannot complete this task. Moreover, I did not commit any wrongdoing. Why should I be punished?" A shocked voice interrupted, and everyone turned to see Ning Rongrong, who had always behaved impeccably. Defying the teacher only adds to your punishment. All of you will now run 20 laps without utilizing soul power. You will not eat until you finish today, Flandre said without even glancing at Ning Rongrong, further intensifying the penalty. Dean, 20 laps is already the limit of our physical endurance, especially for the older students. They are new. Could you show a bit of leniency? Although Ma Hongjun was unsure of Flandre's motives, he could not help but speak up. You make a valid point. The new students will each run 10 laps, while Ning Rongrong will run 15 laps without utilizing soul power. Begin. Flandre's expression softened considerably, and he exchanged a meaningful glance with Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun quickly understood that he was entrusting the matter to him. Ning Rongrong, do you intend to jeopardize everyone? Hurry up and catch up. With that, Ma Hongjun took the lead and dashed ahead. Following him were Dai Mubai, Fat Tiger, and Oscar, who exchanged a glance with Ning Rongrong and shook their heads helplessly before following suit. Rongrong, let us not clash with the dean. Let's keep up for now. Xiao Wu advised before running off with Tang San, and Zhu Zhuqing naturally followed suit. Left alone, Ning Rongrong's big eyes flickered, and she too sped off to catch up. Xiao San, do not blame Hongjun. Even if he had not been late today, knowing the dean as I do, you all would still have to run 10 laps. 10 laps is merely part of our daily training, Dai Mubai explained as the group fell in a step beside one another. Ah, I see. However, we had no intention of blaming him. Since the dean stated that we are a collective, we should share both honor and disgrace. 10 laps are nothing to Xiao Wu and me, Tang Xin replied confidently. Yes, Xiao Wu nodded repeatedly, indicating that they bore no resentment towards Ma Hongjun. Although not utilizing soul power will be somewhat tiring for me, it should not pose a problem, Zhu Zhuqing remarked as she followed closely behind Ma Hongjun, her ample form swaying with each stride. Just as everyone was expressing their lack of animosity towards Ma Hongjun, an untimely huff broke the air. I refuse to run 10 laps. If you want to run, you can do so. The Academy's food is terrible, and I am heading to Soto City for a decent meal. Ning Rongrong huffed, her previously delicate demeanor vanishing as she hastened away from the group. The others exchanged bewildered glances. Was this truly the same fragile little fairy from yesterday? No need to worry about her. I can assure you she won to escape those 10 laps, unless she chooses to leave Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun assured them. Ma Hongjun, unfazed by the circumstances, chuckled lightly and addressed the group with certainty. Now that she has departed from the team, we can certainly quicken our pace. Among the 7 of us, only Oscar is a food-type support spirit master, possessing the weakest physique, and therefore, his speed should be the slowest. Let's proceed at his regular pace. Tang San, sensing the somewhat awkward atmosphere and unwilling to leave the others behind, suggested to the group. Indeed, what Tang San says is correct. Although Oscar's endurance may not be inferior to that of you newcomers, speed is certainly his Achilles heel, Dai Mubai chimed in, attempting to alleviate the tension brought about by Ning Rongrong's departure. Ultimately, it is I who have caused you trouble. By the time we finish 10 laps, it will likely be afternoon. How about this? Once we complete the 10 laps, to express my apologies, I shall treat everyone to a lavish banquet at the Penglai restaurant in Sotawa City. Ma Hongjun declared generously, pleased that the remaining members grasped the situation. Speaking of the Penglai restaurant, it is essential to mention Tianluotuang. The business model of Tianluotuang has undoubtedly shifted towards entertainment and the fashion industry. However, its primary enterprise remains the restaurant. The Penglai restaurant is one of the establishments under the aegis of Tianluotuang. In Ma Hongjun's invitation to dine, there would not incur any significant expense, as even if money were involved, it would merely be a transfer from one pocket to another. Hooray! Xiaomagu is amazing. The Penglai restaurant is currently the largest in Sotawa City. However, I have heard from my father that it serves everything from celestial creatures to terrestrial beasts and aquatic life. A single meal there requires at least 100 gold soul coins, which is far beyond what our level of spirit masters can afford, Fat Tiger exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement at the prospect of a meal, only to hesitate upon realizing the cost. Fear not, Hongjun has ample funds. I suspect he is not particularly concerned about money, Oscar replied with a mysterious smile. He was unaware that the Penglai restaurant was part of Tianluotuang's ventures. Yet he knew that Ma Hongjun was the founder of Tianluotuang and undoubtedly capable of treating them all to a meal there. Are there carrots? Xiao Wu inquired earnestly, directing her attention towards Ma Hongjun. As they jogged and conversed, their pace did not falter. As spirit masters, their stamina far exceeded that of ordinary individuals. Indeed, there are plenty, both steamed and fried. Haha, Xiao Wu, I have noticed your particular fondness for carrots. Can't your mind accommodate anything other than carrots? Ma Hongjun laughed ertidi, causing the others to smile in amusement. You are the one with carrots on the brain. Who says my mind is solely occupied with carrots? I also have Xiao San in my thoughts. Xiao Wu retorted playfully, linking arms with Tang San as she glared at Ma Hongjun. Critical hit 999. The envy of a single soul, a voice echoed. If Ma Hongjun had any capacity for jealousy, it would undoubtedly be at its peak at that moment. However, he did not, as his heart was filled only with kindness and faith. He sensed that his faith and kindness held value yet to be discovered. After completing 10 laps, the sun had already passed its zenith. Ma Hongjun instructed Tang San and the other 3 newcomers to secure a reservation at the Penglai restaurant while he, along with the 3 veteran students, continued with their tasks. Observing Tang San and the others fulfilling their duty, Oscar suddenly surged forward as if fueled by a potent elixir. Ma Hongjun, seeing this, resignedly sprinted ahead to shield him from the wind's resistance, while Dai Mubai and Fat Tiger formed a line, charging forward at full speed. Finally, after nearly an hour, they completed their task, drenched in sweat as they entered Sotawa City. Upon entering the quaint and elegant Penglai restaurant, the 4 quickly found Tang San and the others. After settling in, Ma Hongjun raised his cup and addressed the group. I toast to all of you, and I extend my congratulations to the 3 newcomers for joining the Shrek Academy family. The 7 of them exchanged toasts, gradually becoming more familiar with one another, except for Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing, who refrained from toasting each other. The remaining members had already lost count of how many times they had toasted one another in a short span of time. As night fell, and they had not used their soul power to dispel the effects of the alcohol, everyone felt slightly tipsy, including Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu. Just as Ma Hongjun was about to seek another toast with Tang San, who was already unable to drink more, Tang San seized the moment to ask, I wonder how everyone is progressing with their assignments? Here, in this establishment, the dean and others should not be monitoring our conversation, right? Tang San's mood appeared exceptionally buoyant, as he would not have posed such a question otherwise. The camaraderie among the Shrek Academy students filled him with warmth. Having lived 2 lives, he cherished the pure friendship shared among classmates more than anyone else. However, he was the virtuous Tang San, while Ma Hongjun was not. In fact, one could say that Ma Hongjun's heart was more impure than anyone else's. He refrained from expressing this due to the suppression of ice attribute spiritual herbs and his formidable willpower. Otherwise, with his desires exceeding those of ordinary people tenfold, the mere thought would be chilling. No progress on my end. How about you? Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. In truth, I am somewhat familiar with the herbs the dean mentioned. It would not hurt to share, as, like Hongjun said, celestial herbs are rare and possibly unattainable in our lifetimes. You all need only promise to transcribe a single copy for your assignments, and I will divulge the information. That is certainly acceptable. Xiao-san, please share your insights on these herbs so that everyone can broaden their horizons, Oscar eagerly prompted. Before I discuss the methods of harvesting and storing these celestial herbs, let me first tell you a romantic tale about the Xiangxi Duanchang. Tang San said, glancing at Xiao Wu, who was prepared to listen to the story, and felt a tinge of helplessness. Chapter 85. The Tale of Xiangxi Duanchang. Xiangxi Duanchang is among the highest quality celestial herbs mentioned by the dean. They are not referred to as medicinal herbs because these herbs transcend the limits of ordinary medicinal plants. Thus I call them divine herbs. Tang San did not immediately begin his tale. Instead, he took a moment to explain the concept of celestial herbs to the group. Xiao-san, you promised to tell a story. I want to hear a love story, not your introduction. Xiao Wu pouted, her cheeks flushed from the wine, giving her a look akin to a ripe red apple, irresistibly charming. Even Zhu Zhuqing, seated beside her, cast a curious glance at Tang San. Regardless of the world, young women harbor a unique fascination for love. All right, I cannot argue with you. Legend has it that Xiangxi Duanchang was once an ordinary peony flower that transformed due to the heartfelt blood of a deeply passionate individual. The story goes that there was an ordinary peony flower, which was the embodiment of the flower goddess of the heavenly realm. When it encountered a man who cherished flowers, a series of love stories began to unfold. The man was exceptionally fond of cultivating flowers, and his yard was filled with various blossoms, among which was the embodiment of the heavenly flower goddess. The man's greatest pleasure was to recite poetry and express his sentiments to the flowers in his garden. Whenever a flower withered, he would feel profound sorrow. His genuine emotions captivated the flower goddess, who governed all flowers in the world. Each time the man expressed his affection for the blossoms with poetry, the goddess felt immense joy. Gradually, the flower goddess was moved by the man. In an unexpected encounter, she descended to the mortal realm and met him. Their shared interests drew her to him, while he had long harbored deep affection for her. Thus, they became husband and wife, delighting in the moonlight together, exchanging whispers of intimacy. Tang San paused for a moment after sipping his wine and suddenly inquired, "What is the heavenly realm?" The question echoed the curiosity of the others present. Noticing their earnest expressions, Tang San found his own mood lifted. You may perceive it as a realm of higher existence, akin to the world of deities. However, while love between deities and mortals appears blissful, the heavenly realm is governed by strict laws forbidding such unions. The romance between the flower goddess and the man clearly transgressed these divine edicts. Tang San elucidated with a smile. Hold on, Xiao-san, I have a question. What does exchanging whispers of intimacy mean? Ma Hongjun interjected, oblivious to the nuances of the story, having heard it multiple times before. It's simply that. Tang San's face, already flushed from the wine, turned even redder under Ma Hongjun's inquiry. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing simultaneously scoffed, inwardly branding him a rogue. Yet Xiao Wu, emboldened, declared, exchanging whispers of intimacy naturally refers to the tender exchanges that lovers share, particularly when adults find solace in each other's company in bed. I see. Couldn't it just be stated as the joys of love? Why the subtlety? Ma Hongjun awkwardly chuckled, realizing the directness of Xiao Wu's explanation. He quickly urged Tang San to continue his tale. The love between the goddess and the mortal defied the heavenly rules, ultimately leading to the goddess being taken away by a celestial being, leaving the man bereft of his beloved. Powerless against the departure of his love, the man succumbed to despair, allowing the garden to wither. In a twist of fate, he discovered that his wife's true form was the peony in his courtyard. Burning the peony would allow the goddess to descend as a mortal. Enlightened, he resolved to tend to the garden once more. Being a man who cherished flowers, he could not bear the thought of destroying the white peony or sacrificing the goddess's celestial existence for his selfish desires. Consequently, he expressed his longing to the white peony daily. Over time, his grief turned into illness, and one fateful day, he bled his heart as sorrow onto the peony, leading to his demise. The poignant tale behind the heartbreak red flower illustrates that only the truest love can claim its allegiance. Thus, the story of Heartbreak Red embodies the romance between a fallen celestial being and a mortal, indeed a touching narrative. Xiao Wu, lost in thought, seemed to transpose herself into the role of the flower goddess, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. The divine herbs are rare and should be cherished. You need not exert too much effort in your pursuit, Tang San interjected, noticing the dreamy expressions on their faces. Ma Hongjun merely smiled, choosing not to comment. Tang San proceeded to explain the methods of harvesting celestial herbs. Though Ma Hongjun was familiar with much of the original narrative, he lacked detailed knowledge. Through Tang San's elucidation, he learned that the Ba Jiao Xianbing Chao could only be harvested with iron or gold tools, while the Li Huaxing Jiao Shu required jade implements to retain its efficacy. Other celestial herbs also demanded special harvesting and preservation methods, some necessitating wooden boxes, other stone or jade containers. After diligently noting them down, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of satisfaction, his gaze toward Tang San softening appreciably. I am fortunate to have refrained from reckless harvesting. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss, Ma Hongjun mused inwardly. Among the celestial herbs, the most suitable for Dai Lao was the Qi Rong Tong Tianju, while Hongjun should be paired with the Ji Guofeng Huang Kuei, along with the Ba Jiao Xianbing Chao and Li Huaxing Jiao Shu. The Ba Ban Xianlan was a more tempered herb, ideal for assisting Oscar's food-related abilities. However, all this discussion was somewhat moot, as each celestial herb possessed unique qualities that were rarely encountered otherwise. The tidal Douluo on the continent would not be as scarce as they were now. Tang San, sensing their lofty aspirations, halted his explanations to temper their expectations. Yes, I suppose my luck will not lead me to encounter such exquisite herbs. I shall depend on you all, so do your utmost. Ma Hongjun jested, secretly reveling in his good fortune. After indulging in food and drink, the group returned to Shrek Academy, only to be greeted by the grim visage of Flender. Have you finished your escapades? Flender inquired, his tone low. Indeed, teacher, we have returned, Ma Hongjun replied, perplexed. I was referring to all of you. Flender reiterated with emphasis. Chapter 86. A day off. I am taking a day off today. I may post another chapter tonight. I have a toothache, and work has been exhausting. I feel somewhat unwell. My sincerest apologies. Please do not await updates today. After reviewing the previous text, I will post another chapter if possible, but it may be late. I hope everyone can support with a recommendation vote. Thank you very much. Chapter 87. Preparing for the Continental Senior Soul Master Competition. Ah, it's us? Oh, teacher. You mean Ning Rongrong? We have no idea where she has gone. We finished our run and went to the Penglai Hotel for dinner. Now we reek of alcohol. If there are no further matters, we shall return to wash up and rest. Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly, realizing Flender was referring to Ning Rongrong, without any intention of reporting or concealing it. Well, in that case, you all should return to rest early. We shall discuss today as matters tomorrow. Flender's tone was gentle, yet it sent a shiver down the spines of the others, suggesting that tomorrow might not be pleasant. After everyone had bathed and gone to bed, the lights in the dean's office remained bright. Flender sat at his desk, deep in contemplation, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the surface. Who is it? Flender, suddenly startled, looking toward the window. It's me, teacher. Ma Hongjun quickly slipped through the window and announced. What do you want, you rascal? Is it about the celestial herbs? Have you made progress? Flender guessed. noticing the uncontainable joy on Ma Hongjun's face. Teacher, how did you know? You weren't following us, were you? Ma Hongjun asked suspiciously. I have no time to follow you. Seeing your happy expression, I could deduce it was something uplifting for you, especially since you were out with Tang-san. I know you well enough to understand your whims, Flinder replied with a hint of annoyance. Is there something troubling you? Teacher, you seem less than cheerful. Ma Hongjun noticed a hint of melancholy etched on Flinder's face and could not help but inquire. It is nothing of great significance, Flinder explained lightly. You have seen Ning Rongrong's behavior today. The master of the Qibao glazed sect, Ning Fengji, has sent another letter requesting that I discipline his young daughter, while also agreeing to our collaboration with the Tianluodawang. Isn't that a good thing? Why do you still appear so troubled? Ma Hongjun asked, feigning ignorance. If Tianluodawang could establish a partnership with the wealthiest sect, Qibao glazed sect, at the onset of its power, the benefits would undoubtedly surpass all expectations. It would be akin to an obscure product suddenly endorsed by the richest man in the world, touting its remarkable qualities. Moreover, Tianluodawang is not an overlooked entity, but rather a rising star. The letter also described Ning Rongrong's true character. Based on the situation outlined in the letter and her actions today, she undoubtedly fits the description of a little witch of a young lady. Given her personality, if she weren't the most sought-after support-type soul master in our academy, and the young lady of Qibao glazed sect, I would truly prefer not to discipline her. As an elder, I cannot scold her or strike her. Alas, there remains a plethora of matters awaiting my attention in Tianluodawang, Flinder lamented. Teacher, you don't expect me to discipline her, do you? If I were to lay a hand on her, the sword bow and Douluo from Qibao glazed sect would surely come after me for retribution. Even the poisoned Douluo would not be able to shield me from that. No way. No way. Ma Hongjun initially expressed shock, but quickly shook his head in denial. Flinder, understanding Ma Hongjun's character, recognized that he was eager to shirk responsibility and push this thankless task onto someone else. Ahem, you could consider some appropriate measures. It doesn't necessarily have to involve violence. Very well, I shall leave this matter in your hands, Flinder said, having his thoughts unveiled by Ma Hongjun, and thus no longer concealed his intentions. All right, but you must cooperate with me. With Sister Anna handling the affairs of Tianluodawang, there is no need for excessive concern. You should take these days to rest at the academy. I see that you are reluctant to play the villain, solely seeking to burden your precious disciple. If anything goes awry, I shall make a swift exit, Ma Hongjun retorted with a hint of irritation. Although he said this, he would never abandon the teachers of Shrek Academy should a crisis arise. Despite his dissatisfaction with Flinder's arrangement, he ultimately agreed, for Flinder, as his teacher, tirelessly devoted himself to the matters concerning their faction, making it impossible for him to refuse his request. Indeed, you're truly my excellent disciple, always willing to share the burden with your teacher. However, while you discipline her, remember to maintain the unity of the team. Shrek Academy encourages competition, yet unity remains equally vital, Flinder remarked with a satisfied smile, offering a reminder. Yes, it is easier to break a single arrow than a bundle of 10. 5 united can take down a tiger, while 10 united can slay a dragon. I understand this principle, so rest assured, I will manage the team's unity. When Master arrives, you must emphasize this to him as well. Ma Hongjun nodded in agreement. Indeed, Xiao Gang should arrive at Shrek Academy in the coming days. If the young lady has not been properly disciplined by then, I shall leave the task to him. With his steadfast character, he will not be intimidated by the likes of Qibao glazed sect, Flinder said, reminiscing about his bond with Lu Erlong and the Master. Their camaraderie during their youth, as they traversed the continent and supported one another, remained etched in his memory. If the commotion caused by the celebrity concert is substantial enough, Shrek Academy may catch the attention of the upper echelons of the Tiando Empire. It is not entirely impossible for us to ascend to a higher academy directly. However, the number of students is a concern. Speaking of advancing to a higher academy, I have a bold idea that I wonder may be feasible. I wish to lead this year's students of Shrek Academy to participate in next year's All-Continental Advanced Soul Master Competition and secure the championship, Ma Hongjun declared with sunny confidence. He had already resolved that once Oscar advanced to the 30th level of Soul Master and ventured into the Stardow Forest to acquire his spirit ring, he would independently head to the nearby Sunset Forest outside Tiando City to consume the celestial herb found within the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Enhancing his aptitude and strength, he was determined to claim the championship of next year's All-Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, and he would not accept defeat. While your celebrity concert may indeed draw attention to our Soto City, it is merely the inaugural event. Most factions may honor the Poison Douluo by attending, but it will never match the influence of the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master competition. Shrek Academy students can certainly form a battle team, and with your talents, winning the championship should not be difficult. However, is it not a bit premature to participate in next year's competition? Flinder replied, noting that while winning would grant Shrek Academy unparalleled influence, relying solely on Ma Hongjun's strength would be excessively daunting unless he intended to share some of his celestial herbs with the students. As Flinder spoke, his eyes brightened with excitement. He too had dreamed of winning the All-Continental Advanced Soul Master competition, but previously lacked the strength and sufficient students to form a team, which is why he seldom mentioned it. Now that hope was within reach, he was elated. Participating in a competition was a dream for all academy teachers and the best means of showcasing their educational accomplishments. This aspect I have yet to finalize. I shall see how things unfold. As long as Shrek Academy grows stronger, I shall not hesitate to make sacrifices if necessary. Ma Hongjun replied with a gentle shake of his head, his tone resolute. Indeed, if the effects of the celestial herb are as you described, they are truly precious and should be given serious consideration. Even those who do not typically require such herbs would not easily part with them. Your willingness to share is commendable, but do not overburden yourself. You must prioritize your own needs. The surplus can be used to enhance Oscar and the other soul power. Flinder nodded appreciatively. All right, teacher, you should rest early. I must return now, as it would be difficult to explain to the other students if discovered, Ma Hongjun said. And with a flash, he vanished from the dean's office. The office served as a significant venue for discussions between Ma Hongjun and Flinder, as well as a primary source of information regarding the outside world and Tian Luodawang. Go on, Flinder replied softly, preparing to rest himself. The dean's office also served as his residence. Everything seemed to unfold as if nothing had transpired, and their conversation remained unknown to all. However, the future altered by this dialogue would profoundly impact the unfolding situation across the Douluo continent. The following day, early in the morning, after a half-hour morning self-study session, the students were led by Flinder to the small playground. Nowadays, Shrek Academy occasionally permitted students to relax, not requiring daily laps between Soto City and the Academy. They added a bit of self-study time for students to gather and discuss their training challenges. However, for announcing significant matters, Flinder still preferred to do so in the small playground. Today marks the third day of your enrollment at Shrek Academy. By now, you should have a fair understanding of the Academy's regulations. I have reviewed the assignments you submitted, and among them, Tang San achieved the highest score, highlighting the methods for harvesting and preserving Xian Chao. Following him was Ma Hongjun, who, though he did not specify the harvesting and preservation methods, provided a detailed account of their efficacy. This did not surprise me. What did surprise me was that none of the others submitted blank papers, which is quite reassuring. However, there remains a bold individual who did not submit their paper at all. Ning Rongrong, please step forward, Flanders remarked. Ning Rongrong's expression soured instantly, especially under the gaze of her classmates, which filled her with a sense of shame and indignation. It was not the act of not completing her assignment that embarrassed her, but rather being called out publicly by Flanders. The judgmental looks from her peers only heightened her discomfort. Noticing Ning Rongrong's reluctance to move, Ma Hongjun stepped back, and others followed suit, creating space. Only then did Ning Rongrong lift her head and glare fiercely at Ma Hongjun before stepping forward to meet Flanders' gaze defiantly, stating, I haven't completed the assignment yet, so I haven't had the chance to look up the material. You never specified when it was due for submission. Is it a problem if I submit it later? Is it something to be proud of not completing your assignment? Very well, even if I had not mentioned it. May I ask, Miss Ning, What were you doing while the others finished their runs yesterday? Flanders replied with a casual glance at Ning Rongrong, laced with mockery. You were following me. Flanders, who do you think you are? You are just a mere soul sage. What is so impressive about that? The food at the academy is terrible, so I went to Soto City for a decent meal. Ning Rongrong retorted, her voice rising in agitation, then glanced at Ma Hongjun as if recalling something, and bluntly stated, the academy's meals are simply dreadful. Upon hearing this, Tang San, Xiao Wu, and the others were taken aback, their faces filled with disbelief at such a seemingly trivial statement from such a beautiful young lady. At that moment, any semblance of the gentle demeanor she had upon joining the academy vanished. Her tone exuded disdain, creating an air of superiority. Flanders chuckled, not in anger but with a calm demeanor, stating, your father, Ning Fengji, is merely as soul sage as you described. Even though you're the most talented individual of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, you are currently just a great soul master. Moreover, if I am not mistaken, the highest-ranking soul masters from your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile Pagoda rarely surpass the level of a mere soul sage. Truly, there is nothing remarkable about that. What do you know? Our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is the foremost auxiliary sect in the world. Unlike you, Ningronggrong Snappit, feeling both furious and at a loss for words. The strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is indeed formidable, but it is not due to her individual prowess. Rather, it is the strength of the entire sect or the auxiliary support that is impressive. Her remark about Flanders being merely a soul sage was merely a moment of anger. She never anticipated that Flanders would respond in such a manner. In terms of verbal sparring, she and Flanders were worlds apart, separated by the vast expanse of the Stardew Forest. There exists an insurmountable chasm between us. Since you disdain this place, I kindly ask you to leave. Shrek Academy does not welcome students who disregard the rules. Flanders smiled slightly and stated calmly, you wish to expel me? It will not be so easy. I intend to remain at Shrek Academy. Having come this far, I have no plans of leaving early. Flanders, I advise you to mind your own business, or the consequences will be beyond your capacity to bear. Ning Rongrong replied with a cold laugh. Hongjun, you shall handle this matter. If she fails to complete your punishment, you have the authority to expel her on the spot and have her pack her belongings to leave. Flanders said without even glancing at Ning Rongrong as he departed the small training ground. A mere joke, the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, while powerful, would never resort to open conflict over such trivial matters. At most, it would only affect the developmental speed of the Tianluo Dewang. Let us not forget that Tianluo Dewang also has title Dalu among its ranks. It can be said that the top combat strength of Tianluo Dewang is not inferior to that of the lower four sects, and may even be stronger. The difference lies only in the overall strength of the sect. Furthermore, Ning Fengji's correspondents had long made it clear that he should act without concern for the reputation of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Unlike the original story, Flanders' status has risen significantly. Should Tianluo Dewang's strength increase further, Flanders' standing would undoubtedly rival that of Ning Fengji. All right, Ma Hongjun nodded heavily in response. Meanwhile, at the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School's discussion hall, in the resplendent main chamber to the north, there sat a grand chair made of fragrant wood, adorned with a large piece of high-quality jade embedded in its backrest. The jade glimmered in a verdant hue, emanating a gentle warmth, a true gem of exquisite quality. Seated upon the chair was a middle-aged man with a refined and gentle appearance, his face resembling that of a jade crown. Before him, a young man clad in white attire knelt respectfully, speaking with reverence, reporting to the sect master, the young lady has arrived at Shrek Academy, and I have personally delivered your letter to Dean Flanders. The middle-aged man was none other than Ning Fengji, the sect master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, known as the finest auxiliary soul master on the continent. Very well, you may leave. Allow this little ancestor to experience training at Shrek Academy. I wonder if it is the right decision. It is said that Shrek Academy is backed by an emerging force, Tianluo Dewang, which is providing support. Ning Fengji murmured, expressing his concerns. Chapter 89. What is kindness? A powerful voice, sharp as a sword, resonated throughout the hall, seemingly emanating from all directions. Fengji, you are also worried about Rongrong being alone at Shrek Academy. I happen to be heading there to visit her. I cannot rest easy knowing a girl is out there by herself. Would you like to accompany me? An elderly man with white hair and a figure as sharp as a sword walked out from the back hall, taking a seat beside Ning Fengji without any reservations. Uncle Jian, Rongrong is no longer a child. She has reached an age where she can train independently. You and Uncle Long are overly indulgent. No one in the sect would dare to offend her. It would be beneficial for her to receive some education at Shrek Academy. You and Uncle Long should refrain from disturbing her. With her character, she will not suffer anywhere, Ning Fengji said with a hint of helplessness. He was entirely unaware of the treatment Ning Rongrong was currently facing at Shrek Academy. Ning Rongrong, considering our camaraderie as classmates, I will not make things difficult for you. You're to run 20 laps starting now, and you are permitted to use your soul power. Oscar, as the only food-type auxiliary soul master in our Shrek Academy aside from Ning Rongrong, your physical strength is equally important. Accompany Ning Rongrong in this exercise and set a good example, Ma Hongjun stated, showing no intention of making things hard for Ning Rongrong, while glancing at Oscar, who was secretly observing Ning Rongrong. Although Ning Rongrong was beautiful, Ma Hongjun could not simply fall for every attractive girl. Oscar's future achievements would undoubtedly place him among the top ranks in Shrek Academy, making him a more suitable ally. Little did he know, there were several outstanding individuals standing in front of Oscar, and Ning Rongrong, with her lofty standards, would hardly consider him. If it were merely Tang San alone, he might not feel much since he now has Xiao Wu by his side. However, both he and Tang San's current performance far outshines Oscar's. Let him run. Observing the earnest Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong surprisingly refrained from retorting. Perhaps she had sensed Ma Hongjun's standing within the Shrek Academy. Or perhaps she instinctively wished to avoid offending this remarkable prodigy. Brother, I owe you a great debt, and I shall be yours from now on. Regardless of whether I succeed in winning her over, I will never hold you accountable. From now on, my sausages are yours to enjoy for free, Oscar chuckled, expressing his gratitude softly in Ma Hongjun's ear. Since these female students joined Shrek Academy, he had meticulously shaved his beard, and in terms of appearance, even the dashing Dai Mubai paled in comparison to him. After 2 years as classmates, Ma Hongjun certainly understood Oscar's intentions. Yet he was still more than willing to assist him. I don't need him to accompany me. What I require is not a delicate flower, but a true man. If you think I would be bored alone, you are welcome to join me in this run. I wouldn't mind, Ning Rongrong huffed, turning on her heel to sprint towards Suatawa City. For her, utilizing soul power to run 20 laps posed a new challenge, one that had already pushed her to her limits. However, with a resolute will, it was not insurmountable. A mind, Oscar. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and catch up. Ma Hongjun rolled his eyes in exasperation, nudging Oscar as he spoke, his frustration palpable. All right, I'm on it. Oscar snapped out of his daze and hurriedly pursued her. Upon hearing Ning Rongrong's words, Oscar felt a chill of despair wash over him. He recognized that she likely looked down upon him, but he was not one to easily surrender. Gathering his courage, he set off in the direction of Ning Rongrong. Hongjun, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Ning Rongrong clearly has some interest in you. Why are you giving Oscar a chance to pursue her? You're not a child anymore. It's time to find a girlfriend and relieve some of that pent-up energy. Otherwise, I could invite you to meet some twin sisters another day, Dai Mubai remarked, seemingly having given up on Zhu Zhuqing, his gaze not lingering on her increasingly frigid demeanor as he continued to speak his mind. She has feelings for me? I didn't notice that at all. You must be mistaken. What she said earlier was surely out of resentment for making her run those 20 laps. She intends to drag me down with her punishment, but I want to fall for it, Ma Hongjun asserted, brimming with self-satisfaction. In truth, Ning Rongrong indeed harbored such thoughts, but Ma Hongjun, with his limited intelligence and emotional understanding, could not grasp a girl's sentiments. Dai Mubai shook his head in exasperation, giving Ma Hongjun's shoulder a firm pat as he gently remarked, Brother, you still have much to learn about interacting with girls. You ought to take a page from your elder brother's book. Not everyone is like some people who have roamed amongst women. Some individuals may lack self-discipline. but they should not lead good people astray. Zhu Zhuqing interjected coldly, casting a scornful glance at the two before turning to leave the small training ground without a backward glance. What business is it of yours how I teach my brother? A good man does not quarrel with women. Brother, I shall take my leave now, Dai Mubai instinctively retorted, though upon realizing it was Zhu Zhuqing, he promptly lost interest in debating and swiftly vanished from the training ground. Seeing everyone depart, Fat Tiger quickly dashed away as well. Good person card? How ridiculous! Ma Hongjun muttered under his breath, casually checking the green panel in his mind. To his surprise, he noticed that the kindness value had flickered and increased by 3 points. Startling him, could a good person card actually raise his kindness value? Ma Hongjun found himself perplexed by the concept of kindness. With this thought in mind, he called out to Tang San, who was preparing to leave with Xiao Wu. Xiao San, could you hold on for a moment? I have a question I would like to ask you. We are all comrades. It is only right to assist one another. No need to be so formal. Tang San replied, looking at the approaching Ma Hongjun with curiosity. Well, it's like this. I simply want to ask about the concept of kindness. Among the Shrek students, you seem to have a more mature personality. Do you know what it is? Could you share your understanding with me? Ma Hongjun casually inquired, not expecting much from Tang San's response. Right and wrong. Who can truly define them? Good and evil. It is up to your judgment. I do not know, but my teacher once told me something that struck me as profound. Mountains are mountains, waters are waters. Mountains are no longer mountains, waters are no longer waters. Mountains remain mountains. Waters remain waters. After seeing through everything, after understanding the essence, what of all things? After seeing through, what can righteousness and wickedness mean? Good and evil, what of it? Our actions are merely to survive, living according to what we have seen and understood. Tang San spoke earnestly. Ma Hongjun pondered over his words, and just then, Xiao Wu chimed in. Xiao San, what are you talking about? I don't understand any of it. To me, a kind person must first possess a kind heart and should not casually hunt innocent soul beasts. Of course, if it's an evil soul beast, one should show no mercy. Xiao Wu said, looking at Tang San with discontent. Tang San, somewhat helpless, patted Xiao Wu's head and offered a wry smile to Ma Hongjun, saying, Xiao Wu is a bit mischievous, so please don't take offense. Her response, though brief, holds some truth. My teacher's words are indeed too profound. The heart of a Buddha, the strategies of an emperor, a compassionate heart, the means of a ruler. Ma Hongjun seemed to have an epiphany as the green panel in his mind radiated intense spiritual waves. His kindness value surged dramatically, increasing by a staggering 100 points to reach 156. The three-leaf clover spirit soul lock in his sea of consciousness shattered, unlocking the conditions for hidden soul rings. Even the appearance of the panel underwent a significant transformation, and new functions emerged, with the kindness value section indicating that there were still remaining kindness points. The information on the panel also changed. Host, Ma Hongjun Spirit Soul, Evil Fire Phoenix First Soul Skill, Phoenix Crying Sky Strike Second Soul Skill, Sun Fire Stab Third Soul Skill, Phoenix Wing Sky Soar possessing tenfold desire of an average person, as well as nearly supreme quality of Spirit Soul. Spirit Soul, Three-Leaf Clover Function 1. Kindness Point Lottery. Each lottery costs 1,000 kindness points, 100 base kindness points. 56 kindness points remaining. Function 2. Faith Point Lottery. Each lottery costs 1,000 faith points, 100 base faith points. Others, unopened. First Soul Skill, by Phosphor Flame Poison Domain. First Hidden Soul Skill, Parasitism, Entanglement. Second Soul Skill, Ink Jade Hollow Rod. Second Hidden Soul Skill, None. Third Soul Skill, Web Coverage. Special Talent Skill, Breath of Demon Slaying. External Soul Bone, Earth Whip. Soul Bone, None. Soul Guidance Device, Rui Treasure Bag. Is this an upgrade? Ma Hongjun gazed in astonishment at the changes in his sea of consciousness, oblivious to what Tang San and Xiao were saying in the outside world. Xiao Wu, do not disturb him any longer. He must be contemplating the essence of his martial soul. Let's take our leave for now, as there should be no one in the academy to interrupt his meditation. Tang San, noticing Ma Hongjun lost in thought, turned to Xiao Wu, who was still chattering incessantly about her own musings. Oh, very well, let us depart then. I am off to Soto City to buy a large basket of carrots. I will savor them slowly, Xiao Wu declared as she energetically pulled Tang San away. Upon hearing Xiao Wu's last statement, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but smile, silently vowing that, owing to Xiao Wu's enlightening words today, he would never stand idly by should she ever find herself in distress. His thoughts regarding the female students of Shrek Academy were entirely innocent. Otherwise, he would not have given Oscar the opportunity. The same went for Xiao Wu. As for Zhu Zhuqing, even he was perplexed about his own feelings toward her. Chapter 90. The kind-hearted Ma Hongjun. Oscar caught up with Ning Rongrong, who looked at him with a haughty demeanor and said, "Who asked you to follow me? I warn you, do not spy on me, or I shall not be courteous." No, Rongrong. I merely wish to inform you that completing 20 laps is not as arduous as it seems. With my recovery sausages and your 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, we will accomplish the task with ease, Oscar quickly asserted. Trying to clarify, he was not there to monitor her. He then tried to ingratiate himself. Not necessary, Ning Rongrong retorted, turning her head away in disgust. Disregarding Oscar entirely as she summoned her soul power and set off towards Soto City. Oscar could only manage a bitter smile as he followed silently behind her. During the first lap, Ning Rongrong could manage, but halfway through the second lap, her stamina waned due to the continuous use of soul power. Under the scorching sun, a sheen of perspiration appeared on her skin, enhancing her allure. Rongrong, you must be tired. Shall we take a break and enjoy some of my big sausages before continuing? I have a delightful sausage, Oscar offered, rushing to her side while activating the first soul skill of his martial soul. In a flash of light, a large sausage appeared in his hand, presented to Ning Rongrong. Ning Rongrong glanced at Oscar, and though she was still quite young, that look was enough to fill him with exhilaration. The first soul skill of my sausage martial soul is recovery. It not only aids in healing, but also restores stamina. Do have a bite. With my sausages, completing 20 laps will pose no challenge, he encouraged. Ning Rongrong, who had no intention of completing the 20 laps as punishment, felt her annoyance rise further at Oscar's persistent reminders. Hearing his peculiar incantation only exacerbated her irritation. With a peculiar gaze, she boldly declared, "I still have 2 pieces of bread left. Eat to your heart's content." After which, she summoned her 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda to grant herself an agility boost, accelerating away and distancing herself from Oscar. Oscar stood bewildered, utterly flabbergasted. Was this truly the pure little fairy he had admired? He had merely assumed that Ning Rongrong had a touch of the temper typical of a young lady, never imagining she would utter such ambiguous words. Outsiders could hardly fathom the role she played within the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Her current manner of speaking was merely second nature, as she gradually unveiled her true self. Ultimately, Ning Rongrong did not complete the 20 laps. By the 5th lap, her soul power was severely depleted, prompting her to pause for a rest. However, upon stopping, she realized it was nearly noon and headed towards Soto City, intending to eat before resuming her run. After dining, she thought to shop before running again, and thus, she only completed a quarter of her punishment. In the dean's office, "You truly guessed correctly. How did you know she would not finish her punishment?" Flender remarked to the carefree Ma Hongjun. "I have decided not to punish her this time. I will leave this dilemma to the master. I wish to conduct an experiment and avoid being the villain for now," Ma Hongjun replied, recalling the kindness points displayed in his mind and wishing to see if merely appearing benevolent would increase them. "What sort of experiment? This is unlike your usual character. You should not fear the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. Pray tell, what do you intend to experiment with?" Flender inquired, puzzled. "It is a secret, one I cannot disclose just yet," Ma Hongjun said with a mysterious smile. The green panel in his mind and the special skills gained from the hidden soul ring of his martial soul, the 3-leaf clover, were undoubtedly his greatest secret, known only to him. "Humph, I do not wish to know anyway. When do you plan to venture to the Sunset Forest? Do you need to wait for Poison Douluo to return so you could go together?" Flender feigned indifference, though concern crept into his voice. Oscar should be nearing a breakthrough soon. When teacher Zhao Wujing takes them to the Stardow Forest for training, I will temporarily leave the team for the Sunset Forest. Ma Hongjun stated, aware of the unfolding plot and knowing Oscar was on the verge of becoming a soul master. No need for that. I am already a level 34 soul master, more than capable of self-defense. As long as I do not encounter a soul king, I should face no issues. Ma Hongjun confidently declared, though this was still a conservative estimate. With his hidden cards, even if he could not defeat a soul king, escaping would pose no problem. Thanks to his martial soul's flight ability and the external soul bone, Earth Whip. Although Ma Hongjun had possessed the Earth Whip for quite some time, he had yet to fully master it. After advancing to a soul master, it underwent new changes, becoming more challenging to control. Nevertheless, its basic application still offered considerable combat strength. If an enemy were struck by the Earth Whip, their battle prowess would significantly diminish, or worse. They could succumb to the poison. The toxins contained within were a lethal combination of the biphosphorus serpent's venom, the scorpion toxin from the King of Earth, and the mutated biphosphorus flame poison, creating a potent multi-poison effect. The power of this multi-poison far exceeded that of the biphosphorus serpent's venom, and according to Douluo's assessment, even his biphosphorus serpent emperor's poison could not compare at the same level. Very well, just be cautious when the time comes. In a few days, I must return to Soto City to handle the concert matters. This time, Shrek Academy must leverage this concert for communication, aiming to become a prestigious institution on the continent. Flinder expressed excitedly. Rest assured, teacher, I will ensure that Shrek Academy emerges victorious in next year's Continental Soul Master Academy Finals. Ma Hongjun replied with determination. With the dawn of a new day, there was no early class. At the break of day, Flinder awaited everyone in the small playground. As Ma Hongjun approached the small playground, Ning Rongrong hurriedly blocked his path, her expression filled with concern as she curiously asked, "Did you spy on me yesterday?" "I did," Ma Hongjun replied, nonchalantly. "Will you tell Dean Flinder that I did not complete my punishment?" Ning Rongrong, feeling an unusual sense of anxiety, inquired. "I will not." "Ah, thank you. You truly are a good person." In his mind, the verdant panel indeed flickered once more, unexpectedly increasing by 5 points, transforming his Phalanger, Shan Liangji, to 61 points. Ma Hongjun cast a surprised glance at Ning Rongrong. The young girl had truly placed her faith in him so readily. It seemed that his consistent display of kindness had borne fruit. At the same time, Ma Hongjun validated a crucial notion: San Langan, Shan Liang Dian, could be acquired simply by being perceived as good in the hearts of others. By extension, could Xinyangget, Xinyangdian, also be obtained through others? His conjecture was not unfounded. The first 100 foundational points could be garnered through oneself or others. And upon reaching this threshold, one could access hidden soul rings. Subsequently, any further points could only be acquired through external validation, not through personal enlightenment. Indeed, surpassing the 100-point barrier proved to be quite challenging. True breakthroughs required personal realization. Otherwise, even if one reached the brink of 99 points, acquiring that final point through others would be exceedingly difficult. Unless one aimed for a dramatic transformation through quantitative change, it would necessitate that thousands or even more individuals regard him as a good person for Ma Hongjun to transcend his limits. There's no need for thanks. You are admirable too. This behavior cannot continue. Otherwise, I shall no longer assist in keeping your secrets. Now that we are enrolled in Shrek Academy, we are partners, and your highborn temperament must be tempered. Everyone admitted here is a prodigy of unparalleled talent, and most possess extraordinary backgrounds. Even the Qibao Liuli Zong is not the strongest among us, Ma Hongjun earnestly advised. You indeed know my identity, but I find your claims hard to believe. Apart from the two great empires, only the Haoyan sect, which withdrew from the Soul Master community years ago, could rival our Qibao Liuli Zong, Ning Rongrong replied, a hint of pride in her tone. Since you are aware of this, you must also know the surname of the direct disciples of the Haoyan sect and the Xingluo royal family. Ma Hongjun responded with a subtle smile, observing Ning Rongrong's proud demeanor. Though the Haoyan sect had remained in seclusion for many years, he still possessed some knowledge of the might of the Tang family's Haoyan hammer. Dang San. No, that can't be right. Tang San's martial soul is merely the ineffective blue silvergrass. Is Dai Mubai truly a prince of the Xingluo Empire? Ningrongrong Bonderet Olod. Astonished at the mention of Dai Mubai's surname. Indeed, Dai Mubai is one of the two most gifted princes of the Xingluo royal family. While he may not currently surpass his elder brother, with his talent and the nurturing of Shrek Academy, it is not difficult to foresee him eclipsing his brother in the future. As for Tang San, he is a genuine anomaly. Even I lack confidence in defeating him. You must have heard of the twin martial souls. He is one of them, and his other martial soul is the Haotian hammer. Renowned as the strongest assault-type weapon martial soul on the continent, Ma Hongjun stated plainly, without exaggeration. Twin martial souls. No wonder. So he is stronger than you? But you are a soul sovereign, are you not? He should merely be at your level as a genius with a top-tier phoenix martial soul, Ning Rongrong said. Her surprise evident, though she masked it with a semblance of pride. While he may not yet match my strength in a direct confrontation, his true prowess lies in his hidden weaponry. You must have witnessed the effectiveness of his hidden weapons during the entrance examination. Even a Soul King could be instantly eliminated if caught off guard. I do not possess such power, Ma Hongjun remarked, omitting the fact that hidden weapons were only effective when used covertly, capable of slaying a Soul King under the right circumstances. Should both face a Soul King, Ma Hongjun would be able to protect himself while fleeing, whereas Tang San might have the opportunity to counterattack. However, if faced with Ma Hongjun, only Tang San would meet his demise. Once precautions were taken, given Ma Hongjun's strength, he could easily evade hidden weapons. Moreover, with his Yanzhi Hushi, which devours all toxins, he was, in essence, Tang San's nemesis. Twin martial souls, a prince of the Xingluo Empire. How intriguing. I never anticipated that such a modest institution as Shrek Academy would gather so many of the continent's top talents. This truly befits me, Ning Rongrong, she thought, her face illuminating with an inexplicable anticipation, silently vowing not to err again. The embarrassment of being expelled from Shrek Academy would be intolerable. Well then, if you wish to remain at Shrek Academy, you must temper that highborn temper of yours. The dean is waiting impatiently. We should hasten. Ma Hongjun advised in a measured tone. Due to Flinder's early arrival, there was still ample time, yet Ning Rongrong's delay had squandered some of it. They needed to proceed quickly to avoid tardiness. Upon hearing this, Ning Rongrong was startled and swiftly unleashed her Qibao, Liuli Tower martial soul, its radiance shimmering as she enhanced her speed and dashed toward the small playground. Upon arriving at the small playground, the two found that everyone, except Oscar, had already assembled. The other students cast curious glances at Ning Rongrong, who appeared alongside Ma Hongjun. A tinge of shyness crept onto her fair face as she took her position. She noticed that both Zhu Zhuqing, who was typically reticent, and Xiao Wu, with whom she had shared lively conversations just days prior, seemed to deliberately ignore her, isolating her in the process. This led her to question whether her personality was indeed unappealing, giving rise to an unfamiliar sense of self-doubt for the first time. Tang San, where's Oscar? Is he still sleeping? Go fetch him. Today's lesson cannot proceed without him, Flinder remarked, his expression darkening as he looked at Tang San, who shared a dormitory with Oscar. Dean, when I arrived, Oscar was already awake, but he was in the midst of training. He must have reached a bottleneck and entered a meditative state. I will check on him right away, Tang San explained, glancing at Flinder. Just as Tang San prepared to leave the small playground to summon Oscar, the latter came rushing toward them with an exuberant expression, exclaiming, Dean, Hongjun, I have broken through. I have finally surpassed the bottleneck of level 30. Once I acquire a soul ring, I can become a true soul sovereign. Breaking through is nothing to make such a fuss about. You claim you become a soul sovereign at 14, surpassing level 30 as a food system soul master? Flinder initially failed to comprehend, but upon realization, he gazed at Oscar in astonishment. It was worth noting that, within Shrek Academy, aside from Ma Hongjun, no other student had achieved the rank of Soul Sovereign before the age of 14. Oscar was the second student in the Academy's history to accomplish this feat, placing him among the elite across the entire continent. Not to mention, Oscar's martial soul was from the notoriously difficult auxiliary food system. Compared to Hongjun, I still have a long way to go, but things will undoubtedly improve. Once I obtain my soul ring, I too shall be affluent, receiving a stipend of 100 gold soul coins monthly from the Spirit Hall. Oscar boasted cheerfully, completely oblivious to the disdainful glares from his fellow students. Xiaowao, do refrain from boasting. I have long been able to receive a monthly subsidy of 100 gold soul coins. Do you see me acting proud? Dai Mubai interjected, striking a note of humility. Although he remained unaware of the extent of the quarrel between him and Zhu Zhuqing that day, Dai Mubai could now disregard her presence, treating her merely as a fellow classmate, which significantly improved his mood. Well, Dai Lauda, could you not let me enjoy a moment of happiness? After all, I'm the first student in our academy's auxiliary system to break through level 30 before the age of 14. Oscar lamented somewhat helplessly. All right. Let's discuss matters after class. Since everyone is present, we shall commence the lesson. Today's class is rather unique, primarily aimed at fostering teamwork, which necessitates Oscar's cooperation. Oscar, please release a sausage for each of them, Flender stated calmly. To the eyes of Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu, his words resonated with the terror of a demonic voice. They had already surmised what Flender intended to do and instinctively stepped back, except for Fat Tiger, Ma Hongjun, and Dai Mubai, who remained unfazed. Dean, you cannot possibly mean for us to consume Xiao Ao's sausage before completing the task, right? Xiao Wu and I shall abstain. Even without the sausage, we will surely accomplish the task, Tang San ventured a guess, observing the fearful expression on Xiao Wu's face. No, the task for today is to consume Oscar's sausage without any psychological barriers. As a rare, innate, full soul power food system soul master, Oscar's talent is not only among the best, but also one of the top tier. The enhancement he brings to the team's strength is self-evident. Henceforth, the 8 of you will function as a unit, and it is essential to understand each other's soul abilities, Flender stated with an unassailable tone. Ning Rongrong momentarily lost her focus, astonished to discover that Oscar was indeed an innate full soul power food system auxiliary soul master. Everyone around her had always treated her with utmost adoration, and coupled with her innate 9th grade genius, she had been indulged to the extreme. She had always believed herself to be remarkable, yet now she realized that among the students of Shrek Academy, her talent was the least impressive. Even Fat Tiger, with the lowest soul power, was on par with her. When she encountered Ma Hongjun and Tang San, she instinctively separated herself from them, as they were not on the same cultivation path. However, now Dean Flender had personally acknowledged that Oscar was indeed an innate full soul power master who had already surpassed level 30, while she herself had only reached level 26 as a great soul master. Advancing 4 levels in 2 years, to be frank, she lacked confidence, and a hint of inferiority crossed her face. Flender's gaze swept over the group, a smirk of pride emerging at the corners of his mouth. He aimed to remind Ning Rongrong that there is always someone greater. It is worth noting that Oscar's achievement of level 30 is significantly more challenging than for others. Auxiliary soul masters generally find cultivation more arduous than other soul masters, and food system auxiliary soul masters are the most difficult among them. Oscar, being a year younger than Dai Mubai, had attained level 30 at the tender age of 14, a truly astonishing feat. The strength of a food system soul master significantly amplifies with each advancement, especially when applied to a team, yielding remarkable results, particularly in military applications. Had Oscar joined the army of the Tiando Empire, he would undoubtedly rank above a commander of 1,000 men. Food system soul masters are already scarce on the continent, and those above level 30 are exceedingly rare. Level 41s are a pitiful sight, while level 50 are almost mythical, and level 60 are virtually non-existent. Yet, within the small Shrek Academy, there exists not only Oscar at level 30, but also Xiao Xin, possessing a level 70 soul sage with the Tang Do soul. Well, since that is the case, I shall not hold back. I have a large sausage and a small sausage, Oscar proclaimed, a sense of triumph radiating from him as he sought to retaliate against the earlier disdain. Is it not possible to abstain? Xiao Wu reluctantly stepped back, displaying her unwillingness. Zhu Zhuqing's expression also soured, and even Ning Rongrong, who had felt somewhat isolated, took a few fearful steps back. What is with your expressions? It is merely a sausage. Something you have all consumed before. Watch me swallow them whole, Ma Hongjun declared, directly taking one of the sausages from Oscar and swallowing it in one gulp. His audacity left everyone astonished. Recalling Ma Hongjun's words, the group remembered how, upon entering Shrek Academy, he had treated them to Oscar's sausages when they were unaware. They could not help but appreciate Ma Hongjun's good intentions. Ma Hongjun's kindness points surged to 555. He speculated that the increase of 5 must have come from the 3 girls, a testament to the magnitude of their psychological shadow. The second leaf of the Clover soul represents kindness, though its effect on Ma Hongjun remains unclear, aside from its role in the lottery. However, he is certain that the more kindness points he has, the better. As for the belief points, which can also be used for the lottery, he suspects that they may require him to establish a sect akin to the Spirit Hall to gain followers. He even knew that the power of belief is the easiest way to ascend to godhood in the Douluo continent. While he was uncertain whether there is a connection between the two, belief points may prove even more significant for him, as the wonders of the Clover could extend far beyond this. Ma Hongjun found himself looking forward to the day he could venture to the ice and fire yin-yang to consume the celestial herb and advance his soul to Clover. Since you have all eaten, surely consuming it once more cannot be too difficult. As soul masters, you may face numerous dangers in the future. In the absence of food, one might even resort to eating cockroaches, mice, or insects, as these could serve as your lifeline. Moreover, Oscar's sausages are undoubtedly clean. He has not even touched them with his hands, Flinder remarked, somewhat surprised as he observed the group. Chapter 93. The unity of the Shrek 8 monsters. Fat Tiger and Dai Mubai also stepped forward to take the large sausages, eating them without a hint of psychological barrier. All right, give it to me. I shall partake. The first newcomer to step forward was unexpectedly Ning Rongrong, not Tang San, as Ma Hongjun had anticipated. Indeed, neither Flinder nor Oscar had expected Ning Rongrong to be the first to overcome her psychological barrier. Especially Oscar, who had almost given up on pursuing Ning Rongrong, now felt a surge of confidence, believing her lack of disdain to signify a budding affection. Ning Rongrong glanced at Ma Hongjun, lifted her chin, and approached Oscar, snatching the large sausage from his hands and imitating Ma Hongjun, swallowing it whole. Her delicate little mouth was instantly filled to capacity, and due to its small size, the end of the sausage protruded as she swallowed and chewed. Watching Ning Rongrong casually chew and swallow the sausage, Ma Hongjun shivered at her glance, feeling a chill run down his spine. I have eaten, and now it is your turn. I must apologize for my previous missteps. From now on, we shall be partners, and I hope for your kind support. After finishing her meal with grace, Ning Rongrong deeply bowed to the crowd and spoke. It's quite all right. Just refrain from bringing your young lady temperament into our midst. The past is behind us, and no one truly holds grudges. Now that we have joined Shrek Academy, we must unite. I have a suggestion, though I am uncertain if it should be voiced. Ma Hongjun was the first to speak, smiling as he did so. Without needing to glance, he was confident that his Mind-S panel had already registered Ning Rongrong's kindness points once more. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sentiment. Tang San, along with his companions, accepted the large sausage from Oscar, but showed no immediate intention of consuming it. Feel free to share your suggestion. We are not a stingy bunch. If it aids in enhancing our strength, I believe no one would refuse. Wouldn't you agree, Xiao San? Dai Mubai, being on friendly terms with Ma Hongjun and Tang San, was the first to offer his support. Yes, Hongjun, do speak your mind. Neither Xiao Wu nor I have objections. Tang San acknowledged, pulling Xiao Wu closer. Zhu Zhuqing also shifted her gaze from the sausage in her hand to Ma Hongjun, encouraging him to continue. As for Fat Tiger and Oscar, they were unlikely to voice any dissent. Do you have any condiments? Ma Hongjun, however, did not heed the group's intentions and approached Oscar. Yes, I have a variety of seasonings, but why do you ask? Does your suggestion pertain to me? Oscar inquired, somewhat puzzled. No, I merely wish to wait until they have eaten before I speak. Otherwise, the teacher might become impatient, Ma Hongjun replied, glancing at Flinder. who had deliberately left space for everyone to enjoy Oscar's sausage. At times, Ma Hongjun would refer to his teacher as teacher, while at other times he would call Flinder Dean. The crowd seemed to understand suddenly. Tang Xin cast a glance at Flinder and was the first to suppress his discomfort and take a bite. Although Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing appeared somewhat reluctant, they prepared to follow suit. However, Ma Hongjun stopped them, expressing mild dissatisfaction. "Why are you eating so quickly? Wait a moment, let me add some seasoning." Xiaowao. The condiments. Ma Hongjun requested seasoning from Oscar again. Though he did not grasp the significance, Oscar quickly retrieved various spices from his spatial soul guide, which included pepper, cumin, and spicy powders, along with several jars of sauces. Ma Hongjun skillfully took the sausages from the hands of the two women and produced a grill from his treasure pouch. He placed the sausages directly onto the grill and unleashed his martial soul's phoenix flames to ignite it, expertly preparing the sausages. The speed of his actions left the onlookers in awe. After seasoning the sausages, they turned a golden hue, and with the various spices, they appeared exceptionally appetizing, enticing everyone. "Delicious," Ma Hongjun remarked, feeling tempted to partake himself, as he handed a sausage to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Having finished, he promptly stowed his tools. The reason he had such items in his spatial soul guide was not for preparation, but rather for acquiring soul rings, or, in special circumstances, for grilling meat. He possessed seasonings, but his selection included precious ice attribute spirit herb powders, making him reluctant to share them in such a context. Not only did the two women grow eager, but even the others felt their appetites stimulated. Xiao Wu eagerly accepted the sausage, taking a large bite and savoring the otherworldly version of the grilled sausage. Ma Hongjun extended the sausage before Zhu Zhuqing, saying, "Go ahead, it looks quite delightful." "Thank you," Zhu Zhuqing replied, her tone unexpectedly warming. Ma Hongjun responded with a knowing smile, feeling the surge of kindness points in his mind. After the two women consumed their sausages without hesitation, Flinder finally released them, granting them some leisure time. In truth, he had put considerable effort into fostering unity among the Shrek members. To help Oscar integrate with the newcomers more swiftly, he had resorted to this strategy. As Flinder departed, the group relaxed. Despite Flinder's consistently amiable demeanor, his presence as a soul saint instilled a natural tension among the Shrek members. "Hongjun, you truly have a way with things. I see them eating without a hint of hesitation. By the way, what was the suggestion you mentioned? It's a perfect moment to share it," Dai Mubai remarked, relieved by Flinder's departure and turning his attention to Ma Hongjun. "It's nothing too complicated. Our Shrek Academy is a school for extraordinary individuals. Although we are only 8 in number, we form a cohesive unit. Since we are a unit, we should adopt a fitting name. What do you think?" Ma Hongjun proposed. "Indeed, why didn't I think of that? Let us name our little group after Shrek. Since there are 8 of us, we shall be known as the Shrek 8 Oddities." "How's that sound?" Dai Mubai exclaimed, his face lighting up as he looked at the others for approval. "Sounds good. Xiao San, Xiao Ao, Fat Tiger, Zhu Qing, Xiao Wu, Rong, what do you all think?" Ma Hongjun inquired, glancing at each of them for their input. "No objections here, but I have a suggestion as well. Since the dean aims to foster a unity, why don't we rank ourselves by age? Dai Mubai, being the eldest, shall be our leader, followed by Xiao Ao as the second, then me, Fat Tiger, Hongjun, Xiao Wu, Rong, and the youngest, Zhu Qing, as the 8th sister. What do you all think?" Tang Xin smiled gently, exuding warmth. Although they had only been at Shrek Academy for a few days, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with everyone, unsure of why he proposed such an idea. "Great! I love this. I will be the eldest sister. And from now on, Zhu Qing and Rong will call me 6th sister." Xiao Wu exclaimed joyfully, the first to clap in approval. Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai also showed their agreement. "All right, since everyone is in accord, let us solidify our name. The Shrek 8 Oddities shall stand as one. Seeking not to be born on the same day of the same month, but to die on the same day of the same month, Dai Mubai, being the eldest, naturally had no objections. True to his character, he stepped forward first, extending his hand. Seeking not to be born on the same day of the same month, but to die on the same day of the same month, the group echoed, their emotions stirred, placing their hands together in order of age, feeling exhilarated. The reason behind such a scene was undoubtedly tied to the tales of the three kingdoms that Hongjun often shared with them. Chapter 94. The Second Awakening of the Martial Soul will be available tomorrow. Xiao Wu's delicate and smooth little hand rested upon Hongjun's large hand, yet for once, he found himself devoid of any other thoughts, with his desires magnified tenfold compared to the average person. He would typically entertain wild fantasies even at the mere act of holding a girl's hand. Now, Xiao Wu had transformed into Xiao Lu, while the youngest among the boys, Hongjun, had become Xiao Wu. In this moment, the Shrek 8 monsters felt an unprecedented sense of unity, as Hongjun inexplicably experienced a feeling akin to brotherhood. A single thread cannot form a line, and a solitary tree does not create a forest. Hongjun understood the significance of unity. Strength in an individual does not equate to true strength. Only a united team embodies true power, for together they are like wolves. And only through unity can they harness formidable energy, coalescing into a cohesive force. Each of the Shrek 7 monsters was a rare talent in the continent, possessing their own thoughts and pride. If it were not for Shrek Academy, these prodigies would never have converged. From this day onward, we do not aspire to achieve the fame of Lu, Guan, and Zhang from Hongjun's tales, but rather, we seek to foster a bond as close as brothers, sharing life and death together. Daimú Bai, too, was emotionally stirred, calling out once more, "Who are Lu, Guan, and Zhang?" Xiao Wu and Tang Sen looked at Hongjun with puzzled expressions, hoping he would provide an explanation. "They are figures from a story in my dreams. The tides of the world inevitably divide after unity and unite after division. Lu, Guan, and Zhang swore brotherhood in the Peach Garden, while the lords rose against Dong Zhuo. Guan Yu beheaded Hua Xiong, and the tale of Jiao Chan and Zhao Zilong's valiant rescue of the young lord at Changban Slope. Loyalty and righteousness unmatched. Guan Yu's flood of the 7 armies became legendary in Huaxia. Hongjun elaborated, transforming the narrative into a captivating recount of the 3 kingdoms. The Shrek 7 monsters were enraptured by the fervent historical backdrop that flowed from Hongjun's lips, gathering around him to listen intently. Each individual had their own perspective. Daimú Bai focused on the political intricacies and the brotherhood of Lu and Guan, while Tang San and Fat Tiger compared the might of the renowned generals. Oscar was intrigued by the strategies devised from afar, and the 3 female members, Zhu Zhuqing included, were captivated by the poignant love stories born amidst chaos. The boys relished in heroic tales, while the girls were drawn to the tragic romances and fateful destinies. As Hongjun shared these stories with the 7, Flanders observed the harmonious scene from a distance, a smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Zhao Wujia stood beside him, as steadfast as a small iron tower. "Ah, youth is truly splendid. These little monsters have bonded so swiftly. Tomorrow, I will take Oscar and the others to the outskirts of the Star Doe Forest to obtain the 3rd spirit ring. The Tian Luo Di Wang's influence is just beginning to develop, and it cannot thrive without your oversight." Zhao Wujia chuckled, expressing his contentment. On the following morning, the other 7 from the Shrek 8 monsters departed with Zhao Wujia, while Hongjun set forth alone, embarking on the journey to the Sunset Forest, not far from Tianzhou City. Along the way, he organized his somewhat chaotic skills, despite merely being a spirit master at the spirit ancestor level. Hongjun's strength was undoubtedly on par with that of a spirit king. The dual martial souls of both weapon and beast allowed him to unleash a formidable power that surpassed other dual martial soul wielders of his rank. Although he had begun to regard his 3-leafed Clover martial soul as a trump card, this did not imply he could not use it freely. The abilities of his 3-leafed Clover martial soul surpassed even Tang San's evolved Blue-Silver Emperor in terms of power. His 2nd hidden spirit ring was also ready to be infused, yet Hongjun had no intention of obtaining spirit rings alongside Tang San and the others. It was not a matter of distrust. Rather, he wished to enhance his martial soul's quality with the celestial herbs before acquiring the spirit ring. The mere thought stirred a small thrill within him. After consuming the celestial grade Wang Chuan Qiu Shui Du, He was confident in his ability to withstand the soul shock of a 10,000-year spirit ring due to his extraordinary mental strength. Although the second spirit ring was classified as a hidden one, it was still significant, and thus it ignited a sense of excitement within Ma Hongjun. He had even devised a method to simultaneously release two spirit rings, meaning that even as a spirit ancestor, upon acquiring the second hidden spirit ring of the three-leaf clover, he could unleash 7 spirit rings: yellow, purple, and black. This was particularly fitting for grand displays. His unique dual martial soul allowed for such simultaneous releases. 5 days later, Ma Hongjun finally arrived at the outskirts of Tiando City. He did not head directly to the Ice and Fire Yinyang but instead planned to acquire special tools for preserving the celestial herbs. He approached Lu Erlong at the Tian Luo Di Wang stronghold and explained his purpose. Lu Erlong, perhaps influenced by Flanders, treated Ma Hongjun with exceptional care. "I will arrange for someone to procure what you need. Now, let me see how much you've progressed," she said, regarding him not as the master of Tian Luo Di Wang, but as a younger fellow. After releasing his spirit power for her assessment, Ma Hongjun complied, knowing that Lu Erlong might not discern his true spirit power level due to the unique hidden abilities of his three-leafed clover martial soul. Level 35. My heavens. Has it only been a year? If I recall correctly, you should only be 12 years old now. To reach such heights at 12 is remarkable. At this pace, you could achieve Spirit King status before turning 14, Lu Erlong exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. It shouldn't take that long. I believe I can attain Spirit King status by the age of 13, Ma Hongjun replied with calm confidence, considering that after consuming the suitable celestial herbs, his spirit power could increase by 5 levels. Not to mention he still had a 10,000-year spirit ring yet to be infused. He regarded his estimate of reaching Spirit King status by 13 as conservative. It was likely he would achieve it in under 6 months, perhaps even within 3 months after fully absorbing the herb's energy. However, Lu Erlong perceived his words as somewhat arrogant. Confidence is commendable, but do not be overly proud. Come find me when you're ready to obtain your spirit ring. The items you requested should arrive shortly. Her brow furrowed, clearly skeptical of Ma Hongjun's claims. Very well. I shall return to my room now. Please have the items delivered directly to me, Ma Hongjun stated, displaying no signs of dissatisfaction or the need for explanation. Understanding that Lu Erlong was unaware of his possession of celestial herbs, her demeanor was likely an attempt to temper his pride. Understood, Lu Erlong replied nonchalantly, returning to her chair to rest her eyes, wary of the impulse to reprimand the young man. Yet, due to her awareness of his status, she held back her instincts. Had it been any other junior speaking so boldly, her character would have compelled her to swiftly discipline him, ensuring he understood the consequences of his bravado. Chapter 95. Author's note on the launch, a belated note regarding the launch. Due to the preparations for today's release, I had to take the afternoon off from writing. Thus, I rose at 5 in the morning to begin my labor on the construction site. I am utterly exhausted and hope everyone can empathize with me. Yet, despite the fatigue, I shall persevere. This marks the completion of my 4th novel. Over the course of more than half a year in my writing journey, I have earned a mere 2,000 yuan. Nevertheless, I remain committed to my craft, driven solely by my dreams. I aspire to one day support my family through novel writing, freeing myself from the grueling labor on construction sites. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to my readers for their unwavering support, whether from QQ Reading or Chidian Reading. Your companionship has been invaluable, and I shall steadfastly continue my writing endeavor. For those who appreciate my work, I encourage you to continue your support. For those who do not, may our paths cross again in the future. Society does not accommodate the inept. Reality compels us to mature. Without effort, how shall we face tomorrow? If someone throws money at you, do not hesitate to kneel and pick it up for when it pertains to your sustenance. A modicum of pride is inconsequential. Life is challenging for everyone, and I am grateful for your support. In Chapter 96, the second awakening of the martial soul, the sunset forest, the ice and fire duality, is introduced. Ma Hongjun, filled with excitement, meticulously harvested various rare medicinal herbs using a special technique. After securing them in his treasure pouch, He focused on the two celestial herbs at the center, the octagonal ice herb and the fiery apricot blossom. Ma Hongjun believed that consuming these herbs posed no risk of cold or fire toxins due to the protective properties of the breath of flame. Nevertheless, he opted not to utilize this ability, choosing instead to follow Tang San's example by employing the ice and fire duality ice spring to enhance his physical strength. The octagonal ice herb and fiery apricot blossom were undoubtedly the most suitable for him. Approaching the celestial herbs, Ma Hongjun unleashed his three-leaf grass martial soul, engulfing the two herbs as they entered his mouth. It became evident that Ma Hongjun's caution was warranted. The left side of his three-leaf grass transformed into ice, while the right turned to ash. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, severing the root of the three-leaf grass just as the potent energies were about to enter his body. These energies were not toxins. If they had infiltrated him, the consequences would have been unbearable. After harvesting the celestial herbs, he needed to consume them within 10 breaths, as they would dissolve upon entry, flowing down his throat into his abdomen. Ma Hongjun savored the fragrant flavor and quickly maintained his focus, shedding his clothing within a mere breath. He positioned himself at the center of the ice and fire duality ice spring, sitting cross-legged and floating atop the water surface. His body trembled violently, and he transformed into a spectacle of ice and fire, half in blue and half in red, an extraordinary sight to behold. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun possessed formidable mental strength and unwavering willpower. The clash of these extreme energies was intensely painful. Luckily, the ice and fire duality was the only place capable of containing the extreme energies of the two celestial herbs, rendering all toxins ineffective. The milky white and crimson energies remained distinctly separate, and even as Ma Hongjun entered, they merely stirred momentarily before settling back into tranquility. As the mist enveloped him, time flowed like water. As night fell, darkness blanketed the earth, yet Ma Hongjun's resolute eyes shone brightly. Meanwhile, in the star-dough great forest, Tang San was seated beside a spirit beast with 8 spider legs, his expression of agony rivaling that of Ma Hongjun. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that several legs of the spirit beast were severely damaged, remnants of battles against soul masters. The Shrek members, including Xiao Wu, watched anxiously as Tang San absorbed his soul ring. Ma Hongjun felt the violent energies of ice and fire coursing through his body, wreaking havoc within his meridians. The ice and fire energies shattered his meridians, yet the medicinal properties within them swiftly healed the damage. Remarkably, the healed meridians became even more resilient and expansive, nearly twice their former size. Should he meditate and cultivate again, Ma Hongjun would discover that his cultivation speed had drastically increased. The energies of ice and fire swirled around him, which he absorbed into his body through the breath of sun, ultimately channeling them to his 2 martial souls. In his right palm, a vibrant green 3-leaf grass materialized, accompanied by a phantom of a phoenix. At that moment, the robust silhouette of the phoenix began to transform, becoming increasingly exquisite and regal in appearance. The 3-leaf grass martial soul blossomed, with a 4th leaf beginning to take shape. Suddenly, Tang San opened his sharp eyes, awakening from his trance, while an indescribable transformation occurred behind him, revealing 4 additional spider legs. In contrast, Ma Hongjun, also bare, had developed a physique far more refined, his muscles appearing even more sculpted, albeit with a slight reduction in size. The only constant was his towering height of over 1.8 meters. It should be noted that Ma Hongjun, merely 12 years of age, was remarkably tall for his age. The earth whip sprouted from his tailbone, having absorbed the energies of ice and fire. Its color transformed to a pure white, reminiscent of the legendary Earth King, signifying that the quality of Ma Hongjun's external spirit bone had ascended to a 10,000-year level. Upon awakening, as Ma Hongjun exited the spring, he had yet to examine the changes within himself when a cold, emotionless female voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully awakening the 4-leaf grass. The quality of your martial soul has increased, and your soul power level is now at 1. Who is speaking? Ma Hongjun exclaimed, startled, as his martial soul manifested, alert and scanning his surroundings. After a thorough inspection revealed no immediate threats, he realized the voice originated from a panel within his mind. You need not be alarmed. I am the green panel, Xiao Lu, the spirit of the four-leaf grass. I was born due to the awakening of your martial soul. And my purpose is to provide you with information and functionalities regarding your martial soul at any time. Ah, you're a system? Ma Hongjun inquired, regaining his composure and engaging in conversation with the spirit residing in his consciousness. Not quite. I'm the spirit of the four-leaf grass. Due to the exceptional quality of the four-leaf grass, the laws of the Douluo world do not permit such entities to exist. Consequently, the excess energy evolved into me. Xiao Lu, the voice explained, devoid of emotion. Are you a form of life? Ma Hongjun questioned, perplexed. I'm not merely a spirit. I am a manifestation of the Qiling, an evolution born from the lucky Clover martial soul, shaped by the desires of the host's mind. Currently, I have yet to attain sentience and can only provide rudimentary assistance in utilizing the martial soul's capabilities. Although Ma Hongjun remained silent, he was already convinced to a significant extent. The moment the green panel materialized in his consciousness, he sensed that it would likely undergo changes in the future. Though he had not anticipated such rapid development, it follows that this green panel must be an energy derived from the lucky Clover martial soul. Having evolved after absorbing the powers of the celestial grade Bajizuan Binko and the fiery Xingjiao Shu, thus undergoing another transformation. The dual powers of ice and fire act as a key to unlocking the potential of the Clover. Otherwise, its effects would not be substantial enough to facilitate the emergence of a spirit from the martial soul. Upon retrieving his black bodysuit from the Rui Baobao bag and donning it, Ma Hongjun finally had the opportunity to assess his current soul power level. To his astonishment, he discovered that he had reached the 38th level of Soul Master, surpassing Dai Mubai, who was just over 15, by a minor level. It is noteworthy that the primary function of these two celestial-grade herbs was not to enhance soul power. In the original text, Tang Xin only experienced a mere 4-level increase after consuming them, and that was after a rigorous 6-month training period. Though he had only elevated his level by 3, one must not forget that the purity of his soul power was more than twice that of an ordinary soul master, rendering the difficulty of his ascent correspondingly greater. His 3-level increase equated to an external 6-level advancement. A prompt resonated in his mind. 3-leaf clover has been promoted to 4-leaf clover, rewarding 1 level of soul power. This electronic voice was audible only to Ma Hongjun, imperceptible even to a tidal Douluo. Realization dawned upon him, and he eagerly began to examine the attributes displayed on the panel in his consciousness. Host, Ma Hongjun Soul Power, Level 38. Strong Attack Control System Soul Master Martial Soul 1. Xiehua Feng Wang First Soul Skill. Phoenix Cry Sky Strike Second Soul Skill. Raging Sun Stab Third Soul Skill. Phoenix Wing Ascension Quality. Top Tier. Semi-Perfect Beast Martial Soul. Possessing extreme fire, immense explosive power, and remarkable speed, with a 1% chance of rebirth upon death. Desire. Exceptionally potent, with a fervor 20 times that of an ordinary person. Martial Soul, 4-leaf clover function 1. Goodness Point Lottery. Every draw costs 1,000 goodness points, 100 base goodness points. Function 2. Faith Points Lottery. Every draw costs 1,000 faith points, 100 base faith points. Function 3. Friendship Points Lottery. Not opened. Function 4. Luck Points Lottery. Not opened. Others. Not opened. First Soul Skill. By Lin Yin Poison Domain. First Hidden Soul Skill. Parasitism. Entanglement. Second Soul Skill. Emo Kongan. Second Hidden Soul Skill. None. Obtainable. Third Soul Skill. Spider Web Coverage. Special Talent Skill. Ghostly Breathing Technique. External Soul Bone. Earth Whip. 10,000 years. Soul Bone. None. Soul Guidance Device. Rui Baobao Bag. Ma Hongjun pondered. If I consume the Jingguan Phoenix Sunflower now, will it elevate my Xiehua Feng Wang martial soul to perfection? Observing the changes in the Xiehua Feng Wang martial soul, he inquired. Yes, however, it is advisable for the host to find a girlfriend first before absorbing it. Ma Hongjun was momentarily speechless, feeling that this martial soul spirit might possess a rather mischievous nature. After ensuring he had overlooked nothing, he prepared to depart from the Ice and Fire 2 element and return to Shrek Academy to share his joy with his teachers. 10 days later, walking through the bustling streets of Suatua City, Ma Hongjun was in high spirits. With the sun and moon in hand, there was no one else like him. A single leaf could obscure vision, while another could cleave the stars. Lost in the euphoria of his newfound strength, he stood in the street, engaging in soliloquy, exuding an air of grandeur. "Sister, look at that person ahead. He seems so foolish," remarked a lively girl with dark green hair to a beautiful girl with flowing water blue hair and delicate features. At first glance, the girl did not appear exceptionally stunning. Yet upon closer inspection, her beauty revealed itself in a subtle, ethereal manner. Ma Hongjun turned to look, and he felt an inexplicable allure emanating from the girl, causing his fair complexion to flush. The girl, too, sensed a familiar aura from Ma Hongjun and scolded her companion. "Be quiet. Do not speak carelessly." The water blue-haired beauty then shyly approached Ma Hongjun and apologized. "My apologies, classmate. My younger sister is rather thoughtless. Please do not hold it against her. If I am not mistaken, you are also here to attend the star-studded concert, are you not? My name is Shui Binger from Tinshui Academy." At that moment, even Flender would hesitate to recognize Ma Hongjun. Although traces of his former appearance remained, the pudgy visage had vanished, replaced by a youthful gentleman with striking features. At first glance, one could hardly believe that he was merely 12 years old. The muscle tone that had been sculpted by the powers of ice and fire had since dissipated. In Ma Hongjun's words, concentration is the essence. "Hello, I am Ma Hongjun, a student at Shrek Academy," he stammered, feeling a wave of nervousness as he reached out to take the girl's hand. It was his first time feeling so anxious in front of a girl, his heart racing. Their brief touch was cool and devoid of any untoward thoughts. It was a fleeting moment that left him with a sincere fondness for that icy sensation. This was the first time Ma Hongjun had felt so pure and untainted in his interactions with a female, free from a need to suppress the desires within. The chill emanating from Shui Binger seemed to possess an innate ability to temper the fiery essence within him. "Ha, you're even shy. How adorable. Sister, look how fierce you are. You've scared him." Shui Yueta left uncontrollably and Ma Hongjun istamina. "Ahem, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave." Ma Hongjun felt utterly embarrassed, wishing to disappear, having never imagined being teased by a young girl. "Be quiet. If you continue to misbehave, you won't be allowed to play next time." Shui Binger's expression turned cold as she shot a glare at Shui Yuer. "Sister, he is just a soul master. I was merely joking. It's not my fault he is so charming. Please don't be angry." Shui Yuer, clearly taken aback by her sister's concern, began to shake Shui Binger's arm, pleading, "All right, let us hurry back. Tomorrow we have to attend the opening ceremony of the star-studded concert. Personally invited by Douluo to participate in the first day of the concert. We cannot afford to miss it." Shui Binger expressed a hint of exasperation. Having walked some distance, Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback upon hearing her words, realizing the swift actions of Douluo and his teacher Flender. In just over a month, individuals from various academies have already been invited. With this thought in mind, Ma Hongjun hurried to the headquarters of Tianluo Duwang to inquire about the concert situation. Chapter 98. The opening ceremony of the Star Concert. After meeting with Flander, Ma Hongjun learned from him that Tang San and the others had returned safely and, like Oscar, had successfully advanced to the Soul Master rank. This news did not surprise Ma Hongjun. He had reaped significant rewards during this period. He resolved to wait until the effects of the two immortal herbs in his body were nearly absorbed before he consumed the Wangshuan Xiushui Lu and the Jiguang Fengwang Kue, both of which were exceptionally suitable for him. As for the other immortal herbs that he found less useful, he decided to give them to the members of the Shrek 7 monsters with the lowest soul power, such as Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, and Fat Tiger, who were still at the Great Soul Master level. For the others, he had prepared top-grade herbs, including the 9th rank Ziji, the 9-section Emerald Bamboo, and the Tianshan Twin Lotus. These exquisite herbs, as described by Douluo, were capable of enhancing soul power and fortifying one's foundation. It was due to consuming such a rare treasure that he had ascended to the rank of title Dalu within the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. There were only 2 ninth-rank Ziji, 1 premium 9-section Emerald Bamboo, and 1 top-grade Tianshan Twin Lotus. Although these herbs were precious, Ma Hongjun's mindset had greatly improved with the possession of the Wuhuan Qiling, rendering him less possessive of herbs that did not serve his purpose. As the saying goes, 3 parts depend on destiny, 7 parts rely on hard work, and 90 parts depend on one's fortunate circumstances. Upon arriving at the Tianluo Diwang headquarters, Ma Hongjun promptly revealed Douluo's identity token, which led him to the core area of the establishment. In a tranquil room, Flander was seated opposite Douluo, with a familiar chessboard position between them. "You've returned. Little monster, come, let me see how you plan to move next." Douluo eagerly beckoned without a hint of shyness. As Ma Hongjun approached and glanced at the board, he realized that the poisoned owl was a poor chess player. He had lost both rooks and was left with only 2 knights and a cannon. In contrast, Flanders still had a complete set of pieces. Ma Hongjun shrugged his shoulders and remarked, "I can only give it a try. No one can assure you that this game will turn in your favor." With that, Ma Hongjun moved Douluo's red knight into his own central zone, placing it in a precarious position. Flanders' eyes brightened as he shifted his cannon forward. However, Ma Hongjun calmly advanced his general, causing Flander to fall into deep contemplation, realizing that there was a deeper strategy behind Ma Hongjun's moves. Cunning as he was, Flander was not easily deceived, yet he was ultimately outmaneuvered by Ma Hongjun's ingenious tactics. The game ended with Flander having no moves left, resulting in his defeat. However, he remained unfazed, smiling nonchalantly. After all, chess was a game that Ma Hongjun had taught him, so winning was to be expected. "How was the journey? How many levels did your soul power increase?" Flander was the first to inquire about Ma Hongjun's achievements. With a proud expression, Ma Hongjun extended 4 fingers and casually stated, "It wasn't much, just a slight increase of 4 small levels. It's nothing significant." "What? With the purity of your soul power, you managed to elevate 4 levels? If Dai Mubai and the others consume this, wouldn't they directly ascend to Soul Zone? If that happens, Shrek Academy might not be without a chance to win the championship in next year's Continental Soul Master Competition," Flander exclaimed in astonishment. As Ma Hongjun was his direct disciple, he was fully aware of his soul power situation. "Little monster, are you speaking sensibly? You called it a slight increase. I somewhat regret giving you the herb garden now. A 4-level increase means you're on the brink of advancing to Soul Zone. Yin Yin is already 18 and has only reached 38 levels as a Soul Master. Achieving 4 levels is something an ordinary Soul Master takes 2, 3, or even 4 years to accomplish," Douluo remarked, unable to contain his awe. Compared to Flander, Douluo had a slightly lesser understanding of Ma Hongjun's soul power and martial soul. "ISNT just for levels? What is all the fuss about?" Though it was due to consuming 2 immortal herbs, the soul power increase they provided is merely supplementary. I still have 1 suitable immortal herb left to consume, which alone could elevate me to the Soul Zone realm with some surplus. Ma Hongjun recalled the Jiguang Fengwang Kuei from his Rui Baobao now. If it weren't for the spirit's reminder to wait until he had a girlfriend before consuming it, he might have already been eager to elevate to the Soul Zone. Flander and Douluo were left speechless. Although Ma Hongjun had previously mentioned the effects of the immortal herbs, both felt he might have been exaggerating. Douluo, still skeptical, stepped forward and grasped Ma Hongjun's wrist, channeling his soul power into him to examine its purity. "What pure soul power! Even among ordinary soul kings, this is remarkable. As long as you have an auxiliary soul beast to sustain you, with your soul power purity and explosive ability, ordinary soul kings may not be your match. However, this is contingent on your soul power purity remaining intact after you ascend to Soul Zone," Douluo remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He sensed that Ma Hongjun had the potential to become a being above the title Dalu, an immortal existence that many would desire to attain. "Rest assured, my soul power will only become more refined. However, my training speed, may slow down in the future, Ma Hongjun expressed with a hint of dissatisfaction. Don't think you can gain advantages without paying a price. If you wish to possess the strength to challenge those above your level, you must be prepared to endure some sacrifices, Douluo retorted with a hint of irritation. Hey, I'm just making an observation. Once the star concert concludes, Old Poison, you and I should venture into the Do Great Force together. My lucky grass martial soul is now ready to add another soul ring. Ma Hongjun openly shared his intentions with Douluo, for his dual martial soul was no longer a secret among the upper echelons of Douluo. Indeed, calling you a little monster is no exaggeration. I can only imagine the scene when your full strength erupts, your phoenix martial soul manifests, combined with your control-type martial soul. Doable Madhavid. Meanwhile, Flander remained composed, having grown accustomed to the astonishing events that unfolded around Ma Hongjun. Chapter 99. The opening ceremony of the Star Concert. Part 2. I would not be surprised by any incredible occurrences surrounding you. The most fortunate event of my life has been to take you as my disciple. Flander suddenly reflected. Your luck has always been exceptional. Even I, a titled Dalu, envy you for having such a disciple. Douluo chimed in, his relationship with Flander now rivaling that of his own with Ma Hongjun, casting an envious glance at him. All right, enough of this banter. Please tell me which academies will be attending the Star Concert tomorrow, Ma Hongjun stated with seriousness. Alas, engrossed in conversation with you all, I completely forgot that I had agreed to have tea with Fenger yesterday. How unfortunate. I must take my leave now. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun inquire about which academies were invited to the Star Concert, Douluo's expression suddenly shifted, as if recalling some significant matter. And in the blink of an eye, he vanished. Fenger, who might that be? Teacher, do you know? With the departure of the poisoned Douluo, Ma Hongjun no longer felt the urgency to discuss the concert, and instead became curious about Douluo's affairs. Do you know which title Douluos exist on the continent? The presence that can cause Douluo such concern must certainly be a title Dalu, and moreover, the only openly recognized healing-type title Dalu on the continent. Flander commented with a knowing smile. Healing-type title Dalu, what kind of martial soul does that entail? Ma Hongjun asked, somewhat puzzled. The Nine-Heart Sea Buttercup. You must have encountered a Nine-Heart Sea Buttercup soul master before. I only learned of this from the information regarding the Heavenly Network, which is quite rare knowledge. It is said that the lineage of the Nine-Heart Sea Buttercup can only support 2 soul masters simultaneously. If a new soul master appears, one of the existing ones must perish. Their ability is singular, comprehensive healing. Depending on the soul power exerted, the range varies. If a Nine-Heart Sea Buttercup soul master provides assistance, one can fight recklessly in battle without fear of injury, Flander stated with a grave expression. What is her relationship with Yi Lingling of the Tiando royal team? Ma Hongjun inquired, perplexed. Mother and daughter, Flandra succinctly replied. He had seen Yi Lingling once in Tiando City, naturally aware of her identity. Is there a possibility of inviting her to our heavenly network? Ma Hongjun's eyes brightened at the thought. That is a question for Douluo. It is said that the two shared an extraordinary relationship in their youth. However, the Nine-Heart Sea Buttercup clan traditionally remains uninvolved in the affairs of soul masters. Their visit to Soto City was solely due to Douluo's invitation to maintain order. Flander remarked, a sly smile creeping onto his lips. Ma Hongjun immediately grasped Flander's insinuation and chose not to dwell further on the topic, sharing a conspiratorial smile. I encountered individuals from the Tianxue Academy on my way back. They mentioned that the opening ceremony of the Star Concert is to be held tomorrow. Why are you all in such a rush? If I fail to return in time, wouldn't that jeopardize everything? Ma Hongjun pondered, recalling his purpose with a hint of concern. You underestimate the intelligence capabilities of our heavenly network. While we may not match the information systems of the top 3 sects, we certainly surpass those of the lower 4 sections. You did not deliberately hide your movements on your journey back. So naturally, I knew you would arrive on time. The reason for the early preparations is that too many soul masters have gathered in Soto City in recent days. Hence, the sooner we hold the event, the better for maintaining order. Otherwise, why do you think Douluo would lower himself to invite other titled Douluos to oversee the situation? Flandra initially felt pride in their arrangements, but grew somewhat troubled when discussing the issue of order. If it were not for Douluo and Yi Lingling's mother, the Feng he mentioned, overseeing Soto City, those soul masters arriving from all directions would likely have turned the place into chaos. They wouldn't have the luxury of playing chess. I see now, but I have been somewhat inconsiderate. I did not anticipate Douluo would orchestrate such a grand affair. Which academies will be present? Ma Hongjun realized. Of course, Tianshui Academy, the most eye-catching, will not be absent. There is also Chihua Academy, Leitang Academy, Tiando Royal Academy, Plan Academy, Taixing Academy, Sanghui Academy, Xiangjia Academy, and Xinglua Academy, among others. Flandra enumerated with a hint of pride in his tone. Shrek Academy is merely a mid-tier academy. Yet over half of the academies on the continent have been invited under the banner of Shrek Academy. As its dean, I naturally take pride in that. Very well. Let us commence tomorrow. I am quite looking forward to it. The Heavenly Network will undoubtedly prosper from this venture, and the Star Concert, initiated by Shrek Academy, will surely bring fame throughout the realm. Ma Hongjun's expression brimmed with anticipation, for he would be the first to promote traditional Chinese culture on the Douluo continent, blending martial arts aesthetics with Hanfu attire, accompanied by the classic ancient melodies he had prepared. This concert would surely be a resounding success. At this moment, the Shrek 8 monsters had gathered in the small playground. After Ma Hongjun and Flandra inquired about the situation, they hurried back to Shrek Academy. Just in time to find everyone present, Ma Hongjun called them together to distribute the celestial herbs and exquisite spiritual medicines. At this moment, the attire of the Shrek students had undergone significant changes. The boys were dressed in the martial arts outfits that Ma Hongjun intended to sell, while Ning Rongrong wore a flowing wide-sleeve skirt designed by Mei Anna, responsible for the clothing in the Heavenly Network. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing donned the 7-colored fairy dresses, vibrant garments of 7 hues. Zhu Zhuqing wore a violet dress, while Xiao Wu wore a pink one, both looking just as splendid as the wide-sleeve skirt. Their faces radiated joy, clearly satisfied with their new uniforms. Haha, you all look so elevated in these uniforms. What about me? I want to wear one too. Ma Hongjun teased, not revealing his intention to present the celestial items just yet. Haha, all is arranged. Your outfit has already been delivered to your dormitory, but you've slimmed down quite a bit. I can barely recognize you. Thankfully, these clothes fit all body types. Dai Mubai chuckled with joy. After the experience in the Stardow Forest, the Shrek group had grown closer. Haha, I'll try it on when I return. What do you think? Dai Laoda, am I the most handsome among the Shrek 8 monsters now? Ma Hongjun proclaimed with a proud smile. Give it a rest. You should tone down the self-admiration. If it weren't for your fair complexion and that rather loud voice, I might not even believe you were you, Dai Mubai retorted, somewhat exasperated. When they first met, the two nearly came to blows, but it was only after Ma Hongjun revealed his identity that a potential conflict was averted. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun's appearance had not drastically changed. Only the excess flesh on his face had diminished, and he had become considerably leaner. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to explain. Though he had slimmed down, he still appeared more robust than Dai Mubai. In simple terms, he had become more handsome. Indeed, as the saying goes, a fair face can mask 3 flaws, while a plump figure ruins all. Now, Ma Hongjun was both fair and handsome, making his transformation entirely reasonable. Haha, I have brought back something wonderful for you all. This item is only for the handsome, and since you are all so charming, I shall bestow it upon you. Ma Hongjun laughed heartily, praising them. Little Ma, aren't you making it difficult for me? Fat Tiger? Fat Tiger, unable to contain himself, frowned in distress. Even someone of Tang San's average appearance would appear far more attractive than him. How could he ever be associated with handsomeness? Except for you, Fat Tiger. You really should consider shedding some weight. Your presence has lowered the overall attractiveness of our Shrek 8 monsters considerably, Ma Hongjun remarked, feeling somewhat guilty for flattering others. Woo, even little Ma has become so handsome. It seems I really need to think of ways to lose weight, Fat Tiger lamented. Fat Tiger wept silently, acutely aware of his own unattractiveness, yet he felt utterly powerless when it came to shedding weight. In terms of cultivation, he was even more diligent than Ma Hongjun. Whether it was physical training or the time dedicated to enhancing his soul power, he consistently outperformed Ma Hongjun. However, his weight continued to increase, and, paradoxically, his soul power level fell further behind Ma Hongjun. The inherent disparity in their talents was not something that sheer effort could remedy. Only fortuitous opportunities could bridge such a gap. Currently, there existed a potential remedy that might assist him in becoming leaner. The Jupin Ziji, one of the finest varieties of Lingji, known for its ability to bolster vitality and enhance one's power. Although it could not be classified as a true divine herb, its benefits for soul masters with insufficient, innate soul power were akin to those of a celestial product. Upon concluding his analysis during the return journey, Ma Hongjun felt that the Jupin Ziji was indeed more suited for Fat Tiger's use. In the original tale, the master, hailing from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, faced ostracism due to a failed mutation of his martial soul, which led him to delve into the theoretical knowledge of soul masters. Yet he remained unable to surpass the 30th level of soul power. The Jopin Ziji was precisely the solution to his long-standing troubles, enabling him to transcend the limitations imposed by his martial soul's inherent deficiencies, thus facilitating subsequent progress. Ma Hongjun would not consider providing this Jopin Ziji to the master. It was undeniable that the master's research into soul master theory held some merit, yet Ma Hongjun harbored reservations regarding his character. Had it not been for the connection between Flender and the master, he would have certainly barred the master from training them at Shrek Academy. At this moment, although Ma Hongjun had yet to meet the master, by estimating the time, he deduced that the master had probably been at Shrek Academy for several days. Nonetheless, due to recent issues surrounding a celebrity concert, the master's training schedule had been postponed. Thus, Ma Hongjun had not encountered the infamous scoundrel who nearly seduced the Pope and had relations with his own sister. Little brother, do you think everyone is as twisted as you? My situation is not due to inherent deficiencies. I am innately at level 7. Fat Tiger complained upon hearing Ma Hongjun's words. It is worth noting that besides him, all 7 others at Shrek Academy were either at innate level 9 or 10, each possessing the potential to become a titled Dalu, except for him, without any fortuitous encounters. His innate level 7 would limit him to reaching at most the 89th level of the Soul Douluo realm. However, this was merely theoretical. The disparity between theory and reality was substantial. Over the past century, while there were dozens of soul masters with innate full soul power visible on the surface, the number of titled Douluos did not exceed 30. As for the hidden talents and factions, Ma Hongjun remained unaware through the information network of Tian Luodawang. He only knew that the hidden forces were unlikely to be inferior to the upper 3 sects among the so-called 7 great sects, though the specifics eluded him. Do you want it? If not, I will give it to someone else, Ma Hongjun remarked somewhat irritably. Yes, how could I refuse? If it is not inferior to a celestial product, does that not mean I have hope to ascend to the level of a titled Douluo in the future? I shall refrain from excessive gratitude. From now on, little brother Ma, you shall be my benefactor. Wherever you lead me, I shall follow without question. Fat Tiger exclaimed, his excitement evident as he eagerly accepted the Jopin Ziji from Ma Hongjun. What a joke it was! Although Fat Tiger appeared somewhat simple-minded, he was certainly not foolish. Who would turn down a herb comparable to a celestial product? Hearing Fat Tiger's response, Ma Hongjun could not help but smile, reminiscent of the days when Fat Tiger was just a little fanboy. Suddenly, a chime echoed in Ma Hongjun's mind. Ding. Kindness points 10, total 110. The sudden increase in kindness points felt entirely justified to Ma Hongjun. After all, giving away something that rivaled a celestial product in value and receiving 10 points in return was perfectly reasonable. The others could not help but chuckle, while Fat Tiger, unable to contain his eagerness, promptly swallowed the Jupin Ziji and began meditating to cultivate his soul power. On the second day of the new students' enrollment at Shrek, they were assigned a project concerning celestial herbs, and naturally, they had some understanding of the knowledge surrounding them, knowing how to consume them. Thus, they did not seek Ma Hongjun's opinion. Dai Mubai could not resist commenting, "Brother, did you strike it rich just from stepping out for a moment? Am I handsome?" Ma Hongjun decided to tease Dai Mubai, refraining from answering his question and countering with one of his own. Handsome. Little brother Ma is the most handsome and the wealthiest. Quickly tell me, what other treasures did you bring back? Dai Mubai unabashedly flattered, his demeanor uncharacteristically sycophantic. This was due to the familiarity he had developed with Ma Hongjun over the past 2 years. Otherwise, had it been someone else, even if they had a celestial product to present, he would not have been so shameless. The celestial herb, Chirong Tongtianju, is most suitable for attack-type beast, martial, soul masters. As a brother, you must accept this gift from me, Ma Hongjun said with great generosity, his heart filled with joy. I love you so much, brother. I want to bore you with thanks. Everything is here, Dai Mubai declared, thumping his chest and speaking earnestly. Well, I assume you know how to absorb it without me instructing you here. Ma Hongjun produced a large chrysanthemum from his spatial soul guide and handed it to Dai Mubai. The chrysanthemum displayed a splendid purple hue, and curiously, each petal appeared delightfully fuzzy, the entire flower exuding no fragrance. The central stamen rose above the petals by over half a foot, its tips shimmering with a faint golden light. Chapter 101. Equipping Bagwai with Celestial Herbs Part 2. Haha, no need. I haven't forgotten the knowledge imparted by the dean, Dai Mubai replied, settling into a meditative position to absorb the potency of the celestial herb. Ding. Congratulations to the host. Kindness points 30, total 140. How is this value calculated? Ma Hongjun pondered curiously in his mind, directing his inquiry towards the spirit of the device. It depends on the individual and their level. The higher the fortune of the person, the more kindness points will be gained from them. The degree of goodness displayed by the host will also influence the total amount. Understanding dawned upon Ma Hongjun. He grasped how to acquire kindness points. Kindness, in essence, could be perceived as such. It might be regarded as foolish by some, yet one could also gain kindness points. As articulated in an animated series, one might clearly understand that love can create everything, yet refuse to confront it or even deny it. Why is this so? Because love can create and destroy. When one uses love to protect a flock from wolves, that love becomes a form of destruction for the wolves, for it may lead to their starvation. This world operates on such principles. Either the wolf perishes or the sheep. It is a matter of survival. Either the weaker wolf succumbs to hunger or the weaker sheep falls prey. Thus, there is no absolute goodness in this world. Only varying perspectives and stances, much like the relationship between soul beasts and humans. Yet, Ma Hongjun firmly believes that there is light in this world. Perhaps it is too harsh, yet therein lies its beauty. We exist for love. We exist to grow stronger. As others observed, Ma Hongjun lost in contemplation. They ceased their movements, presuming he was deliberating on how to distribute items. They gazed at him with expressions of eager anticipation. Even Tong San, typically the most composed, watched Ma Hongjun unblinkingly. Why are you all staring at me? Do I have flowers on my face? Ma Hongjun snapped back to reality, feigning ignorance as he addressed the crowd. Fifth brother, you don't have any flowers on your face, but you are exceedingly handsome right now. I can't help but want to look at you. Do you need a girlfriend? What do you think of me? Ning Rongrong said half jokingly, yet half seriously, her eyes sparkling with delight. Cough, cough, enough of this nonsense. The divine grade, Chilua Yujinhua, should enable your martial spirit to ascend to the Jiubao Linglong Ta. After you consume it, if you truly evolve, should you wish to thank me, you may remain by my side as a maid. It would indeed be quite impressive for the young master of the Qibao Liuli sect to have a maid. Ma Hongjun jested without a hint of embarrassment. He sounds good, but this is on you. If my martial spirit doesn't elevate to the Jiubao Linglong Ta, you'll be responsible. Ning Rongrong teased, winking at Ma Hongjun with a hint of ambiguity. You should hurry and absorb it. Ma Hongjun said, taken aback, as he hastily retrieved a tulip radiating with a myriad of colors, tossing it to Ning Rongrong. Ah, this is a divine herb. Be careful not to drop it. What if it falls to the ground? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, catching it gingerly, her tone laced with a hint of complaint. Don't worry about it falling. Even if it does, you would still consume it. Enough chatter. Hurry and absorb it. Ma Hongjun replied, finding the situation amusing. Hee hee, Thank you, fifth brother. I truly adore you. Ning Rongrong's words brought Ma Hongjun a sense of comfort. What horse? She exclaimed, approaching Ma Hongjun, holding the Chihuahua Jinhua with both hands, and unexpectedly planted a kiss on his fair cheek. Flushing with a hint of shyness, she added, "This is to thank you. Don't misunderstand. I must go absorb the divine herb's powers now." Ding. Congratulations. Host gains 40 benevolence points. Total 180. Ma Hongjun dazedly touched the damp imprint of her lips on his face, still able to detect her faint, sweet fragrance. Even the voice of the spirit in his mind became a mere echo. The others exchanged glances, while only Alcika's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible hint of disappointment before vanishing, as he looked at Ma Hongjun with anticipation. "Little Ma, I know you have no interest in wealth, only in women. Rong is entrusted to you. I cannot pursue her anymore. As a brother, please do not hold back. While I am interested in women, I am not so indiscriminate." "What are you talking about? Didn't Rong say not to misunderstand?" Ma Hongjun sighed. "Never mind. This is another and the last Jiopin Ziji I prepared for you. Since you have ascended to Soul Master, you are now a core member of Tianhua Diwan." Ma Hongjun felt utterly at a loss, slightly exasperated. Had it been another martial spirit, he might have argued, but with the Yaohua Fenghuang martial spirit, no one would believe him if he claimed to have no interest. Yet, he was correct in saying he wasn't a casual person. Otherwise, he wouldn't still be a virgin. Tianhua Diwan? What is that? Is it another great power? Dalu asked curiously, her desire for divine herbs being the least among them. She relied on popularity to continuously enhance her strength, so her training was rather sporadic and lacked fervor. "Nothing much, merely a sect I established. Backed by the Shirlai Kar Academy, its growth has been quite satisfactory. Alcika expressed a desire to join Tianhua Diwan a while ago, and I promised he could join once he ascended to Soul Master." Ma Hongjun replied casually, Yes. I'm off to absorb it too. I truly hope to directly elevate to Soul Sovereign." Alcika, having set aside his previous grievances, joyfully began refining his herb. Ding. Congratulations. Host gains 20 benevolence points. Total 200. Little San. This is a mutated supreme spirit herb, the supreme Tianshan Shuilian. Its effects are even more potent than those of ordinary divine herbs, and it is especially suitable for you. Consider it a gift. Ma Hongjun presented a snow lotus aglow with red and blue hues. Mutated? Tianshan Shuilian? Tong San inquired, unfamiliar with this divine herb. "Not entirely, but nearly so. 1 lotus, 2 blooms, if I am not mistaken. The effects of this supreme, mutated herb surpass those of divine herbs." Ma Hongjun answered truthfully. This herb grew alongside the Bajiao Xuan Binko, one of the few supreme herbs. But due to its location near a spring and coinciding with Ma Hongjun's absorption of divine herbs, the energy remnants from the Yaohua Fenghuang martial spirit's elevation to the utmost fire led to a mutation, giving rise to a vividly red double-bloomed snow lotus. In truth, calling it a snow lotus was somewhat inaccurate. Perhaps fire lotus would be more fitting. However, Ma Hongjun lacked the enthusiasm to name it and simply referred to it as such. Thus, he asserted its efficacy was on par with divine herbs, if not superior. "Thank you. Its effects indeed rival those of divine herbs and will greatly benefit me. I think I shall call it the Binghua Bingdiulian." Tong San examined it and expressed his delight. Ma Hongjun, having gained some knowledge about herbs from Douluo, was reassured by Tong San's assessment. It was precisely because Ma Hongjun had consumed both the Bajiao Xuan Binko and the Liehua Xingjiaoshu that he decided to give this herb, whose effects overlapped slightly, to Tong San. Had he been in his previous mindset, he would have preferred to discard it rather than offer it to Tong San. But now he felt no fear of Tong San's strength, only disdain for his weakness. Moreover, he could gain benevolence points. Why not take advantage? Benevolence points could yield fortunate items, such as meteor tears, after all. Thus, the significance of benevolence points was indeed considerable. Chapter 102. Provisioning the 8 monsters with divine herbs. What you name, it is inconsequential. A name is merely a label. What matters is its utility. Keep striving, little San. Among the Shirlai Bagwai, only your talent can match mine. I am on the verge of ascending to Soul Sovereign, and if you do not exert yourself, you will soon fall behind. Ma Hongjun remarked nonchalantly. He felt no remorse for seizing the opportunity for divine herbs that rightfully belonged to Tong San. Gifting him this supreme, mutated spirit root was already an act of considerable kindness. This was also due to Ma Hongjun's inability to utilize the supreme, mutated spirit herb, as its effects overlapped with the two divine herbs he had consumed, which were even more potent. Rest assured, I will not be left behind. Your kindness is appreciated, and this favor will not be forgotten, Tong San said solemnly, clasping his hands in gratitude. With his understanding of herb properties, he recognized the rarity of such a mutated supreme spirit herb obtained through chance. His gratitude towards Ma Hongjun was immeasurable. Ding! Congratulations. Host gains 100 benevolence points. Total, 300. Ma Hongjun was overjoyed. Indeed, the benevolence points awarded by Tong San far exceeded those from others. The child of fate was indeed unlike ordinary individuals. The acquisition of benevolence points is significantly easier compared to faith points. In truth, Ma Hongjun's concert carries a profound, albeit uncertain, implication. Upon hearing Tang San's reassuring words, Ma Hongjun, in a moment of elation, grasped Tang San's hand and fervently declared, "Good brothers for life, from now on. It is up to us to carry forward the legacy of Shrek Academy." He continued with heartfelt sincerity. "Regardless of my future achievements, Shrek Academy will forever remain my home." Tang San nodded solemnly, feeling an unprecedented sense of belonging to Shrek Academy, one that far surpassed his 6 years at Notting Academy. Quickly absorb the essence. "I shall protect you. Once you have gained strength, there are matters I wish to discuss," Ma Hongjun advised, exchanging a knowing smile with Tang San. Prior to meeting Tang San, Ma Hongjun harbored a disdain for him, stemming from his past life as understanding of Tang San. However, the current Tang San had yet to transform into the selfish individual of his recollections, who only permitted the officials to ignite flames while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps. Since Tang San could bring him benevolence points, he saw no reason to offend him without cause. Likewise, he would refrain from antagonizing figures like Hu Laina, Qian Rinxue, or Bai Bai Dong, who were not fundamentally malevolent, as long as they could also grant him benevolence points. In fact, he would seek to cultivate amicable relations with them, provided they did not provoke him. Through the intricate web of information, Ma Hongjun discerned that the Douluo continent was far more complex than the narrative suggested, with hidden aristocratic families and sects whose true powers remained unknown. Yet, he had a premonition that these factions were not inferior to the 7 major sects in strength. "Then I must trouble you to protect us. Xiao Wu, I shall begin my absorption now. Hongjun has surely prepared suitable herbs for you. These herbs are celestial treasures that will reinforce your foundations without any side effects. You can rest assured and follow the prescribed method for consumption," Tang San concluded, settling cross-legged upon the grass nearby. In that moment, only Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Ma Hongjun remained among the Shrek 8. The other 5 were enveloped in a vibrant aura as they blissfully absorbed the potency of the celestial herbs. Noticing the eager gazes of the 2 women, Ma Hongjun had no intention of toying with them. He produced the Shui Xianyu Ji Gu and the Ba Ban Xianluan, the latter of which possessed greater potency than the former, making it more suitable for Oscar. However, in the interest of balancing the abilities of the group and due to a lack of alternative celestial treasures, Ma Hongjun decided to utilize it. As for the Xiangxi Duan Chang Hong, he would not offer it to Xiao Wu. Such a rare gem was reserved for his beloved. In the original text, Zhu Luo had remarked that Xiangxi Duan Chang Hong was a divine treasure among flowers, one he would devote his life to protect. He also claimed that possessing it could elevate one to legendary heights. Based on Ma Hongjun's deductions, this legendary level was at least on par with the pinnacle of Douluo, if not higher. Even the Qi Rong Tong Tianju, which perfectly matched his martial soul, was merely capable of bringing him to that pinnacle. Thus, the value of Xiangxi Duan Chang Hong was self-evident. The Shui Xianyu Ji Gu, which Tang San originally intended for Xiao Wu, had instead been claimed by Zhu Zhuqing, who was unable to procure the Xiangxi Duan Chang Hong. Consequently, the two had exchanged their celestial herbs. However, Xiao Wu had yet to consume the Xiang Si Duan Chong Hong. She merely carried it with her, an utter waste. Nevertheless, in the early stages, the Xiang Si Duan Chong Hong had aided Xiao Wu in evading the scrutiny of titled Douluo, concealing her identity as a soul beast. Later, after Xiao Wu sacrificed herself for Tang San, it provided her with a glimmer of hope for resurrection. One could say that every action, however small, is governed by fate. Now, as Ma Hongjun prepared the Shui Xianyu Jigu to enhance Xiao Wu's strength, it could not be said to be inferior to the original narrative. Xiao Wu's identity was no longer a secret to both Poison Douluo and Ma Hongjun. Thus, prior to the commencement of the Continental Soul Master Competition, consuming the Shui Xianyu Jigu would be more beneficial than detrimental for Xiao Wu, owing to Poison Douluo's promise to Tang Hao that night. Xiao Wu currently enjoyed a peaceful existence at Shrek Academy. Xiao Wu, this flower is called Shui Xianyu Jigu, which nourishes and reinforces bones. Perfectly suited for a close combat soul master like yourself. I suspect you have not diligently memorized the herbal assignment given by the dean. Remember to consume only the petals, and finally you suck the flower buds to absorb their essence. Like the others, you must channel your soul power and maintain a calm demeanor to better assimilate its essence. Ma Hongjun instructed with genuine fondness for Xiao Wu. In truth, with his desires now multiplied 20-fold, he found himself attracted to any beautiful girl, but this admiration was rooted in character and personality. Thank you, fifth brother, Xiao Wu giggled. I want to kiss you this time, but I promise to repay you when the opportunity arises. Although she did not particularly enjoy training, she did not wish to lag behind her companions now that they had all consumed celestial herbs. The notions of repayment were inconsequential. What mattered was their bond as partners. Was it not? Ma Hongjun smiled appreciatively, recognizing the value of nurturing such companions who understood gratitude. Chapter 103, Special Soul Master Talents. Indeed, we are partners. From now on, you shall be Xiao Wu's fifth brother, the best man in my life apart from Tang San, Xiao Wu stated earnestly. Yet, her words struck Ma Hongjun, who hailed from the modern world, as somewhat peculiar. Ah, so you never considered me your fifth brother all along? I feel cheated. I even selected the most suitable celestial herbs for you. Ma Hongjun feigned indignation, gazing at Xiao Wu with playful reproach. Aware of her misstep, Xiao Wu quickly replied, Don't be angry, fifth brother. I knew you'd be the best, and wouldn't hold this against me. I'll go absorb the essence now. She donned a pitiful expression before flashing a smile and scampering off to the grass to begin her absorption. Though she appeared youthful and harmless, this was merely superficial. Her true self was bold, open, and deeply emotional. Reader, can a 10,000-year-old rogue rabbit not be bold and open? Although a soul beast, she surpassed many humans in virtue. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 100 benevolence points from Xiao Wu, totaling 400 benevolence points. As Ma Hongjun listened to the electronic voice from his martial soulless spirit, his spirits lifted. He was now halfway to acquiring a lottery opportunity. And how could he not be elated? Now, only Zhu Zhuqing remained. Among the group, she was the most eager to enhance her strength, a fact that even Ma Hongjun acknowledged. This girl bore an inordinate amount of pressure for someone her age. After careful consideration, Ma Hongjun concluded that Zhu Zhuqing would benefit more from the Baban Xian Lan than from the Shui Xianyu Jigu. In truth, Zhu Zhuqing was best suited for another celestial herb, Xiang Si Duan Chong Hong, but Ma Hongjun was aware that she could not claim it, as she currently had no one she loved. Even Dai Mu Bai, her fiancé, seemed to have changed, much like the relationships among the other Shrek 7. In her childhood, Zhu Zhuqing could not possibly harbor romantic feelings for Dai Mu Bai, viewing him merely as an elder brother figure. Living against such a familial backdrop, she harbored no objections to men taking multiple wives, provided they did not flaunt their other women in her presence. Dai Mu Bai had evidently transgressed her boundaries, and to this day, he showed no signs of remorse. She had since resigned herself to the reality of her feelings for him. The pressure upon her had naturally intensified, for should she and Dai Mu Bai part ways, according to familial customs, she would be deemed a failure. In her world, failure equated to death, or, at the very least, the annulment of her martial soul, which for a soul master was akin to a fate worse than demise. Zhu Zhuqing silently observed Ma Hongjun, refraining from conversation, her demeanor devoid of significant emotional fluctuations, exuding a cold aura that discouraged approach. Zhuqing, this is not a critique, but you ought not to perpetually wear that icy facade. If something troubles you, speak of it. Do not keep everything bottled up within. This is Ba Ban Xianlan, one of the finest medicinal herbs, and among the most easily absorbed by your group. Ba Ban Xianlan must be housed in jade vessels. As long as it is contained within, it will not wither for a millennium, nor will it fade in efficacy over countless generations. Among all the medicinal herbs I have brought back, it possesses the mildest yet most potent properties. While it is easy to absorb, it requires a considerable amount of time. Its primary function is to strengthen the foundation and expel impurities from within, sufficiently compensating for the deficiencies in innate martial soul quality among you and the other 6, thus accelerating the cultivation of soul power, and its inherent medicinal strength will also yield substantial enhancements, Ma Hongjun explained. Thank you, fifth brother. When I have the opportunity, I will share my matters with you, she replied, her words still subdued, yet imbued with a hint of warmth. After Ma Hongjun presented the Ba Ban Xianlan to Zhu Zhuqing, she settled down cross-legged upon the expansive patch of grass nearby and began to absorb the medicinal essence. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have received 100 kindness points from Zhu Zhuqing, bringing your total to 500 points. Ma Hongjun was astounded, realizing that among everyone, Zhu Zhuqing had bestowed upon him the most kindness points due to this incident. Though not the protagonist, her generosity rivaled that of the main character, and his gratitude towards her certainly surpassed that for others. This was not to imply that Fat Tiger, who contributed the fewest kindness points, was lacking. Rather, it was simply that Fat Tiger was not a pivotal character in the original narrative. I wonder if tomorrow's concert will grant me faith points. If possible, I should include a few songs that resonate with the people of the Douluo world. I cannot solely promote ancient-style music. After all, different strokes for different folks. And having broader support would be quite beneficial, Ma Hongjun mused to himself. In truth, music existed in the Douluo continent, yet it was still in its nascent stages compared to the pinnacle of musical development in his previous life, lacking in creativity. However, the Douluo continent possessed its unique strengths, as certain extraordinary martial souls provided enhancements in music that were unattainable in his former life. Tian Luo Di Wang had discreetly recruited 3 enchanting women with microphone martial souls. Although their soul power was merely at levels 3 or 4, their vocal enhancements were commendable. It was said that they had also acquired a drum martial soul possessor, a level 23 great soul master, who had been brought over at considerable expense from an aristocratic family in another region. As for those with string instrument martial souls, they were not particularly rare, and thus there were 9 such exceptional talents in total. This was also the reason Ma Hongjun had drawn upon his memories of so much ancient-style music, observing the others engrossed in their cultivation. Ma Hongjun found a vacant spot not far from them and sat down. The majestic aura of Ta Shan he would likely appeal to many soul masters, and he decided to add it to his repertoire. The poignant melody of Ping Fan, Ji Lu would also yield positive results, and Zai Jian would likely be favored by many young soul masters within the academy, so he resolved to include those as well. From his pouch of treasures, he retrieved his collection of song lyrics and began jotting down the lyrics and melodies he had recited. For someone well-versed in melodies like Ma Hongjun, this task posed no challenge. It was primarily after his advancement to Soul Zune that both his mental acuity and memory had significantly improved, enabling him to accomplish this. Time passed from midday to evening, and the first to awaken from their cultivation was Zhu Zhuqing, who had consumed the most gentle medicinal essence. Upon awakening, she stretched luxuriously, a sight that nearly left Ma Hongjun entranced. For those familiar with her youthful figure, it was a moment of undeniable allure, igniting a fervor within him that was difficult to contain. Chapter 104. Guan Mei Mei, Ning Rongrong unaware of Ma Hongjun's gaze, Zhu Zhuqing, lost in her own sensations. savored an unprecedented sense of comfort. The involuntary sigh that escaped her lips was a testament to her newfound ease. Upon noticing Ma Hongjun's intense stare, she felt a rush of embarrassment. He, Zhu Qing, you are truly beautiful. How do you feel? How many levels have you gained? Ma Hongjun inquired, mustering immense self-control to suppress his burgeoning desires, feigning ignorance. Zhu Qing, having come to understand Ma Hongjun's martial soul predicament, bore no ill will. Upon hearing his question, her expression lit up with genuine excitement. I have advanced 3 levels and am now at level 30. Based on the Academy's initial assessments, I sense that I still have considerable soul power reserves. Once I acquire my 3rd soul ring, I should be able to elevate my soul power by at least 4 or even 5 levels. Thank you. I am once again filled with hope for my future. Congratulations. You are now the youngest soul Zune in our academy, with a promotion timeline almost on par with mine, even surpassing me. Should I encounter any trouble in the future, I shall seek your assistance. Ma Hongjun exclaimed, genuinely delighted by Zhu Qing's progress, not solely for its implications for Shrek Academy's chances in the Continental Soul Master Tournament, but also for the strength and resilience of this cold, yet passionate woman emerging from her shadows. Indeed, my progress is entirely due to you, 5th brother. Your affair shall become my own. I feel as though my martial soul has also undergone a transformation. It is more than just an improvement in quality, Zhu Qing affirmed, nodding earnestly before expressing her confusion. She harbored no intention of concealment, for every soul master sought to guard their martial soul's secrets. Zhu Qing's willingness to confide in Ma Hongjun revealed her profound trust in him. Let us set that aside for now. Once you have acclimatized, we can discuss it further. Take advantage of the recent absorption of the medicinal essence and return to cultivating your soul power, as the night is growing late. Otherwise, the ensuing situation might be rather unpleasant, Ma Hongjun remarked, casting a light-hearted glance towards Dai Mu Bai and Tang San, who were gathering energy nearby. Situation? Zhu Qing inquired, puzzled. It is just that the medicinal essence consumed by Tang San and Dai Mu Bai may be quite potent. I suspect they might experience some clothing-related difficulties shortly. You know how it goes, Ma Hongjun teased with a sly grin. Upon hearing this, Zhu Qing's face flushed crimson, and she hastily turned to retreat to her dormitory, attempting to conceal her embarrassment. The next to awaken were the support-type Oscar and Fat Tiger, who stirred almost simultaneously. I am at level 36. I have inexplicably advanced 5 levels. This feels exhilarating. Upon awakening, Aosi Kai erupted into hearty laughter, seemingly liberated from the shadows cast by Ning Rongrong. I've only ascended 4 levels. After acquiring my soul ring, I shall be a soul master of the 30th rank. However, if my teacher's theory holds true, I should reach the 32nd rank post-acquisition. Pong Hu chuckled, appearing simple-minded yet exhibiting a shrewd intellect. There'll be no issue. Although Tong San's teacher possesses somewhat lower soul power, he is not without merit. The theoretical perspectives of our academy's instructors align with his, so complications are unlikely. Furthermore, you are merely in the initial phase of absorption. Much of the medicinal potency remains dormant within your bodies, awaiting future development. I anticipate that your cultivation speed will undergo a qualitative leap for a considerable duration, until the celestial-grade medicinal energy is completely expended. Ma Hongjun was unsurprised. Though the 9-grade Ziji did not fall under the celestial herb category, it undoubtedly stood as the foremost among the subcelestial herbs. Its medicinal efficacy was hardly inferior to that of celestial-grade herbs, and its enhancement of soul cultivation speed could even surpass them. Indeed, I sense that the quality of my martial soul, the golden hammer, has significantly improved, and it feels at least twice as heavy. Henceforth, it may be more appropriate to call it the mighty golden hammer. Pong Hu nodded repeatedly, expressing his delight. Subsequently, a golden giant hammer, slightly smaller than his own size, materialized in his right hand with a flash of brilliance. My martial soul has not undergone drastic changes, yet its quality has also seen considerable enhancement, allowing me to produce more sausages, Aosika remarked. The voice of the martial soul's spirit resonated in his mind once more. Today was undoubtedly Ma Hongjun's auspicious day. Having amassed a significant collection of kindness points through the precious celestial herb, he was close to achieving his first kindness point lottery. You should seize the moment and cultivate while the celestial essence is fresh. Now is the opportune time for soul power cultivation. Ma Hongjun was unperturbed by Peng Hu's anomalous martial soul. He had anticipated that it was not entirely complete. Now, having consumed the 9-grade Ziji, its transformation was well within his expectations. In the original narrative, the 9-grade Ziji enabled Law San Pao to evolve and allowed the once inept master to break through the 30-level bottleneck that had confined him for decades, clearly signifying its potency rivaled that of celestial great herbs. Aosi Ka and Pong, who complied and settled at the periphery to continue their cultivation, striving not to disturb others still absorbing the celestial essence. Ning Rongrong was the third to awaken, her surprise almost prompting a loud exclamation. However, upon noticing the others still engaged in absorption, she stifled her voice and approached Ma Hongjun, saying, "Thank you, fifth brother. From now on, you're my dear brother. May I be your sworn sister?" "I? A sworn sister? I have no objections," Ma Hongjun replied, showing no intent to refuse Ning Rongrong's over-affection. He recognized the necessity of the support and collaboration from the Seven Treasures glazed tile school behind her. Thus he accepted her proposal. "You're truly kind, brother," Ning Rongrong said sincerely as she stepped closer, wrapping her arm around Ma Hongjun's. "Please refrain from such contact, or I might struggle to contain the primal power within me," Ma Hongjun retorted, his face flushed, albeit not out of shyness. Rather, he was unsettled by the continuous provocations from Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, which stirred a chaotic fire within him. Were it not for the residual ice attribute spiritual medicine suppressing it, he would have likely transformed into a ravenous wolf by now. All right, I understand. Fifth brother, having such a martial soul is quite amusing. It certainly adds to your charm. Ning Rongrong giggled, covering her mouth. Ma Hongjun felt exasperated. Could cuteness suffice as sustenance? Could it attract a girlfriend? As for masculine charm, it was simply a man's essence. Chapter 105. A melody that moves the world. Ma Hongjun refrained from engaging further with Ning Rongrong, instead directing his gaze elsewhere. Ning Rongrong, aware of Ma Hongjun's extraordinary willpower, dared not provoke him further, as no one could guarantee that he would not suddenly lose control and take drastic actions against them. Dean Phaland had privately warned them to tread carefully around Ma Hongjun. They felt both admiration and trepidation towards him. They admired his ability to maintain integrity in such circumstances, while fearing his potential for unpredictable outbursts. Ning Rongrong's martial soul, the Seven Treasures glazed tower, unsurprisingly ascended to the 9 Treasures glazed tower, reaching the 30th rank. Like others who had not yet acquired their soul rings, her precise level remained indiscernible. Next were Xiao Wu and Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu radiated bursts of light, embodying an ethereal aura. Her skin became increasingly translucent, seemingly inviting admiration. Simultaneously, Dai Mubai experienced subtle changes. His physique expanded dramatically, rendering his clothing tattered. As the brilliance faded, both awakened simultaneously. Ma Hongjun chose not to prompt Xiao Wu, while Ning Rongrong entered her cultivation phase nearby. Xiao Wu cast a surprised glance at Dai Mubai's robust form, shyly averting her gaze without much reaction. Had it been Zhu Zhuqing or Ning Rongrong, they would have likely closed their eyes in embarrassment. "Rogue," she huffed, casting her gaze back at Tong San. Dai Mubai, now awake, chanced upon this scene, feeling a flush of heat on his face. He hastily retrieved a spare outfit from his spatial soul guide. Fortunately, this martial arts-inspired Hanfu was not limited to a single set. Tong San was enveloped in intertwining flames of crimson and icy blue, unleashing an explosive surge of extreme ice and fire energy that instantaneously reduced his garments to ashes. Yet, Xiao Wu's gaze remained fixated on Tong San's physique and his attributes. "Xiao Wu, Tong San is quite the rogue. Cease your gaze. Once he awakens, I shall teach him a lesson for daring to act so brazenly before you." Ma Hongjun feigned anger as he approached the trio. "Oh no, Tong San is not a rogue. This is merely the result of the celestial herb's energy. So do not hold it against him. Tong San is as pure as you, fifth brother." Xiao Wu instinctively defended Tong San upon hearing Ma Hongjun's jest. "Just like me? That hardly qualifies as pure. While my exterior may be pristine, my heart?" He chuckled mischievously. Uncertain of why, Ma Hongjun relished the banter with Xiao Wu, finding joy in her flustered yet helpless expressions, perhaps stemming from his fondness for small creatures in his previous life. In his past, Ma Hongjun cherished pet cats and rabbits, considering the adorable little bunnies irresistible, especially when prepared as spicy rabbit heads. How intolerable. I am now a 37th level assault-type soul master. My 8-section throw will be even more fluid. Fifth brother, would you care to test your skills against me? Xiao Wu threatened playfully. Ma Hongjun had witnessed her 8-section throw during their assessments and was reluctant to engage in a match. It was not fear of being unable to break free, but rather concern over inadvertently injuring Xiao Wu. Should she successfully execute her 8-section throw, even if Ma Hongjun were to falter, he could face significant repercussions. Now, Xiao Wu's soul power was merely one level below his own, necessitating him to exert his full strength. However, the overwhelming power of his martial soul techniques could easily lead to dire consequences. Forget it. I concede to your agility, sixth sister. Let us forego the challenge." The notion of trying out has become rather grave, as Ma Hongjun expressed his lack of experience. Ultimately, upon awakening, Tang San's soul power remarkably surged, reaching the impressive level of 36. The Lanin Chao, akin to Ma Hongjun's 3-leaf clover, acquired the ability of ice and fire immunity. However, it is worth noting that such immunity is not absolute. When comparing Tang San's immunity to that of Ma Hongjun, a slight disparity remains. This also illustrates the efficacy of the ice and fire dual lotus, which is not inferior to a single extraordinary medicinal herb. On the following day, the 8 monsters of Shrek Academy prepared themselves to embark on their journey, guided by numerous instructors into the concert venue. Dai Mubai successfully became the first soul master among the 8 monsters of Shrek, yet he must first acquire his soul ring to be deemed a true soul master. With the concert imminent, there was no time to obtain a soul ring. Even without it, they could continue their cultivation, albeit the enhancement in soul power would not match that achievable after obtaining the soul ring. Nonetheless, the foundational benefits were immeasurable. In terms of foundation, the remaining 7 from Shrek Academy may surpass ordinary soul masters, yet they still fall short when compared to Ma Hongjun. Even Tang San, possessing the Xian Tiangong, could not be compared to him. Upon entering the concert, the members of Shrek Academy discovered a sea of people, with the clamor and noise resounding in their ears. Fortunately, they were escorted by staff members through a special passage to the backstage area. In a room, Flander exclaimed with excitement, "Hongjun, you have finally arrived. The score you provided me has been reviewed by those exceptional talents, and they all affirmed its quality. The beautiful girl group from Tianshui Academy is also ready to perform at any moment. Have the amplification soul tools and mirror soul tools been adequately prepared?" Ma Hongjun inquired. Indeed, there are a total of 12 amplification soul tools. Aside from the 4 designated for the concert, the remaining 8 are strategically placed around Sotawa City, sufficient to encompass the entire area, Flander replied, suppressing his excitement. The tickets for this concert were incredibly difficult to procure, with scalpers inflating prices to 10 gold soul coins for a single ticket, which was already the most basic tier. The more coveted tickets were even scarcer. Tian Luodawang was poised to reap substantial profits. In Douluo continent, soul masters are regarded as the elite among people, and the thought of them singing for the common folk incited wild enthusiasm. This situation was akin to celebrities from a past life holding concerts in one's vicinity. Not just 1 or 2, but a significant portion of the entire entertainment industry. Moreover, the presence of the Tianshui Academy's girl group, which already had a solid fan base, added to the excitement. "Hongjun, what songs have you composed? Are you going to perform on stage today?" Dai Mubai inquired eagerly. The seasoned members often sought Ma Hongjun's guidance in singing or storytelling during their leisure time, well aware of his extraordinary, ethereal talent. Ah, I cannot disclose that just yet. You shall see for yourselves when the time comes, Ma Hongjun responded, naturally unwilling to squander time discussing matters. This concert was not merely a solo exhibition for him. There would be many renowned figures from the music scene in Douluo continent participating, which explained the immense buzz surrounding the event. Of course, these individuals had voluntarily entered the competition and were not invited by Tian Luodawang. Regardless of location, music serves as a vessel for emotions and relaxation, which is why both soul masters and ordinary individuals possess a unique affinity for it, such as the inherent allure of music. Brother, I heard this concert is a gathering of the entire music industry, along with a significant portion of the soul master community's exceptional talents. It is the first ever collaboration between the music and soul master circles, undoubtedly the grandest musical event on the continent. I heard that the competition will also rank the top 10, each receiving substantial rewards, with the champion being awarded a grand prize of 100,000 gold soul coins. Is that true? Ning Rongrong asked Ma Hongjun with eager anticipation. Well, it will likely take nearly 10 days to determine the top 10 competitors. The number of participants has exceeded my expectations, with over 1,000 competitors and a significant portion possessing unique musical soul skills, Ma Hongjun remarked. Unaware of these details as Flander seamlessly took over the conversation, introducing the information to the group. That is fantastic. Dean, I want to sign up too. Xiao Wu, Zhu Qing. Do you wish to join as well? Ning Rongrong exclaimed with excitement. Zhu Qing remained silent, casting her gaze towards Flander, seeking his opinion, while Xiao Wu looked at Tang San. Although the registration period has passed, as members of Shrek Academy, it is not impossible to add you. However, I advise you not to harbor overly ambitious expectations. While your voices are indeed lovely, you are still amateurs, and aside from Ma Hongjun, you have little chance of making it to the top 10, Flanders stated matter-of-factly. That is all right. If you wish to participate, go ahead. I have ways to ensure you achieve commendable results, Ma Hongjun said, his gaze brightening as he observed the three young women. Yay! Thank you, fifth brother. You are truly wonderful. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong expressed their gratitude towards Ma Hongjun. To everyone's surprise, Zhu Qing also nodded in agreement, expressing her willingness to participate, which astonished even Ma Hongjun, let alone the others. You can sing too, Zhu Qing? Ma Hongjun asked with intrigue. Of course she can, and she sings even more beautifully than us, Ning Rongrong proudly declared as she pulled Zhu Qing closer, raising her chin defiantly to the others. After spending time together these past few days, the bond between Ning Rongrong, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Qing had grown akin to that of sisters. Indeed, just last night, Zhu Qing was quite cheerful and hummed a song I had never heard before, a true celestial melody. Even when compared to you, fifth brother, it was equally captivating. Xiao Wu added. They had heard Ma Hongjun sing before, although he typically refrained from utilizing the unique characteristics of his vocal abilities. His high soul power granted him exceptional control over his voice, and the inherent beauty of the songs he performed was undoubtedly at the level of a master musician. Oh, that is splendid. I have composed a song for our Shrek 8 monsters. It requires a girl with a certain musical aptitude to collaborate. We shall perform as an ensemble. I will sing the main part with Zhu Qing, and then we shall all join in for the climax, Ma Hongjun said, his expression brightening with enthusiasm as the idea struck him. He had no inkling that Zhu Qing possessed such hidden talent. He mused quietly. Could it be that her cat-like martial soul endowed her with a musical gift? Great. Do you have the lyrics? If only you had informed us sooner. We could have practiced a bit, Ning Rongrong said joyfully. Unfortunately, today is not feasible for practice, but it will be beneficial to familiarize ourselves beforehand. The opening ceremony will feature a dance performance by the Tianshui Academy's girl group, who have a considerable fan base, to energize the audience. Otherwise, we would have suited better for an earlier performance. Now, we must save our song for the finale. Teachers, please assist me by providing paper and a pen so I can dictate the lyrics for them to note down. Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment before he elaborated. Well, this song is titled Pajia. If you open your eyes in a nightmare, facing the cruel world, the wind stirs someone's heartstrings. longing yet unable to bid farewell. Holding your hand to move forward through the night and day, never pausing, traversing through time and space, it may inflict wounds and heartache. Yet still bravely fighting is what it means to be a hero. Looking up amidst chaos and endless battles, glancing back, you are at my side, shattering the curse of fate, allowing the story to become immortal. The martial spirit surges wildly, guarding your solitary courage, even if the future is like a torrent, never retreating. Ma Hongjun's magnetic voice enveloped the ears of the Shrek 7 monsters, and merely reciting the lyrics immersed them in the profound ambience, leaving them spellbound. Just the lyrics invoked a vivid sense of presence. Hongjun, you are truly remarkable. I believe the melody of this song must be even more enchanting, Tang San remarked, his eyes sparkling with admiration, clearly moved by Ma Hongjun's lyrics. Indeed, it is very melodious. However, I cannot claim it as my own. These songs appeared in my dreams, perhaps conveyed to me by another version of myself from a different world, Ma Hongjun inexplicably stated, leaving the others in confusion. Brother Xiao Ma's prowess is evident, so there's no need for modesty. We are well aware of your strength. Heh. Fat Tiger interjected with a timely compliment, earning nods of agreement from the others. Only Tang San's expression shifted, pondering thoughtfully as he gazed at the song he had just penned regarding the martial spirits, shaking his head. How could another world possibly compose such fitting songs for the martial spirits of this continent? Little did he know, he was merely a character from a book in Ma Hongjun's world, and Ma Hongjun was fully aware of what he might become in the future. However, with Ma Hongjun present, everything became uncertain. With him around, Tang San would likely not have the chance to act freely in Douluo Dalu. Indeed, it suits you well and should add a vibrant flair to the competition. The concert is about to commence. I shall step out to submit your names, and then notify Douluo me to announce the start. Flinder concurred, standing up to speak. Chapter 107. A melody that moves the four directions. The crowd nodded in unison. Following Flinder out of the room, under the guidance of the staff, they arrived at the VIP box designated for Shrek Academy. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed soul masters for granting me this honor, and I also welcome everyone from the music industry to join us. A special thanks to the vast audience for attending this unprecedented musical exchange event throughout history. On behalf of Shrek Academy, I sincerely thank you for your presence. Douluo, clad in a fine brocade Hanfu robe, exuded an air of scholarly elegance as he bowed deeply in appreciation. Instantly, the atmosphere exploded with excitement. A title, Douluo bowing in gratitude, was a tremendous honor, especially for those who had paid a hefty price just to enter the concert. Their exhilaration was palpable, with the more vanity-prone individuals displaying their emotions overtly. Oh ho! Shrek! Shrek! The enthusiastic roars and screams surged, instantly elevating the atmosphere. Ignited by the bow of the title Dalu, Flinder, witnessing this, could not help but smile slightly, exchanging a knowing glance with Douluo's silence. Douluo's voice, though not loud, resonated throughout the entire concert venue with the power of his soul energy. The crowd fell silent as the overwhelming authority of the title Dalu commanded respect. The attendees were predominantly young soul masters, with few advanced soul masters over the age of 50, aside from the teachers and staff of Shrek. Thus, there was naturally no presence of anyone of higher rank than a title Dalu to stir trouble. Even the formidable master of the Elephant Armor Academy, Hongjun, refrained from speaking further. Do not be anxious. I am not forbidding your cheers to stifle your enthusiasm for your favorite contestants. I hereby declare the inaugural Music Star concert hosted by Shrek Academy officially commenced. Douluo announced with a subtle smile, injecting humor into the moment. The audience erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Who said title Douluos are all stern and humorless? Come forth, face the truth. It appeared that the legendary title Douluos were not as serious as they seemed. Indeed, Douluo was undoubtedly the most approachable title Dalu I had ever encountered. You should stop right there. You have hardly seen any ordinary soul masters, and I bet you have only encountered Douluo in that capacity, someone retorted. Haven't you ever seen a pig run if you haven't eaten pork? Sure. If you wish to meet your end, don't involve me. Two familiar figures whispered among themselves. Flattery and other meaningless banter resumed fervently until the concert's lights abruptly dimmed, plunging the venue into silence. Before the audience could react, a dazzling array of colorful lights illuminated the stage, centering on Douluo. Now, please welcome the beautiful girl group from Tianshui Academy to present the opening dance and the first enchanting song, Tianshui Jigo. The spotlight faded, revealing 7 stunning figures gracing the stage. With fair skin, striking beauty, and long legs adorned in the captivating attire of the Qiliao Diwang dress. They were nothing short of mesmerizing. The combination of exquisite appearance, long legs, and ethereal attire captivated the gaze of every man present, and not just the men. Even women looked on with envy. The sight was spellbinding, as the lead was none other than Shui Binger, who had crossed paths with Ma Hongjun. Tianshui Academy's admission standards mandated that all students be beautiful, and the other 6 beauties, standing behind Shui Binger, first presented an opening dance before their enchanting vocals ensnared the audience. The lead singers, Shui Yuer and Shui Binger, whose voices resembled the melodious call of a phoenix, instantly garnered the support of nearly everyone present. The venue fell into a hushed silence as they absorbed the delightful and harmonious melodies, evoking a sensation akin to basking in the warmth of spring. Oh no, Hongjun, do you still have confidence in winning the competition? These 2 beauties' voices are no less than yours. Do you believe you can surpass them? Dai Mubai exclaimed, turning to Ma Hongjun with concern. What's with the fuss? I already knew these 2 would be formidable. Not only is their soul power comparable to mine, but their martial spirits also enhance their vocal abilities. However, your words underestimate me. My strength is far more complex than what I display before you. Ma Hongjun replied confidently, albeit somewhat irritated. The characteristic of Inji Hushi, the sound can resonate with the soul, and when combined with song, the effects are amplified, depending on the quality of the song. This is the source of my confidence. The existence of my weapon spirit allows me to comprehend my abilities more clearly. At this moment, Dugu Bo had taken his place at the judges' table, flanked by the deans of the top 10 advanced academies. Invited by Douluo, they dared not refuse, eager to seize the opportunity to engage with other schools. The so-called exchange is, in essence, an inquiry into the strengths and weaknesses of others, in preparation for next year's All-Continent Soul Master Competition. Naturally, the esteemed deans and vice-deans were invited to take their places on the judging panel as arbiters. With scores of 9, 9, 9, and a total of 105 points, all evaluations exceeded 9, showcasing an impressive performance from Tianshui Academy. The concert was in full swing, with various talents from the music industry taking the stage. However, due to the absence of soul power, the quality of sound and control was inherently lacking, preventing any score from surpassing 100. At last, it was Ma Hongjun's turn. He ascended the stage with an air of nonchalance. Yet a tinge of nervousness crept into his demeanor as the spotlight illuminated him. Upon seeing his fair and handsome visage, the audience erupted in a chorus of enthusiastic cheers, predominantly from a throng of young ladies. So handsome! Who is this young man named Hongjun? He must be from the Soul Master community, truly remarkable and exceptionally handsome. I wish to bear his children. Hearing the fervent shouts, Ma Hongjun involuntarily twitched his lips, but found solace in their admiration. He then spoke softly. The first song I present to you is an original piece from my dreams, titled Starting Anew, dedicated to everyone and to my past self. Yesterday's honors have transformed into distant memories. After toiling through half a life, I step once more into the storm tonight. I cannot drift with the tides, for the sake of my beloved family. I must remain strong through adversity. For those who gaze upon me with hope, as long as the heart persists, dreams will endure. In this world, true love exists. Success and failure are merely a beginning anew. Ma Hongjun's voice, hoarse yet magnetic, imbued with a hint of nasal tone, coupled with the simplicity and sincerity of the lyrics, resonated deeply. With the breath of music, through unadorned language and moving melodies, he articulated the strength of those facing life's challenges. The entire audience fell into a profound silence. The concert, including the judging panel, was enveloped in stillness, and indeed, the entire city of Suata seemed to hush. His powerful, magnetic voice exuded a unique charm, penetrating the souls of all who listened. In the adjacent arena, the renowned Douluo venue, typically filled to capacity, now saw a significant reduction in spectators. On stage, a once famous soul master, who had achieved 10 consecutive victories, faced an unprecedented crisis. Born into modest circumstances, he had fought hard to attain his current stature. However, he had recently offended a nobleman, a misstep that he could not afford. After some mediation from friends, he agreed to settle the conflict through battle, knowing that losing would cost him everything. At that moment, his noble opponent had severed one of his arms, and he glared in fury, realizing that this was not a gesture of reconciliation, but rather a threat to his very life. In his reckless anger, he contemplated using his final trump card in a desperate bid for survival. Suddenly, the captivating song reached his ears, pulling him into its embrace. As he observed his opponent preparing to strike again, he shouted, relinquishing all pride, "I concede, I surrender." Indeed, money could be earned again, but a life was singular. As someone who had risen from nothing, he understood that losing now was merely a chance to start afresh. Thus, Hongjun's song saved a level 32 soul master, who lost his entire fortune of nearly 10,000 gold soul coins, a considerable sum. As he prepared to part with his wealth, the soul master turned to a nearby staff member, asking, "Could you spare me 10 gold soul coins? I wish to attend the concert across the way to discover who just sang that heart-stirring song." Even the nobility appreciated music. The staff member, having also purchased a ticket but unable to attend due to a sudden schedule change, generously offered his ticket, adorned with a 5-star red flag, to the soul master. Similar scenes unfolded throughout Suatua City, instilling hope and courage in countless individuals facing adversity. As Hongjun grew increasingly confident on stage, the Shrek's 7 devils gazed at him with admiration, particularly Zhu Zhuqing, whose awe was most evident. As the performance concluded, an overwhelming wave of cheers erupted from the audience. Even those who held themselves in high regard among the soul masters joined in the jubilation. 50,000 spectators, all in rapture, shouted Hongjun's name. "So handsome. Truly, this is the song of a genuine man. I am enchanted. Hongjun, I want to have your children. Do you need a boyfriend?" shouted a male voice amidst the clamor. The enthusiastic cheers drowned out the murmurs of the crowd. Scores were raised. 10 points, declared Douluo, the first to lift his scorecard. 10 points. 10 points. 99 points. Young man, it is wise to remain humble, for though I may not grasp the nuances of music, I discern that your song, while impressive, has room for improvement. It seems you employed a special soul technique, so I shall deduct 1 point to encourage you to remain grounded and continue your efforts. Witnessing Hongjun's meteoric rise to fame due to a single song, Hongjun, consumed by jealousy, assigned a score of 99. Currently, Hongjun participated in the competition solely as an individual, leaving the audience unaware that the only title Dalu present stood firmly behind him. "Thank you, but you underestimate me, Master Huyin," Hongjun replied, feeling a sense of revulsion at such condescension. "What qualifications do you possess to critique the original songs of a legendary singer from my past?" Had he received a perfect score, he would have secured a place in the finals, affording him ample time for cultivation. Yet an unexpected rival sought to undermine him. At times, those who profess to act in one's best interest are often the most envious of one's success. No need for pleasantries. Young people must temper their pride, Hongjun remarked with a forced smile. "Indeed, but some elders should refrain from wielding their age as a weapon," Hongjun retorted coolly, turning his back and departing the stage. His boldness in confronting a title Dalu earned him another round of cheers from the audience, who rallied in support of him. However, his true frustration stemmed from his inability to deliver a flawless rendition of his past life's classic song, leading to his impulsive confrontation. Hongjun scoffed at the crowd's support for Hongjun, feeling his dignity bruised. He returned to his seat, silently vowing to remember this audacious young man who dared to defy him. "He is incredibly handsome, truly a real man, unafraid of authority, even daring to confront the powerful. From now on, I shall be your loyal fan. The voice of a wealthy young lady suddenly interjected, followed by the sounds of various admirers. However, Ma Hongjun calmly left the venue, feeling a slight headache. It seemed he could no longer afford to be lazy this time. Zhu Zhuqing and her companions, being the last to sign up, would have to wait until tomorrow for their turn at the concert. Well done, fifth brother. It looks like the championship is secured this time, Ning Rongrong said, the first to stand and greet Ma Hongjun as he entered the box. Oscar and Fat Tiger, not wanting to be outdone, also stepped forward to congratulate him in advance. Hongjun, your performance was a bit too aggressive. If I'm not mistaken, the person you offended earlier is likely even more powerful than our dean. I suspect he might already be a soul Dalu. Aren't you worried he might sabotage you in the next competition? Tang San reminded him with a hint of concern. Upon hearing Tang San's words, the others could not help but show worry on their faces. The championship prize was a substantial sum of 100,000 gold soul coins. If they lost it due to this incident, Shrek Academy would be left with nothing. They were aware that this competition was initiated under the name of Shrek, and they had always assumed it was overseen by the Poison Daw as an honorary mentor looked after their academy. They understood the financial struggles of Shrek Academy, making 100,000 gold soul coins a significant amount. While the Poison Daw was not afraid of life-threatening dangers, he could still cause trouble on stage. Whatever comes, let come. Everyone need not worry excessively. I will ensure that we secure the 100,000 gold soul coins for Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun stated with utmost seriousness and confidence. Well, that's good. With the Poison Dalu present, our safety should not be a concern. Tang San nodded in agreement. Zhu Qing, just in case, you should sing the song I prepared for you tomorrow. I will have someone relay the sheet music to the Tianluoda Wang team, so they can practice the accompaniment in advance. After saying this, Ma Hongjun quickly composed a song titled Learning to Meow, leaving everyone in awe of his talent. He was undoubtedly a singer whose potential was hampered by being a soul master. We'll learn to meow together. Meow, 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 meow. Sometimes I act coy like a cat in front of you. Zhu Zhuqing was the first to notice that the song required a duet. Isn't this song supposed to have someone singing along? Not to worry. I will handle the male vocal part. I will record it using a soul guide, and it will be played from a back during the performance, Ma Hongjun explained. Oh, upon hearing his words, a faint blush appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's fair face. Fifth brother, I'm not pleased. You can't be so biased. I want to sing too. Xiao Wu pouted, jumping out in a fit of anger. Tang San shook his head helplessly. He wasn't jealous, but he couldn't help feeling a sense of defeat. Let me think. Xiao Wu, you're so adorable. Why not sing a nursery rhyme? It should work well, and you should have no problem advancing to the first round. Little white rabbit, so white, with ears upright, loves to eat carrots and greens, hopping around, so cute. Ma Hongjun suddenly recalled a nursery rhyme from his past life. Great, I like it. Hee, thank you. Fifth brother, but I didn't write it down. Can you repeat it? Xiao Wu exclaimed excitedly. I knew you wouldn't remember. Here, that's the sheet music for you. Along with Zhuqing S, Ma Hongjun wrote swiftly and handed it to Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, not wanting to neglect Ning Rongrong, who was quietly watching. He also wrote a song titled Offering Love for Her. This immediately sparked another round of admiration from his friends, their reverence for Ma Hongjun flowing like an unstoppable river. The following day, as expected, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing became instant sensations, and even Xiao Wu gained a bit of fame, successfully advancing. Her adorable appearance and beautiful face, combined with her rabbit spirit, attracted the attention of many admirers. On the third day of the second round, Ma Hongjun performed a song titled Treading Mountains and Rivers, successfully advancing again. Even Hu Yin Jun, who intended to give him a low score, couldn't help but award him a 9. Autumn winds and setting sun flow into the long river. Boats navigate the misty rains of Jiangnan. Jagged rocks pierce the sky, stirring countless fires of war. A vast landscape in its rise and fall. Only a few decades of spring and autumn pass. When I'm surrounded by ambushes, I raise my cup to the heavens. What does this battle mean? Who witnesses the arrows fly in unison? Stars illuminate the night as if it were day. Blades and swords clash. While I unleash my spear like a dragon, shaking the universe, a roar shattering the heavens. The spear pierces the clouds, setting aside all lifelong attachments. The line the spear unleashes like a dragon, shaking the universe, a roar shattering the heavens, ignited the passion within countless soul masters. The streets of Soto City were deserted, with those nearby remaining outside, eager to witness Ma Hongjun's extraordinary presence. Those farther away gathered around the soul guide loudspeakers set up by Tianlada Wang, listening to the soul-stirring melody. This is the allure of modern music, the immense power of sound that can evoke emotions. If one could apply the essence of sound to battle, it would surely yield unexpected results. Does the weapon spirit have techniques for the breath of Demon Slayer? Yes, but it requires faith points to draw, and its power is far inferior to soul skills. Well, I'll try drawing when I have the chance. Having it is better than not having it, and it's quite good for showing off. Reminder: the host's first use of a lottery function will grant the favor of lucky grass, with drawn items ranging from intermediate treasures to high-level rewards. Please strive to meet the lottery conditions as soon as possible. Upon hearing the weapon spirit's response, Ma Hongjun noticed that his kindness points had unknowingly reached 800, likely due to writing songs for the three girls. 5 days later, the top 10 emerged. Ma Hongjun, Shui Binger, Shui Yuer, Zhu Zhuqing, Ning Rongrong, Luo Bing, Zhou Jiejie, Su Song Song, Mao Yi, and Xue Qianqian. 5 were from the music realm, while 5 were from the soul master world. With the help of Ma Hongjun's original songs in his dreams, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing also made it to the top 10, defeating numerous musicians and soul masters with special spirits along the way. Unexpectedly, Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong both chose to withdraw. Then came the top 10 elimination matches. Su Song Song defeated Zhou Jiejie. Mao Yi overcame Xue Qianqian, and Shui Binger triumphed over Shui Yuer. Ma Hongjun, without question, defeated Luo Bing with his outstanding performance. Of course, he also made appropriate modifications to the lyrics that were not suitable for the times. I shut myself away, leaving only a balcony. Every time night falls, I push open the window and gaze blankly at the night sky. Reflecting on the past, scene by scene, I replay our love. I listen to the dialogues and other stories. Perhaps those stories can offer me some closure. The love you desire, I cannot learn. I watch helplessly as feelings deteriorate. The best love is to let go. After an intense confrontation, only Su Song Song and Ma Hongjun remained. One was a newly emerging music prodigy in the realm of soul masters, while the other was an unassuming musical genius, indifferent to fame. Their clash immediately drew considerable attention. Upon seeing the name of this musical talent, Ma Hongjun was reminded of a musician he admired in his previous life and thought to himself, let there be a contest between the two of you. Su Song Song was, in fact, also a soul master, possessing a rather unique innate martial soul with a natural soul power of level 7, marking him as a genius. However, he had an inherent aversion to rigorous training, and at nearly 30 years of age, he had only reached the level of Soul Zone. He practiced his martial soul primarily to enhance his singing abilities. His talent for composition and singing was not inferior to that of certain musicians from a world that had already reached the pinnacle of music in his past life. Otherwise, he would not have triumphed over Shui Binger, who was also a soul master. With this in mind, Ma Hongjun spontaneously selected a new piece of music, ultimately choosing Lu Zhou Yu amidst the picturesque landscape. In his youth, he had covertly stolen the light from someone's wall. He spent 10 long years of hardship and silence. Now, in March, with the smoke and mist, the songbirds soared, and the grass grew lush. In the flurry of willow catkins, he beheld his homeland. Lovers crossed the bridge, pairs emerged, and by the bridge, the red blossoms lamented the long night. The moon swayed, and people felt lost. A melody of parting drifted from the boat. The light of Lu Zhou illuminated his heart. Yet the person under the moon was no longer as they once were. The moonlight of Lu Zhou, like the coolness of pear blossoms in the rain, now found you in the company of another. The moonlight of my hometown is deeply etched in my heart, yet tears from those days cannot flow. Chapter 110. Moon Pavilion Master Tang Yuehua, countless youths in their prime were drawn into the youthful imagery of the song, while older soul masters and judges reminisced about their own encounters in youth. The atmosphere in the venue began to grow heavy with Ma Hongjun's song, as this somewhat melancholic piece, aided by his breath, became even more poignant. In the waiting area, the presence of such extraordinary talent was astonishing. Every song was unprecedented, and the melodies seemed to transcend time by centuries. Was this not the pinnacle of music I sought? Su Song listened in utter shock to the enchanting melodies that filled the air, murmuring to himself, "No, I am Su Song, the musical genius of the continent, the representative of the entire music realm. How could I easily concede to someone from the soul master world? I will not surrender so readily. I cannot bring shame to the music community. Even in defeat, it must be glorious." His face flashed with determination. Meanwhile, at the judges' table, a graceful woman clad in a silver palace gown slowly emerged from backstage. She gazed in delight at the singing Ma Hongjun, as if she had stumbled upon a treasure, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. "I have met the esteemed Douluo Senior. I heard that an unprecedented musical gala was underway here, and I could hardly contain my admiration, so I hurriedly completed my affairs to witness it, only to find I was so late. I sincerely apologize." The silver-gowned woman spoke with a hint of embarrassment, her noble aura betraying her extraordinary status. The visitor was none other than Tang Yuehua, the Moon Pavilion Master of the Tian-Do Empire's Court Etiquette Academy, a talented woman with a profound love for music. No need for such formality. "Someone, please provide Master Tang with a seat," Douluo quickly interjected, snapping back to reality. The staff promptly added another table behind the 11 judging seats, illustrating Douluo's esteem for her. The other 10 Academy judges showed no dissent. It seemed only natural. This woman was backed not only by the Tian-Do royal family, but also by the legendary Haotian sect. As the direct descendant of the Haotian sects Tang Xiao and Tang Hao, she was a figure no academy could dare provoke, even if the Haotian sect had long since retreated into obscurity. Greetings to everyone. This musical gala truly lives up to its reputation. It is likely that this young man will emerge as the ultimate champion. His mastery of music has reached an unparalleled level, particularly in emotional expression. Even I find myself lacking in comparison, yet I shamelessly take on the role of judge, Tang Yuehua said candidly after taking her seat and bowing to the gathered audience. "Haha, Master Tang, you flatter us. You are among the foremost musicians not only in the Tian-Do Empire, but across the continent. If you were deemed ineligible, what would that make these old men and women who barely grasp the basics?" Shui Wuchang from the Tian Shui Academy chimed in, jokingly casting a glance at Hu Yinjun. She was the only other person in attendance besides Tang Yuehua who had expertise in vocal performance, and she was also an 81st level soul Dalu. Shui Wuchang. What do you mean by that? As a judge, do you require my input on how to score? Hu Yinjun retorted with a cold snort directed at Shui Wuchang. "Everyone, please calm down. There is no need for such contention. This concert primarily aims to foster communication among the academies. Besides, music knows no borders. While we old folks may not be experts in vocal art, we can still discern good from bad without dispute." Douluo interjected hastily, eager to defuse the tension. If disputes broke out among these soul-level powerhouses, even he would find it difficult to manage. This was precisely why he had invited Yi Feng Huang to oversee the event. Amid the existing tensions between academies, if things escalated, no one present could maintain order. However, Yi Feng Huang remained in the shadows, working alongside Douluo. Should any unforeseen incidents arise, they would still be able to control the situation. Indeed, Douluo, you speak wisely. Ma Hongjun's rendition of Lu Zhou Yuo was simply magnificent. It even transported me back to my youth. If it weren't for the impossibility of scoring above 10, I would have given him an 11, said the head of the Fire Academy, the old man known as Huo Lao-Tu, who promptly raised his scorecard to indicate 10. Just then, Ma Hongjun finished his song and turned his gaze towards the judges' table, fully prepared for a deduction. To his surprise, the entire panel raised their scorecards, each displaying a perfect 10. Hu Yinjun, concerned about his reputation, reluctantly lifted his card as well, unwilling to be perceived as lacking in musical appreciation. Ma Hongjun achieved a score of 120, a perfect score. As one esteemed judge, the Moon Pavilion Master, had joined the panel, the total perfect score now stood at 120. Truly, Ma Hongjun was a prodigy of extraordinary talent, garnering such high praise from a Moon Pavilion Master of the Empire. The captivating female host on stage excitedly introduced Ma Hongjun to the audience below. Prince Hongjun, I adore you. I wish to be your princess. Hongjun, I love you. Just like a mouse loves rice. The audience erupted with a thunderous wave of support, for ordinary people cared little whether one hailed from the music realm. As long as the singing resonated and captivated hearts, that was what mattered. Now, let us welcome the musical genius Su Song Song to the stage. Can he bring forth a miracle and match Ma Hongjun's prowess? To ascertain the champion of our grand competition, the victor will be awarded the exclusive opportunity to perform at this concert for a day, along with a generous reward of 100,000 gold soul coins. In this pivotal moment, the female host reiterated the advantages of being the champion. The competition allows participants to choose between a team facing an individual or a solo performance, each with its own merits. Tianshui Academy exemplifies this. At this juncture, Su Song Song humbly acknowledged that he was no match for Ma Hongjun and glanced towards the judging panel, saying, "Esteemed judges, I do not believe I stand a chance against Ma Hongjun. However, I have an original song that requires accompaniment to be fully realized. Could I kindly request an hour to invite a few vocalists to perform this heartfelt piece for everyone? This seems inappropriate. If you had made such a request earlier, we could have arranged it. Now, with the finals imminent, not only is this unfair to other contestants, but having so many people waiting is also a burden we cannot bear. Therefore, I must decline." Douluo frowned, ready to refuse when Ma Hongjun stepped forward. "I have no objections, but to avoid keeping the audience waiting too long, I would also like to invite some vocalists to perform another song during the spare hour, which also requires the judges to score." Upon hearing the mention of accompanying singers, Ma Hongjun suddenly considered inviting the Shrek 7 Devils to share this honor, pondering whether the outcome would be even more splendid. "Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. What do the rest of you think?" Douluo's attitude shifted instantly as he readily agreed, and then turned to the other judges for their input. The other judges, recognizing the audacity and rapid shift of his stance, could only nod in agreement, understanding that opposing someone of such stature was unwise, akin to a long-lived tortoise hanging itself, inviting disaster. Even Hu Yinjun dared not voice dissent, having realized that this bold youth had caught Douluo's attention. The beautiful female host then explained the situation to the audience, who responded favorably, eager for Ma Hongjun to perform more soul-stirring songs. Ma Hongjun glanced towards the Shrek Academy's box and smiled lightly, saying, "Brothers, shall we seize this championship together?" "Absolutely, good brother. How could you forget to include us in your moment of glory?" Daimu Bai was the first to step out of the box, followed by Oscar, Tang San, and Fat Tiger, with the three girls last in line. Their attire blended elements of traditional Hanfu with martial arts garb, while Zhu Zhuqing and the others donned colorful fairy dresses and flowing gowns. The audience erupted in excitement, as if discovering a new world, with a flurry of gossip and speculation filling the air. Meow Meow Fairy, Rabbit Princess, and Little Fairy. Oh my, they are all friends of the prodigious Ma Hongjun. No wonder their singing styles are so similar. I knew it all along, based on rumors from a small village outside Shrek City. They're all prodigies of Shrek Academy. Known in their village as the Monster Academy, the most renowned Soul Master Academy in Soto City. Though Shrek Academy is merely a mid-tier institution, its students and teachers possess soul power surpassing that of higher academies. I believe it won't be long before Shrek Academy is promoted to a higher tier. A source of intelligence from Tianluotuang began to steer public opinion. If one were to awaken in a nightmare and confront a cruel world, Ma Hongjun, at the center stage, began the song with a voice as clear and ethereal as crystal, channeling the essence of sound with utmost precision. The audience was instantly transported into the song's profound ambience. The wind plucks the strings of someone's heart, leaving behind a sense of longing, too late to bid farewell. Zhu Zhuqing seamlessly continued, captivating the audience, who were still entranced by the previous line. If the ending is fraught with tragedy, fear not to break free from your cocoon against the wind. Ma Hongjun led the song further. Even if the wings are torn asunder, we shall return to the depths of the abyss. Ning Rong Rong followed. Taking your hand, we shall move forward, as day and night do not pause. Xiao Wu added, traversing through time, enduring wounds and heartache, we shall bravely continue to fight. The three girls harmonized. That is what makes a hero, lifting one's head amidst chaos, recalling your presence beside me, shattering the curse of fate, rendering the story immortal. The five boys joined in unison. The martial soul surges fiercely, guarding your unyielding spirit. Even if the future flows like a torrent, we shall never retreat. All sang together, the atmosphere held tightly in Ma Hongjuan's grasp. If one were to awaken in a nightmare, confronting a cruel world, the wind plucking the strings of someone's heart, leaving behind a sense of longing, too late to bid farewell. If the ending is fraught with tragedy, fear not to break free from your cocoon against the wind. Taking your hand, we shall move forward, as day and night do not pause. This song, they had practiced together for a week. Even Fat Tiger, who possessed minimal musical talent, managed to hit the high notes. Under the cover of the sound's essence and the melodious voices of the others, his tone added a subtle depth to the performance. It must be noted that this concert, in terms of accompaniment and overall quality, was of the highest caliber in this world, featuring both instrumental and martial soul assistance. This was something Ma Hongjuan's past life had never encountered. The martial soul has always been the essence of Douluo Dalu. Upon the song's conclusion, Su Song, who had initially felt a glimmer of confidence, saw it dimmed in an instant. He understood he had lost, yet he persisted in showcasing the brilliance of a musician. Stepping onto the stage despite knowing the outcome, driven solely by the desire to leave no regrets in his heart. Su Song invited Xue Qianqian, Mao Yi, and Chun Xuan, who had not participated in the competition. Together, they sang a battle song, the melody equally fervent, igniting the passions of many spirited audience members and soul masters alike. However, in terms of emotional resonance, it was evident that their performance lacked the captivating allure brought forth by Ma Hongjuan's unique sound essence. Ma Hongjuan's sound essence was akin to a miraculous presence. In a world devoid of an entertainment industry, had he been in a parallel universe where such an industry thrived, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of fame and fortune, becoming a billionaire in no time. After all, in that realm, some individuals earn their daily income measured in sheer delight. Becoming a billionaire would merely be a matter of time. Yet, of course, this remained a mere fantasy. For Ma Hongjun was not the type to engage in illicit activities. He was a person of integrity. In the end, Ma Hongjun and his companions unsurprisingly achieved a perfect score, while Su Song and his group garnered only 118 points, with only Tang Yuehua and Xue Wuchang awarding them 9 points. This was hardly surprising, as the older generation of soul masters favored passionate displays, lacking the comprehensive consideration of Tang Yuehua and her companion. Let's extend our congratulations to Shrek Academy for winning this concert. Today's splendid performances conclude here, but tomorrow's champion solo concert promises to be even more spectacular. We eagerly anticipate our meeting tomorrow. The beautiful host concluded hastily before seeking Ma Hongjuan's autograph backstage. Once the audience had departed, Ma Hongjun and the members of Shrek remained in the venue, awaiting interactions with other academies. Soon, the ordinary spectators began to leave in succession, leaving behind only the elite Soul Master Academies, their team leaders and respective deans, along with dedicated staff providing lunch, a stark contrast to the meals at Shrek Academy, as these were all catered by the Rose Hotel. Elegance and luxury exude from every corner, while simultaneously embodying a subtle sophistication. Each academy engages in activities across diverse regions, and the majority of the remaining half-day is dedicated to fostering connections and mutual understanding. Everyone savors the exquisite delicacies graciously provided by the Rose Hotel, which notably includes some lesser vintage soul beast meat. Meanwhile, at the Chihua Academy, Huowu eagerly clamors to visit the Shrek Academy area to catch a glimpse of her idol, Ma Hongjun. Although Shrek Academy is merely an intermediate institution and the initiator of this grand event, it is not our primary destination. Let us first head towards the Tianshui Academy, suggested Huowu Shuang, the captain of the Chihua Academy team, with a furrowed brow. Nay, what is there to see with that group of girls? You may go if you wish, but I must first see my male idol at Shrek, Huowu retorted, disregarding her captain's opinion with a touch of defiance. Sighing, Huowu Shuang shrugged helplessly and told his teammates, after we finish our meal, we shall indeed visit Shrek Academy. His companions readily agreed, nodding in consent, eager to witness the charm of the three uniquely talented beauties from Shrek Academy. In the Tianshui Academy area, Shui Yuer tentatively proposed, Sister, shall we first visit the Shrek Academy area? I wish to discuss some musical matters with them. Yes, let us go, Shui Binger replied without hesitation, disregarding the astonished looks from their teammates. She set off towards the Shrek Academy area, leading the way. Our Shrek Academy is surely gaining fame. After Hongjun's personal concert tomorrow, we shall be even more renowned, Dai Mubai remarked with a faint smile. Indeed, however, one must not attract too much attention, lest we incite the envy of petty individuals. Tang San concurred, his expression tinged with concern. I boldly laugh in the face of adversity. I fear not the schemes of the small-minded, Ma Hongjun declared with unyielding pride. This confidence stemmed from both his own formidable strength and the powerful backing he possessed, making him unafraid of envy. Tang San's caution was understandable, given his limited power and the ignorance of the formidable forces behind him. Had he known the existence of the Haoyin sect, one could only speculate how he might have changed. Strength is both a currency and a source of calamity, as it is the skilled who often drown. At this moment, in the Xiangjia Academy, Hu Yinjun regarded his son, Hu Yinli, with a serious tone. That boy, Ma Hongjun, dares to contradict me, believing his modest musical accomplishments grant him such liberty. Since this is an exchange event, competition is inevitable. You possess the potential to become a titled Douluo. You shall surely surpass your father. Are you confident in avenging me? Do not worry, father. That Ma Hongjun has merely dabbled in the fringes of music. I have conducted my investigations. Though he is only 12, he does possess some talent. However, he remains too immature, merely a sole master. I will make him understand the consequences of defying my wishes. Hu Yin replied with a glint of jealousy in his eyes, his tone chillingly resolute. Hu Yin's physique appeared significantly more robust than Ma Hongjun's, and his teammates were similarly imposing, all towering above 2 meters. Their ages exceeded 20, and even the weakest among them surpassed Ma Hongjun in soul power, with 3 being soul ancestors and the others nearing level 40. Hu Yinjun, as both the principal of Xiangjia Academy and the leader of the Xiangjia sect, wielded immense power and was not to be compared with the likes of the Fei family. The 7 members of Xiangjia Academy hailed from the Xiangjia sect: Hu Yinli, Hu Yinba, Hu Yinshan, Hu Yinshi, Hu Yinqi, Hu Yingai, and Hu Yinshi. Had Hinjun not feared the toxic prowess of the poison Doa, he would have long erupted with fury. His defensive capabilities render even the mightiest title Dalu formidable. Similarly, the 7 students of Xiangjia Academy were all defense-type soul masters, possessing both formidable defenses and striking power. At this moment, the Shrek Academy team, still without soul rings, faced an uncertain fate against the Xiangjia Academy team. However, this was contingent upon Ma Hongjun not revealing his twin martial souls and Tang Sen refraining from using hidden weapons. Otherwise, even if they were all soul ancestors, they might not stand a chance against Shrek Academy. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, he had already incurred the ire of the Xiangjia sect. Yet even if he were aware, fear would not sway him. If he could not confront them alone, he would not hesitate to enlist the help of Dugu Bo Shrek Academy area. At a seating area, several individuals, having just finished their meal, engaged in light-hearted conversation, displaying no inclination towards training. Currently, for among the Shrek 8 required soul rings and found themselves at an impasse. The other 3 had made remarkable strides, so a bit of relaxation was indeed necessary. In the midst of the group, Ma Hongjun occupied a central position in a standard spectator seat. gazing blankly at the distant arena, contemplating how to showcase ancient-style music in the most splendid manner on the Douluo continent. Brother, you are truly impressive. I find myself almost enamored with you. I can only imagine how the women from other academies gaze upon you, as if you were a golden son-in-law. Ning Rongrong teased playfully as she leaned closer to Ma Hongjun. Keep your distance. You all know I am a man of integrity, Ma Hongjun hastily replied, striving to maintain his composure and suppress any improper thoughts. The others could hardly contain their amusement at Ma Hongjun's expression. A man of integrity indeed, though perhaps his martial soul is not quite as respectable. Zhu Zhuqing, ever the candid one, remarked with a light-hearted smile. Ha, Zhu Qing, you truly understand our fifth brother. The evil fire phoenix is indeed less decorous than him. Xiao Wu chimed in, unable to suppress a laugh. Xiao Wu, how can you speak of Hongjun like that? After all, a martial soul is inherent. It influences Hongjun's desires, and he cannot alter it. Thankfully, his willpower is strong, otherwise, you would all be in danger and must keep your distance from him, Tang Xin admonished, his tone serious yet tinged with humor. While the first half of his statement held weight, the latter part was a playful jab at Ma Hongjun. Oh, how unfair. Hongjun possesses such a lewd, martial soul, yet you harbor no disdain for him. I, on the other hand, am merely a little perverse in my incantations and am met with disdain. It brings me to tears. Oscar lamented dramatically. Spare me. Not only is your martial soul lewd, but you are as well. Hongjun's situation is circumstantial, and he only harbors thoughts without taking action. Dai Mubai retorted, unable to hide his exasperation. Having benefited from Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai found him increasingly agreeable and felt compelled to defend him. He, the simple-minded fat tiger, merely smiled foolishly, eager to obtain a soul ring and become a soul master, so he could return home and showcase his achievements to his father. Though these were mere jesting remarks among friends, they clearly illustrated Dai Mubai's loyalty and camaraderie. The atmosphere was exceedingly harmonious at that moment. However, just then, a disdainful voice resonated from behind the crowd. It turned out our musical prodigy was also a person of sordid character. What monumental news this is! Ah. 7 robust men, as formidable as iron towers, strode through the narrow passageway, forming a line. The passage, which could accommodate 3 people side by side, barely allowed for one. The speaker was the leading youth. They had come with the intention of teaching Ma Hongjun a lesson, being students from the Xiangjia Academy battle team, with the one who had just spoken being their captain, Hu Yanli. As Chapter 113, surrounded by beauties unfolds, the once jovial Dai Mubai's countenance abruptly darkened. Without a moment's hesitation, he propelled himself off the ground, channeling his soul power into his legs, striking down at Hu Yanli with a force akin to thunder. Hu Yanli, caught off guard by Dai Mubai's explosive temper, had scarcely enough time to cross his arms for defense before he was sent flying, crashing into several spectator seats and raising clouds of dust, much to Ma Hongjun's dismay. Oof. With such meager strength, you dare to speak so arrogantly? Remember to keep your mouth clean next time, Dai Mubai scoffed, his tone dripping with disdain. Oh, is that so? You must be the captain of the Shrek Academy battle team. I never expected such a modest institution to produce a soul master nearing level 40, Hu Yanli replied calmly, rising in scathe as the dust settled. His teammates, resembling iron towers, remained steadfast in their positions, utterly unfazed by the soul power disturbance unleashed by Dai Mubai. What? Unharmed? Such formidable defense. Hongjun, should we seek out the dean? Oscar exclaimed in surprise, discreetly approaching Ma Hongjun. Both he and Ma Hongjun shared a valiant spirit. Good men do not suffer losses in front of them. Dai Mubai's near full-force strike, though lacking in soul skills, had evidently met an opponent of greater prowess. The others, too, bore fierce expressions, suggesting they were not lacking in strength compared to their leader. Your defense is remarkably high. No wonder you dare to speak so brazenly. If I am not mistaken, you must be from Xiangjia Academy. Dai Mubai's pupils contracted, though he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor. This exchange conference hosted by Shrek Academy would naturally prompt investigations into other academies, and Dai Mubai, observing their appearance and defense capabilities, swiftly deduced their origins. Indeed, we are from the Xiangjia Academy battle team. It is well known that Shrek Academy aims to elevate itself to the ranks of advanced academies through this exchange. We wish to gauge whether Shrek Academy possesses the requisite strength in advance, Hu Yanli remarked, dismissing Dai Mubai's near ambush attack with a facade of 4 smiles. Such a disingenuous expression on such a large frame is rather peculiar. Hu Yanli, informed by his father, Hu Yanjun, suspected that Shrek Academy might be climbing the tree of Douluo. He thought it prudent to find an opportune excuse before teaching Ma Hongjun a lesson, lest they give a titled Douluo a handle against them. Even with their status as a lower sect, backed by the Spirit Hall, it would be unwise to provoke. What are you? We need not your permission to determine our qualifications. Today, you shall witness the reality that there are always greater forces beyond your comprehension. Dai Mubai, not known for his restraint, felt his anger rise at Hu Yanli's condescending words and was eager to confront him. A mere cub does not deserve to challenge my brother. If you wish to compete with my brother, you must first defeat me, Bai he interjected, stepping forward expressionlessly. You, Dai Mubai, incensed, prepared to retaliate. Dai Lauda, do not act impulsively. Let me handle this. Ma Hongjun suddenly grasped Dai Mubai's arm, speaking calmly. Very well, Dai Mubai. Recognizing Ma Hongjun's strength, stepped back, allowing him the spotlight. Though Zhu Zhuqing's attitude towards Ma Hongjun troubled him somewhat, he had always regarded Ma Hongjun as a brother. Especially after Ma Hongjun gifted him the precious herb, the Qiong Tongtianju, he silently vowed to support their potential romance, should Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun develop feelings. After all that transpired one fateful night, he had come to regard Zhu Zhuqing, who appeared cold yet was truly a fierce woman, with a respectful distance. Though Zhu Zhuqing was his fiancée, their interactions had been scant. During his time in the Xinglua Empire, Zhu Zhuqing was merely an 8 or 9-year-old child. Even he, in his basest nature, would never harbor inappropriate thoughts about her then. Fortunately, Dai Mubai was unaware of the future's unfolding events. Otherwise, the rift between them would have been insurmountable, for the butterfly effect of Ma Hongjun had already drastically altered the storyline. How do you wish to proceed? I, as a representative of Shrek Academy, accept. However, it is you who lacks the authority to judge our qualifications, Ma Hongjun stated with a remarkably calm demeanor, which are nods from the Shrek 7 monsters. To avoid conflict, yet not shy away from it. The motivation behind Shrek Academy's strenuous efforts to attain advanced academy status stemmed from pride and convenience. Indeed, with the protection of the Tiandao network, Shrek Academy could have ascended simply by having the poison, though I'll mention it, to the Emperor of the Snowy Night, yet influenced by Ma Hongjun. Flander was unwilling to rely on others to force Shrek Academy's advancement. Moreover, the prospect of merging with Lu Erlong's Lamba Academy was off the table. For Flander had grown somewhat patriarchal, much like Ma Hongjun. Very well, in that case, let us proceed to the Soto Great Soul Arena for a 7 versus 7 team soul battle, Hu Yanli suggested with a conspiratorial smile. Is it appropriate to leave the other academies behind for a private competition? How about we wait until the conclusion of the exchange conference before heading to the Great Soul Arena for a contest? Yu Qianheng, accompanied by the Tiando Royal Battle Team, approached from one direction, followed closely by the teams from Qihua Academy and Tianshui Academy. It turns out that several teams, eager for an exchange, coincidentally chose to engage with the mid-level Shrek Academy. Indeed, handsome sir, you cannot abandon our Qihua Academy to face these brutes alone, Wu exclaimed, stepping forward from the group, her graceful figure landing beside Ma Hongjun as she spoke alluringly. Instantly, what was already a cramped space became even more congested, prompting everyone to find nearby seats. Surrounding Ma Hongjun were numerous beauties, including the Shui, Binger sisters, and Huowu. Dugu Yin and Yi Lingling also approached Ma Hongjun to reminisce, while Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were already at his side. The expressions of the Shrek members became increasingly peculiar and uncomfortable, while Oscar and Fat Tiger, riding on the coattails of their luck, felt as if they had stepped into a dream. Have we fallen into the realm of celestial maidens? Why are there so many beautiful women gathered here for the Shrek Academy? Chapter 114, Martial sous fusion technique. Ah, beautiful lady, Do we know each other? Under the gaze of numerous enchanting women, Ma Hongjun felt somewhat embarrassed and awkward. He sensed that fate might be playing a cruel joke on him. Knowing well his martial soul, yet allowing so many captivating ladies to surround him. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Huo Wu, the vice captain of the Chihua Academy battle team. Your singing is simply mesmerizing. I am quite fond of your voice. May we be friends? Huo Wu gazed unabashedly into Ma Hongjun's eyes, leaning closer with an affectionate tone. Observing Huo Wu's porcelain-like skin, exquisite beauty, refined features, and alluring figure, an uncontrollable surge of passion arose within Ma Hongjun. Hello, I am Ning Rongrong. My brother already has someone he likes. Please be mindful of your words and do not tempt him. Ning Rongrong seemed to perceive Ma Hongjun's discomfort and quickly stepped in, pulling him closer to shield him from Huo Wu. The space between the seats could barely accommodate 3 standing, leaving Ma Hongjun's chest nearly pressed against Ning Rongrong's back. Rongrong, it's all right. Please be cautious with your words. I apologize, Huo Wu, is it? I am delighted to have a beautiful friend like you. But my martial soul has encountered some issues, preventing me from engaging with the fairer sex. Rongrong is merely overly concerned for me, so please do not take offense. Ma Hongjun suppressed his turbulent emotions and spoke with genteel composure. Indeed, I was rather reckless. I too have my faults. Upon hearing Ma Hongjun compliment her beauty, Huo Wu shyly lowered her head. Since everyone is present, let us agree to meet tonight for a match at the Soto Great Spirit Arena. Let's go. Hu Yanli. Noticing Ma Hongjun's familiarity with the others from different academies, understood that he would gain little advantage now and proposed a suggestion. I am always at your service. Ma Hongjun replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 30 kindness points from Huo Wu, bringing your total to 880 points. Ma Hongjun. It turns out my grandfather was lured to Soto City by you. I wondered why I could not find him. What kind of potion did you give him? After the outsiders departed, Du Guyan squeezed in, clambering over the back of Ma Hongjun's seat and feigning anger as she grabbed his ear. Ouch, that hurts. Sister Yin Yen, please let go. I know I was wrong. I will treat you all, and I will apologize. Is that not enough? The charming aura Ma Hongjun had just cultivated dissipated in an instant. Hee, that is more like it. Lingling, in my opinion. You need not seek a genius plant-type soul master as a consort for your Jiu Xian Haidang clan. Hongjun is quite commendable. The top-tier beast martial soul, the Phoenix, can surely compensate for his lack of plant-type mastery. Du Guyan chuckled and released her grip, turning to the smiling Yi Lingling, teasingly saying, Yin Yin, please do not say such things. I will not choose a soul master outside the plant category. Hongjun indeed sings beautifully, and I admire that, but I am unworthy. Yi Lingling gracefully replied, casting a glance at the equally stunning women surrounding Ma Hongjun. Alas, it is truly a pity. If only I had met Hongjun sooner. Then I would not have let those other girls take advantage of him. Du Guyan shot an annoyed look at Yu Tianheng, who sat like a wooden block in the group. She liked him, but they had yet to break the final barrier in their relationship. Yu Tianheng, besides cultivating his soul power, rarely indulged in romantic pursuits. However, it was evident to any observer that he genuinely liked Du Guyan, though he struggled to express it, resulting in their mutual affection remaining unspoken. The Shrek members exchanged glances, aware that Ma Hongjun possessed another martial soul of the plant type, yet they refrained from discussing it. While Ma Hongjun's second martial soul was not a major secret, it was preferable for fewer people to know about his dual martial souls. Du Guyan and her companions seemed oblivious, but the others from Shrek felt that Ma Hongjun had become somewhat enigmatic. The members of the Tiando Royal Academy were evidently familiar with Ma Hongjun, greeting him with nods or waves. Meanwhile, at a slightly greater distance, the Shui Binger sisters could no longer hold back. Ma Hongjun, it is a pleasure to see you again. I did not expect you to achieve such remarkable success in music. You have established your own style, truly a master in your own right. May we learn from your musical expertise? Shui Binger, who typically spoke little, surprisingly addressed him before Shui Yuer, adopting a friendly tone with a male. It is an honor. I cannot claim to offer guidance, but rather we can learn from each other. Ma Hongjun turned his head towards the direction of the Tiando Academy team, humbly responding. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received 50 kindness points from Shui Binger. Despite the distance of several meters for Soul Masters, this distance felt negligible. Behind Shrek Academy sat the Tiando Royal Academy team, with Chihua Academy on the left and Tian Shui Academy across the aisle on the right. Sister, it seems that your martial souls are all Phoenix souls. Do you think you and Hongjun might also possess a martial soul fusion technique? Shui Yuia, sitting close to Shui Binger, glanced between Ma Hongjun and Shui Binger, then suddenly asked with a hint of peculiarity. However, the speaker was oblivious, while the listener was attentive. Both Ma Hongjun and Shui Binger exchanged knowing glances. Ma Hongjun felt that Shui Yuera's words were not without merit. His current martial soul was far superior to the plump grass chicken phoenix of the original tale. With both being phoenix souls, one ice and one fire, it was not impossible for a martial soul fusion technique to manifest. What nonsense! I am an ice phoenix, and he is a fire phoenix. Ice and fire are opposites. At this point, Shui Binger abruptly halted, uncertain of her own thoughts. Ever since she met Ma Hongjun, she sensed something peculiar, as if an invisible force drew her toward him. Ma Hongjun experienced a similar sensation, yet with his experience of the yin-yang eyes of ice and fire. He believed that ice and fire need not be in opposition. They might even enhance each other. Nonetheless, this was merely Ma Hongjun's speculation. He did not dare to assert that a martial soul fusion technique would indeed occur between them. If it were to happen, the power would undoubtedly surpass that of ordinary martial soul fusion techniques. The fusion technique arising from two top-tier beast martial souls, the Phoenix, would surely be formidable. Chapter 115, Battle. Greetings, lovely ladies. I am Oscar, a brother of Ma Hongjun. Is there anything I can assist you with? Having given up on pursuing Ning Rongrong, Oscar could no longer contain his burgeoning affection upon encountering so many beautiful women. With the departure of the Xiangjia Academy team, he felt the potential threat had dissipated and thus adopted a rather lewd demeanor as he introduced himself, gazing eagerly at the surrounding beauties. Mister, how old are you? Are you also a student at Shrek Academy? Unlike the disdainful looks from others, Shui Yuer, noticing the more mature Oscar, playfully feigned innocence and asked cutely. Tongsen instinctively glanced at the side where Xiao Wu was, as if to convey a message reminiscent of how she would tease others. However, Xiao Wu pretended not to notice, turning her head away, clearly ignoring him at that moment. What did you just call me? Oscar asked incredulously, pointing at his rather handsome face. Uncle, are you not an uncle? ISNT, it only the creepy uncles who look like you? Shui Yue confidently retorted. I'm only 14. Miss, I might be younger than you. Although I may appear somewhat mature, I hardly resemble someone of uncle status, Oscar replied, his expression turning serious. Small? Are you really that small? 14, well, that is indeed a bit young. Shui Yue continued to tease Oscar. Finally, Shui Binger could no longer restrain herself, and, blushing furiously, scolded, "Be quiet. If you keep talking, you won't be allowed to go out anymore." The flush on her face was a mystery, whether from anger or shyness, and even Ma Hongjun found himself momentarily dazed, let alone the other males present. The implication of Shui Binger's words was clear to the men present. Those who didn't understand looked adorably confused, like Fat Tiger. 14 shouldn't be too small, right? I'm only 12, and Xiao Ma is just 10, Fat Tiger began, but his companion Dai, Mubai, quickly covered Fat Tiger's round mouth, disapprovingly patting his head. Mind your words, it's 12, not 120. Otherwise, it could easily lead to misunderstandings, understand? Huh, how distasteful. Zhu Zhuqing and Xiao Wu, who had just realized the implications, both blushed. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, seated next to Ma Hongjun, appeared unfazed, accustomed to such banter. Dai Mubai helplessly shrugged his shoulders and then turned to Oscar, indicating that this matter was beyond him. All right, everyone, let us not cause a ruckus. If we finish this exchange, I'll treat you all to a grand feast at the Rose Hotel, Ma Hongjun said with a smile, glancing at Dugu Yin and the others. Can we join too? Huo Wu and Shui Binger asked shyly. Of course, but our numbers are a bit excessive. We may have to split into 2 private rooms. I hope you won't mind, Ma Hongjun generously replied. After all, The Rose Hotel belonged to the May family, and dining there would incur no charges, so he felt no financial strain. The so-called exchange merely involved sharing insights about martial souls and cultivation methods, with the primary focus being progress. The elite academies were there to assess the cultivation levels of students from other institutions in preparation for the Soul Master Tournament a year hence. 2 hours later, as the exchange concluded and the evening was still young, the group departed early, invited by the generous Ma Hongjun to dine at the largest couples hotel in Soto City. The Chihua team, Tinshui team, Tindo team, and Shrek team were all present. Due to the division into 2 private rooms, the group was seated apart. The other girls from Tinshui Academy were encouraged by the Shui Binger sisters to approach the boys from Chihua Academy and Tindo Academy, using the pretext of musical exchange to join the Shrek Academy's room. Huowu also followed suit, entering the Shrek Academy room, while Yi Lingling was pulled along by Duguyen. The private room was spacious, accommodating only 13 people, even with the addition of 5, which did not feel crowded. Rock, paper, scissors, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors, hammer. Rock, paper, scissors, paper. Before everyone had even settled, they observed Ning Rongrong and Shui were seemingly engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors. Suddenly, I won. I want to sit next to Junshan. Sister, come sit here. You're cheating. No way, you were slow. Let us do it again, Ning Rongrong replied, her expression somewhat displeased. All right, Rongrong, 5th brother belongs to our Shrek Academy. They can't take him away. Just let her have this, as their guests. Zhu Zhuqing gently advised, pulling the stubborn Ning Rongrong aside. Fine, she conceded, finding a spot slightly closer to the main seat, whispering secrets with Zhu Zhuqing. Shui Yiwer had just pushed Shui Binger to sit on the left of the main seat, when Huowu swiftly took the initiative to sit on the right. Ma Hongjun was uncertain about whether he should occupy the main seat, but since he was the host, he felt compelled to take it, despite the others not attempting to overshadow him. The gentle Yi Lingling naturally found a spot and sat down with Dugu Yen. Irritated, Shui Yiwer took a seat beside Shui Binger on the left, then turned to Oscar, sweetly asking, Uncle, is it all right if I sit here? Yes. Oscar quickly rose, joyfully taking a seat beside her. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances and smiled, also taking their seats, with Xiao Wu naturally following Tang San. Before long, the group became familiar with one another, and upon learning the young ages of the Shrek students, the members from the other 3 teams were quite surprised. Notably, when they heard that Ma Hongjun was nearing level 39, expressions of disbelief surfaced, and Xiao Wu and Tang San were similarly astonished. After consuming the immortal herb, both had reached around level 36 in spirit power. Indeed, your Shrek Academy deserves its reputation as a monster academy, achieving such strength at such a young age. Alas, it seems I am truly growing old, Dugu Yin sighed, a hint of melancholy in her tone. Sister Yin Yin, you are not old. We are also benefiting from 5th brother's fortune, which has provided us with opportunities to attain our current strength, Ning Rongrong candidly remarked after becoming familiar with the group. Rongrong, Tang Sin called out sternly, signaling her to refrain from speaking carelessly. Ma Hongjun, however, took it in stride and attempted to smooth things over, saying it's fine. It's not a big secret, and besides, it's already done with. Congratulations to the host for receiving 10 kindness points from Ning Rongrong. Ma Hongjun had inquired about the artifact spirit privately, learning that typically the initial kindness points awarded would be more substantial, but subsequent points would become increasingly difficult to obtain until they could no longer be acquired. Chapter 116, Battle. What a battle! As evening descended and night enveloped the surroundings, the Soto Great Soul Arena was ablaze with lights. Within the Rose Hotel, Ma Hongjun and the others feasted heartily and drank to the point of intoxication. Surprisingly, it was neither Ma Hongjun nor the robust fat tiger who exhibited the greatest drinking capacity. Instead, it was the 2 who had initially insisted they could not drink at all, Shui Binger and Ning Rongrong, who found themselves still competing in drinking games. When young people gather together in joy, they often disregard everything else. With so many reveling together, none thought to use spirit power to dispel the effects of alcohol, resulting in a state of blissful inebriation. Most of the boys lay sprawled across the table, bleary-eyed, insisting, "I'm really not drunk. I can still drink," a sentiment largely influenced by the predominance of female voices at the table. The Tiendo Royal team in Chihua Academy's private room was no better, having been led by Ning Rongrong to toast each person, resulting in them all becoming thoroughly intoxicated. "Help me up. I can still drink, I can," Ma Hongjun suddenly exclaimed, only to collapse back down again. His capacity for alcohol still respectable, at least not like Tang San and the others, who had already succumbed to sleep. Ning Rongrong and Shui Binger were suddenly captivated by a raucous voice, and upon seeing Ma Hongjun, who had once again slumped down, they could not help but smile. It was unexpected that the usually composed, polite, and seemingly in control Ma Hongjun would reveal such an endearing side. Subsequently, the two ladies took the initiative to book a private room for Ma Hongjun, and after ensuring that the other girls were comfortably settled, they decided to leave the inebriated boys behind. However, just as they were about to escort the last girl, Xiao Wu, to her suite for some rest, Xiao Wu awakened, her eyes still hazy with sleep. "Oh, what time is it? I must have dozed off while drinking. Weren't we supposed to go to the Suatuwa Great Soul Arena to battle the Xiangjia Academy team?" Xiao Wu inquired. Ning Rongrong sighed as she glanced at the other boys who were sprawled on the table, snoring loudly. Given their current state of drunkenness, how can they possibly participate in the battle? Besides, the members of Xiangjia Academy don't seem trustworthy. It wouldn't be safe for us to notify them. Let us just leave them hanging. Is it really all right to leave them here to sleep like this? What if they catch a cold? Xiao Wu expressed her concern, looking towards Tang San. All of us are soul masters. We shouldn't catch cold so easily. Moreover, the hotel is fully booked, and there is only one suite available. Brother Wu has one room. Hu Wu and Shui Yuer share another. Yin Yin and Yi Lingling have one as well. And then there's a room for me and Sister Binger. It shouldn't be a problem for the three of us girls to squeeze together. How about we let Tang San and Brother Wu share a room? Ning Rongrong discerned the underlying concern in Xiao Wu's words, realizing that while she mentioned others, her true worry lay with Tang San. "No way. Brother Wu's martial soul is too unpredictable. I can't trust him. If Tang San is in such a state, what if something happens? No. How about you two stay in Brother Wu's room? You both seem sober enough to look after each other. And I can share a room with Tang San. After all, each suite has 2 beds. If Brother Wu's fiery nature flares up, you can respond quickly. Even if nothing happens, he has been so good to us. It would be proper to keep an eye on him." Xiao Wu firmly declined, a mischievous glint appearing in her eyes as she turned to the two ladies. "Well, Sister Binger, what do you think of Xiao Wu's suggestion?" Ning Rongrong asked, her cheeks tinged with a hint of red, clearly intrigued by Xiao Wu's proposal. "Will this have any negative implications? What is this fiery nature you speak of?" Shui Binger hesitated. Her cheeks flushed from the alcohol, making it difficult to discern if she was genuinely shy or merely tipsy. What could possibly be wrong? If we don't speak of it, who would know? Fiery nature refers to a man's impulsive desires. Due to his martial soul, Brother Wu has particularly strong capabilities in that regard. Sister Binger, I noticed Brother Wu had drunk quite a bit before I fell asleep. Can you really trust him to sleep alone in that state? Rest assured, nothing will go awry. I've heard that drunken men tend to sleep until late morning, so there's no need to worry. Besides, in such a state, they wouldn't be able to pose a threat to you two. Seeing Ning Rongrong's expectant expression, Xiao Wu, as a good friend, naturally wanted to support her. The reason for involving Shui Binger was also due to her formidable strength. Should Brother Wu's fiery nature erupt, there would be someone to assist. Very well then, it seems we have no other choice. Brother Hongjun has a personal concert tomorrow. I can sleep in the living room to keep an eye on him. If he wakes up late, I can wake him up in advance. What do you think, Rongrong? Shui Binger, still not very familiar with Ma Hongjun, felt a bit apprehensive despite the rapid advancement of their relationships during the drinking session. Yes, let's proceed with that. As for the matters concerning Xiangjia Academy, we girls need not worry. Let them wait. Ning Rongrong readily agreed, her enthusiasm evident. Meanwhile, the unfortunate members of the Xiangjia Academy team had been waiting at the Sitawa Great Soul Arena for Ma Hongjun for a full hour. Yet they still saw no sign of him. Inside a private room at the Suatawa Great Soul Arena, Hu Yanba glanced at the increasingly grim face of Hu Yanli and could not help but ask, Big brother, do you think that kid has stood us up? Should we send someone to look for them? Umph. Look for what? This is their territory after all. Let's not wait any longer. We won't be seeing them. Go and explain the situation to the manager of the Great Soul Arena. We must ensure we receive the appropriate compensation. Let us leave. Hu Yanli scoffed coldly as he headed towards the exit, making sure to reassure the manager of the Great Soul Arena, who had been let down by their absence. The Great Soul Arena's background was not something they could provoke, even with the Xiangjia sect backing them. They wouldn't dare to stir trouble. Across the Douluo continent, all major cities housed branches of the Great Soul Arena, which served as a symbol of the city's strength. Each Great Soul Arena was named after its respective city, where soul masters could engage in battles, competing with their martial souls and soul power, significantly enhancing their practical combat skills. Each city's Great Soul Arena was independent of the two empires and the Spirit Hall, standing apart from all factions. Although nominally a third-party force established by the two empires and the Spirit Hall in conjunction with 7 major sects, the reality was that the Great Soul Arena was far more complex than it appeared, harboring numerous hidden powers and families. Chapter 117. Above the firmament in the vast cosmos. Among the myriad worlds exist the 9 ancient worlds unknown to most. One of these, above the firmament, is a world brimming with mystery and power, currently engulfed in a cataclysmic war. Who claims invincibility? Who dares to assert they are undefeated? The unparalleled Emperor of the Ancient, Shi Hao, traversing through the rivers of time, leads a host of formidable allies, including the suppressor of all foes, Yi Fan, the Emperor of Heaven, the Saint Ruined Chu Feng, the troublesome Chu Nan, the Empress, who is not seeking immortality but waiting for a return in the mortal realm, the unbeginning Emperor who saw everything come to naught, and the resurrected 10 fiends, including the 9-leaf sword grass, the god-slaying stone, the Kuanpeng, the true dragon, the phoenix, the Qilin, the thunder emperor, the sky ant, the cicada, and the 9 nether beasts, all charging towards above the firmament. These figures possess immense power, all having ascended to the realm of the immortal emperors, with the ancient Emperor Shi Hao being particularly mysterious and powerful, even surpassing the immortal emperor level. Above the firmament cannot be strictly considered the only true world, as it is not entirely unique. There are numerous immortal emperors within the complete cycle of above the firmament, but those above the immortal emperor level are exceedingly rare. With the ancient emperor's might, having once dictated the ages, and backed by such formidable allies, both sides in the conflict are evenly matched, suffering heavy casualties, yet refusing to yield even an inch. The origin of this story lies in the ancient emperor's unilateral decree over the ages, slaying the corpses and sealing the epochs, prompting the powerful beings of above the firmament to take action and dispatch their champions across time. At this juncture, the 3 heavenly emperors of the shrouded sky faced defeat as they battled alongside the remnants of Shi Hao's heavenly army. But they were no match for the powerful beings descending from above the firmament, who mercilessly cut them down. However, Shi Hao, having gained fortuitous opportunities, attained a significant rise in strength and grasped the secret of resurrection. Shattering the river of time and space, the protagonist successfully rescued Yi Fan and 2 others, then employed a resurrection secret method to return to the timeline where they had been slain, achieving a successful revival. After a prolonged period of rescue and cultivation, the strength of the group significantly advanced. The Emperor of the Wasteland, Shi Hao, nearly shattered the river of time, gathering all the formidable beings from the myriad realms throughout history. A climactic battle ensued against the most powerful forces above the heavens, engaging not only the immortal domain, but all realms in a war that left the territories of the celestial hierarchy in ruins. Among the strongest entities, besides the unparalleled Emperor of the Wasteland, Shi Hao, and the indomitable Yi Tiandi, were Chu Feng and the formidable Jiu Yi Jianshao. However, during this battle, although Jiu Yi Jianshao reached unprecedented heights and successfully obliterated numerous immortal emperors, it ultimately perished, leaving behind only a single seed. Due to the fragmentation of time and space, Shi Hao was unable to traverse this critical moment to revive the immensely powerful Jiu Yi Jianshao, who lacked sufficient fortune. The seed was eventually collected by Shi Hao. The battle was far from over, yet time and space began to fracture, compelling the group to deliberate a cessation of hostilities. In the end, Shi Hao led many powerful beings who had perished and been resurrected by him to secure a place above the heavens. Once stability was achieved, Shi Hao ventured alone into a mysterious world of dust deep within the Sea of Realms. This was the very place where he had acquired the resurrection secret method. This method differed from that of immortal emperors who traversed the river of time to retrieve individuals. It could only save the weak without disrupting the flow of time. It was capable of reviving beings at the emperor level and above. By traversing the river of time to seize a fragment of true spirit from a being 3 minutes before death, one could return to the present and, through a unique method, gather the dissipated true spirit to facilitate revival. Unfortunately, Jiuyi Jianchao had tragically perished in the central area of the fragmented time and space. Had it not been the main battlefield, Shi Hao might have had a chance to retrieve a fragment of true spirit with his current strength, but now it was evidently impossible. Thus, Shi Hao, carrying the seed left by Jiuyi Jianchao, sought to see if revival was possible within this enigmatic world of dust. Had it not been for the unexpectedly formidable strength of Jiuyi Jianchao, Shi Hao might have met with demise at the hands of such a powerful entity. Therefore, out of gratitude, he was determined to exert every effort to revive Jiuyi Jianchao. Upon entering the dusty world, Shi Hao arrived at the center, halting before an array emanating mysterious patterns. He had never dared approach this place before, as he sensed that stepping inside might lead to his own demise. At his level of power, one develops an uncanny intuition regarding personal safety. Shi Hao had a premonition that, after careful deduction, placing the seed of Jiuyi Jianchao within could potentially grant a new life. Without hesitation, as he was never one to lack decisiveness, he placed the seed at the heart of the mysterious patterned array. Moments later, a brilliant light erupted, and countless strands of spiritual energy began to converge upon this spot, causing the entire world, even the Sea of Realms, to tremble. However, the extraordinary phenomenon was fleeting, vanishing as swiftly as it appeared, along with the central presence of Jiuyi Jianchao. Upon exiting, the mysterious world concealed itself once more, as if nothing had ever transpired. In one of the 9 ancient worlds, the Star Change Realm, the soul crystallization of the deceased life deity, Xiaomei, transformed into 2 tiers of a meteor. One fell into the hands of Qinyu atop the Zixin star, while the other was destined for Princess Jiang Li of the Divine Realm Snowfall City. However, it was unexpectedly intercepted by a descending seed, whisking away the tier imbued with potent life force, and subsequently vanished from sight. On the Douluo continent, Hongjun remained in deep slumber, unaware that a significant change, pivotal to his and the fate of the Douluo world, was quietly unfolding. His 4-leaf, Clover martial spirit trembled violently as Jiuyi Jianchao absorbed the life force of the meteor tear, as if sensing an urgent matter. It autonomously emitted soul power, dispelling the alcohol fumes enveloping Hongjun. Consequently, Hongjun successfully broke through to level 39, awakening with a sense of bewilderment, unaware of the events that had transpired. Before he could assess the situation, Shui Binger, sensing the fluctuation of soul power, rushed through the door. She discovered both individuals on adjacent beds, staring at her with bewildered expressions. Although they were on separate beds, they were closely positioned, merely a step apart, with Hongjun on one side and Ning Rongrong on the other. "What brings you here, Sister Bing?" "I just woke up," exclaimed Hongjun. "Ah, 5th brother. How did you wake up? Weren't you drunk?" Ning Rongrong, appearing somewhat disheveled and still groggy, rubbed her eyes and asked, only to notice Hongjun was already awake. Instantly, she resembled a child caught in wrongdoing, wrapping herself in the blanket, revealing only her head, shyly inquiring. Chapter 118, Buddha by mere chance, I broke through. The spontaneous operation of my soul power dissipated the alcohol, leading to my early awakening. "Why, did you do something scandalous to me?" Hongjun teased, his spirits lifted by Ning Rongrong's adorable demeanor. I did not secretly kiss you." Ning Rongrong, resembling a student caught in a transgression, panicked and hurriedly denied. Rongrong, you are too naive, Shui Binger chuckled, unable to suppress her laughter as she looked at Ma Hongjun. Woo, so embarrassing. I won't talk to you anymore. Ning Rongrong, realizing her gaffe, blushed deeply and buried herself in the covers. Yeah, hey, just kidding. So, how'd I end up here? Did you bring me back? Ma Hongjun, feeling somewhat awkward, turned to Shui Binger to change the subject. Yes, due to insufficient rooms, and since you were all drunk, Rongrong couldn't bear to let you sleep at the table with everyone else. So we brought you back to stay with us, Shui Binger explained succinctly. Thank you both. Ma Hongjun expressed his gratitude with a glance at Shui Binger, deeply moved that the two girls had disregarded their reputation to allow him to stay with them. No need for thanks, Shui Binger replied, a kind-hearted girl who never sought acknowledgement. They exchanged glances, momentarily ensnared in an awkward silence, unsure of what to say next. Well, how about you sleep here, and I will sleep in the living room? Ma Hongjun suggested tentatively. Shui Binger, uncertain of her own thoughts, instinctively nodded. By the time she realized, Ma Hongjun had already exited the room. Ma Hongjun settled into the spacious living room, lying down on the only available sofa, ready to drift off to sleep when he suddenly caught a whiff of a faint, lingering fragrance. Is this where Shui Binger just slept? How sinful, he exclaimed, quickly sitting cross-legged, forcing himself to calm down and suppress the raging desires within. The quality of his evil fire phoenix martial spirit had grown even stronger, and the desires had intensified to an extent exceeding that of a normal person by 20-fold. Meanwhile, in the room, Shui Binger, after regaining her composure, gazed at the bed where Ma Hongjun had slept, hesitating deeply. Her face flushed crimson with a touch of shyness. She contemplated confiding in Ning Rongrong about sharing a bed. However, at that moment, Ning Rongrong had her head wrapped up tightly, seemingly overwhelmed with embarrassment, making it evident that it would be inappropriate to disturb her. Ultimately, she could only settle onto the bed, immediately catching a whiff of the unique scent that emanated from Ma Hongjun. It was not the scent of sweat, nor was it unpleasant. Rather, the aroma exuding from Ma Hongjun was more delightful than that of most women. This, of course, was inherently linked to his mysterious lucky Clover martial spirit, which was far more profound than merely being the martial spirit of Ma Hongjun. After suppressing her own shyness, Shui Binger sat cross-legged on the bed and practiced cultivation throughout the night. The next morning, Ma Hongjun's championship concert commenced smoothly under the unwavering support of Tian Luo Diwan. The first song was Yushitan. With strength that could move mountains and a presence that commanded the world, the lyrics flowed. When the steed does not gallop away, what can be done? Oh you, what can be done? Ma Hongjun invited Shui Binger and Zhu Zhuqing to harmonize with him in this ancient-style song. With a lance, I strive for peace across the realm. This farewell is fraught with difficulty. A tearful you, has already fallen. Let's drink from his cup of warmth and chill. The audience erupted in fervor, captivated by this ethereal melody, having never before encountered such a soul-stirring song. The sentiments expressed within the music resonated deeply, leaving the listeners with a sense of melancholy. The second song, Wang Chuanbayan, conveyed a poignant message. I would relinquish all for you. Let me ferry you across this life, as red petals of the Bayan flower scatter upon the ground. Who would care she weeps? Kneeling before the Buddha for a millennium without seeing his compassion, he longed to see her once more. I have crossed the river of oblivion and traversed to the other shore, hoping she might glance back. Sanso li bima Hongjun. His weathered voice evoked sympathy among those present, each having experienced or yearned for love. The third song I bring to you is also a love ballad, Duwabu Du Ta. I hope you will enjoy it. Before I sing, let me share a tale. Please, let me know if you wish to hear it. Ma Hongjun's voice, imbued with an enchanting quality, resonated on stage as though he were a celestial being. Yes, the thunderous chorus of agreement surged forth, and Ma Hongjun's singing transported their emotions to a realm of profound empathy. Once upon a time, there was a princess who lived near a temple. In her youth, she accompanied her father to pay respects. where she met a little monk who always struck a wooden fish. Each day, the princess would seek him out, bringing him delightful treats. The little monk, shy and cautious with the wooden fish in hand, would listen with a smile as she laughed. His favorite treat was candied hawthorn, a fact he never disclosed. But the princess always brought him some whenever she visited. Thus, 6 years passed, during which the monk's cultivation deepened, and the princess blossomed into beauty. One day, her father approached the monk's master with a troubled expression. The princess, too, was uncharacteristically solemn, no longer laughing or playing. Looking puzzled, the monk heard her ask, "Do you like me?" Silence enveloped the monk, and upon seeing this, the princess's disappointment was palpable. "I understand now," she murmured. Just then, her father emerged to take her away, but the princess resisted, insisting she wished to remain with the monk. The monk, however, declared, "There's a distinction between men and women. You must return, princess." In defiance, the princess cried out, "I like you." The monk, without a word, turned away, retreating into his quarters. From that day forth, the princess never returned, not on the first day, nor the second, nor the third. The monk's cultivation continued to flourish. One fateful day, as he dedicated himself to the study of Buddhist teachings, he received the tragic news. The princess had died, adorned in a red bridal gown, having taken her own life. It came to light that a vile prince had coveted the princess and sought to marry her against her will. Despite her father's desperate pleas to the monk's master for his daughter's happiness, the master insisted that the monk, a true embodiment of the Buddha, should not forsake his path for matters of the heart. On the eve before the wedding, the drunken prince intruded, violating the princess's purity. The monk discovered her lifeless body, veiled in red, and lamented, "Since the Buddha has not saved her, I shall become a demon to protect her." The next day, he confronted the prince responsible for her demise, swiftly ending his life with a single strike. 7 years passed without a word of farewell, and in the temple, no more dark flowers bloomed. "I ask you, Buddha, why did you save me but not her? In my past lives, I have sown seeds of longing. Have I turned back, my voice hoarse from chanting? She is no longer here, and the Bodhi does not save her." Tears streamed down the faces of the audience like a flood breaching its dam, their emotions laid bare. Through Ma Hongjun's haunting melody, all present experienced a deep connection. Note, in this setting, the existence of the Buddha is acknowledged, and the concept is well understood. The fourth song, Chun Ting Shui, expressed the sentiment. This life is too long, yet halts at the threshold of eternity. Who still remembers the season when the pear blossoms resembled snow? My heart is unyielding as stone, unyielding as a mat, gazing vacantly at the depths of love, the intricacies of which remain unresolved. Chapter 119. Long Kuei and Jing Tian. The fifth song, Qing Si, was performed in duet by Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun, the pair becoming the center of attention, their chemistry captivating the audience. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, this particular song solidified their status as a couple in the eyes of the public. The sixth song, Xian Tian Yuan, followed by the seventh, De Tian Peng, conveyed a fearless spirit before the cycle of fate, where loss and despair were rendered meaningless in the absence of one's beloved. The heartfelt and melodious performance left no listener unimpressed by Ma Hongjun's talent. Feeling somewhat fatigued from the emotional intensity of the songs, Ma Hongjun jestingly paused, humorously brandishing the soul-guiding microphone. "My martial spirit, the blade, is yearning for release." A soul master, wielding a blade as their martial spirit, did not directly respond to Ma Hongjun, but instead shouted from the audience, "As long as you're not awkward, it is others who will feel the embarrassment. Whenever you begin to sing, I will be ready with tissues." A girl with a strong sense of immersion, wiping away her tears with a tissue, earnestly exclaimed, "Enough chatter. Oh, master storyteller, open the door, we want a board." Amidst the lively atmosphere, a clever voice from the audience rang out. "It seems some of you have already guessed it. Indeed, I shall tell another story." The next song is also a poignant love ballad, but it encompasses not only romance, but also the unbreakable bonds of family and friendship, comprising 3 parts: this life unchanged, eternal love, and forget time. This tale revolves around a princess named Long Kuei, who grew up alongside her brother, the crown prince Long Yang. Whenever they played games and Long Kuei felt afraid, Long Yang would firmly hold her shoulder, vowing to always protect her. Their sibling bond was exceptionally strong, with Long Yang going to great lengths to procure exquisite flowing skirts for her, simply to surprise his sister. In the palace, the only ones who treated Long Kuei as an equal were her father and mother, followed closely by Long Yang. However, their mother had passed away long ago, and the solitude within the palace instilled fear in Long Kuei, making Long Yang the very reason for her survival. Long Kuei's affection for her brother transcended mere physical attraction. It was a profound bond. Their nation was engulfed in war, with Long Yang fighting valiantly on the front lines while Long Kuei remained alone in the palace, yearning for her brother's safe return year after year. When Long Yang returned for the first time, a scar marred his face, and as Long Kuei caressed that shocking mark, she could no longer contain her sorrow and wept bitterly. When Long Kuei disguised herself as a soldier to accompany Long Yang to battle, he glared at her fiercely, dragging her from the ranks and forcibly breaking her leg to ensure her safety. Long Yang was a great hero and a protective brother, safeguarding his sister Long Kuei. Yet he fought relentlessly to prevent their people from being enslaved by foreign powers, while Long Kuei remained within the palace, burdened by guilt. Rumors spoke of a magical sword that could avert the destruction of their kingdom. Long Yang summoned sorcerers, subjecting the sword to over 100 days of forging, with its fiery red glow symbolizing the hope for the survival of their nation. After enduring hardships to resist the invading forces, Long Yang learned that the final step in crafting the sword required the flesh and blood of Long Kuei. In tears, Long Kuei insisted on offering herself, but Long Yang, with a stern expression, declared that without the sword, he would still vanquish the enemy. Unfortunately, that was the last time they would see each other. Long Yang's farewell letter reached Long Kuei, expressing his final wish for her to live well. Yet, the obedient Long Kuei defied her brother's wishes once more, seizing his letter and leaping into the fiery abyss of the sword-forging pool, merging her soul with the sword. Ultimately, the sword's immense power led to both Long Kuei and the weapon being imprisoned by the mightiest sect, Shushan, within a tower akin to a purgatory. A millennium passed, during which Long Kuei was tormented by demons, her psyche fracturing into two. After 1,000 years, she escaped from the sword and beheld Jing Tian, a figure strikingly similar to Long Yang. Overjoyed, she wept and called out for her brother. However, Jing Tian remained indifferent, even wary of her. Nevertheless, Long Kuei believed her enduring weight of a millennium was worthwhile. Her brother had merely forgotten her and would eventually remember. She resolved to protect Jing Tian in this lifetime. Yet, it was evident that Jing Tian was not Long Yang. Long Yang had perished in that war. Ultimately, Jing Tian was destined to duel the malevolent sword immortal to save the world. A journey fraught with peril. For the sake of Jing Tian, to restore the sword's divine power and bolster his chances against the evil sword immortal, Long Kuei leapt once more, this time offering her soul as a sacrifice, signifying her complete disappearance from this world. In the end, Jing Tian triumphed over the evil sword immortal, saving countless lives. Yet he would never see his sister again. Below, silence enveloped the audience as Hongjun narrated, employing the characteristics of sound to immerse everyone in the tale. Such a poignant story evoked tears from even the most stoic hearts, plunging the atmosphere into profound melancholy. A beautiful maiden broke the silence, crying out. Hongjun, drenched in sweat, was taken aback, wondering what had transpired. Fifth brother, am I wearing the flowing sleeves of the gown that Long Kuei donned in the story? Ningrongrong, with tear-filled eyes, stood and excitedly approached the stage. Hongjun, initially surprised, smiled and addressed the audience. Indeed, this is my seventh sister, Ning Rongrong. I trust you have all seen her. Is she not beautiful? Indeed, her attire is exquisite, reminiscent of a celestial being. So enchanting, a little fairy indeed. This gown, the flowing sleeves, was personally gifted by me. It is the authentic version crafted by Tian Luodawang, priced at a mere 100 gold soul coins. Those interested may acquire a set. Hongjun shamelessly seized the opportunity to advertise. I want to buy it. Darling, I must have it. or I shall end our relationship. I would sell everything just to obtain a flowing sleeve gown. At that moment, the male audience members, feeling frustrated, wished to tear Ma Hongjun apart to vent their ire. Time flowed ceaselessly, memories etched deeply, not distant. Even after a millennium, profound love remains unforgotten. Gradually, time fades, and the passage of time becomes a distant memory. The beautiful melody, heartwarming and moving, captivates all. The tale of the immortal sword laid the foundation, and everyone fell in love with these three songs, even those who typically shun music. After the concert concluded, the legend of Ma Hongjun was just beginning. After agreeing to meet a year later at the Grand Soul Master Tournament with Shui Binger, Luwu, Yi Lingling, Dugian, Yu Qianheng, and Huo Shuang, the group returned to their respective academies for training. The challenge with Xiangjia Academy had long been forgotten by Ma Hongjun and his companions. And after leaving them in the lurch, Xiangjia Academy did not pursue them further. As expected, the story of Xianjian 3 spread widely, and the flowing sleeve gown became immensely popular, along with similarly styled multicolored fairy gowns. 3 days later, an edict from the Tiando Imperial Palace elevated Shrek Academy to the status of an advanced Soul Master Academy. Within a resplendent chamber of the Tiando Palace, Emperor Shui sat in the main seat, gazing at the elegant and noble woman beside him, and spoke with resignation. I never anticipated that someone from the esteemed Haoyan clan would commend another so highly. Is that Shrek Academy student truly as gifted as you say? Your Majesty, I initially intended to attend as per your wishes, and as I am fond of vocal music, I obliged. However, upon arriving in Sotawa City, I discovered that Ma Hongjun was indeed exceptional. Not only is his soul power cultivation extraordinary, but his mental prowess is unparalleled. His singing seems to embody a force akin to spiritual energy, drawing listeners into his emotions, even catching title Dalu off guard. Is such a talent not deserving of my praise? Tang Yuehua, the Moonlight Pavilion Master, responded earnestly. Indeed, it appears quite remarkable. I must seize the opportunity to meet this young prodigy. Emperor Shui chuckled, stroking his beard. There will be a chance, Your Majesty. Your willingness to negotiate with the Wuhuan Temple and the Xinglua Empire to grant Shrek Academy special status as an advanced Soul Master Academy shows your desire to witness the future accomplishments of these talents. Tang Yuehua nodded slightly and spoke softly. The soul power levels of the Shrek 8 monsters had naturally been revealed through their discussions, and it was not a secret. Anyone who made an effort could uncover it. Indeed, nothing could escape your keen perception, Yu Xian, haha, as an honorary guest of the Tiando Empire. With the title of Douluo, how could I possibly overlook them? The Snow Knight Emperor chuckled heartily, speaking candidly. If your Majesty has no further matters, I shall take my leave, Tang Yuehua replied with a slight nod and a graceful bow, her etiquette impeccable, though she seemed disinclined to discuss state affairs with the Snow Knight Emperor. Alas, when will your Haoyan sect emerge? The current tranquility of the Spirit Hall is eerily unsettling. I cannot shake the feeling that they are plotting something in secret. At that time, I wonder if our Tiando Empire's strength will suffice to withstand the Spirit Hall's schemes. The Snow Knight Emperor sighed, expressing his concerns. If Ma Hongjun were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished by the Snow Knight Emperor's intelligence. Upon reflection, how could a sovereign be simple-minded? It is a pity that in the end, he fell victim to the schemes of Qian Renshua, transformed into the snow-clear river. Enduring multiple poisons, he barely recovered, yet his life was now fleeting. Otherwise, with his leadership, the Tiando Empire's power would surely ascend to greater heights in the future. Alas, how could I, as a woman, dictate such matters? Once our strength is sufficient to contend with the Spirit Hall, I believe the Haoyan sect will naturally reemerge, allowing Haoyan's renown to once again resound across the Douluo continent. Tang Yuehua sighed softly, her tone tinged with helplessness, yet soon overshadowed by an innate sense of pride. In the Stardow Forest, Zhu Qing, this ghost leopard of the underworld, is quite suitable for your absorption. However, the age of the soul ring seems somewhat excessive, and absorbing it may entail certain risks. You must decide whether to proceed, Ma Hongjun gently remarked, gesturing to the subdued ghost leopard at his feet as he looked at Zhu Qing. If I encounter danger, will you help me, fifth brother? Zhu Zhuqing did not immediately agree, but instead turned to Ma Hongjun with a question. After their duet on stage, Zhu Zhuqing could no longer suppress her burgeoning feelings for Ma Hongjun. Of course, we are good partners and the best of friends. I will do everything in my power to save any of you if you ever find yourselves in peril, regardless of whether you're human or... Ma Hongjun's words trailed off as he cast a glance at Xiao Wu. Yet, that single glance left Xiao Wu momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated that Ma Hongjun had discerned her true identity. What else? Brother, I feel you have become more eloquent since we first met. Your words are truly touching. Ning Rongrong, unaware of the deeper meaning in Ma Hongjun's statement, playfully chimed in. You're the one who's a pig. I think I should retract that last statement. Zhu Zhuqing retorted indignantly, placing her hands on her hips. All right, everyone, let's not bicker. Hongjun, are you certain you want Zhuqing to absorb this soul ring? This is a ghost leopard of the underworld, nearly 2,000 years old. While it is highly compatible with Zhuqing's martial soul and will reduce the difficulty of absorption, according to my teacher's theories, the age limit for the third soul ring cannot exceed 1,760 years, and this soul beast surpasses that limit by at least 230 years. Tang San warned with a serious expression. Although he was well aware of Ma Hongjun's mysterious abilities and that he had effortlessly subdued this 1,000-year soul beast, he felt compelled to voice his concerns. Little San, I know you hold your teacher in high regard, but I must say that not everything he says is absolute. While his research on martial souls is undeniable, you must understand that the so-called limit on soul ring age only pertains to the physical strength of ordinary soul masters. After Zhuqing consumed the celestial grade product, both her physical strength and soul power became significantly more potent and refined. It is merely a matter of an additional 200 years. As long as I am here, there should be no significant issues, though she may have to endure some hardship. Ma Hongjun wished to dismiss the theory, knowing full well the original narrative, but he chose to express his viewpoint more tactfully for Tang San's sake. Does the limit on soul ring age relate to physical strength? Tang San pondered aloud, suddenly grasping the essence of Ma Hongjun's words. He found merit in what Ma Hongjun was saying, yet until he could verify it, he was reluctant to contradict his teacher's theories. I am not afraid of hardship, as long as I do not perish. I am willing to absorb it. Zhu Zhuqing declared firmly at that moment. As long as you are unafraid of hardship. The absorption of the limit soul, ring, age, pertains not only to physical strength, but also to the strength of the soul. Ma Hongjun nodded in approval before turning to the others to explain. Indeed, fifth brother, what you say aligns with what my mother used to tell me. Once a soul beast's age reaches 10,000 years, absorbing it will lead to soul fluctuations. If the mental strength is insufficient and one attempts to absorb it forcefully, the consequences could be mild soul damage, stagnation in cultivation, or severe cases leading to idiocy or even death. Xiao Wu glanced at Tang San, understanding his concerns, and added, Xiao Wu is correct. I share this with you merely to emphasize that in your future cultivation, do not focus solely on the growth of soul power, but also pay attention to the training of your physique and mental strength. Ma Hongjun stated earnestly. The others nodded solemnly in agreement. Currently, although Ma Hongjun's soul power was not the highest in terms of strength, even if Dai Mubai were to attain the Soul Master rank and acquire a soul ring, he would not stand a chance against Ma Hongjun. Even though Ma Hongjun still had some distance to cover before reaching the Soul Master rank, he would bridge that gap within 3 months at most, and soon he would possess a black 10,000-year soul ring. The power of skills acquired from a 10,000-year soul ring had undergone a qualitative transformation compared to those from a 1,000-year soul ring, placing them in entirely different realms. Ma Hongjun's current soul ring ages were yellow, yellow, purple, purple, purple. Furthermore, the second yellow soul ring exhibited a hint of purple, nearly reaching the level of a 1,000-year soul ring, while the last 2 purple rings were darkening, approaching the threshold of a 10,000-year soul ring. This time, Ma Hongjun aimed to acquire the second hidden soul ring of the martial soul 3-leaf clover, with a minimum age requirement of at least 15,000 years. Hongjun's other martial soul is unparalleled in the entire history of the Douluo continent. Even a master has never heard of such a martial soul. In comparison, we are merely inviting trouble. As a food-type soul master, I do not require combat, nor do I need to absorb soul rings beyond my level, Oscar remarked. His sole virtue being his cleverness, as he looked at Fat Tiger with a smirk. Ma Hongjun had just conceived this thought when Oscar bluntly articulated it. It was clear that Oscar was overly optimistic. It is not merely you, but rather we, including myself, who must undergo rigorous training following the acquisition of the soul ring. Do not assume that a food-type spirit cannot possess combat strength. Xiao Ao, diligently cultivate your physical prowess. Once you reach level 50, I have a fortuitous opportunity awaiting you. Upon witnessing this, Ma Hongjun no longer concealed his intentions. He approached Oscar, encouragingly patting him on the shoulder. This sentiment was not solely directed at Oscar, but also intended for the other 6 companions, providing them with advance notice and preparing their minds accordingly. Good brother, is what you say truly genuine? Could it be a celestial grade herb? You truly are my dear brother, never forgetting me in times of fortune. Oscar instantly became exuberant, enveloping Ma Hongjun in a bear hug. The others gazed at Ma Hongjun with expressions of curiosity, eager to hear his response, as they too harbored expectations regarding the celestial grade herbs. It is unlikely to be a celestial grade herb. The celestial essence within our bodies has yet to be fully absorbed. Hongjun would not gift us another celestial grade herb, and such herbs are not as common as cabbages. If my conjecture is correct, it should pertain to something that aids Oscar in enhancing his own strength, Tang Sim mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Indeed, it is not merely about enhancing strength. It also enables Oscar to possess the combat capability of a battle spirit master. As for the specifics, I cannot divulge them to you at present. Ma Hongjun recalled the opportunity Oscar obtained in the extreme north from the original tale, to gain the combat power of a battle spirit master. How could such a fortunate event be possible? Hongjun, you are truly like a reborn parent to me. I shall refrain from expressing my gratitude, good brother. Oscar gazed at Ma Hongjun in astonishment, speaking solemnly. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 50 kindness points from Oscar. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your kindness points have reached 1,000 for the first time, unlocking the lottery function. Note, the probability of obtaining a premium treasure in the first lottery is increased by 90. Indeed, it is only right for brothers to assist one another. Now, let us cease this chatter. Zhu Qing, please hurry and absorb the soul ring. We are in the Xingdou Great Forest, where danger may lurk at any moment. The sooner we absorb it, the sooner we can seek our next soul ring target, Ma Hongjun remarked, glancing at Flander and Zhao Wujin, who were patrolling the surroundings. Yes, 5th brother, I shall begin the absorption, Zhu Qing replied, drawing forth a dagger to eliminate the nearby ghost leopard. The 1,000-year purple soul ring illuminated upon the corpse of the ghost leopard. Xiao Wu turned away, feeling a twinge of compassion, yet refrained from voicing her thoughts. In a world governed by survival of the fittest, even among spirit beasts, internal strife is commonplace, let alone the relationship between spirit masters and spirit beasts. Although they had only been together for a few short months, the bonds they shared were profoundly deep, surpassing even those forged over years or decades with acquaintances. Those who have shared similar experiences understand that the relationships formed at their age are purely untainted by ulterior motives, representing the most genuine friendship of one's life. Once individuals reach maturity at 18, the complexities of life often dilute such pure sentiments, overshadowed by self-interest. Zhu Qing evidently underestimated her limits. Although the soul ring surpassed the typical threshold by over 200 years, it was not impossible for her to accomplish. Despite the beads of sweat dotting her forehead and her garments soaked through, she persevered with unwavering determination. Among them, if one were to assess unyielding character, even Tang San, along with Ma Hongjun, would find themselves somewhat inferior when compared to Zhu Qing. Ma Hongjun observed Zhu Qing's expression, noting her pale visage yet resolute demeanor, which stirred him deeply. He remained poised to assist her should she falter, confident in his ability to safeguard her well-being during the process. Even without the unique characteristics of the ghostly flame breathing technique, the inherent vitality of the three-leafed clover martial spirit would protect Zhu Zhuqing's meridians, preventing any aftereffects from her absorption of the soul ring. After half an hour, Zhu Zhuqing awoke with joy, having accomplished this feat entirely on her own. No one could fathom the excruciating agony of absorbing a soul ring that transcends the limits of its age, an unparalleled torment that is difficult to endure. Even Ma Hongjun had never experienced such suffering. His journey had been relatively smooth. Each of his soul rings had been absorbed at a higher level. Yet his formidable talent and unique martial spirit had shielded him from such intense pain. Despite Ma Hongjun being the strongest among the Shrek 7 monsters, he still lacked the resilience and character that Zhu Zhuqing possessed, missing out on the trials that forged true strength. One might say that Ma Hongjun's fortuitous luck bestowed by his lucky martial spirit had facilitated his ascent, but it also deprived him of the hard-earned wisdom that comes from overcoming adversity. Chapter 122. The second hidden soul ring, although this flaw may not seem significant at present. If Ma Hongjun does not devise a means to amend it, his future achievements will be limited to surpassing Tang San by a small margin. Unable to exceed the constraints imposed by the heavenly path of the Douluo realm. When compared to true powerhouses, he remains considerably lacking. Not to mention the unparalleled might of figures like the Emperor of the Abyss, the Flame Emperor, and the Martial Ancestor. However, Ma Hongjun is still only a little over 12 years old. The future remains uncertain. Compared to the complexities of other worlds, the Douluo realm appears relatively simpler. Heavens! I have directly reached level 37 soul power. It is simply unbelievable. Thank you, fifth brother. Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed joyously as she stood, turning to the others with a radiant expression. She then approached Ma Hongjun directly and lightly embraced him in gratitude. Ma Hongjun offered a wry smile, gazing at the oblivious beauty before him, unsure of how to respond. Zhuqing, do you not feel any discomfort? He hesitantly inquired. Ma Hongjun's concern was not born from disdain, but rather from a fear of losing control. These women were well aware of their own physical conditions, yet continued to tempt him, leaving him at a loss for words. For reasons unknown, both Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing seemed to express their gratitude in an almost flirtatious manner. Was it merely because he was single that they felt free to act so? He was not some central air conditioning system. This behavior had to be curtailed. Yet, deep down, Ma Hongjun secretly relished the attention, which was why he hesitated, savoring the softness before him. Despite her clothes being drenched in sweat, the delightful sensation was even more intense. No, I feel fantastic. My entire being is brimming with strength. Ah, you lecher. Why did you not say so sooner? Zhu Zhuqing responded, gazing at Ma Hongjun in confusion. As her words trailed off, she suddenly realized something amiss. Upon noticing that her clothing had become nearly translucent from perspiration and clung to her body, she could not help but scream in excitement, covering her flushed face and casting a reproachful glance at Ma Hongjun. Would you allow me a moment to speak? Xiao Wu, please accompany Zhuqing to find a secluded spot to change her clothes, Ma Hongjun said, raising his hands in exasperation. Regarding this matter, Ma Hongjun was not at all surprised by any woman's heartless actions. However, he showed no intention of indulging her, nor would he foolishly engage in a debate. Instead, he turned to Xiao Wu and shifted the topic, saying, all right, fifth brother, Zhuqing, let us proceed to change our clothes over there. Rong, please keep an eye on them. Xiao Wu cast a glance at Oscar and the others, who were visibly captivated, and expressed her concern to Ning Rongrong, who was standing still. All right, Ning Rongrong replied obediently with a nod. 3 days later, Fat Tiger acquired a soul ring from a soul beast, the Dali Xiong, which was approximately 700 years old, thus reaching level 36 in soul power. Ning Rongrong's soul ring was slightly weaker, around 600 years. It still surpassed what was depicted in the original storyline. Both she and Fat Tiger achieved the same level of soul power, also reaching level 36. This significant enhancement was due to the fact that they had been training for over half a month at level 30, allowing for sufficient accumulation of soul power. Otherwise, like Ning Rongrong, even consuming rare herbs at level 31 would only yield a mere increase of 6 levels. Remaining at level 30 for some time allowed for better absorption of the potential medicinal power of the celestial herbs, enabling her to elevate to level 37, which Ma Hongjun found entirely predictable. Ning Rongrong's progress was remarkable. Within half a year at Shrek Academy, her soul power surged from level 26 to level 36. This was an impressive increase of 10 levels, and after accounting for the level gain from acquiring a soul ring, it amounted to a substantial 9 levels, with her personal training contributing just over 1 level. The enhancement from the celestial herbs alone was an impressive 7 levels, underscoring their effect compared to the exquisite herbs consumed by Oscar and Fat Tiger. Undoubtedly, the extraordinary herbs they consumed were also formidable, and Ma Hongjun estimated that their contributions to enhancing innate talent were quite similar, with only a slight disparity in soul power. This may also relate to the distinct effects of the celestial products, akin to Ma Hongjun consuming both ice and fire celestial herbs, which, in terms of soul power enhancement, were still inferior to the 9-grade purple Ganoderma consumed by the two. Thus, all members of the Shrek 8 monsters had attained a level of Soul Master above level 30, nearly a year ahead of the original timeline. One should not underestimate this year. In the early stages of a Soul Master's training, the earlier one consumes celestial herbs, the greater the benefits for the future. The soul power level before the age of 20 correlates directly with future achievements. Well, I never expected the acquisition of soul rings to proceed so smoothly. Next, we must focus on Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun obtaining their soul rings. We need to delve deeper. You all cannot act independently from now on. Remain ever vigilant and follow closely behind me and teacher Zhao Wujia. Flander instructed as the group finished their preparations. Everyone nodded solemnly. Although their powers had significantly increased, it was still far from sufficient for independent activity within the Stardow Forest. While the number of soul beasts at the periphery had diminished due to Soul Master's hunting, the advanced soul beasts within had not decreased much. Even if some 10,000-year soul beasts were hunted, new ones of over 9,000 years would take their place. Consequently, the dangers within exceeded their expectations. Even Ma Hongjun did not dare to assert he could ensure his own safety. Flander did not utilize his flying martial soul to scout from above, but instead positioned himself protectively behind the group, while Zhao Wujia led the way. Soon, approximately an hour later, the group cautiously crossed a gently flowing, crystal-clear stream. The surrounding environment was eerily silent. Zhao Wujia reminded everyone, "Be cautious. We have now entered the inner region of the Stardow Forest. There is always the possibility of encountering 10,000-year soul beasts. If we face insurmountable danger, we will retreat immediately, and I will cover our escape." As the oldest and most powerful soul master among the 8 monsters, Dai Mubai was naturally closest to Zhao Wujia, ensuring the safety of the girls in the team, including Oscar. "Teacher Zhao, rest assured, we will not be a burden to you. Their safety is my responsibility along with Hongjun. Should we encounter insurmountable danger, I will ensure they escape safely," Dai Mubai replied, his expression grave. This concern was not unwarranted. The last encounter with the Titan giant ape had left them profoundly shaken, nearly costing them their lives. The saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of the rope for 10 years, which perfectly encapsulated their feelings. Given their current strength, as long as they did not encounter a 100,000-year soul beast, they should have ample opportunity to escape. Although Zhao Wujia often trained them rigorously at the academy, it was precisely because of this training that he held a deep affection for these little monsters, more so than any other teacher at Shrek Academy. Ma Hongjun and the others recognized this and felt a surge of emotion, nodding solemnly to indicate they could take care of themselves and that there was no need for him to worry about their safety. Chapter 123. The second hidden soul ring. Well, it's not as serious as you say. The Stardow Forest is vast, and our luck cannot be that poor. Let us not frighten the children. With both of us here, unless we encounter a Titan giant ape-level 100,000-year soul beast, self-preservation should pose no issue, Flander reassured, breaking the somewhat somber atmosphere. "Hush, teacher, I have a sense of foreboding." Ma Hongjun quickly gestured for silence. Upon hearing Flander's words, he glanced at Xiao Wu. suddenly realizing that Ming might come looking for her. Enough with the ominous predictions. How could we possibly be that unfortunate? Let us continue onward. While there are indeed many 10,000-year soul beasts here, each area typically hosts only one. We will avoid the territories of those advanced soul beasts, except for our target. Flander replied somewhat irritably, then extended his mental energy to scan the surroundings. With a martial soul of the four-eyed cat eagle, Flander possessed not only remarkable speed, but also exceptional eyesight and mental strength, making it a notably potent variant martial soul. Deep within the Douluo forest, on a tranquil lake illuminated by the moonlight, a colossal being resembling a mountain rested. Its dark fur shimmered faintly under the weak starlight, with shoulders towering over 7 meters. It seemed to defy any sense of incongruity, its body adorned with muscles more formidable than granite, each bulge resembling small hills. Big brother, I can sense Xiao Wu's aura again. Did she not just break through to level 30? Why is she back in Douluo forest so soon? This mountain-like being was none other than Xiao Wu's soul beast companion, Ming. He spoke in a deep voice to the still lake. A low moo echoed from the lake's depths, and the water rippled as a mysterious creature resembling a bull-headed python emerged, its massive head and upper body rising from below. With a tone of resignation, it said, "It is possible that her other human companions have reached a breakthrough. She might have simply come along for the journey. Since she does not wish to return to us, do not disturb her. If you wish to see her, keep your distance and do not disrupt her other companions to avoid unnecessary trouble." Yes, big brother, you're so kind. I'm off to see Xiao Wu now. You can rest assured, I will not disturb her other companions. Ming, filled with joy, excitedly tapped his enormous head and spoke. While a month was merely a fleeting moment for them, Ming's thoughts were consumed with concerns for Xiao Wu, fearing she might face bullying in the human realm. He felt the need to catch a glimpse of her to ease his worries. During Xiao Wu's absence, Ming managed well. But Ming found himself unable to eat or concentrate, often lost in thought. Imagine the sight of such a colossal being, a 10,000-year soul beast, in a state of stupor. Just picturing it evokes a sense of thrill. Meanwhile, Flinder and Zhao Wujing were diligently escorting their companions onward, searching for a suitable soul ring. In just 1 hour, they discovered a fitting target, a spirit beast known as the 8,000-year Amling Heimo, who, although it was somewhat excessive for Dai Mubai's 4th soul ring, it was not an insurmountable issue. The Amling Heimo, who is an exceedingly rare top-tier tiger-class soul beast, possessing formidable offensive capabilities and exceptional defense. Even ordinary 10,000-year soul beasts would struggle against the Amling Heimo, who, making this soul ring crucial for Dai Mubai. It was likely that the combined strength of the group would still fall short in facing it, so they entrusted the confrontation to the academy head. Tang San's expression grew solemn as he observed the Amling Heimo, who, which was feigning slumber under a beam of light. "Leave it to me, Flinder. You obstruct its path. This soul beast will be my responsibility," Zhao Wujing replied, casually approaching the Amling Heimo, while rubbing his aching fingers. This tiger seems rather foolish. Teacher Zhao is almost within 10 meters of it, yet it still hasn't detected our presence. Fat Tiger chuckled, turning to the others and speaking softly. "No, it is not foolish. It has likely noticed us long ago and is deliberately waiting for us to approach carelessly, aiming to catch us off guard. Teacher Zhao, be cautious." Ma Hongjun felt something was amiss and quickly warned. Just as Ma Hongjun's words left his mouth, the Amling Heimo, who sprang into action, revealing its enormous maw and lunging straight for Zhao Wujing's head. Amidst the thunderous roar of the tiger, a wave of terrifying mental assault washed over the group, causing them to feel dizzy. "This is bad. It's a mental attack. Old Zhao, be careful." Flinder reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of the others to shield them from the Amling Heimo, whose soul attack. Despite Flinder's superior mental strength, he paled slightly from the unexpected blow. It was evident he had underestimated the beast. Zhao Wujing, with his lesser spiritual power, was even more vulnerable, but fortunately Ma Hongjun's timely warning allowed him to shout out, unleashing his fastest first soul skill. First soul skill, Immovable King Body. The Immovable King Body unleashed a brilliant golden light, rebounding any attacks received within a 3-meter radius. Zhao Wujing's robust physique activated his first soul ring almost instantaneously, radiating intense golden light. The Amling Hei Mo, whose serrated attack struck Zhao Wujing, only to be repelled, crashing into a nearby tree and collapsing, blood spilling from its mouth. However, Zhao Wujing was also left dazed by the hidden soul attack embedded within that strike. Something is amiss. This Amling Hei Mo, who is already significantly injured. Could there be other powerful soul beasts nearby that have wounded it, despite its strength being comparable to a 10,000-year soul beast? Ma Hongjun discerned the oddity. While Zhao Wujing was indeed powerful, his first soul skill's immovable king body could only reflect physical attacks, and it was insufficient to severely injure such a formidable beast. Clearly, the Amling Hei Mo, who was already in a weakened state. Then why couldn't it be a human? Fat Tiger innocently questioned, voicing the group's confusion, as they were unaware of Ma Hongjun's reasoning. This was the inner region of the Stardow Forest, and the Amling Hei Mo, who had not fled. 10,000-year soul beasts possessed a consciousness akin to that of a child, exhibiting strong territorial instincts. Tiger-class soul beasts rank just below dragon and phoenix bloodline beasts. And the Amling Hei Mo, who was among the top tier, it would not abandon its territory against another soul beast, even at the cost of its life. However, if a human soul master sought to hunt it, it would flee if it felt outmatched. Noticing Tang San's somewhat puzzled expression directed at him, Ma Hongjun smiled and patiently explained the rationale. With his current understanding of soul beasts, he was no longer inferior to Tang San and in some rare soul beasts. He even surpassed him. This only proved how wise his choice was to forego apprenticing under a master. Merely mastering the knowledge from Shrek Academy's literature allowed him to rival Tang San, highlighting the lack of emphasis on theoretical knowledge in Douluo continent. Oh, I see now, the group exclaimed in realization. Meanwhile, Zhao Wujing, having regained his composure, glared furiously at the bloodied Amling Hei Mo who, unwilling to let it go. Feeling insulted, he activated his martial soul's true form, the mighty golden bear. The balance of battle shifted dramatically, and soon the Amling Hei Mo, who, a top predator among soul beasts, found itself gasping for breath. Stop. If you continue, Mubai's soul ring will be lost. Mubai, hurry and finish it off quickly, Flender said, unable to bear watching the Amling Hei Mo who suffer at Zhao Wujing's hands. Understood. Dai Mubai stepped forward with a dagger, swiftly ending the life of the unfortunate Amling Hei Mo who. Chapter 124. The sacrifice of flesh. A glimmer of relief passed through the Amling Hei Mo whose eyes. It had initially believed itself fortunate to encounter a severely injured 30,000-year soul beast, thinking its strength could rival that of a 10,000-year beast, easily devouring its life essence. The Amling Hei Mo, who was special, capable of absorbing the life essence of others due to its mutation. However, to its surprise, the already wounded 10,000-year soul beast was no mere foe. It was also a mutated soul beast, its strength comparable to that of an ordinary 50,000-year soul beast. And its mental prowess was exceptionally formidable. A circle of dazzling purple soul rings slowly emerged from the corpse of the Amling Hei Mo, who, and a glimmer of joy flashed in Dai Mubai's eyes. From the previous confrontation between Zhao Wujing and this soul beast, he could tell that it was extraordinarily powerful, even managing to inflict significant injury on Zhao Wujing while already in a weakened state. Though Zhao Wujing's mental injury was partly due to his own negligence, it was undeniable that the Amling Hei Mo who itself was incredibly strong. It was beyond their current capabilities to confront. They would need to reach the rank of high-level soul kings to even stand a chance against this beast, which, despite being under 10,000 years in age, possessed strength that rivaled that of a true 10,000-year soul beast. In truth, the soul ring of this Amling Hei Mo, who was a coveted treasure sought after by most feline soul beast martial soul masters. And Dai Mubai's encounter with it was indeed a stroke of luck. All right, Mubai, quickly sit cross-legged and absorb the energy. Hongjun, go and protect him. Lao Zhao, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and restore your depleted spiritual energy. Everyone, set up camp nearby. Although this area is likely the territory of this soul beast, and other soul beasts should not be present, it is wise to remain vigilant. Keep an eye on your surroundings while I scout ahead. Upon resolving the soul beast issue, Flanders began to organize everyone into their respective roles. The current Flanders was markedly different from his former self. As the Grand Elder of the Tian Luo Di Wang, his authority, while not as elevated as that of Ning Fengji, the leader of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, was not far behind the leaders of the other four sects. His presence had grown significantly more imposing, and his commands were delivered with unequivocal clarity. Hongjun, as the leader, felt an undeniable sense of constraint under Flanders' orders and could only obediently sit beside Dalu to provide protection. In truth, Hongjun yearned to scout the area for a suitable 10,000-year soul beast for himself. But he understood that Flanders would not permit such recklessness and thus refrained from voicing his desire. The others resumed their recuperation or set up camp, while Flanders conducted his own reconnaissance. Bored, Hongjun began to examine the corpse of the soul beast beside Dalu. He suddenly noticed that the lower abdomen of the tiger, which was about 4 to 5 meters in size, was covered in numerous small wounds, some of which appear to be darkened. This resembled the aftermath of a snake bite. What kind of snake could possess such formidable biting strength? This was the renowned, defensively superior, rare soul beast, the Ling He Mo, who yet had sustained so many injuries. Hongjun felt a sense of dread wash over him. At that moment, he was struck by an unsettling sensation, as if something were watching him from the shadows. He rose to his feet, maintaining a calm facade, and made his way to the tent occupied by Tang San and Oscar, leaving Zhu Zhuqing to guard the recovering Zhao Wuji. He intended to check on Dalu, who was currently absorbing the soul ring. Inside the tent, Xiao, Ao, and Tang, some were seated on the carpet, meditating. Dalu's recent breakthrough had placed considerable pressure on the others, especially since they were aware that Hongjun was also on the verge of obtaining his second hidden soul ring, heightening the sense of urgency. It was understood that once Hongjun acquired the second hidden soul ring, his soul power, regardless of its purity, would elevate him by at least one level, potentially advancing him to the realm of a level 40 soul master. Upon seeing Hongjun enter the tent suddenly, both of them opened their eyes, gazing at him with curiosity. Hongjun, what brings you here? Didn't the dean instruct you to guard Dalu? Oscar inquired, puzzled. Given Dalu's physical resilience, there should be no issue. Although the Ling He Mo, who was powerful, the soul rings it produced were still within the range of a 1,000-year soul ring. So there was no cause for concern. I came to ask if you have felt a sensation of being watched, Hongjun replied, scanning the surroundings with a serious demeanor while using his unique soul power to shield everything around them. Are you suggesting that someone is tracking us? Or perhaps a soul beast? Oscar speculated seriously, despite not feeling anything himself. He had never doubted Hongjun's words. Hearing you say that, I too sense a feeling of being observed. If it were a human soul master, we would certainly have noticed. It appears we might indeed be under the watch of a unique soul beast, one that may possess intelligence comparable to that of a human, Tang Sin reflected, recalling the events of the day and analyzing the situation. However, do not panic. Since this unseen presence has not revealed itself, it is likely that it does not harbor malicious intent. Once the dean returns, we should promptly find a suitable soul ring and depart from this place. Hongjun reassured them. Although he harbored his own suspicions, he did not dare to voice them, seeking confirmation from the astute Tang San and Oscar. He suspected that Ming had returned to seek Xiao Wu, perhaps refraining from interrupting them this time after heeding her advice. Unbeknownst to Hongjun, while his guess was close, it was not entirely accurate. Approximately 200 meters away from their camp, a massive ape lounged beside a cluster of granite boulders, its body seemingly blending with the surrounding rocks in a comical manner. Beside it lay a severely injured giant serpent, known as the Yuming Du Jiao Shi. Had Hongjun been present, he would have recognized this serpent as the very soul beast he encountered in the hunting soul forest. You say your life is nearing its end, and among those ahead is a familiar human who saved you? Ming, the Titan great ape, gazed at the serpent, which was no larger than an arm, with a somewhat simple-minded expression. The serpent nodded and communicated in a unique manner. Are you asking me to hold off their powerful ones while you attempt a forced sacrifice? No, I cannot harm them. They're friends of Sister Xiao Wu. Erming quickly shook his head, conflicted. The serpent's eyes revealed a sense of helplessness, and after much persuasion, it finally convinced Erming, implying that this would only benefit them without causing harm. Although the Yuming Du Jiao, she was not among the most powerful of top-tier soul beasts. With a cultivation of around 60,000 years, its soul had undergone a peculiar transformation, rendering its intelligence superior even to that of Erming, a 100,000-year soul beast. After being pursued by Bibi Dong, she had speculated that Hongjun might betray her, as she viewed both him and Bibi Dong as humans. However, after fearing for a long time without encountering Bibi Dong again, she realized that Hongjun must have concealed her whereabouts, even leading that terrifying woman astray. Despite being gravely injured by a tidal Douluo sent by that woman recently, she had once again managed to escape. Coupled with her unfortunate encounter with the Enlinghe Mo Hu, her situation had become dire. Nevertheless, she possessed a means of survival. Although this method would leave her as nothing but a soul, it was preferable to death. This method was known as a physical sacrifice, a forbidden technique she discovered in an ancient ruin, and she would only resort to it when absolutely necessary, lest she benefit a human. Chapter 125. A fortuitous encounter. After leaving the tent, Hongjun returned outside and sat beside Zhu Zhuqing, slowly settling down. Fifth brother. Zhu Zhuqing softly called out, hesitating as if she had something to say. What is it, Zhuqing? Hongjun turned to her, puzzled. After knowing each other for so long, aren't you curious about my origins? Don't you want to know the relationship between me and Dalu? Zhu Zhuqing asked almost instinctively. Having spent over half a year together, they were well acquainted through their frequent training sessions. However, Hongjun had never inquired about their backgrounds, rendering him somewhat of a mysterious figure in their eyes. Nevertheless, his martial soul was rather down to earth, often eliciting playful teasing from them. Zhuqing, have you never considered completing the family mission alongside Dalu Bai? Ma Hongjun did not respond to Zhu Zhuqing's question, but rather spoke directly and plainly. You know, Zhu Zhuqing exclaimed in surprise, her expression revealing a hint of joy. I am well aware of each of your backgrounds, but such matters are of little consequence to me. What truly matters is that we are partners. Should any difficulties arise in the future, feel free to seek my assistance. Ma Hongjun nodded lightly. Well, I shall not hold back when the time comes, for you are my fifth brother, Zhu Zhuqing said, her cheeks flushing, as she boldly expressed such straightforward sentiments for the first time. All right, you should return and rest. Tomorrow morning, we must continue our search for the next spirit ring. After several days of travel, it is indeed time to recuperate. Ma Hongjun did not intend to remind Zhu Zhuqing that apart from causing her worry, there was little else he could offer. Very well, Zhu Zhuqing replied reluctantly, standing up as she sensed that Ma Hongjun did not wish to continue their conversation. Ma Hongjun's handsome appearance and enigmatic abilities were significant factors that attracted the attention of girls his age. It was inconceivable for either Ning Rongrong or Zhu Zhuqing to claim they harbored no feelings for him. However, despite this attraction, given Ma Hongjun's rather oblivious demeanor, it was unlikely he would find a girlfriend unless a beauty were to take the initiative. Clearly, given Zhu Zhuqing's personality, unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was improbable that their relationship would transcend friendship, as if fate conspired to assist Ma Hongjun. Just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to return to the tent where the girls resided, her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a massive serpent shadow swiftly approaching Ma Hongjun. Simultaneously, not far away, Flinder looked on with a wry smile at the Titan giant ape blocking his path, unsure of how to proceed. The Titan giant ape merely obstructed Flinder's return without harming him, exerting a formidable presence that rendered him motionless. Seeing Flinder stand still, the Titan giant ape mirrored his inaction. Flinder, anxious for Ma Hongjun's safety, attempted to navigate around the Titan giant ape, but found it impossible to do so. Although he could fly using his martial soul, the Titan giant ape, being a 100,000-year spirit beast, possessed terrifying agility and speed, capable of striking him down before he could take off. Consequently, Flinder remained stationary, engaging in a peculiar standoff with the Titan giant ape, one large and one small, creating a rather strange tableau. Flinders sensed that the Titan giant ape bore no malice towards him, though he found its obstruction perplexing. Meanwhile, upon perceiving the serpent shadow, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly unleashed the distinctive speed of a Minggong Shi Aoenzun, swiftly lifting Ma Hongjun's robust waist and racing toward Zhao Wujing. "Be careful! Teacher Zhao, wake up!" she shouted. At her call, the others in the tent, particularly Tang, San, and Oscar, who were already on guard, swiftly emerged to shield Dai Mubai, who was still absorbing the spirit ring, their expressions grave as they gazed at the terrifying serpent before them. Concurrently, Zhao Wujing's tightly shut eyes instinctively flew open, and he sprang forth to protect everyone. A closer inspection of Zhao Wujing's expression would reveal something amiss. Strangely, the enormous serpent displayed no intention to attack. Instead, it halted 10 meters away from Ma Hongjun, fixating its gaze on him with a penetrating stare. "Yoming Du Jiaosha? Is that you?" Ma Hongjun exclaimed in surprise, seemingly recalling something. Before anyone could inquire further, an astonishing sight unfolded as the giant serpent nodded in a remarkably human-like manner. A glimmer of joy appeared on its immense face, as if it were pleased that Ma Hongjun remembered it. "Hongjun, you recognize it?" Oscar asked, looking at Ma Hongjun with curiosity. The others, noticing the serpent's non-aggressive demeanor, relaxed their tense expressions and turned their puzzled gazes towards Ma Hongjun. "I had a brief encounter with it when I was younger, while accompanying my teacher deep within the Hunting Soul Forest. I'm uncertain why it has come to the Star Doe Forest now," Ma Hongjun explained, somewhat bewildered. "Hongjun, this spirit beast appears to be gravely injured. It seems to be seeking our help. Should we assist?" Tang Sen observed keenly, noticing the bloodied and mangled tail of the Yoming Du Jiaosha, its scales near the 7-inch mark ravaged by some powerful attack. To their astonishment, the Yoming Du Jiaosha rapidly nodded, as if affirming yes. "Indeed, that is correct." The others then recognized the gravity of the situation and instinctively turned their attention to Ma Hongjun, who was focused on the somewhat disoriented Zhao Wujing. It was evident that Ma Hongjun had become the spiritual core among the Shrek 7 devils, a fact even the decisive Tang San had overlooked. Ever since Ma Hongjun had introduced them to the celestial herbs that enhanced their talents, they had naturally gravitated towards him, instinctively seeking his counsel on significant matters. This was undoubtedly compounded by Zhao Wujing's current mental disarray. Observing Zhao Wujing, who stood protectively before them like a hen guarding its chicks, albeit somewhat dazed, Ma Hongjun felt both helpless and touched. He employed his voice to awaken Zhao Wujing, saying, "Teacher Zhao, please wake up. Do you think we should engage with this spirit beast, or should we wait for your return to decide?" At that moment, before Zhao Wujing could respond, Ning Rongrong's voice, tinged with discontent, suddenly rang out among the group. "Zhuqing, why are you still holding on to Fifth Brother's waist?" Though her tone was somewhat bashful, it was laced with jealousy. "Ah, I didn't mean to." Zhu Zhuqing quickly released her embrace around Ma Hongjun, feeling embarrassed. She was acutely aware of Ning Rongrong's significant feelings for Ma Hongjun. Hence, she rarely expressed her own emotions in that regard. "Oh, so that was intentional. Well done. Hongjun, you've managed to win over our youngest, Zhuqing." Oscar teased with a mischievous grin as he looked at Ma Hongjun. The others regarded the pair with knowing smiles, while Dai Mubai appeared somewhat uncomfortable. Having sensed Zhu Zhuqing's growing affection for Ma Hongjun, he understood he had little chance. Yet, given Ma Hongjun's selfless gift of celestial herbs, he secretly hoped for a budding relationship between Zhu Zhuqing and Ma Hongjun. However, despite his thoughts, the reality of the situation left him feeling somewhat uneasy. Seeing that everyone had relaxed their guard and completely overlooked the presence of a Yoming Du Jiaosha, Ma Hongjun could not help but feel a sense of exasperation. "It is not the time to discuss such matters. May I call you Xiaoyu? How may I assist you?" Ma Hongjun cast a helpless glance at the somewhat raucous Oscar and Fat Tiger before directing his gaze towards the path of the Yuming Du Jiaoshi. Before the Yuming Du Jiao, she could respond, a grave shout echoed through the air. "Everyone, be cautious. I may not be its match. Retreat." At this moment, Zhao Wujia was fully awakened, yet it was evident that he had not grasped the current situation. What are you still doing? Why aren't you retreating? Zhao Wujia exclaimed, noticing the crowd's lack of reaction. There is no need to panic, Teacher Zhao. The reason we are not retreating is that this soul beast seems to harbor no ill intent towards us. Ma Hongjun was the first to explain to Zhao Wujia. He then elaborated on the events that had transpired. Simultaneously, he felt a touch of gratitude for Zhao Wujia's protective nature. At that moment, neither Tang San, nor Dai, Mubai, nor Oscar showed any sign of ridicule toward Zhao Wujia. Their sense of belonging to Shrek Academy grew even stronger. This was the embodiment of a Shrek Academy teacher, who, regardless of personal danger, prioritized the safety of his students. Any student would feel moved by Zhao Wujia's current demeanor. Teacher, how is your mental strength recovering? Fat Tiger asked, wiping away a tear, his innocence shining through. You foolish boy, why are you crying? How unmanly. I'm not dead. My mental strength has merely suffered a slight injury. A half-month of recuperation will suffice, Zhao Wujia retorted, attempting to disguise the emotions he felt from the student's concern with a feigned sternness. Meanwhile, the Yuming Dujiao, she was internally distressed, feeling utterly disregarded by these individuals. With this thought, she decided to forego any further dialogue. Suddenly, a brilliant black light erupted from her body, and before Ma Hongjun could react, it shot directly into his mind. Be careful. Tang San was the first to warn. Zhao Wujia followed closely behind, yet despite their quick reflexes, they were unable to intervene in time. Ma Hongjun collapsed to the ground as a gentle female voice resonated deep within his consciousness. Do not panic, it is I. Channel your soul power fully and absorb a portion of my energy. I will assist you in breaking through to the 40th level, and then you may obtain my soul ring. A slender, ethereal figure appeared in Ma Hongjun's consciousness, speaking softly. There is no need for that. I prefer to cultivate my own soul power. If your intent is to prolong your life through this method, I can assist you. My martial soul is rather unique, and I can absorb a soul ring at this moment. Ma Hongjun, appearing calm, countered, quickly deducing the Yuming Dujiao, Shi's intentions. With his astute intellect, he connected the dots to the sacrificial aspect, recalling the Ice Emperor and Snow Emperor from Douluo, thus understanding what the Yuming Dujiao Shi sought. Within his consciousness, no soul entity could rival him. The Yuming Dujiao Shi clearly understood this, yet still chose to appear, indicating she did not wish him harm. Very well. I trust you. You need only preserve a fragment of your soul power for me, and I shall repay you in the future, the Yuming Dujiao, she replied. There is no need for future repayment. Simply teach me this sacrificial method, and I will agree to absorb your soul ring. Furthermore, it may also grant the possibility of reviving your soul. Ma Hongjun, not one to be easily swayed, clearly understood the Yuming Dujiao, Shi's motives, and began to negotiate. The Yuming Dujiao, she was taken aback, feeling exasperated. She was offering him a soul ring over 50,000 years old, and he was making such demands. However, the last statement from Ma Hongjun intrigued her, though she was not easily deceived. How will you revive me? She inquired. Better to live in a state of uncertainty than to perish. Otherwise, I would not have chosen to parasite on your soul ring, she added. Achieve godhood. As my soul ring, once your soul enters the divine realm, there will be ways to reconstruct your physical body. Reviving you will be a simple matter, Ma Hongjun stated, his words unwavering and profound. You are aware of the divine beings. It seems my choice was not in vain. Very well, I agree to your terms. The Yuming Dujiao Shi, having anticipated the worst, pondered briefly before resolutely acquiescing. She had long sensed that Ma Hongjun was extraordinary. Otherwise, she would not have chosen him. She was acutely aware that achieving divinity would grant her a new lease on life, which is why she selected Ma Hongjun, who had the greatest potential for divinity. As a surge of soul power entered Ma Hongjun's mind, he began to absorb the surrounding energy, guided by the resonance of their energies. The lifeless body of the Yuming Dujiao, she began to drift towards him. A circle of radiant black soul rings illuminated from her corpse and rapidly fused with Ma Hongjun's body. The lucky grass martial soul manifested in the palm of his right hand, and the black soul ring shrank at a visible speed. ascending towards the position of Ma Hongjun's second hidden soul ring. Yellow, yellow, purple, black, purple. 5 soul rings floated around a lucky grass. This configuration, while not extraordinary, was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. Moreover, it was essential to remember that Ma Hongjun was not a soul king, but a soul master. Indeed, after absorbing the soul ring, Ma Hongjun's soul power advanced a level, reaching the threshold of soul master. With the acquisition of the 4th soul ring, he would officially enter the soul master realm. There is a soul bone located at the head of my serpent's body, a spiritual manifestation of wisdom. You should absorb it as well. Though it is merely over 50,000 years old, due to my uniqueness, this soul bone can evolve with continuous energy absorption. My soul power is currently too weak and will soon fall into slumber. I will rely on you henceforth, the gentle voice in his mind concluded, falling silent thereafter. The entire process of absorbing the soul ring took no more than 10 minutes. An astonishingly swift accomplishment, as no soul master on the continent had ever recorded such rapid absorption. Even with a 10,000-year soul ring. Chapter 127. Wisdom Soul Bone. What happened? Xiaoma, what soul skill did you obtain? As soon as Ma Hongjun opened his eyes, he was met with Fat Tiger's concerned expression. Without responding to Fat Tiger's inquiry or acknowledging the curious gazes of the others, he approached the head of the Yuming Dujiao Shi, drew a dagger, and without hesitation, separated the flesh to extract a soul bone radiating with multicolored light. The spirit-condensing wisdom soul bone was comparable to the soul bone Tang San acquired in the original narrative, suitable for control-type soul masters. Naturally, it was also of great importance to other soul masters. Ma Hongjun had prepared himself to endure the shock from a 10,000-year soul ring. Yet he had unexpectedly acquired one so effortlessly. His physical capabilities saw a significant enhancement, particularly his mental strength, which had also made considerable progress. Glancing at the soul bone before him, Ma Hongjun felt confident that upon absorbing it, he would undoubtedly possess mental strength rivaling that of Soul Sage. A soul bone. 5th brother, your luck is simply beyond words. It's extraordinary. Even within our 7-treasure glazed tile school, there are hardly a handful of soul bones over 10,000 years old. How is it possible that you obtained a soul ring and soul bone simply by visiting the Stardow Forest? What divine luck is this? Ningronggrong exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment, her face flush with envy. My other martial soul, which you all are aware of, is Siyi Chao, also known as Lucky Clover. I believe this is likely related to the innate skill of luck that the martial soul possesses. Ma Hongjun pondered for a moment and explained to the others that he felt particularly fortunate. The gazes of his companions were filled with envy, yet devoid of jealousy. Rather, they were genuinely happy for him. After all, the Shrek 7 devils function as a cohesive unit, and Ma Hongjun's newfound strength can be seen as a collective enhancement for them all. Indeed, Hongjun's martial soul is truly unique, and such attributes might be a compensatory factor for his restriction to the soul master rank. Even the teacher had never encountered such a martial soul. And based on the teacher's speculation, Hongjun's second martial soul, being limited to the soul master rank, means he need not worry about the troubles typically associated with twin martial souls. Tang San expressed his envy openly. Although we have always known that Hongjun is extraordinary, we never anticipated he would possess such an extraordinary second martial soul with a built-in luck attribute, even if it only allows him to reach the soul master level. I would gladly accept it, Damubai added, having finished absorbing a soul ring, standing up with a hint of jealousy. In truth, the master's assertion is not entirely accurate. If I were merely absorbing soul rings of normal limits, my physical constitution would naturally pose no concern. However, my soul rings far exceed the normal configuration. After just absorbing the soul ring from the Yuming Dujiao Shi, I felt a sharp pain coursing through my body. Should I attempt to absorb a 4th soul ring immediately, I might provoke a backlash from my own soul power, Ma Hongjun retorted, somewhat dismissively. Though he kept his thoughts to himself, he did not intend to contradict the master's words. Rather, he spoke from experience. The master is indeed intelligent and has conducted profound research into martial soul theory, but that applies primarily to ordinary soul masters. For someone of his caliber, The master's theories are meant to be transcended. Of course, if he were to absorb the fourth soul ring now, it would not pose a problem, but he would have to continually utilize the characteristics of the sun-breathing technique. Although the soul power consumption for employing the sun-breathing technique is minimal, it would nonetheless impact his rate of soul power cultivation. While utilizing the technique, he cannot operate the soul power route through the sun-breathing method, relying solely on meditation for training. Given the density of his soul power, achieving even a single level increase in a year would be commendable. This is still considering his extraordinary talent. If it were anyone else besides Tang San, they might not even manage a single level increase. He had no doubt that Tang San could progress, as he is the child of destiny, a name that resonates throughout the realm, defying conventional expectations. Can we return now? Ning Rongrong asked excitedly. After such a lengthy search, without the luxury of bathing or shopping, she felt rather unwell. Yes, we can return once the dean is back. Oscar, hand me a mushroom sausage. I shall scout for the teacher's position and see how he fares, Ma Hongjun said, glancing at Oscar with concern for Flinder's safety since he had yet to return. All right, but you mustn't mock me, Oscar replied somewhat reluctantly. I promise not to mock you, Ma Hongjun said, stifling a laugh at Oscar's peculiar soul spell. Uncle Big Sausage, there's no need to be shy. We've seen it before. Oh, it seems Hongjun hasn't actually seen your mushroom sausage, Xiao Wu teased playfully. I have heard the master speak of Oscar's soul skill. Practicality is paramount, and the soul spell is inconsequential. Rest assured, I shall not laugh, Ma Hongjun encouraged. I have a mushroom sausage, Oscar announced dramatically, and with a flourish. He revealed a mushroom sausage with a small round bulge at the top, slightly thinner below. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun couldn't contain himself and burst out laughing, much to the amusement of the others. Did you not agree not to laugh? Oscar lamented, pointing at everyone in frustration. I hadn't finished speaking. Unless I simply couldn't hold it in, Ma Hongjun quipped, uncharacteristically joking with his friends. Just as he was about to take the sausage, Flinder returned, looking somewhat pale. Teacher, what happened? Did you encounter any trouble? Ma Hongjun quickly withdrew his hand from the mushroom sausage, reluctant to consume it under such circumstances. Although Oscar's third soul skill only allowed for a minute of flight, it utilized the speed of the wind-tail rooster snake. While Ma Hongjun could fly, his speed was less than commendable, vastly inferior to that of the wind-tail rooster snake. Unless he employed the phoenix wing sky soar technique, he could not sustain prolonged flight. Given the purity of his soul power, flying for several hours would be feasible, but in the Stardow forest, every ounce of soul power is crucial. In the event of an emergency, insufficient soul power could prove fatal. I encountered the Titan giant ape, which Xiao San faced last time. Strangely, it showed no inclination to attack me. It merely obstructed my return path. I was concerned you all might be in danger, but seeing you unharmed brings me relief, Flinder explained, his expression improving as he noted everyone was safe. He then elaborated on the situation. Only Xiao Wu's expression changed slightly. Though she concealed it well, apart from Ma Hongjun, no one noticed her shift in demeanor. Tang San stepped forward to provide Flinder with a detailed account of their encounter. It seems the Yuming Dujiao, she is acquainted with the Titan giant ape, perhaps fearing that my presence could disrupt its sacrificial offering, which is why it had the Titan giant ape block my path. However, how did it persuade the Titan giant ape to assist it? The Titan giant ape is a 100,000-year soul beast. Defeating me would be effortless for it. It is truly puzzling, Flinder mused, stroking his chin in contemplation. Since everyone is safe, let's not dwell on such matters. We should return to Shrek Academy as soon as possible, Ma Hongjun said, thoughtfully, casting a glance at Xiao Wu, harboring unspoken suspicions. The group nodded in agreement, feeling that their venture into the Stardow forest had been surprisingly uneventful, marking their first experience of soul ring acquisition as remarkably straightforward. Chapter 128, A Great Change. Mandatory reading. Without reading, one cannot comprehend the latter parts. Ma Hongjun had no intention of exposing Xiao Wu's soul beast identity in front of the others. Although their bonds had strengthened significantly, they had yet to reach the level of life and death unity depicted in the original text. No one could guarantee that someone would not succumb to their own desires and harm Xiao Wu. It is best to maintain the current dynamics. Having resolved not to absorb the soul ring immediately to advance to the soul master rank, Ma Hongjun was more determined than ever to organize rigorous training upon their return. However, an astonishing event transpired on their way back. Gazing at the 1,000 points of benevolence displayed within the depths of his consciousness, Ma Hongjun gritted his teeth and clicked a draw. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ultimate treasure, Meteor Tier. Drawing anomaly detected. Meteor Tier has been intercepted by a mysterious entity, tearing through the dimensional barrier between the small world and Douluo world. Would you like to activate the luck attribute to acquire Meteor Tier? The system's melodious electronic voice echoed within Ma Hongjun's mind, prompting him to inquire how to activate the luck attribute, whether it could be activated independently, and if there would be any repercussions following activation. The host need not worry. There will be no adverse effects. However, it will cause the host's fortune to remain concealed for 3 years, devoid of the fortuitous attributes bestowed by the lucky grass martial soul. In other words, the host will only possess the fortune that remains after the lucky grass is removed. I cannot accept this. Does this not equate to having the same fortune as that lecherous fat man? I would be perpetually suppressed by Tang San. This is unacceptable. I demand compensation. The response came promptly. As compensation, the host may gain the right to freely traverse the dimensional barriers. Ma Hongjun merely mentioned this in passing, not expecting actual compensation. Without further ado, and fearing that delays might lead to unforeseen complications, he stated, "Spirit, why are you hesitating? Quickly activate the lucky attributes to obtain the Meteor Tier." In his quest for the Meteor Tier, Ma Hongjun was determined. Fortunately, he was not prohibited from using soul skills. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to endure and still choose to acquire the Meteor Tier. After all, it was the greatest boon that could aid the third-ranked figure on the Hongmeng Golden List, Qin Yu, in his ascent, rendering the Divine King of the Douluo world a mere shadow in comparison. Even if it meant relinquishing the Phoenix martial soul, he would unhesitatingly opt for the Meteor Tier, let alone merely losing the lucky attributes for 3 years. Congratulations! The host has activated 1/9 of the lucky attributes of the Meteor Tier, acquiring a mysterious seed left behind by the 9-leaf swordgrass. Why is only 1/9 of the Meteor Tier left? The 9-leaf swordgrass? Might it be one of the 10 fiends from the perfect world, with one leaf capable of obscuring the eyes and another capable of cleaving the stars? The 9-leafed swordgrass, one of the 10 fiends, originates from the realms above and below, its leaves resembling swords, comprising 9 in total. The 4 immortal kings descended upon its roots, engaging in a fierce battle against 4 formidable beings from another realm, after which it vanished. What Ma Hongjun did not know was that this seed was not only a seed of the 9-leaf swordgrass, but also the sole remnant left behind after the Emperor of the Wasteland. Sure Hao resurrected the 9-leaf swordgrass and ascended to the realm of the immortal Emperor, subsequently waging war against the heavens. Would the host like to consume half the energy of a Meteor Tier to merge the seed of the 9-leaf swordgrass into the martial soul, the 4-leaf grass? What changes might occur upon merging into the martial soul? Ma Hongjun suppressed his excitement and cautiously inquired. Upon merging, the martial soul will ascend to the 9-leaf swordgrass, inheriting its legacy, while simultaneously retaining the abilities of the lucky grass. Merge. It is imperative to merge, irrespective of the consequences. Proceed immediately. In the sea of consciousness, Ma Hongjun nearly roared in fervor. Merging in progress. 1, 2, 3. Ma Hongjun restrained his excitement, his eyes fixated on the changes within the attribute panel. However, when the progress reached 10%, the progress bar abruptly halted. Ma Hongjun felt as though he had swallowed something bitter. Spirit, why has the progress bar ceased? His emotions were akin to a roller coaster, swinging wildly. The energy of the seed of the 9-leaf swordgrass contains a strong sense of resistance. Merging will require time, estimated to be around 1 year. You cannot be suggesting that the abilities of the lucky grass martial soul cannot be utilized during the merging process, can you? Ma Hongjun inquired suspiciously. The green panel, which represents the spirit, remained silent. Yet, Ma Hongjun felt he was correct, just as he was about to demand benefits. The spirit's voice echoed once more. The soul skill abilities cannot be utilized temporarily. The first soul ring skill can be used once the progress bar exceeds 10%. The second soul ring skill after 20%, and so forth. Hidden soul ring skills are unaffected. Phew, that is a relief. It seems it will not take long. By the way, what is the name of the world connected to the Douluo world? Ma Hongjun exhaled, reassured that it would not be an eternity and that all his soul skills would be operational in less than half a year. Just as he was about to withdraw from the sea of consciousness, he suddenly remembered something and could not help but ask. The Three Kingdoms world. Furthermore, I must remind the host that, due to the unique abilities of the lucky grass, the meteor tear shattered the dimensional barrier, resulting in its fragmentation into 81 smaller pieces, with a significant portion falling into the Three Kingdoms world to seek a master on its own. The 1/9 you possess is the most substantial among all the meteor tears. The Three Kingdoms. Is it the one I am familiar with? Ma Hongjun did not initially concern himself with the whereabouts of the other meteor tears, but upon hearing the mention of the Three Kingdoms world, he was overcome with emotion. Indeed, it is the microcosm of the ancient world from my past life, with myriad projections across countless realms. However, only one identical world exists in the cosmos, and this is the Three Kingdoms that the host understands. Hearing about the ancient figures of his previous world in this otherworldly realm, Ma Hongjun could not help but feel a warm sense of home. In this life, I have no regrets entering Huaxia. In my next life, I wish to remain a Chinese. Having been reborn, Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming impulse to immerse himself in Huaxia. In his past life, he was a fervent patriot who cherished everything about Huaxia, especially its rich history and the great figures and heroes that emerged throughout. The Three Kingdoms world is undoubtedly a realm teeming with heroes and loyal individuals. Aside from myself, can others enter the Three Kingdoms world? After the initial excitement subsided, Ma Hongjun grew concerned for the safety of the Three Kingdoms world. He had automatically placed himself within the faction of the Three Kingdoms. Two worlds connected would inevitably lead to conflicts, perhaps even war. Although he held a fondness for the Douluo world, his heart still resided with Huaxia. Rest assured, host, after 1 year, the world passage will fully open, and only individuals with spirit power exceeding that of a titled Douluo will be able to traverse freely between the two realms. Moreover, during the year preceding this, the spiritual energy of both worlds will be entirely identical, allowing the martial generals and advisors of the Three Kingdoms world to gradually awaken their martial souls and, due to the laws of the world, to independently condense soul rings. Their power will be formidable, and is highly likely that, due to the remnants of the meteor tear, their strength will surpass that of the Douluo world. Phew, that is reassuring. Ma Hongjun finally felt at ease. He exited the sea of consciousness, producing a gem resembling a tear, which was the remaining half of the 1/9 meteor tear he had acquired. He did not opt to absorb the life energy contained within, as it was crucial for the activation of the special talent skill obtained from his second hidden soul ring. Chapter 129, Devil Training I, Shrek Academy. In the office of the Academy's principal, Zhao Wujing, Flander, and Master Yu Xiaojing sat, in order of importance. A day had passed since their return from the Star Doe Forest, and the journey back had been uneventful, with no incidents occurring. Or rather, the events that did transpire were beyond the perception of individuals of their caliber. On that day, the dimensional passage linked, and, aside from Dalu in the Spirit Hall, Poseidon on Sea God Island, and several mysterious beings within the Soul Beast Forest, only a handful of hidden, top-tier experts could vaguely sense the connection between the Three Kingdoms world and the Douluo world. However, as the passage had not fully opened, it was fraught with terrifying spatial turbulence, deterring even titled Douluo from daring to step inside, thus rendering the matter unresolved. Nevertheless, the grand enshrined of the Spirit Hall, Dalu, the strongest limit Doa in the skies above Douluo continent, close to semi-divine power, asserted that once one reached title Douluo level, entry would be possible within a year. Simultaneously, they all discerned that the mysterious passage abruptly situated at the heart of Douluo Dalu led to an entirely new world. Should Dalu manage to engulf this continent, it would successfully elevate the world to a higher plane. Once the Douluo world ascends, the formidable titled Douluos would be granted the hope of achieving a 100-level promotion, as well as the prospect of longevity. Such information, of course, was beyond the perception of these titled Douluos. It was a subtle feedback emanating from the Douluo world's mother star, seeking to devour the Three Kingdoms world. Flander, seated at the main position, adjusted his vintage spectacles and, with a grimace, recounted, "Xiao Gang, you cannot fathom the dangers we encountered in the Stardow Forest. We nearly did not return. I even encountered the Titan Great Ape that old Zhao and his companions faced last time. How did you manage to return safely?" Yu Xiao Gang, initially composed, was taken aback upon hearing Flander's words. Given his understanding of Flander, he knew that Flander would never jest about such matters, especially considering the significant change in Flander's demeanor, which had become much more composed. Flander elaborated on their harrowing experiences in the Stardow Forest, seeking clarity from the ever-intelligent master, who had profound insights into the theory of martial souls. However, how could Master have been privy to such horrifying occurrences? Coughing awkwardly, he said, "A 100,000-year soul beast possesses intelligence comparable to that of humans. It is not impossible to have a few soul beast companions. Perhaps the Titan Great Ape was compelled by the Yoming Du Jiaosha, which would explain why it obstructed you, the most powerful among us, without inflicting any harm. There may indeed be a connection or trade between them, but the specifics are beyond our knowledge. Had the Yoming Du Jiaosha been present, it would surely be astonished by the Master's intellect." Although the Master's conjecture was not entirely accurate, it was not far from the truth. Simply hearing the recounting of events allowed him to surmise the underlying reasons, which required both innate wisdom and an understanding of soul beasts. Naturally, had Hongjun been present, he would have scoffed, for anyone with an understanding of the rules governing Dalu could have deduced a general idea. This did not indicate any exceptional ability on the Master's part. It merely highlighted the specialization of expertise. If, as you say, the Titan Great Ape is a soul beast of no lesser cultivation than 100,000 years, there is indeed a possibility, Flander nodded, as it was his first encounter with a 100,000-year soul beast, and he had long suspected as much. Hearing the Master affirm that such soul beasts possess intelligence comparable to humans only solidified his conjecture. Well, as long as everything is fine. A 100,000-year soul beast is beyond our current level of engagement. Let us move past this topic. Flander, there is something I have been meaning to discuss with you. But since your journey to the Stardow Forest, I have not had the chance to express it. I believe your suggestion to have a 12-year-old student train with me alongside the other Shrek students lacks prudence. After all, students are merely students. No matter how talented they may be, they should not be tasked with responsibilities that fall upon us teachers. The Master endeavored to temper his tone, as he had always been somewhat discontented with Hongjun's privileges within the academy. He believed that such indulgence would inevitably foster a sense of entitlement in Hongjun, prompting him to offer a gentle admonition. "Master, you are well aware of Hongjun's talent, and he is steady and strong-willed. Surely, he does not require admonishment?" Zhao Wujing, not lacking in insight, discerned the Master's underlying message. Observing Flander deep in thought without response, he assumed he was contemplating how to address Hongjun, and thus interjected to advocate for him. He held a great affection for the boy, who was loyal, strong-willed, and exceptionally gifted, and, as their clandestine leader, he could not allow the Master to have free rein in his judgments. No, while his talent is indeed unparalleled in my experience, even comparable to Xiao San, he remains a student. His privileges within Shrek Academy are excessively vast. The Master was entirely unaware of Hongjun's true identity, as he had been instructed by Tang San to keep the secrets of their organization from Master. "Then, Master, what do you propose I do?" A soft voice drifted in from outside the window, as Hongjun happened upon the office just in time to overhear their conversation. Since you have arrived, I shall speak plainly. Tomorrow, you will undergo devil training, but you must follow my commands throughout. Your assistance is unnecessary." The Master did not exhibit any sign of embarrassment. Rather, he straightforwardly conveyed his thoughts. Flander's expression was one of discomfort, He found himself caught between his closest brother and a cherished friend, unsure of how to navigate any potential conflict. Ma Hongjun entered the room, casting a glance at the silent Flander, and despite harboring some inner dissatisfaction, he refrained from displaying anger. Being a person of great filial piety, he did not wish to place Flander in a difficult position. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and said, "While I certainly cannot rival the master's theoretical knowledge, I am amenable to following your commands. However, when it comes to training soul masters and understanding the strengths of the Shrek 8 monsters, I doubt anyone possesses greater clarity than I. I have garnered a comprehensive understanding of your strengths through Flander's descriptions, and I have watched Xiao San and Xiao Wu grow. I believe I know their circumstances better than you." A smile finally graced the master's lips, as he felt pleased with Ma Hongjun's perceptiveness. "Since you are so confident, why not wager? During tomorrow's training, based on your understanding of our capabilities, you may instruct us to run with a weighted burden. If your judgment fails to push us to our limits, I shall guide you on how to train. Conversely, if we all reach our limits, then you shall have one, and I will defer to your arrangements." A mischievous smile crept onto Ma Hongjun's face as he spoke lightly. How did you know the content of my first phase of training? Did Flander inform you? If you doubt my abilities, I shall accept your wager. I will certainly earn your trust." The master, initially taken aback by the inquiry, quickly regained his composure and continued, "Very well, it is a deal. All right, teachers, I shall take my leave to rest. See you tomorrow." Ma Hongjun yawned nonchalantly and, having exchanged farewells, departed from the office of the dean. Chapter 130. Devil Training 2. He would certainly not directly address the master's question, nor did he place much weight on the master's opinions. In truth, he held a certain disdain for the master's character, and perhaps it was due to this that the master also found him somewhat unlikable. One could only attribute their differing perspectives to their contrasting values. Ma Hongjun was a dutiful son, and he despised the master's decision to abandon his family due to emotional matters, neglecting his elderly father, who passed away without a final farewell. Furthermore, the master's relationship with his cousin, though influenced by fate, was not beyond forgiveness if one were to repent in a timely manner. However, Lu Erlong was a woman favored by his teacher, which inherently prevented Ma Hongjun from holding any fondness for the master. However, whether from the perspective of personal gain or familial bonds, the relationship between him and the master remains one of mutual benefit. Thus, this is one of the reasons he has never fallen out with the master, even though the master possesses a profound understanding of his capabilities. He could never truly gauge his limits, as Ma Hongjun firmly believes that human potential is boundless. The energy of the meteor tear is not solely for his use. With the meteor tear in their possession, as long as everyone trains diligently, they can transcend one limit after another. The concept of a limit is simply non-existent, and any assessment of one's strength is utterly subjective. Although the remaining energy of Ma Hongjun's meteor tear amounts to merely one piece, half of 1/9 of its total energy. One must not underestimate this 1/18 of a life force. In the world of Douluo, this is certainly sufficient for Ma Hongjun to expend freely. The meteor tear contains life energy that not only expands the meridians within the body, but also possesses formidable healing properties, capable of protecting one's life and ensuring recovery, as long as there is no direct death. Moreover, this particular meteor tear is the true core, containing a complete insight into the laws, drawn from the understanding of the life god king in the world of Xingqianbian. Other smaller meteor tears also harbor insights into the laws, yet they lack the completeness of Ma Hongjun's. And even a mere 10% of comprehension could instantly elevate one to the ranks of the most formidable beings on the continent of Douluo. Early the next morning, before dawn broke, the bell of the academy rang. However, since this was the breakfast bell and not the class bell, the Shrek 8 monsters, who had been in a state of heightened tension within the Qingdao Great Forest, were largely indifferent, aside from Tang San. All they thought was to sleep for another 5 minutes, again and again, until 20 minutes later, they gradually arrived outside the dining hall. Observing their laziness, one might wonder how they could still refer to themselves as the Shrek 8 monsters. In my view, they should be called the Shrek 8 lethargics. except for Tang San, who reached the dining hall within 10 minutes. The others all arrived after 20 minutes. Do not assume that your innate talents exempt you from the need to study. I can unequivocally assure you that talent does not equate to freedom from diligence. Considering this is your first time, and you have just returned from the perilous Xingdo Great Forest, I will let it slide this time. Now, hurry in and eat. The master's stern voice resounded throughout the dining hall. Although Flinder appeared somewhat more generous in certain aspects, his inherent stinginess remained unchanged, as he showed no intention of expanding the dining hall of Shrek Academy. Consequently, the meals were far from appetizing. In Flinder's words, "You are still too young to experience too much, especially regarding food, lest you develop a habit of luxury and waste, pursuing external pleasures that could impede your cultivation of soul power." Thus, breakfast has always consisted of steamed buns, porridge, and eggs, which the group had grown weary of, contributing to their lack of enthusiasm for meals. Ma Hongjun, like the other Shrek 7 monsters, lowered his head and listened to the master's reprimand without retorting. He was indeed late, albeit only by a short while, not exceeding the mealtime. However, being late is being late. He would not offer any excuses, and he recognized that the master had done something commendable today. Tang San, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjected to explain for everyone. "Teacher, it's really not our fault. We're simply tired of the same breakfast every day, steamed buns, porridge, and eggs. If it weren't for Principal Flinder's insistence on having breakfast, we wouldn't have come at all." Tang San, accustomed to diligent training and having grown up without a mother, had never complained about this matter, but felt compelled to explain upon seeing Xiao Wu's somewhat aggrieved expression. "Who told you that today, as breakfast consists of steamed buns, porridge, and eggs? Enough with the explanations. Come in, Xiao San and the rest." The master finally opened the door to the dining hall, allowing everyone inside. The dining hall was not large. Before them stood a rectangular tall table with about 10 seats, of which only 8 were adorned with exquisite dishes. Chicken legs, eggs, and bread emitted an enticing aroma, greatly enhancing their appetites, alongside a bowl of unfamiliar porridge, wafting a captivating medicinal fragrance. "Wow, how sumptuous! Did you prepare all this, master? Your culinary skills are truly impressive," exclaimed Oscar, gazing at the food with delight. "It smells so good. It is certainly far better than what the cafeteria lady makes." Xiao Wu added, unable to resist complimenting the aroma in the air. Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong remained more composed, merely curiously observing the bowl of medicinal porridge, while Fat Tiger's eyes were glued to the food before him. Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun, who had anticipated this, displayed little surprise. "Well, while it is still warm, let us eat quickly. You all have your first phase of training ahead. I have already discussed with Principal Flinder that I will be responsible for your meals going forward," the master stated, surveying the group with satisfaction and nodding. Everyone complied and began to sit down and eat. Tang San took a sip of porridge and, with excitement, asked the master, who was not far off studying a theoretical text, "Teacher, is this medicinal porridge?" "Yes. The porridge is made from medicinal herbs that I ground into flour and prepared according to medicinal cooking methods. You are all in a critical growth phase, and your nutrition must keep pace. Only then can you train effectively," the master replied, unimpressed by Tang San's ability to identify the porridge. He then glanced at the still, composed Ma Hongjun and felt a tinge of disinterest. "It seems I have overestimated him. Although his talent is indeed remarkable, he possesses a fatal flaw in his martial spirit, and in the realms of martial spirits and medicinal studies, he does not compare favorably to Xiao San. His current superiority over Xiao San likely stems from the fortunate attributes associated with his martial spirit." The master shook his head inwardly. Chapter 131. Battle with Tang San. If Ma Hongjun were aware of the master's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly find it amusing. While he may not possess the same depth of understanding in medicinal herbs as Tang San, he has certainly encountered more than Tang San, and may even surpass him in exposure. As for the flaws in his martial spirit, it is hard to say. The Chigua Phoenix may not alleviate the drawbacks of the evil fire, but it can certainly facilitate the evolution of the evil fire Phoenix martial spirit, whose quality will not be inferior to Ning Rongrong's 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda. the highest quality martial spirit among the 8 monsters. Even now, the gap between them and the 9-treasure glazed tile pagoda is negligible, if not non-existent. Furthermore, the lucky Clover martial spirit will successfully sprout 9 leaves of different significances within a year, signifying that he may eventually possess 27 soul rings. In comparison to Tang San, he is not lacking by a small margin, and each hidden soul ring will grant him unique special talents. The second hidden soul ring bestows upon Ma Hongjun the talent skill of the 8 doors of Duanjia. Although he can currently only unlock 3 doors due to his physical state, the enhancement in power is sufficient to contend with the Soul King. The 8 doors of Duanjia allows one to temporarily gain immense strength by unlocking the chakra pathways within the body. When all 8 doors are opened, it is referred to as the 8 doors of Duanjia formation, enabling one to attain strength exponentially surpassing that of the 5 Kage. However, the power of the 8 doors of Duanjia is contingent upon the capabilities of the practitioner. With the unique breathing characteristics of Ma Hongjun, his physical prowess would undoubtedly amplify the power of the 8 gates, allowing him to contend with the Soul King even when opening just the 3rd gate. The power increase is proportional to the practitioner's innate strength. Thus, the effects of the 8 gates would vary among individuals. Upon opening the 8th gate, known as the Death Gate, one would be faced with the peril of life force being extinguished. However, Ma Hongjun need not fear this consequence, for the life energy contained within the meteor tears is sufficient to sustain the expenditure required for the 8 gates. Every individual possesses the 8 gates within their body. As long as one trains to endure the burdens associated with opening them, anyone can access this formidable technique. The 8 gates technique itself is a method to unlock the gates, and while it may yield a 10-fold increase in battle prowess for others, for Ma Hongjun, it translates to a 10-fold enhancement under the auspices of the dual physical attributes provided by the sun's breath. Such an enhancement cannot be merely described as a simple doubling. Utilizing the 8 gates requires extraordinary, excessive, and prolonged training that transcends normal limits. Only through such rigorous preparation can one condition their body and organs to withstand the immense strain post-opening, thereby minimizing the destructive energy unleashed. For this reason, even with Ma Hongjun's current physical capabilities, he can only access the 3rd life gate. In the realm of the living gate, Ma Hongjun possesses the strength of a Soul King, and when combined with all his martial soul abilities, he would dare to contest against a Soul Emperor. It is crucial to remember that he is still merely a Soul Master who has yet to acquire his 4th soul ring. After their meal, everyone emerged from the dining hall with expressions of contentment. Despite only having added a chicken leg and a bowl of medicinal porridge, the flavors were undeniably exquisite. To speak candidly, Ma Hongjun felt a degree of sympathy for the master, which contributed to his decision not to offend him. In the small training ground, the master cast a calm glance at Ma Hongjun and stated, "Now that you are all satiated, let us witness the extent of your abilities. Although I have gained considerable insight into your strengths through Dean Flender, I cannot ascertain their authenticity without witnessing them firsthand." Ma Hongjun returned the master's gaze but remained silent. The master clearly took precautions to avoid allowing himself to assist in the training, seemingly denying any opportunity for collaboration, though he would soon realize the futility of this approach. Believing that he could better understand his own limits through a weighted running exercise was a mere folly. In this world, no one but oneself can truly comprehend their own limits. To put it bluntly, Ma Hongjun himself was unaware of his true boundaries. His limits were non-existent, for he possessed the treasure known as Meteor Tears. "Master, what shall we do?" Tang San was the first to step forward in cooperation with the master. "It is quite simple. The 8 of you will engage in individual battles. Xiao San, let us commence with your duel against Ma Hongjun, with the stipulation that you must refrain from employing your potent hidden weapons. Ma Hongjun, you are also prohibited from using your secondary control martial soul. Begin," the master declared, intent on gauging Ma Hongjun's true capabilities. He was well aware of the terrifying nature of Tang San's hidden weapons, which could easily surpass normal limits. By restricting Tang San's use of his lethal weaponry, he did not, however, prohibit the use of other hidden weapons. Although Ma Hongjun's strength surpassed that of Tang San by 3 levels in soul power, both were soul masters. By forbidding Ma Hongjun from utilizing his lucky grass martial soul, the disparity in their strengths would be significantly minimized. In addition, with Tang San's bizarre array of hidden weapons, Ma Hongjun could hardly claim victory, especially when disregarding the advantages of his son's breath and the 8 gates. Thus, disappointment awaited the master. Understood, Tang San replied respectfully. No problem. Ma Hongjun responded nonchalantly. And do not utilize your external soul bones. Until you fully master them, they are not to be employed, as the toxins contained within are beyond your current capacity to resist, the master reminded, having suddenly recalled this important detail. Understood, both replied in unison. While Ma Hongjun's flame breathing could neutralize toxins, he preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, they were not mortal enemies. Moreover, detoxification requires the expenditure of soul power, and the Bilinian poison had grown even more potent after absorbing 2 rare treasures. Although it may not necessarily be lethal to the toxin-savvy Tang San, it was better to be cautious. Ma Hongjun regarded Tang San as a true companion, thus he would not resort to using the Earth Whip against him. Tang San, Level 37 Control-Type Battle Soul Master, Martial Soul, Blue Silvergrass, I look forward to your guidance, Tang San said excitedly, simultaneously performing a simple challenge gesture typical of battles between soul masters. He had long desired to test his strength against Ma Hongjun, the most formidable of their group. However, he was aware that in an unrestricted scenario, he would undoubtedly fall short against Ma Hongjun, whose myriad soul techniques were formidable and whose soul power was far purer, enabling him to execute all of his abilities flawlessly. Moreover, many of Ma Hongjun's techniques bore striking similarities to his own, but were far superior, as if they were evolved versions of his own abilities. Thus, he had harbored a deep-seated ambition to surpass Ma Hongjun, for with his pride, he could not willingly accept being overshadowed. Now, with the restrictions placed upon Ma Hongjun's lucky grass martial soul, how could he not feel exhilarated? Ma Hongjun, Martial Soul Evil Fire Phoenix, Level 40 Assault Type Battle Soul Master, be wary, Ma Hongjun responded seriously, matching Tang San's formality. He was eager to test whether he could triumph solely through the powers of his Phoenix martial soul without resorting to special skills, while Tang San refrained from using his devastating hidden weapons. Chapter 132. A victory easily won, however, should he find himself at a disadvantage. He would not foolishly neglect his advantages. First soul skill, bind, Tang San declared, not daring to show any hesitation, and initiated his soul technique attack. The blue silver grass in his hands rapidly expanded, transforming into thick vines as they surged toward Ma Hongjun from all directions. With a powerful stomp, Ma Hongjun propelled himself 3 meters into the air, sprouting a pair of crimson wings from his back, an embodiment of the flight capabilities bestowed by his Phoenix martial soul. With a gentle flap of his wings, he effortlessly evaded the encroaching blue silver grass. Be cautious, my Phoenix flames are no ordinary fire. Solar flare, Ma Hongjun warned with a subtle smile. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, he had swiftly conjured a fire lance as thick as a barrel, which he launched toward Tang San. Tang San felt as though his very essence was ensnared by Ma Hongjun's soul technique, compelling him to activate Ghost Shadow Misty Steps, deftly maneuvering to evade the attack by darting beneath Ma Hongjun. For a moment, Ma Hongjun was perplexed by Tang San's intentions. Was he attempting to have his own attack strike him? But could he fly? Yet, despite his uncertainty regarding Tang San's strategy, Ma Hongjun would not allow him to approach, skillfully changing his position with another flap of his wings. You've fallen into my trap, Celestial Claw. At this moment, as Tang San was employing the elusive technique of Guiying Mizong, he suddenly veered to the side. Instantly, a claw-like concealed weapon shot forth from his left hand, aimed at the colossal tree behind Ma Hongjun. Following closely behind Tang San was none other than Ma Hongjun's second soul skill, Liang Tusi. Just as Ma Hongjun believed he had fallen into a trap, a thunderous boom echoed. Surprisingly, Tang San's target was not Ma Hongjun, but rather the large tree behind him. The flying claw pierced through the tree, its tip opening up and firmly gripping the trunk. As the claw retracted, Tang San, holding onto it, moved with a speed that rivaled Ma Hongjun's Liang Zue, which had been locked onto him. With remarkable precision, Tang San evaded Ma Hongjun's targeted attack. By utilizing the agility of Ging Mizong and the unexpected maneuver of the flying claw, along with distracting Ma Hongjun, he directed the attack towards the tree instead. The entire tree trembled violently, branches falling, and even the trunk was scorched by the intense flames of the phoenix. It is worth noting that this was not Ma Hongjun's full-strength strike, merely a casual attack. Had he unleashed his full power, the massive tree, thick enough for two people to embrace, would undoubtedly have toppled. Gulp! Oscar and the others, who were watching, could not help but swallow hard, astonished by the destructive power of Ma Hongjun's casual blow. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Tang San's back as he silently praised his fortune for not being struck. Otherwise, he would have been unable to withstand such a force. However, seeing the slightly damaged flying claw on the tree, he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. This was a painstakingly crafted hidden weapon from Tang Min, an indispensable tool for both home and travel. Ahem, Ma Hongjun, you are not permitted to use your flying abilities. I wish to observe not just the outcome of your match. The master cleared his throat awkwardly, speaking in a subdued tone. His implication was clear. He sought to witness the true extent of their powers, to ascertain Ma Hongjun's limits and secure their wager. Although this seemed somewhat shameless, it was understandable, given the master's formidable strength. A soul master below the rank of soul sovereign was hardly a challenge for him. Ma Hongjun, acknowledging this, nodded silently and retracted his wings. Xiaosan, it appears that the master insists on witnessing my strength today. Do not blame me for not sparing you. My friend Ma Hongjun stood 5 meters away from Tang San, refraining from attacking, instead smiling wryly. It's fine, come at me. I too wish to see just how great the disparity between us truly is. Third soul skill, Zhuang Shufu Tang San nodded, resolutely launching another attack. The blue-silver grass transformed into a web, ensnaring Ma Hongjun. Thinking he could seize the initiative, Ma Hongjun internally mused. But I have no desire to engage any longer with a master's restrictions weighing heavily on him. Ma Hongjun lost the will to continue competing with Tang San and activated his unique ability, the Sun Breath. He dashed out like a specter, effortlessly breaking free from the bindings of the blue-silver grass, which could not contain his doubled speed. And this Xiaosan. First soul skill, Phoenix Xiaotian Strike. Ma Hongjun, feeling no need to prolong the encounter, unleashed the most powerful move of his Phoenix martial soul, the Phoenix Xiaotian Strike. This attack, originally a group assault skill, had been refined by Ma Hongjun into a single target strike, reducing its area but amplifying its potency. Employing only 80% of his soul power, a testament to his pride, Ma Hongjun chose not to exploit the 3-level advantage he held over Tang San. Even so, under the circumstances where Tang San could not utilize his concealed weapons or the 8 spider lances, he was utterly unable to withstand the ferocity of Ma Hongjun's soul skill. The purity of Ma Hongjun's soul power allowed him to condense his skill rapidly, striking far quicker than Tang San's control-oriented techniques. Originally, the Phoenix Xiaotian Strike, as a group attack, lacked the ability to lock onto a specific opponent. However, Ma Hongjun had innovated a method for single-target focus. In an instant, Tang San found himself dazed by Ma Hongjun's attack, stumbling helplessly, before he could devise an appropriate response. Ma Hongjun pivoted abruptly and delivered a powerful kick to Tang San's chest. Tang San was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as he rose. Dejectedly admitting, I concede. I apologize, master. I am not a match for Hongjun and could not compel him to unleash his full strength. Tang San felt a sense of frustration. Much of his capability with hidden weapons was tailored for real combat, rendering him hesitant in this sparring match. Had he been able to employ the Zhuge Divine Crossbow, he believed he stood a significant chance of defeating or even killing Ma Hongjun. Of course, this was merely his assumption. Defeating Ma Hongjun was no simple feat. Not only did the healing abilities of the Meteor Tears grant him an edge, but his external soul bone alone could easily deflect Tang San's concealed weapons. In private, Ma Hongjun had tested the hardness of the external soul bone, the earth whip, finding it more resilient than a millennium of mysterious iron. Besides its formidable toxicity, the sheer hardness of this external soul bone satisfied Ma Hongjun immensely. While the Zhuge divine crossbow possessed tremendous power, it was insufficient to pierce the earth whip. Although Ma Hongjun had yet to fully harmonize with his external soul bone, he could already manipulate it with relative ease, effectively countering Tang San's hidden weapons. Phew! Do not fret, this is not your fault. I did not anticipate your strength to be so formidable, capable of withstanding even Xiao San's full efforts. I underestimated you. However, this alone does not suffice for you to assist me in training. Now, let Dai Mubai and Oscar face off against Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and Fat Tiger. The master cast a deep gaze at Ma Hongjun, inhaling deeply to calm his emotions before addressing the others. Chapter 133. Total Victory. Seeing that the master did not continue to pit others against him or surround him, Ma Hongjun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the power of the Phoenix martial soul was overwhelming and ill-suited for friendly duels. The lucky Clover, while evolving into the nine-leaf clover, had not restricted the use of hidden soul ring skills, but it was best to refrain from using them when possible. The master does not seem to have too thick of skin, huh? How about it, Xiao San? I went easy on you. Otherwise, if that kick had landed on your heart, you would have surely been unable to endure, Ma Hongjun said warmly, draping an arm around Tang San's shoulder as they returned to the viewing area. I know, if I'm not mistaken, you only used about 80% of your soul power just now. Sigh, truly monstrous. For now, I shall refrain from comparing myself to you. This freak Tang San replied with a helpless wry smile and a shake of his head. This was not the Xiao San he recognized. If even he could not compete with Ma Hongjun, who else in the world could? Though Ma Hongjun's words rang true. He overlooked the impending fusion of the Three Kingdoms world with the Douluo world, where countless prodigies would emerge, undoubtedly surpassing him. The trajectory of fate in Dalu has subtly begun to shift. Regardless of the changes, Tang San's extraordinary talent undeniably places him at the forefront, rendering Ma Hongjun's words far from boastful. Observing the battle unfolding, Oscar initiated his soul skill, Xiao Lacey, to restore to Xianchong, followed by the rapid deployment of Feishing Magikang, which he quickly tossed to Dai Mubai. Xiao Lacey enabled Dai Mubai to instantly dispel any adverse physical conditions, while the Xianchong replenished both stamina and soul power. And Feishing Magikang naturally facilitated flight. With Oscar's assistance, Dai Mubai, leveraging the advantages of Oscar's Feishing Magikang and his relentless offensive maneuvers, nearly overcame the unprepared trio of Xiao Wu, Fat Tiger, and Zhu Zhuqing. Fortunately, the trio, accustomed to teamwork, swiftly regained their composure. Ultimately, Fat Tiger and his companions discover their rhythm in battle. Fat Tiger, relying on the formidable defensive capabilities of his martial soul, briefly withstood Dai Mubai's ferocious assaults until the effects of Feishing Magikang dissipated. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Wu unleashed her charm, while Zhu Zhuqing executed a flanking attack to disrupt Dai Mubai, who inevitably succumbed to Xiao Wu's 8-section throw. With a triumphant smile, Xiao Wu withdrew her foot from Dai Mubai's back, casting a proud glance at the other students, as if to declare, "Did you see that? It's best to concede when facing me, Sister Xiao Wu. Otherwise, this is your fate." At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted, observing Xiao Wu's smug celebration of victory. The master approached with a stern expression, inquiring gravely, Us? Master, are you mistaken? Do we not win? Shouldn't you be questioning Dai Mubai and Oscar instead?" Xiao Wu, perplexed, turned to inquire. They certainly made mistakes as well. After Fat Tiger and his team regained control of the battle, Dai Mubai should not have chosen to confront Fat Tiger head-on. If it were me, I would have sought to eliminate the slowest and weakest defense first, and then, with Oscar's assistance, taken down Zhu Zhuqing and Fat Tiger one by one. However, Dai Mubai and Oscar's decisive performance at the outset was commendable. They showed no signs of underestimating their opponents, launching an aggressive offensive to disrupt your battle rhythm. In contrast, why did you not interrupt Oscar's soul skills? I had mentioned that Dai Mubai and Oscar were to face you three, but if you had eliminated Oscar before he produced any sausages, it would have been within the rules. Without Oscar's assistance, even Dai Mubai at level 42 would quickly succumb to your combined attacks. Your victory relied solely on your overall strength. If this were a life-and-death duel and your opponent surpassed Dai Mubai in skill, do you understand the potential consequences? The master, with a stern demeanor, delivered this reprimand to the group. The three were too intimidated to retort, while the simple-minded fat tiger remained nonchalant. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing wore expressions of indignation, not anticipating such cunning tactics, especially since this was not a real combat scenario. With a 3-on-1 advantage, how could they justify attacking Oscar? Though the masters spoke the truth, they still felt a tinge of dissatisfaction, convinced that they had won. The master is correct. In team soul battles, auxiliary soul masters should be our primary targets. Fat Tiger's limited speed is one thing, but Xiao Wu, as a powerful attacker, and Zhu Qing, as a swift attacker, could have easily seized Oscar's sausages or prevented him from making them when he was unprepared. Ma Hongjun could not help but step forward, articulating a fair point. Ah, Brother Wu is right. We will not repeat the same mistake next time. Will we, Zhu Qing? Xiao Wu, hearing Ma Hongjun speak, quickly quelled her discontent and nudged Zhu Zhuqing playfully. Zhu Zhuqing, usually reticent, merely nodded in agreement. The speed of her change in demeanor left those around her feeling bemused. Master, they've all fought. Why am I singled out? I want to... Ning Rongrong, witnessing the conclusion of the matches, also stepped forward. Ultimately, Ma Hongjun was taken aback by the master's audacity, as Ning Rongrong assisted Dai Mubai against him, while concurrently aiding Tang San. Fat Tiger faced off against Ma Hongjun, and Ning Rongrong and Oscar supported Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing against him. The reason for initially excluding Ning Rongrong from the matches was to conserve her soul power for his own benefit. Throughout the morning, Ma Hongjun battled each of the Shrek companions, maintaining an undefeated record. This astonished both the master and those familiar with Ma Hongjun's capabilities. For strength does not equate to endurance. Ma Hongjun's exceptional stamina reshaped their understanding of his prowess. To address the errors you committed during battle and to serve as a training exercise, starting now, you must don the weighted baskets outside the academy and run 10 laps between Soto City and Shrek Academy with the added burden. Before the exhausted competitors could rest, the master returned to deliver this decree. What? This is utterly inhumane. Oscar was the first to voice his dismay. Enough with the complaints. You had the easiest fight, expending only soul power, while we were drained of our physical strength. Nevertheless, I will certainly support any beneficial training. Dai Mubai surprisingly stood up first. Brother Dai, did you sense it too? Tang Sen rose to join him. Yes, did you notice? I feel as though my soul power has shown signs of improvement after the battle. Although the master's methods may seem harsh, they indeed aid in our cultivation. While the results may not be immediately evident, I will wholeheartedly cooperate as long as it benefits my soul power. After speaking, Dai Mubai was the first to sprint toward the academy's entrance. Ma Hongjun followed at a leisurely pace, prompting the others to rise and follow suit. Chapter 134, Extreme Training. Upon arriving outside the academy and gazing at the weight indicated on the baskets, the Shrek 8 were struck with a sense of dread. Oscar, 7 kilogram, Ningrongrong, 7 kilogram. Zhu Zhuqing, 150 kilograms, Fat Tiger, 220 kilograms, Xiao Wu, 220 kilograms, Tang San, 260 kilograms, Dai Mubai, 300 kilograms, Ma Hongjun, 500 kilograms. Compared to the training in the original text, it was evident that everyone's soul power levels had significantly progressed, yet the burdens imposed exceeded their limits. Master, are you certain this is in kilograms and not gene? Oscar asked, dumbfounded as he looked at the master, whose expression was as grim as the situation warranted. The master furrowed his brow, equally perplexed. He had explicitly instructed Zhao Wujing to procure weighted metals measured in gene. So how had this transformed into kilograms? However, to maintain his authoritative image, he refrained from voicing his confusion. What? Are you afraid? Is a mere few hundred gene enough to daunt you? If you're not frightened, then put on your weights now. You're not permitted to use soul power, and if you fail to complete 10 laps, you will miss dinner. Furthermore, I must inform you that if you cannot fulfill this task, Ma Hongjun will no longer assist me in your training. The master thought to himself that this aligned perfectly with his agreement with Ma Hongjun. Upon hearing that Ma Hongjun would no longer assist with training, the Shrek 7 immediately erupted in protest, for Ma Hongjun's training methods had greatly benefited them. Moreover, the most significant aspect is that Ma Hongjun not only trains them, but also occasionally provides them with various benefits to enhance their strength, such as top-tier spirit herbs and advanced knowledge for soul masters. To ensure Ma Hongjun can train them, they must complete certain tasks. Even Tang San is no exception, as they all aspire to learn as much as possible from Ma Hongjun to bridge the gap between them. No, we can definitely do it. And fifth brother must participate in our training. Otherwise, we would prefer to receive his training privately rather than allow you to train us, master. Surprisingly, Ning Rongrong, whose character has improved somewhat, is the first to speak up. Ma Hongjun secretly nods, thinking that he has not made a poor choice in accepting the sister. We accept, and we will surely complete the tasks. Zhu Zhuqing boldly shouldered her own burden, demonstrating her resolve through action. Xiao Wu quickly urged Tang San to step forward and take on her load, following closely behind Zhu Zhuqing to begin their training. For them, the weight of hundreds of pounds might not seem like much, yet it is certainly not easy. If they are unable to utilize their soul powers for the weighted run, completing 5 laps would likely prove challenging, let alone the full 10 laps. Ma Hongjun lifted his own burden, finding it surprisingly suitable. After all, his current physical condition is elevated under the dual enhancement of the Sun's breath. Otherwise, the hefty weight of 1,000 pounds would be quite taxing, making the weighted run an even greater challenge. Dalao Bai, how are you holding up? If you're struggling, I can help lighten your load. Ma Hongjun smiled at Dai Mu Bai, who was having a bit of difficulty with his weight. Haha, a man cannot say he cannot do it. Let us go. I must finish these 10 laps to learn as much as I can from you. Dai Mu Bai rolled his eyes and took off running without even glancing at the astonished master. The others quickly followed suit, leaving the master standing there in shock. He never expected Ma Hongjun to wield such influence among the students. Little did he know that before his arrival, it was Ma Hongjun and Zhao Wujia who had been training them together. During their usual sessions, Ma Hongjun often had Tang San prepare top-grade spirit herb baths, using the finest herbs he had brought from the Binghuo Yangi Ai and the Tian Luodawang. Furthermore, these high-quality herbs were meticulously prepared by him and Dugabo, designed to assist in enhancing physical strength and accelerate the absorption of residual medicinal power within their bodies, providing undeniable benefits for the 7 monsters. Their current achievements, while largely attributed to the spirit herbs, are also undeniably linked to their own efforts and the occasional advantages bestowed upon them by Ma Hongjun. On a distant mountain, Flender, observing this scene through a telescope, could not help but express his disbelief to Zhao Wujia beside him. Old Zhao, how could you make such a fundamental mistake? Didn't I instruct you to prepare by weight in pounds? How did it turn into kilograms? What? That's impossible. Although I, Old Zhao, am not particularly learned, I can still recognize these characters. I saw that our Tianlo Wang's inventory in the warehouse was marked in kilograms, so I prepared half the amount. Who would have thought I would run into the poison Douluo while searching for herbs? Upon hearing my explanation, the poison Douluo personally selected the weight for them. How could I dare to defy his wishes? Zhao Wujia responded with a hint of resignation. So that is how it is. Senior Dugu understands my disciple better than I do. It seems he believes my disciple's limit should exceed 500 pounds. But does he understand the other students in our academy as well? Flender realized, but then picked up his telescope with concern to observe the Shrek 7 devils, who had already commenced their training. Without delving into their thoughts, Ma Hongjun felt somewhat astonished by the master's judgment of his limits, completely unaware that it stemmed from the influence of the old poison master with whom he shared everything. Ma Hongjun believed he could complete the task before reaching his physical limits, yet he overlooked the others. After 1 lap, everyone's faces began to glisten with sweat, and the master, much like in the original text, had prepared salt water for them. Though somewhat surprised by Ma Hongjun's strength, he maintained an unchanging demeanor, appearing to have everything under control. By the second lap, the fatigue was evident, and, as they approached the third lap, noticing the visible strain in their steps, Ma Hongjun silently berated himself for his foolishness and quickly called for a halt. Everyone, let us pause for a moment. Continuing like this is not feasible. Otherwise, we'll struggle to complete even 5 laps, let alone 10. We need to cooperate to tackle this seemingly daunting training task. Ma Hongjun was aware that they were likely being observed from behind, but he figured a brief pause to discuss strategy would not raise any objections. How do we cooperate? You tell us. Dai Mubai took the opportunity to catch his breath, feeling parched and breathless, despite the salt water preventing dehydration. Should we follow the method you taught before, reducing wind resistance? Oscar, quick on the uptake, exclaimed excitedly as he understood Ma Hongjun's intent. Yes, but it's not just that. Dai Mubai and Tang San, your weights clearly exceed your limits for running 10 laps. We need to redistribute the load, Ma Hongjun explained. In the end, Ma Hongjun voluntarily took the 20-kilogram Xiantai stones from Dai Mubai and Tang San's baskets and placed them in his own, aligning them vertically and standing at the front to reduce wind resistance for the group. Zhu Zhuqing also took a 20-kilogram Xiantai stone from Xiao Wu, while Oscar picked up a piece from Ning Rongrong's basket. Only Fat Tiger kept his original weight, continuing to move forward. Although Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar had increased their load, with Ma Hongjun leading to block the wind, they felt no burden, while the other 4, who suddenly had their weights reduced, experienced a remarkable sense of ease. By the time they reached the 7th lap, they had no choice but to stop again, as Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar had reached their limits. Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong voluntarily reclaimed their burdens. Tang San and Dai Mubai exchanged glances, each taking a piece of Xiantai stone from Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar to place on their backs. Ma Hongjun, however, remained steadfast, although he was drenched in sweat. His eyes still sparkled with vitality. He felt he had not yet reached his limits and continued to support Oscar and Zhu Zhuqing as they pressed onward. Dai Mubai and Tang San alternated in blocking the wind for the others. Fat Tiger, though not a beast spirit, possessed a naturally strong physique. If not for his excessive weight, he could have shared some of the pressure, but now he too was nearing his limits, trailing slowly behind Tang San. By the 8th lap, Ning Rongrong and Xiao Wu had also reached their limits, while Zhu Zhuqing and Oscar, aided by Ma Hongjun, had regained some strength and reclaimed their burdens. Do not underestimate the significance of just retrieving a few dozen pounds. Under such circumstances, even a 1-pound reduction can bring considerable relief. Ma Hongjun stepped forward once more to assist Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong, while Tang San could only shake his head in resignation, choosing not to comment, as he too was on the verge of exhaustion. Ma Hongjun felt he was approaching his limits, yet continued to share the pressure, unafraid of faltering, instead feeling an unusual thrill. As he realized that the time for Liuxing Lei was rapidly approaching, he understood that this extraordinary power could not be summoned at will. It would only manifest in moments of dire peril or when one's physical strength reached its zenith. At that moment, Ma Hongjun's chest began to shimmer faintly with starlight. Yet it was evident that he had not yet hit his limit. Although he felt utterly exhausted, he always managed to summon strength at critical junctures. How is it that my limits have not yet been reached? This won't do. Awakening from his internal world, Ma Hongjun glanced at his companions, who were leaning on one another for support, and resolutely declared, Ning Rongrong, Zhu Qing, transfer your burdens to me. Without awaiting their objections, he summoned the last vestiges of his strength, snatched the large bamboo basket from Zhu Zhuqing's back, and deposited the weights of Ning Rongrong and Oscar into it, carrying it against his chest. Chapter 135, Breaking Through Limits. Such an action was essential to trigger the efficacy of Liuxing Lei, pushing beyond his own limits to elevate his power. Ma Hongjun mused that if there was no enhancement, then his arduous 10 laps with weights would be in vain. After all, if he could elevate his strength merely by pushing himself, why would he not embrace the challenge? In a sense, it was not a futile endeavor, as the barriers among them dissipated in the face of their unity and mutual aid, forging an unprecedented bond among the Shrek 7 Devils. Brother, You might exhaust yourself under such pressure, Zhu Zhuqing cautioned, her concern evident. I can manage, I can. Quickly, get back to me. However, as she stepped forward in her eagerness, her legs buckled, and she staggered toward the ground. The surface beneath was strewn with pebbles, and Zhu Zhuqing, already at her limits, could not brace herself in time, as the group had sealed their soul power with a special method to avoid its use. Should she fall heavily, she would likely suffer significant bruises. The closest Hongjun was taken aback, and in an instant, he unleashed the last remnants of his primordial power, swiftly catching Zhu Zhuqing as she teetered toward the ground. Yet, with his strength all but depleted, he could barely support her weight as her body leaned backward. Strangely, despite his exhaustion, the previously dormant Liuxing Lei suddenly reacted, emanating an extraordinary energy. In an instant, Hongjun felt an invigorating surge course through his weary body, akin to a reclusive hermit basking in sunlight after a prolonged absence. Both his spiritual and soul powers became more solid and refined with the influx of this peculiar energy. He sensed that if he experienced such revitalization once more, the chaotic issues stemming from his twin martial souls would resolve themselves. In the original narrative, Tang San had managed to overcome this problem due to his enhanced spiritual strength and his formidable physique, ranking among the top 3 on the continent. However, that was a power Tang San acquired post his ascension to Soul Da, while Hongjun was merely at the Soul Sect level. Thus, his physical and spiritual strengths could not compare. Although Liuxing Lei was powerful, it was insufficient to propel him through multiple tiers instantaneously. The growth it bestowed was primarily related to his vitality, and his current spiritual strength was only slightly superior to that of an average Soul Emperor. His physical prowess was marginally greater than Dai Mubai's when he utilized the White Tiger Golden Transformation, but he felt a notable increase nonetheless. Of course, were Dai Mubai to employ the Breath of the Sun, he would undoubtedly be unable to contend with Hongjun in close combat, as the physical enhancements conferred by the Breath of the Sun were akin to a bug in the world of Douluo. Soul power surged from within, enveloping both himself and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing found herself resting against Hongjun's chest. "Hongjun, brother," Zhuqing exclaimed, her concern palpable as the group halted, their attention diverted by the unexpected turn of events. However, none approached to assist. They merely gazed with worry at the two. Ning Rongrong wished to intervene, but found herself devoid of any excess strength, watching with a hint of bitterness. "Ah, Iem Mifine. I believe my soul power has advanced a bit. I feel revitalized. Let us continue moving forward. Once we return to Shrek Academy, our mission will be accomplished," Hongjun declared, shaking off the lingering effects of that sublime sensation and pretending to be composed as he encouraged Zhu Zhuqing. The others, lacking any surplus energy, did not pursue inquiries about Hongjun's condition, accustomed as they were to his unusual resilience. Yet, their expressions betrayed a mix of admiration and envy. Only Oscar, with a glint in his eye, glanced between Zhu Zhuqing and Hongjun, his demeanor tinged with a hint of ambiguity. The 8 of them continued, hand in hand, running, or more aptly, walking together. Notably, Hongjun found himself in a fortuitous position, holding Zhu Zhuqing with one hand and Ning Rongrong with the other, while Ning Rongrong held on to Xiao Wu, who in turn held onto Tang San, feeling the peculiar energy still coursing through his chest. Hongjun attempted to channel it through his hands into Zhu Zhuqing beside him. Zhu Zhuqing suddenly felt a strange warmth emanating from his palm, initially believing it to be Hongjun secretly bestowing soul power to restore her vitality. However, upon closer inspection, she discerned it was not soul power. Gradually, she felt her fatigued body, previously being dragged along, revitalize, as if the shackles within her had shattered, reminiscent of the euphoric sensation following a breakthrough after obtaining a soul ring. Observing her companions, she noted nothing amiss, and when her gaze returned to Hongjun, he merely nodded subtly, signaling her to remain silent. Witnessing the pallor of her complexion return to a healthy hue, Hongjun, taking advantage of the continued flow of Liuxing Lei's energy, directed a portion into Ning Rongrong on his right. Reaching her limits, Ning Rongrong found herself rejuvenated, casting a grateful glance at Ma Hongjun, who required no prompting to act, as if nothing had transpired. Only her hand holding Xiao Wu's tightened slightly, as she gradually contributed additional strength. Transitioning from mutual support to now assisting Xiao Wu, they momentarily had two more individuals with remaining energy, inspiring the others, who had previously reached their limits, to push forward with newfound vigor, particularly with Ning Rongrong, the support displaying such vitality. In just a short while, they beheld the gates of Shrek Academy. Brothers, push harder. Victory is within our grasp. While the others, aside from Ma Hongjun, still possessed a modicum of energy. Only Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong had absorbed a fraction of the extraordinary capabilities of Liu Xinglei. Victory was at hand. They surged forward. Dai Mubai, brimming with pride, was the first to release his hold on his teammate's arm and hasten ahead. The rest, relying on their indomitable spirit and willpower, persevered. Though they all approached the ranks of Soul Sect, or were at that level, such weight was indeed a considerable burden. They have returned. Xiao Gang, how did I fare? Your methods may confound others, but they pose no challenge to my disciples. I should inform you that my disciple has not only managed to control the flaws of his martial soul, but has also significantly enhanced its quality, possessing the potential for a title Dalu or even divinity. Upon seeing the Shrek 8 monsters appearing within sight, Flandra, with a triumphant expression, patted the master's shoulder and spoke with pride. Ah, no wonder my judgment was flawed. It all makes sense now. Only this can explain why he is so extraordinary. If I am not mistaken, he must have mastered some form of regenerative ability akin to that of the divine beast, the phoenix, which accounts for his formidable stamina. The master, Yu Xiaojiang, surprisingly refrained from engaging in Flandra's banter, instead muttering to himself with a hint of arrogance. Indeed, according to my observations, the 8 of them have not exerted any soul power along the way. Only in the final lap did Hongjun seem to suddenly regain his energy, seemingly revitalized, and he enthusiastically assisted the others in moving forward. Zhao Wujia, standing nearby, suddenly recalled something and nodded in agreement, stating, he naturally cannot perceive the strange energy fluctuations emitted by the meteor tears. Not even a deity would notice any anomalies without direct contact with such extraordinary energy. The energy level of meteor tears is entirely superior to the soul power of the Douluo continent. If these energies were ranked, meteor tears would belong to the highest tier, while soul power would merely rank slightly above the lowest. Wait for me. If Rongrong can do it, I can certainly manage it too. Oscar, fueled by immense determination, sprinted forward after Dai Mubai. The others, unwilling to lag behind, also surged ahead. Fortunately, during the final lap, everyone supported one another, regaining some stamina, though their mental fatigue rendered them unaware of it. Now, relying on sheer willpower, they charged toward the academy's gates. Only Ma Hongjun followed at a leisurely pace, cautious of any unforeseen incidents, for the others had sealed their own soul power, and if they were not careful, exhaustion could easily lead to problems. As they rushed into the academy, Oscar was the first to faint, with Dai Mubai collapsing motionless beside him, while Fat Tiger proudly became the second to lose consciousness. After all, aside from Ma Hongjun, the pressure Fat Tiger had endured along the way was no less than that of Dai Mubai, yet he had remained silent, thus drawing little attention. Though Fat Tiger was astute and occasionally cunning, he was not as simple-minded as he appeared. He had always been the most diligent in his training, which was a key reason he could keep pace with the cultivation speed of the other 6 monsters. Ma Hongjun, witnessing his collapse, was not surprised. He had refrained from alleviating Fat Tiger's burden because he understood that Fat Tiger would never accept his assistance. Not helping others bear a load was precisely why Ma Hongjun spoke up. Among them, he had known Fat Tiger the longest and was most aware of his physical capabilities. Suddenly relieved of their burdens, the group teetered and swayed. Even Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong felt an overwhelming fatigue, disregarding their appearances as they sat on ground. Yet this only made them appear more alluring, akin to celestial beings descending to the mortal realm, exuding a sense of earthly charm. Only Ma Hongjun stood at ease. gradually unloading the burdens from everyone before approaching the master and declaring, "You have lost. Indeed, I have lost, and you have emerged victorious. You are entitled to train them alongside me." The master, devoid of anger or embarrassment, solemnly nodded and silently turned to leave. Ma Hongjun felt perplexed, thinking the master could not accept the truth, and glanced at his teacher. "Haha, splendid. As expected of my disciple. The master has gone to prepare the medicinal herbs for your bath. He is, after all, sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted, genuinely concerned for your well-being. This is the first time I have witnessed him concede in front of others," Flandre chuckled, explaining to Ma Hongjun, though the smug smile on his face revealed his true sentiments. "My disciple Hongjun possesses the essence of an emperor." Chapter 136. Changes in the Three Kingdoms world. Upon hearing Flandre's words, Ma Hongjun was somewhat astonished. He suddenly perceived that Yu Shaojiang was not as detestable as he had initially thought. Reflecting on the events in the original narrative, he realized that Yu Shaojiang's actions were not unforgivable. Rather, his character flaws, particularly his emotional frailty, rendered him contemptible. However, even if he were a good person, if he was at odds with Ma Hongjun, he would be no different from a villain. This was a principle Ma Hongjun upheld. He would never hesitate to be generous to those who treated him well, reciprocating their kindness manifold, as long as they were not irredeemably wicked. Some might label him selfish. Yet this was the truest version of himself. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, there are no absolute rights or wrongs, only differing perspectives. Ma Hongjun reclined in the medicinal bath prepared by the master, recognizing it as a gesture of goodwill, as Flandre mentioned that the master had personally funded it. As he lay in the tub within his room, Ma Hongjun felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation, carefully reflecting on the abilities he had acquired. Apart from the breath of the sun, the second hidden soul ring bestowed upon him a unique skill known as the Eight Gates of Duanjia, which significantly enhanced his combat prowess beyond that of his current breath of the sun technique. Recalling the events of the day, he realized that his trump cards were still too few, nearly forced to reveal them all by the master. He discerned that aside from the two special abilities, only the external soul bone could serve as a hidden card, while his luck-based abilities were temporarily inactive due to the evolution of his martial soul. Is the spirit still present? Ma Hongjun tentatively inquired within his mind. However, he received no response. Since the last time his martial soul began to evolve, the spirit had fallen silent. Not only had he failed to earn a chance at a benevolent draw, but he also had no means of freely traversing the passage between worlds. In a state of resigned acceptance, Ma Hongjun succumbed to slumber within the bath. Reassured that his physique had grown significantly since childhood, alleviating fears of drowning in the bathwater. Meanwhile, in the Three Kingdoms world 10 days prior, unprecedented changes had unfolded as the imminent downfall of Gongsun Zan, one of the overlords of Yuzhou, approached. The heavens and earth underwent a dramatic transformation as 36 meteors streaked down from the sky, only to abruptly vanish without a trace. This was followed by a surge of spiritual energy within the Three Kingdoms realm. The spiritual energy, which had gradually thinned since the time of the first emperor, suddenly became increasingly dense, enabling a multitude of warriors and scholars to break through their original boundaries. The rich spiritual energy indicated that individuals would grow stronger through prolonged exposure to such vitality, as a visible black hole appeared in the sky. Within an ordinary residence, a man with a full beard, dark skin, and a straightforward demeanor looked up at the black hole and questioned a nearby youth with long arms and a kind face. "Brother, what do you think that black hole in the sky is? Why does it feel as though the other side of the black hole resembles another world? It seems I am not the only one who feels this way. Second brother, do you not think the other side of the black hole resembles another realm?" Liu Bei nodded thoughtfully and turned to a formidable figure behind him, a red-faced man with a majestic beard. "If the 3 meteor tears we have acquired indeed contain records of another universe, I believe it is highly likely the red-faced warrior, renowned historically for his valor in the flooding of the 7 armies and his victories through 5 passes, was none other than Guan Yinshan. At this moment, he wore a grave expression as he gazed intently at the colossal black hole that had mysteriously appeared in the sky 10 days prior. This black hole was indeed immense. for it loomed over any corner of Huaxia. Merely looking up would reveal its presence, akin to a sun suspended in the heavens. Meanwhile, Yin Liang, who was pursuing the remaining members of Bai Ma Yi Song, suddenly froze in place. Before him stood a striking young man clad in white, adorned with silver armor and wielding a gleaming silver spear. As he brandished his weapon to thwart the enemies, the spear unexpectedly transformed into a ghostly apparition. The silhouette of a spear morphed into an ethereal white dragon, surging towards them. Their faction, comprised of over 100 subordinates of Yuan Shao, had been dispatched to chase down the remnants of Gongsuanzan. Yet, beneath the presence of this spectral dragon, they seemed utterly insignificant. Without a sound, wherever the white dragon passed, chaos ensued, leaving men and horses in disarray. In this dire moment, Yin Liang's great blade also began to take on a phantom-like quality, and astonishingly, a colossal blade, approximately 30 meters in length, materialized behind him. Even Yin Liang himself was bewildered by this phenomenon. Yet the phantom blade instinctively positioned itself before the white dragon, perhaps due to the considerable energy expended by the dragon's apparition. It was momentarily halted by this newly manifested phantom blade. This sudden occurrence startled not only Yin Liang, but also the young man in silver armor and wielding the spear, who appeared equally perplexed. Nevertheless, he quickly grasped the situation, recognizing that both parties had paused due to this unforeseen development. And he promptly organized the remaining 30-man squad of Bai Ma Yi Song to continue their escape. Strangely, as they broke away, Yin Liang's contingent, responsible for the pursuit, inexplicably allowed them to depart. The heavens are changing. I can no longer afford to waste time here with that silver spear youth. I must swiftly report my suspicions to the Lord and make preparations. Casting one last glance at the black hole that had materialized in the sky days ago, Yin Liang ordered a return to camp, leaving the vice commander to manage the aftermath, while he himself rode back to Jizhou overnight. Simultaneously, renowned warriors across the realm found their weapons undergoing transformations akin to those experienced by the Silver Spear youth and Yin Liang. Had Ma Hongjun been present, he would have noted the spectral forms of these weapons bore a striking resemblance to their martial spirits, yet with subtle differences. The following day, Ma Hongjun engaged in the Master's rigorous training regimen. Upon learning of the Master's plans, he harbored no dissenting opinions but sought to refine them. Mornings were dedicated to physical training, afternoons to fortifying mental acuity, and evenings to enhancing soul power. For physical conditioning, Ma Hongjun called upon Zhao Wuji to employ his soul technique of gravity enhancement, thus bolstering their physical resilience amidst combat, while also intensifying the difficulty during weighted runs. In terms of mental training, he enlisted Lu Qibin, whose martial spirit Xinglua Qi excelled in mental fortitude, surpassing even Fulan Dai. As a control-type spirit master, Lu Qibin's soul techniques were exceptionally suited for training the mental faculties of the Shy-like Eight. Of course, the emphasis on mental training was Ma Hongjun's initiative. The master understood that the acquisition of soul rings was linked to physical strength, but was unaware of the significant importance of mental prowess following the attainment of 10,000-year soul rings. Coupled with Ma Hongjun's advanced training methodologies from his past life, the Shy-like Eight found their schedules completely filled, marking the commencement of a grueling 3-month training program. 3 months later, Ma Hongjun had thoroughly resolved the minor risks associated with prematurely absorbing soul rings due to his dual martial spirits. He was now adequately prepared to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, having made substantial improvements in all aspects of his physical capabilities, particularly in the application of mental power. Although the other members of the Shy-like Seven showed only modest advancements in their soul power, they had each gained nearly an entire rank's worth, with significant enhancements observed in their physical and mental faculties. Presently, including the support type Ning Rongrong and O.C. Ka, aside from Dai Mubai, who had already acquired his 4th soul ring, the rest were confident in their ability to absorb soul rings exceeding 8,000 years. This was largely due to the unique nature of the Xinglua Qi martial spirit and the influence of Ma Hongjun's wisdom skull. Ma Hongjun had previously refrained from immediately absorbing the wisdom skull to address potential issues with his martial spirit. However, After reconciling with the master 3 months prior, and upon observing the high-quality wisdom skull, he ultimately chose to absorb it. Following this absorption, Ma Hongjun not only elevated his mental power to the level of a soul sage, but also acquired a mental auxiliary soul skill. One of the skull's functions was to enhance mental soul skills, which, while seemingly trivial at present, brought Ma Hongjun considerable satisfaction. Under the augmentation of Ma Hongjun's mental auxiliary skill from the soul bone, Lu Qibin's Xing Luo Qi martial spirit saw a remarkable enhancement, enabling precise control over the magnitude of mental power, thereby allowing the training of others' mental faculties without harm. On the grounds of Shai-like Academy, after 3 months of rigorous training, the participants likely felt fatigued. The first phase of training had now concluded, and the master announced the commencement of the second phase. This new phase would not take place within the academy, nor in Suatoa City. The students were left in suspense, wondering where it might be held. Could it be the Stardo Forest? Osika exclaimed in astonishment. After 3 months of training, visible exhaustion marked their faces. This high-intensity training had exacted not only physical tolls, but also inflicted mental strain. Not at all. While your levels are commendable, the Stardo Forest is fraught with peril and is not a place where you can train freely at this juncture. The next phase will not be as strenuous as the first and can even be described as quite liberating. However, do not let this lead to complacency, as this phase could serve as a critical juncture for widening the gap between you. The master explained, casting a glance at Osika. Upon hearing that the next phase would not be in the Stardo Forest and would allow for greater freedom, Ma Hongjun could not help but inquire, Master, will our next phase of training involve the Soul Arena? Initially, when the master stated that the next phase would not be in Suatoa City or the Academy, Ma Hongjun had assumed they would venture to the Stardo Forest for trials. However, upon hearing the master's denial and subsequent remarks, he felt increasingly confident that it would indeed mirror the original storyline, taking place in the Grand Soul Arena. Indeed, it will not be at the Suatoa City Grand Soul Arena, but rather you will be taken to Tiendo City to participate in the Grand Soul Arena there. The master cast a glance of appreciation at Ma Hongjun, evidently pleased that he had discerned his plans. Going to Tiendo City to participate in the Dahan? Why not take part in Duhan in Suatoa City instead? Beside him, Dai Mubai, puzzled, inquired. Xiao-san, please enlighten Mubai as to why we are heading to Tiendo City for Dahan rather than participating in Suatoa City, the master prompted, noticing Tang San's momentary distraction. Oh, I believe it's because there are too few suitable rival teams in Suatoa City. As the imperial capital, Tiendo City naturally boasts a plethora of strong contenders. This will provide us with greater motivation to train, and we will encounter more opponents there, Tang San quickly explained, having regained his composure. Although he had been pondering, he had kept a portion of his awareness alert, thus understanding the master's intent. You are correct. Only in an environment of pressure will you expedite your improvement. Though Suatoa City is not small, it pales in comparison to Tiendo City. In preparation for the elite preliminary competition of the advanced academies across the continent in a year, you must exert yourselves to enhance your capabilities. Your current soul power is commendable, yet it is largely attributable to the efficacy of the celestial grade herbs rather than your own cultivation. My task is to ensure that before the preliminary competition arrives, you master your current strength and even elevate yourselves to a higher level. Only in this manner can you hope to vanquish the teams from the 2 great imperial academies and the Wuhuan Temple, thereby claiming victory in the tournament. The master stated sternly, fixing his gaze upon them. Come now, Xiao Gang, let's not be so grave. The children have been training diligently for quite some time. It is high time they were allowed some respite. Now, I too have a few words to share with the children. A slightly magnetic voice of a middle-aged man resonated from behind the group. Flender approached the master with a warm smile, chuckling amiably. Observing Flender's benevolent demeanor, everyone, except for Ma Hongjun, breathed a sigh of relief. The master, despite his lower soul power, had established himself as a strict teacher in their minds. They stood upright during his discourse, too apprehensive to exhibit any signs of relaxation. In contrast, Dean Flender always wore a cheerful and kind expression. However, Ma Hongjun remained expectant, awaiting Flinder's subsequent remarks. Dean, please speak candidly. We shall not hesitate to fulfill any feasible requests you may have. Dai Mubai, being the eldest among them, stepped forward to smooth things over. Indeed, the others chimed in agreement, though Ma Hongjun remained silent. You are all aware of what the master has conveyed. In 3 days, I shall personally escort you to Tiando City. This 3-day period shall serve as your time for rest. What I wish to communicate pertains to your graduation requirements. The third phase of training that the master has prepared aligns perfectly with the graduation conditions I have set for you, which is to secure victory in the finals of the elite competition for advanced soul masters across the continent. Only then may you graduate. Otherwise, I shall not permit you little monsters to leave the academy, Flinders stated with utmost seriousness. Upon hearing Flinder's words, the smiles on their faces froze, for they were acutely aware of the formidable strength of the members of the Tiando Royal Academy team, which surpassed their current capabilities. Although they held confidence in surpassing them within a year, they were no longer as oblivious to the outside world as they had once been. They had also heard of the impressive prowess of the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple Academy, a force beyond their present strength. Teacher, you speak of allowing us to rest while simultaneously outlining our graduation conditions. This is rather contradictory, Ma Hongjun lamented with a wry smile, shaking his head. By being both a courtesan and establishing a facade, Oscar muttered, voicing the thought that Ma Hongjun had refrained from expressing. Flinder's sharp gaze immediately shifted to Oscar, who turned pale with fright, mentally chastising himself for his indiscretion. He hastily concealed himself behind Ma Hongjun and explained, not that I said it, that is to say, I did say it, but I was merely speaking on behalf of Xiaoma. This does not concern me. I have said nothing, Ma Hongjun nonchalantly retorted, displaying a lack of loyalty as he sidestepped. Very well, Oscar, come to my office after class. Now I declare class dismissed. Go and enjoy yourselves. Flinder concluded, his smile unyielding as he departed with the master. Ma Hongjun paid little heed to Flinder's remarks. In truth, although the Shrek 7 Devils were not particularly optimistic about Shrek Academy's chances of winning, the more they learned, the more they realized their lack of information. Being familiar with academies like Tiando Chihua, they had also heard about the strength of the Wuhuan Temple team. However, Ma Hongjun was not worried about the Wuhuan Temple Academy. If events unfolded according to the original storyline, even without Zhu Zhuqin and Dai Mubai's Wuhuan fusion technique, he was confident in his ability to defeat the Wuhuan Temple and claim the championship in the Advanced Soul Masters competition. His true concern lay in the possibility of unforeseen events arising during the tournament. Thus, he intended to use these 3 days of respite to carefully contemplate the path ahead. He pondered if the fusion of the Three Kingdoms world and the Douluo world would affect the narrative of the Douluo realm. What consequences might arise? Would he encounter renowned figures from the annals of Chinese history? Would these illustrious figures possess various extraordinary and supreme Wuhuns? How would he measure up against them? Would there be a conflict between the Douluo world and the Three Kingdoms world over territorial dominion? Why are you all still here? Why do you linger? Am I adorned with flowers on my face? Returning to reality, Ma Hongjun noticed that everyone, including Oscar, had not hurried to leave and were instead gazing at him with eager anticipation. The dean has spoken. How can we possibly set aside our training to pursue our own endeavors? We are all waiting for your insights. Dai Mubai shrugged, exasperated. Indeed, Xiaoma, you are the most well-informed among us. Please enlighten us about the specifics of the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple. Fat Tiger eagerly nodded in agreement, beseeching Ma Hongjun for information. I thought it was something significant. They are merely the Wuhuan Temple team. Are you all afraid? Ma Hongjun discerned their intentions. They sought knowledge regarding the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple. We are not intimidated by their soul power levels. Rather, we wish to familiarize ourselves with their soul skills in advance. You have the closest relationship with the poison Douluo and the Dean, so your insights must be more comprehensive than ours, Tang Sin elucidated. Well, as long as you're not afraid. The most daunting aspect of cultivation is losing the drive for advancement. Although the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple is formidable, with diligent training over the next year. Defeating them will not be insurmountable. I have a general understanding of their Wuhuan soul skills, even their Wuhuan fusion techniques. They are indeed powerful, certainly beyond our current capabilities. However, since you have all consumed the celestial grade herbs I provided, the residual potency of those herbs lingers within you, thereby considerably narrowing the disparity in soul power. In due time, I will share more about the golden generation of the Wuhuan Temple with you. I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Ma Hongjun reassured them, withholding mention of potential unforeseen developments. With a heavy heart, he departed the training grounds and returned to his dormitory. Deep in thought about how he would navigate should the two worlds merge and conflict arise. Undoubtedly, although he is a resident of Douluo, he possesses the spirit of Huaxia, and his heart remains that of Huaxia. If he were to choose a camp between the two, Ma Hongjun would unhesitatingly opt to be a Huaxia person. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the spirit of Huaxia, gaining the recognition of the heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms world. Spirit, are you awake? What is the spirit of Huaxia? Ma Hongjun inquired with a hint of joy in his heart. This spirit has never been asleep. How could one speak of awakening? The Huaxia spirit does not possess any special abilities, but serves merely as a symbol of identity. All right, you haven't been asleep. So can I be considered both a Douluo person and a Huaxia person? Can I now enter the passage to the Three Kingdoms world? Ma Hongjun felt that the spirit, which had been absent for over 3 months, now seemed to possess a touch of sentience, prompting him to speak as if to a child, while also seizing the opportunity to voice his curiosity. Yes, you can. However, if the host enters the Three Kingdoms world, the passage will appear above Douluo continent ahead of time. What will happen if the passage appears above Douluo continent? Ma Hongjun had already formed a conjecture in his heart, but still asked. Fool! The appearance of the passage above Douluo continent naturally means that others can also enter the Three Kingdoms world through it. However, those from the Douluo world will face suppression from the heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms upon entry. I see. It seems that during the next phase of Master S training, I cannot continue to train alongside them. Although Ma Hongjun was eager to inquire how to enter the Three Kingdoms world, he knew he could not recklessly venture there. Thus, he decided to head to Tiando City 3 days later, preparing to go to the Three Kingdoms world once he settled down. Hearing that the heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms would impose restrictions on Douluo individuals entering, he was no longer worried about others entering the Three Kingdoms world causing harm to his compatriots. In fact, he harbored a strong desire for the fusion of the two worlds, even hoping that the people of Douluo could bring some trouble to those ancestors embroiled in internal strife. Though those ancestors possessed selfless national sentiments, such feelings only manifested in the face of external threats. In the absence of such threats, those lovable ancestors would not be as endearing as he imagined. Throughout Chinese history, internal strife has been rampant, with various struggles existing in every dynasty. Yet, when matters of national significance arise, countless heroes will step forward, undeterred by life and death, with tales of self-sacrifice emerging continuously. This is the true reason for the strength of the Huaxia nation. Qin Shi Huang Ing Zheng unified the 6 states, establishing the foundation of Huaxia, while Han Wudi Lu Che drove away the Xiongnu, forging the spirit of the nation. Chapter 139, The Secrets of Douluo Continent. It is not only these ancient heroes. Modern-day heroes dedicated to their country and people continue to emerge. It could be you or me. Every child of Huaxia harbors a sense of national duty within their hearts, though the magnitude may differ. Coincidentally, Ma Hongjun is an unmitigated, passionate youth, with a sense of national loyalty remaining undiminished even after a lifetime, growing stronger with the passage of time. He even anticipates that the fusion of the two worlds may lead to a devastating war that could annihilate entire clans. He cannot rapidly strengthen his Huaxia nation, as he lacks the capability, nor can he unite the ancient heroes, each fighting for their own cause, to cast aside their prejudices. Only interests and national duty can bind them together. Thus, Ma Hongjun resolved that if the passage were to open early, so be it. After all, with restrictions in place, The people of the Douluo world could not possibly wipe out the Three Kingdoms world. 10 days later, within Tiando City, the former Lamba Academy has now transformed into a branch of Shrek Academy. In a small courtyard on the back mountain, Hongjun, someone is looking for you. It's someone from the Tiando Royal Academy, a friend of yours, so I brought them here. Lu Erlong stood outside a small room, knocking on the door. After speaking, she returned to her own room without waiting for Hongjun's response, as Master and Flanders were still waiting for her to return to play chess. If not for the Academy notifying her, she would not have come personally, as Hongjun had forbidden anyone from entering his courtyard uninvited. A friend? Who could it be? Could it be Sister Yin Yin? Hongjun pondered curiously. Is Hongjun there? It's me. I have something to ask of you. A gentle voice echoed. Hongjun opened the door and saw a graceful and coldly beautiful girl quietly standing at the entrance, her face slightly flushed. Lingling, is that you? Why isn't Sister Yin Yin with you? I will certainly help if I can. Hongjun looked at the girl before him, as pure and untainted as a lotus flower, and couldn't help but ask in confusion. Although his relationship with Yi Lingling was quite good, it had not reached the level where he would agree to anything she asked. There were distinctions between genders, and he truly could not understand why Yi Lingling would come to find him alone. After all, he had only just arrived in Tiando City 2 days ago, and Yi Lingling was evidently eager to seek him out, clearly with something on her mind. I want you to be my boyfriend. Yi Lingling's face turned crimson, and she summoned her courage to say boldly, What did you say? You want me to be your boyfriend? No. We don't know each other well enough for me to agree to your request. Hongjun stared at Yi Lingling in disbelief, then calmed himself and flatly rejected her. Undeniably, Hongjun harbored feelings for Yi Lingling. To say he was unmoved would be a lie. However, he was not a person to make hasty decisions and could not simply acquiesce to her request. I know my request may seem abrupt to you, but I have my reasons. If you are unwilling or feel that it is progressing too quickly, you can choose to be my nominal boyfriend. Once I reach the title Dalu level, this favor will be considered fulfilled. If you agree, not only will I owe you a favor, but I can also divulge an important secret about Dalu continent. Upon hearing Hongjun's rejection, Yi Lingling appeared unperturbed. Instead, she calmly surveyed her surroundings and whispered cautiously. A secret? What kind of secret? What benefits does it hold for me? Hongjun, not one to be easily swayed, felt a tinge of curiosity at Yi Lingling's words. In truth, if being Yi Lingling's nominal boyfriend posed no disadvantage to him, he would find it quite profitable, especially if it came with an additional favor. The so-called secret was merely the product of his curiosity. He had asked out of casual interest. I've already said it's a secret, so you want to let me in to discuss it? Yi Lingling looked at Hongjun with a hint of dissatisfaction. Oh, I apologize for my rudeness. Please come in, Lingling. My humble abode is simple. I hope you won't mind. Hongjun quickly gestured for her to enter. It turned out that Yi Lingling sought Hongjun to be her boyfriend, not out of genuine affection, but for a deeper reason. After entering, Yi Lingling explained to Hongjun the rationale behind her request. The Jiao-Xn Haitang clan is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Rather, there are many hidden layers throughout the Douluo continent. Although the Jiao-Xn Haitang clan has a singular lineage, the hidden forces behind it are remarkably powerful, rivaling even the seven-treasure glazed tile school. In terms of the quality of martial souls, Jushin Haidang is on par with the Jiubao Liuli Tower, and even surpasses the Qibao Liuli sect. However, unlike the Qibao Liuli sect, the Jushin Haidang clan would never emerge unless faced with the peril of extinction. This is due to their lack of a crucial element necessary for emergence, an elusive yet tangible force known as fortune. The renowned scholar Shen Kuo of the Northern Song dynasty once remarked in his Mengshi Bitten Xiangshu that even minor ailments among the populace are influenced by the rise and fall of fortune. The history of the Jushin Haitang clan spans over 10 millennia, yet for more than 9,000 years, they have scarcely interacted with the outside world due to insufficient fortune. Should they reappear, annihilation would be inevitable. Thus, the Jushin Haidang family has been classified among the hidden clans. What distinguishes the Jushin Haidang clan from other hidden families is that the main lineage, specifically those who possess the Jushin Haidang martial soul, are permitted to emerge and undergo trials at their discretion. This is attributed to the unique nature of the Jiuxin Haidang martial soul. Across the entire Douluo continent, only two Jiuxin Haidang martial souls may coexist at any given time. The appearance of a third necessitates a sacrificial offering of life to ensure its continuation. However, this comes with a caveat. The bearer of the Jiuxin Haidang martial soul remains unaffected by the forces of fortune, provided that no unforeseen incidents arise. This martial soul may persist throughout the annals of Douluo continent's history. To ensure the perpetuation of the Jiuxin Haidang martial soul, certain sacrifices must be made. It is not solely the older generation of Jiuxin Haidang martial soul bearers who must offer their lives. Even matters of marriage cannot be left to personal choice. A union with a plant-type soul master is imperative to produce offspring capable of awakening the Jiuxin Haidang martial soul. The fortuitous grass martial soul of Hongjun is not particularly secretive, and given the connection between a certain member of the Jiuxin Haidang clan and the poisoned Douluo, uncovering this information is not overly difficult. Thus, Yi Lingling's intentions in seeking out Hongjun are evident. She has been tasked by her family. However, Yi Lingling confides in Hongjun that she does not wish to comply with her family's wishes, but instead desires him to be her nominal boyfriend to circumvent the situation. Her primary concern is to prevent her mother from meeting a tragic fate. Her seemingly aloof demeanor is closely tied to this martial soul issue. Yi Lingling wishes to reveal to Hongjun that the reason hidden families have not emerged is due to a lack of fortune. In truth, there are numerous sects on the Douluo continent whose strength rivals that of the Qibao Liuli sect, far from the simplicity it appears to possess. Nonetheless, they remain unable to emerge. However, for months ago, it seems that subtle changes have begun to take place. Some weaker hidden families or sects have started to emerge gradually. According to my mother, this resurgence is due to a renewed outburst of fortune within the Douluo world, allowing certain hidden families or sects to meet the conditions for emergence. Even my own Jiuxin Haidang clan has reaped considerable benefits from this change. This is the secret I wish to share with you. Honestly, I am indifferent to whether the Jiuxin Haidang clan emerges or not. My only concern is for my mother's life. Will you assist me? Yi Lingling is positioned very close to Hongjun, almost whispering into his ear with a tone of utmost sincerity. I trust your words. Hongjun responds with a faint smile, a hint of resignation in his voice. Thus, the secret you wish to share pertains to the emergence of those hidden families in the future, correct? Upon hearing about events from 4 months prior, he harbors vague suspicions. Suspecting a connection to the Three Kingdoms world, he remarks on the apparent simplicity of the sects within Douluo continent, realizing that some remain concealed in the shadows. The Tianluo Duong has merely discovered the existence of hidden forces, yet has not been able to make contact with them. Now the reason is clear. I can agree to your request, but I have one question. Why has the Tianluo Duong gradually developed? Does it not require fortune? Hongjun harbors a fondness for Yi Lingling and recognizes the importance of this secret to him. However, his curiosity persists, prompting him to inquire further. Thank you sincerely. If ever you require my assistance, I shall be obliged to help you. In truth, I would have shared this with you regardless. I know you are affiliated with the Tianluo Duong. Although our hidden families do not emerge, we remain aware of significant events occurring on the Douluo continent, maintaining a robust intelligence network. The fortune of individuals and factions is divided into 3 phases. The first stage is the emergence from nothingness. The second embodies a period of prosperity, and the third signifies a decline from greatness. The fortune of hidden forces pertains to those transitioning from prosperity to decline. It is well known among hidden forces that once a faction achieves isolation from the world and employs certain unique methods, it may attain a form of immortality, provided it possesses sufficient strength for self-preservation. Yi Lingling explains to Hongjun, her voice remaining low, her gaze cautiously scanning the surroundings. So the fortune of the Tianluo Duong remains in the initial phase of emergence. Hongjun comprehends her implications, his heart stirred by the faint fragrance of her presence. An involuntary inclination to lean closer. Sensing his reaction, Yi Lingling's cheeks flush, and she quickly clarifies, "Do not misunderstand. I fear that someone may overhear our conversation and discern the truth. There are certainly members of my family covertly tracking my actions within the academy." Yes, yes. Ma Hongjun nods rapidly, and a moment of awkward silence envelopes them. In truth, Yi Lingling harbors a favorable impression of Ma Hongjun. Otherwise, she would not have heeded her family's advice to seek him out. With his formidable talents, striking appearance, and amiable disposition, he is a peer of outstanding promise, naturally evoking admiration from any of the opposite sex, unless one is of a different nature. Human and beast possess different aesthetic sensibilities, with the exception of transformed 10,000-year spirit beasts. Chapter 140, The World Passage. Please enlighten me on the utility and specifics of fortune. Ma Hongjun initiates, breaking the silence. The rapid development of the Tianluo Diwang is indeed linked to fortune. Fortune is intangible and lacks a concrete definition. And even the three phases of fortune are conclusions reached through the explorations of countless ancestors. The speed of your Tianluo Diwang's growth is comparable to that of the sects that rose during the era of the three great sects, with the formidable title Da Bo suppressing fortune, ensuring that the faction's fortune does not leak, which explains their rapid advancement. However, what intrigues us is the leader of the Tianluo Diwang. Yi Lingling remarks, her gaze searching Ma Hongjun's eyes for answers. What of the leader of the Tianluo Diwang? Is there something noteworthy? Ma Hongjun discerns her curiosity, but, being astute, refrains from revealing his identity as the leader of the Tianluo Diwang. Indeed, there is, however. I cannot disclose it directly. Fortune is a secret shared among the hidden forces of the continent. To establish a sect, it is not merely a matter of strength. The founder must also possess formidable fortune or fate. Otherwise, the faction's development will encounter insurmountable challenges. I surmise your leader possesses exceptionally potent fortune. According to our esteemed elder in the Jioshin Haidang clan, your leader is at least a titled Dalu. Yi Lingling hints delicately to Ma Hongjun. How can you be so certain? What if our sect master is not a titled Dalu, but merely possesses immense fortune? Ma Hongjun inquired with a hint of confusion, showing no sign of revealing his doubts. Only a titled Dalu could possibly possess such formidable luck, enabling the rapid development of Tianluo Diwan. This luck must be exceptionally strong. Our family is well aware of the capabilities of the poison doll. His ascension to title doll was the last burst of his luck, and he could not possibly have the fortune to allow a new force to flourish so swiftly. Hence, we deduce that your sect master must indeed be a titled Douluo, and not one whose potential and luck are nearly exhausted like the poison Douluo, but rather one who is continuously advancing in strength, Yi Lingling stated with confidence. At the same time, she subtly conveyed the significance of luck to Ma Hongjun. Is it impossible for anyone who is not a titled Douluo to possess great fortune? Ma Hongjun pondered, somevat perplexed. In the original narrative, how did Tang San establish the Tang sect without any mention of luck? It is important to note that the current fortune of Tianluo Diwang is nearly on par with the lower four sects. It is not unfeasible for someone below titled Dalu to possess such great luck, but they must be the child of fortune. Yi Lingling cast a glance at the silent Ma Hongjun, a flicker of surprise crossing her eyes as she focused intently on him, evidently trying to discern his inner thoughts. Ma Hongjun responded quietly, falling into contemplation. Indeed, the child of fortune could very well be Tang San. The hidden families in the original story never had the opportunity to emerge, likely due to my butterfly effect, which has completely altered the power dynamics of the Douluo continent. Yet, this is for the better. A life of monotony lacks excitement. You truly are dense. As your nominal girlfriend, do you not have anything to say to me? Yi Lingling remarked with a hint of annoyance. Did you not also say it is a nominal relationship? What could we possibly discuss in front of others? Ma Hongjun replied, bewildered, for he could not fathom the intricacies of women's thoughts. Otherwise, he would not still be single. Yi Lingling felt a surge of frustration. Naturally, she harbored feelings for Ma Hongjun, which is why she divulged everything she knew to him. However, fearing rejection, she refrained from expressing it openly. This infatuation, though still in the realm of attraction, had yet to blossom into love. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun's attitude left her exasperated, even causing her to question her own charm. Typically, any male who encountered her would be captivated, yet only with Ma Hongjun did she feel at a loss. Then I shall take my leave, and I will publicly declare that I am your girlfriend from now on, Yi Lingling stated coldly as she rose from the wooden table. However, I will be away for some time, 3 months at the least, or possibly up to a year, but I will return to Tiando City before the continent-wide Elite Soul Master competition. Although puzzled by Yi Lingling's sudden coldness, Ma Hongjun deemed it necessary to clarify matters, for he was, after all, her nominal boyfriend. What will you be doing? Yi Lingling halted abruptly, in reading. Training. However, the location is scarcely known, so communication with the outside world will be limited. It should not disrupt your plans too much, right? Ma Hongjun asked cautiously. If it were to interfere, he would have to allow Yi Lingling to seek another. Yet, while plant-type soul masters are common, true geniuses are rare. Tang San is also a plant type, but he already has Xiao Wu. He is unlikely to agree to her. After much contemplation, it seemed he was the most suitable option. No, returning before the Soul Master competition poses no problem. However, if possible, it would be beneficial for you to inform Douluo of our relationship before you leave. Yi Lingling remarked with a knowing glance. Understood, no problem, Ma Hongjun replied without perceiving that Yi Lingling was probing into his background. Ultimately, in terms of meticulous thought, he still fell short compared to these women, let alone the cunning individuals of the Three Kingdoms world. Yi Lingling's expression bore the look of confirmation. With Ma Hongjun's talent, he must undoubtedly hold a prominent position within Tianluo Diwan, making his contact with the poisoned Dalu unsurprising. Initially uncertain of Ma Hongjun's standing, his unhesitating agreement confirmed her suspicions. A hint of satisfaction flickered in her eyes. She appreciated Ma Hongjun's unpretentious nature, devoid of ulterior motives. She herself was similar, yet due to family circumstances, she had matured more than Ma Hongjun and thought more deeply. Her visit to find Ma Hongjun was rooted in a desire for honesty, but it also served to gauge his status within Tianluo Diwan. The Jiao Xian Haidang clan had their own rules to preserve their martial spirit. If a soul master lacked significant influence, they would have to opt for a marriage arrangement unless they were of considerable power. She had her own considerations. If given a choice for happiness, she might not select Ma Hongjun. However, for the sake of the Jiao Xian Haidang clan's legacy, she had made no choice. Encountering Ma Hongjun was already satisfactory. Given Ma Hongjun's character, he would never agree to be a son-in-law, but if he were to hold an influential position within Tianluo Diwan, then marrying her in the future would entail fewer complications. I shall take my leave now. Farewell, Yi Lingling declared, departing without affording Ma Hongjun a chance to retain her. Perplexed, Ma Hongjun mused on her oddly fluctuating attitude, finding women quite troublesome. He then returned to his bed to practice his soul power. Outside the back mountain, miss. The elder has commanded me to escort you home. A figure clad in black suddenly appeared before Yi Lingling, speaking respectfully. Had Ma Hongjun been present, he would have noted that the aura of this black-clad individual was akin to that of Zhao Wujia. Does my mother know? Yi Lingling's previously relaxed demeanor turned cold at the appearance of the black-clad figure, and she inquired coolly. The lady is aware, the figure replied, maintaining a respectful demeanor. Very well, lead the way, Yi Lingling instructed, following the black-clad figure. She understood well the elder's intentions in summoning her back. Fortunately, she had made prior arrangements. In thinking of Ma Hongjun's talent and identity, she could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, he had completed the tasks assigned to him over the past 3 days. Once Douluo became available, he would personally come to guide Ma Hongjun to the Sunset Forest to acquire the fourth soul ring. However, due to the lucky grass requiring absorption of the mysterious seed, he could only obtain the fourth soul ring from the evil fire phoenix for the time being. While he was still unfamiliar with the power dynamics of the Three Kingdoms world, the information obtained from the weapon spirit was sufficient to deduce that it was certainly not a place where he could act recklessly. Moreover, in an era rife with formidable generals and cunning strategists, lacking strength would deter him from stepping into the Three Kingdoms world. Otherwise, the ancestors would not spare him simply for being from Huaxia. Half a month later, with Douluo's assistance, Ma Hongjun successfully absorbed a 30,000-year-old Feng Lin Yu B soul ring. Feng Lin Yusho, a descendant of the phoenix, possesses the bloodline of this magnificent creature, and it is the sole being of its kind within the entirety of Luri Sunlin. When Douluo first shared this news with Ma Hongjun, he was overwhelmed with excitement and promptly resolved to consume the Jiguang Feng Wang Kuei alongside obtaining his soul ring. After nearly half a month of searching for its whereabouts, Ma Hongjun and his companions finally discovered the nest of the Feng Lin Yusho. With Douluo personally taking action, capturing the creature proved to be effortless. Upon consuming the Jiguang Feng Wang Kuei, the malevolent fire within Ma Hongjun was temporarily suppressed, transforming him into a more handsome figure, exuding a unique charm that uplifted the spirits of those around him. Without pausing to assess his own condition, Ma Hongjun cast his gaze towards the Feng Lin Yusho, which was subdued by Douluo not far away. This rare, flying soul beast required considerable effort to be captured, as it was an exceedingly fierce carnivore, typically preying upon other soul beasts. Now, in his possession, Ma Hongjun felt no pity for it. The law of nature dictated that the strong prey upon the weak. Were it a gentle soul beast like Xiao Wu, he might have hesitated, but for this vicious creature, he harbored no compassion, adhering strictly to the principle that those outside one's kin are bound to be different. In confronting such a malevolent existence, he felt no remorse, and disregarding the hatred reflected in the creature's eyes, he swiftly dispatched it with a decisive strike. A circle of deep black soul rings illuminated around it, and a flicker of excitement flashed in Ma Hongjun's eyes. It was only natural for him to feel exhilarated. This soul ring belonged to a soul beast with a phoenix bloodline, not only exceedingly rare, but also an indispensable step towards alleviating the malevolent fire within him. This malevolent fire significantly impacted his daily cultivation and life, even altering his temperament. Had he not consistently restrained his true nature, he might have devolved into a debauched scion, a libertine. Though he had contemplated inheriting the position of the god of desire, after much reflection, Ma Hongjun ultimately decided to abandon that notion. The divine position most fitting for his malevolent fire and phoenix martial spirit would undoubtedly be that of the fire god. As for the lucky Clover martial spirit, it would be exceptionally suited to inherit the position of the god of fortune. However, this lower realm clearly lacked such a deity, leading Ma Hongjun to secretly resolve to carve his own divine path. Yet, such contemplations seemed distant, as he had yet to uncover any leads regarding the fire goddess legacy. What the future held was uncertain, but he intended to undertake the Sea God S9 trials to expedite his strength. Next, he would pursue the fire god S inheritance. But he was not in a rush. Participating in the Sea Goddess trials might attract the attention of other deities, much like Oscar and Ning Rongrong had experienced. However, before proceeding with these plans, Ma Hongjun had an essential task to fulfill, otherwise an unsettled mind would hinder his cultivation. He wished to visit the familiar homeland from his dreams. Though it appeared to belong to a different era, merely a historical period of his own time, he was convinced that it was indeed his home. From the moment he arrived in the Three Kingdoms realm, he had felt a sense of belonging, and now he sought to verify whether it aligned with his memories. What a remarkable being, a soul master under 13, an achievement that even the golden generation of the Spirit Hall could hardly attain. Douluo gazed at Ma Hongjun, who was enjoying himself while effortlessly absorbing the 10,000-year soul ring, and could not help but express his astonishment. In no time at all, within less than an hour, Ma Hongjun successfully absorbed his first 10,000-year soul ring. Unlike his previous experience with the sacrificial 10,000-year soul beast, which posed significant danger, this absorption was automatic and devoid of peril, relying solely on his physical and mental fortitude. Possessing the spirit condensation wisdom skull, Ma Hongjun need not worry about soul fluctuations. This was a 30,000-year soul beast soul ring, a formidable creature with a phoenix bloodline, and you absorbed it so easily? Douluo regarded Ma Hongjun, who had risen to his feet, with incredulity. Indeed, why not? Do you expect me to struggle and suffer while absorbing a soul ring? Ma Hongjun retorted. You're the first to actively absorb a 10,000-year soul ring, At least pretend to be somewhat distressed. Douluo felt a twinge of imbalance in his heart, still grappling with the absurdity of how easily Hongjun had absorbed the ring. He had only been able to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring upon becoming a soul king. And even then, it was a ring that had only recently surpassed 10,000 years. He had faced dire consequences when he was younger, nearly losing his life in the process. Such experiences were foreign to someone of his humble beginnings, and Hongjun's achievement was not merely an ordinary 10,000-year soul ring. It was a top-tier 30,000-year soul ring. Having witnessed Hongjun furrow his brow momentarily as the resentment of the soul ring erupted, only to see him swiftly succeed in absorption, left him in disbelief. Chapter 142. The World Passage 3. Aside from the minor inconvenience of soul fluctuations, it seems there was nothing particularly challenging. Hongjun did not feign difficulty. He genuinely found it manageable. All right, if I keep talking, I will begin to feel envious. Let us return, Douluo remarked, rolling his eyes in exasperation. I won't be returning just yet. Please inform the teachers that I wish to embark on a solitary journey, and I will endeavor to return within a year. I should not miss the finals of the Soul Master competition, Hongjun replied, shaking his head. Very well, you certainly should experience some independent training. While you may appear more mature than your peers, in terms of temperament, you may not surpass Tang San. A bit of solitary training will serve you well. But do exercise caution, Douluo remarked, surprised by Hongjun's eagerness to depart. Though he had long anticipated Hongjun's desire to train alone, he had not expected the urgency of his departure. Speaking casually, Douluo's underlying concern was evident in his final words. I will be careful. You should return. I still need to go back to the Binghuo Yangyi to prepare some defensive potions. Hongjun affirmed with a firm nod, not disclosing his true reason for leaving, merely stating his need for personal growth. Initially, Flinder opposed the idea, but ultimately, he could not withstand Hongjun's determination and reluctantly agreed. However, he was secretly devising a plan, confident that with the current strength of the Tianluo Daiwang, finding Hongjun on Douluo continent would not be difficult. Hongjun, aware of Flinder's intentions, knew that his plans would likely come to naught. The place he intended to visit was one that not even the deities of the Douluo world could fully comprehend. In the divine realm, a gentle woman, exuding a soft aura, furrowed her brow in confusion and inquired, Xiaozi, what do you believe lies beyond the hidden passage in the Douluo world? Even I cannot fully see through it. I cannot see through it either, but I have some inklings. It is likely a world similar to our Douluo divine realm, replied the young man, known as Xiaozi, who was one of the 5 divine kings of the divine realm, identified as the god of destruction, while the gentle woman was naturally the goddess of life. Sigh. The connection between 2 worlds brings uncertainty about whether it is a blessing or a curse. The life god king exhaled deeply, his expression tinged with melancholy. The life goddess, one of the 5 supreme deities in the divine council, embodied as the ancient tree of life, possessed formidable power and profound experience, her heart inherently kind. She was a venerable figure in the Douluo divine realm, wife of the god of destruction, exuding a vital aura that evoked warmth and approachability. Regardless of the outcome, war was inevitable, should the other world be consumed. Douluo Star might evolve into a divine realm where gods could thrive. A glimmer of excitement flickered in the eyes of the god of destruction, who found the divine realm exceedingly dull. While he was not a solitary figure like the sea god, he was equally weary of the divine life. The prospect of experiencing another world invigorated him. In his view, aside from power, this was the only thing that piqued his interest. Isn't this quite good? If Xiaozi realizes the gravity of the situation, can she promise not to instigate a war between the 2 worlds? The life goddess, averse to conflict and favoring tranquility, gently urged, noticing the god of destruction's eager disposition for battle. Rest assured, I know my limits. I will dispatch a clone to assess the situation, he retorted, disregarding her counsel, though he was wise enough not to recklessly enter that enigmatic world in his true form. With that, the god of destruction vanished, leaving the life goddess behind, lamenting, Suddenly recalling something, she established communication with a fragment of her divine consciousness previously left on Douluo continent, murmuring to herself, "Given this upheaval, it seems Douluo continent will not remain tranquil. It is time to manifest my legacy." Concurrently, the first-tier gods within the Divine Council sensed the changes and began to connect with their divine consciousness left in the Douluo world. The unexpected arrival of the Three Kingdoms world hinted at an impending turmoil in Douluo, prompting them to revise their stringent legacy requirements and prepare contingencies. Naturally, Hongjun was oblivious to these developments. The portal to the Three Kingdoms world directly connected to Douluo Star. Should the Three Kingdoms world be consumed, Douluo Star would be the primary beneficiary, with little impact on the Douluo Divine Realm or other continents. While benefits were assured, they would pale in comparison to those of Douluo Star. Conversely, if war erupted, Douluo continent would undoubtedly be the first to suffer. Opportunity and peril coexisted in the Three Kingdoms world, with Huaxia's 13 continents facing Douluo continent head-on. At this moment, Hongjun had gathered numerous healing herbs and top-tier spiritual medicines conducive to solidifying foundations from the ice and fire yin-yang eye. He had no need for the foundation-stabilizing herbs. His intentions were ulterior. After a brief examination, he discovered he possessed a total of 9 top-tier spiritual herbs. Notably, upon his departure, he had gifted Flinder a Millennium Ginseng King, whose efficacy was only slightly inferior to that of celestial-grade herbs. Including this one, the entire ice and fire yin-yang I harbored just 10 such herbs, not accounting for the share belonging to the Shrek 7 monsters. Once his teacher consumed the Millennium Ginseng King, he would likely soon transcend the Soul Douluo rank. With the presence of the old Poison Master, there was no need to worry about soul rings. "Fear not, teacher, even if the two worlds clash, you shall always remain my mentor." Hongjun sensed an intense premonition that one side would inevitably submit or face annihilation. He would not allow the land of the divine Huaxia to perish before his eyes, even at the cost of his life. To be honest, his journey also bore the intention of sending word. If it truly was the magnificent Huaxia of his heart, he would not hesitate to expose the situation in the Douluo world. Between Douluo and the land of Huaxia, he would unerringly choose Huaxia. "My grand Huaxia, every stroke and dot forms a backbone. My divine land, every thought and sentiment shapes the future. My vast 9 provinces, every word and ink reflects the blazing sun. In this life, I have no regrets for entering Huaxia. In the next life, I shall remain in the family of China." What embodies the spirit of China? 5,000 years ago, with a single command from the Yellow Emperor, the hunt began in the Central Plains. For 1,000 years ago, the Duke of Zhou's wisdom resonated widely. 2,000 years ago, Qin unified the realm, and Hanwu ventured into the desert, vanquishing the Xiongnu, their fame echoing for miles. In that year, we enlightened the world. 5 millennia have passed. The West Greece has vanished. Alexander is no more. Rome has fallen. Egypt has perished. Babylon is lost. Assyria is gone. And Persia and Arabia have faded. Europe has fragmented. The Middle East lies in chaos. Yet we still call ourselves China. This term traces back to 2000 BC. Hongjun may not achieve the monumental feats of the ancients, but for the future of the Huaxian nation, he is willing to play the role of a small man, not hesitating to sell information about the Douluo world. Of course, he was not foolish. Everything would proceed under the premise that his family remained safe. Hongjun was brought to a mystical place known as Tongtian Sea by the weapon spirit through unknown means, stopping before a mysterious black hole radiating a dark luster. From the depths of the black hole, he sensed a familiar aura, as if that realm was home. Is this the world portal? Chapter 143, The Secret Realm of Tongtian Sea. Weapon Spirit. How do I enter the portal? Will there be any danger? Hongjun inquired, unable to suppress his excitement as he gazed at the dark passage. The scenery of the Tongtian Sea secret realm was utterly breathtaking. Over 90% of the area was covered by water, and the azure sky poured down not rain, but seawater. Rivers several meters wide cascaded downward, and intriguingly, the seawater showed no sign of spilling over. instead converging into the ocean below. Like a tornado, it spun, presenting an astonishing scene that felt surreal and defied description. Luckily, Ma Hongjun stood on the highest point of the entire secret realm, atop a small island. Otherwise, the peculiar torrents would have swept him away. While he could fly, he had no desire to experience the sensation of being washed away by a deluge. Meanwhile, at the nearest spatial node outside the secret realm, a youth clad in purple, exuding an aura of destruction, hesitated as he gazed at the secret passage. The world portal was located above the Tongtian Sea, presenting some complications. Furrowing his brow, he murmured to himself. The Tongtian Sea was a trivial secret realm above the Douluo continent, largely unknown to many. Unlike the Douluo continent, no soul power could be mobilized within the Tongtian Sea, not even by gods. However, Ma Hongjun, situated within the Tongtian Sea, was an exception, his soul power circulating freely. Radiating flames. Weapon spirit. Is it sufficient to directly step into the passage to enter the Huaxiao world? Ma Hongjun stood poised, not daring to relax his vigilance as he observed the world portal. Within this passage, he perceived an immense terror, a colossal energy potent enough to tear him apart. Yes, host need not worry. With my presence, entering the passage will pose no issues, the weapon spirit assured him. Excellent. My Grand Huaxia, here I come. Upon hearing the spirit's assurance, Ma Hongjun stepped forward without hesitation. As the space of the Mijing twisted, a purple figure emerged within the desolate realm of the Tongtianhai. What is this? How peculiar. There exists another presence. Who could it be? The ability to enter Tongtianhai. Could it be a manifestation of Shura? No, this aura is feeble. Even if it were indeed a fragment of Shura, it should not possess such a diminutive force. This purple figure is, in fact, a manifestation of the god of destruction from the divine realm. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, under the mysterious protection of the artifact spirit's power, had safely traversed the world passage, landing in the central plains of Huaxia, atop Beimong Mountain. Beimong Mountain lies north of Luoyang, on the southern bank of the Yellow River, and is a foothill of the Qinling mountain range, a branch of the Xiao Mountains. At this moment, the phoenix wings on Ma Hongjun's back suddenly brimmed with vitality, unfurling automatically as he touched the ground. Unable to contain his excitement, Ma Hongjun soared upwards. The first sight he beheld was the imperial city of Luoyang, which had been reduced to ruins by fire, now rebuilt anew. As he ascended further, Ma Hongjun concentrated his spiritual energy in his eyes, catching sight of the ever-flowing Mother River, the Yellow River, coursing through Huaxia. Continuing his ascent, he found his evil fire phoenix martial soul almost uncontrollable. The wings seemed to resist an unknown force, the martial soul unleashing its latent power in defiance of this repulsion. Gazing at the Great Wall, which appeared like a colossal dragon safeguarding the land of Huaxia, Ma Hongjun felt a profound sense of belonging to this world. A voice echoed, "Ding. The host may release the heart of Huaxia to counteract the world's repulsion." Will the host proceed? Activate. Ma Hongjun understood that here, he would not face rejection from the world. Thus he exhibited no trace of panic. Even as he reached the zenith of the phoenix wing's flight, where a misstep could lead to his demise, he remained composed. As he beheld the world passage resembling a black hole in midair, he prepared to descend and find a place to land, only to be startled by an overwhelming surge of seawater pouring forth from the black hole, cascading down towards the land of Shenzhou below. The deluge showed no signs of abating, and recalling the boundless waters of the Tongtianhai on the other side. Ma Hongjun's heart sank. Indeed, the water bore the same hue as that of the Tongtianhai, making it easy to deduce the origin of this phenomenon. Returning to the Tongtianhai, the god of destruction surveyed the empty expanse with a glint of malice in his eyes. The Tongtianhai is aptly named for its endless sea, capable of inundating hundreds of Douluo continent in an instant. Regardless of who traverses the world passage, it is advantageous for me. Surely, a conflict will arise between our Douluo world and the mysterious realm beyond. The Tongtianhai, situated at the cusp of the passage, will undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. I must devise a method to draw the seawater into the world passage. Otherwise, should war ensue, the secret realm will collapse, and Douluo Star will be engulfed in an ocean. I apologize. The god of destruction's fingers danced, inscribing countless mysterious runes. As the runes coalesced, the waters of the Tongtian Hai began to flow gently towards the opposite end of the world passage. Since someone has already ventured into the mysterious realm to scout, I shall refrain from doing so. However, the waters of the Tongtian Hai cannot remain here. Otherwise, Douluo Star will surely meet its end in the event of conflict. A curious expression flickered in the god of destruction's eyes as he nodded in satisfaction at his handiwork. The waters of the Tongtian Hai are extraordinarily unique. No one knows their origin, and even divine powers cannot evaporate them. Strangely, they remain contained within the Tongtian Hai, never spilling forth. Should a power surpassing a level 2 deity enter the secret realm, it would collapse, unleashing waters akin to torrential rain upon Douluo continent. The reason the sea area on Douluo continent vastly exceeds the land is due to the earlier tilting of the Tongtian Hai waters. This is the water of the Tongtian Hai. When the world is happening. Artifact spirit, I require a reasonable explanation. Ma Hongjun's expression darkened as he gazed at the torrential downpour. Well aware of the history of the Central Plains, Ma Hongjun understood the implications of such a downpour for the Huabei region bordering the Yellow River. It heralded a cataclysmic flood, leading to the separation of families and devastation. This has nothing to do with me or the host. Someone must be drawing the waters of the Tongtian Hai into this world from the other side, came the reply. Is there any way to resolve this? If this continues, an unprecedented flood will surely erupt in the Central Plains, displacing the populace. Ma Hongjun questioned himself. He was not a virtuous person, yet he could not stand idly by while his compatriots suffered. Unless a divine artifact can suppress it, disaster is inevitable. The artifact's spirit offered a solution, though its rarity rendered it nearly as elusive as the national treasure, the giant panda, from his previous life. Sighing deeply, Ma Hongjun descended to the dilapidated city of Luoyang. Surrounding him, his soul power formed an energy shield to ward off the rain, allowing him to conserve energy compared to other soul masters. The torrential rain could not dampen even the hem of his garments as he landed outside the city. Those hurrying to escape the rain were oblivious to Ma Hongjun's sudden arrival. Mama. My mama was swept away by the flood. Who will save my mama? A little girl's cries jolted Ma Hongjun from his observations of Luoyang. The girl wept bitterly, pointing towards the moat where a helpless figure was being swept away by the flood, calling out for help. Her thin clothing soaked through. She was undeterred as she glanced around, desperate for aid, her eyes reflecting despair as she contemplated jumping into the moat but hesitated. Do not cry. I will save your mama. Stay right here, Ma Hongjun reassured her, swiftly jumping into the moat. To avoid unnecessary complications, he refrained from unleashing his martial soul's wings. The little girl stared blankly at the handsome young man who had appeared before her. Just as she was about to speak, he leaped into the water. The moat, while merely a few yards wide, could be traversed without concern under normal circumstances. However, the downpour posed a significant risk of overflow. It was no wonder the girl's mother had been swept away. Ma Hongjun deduced that the girl had likely been pushed out of the flood's reach by her mother. Although the ground was muddy, the current nearby was insufficient to carry the girl away. Upon entering the water, Ma Hongjun swiftly rescued the girl's mother. Despite being drenched and dirty, the woman retained an innate beauty that was hard to conceal. Ding! Congratulations to the host for saving a Huaxiao woman. Reward: Huaxiao points 10. With no time to respond to the voice echoing in his mind, Ma Hongjun pulled the grateful woman and her daughter swiftly towards the city. As the rain continued to intensify, the appearance of the young woman, though slightly startled, was remarkably composed. Her ability to walk was aided by Ma Hongjun, who utilized his soul power to restore some of her strength during the rescue. Upon entering the city of Luoyang, he led the two women, one tall and one small, to a tavern. The heavy rain outside had drawn many seeking shelter, and the woman, exuding an air of distinction, seemed to possess some wealth, promptly instructing a servant to procure a private room. The young girl, named Yin, expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. Once I find my husband, I will surely repay your kindness." The beautiful woman bowed respectfully to Ma Hongjun, though she felt a bit sticky from the rain, as her clean clothes had been washed away by the flood, leaving her no choice but to endure. Fortunately, the silver she carried was safely placed on her daughter. I am Lu Jun, madam. You flatter me. It is only natural for us, as children of Huaxia, to help one another. Having witnessed this incident, how could I stand idly by? Ma Hongjun decided to adopt a local custom and spoke in somewhat awkward classical Chinese. Before the woman could respond, the little girl, whose emotions had stabilized, interjected. Oof, that's not true. Many people around were too afraid to help. Yet only you, big brother, risked your safety to save my mother. The girl pouted, displaying a touch of pride. Ma Hongjun gazed at the now normal girl in astonishment, pondering whether children today possessed such boldness. Was I wrong in what I said? Why are you looking at me like that? The girl lowered her head shyly, speaking softly. She appeared to be around 7 or 8 years old, and Ma Hongjun, though slightly older in appearance, was not much older in reality. Linner, do not speak foolishly. How could an ordinary person emerge from such a flood, especially while rescuing another? The woman, sensible as she was, couldn't help but glance curiously at the youthful boy before her. Indeed, not everyone is as capable as Big Brother, but if it were my father, he would certainly succeed. His martial prowess is unmatched. The girl, unable to retort to her mother, suddenly wore an expression of admiration, as if recalling something. My lord, please do not take offense at my daughter's words. She has always preferred martial arts to needlework and greatly admires her father. The woman apologized to Ma Hongjun. It is of no concern. Haha, I see that your daughter possesses unique talents. She is undoubtedly a promising candidate for martial arts training. In these chaotic times, this may be a blessing in disguise. Ma Hongjun, emulating the mannerisms of a sage, complimented her. Hee, just as father said, Big Brother must be as formidable as him. With such heavy rain and fierce floods, you were still able to save mother. The girl laughed joyfully, completely shaking off the trauma from the flood. However, Ma Hongjun fell into silence upon hearing her words, suddenly realizing he could not remain idle. While the city of Luoyang was situated at a high elevation and would not flood immediately, the farmlands and villages outside were at greater risk. He stood up, determined to venture outside the city and find a way to mitigate the torrential downpour. Even if he could save but one life, it would be worth the effort. My lord, what are you planning? Why the sudden urgency? Is there something pressing? Yin inquired, rising swiftly to follow him. The rain is torrential, and the rivers are breaching their banks. The farmlands will surely be lost. However, there are many villages outside the city, and I cannot stand by while they suffer. Ma Hongjun explained, pausing momentarily before vanishing from sight. One extraordinary individual. If only my husband possessed such awareness. How could his reputation be as it is now? The woman sighed, shaking her head. Yet, she silently committed Ma Hongjun's appearance to memory, planning to send someone to seek him out and repay his life-saving grace once the situation stabilized. In this era, a small favor warranted a great return, let alone a life-saving act. As Ma Hongjun hurried towards the outskirts of the city, he pondered the mystery surrounding the Huaxiao points that had manifested during his recent rescue. Qiling, why is it called Huaxiao points and not kindness points? He mused internally. Ding! After merging with the energy of the mysterious seed and meteor tears, the quality of your martial soul has undergone an unknown transformation. From now on, the host will no longer receive other points, only Huaxiao points. Rewards drawn from Huaxiao points will primarily feature renowned historical figures and military generals from Huaxia. Note, the summoned generals and officials will default to loyalty to the host. But each possesses their own thoughts. Whether they can be controlled depends on the host's own efforts. Other treasures from various realms will serve as supplementary rewards. Although Ma Hongjun understood Qiling's words, he felt bewildered by the situation. After inquiring further, he grasped that the previous lottery points system had been altered due to the acquisition of such formidable treasures as meteor tears and the mysterious seed, which had also caused some damage to his essence. Upon entering this world of Huaxia, the heavenly Tao had bestowed upon him this ability to restore his essence. Ma Hongjun's heart brimmed with excitement. He felt as though he were being gently embraced by the heavenly Tao. This treatment was reserved for the sons of destiny in those of other realms, and now he had the privilege of experiencing it himself, a testament not merely to luck. Despite his time in Douluo continent, where the luck bestowed by the Clover had not yielded substantial fortune, he now found himself presented with this extraordinary opportunity. Can I summon legendary figures like the god of war Hongjun or the great shaman Xing Tian? Suppressing his overwhelming excitement, Hongjun began to entertain fantastical thoughts. You can, but the chances of summoning them are practically negligible, Qi Ling responded. Upon hearing that he could summon such legendary figures, Hongjun nearly exclaimed in joy, almost breaking the calm demeanor he had cultivated over many years. However, upon hearing the latter part of Qi Ling's statement, he felt deflated. Was this truly a good sign? As Hongjun traversed through the downpour, he encountered numerous individuals in distress, generously extending his aid. His motivations were twofold: the long-awaited return to his beloved Huaxia and the innate compassion for his fellow countrymen, coupled with the pursuit of Huaxia points. Observing his accumulated 520 Huaxia points, a satisfied smile crept across Hongjun's face. Throughout his journey, he assisted anyone affected by the flood, albeit not as significantly as during his first rescue. Yet it was still a commendable effort. Eventually, Hongjun departed Luoyang, seeking out low-lying villages. Unbeknownst to him, the torrential rain was a result of a cataclysmic event from the Tongtian Sea's secret realm, wreaking havoc across the central plains while being mysteriously obstructed in other regions. When not a drop fell, 3 days later, the mysterious force surged, enveloping the central plains, finally bringing an end to the relentless rain. Over the course of 3 days, the first day alone saw Luoyang and its surroundings receive rainfall equivalent to at least 150 West Lakes worth of water, with the entire central plain accumulating no less than 500 West Lakes worth. Had it not been for the protection of this mysterious force, the entire Han dynasty could have faced dire consequences from the sudden deluge. The human realm sanctuary is a secret domain reliant on the 9 provinces of Huaxia, inhabited by generations of human sages. It is primarily governed by the teachings of Confucianism and Taoism, with various schools of thought complementing their efforts to safeguard humanity. Daomen leader Guzi is not only the head of the Taoist sect, but also the progenitor of the Zongheng school among the 100 schools of thought. His cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the combined body, making him an unparalleled powerhouse with a lifespan of 10,000 years. At this moment, he has successfully sealed the influx of seawater from the Tongtian Sea alongside many revered sages of the human race. Fellow practitioners, allow me to share my thoughts. Since the fall of Wang of Wu to Zhou, the world's spiritual energy has withered, and the immortals have been separated from us, resulting in our loss of connection with the upper realms. Now that the spiritual energy has reignited, it is time for us to take a step closer and embark on the path of immortality. I intend to re-enter the world during this chaotic era to cultivate. What are your thoughts on this? Guzi, clad in black robes with flowing black hair, exudes an aura of twilight. Despite his seemingly aged visage, there is not a wrinkle to be found, resembling a youthful lad of 18 with fair skin. I share this sentiment. This collision of worlds may indeed present an opportunity for us. However, while we can descend from the mountains, we must consider how to conclude this chaotic era. The fusion of 2 small worlds will undoubtedly lead to conflict. Do any of you have candidates in mind to resolve this turmoil? A middle-aged man, radiating the aura of battlefield slaughter, spoke with authority. The words of the grandson echo our own. The other dozens of men nodded in agreement. This formidable figure, also a late-stage combined body powerhouse, is comparable to a peak deity of the Douluo continent. He is none other than Sun Wu, the founder of the military school, with several others behind him, including Mozi, Zhou Yin of the Yin-Yang school, Han Fizi of the legalist school, and the founders of various other schools such as the Ming, Zheijia, Nongjia, and Yijia. Notably, standing alongside Guzi is Confucius, the founder of the Confucian school. Among the human race's secret realm, only he and Guzi possess the greatest strength, situated between the Doa, divine king, and the peak of the first-tier deities. They have established the 100 schools, assisted emperors, and promoted the development of civilization, possessing the ancient methods of refining qi to extend their lifespans and escape the cycle of heavenly reincarnation. While it may be inaccurate to say they are transcendent, as the deities of the Douluo continent can live for countless years, these ancient qi refiners, though not far off in power, differ vastly in lifespan. Compared to the deities, they enjoy certain advantages. They do not need to forsake their physical forms to cultivate their souls, but can progress both body and spirit together. Though they have not achieved immortality, they remain the rulers of this world. The secret realm they inhabit is the only remaining celestial paradise above the blue star, roughly the size of half the Tiando Empire. At this moment, Ma Hongjun is unaware of all this. Although he believes his homeland is certainly not as weak as he remembers, he cannot fathom that there are beings who can rival the peak deities of the Douluo continent. Having been in Huaxia for 3 days, he finally breathes a sigh of relief as the torrential rain, or flood, ceases. At this time, Gong Sunzan has likely just suffered defeat, and Zhao Yun has yet to pledge himself to Liu Bei. Although he admires Liu Da's brother, Guan Eryi, he does not wish for the valiant Zhao Yun to languish under his command. Now that the natural disaster has ended, there is little he can do, so he decides it is better to seek out Zhao Zilong and Hongjun, those temporarily without masters, to form alliances. Chapter 146 Lu Ning, based on his understanding of history, Ma Hongjun speculates that Zhao Yun may have returned to his hometown of Changshan, or perhaps he is in East City. With a mindset of trial and exploration, Ma Hongjun travels in the direction of Changshan, Jizhou, Changshan, Zhending County. It is now the 4th year of Jianan, or 199 AD. If he recalls correctly, Zhao Yun should not join Liu Bei until 200 AD. Since he has come, he will not allow Zhao Yun to make the wrong choice. Upon reaching Zhending County, he finds ample silver, and Jinhun Bai, made of real gold, is abundant due to his ability to create true gold with his phoenix flame, known as Mati Jin. Gold is the legal currency of the Han dynasty, and due to its high value, it is not commonly circulated in society, primarily replaced by copper coins. However, gold can be exchanged for copper coins. As the leader of the Tian Luo Di Wang, his spatial soul-guiding device naturally contains plenty of Jinhun Bai. Therefore, upon settling down, he immediately purchases a residence from a wealthy merchant in Zhending County through special channels. He even extravagantly hires several maids to manage household chores. Once everything is arranged, he instructs the maids to leave him be and departs the residence, heading towards Zhao's village. Who exactly are you? What do you want with my brother Yin? A young girl vigilantly regards the handsome youth before her. I'm not anyone significant. Ah, I'm not a person. No, I'm a person. Oh dear. I cannot explain clearly. Just know that I mean no harm. Ma Hongjun finds himself at a loss, unsure how to clarify to the beautiful girl before him. Upon arriving at Zhao's village, Ma Hongjun easily locates Zhao Yun's home, but does not encounter Zhao Yun himself. Instead, he meets his younger sister, Zhao Yu. However, upon hearing that Ma Hongjun is looking for Zhao Yun, her demeanor turns unfriendly, and she watches him warily, fearing he may be a subordinate of Yuan Shao. Despite Ma Hongjun's insistence that he knows nothing of this Yuan Shao, the girl remains unconvinced, and he feels her wariness is rather excessive. Yet, he cannot fault her. After all, who would not be suspicious of a stranger appearing at their door, seeking someone without offering a reason? The girl cannot help but chuckle. This person resembles my second brother, so he must not be a bad guy. I shall tease him a bit more. A glimmer of cunning flashes in her eyes as she secretly thinks. Oh, so you're not a person. If you're not a person, what are you? Could it be that you are the legendary little beast? Zhao Yu suddenly clutches her chest, feigning fear. Cough, cough. I truly have urgent business with your brother. I implore you, miss, to assist me and inform me of his whereabouts. Ma Hongjun scratches his head awkwardly. In his 2 lives, he has come to realize that the girl is indeed playfully teasing him, and he cannot help but feel a sense of helplessness. Boring. You don't seem very old and don't look like Yuan Shao's subordinate. My second brother has gone up the mountain and returns every 3 days. You came at just the right time. You should be back soon. Zhao Yu pouts, expressing her displeasure. Ma Hongjun's heart leaps with surprise, then joy. He is astonished at Zhao Yu's keen vigilance at such a young age, knowing to delay time to keep herself safe. His joy stems from the prospect of meeting Zhao Yun, for with his own abilities and silver tongue, he is certain he can alter Zhao Yun's fate. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, even if he had not come, the trajectory of the world's fate has already begun to shift. However, it remains uncertain whether Zhao Yun would still follow the old path. With his straightforward and loyal character, he could easily be swayed by Lu Daer. Beware, beware. Your brother is back. Yungu is back, and he has brought a tiger. Come out and lend a hand. A hearty voice calls from outside. Upon hearing the sound, Ma Hongjun, without much thought, exited the door, his emotions mirroring those of Zhao Yu, both somewhat agitated. As he opened the courtyard gate, he beheld two figures standing outside. One was a strikingly handsome young man of remarkable demeanor, while the other was a robust man, the one who had called out, appearing somewhat simple-minded. Ma Hongjun, observing the young man who evidently held a position of authority, felt an inexplicable pressure akin to confronting a formidable opponent of the highest caliber. Second only to his first encounter with Douluo. Who might this brother be? The young man inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice as he regarded Ma Hongjun. I am Lu Ning, styled Ziyu. Please, let's converse inside, Ma Hongjun replied, speaking without hesitation, opting to use his past life's name rather than his identity from the Douluo continent. There is no need for concern, second brother. Lu Gu is specifically looking for you, not affiliated with Yuan Shao or any other warlords. Zhao Yu unexpectedly spoke up for Ma Hongjun, despite her prior skepticism. Indeed, I am Zhao Yun, styled Zilong. I have the pleasure of meeting Lu Xiong, Zhao Yun said, examining Ma Hongjun's eyes. With years of battlefield experience, he discerned that while Ma Hongjun exuded a notable aura, he lacked the malevolence typical of spies from rival warlords, thus alleviating his concerns. He then smiled and introduced himself. Please do not mention it. Zhao Dege, I am merely 14 years old this year. Hee, I may seem rather mature for my age, but if you do not mind, you may simply call me Ziyu, Ma Hongjun replied, feigning surprise and humility. In truth, his robust physique and towering height made it difficult for anyone to accurately guess his age. On the Douluo continent, where development was notably accelerated, he belonged to the upper echelons of maturity, a fact that was even more pronounced in this realm. Zhao Yun exclaimed, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. He did not delve further into the matter, but, with the assistance of Ma Hongjun and Zhao Yu, dragged the nearly lifeless Diao Jing by Yihu, a formidable tiger, into the courtyard. Did Zhao Dege hunt this majestic creature? Ma Hongjun inquired curiously, observing the tiger's feeble state. He sensed an aura of the king of beasts emanating from it, unlike that of ordinary tiger soul beasts. Indeed, this creature possesses an extraordinarily tenacious life force. It took considerable effort to subdue it. Its attack power and speed are unparalleled in my experience. While descending the mountain, I encountered this man-eating beast and seized the opportunity to capture it, intending to trade it for some silver to provide my younger sister with clothing. Zhao Yun explained amiably, refraining from inquiring about Ma Hongjun's origins or motives. Given Ma Hongjun's impressive aura and his youthful age of under 14, Zhao Yun assumed he must be a well-connected and knowledgeable young master from a prestigious family. Seeking to form a connection after hearing of his recent exploits in defeating Yin Liang and Wen Chou, leading remnants of his forces to safety. Brother Zilong, if you intend to sell, and if you trust me, allow me to handle the sale for you. I assure you, I will secure the best price. Ma Hongjun proposed to Zhao Yun, driven by a desire to see if slaying this imposing tiger would yield a soul ring. He had no genuine interest in selling it. Rather, he wished to acquire it for his own experimentation with soul rings, considering even Zhao Yun struggled significantly to capture a beast of this caliber. It would likely possess a soul ring of at least 90,000 years. Should it manifest, Ma Hongjun could easily absorb it. Then I thank you, Lu Xiong. Zhao Yun replied with a slight bow. He, not being a member of a prominent family and often absent from home, lacked reliable channels for selling such a fierce tiger, as most could not afford it. With that, Ma Hongjun shamelessly took residence at Zhao Yun's abode, not without contributing to their household by having a maid procure various necessities. The living conditions here were noticeably less advanced than those on the Douluo continent, yet they evoked a sense of familiarity in him. Had it not been for the many people he cared for back on the Douluo continent, he might have wished to remain here indefinitely. Despite the general backwardness in various aspects, the diversity of Hanfu captivated Ma Hongjun's gaze. The vibrantly colored silk garments, adorned with intricate designs, were nothing short of magnificent. During this time, Ma Hongjun's strength notably increased, reaching the realm of a level 42 Soul Master. The fierce tiger was discreetly purchased after being brought to Zhending County. Upon vanquishing the critically wounded beast, a dark purple soul ring, over 9,000 years old, indeed materialized. Do not question how Ma Hongjun knew it was over 9,000 years. Possessing a spirit akin to a system's artifact, this judgment was trivial. Half a year later, having established a foothold in this chaotic era, Ma Hongjun found the gold soul coins from the Spatial Soul Guide to be invaluable. With his cultivation having reached level 50, he was merely a soul ring away from breaking through to the next realm, although his prowess could not be measured solely by rank. In terms of resources, he lacked nothing. Over the past 6 months, aside from developing his influence during the waning days of the Han, he primarily trained alongside the formidable Zhao Yun. Their frequent sparring sessions, though often resulting in his defeat, significantly accelerated both his combat experience and soul power growth. Financially, he was also well off. While gold was precious in the Douluo world, its abundance here was incomparable. The gold soul coins allowed Ma Hongjun to swiftly establish his own power and gather rare, medicinal herbs for his cultivation, though he lacked in suitable training grounds. The sudden influx of spiritual energy due to the meteor tears and the merging of 2 realms provided ample resources, complemented by the residual potency of the immortal herbs within him, enabling his rapid ascension to level 50. After arriving in this world, Ma Hongjun realized that being overly greedy for soul rings was unwise. Thus, he refrained from cultivating the luck grass martial soul, opting instead for a more measured approach. Both Zhao Yun and the legendary Lu Bu possessed singular martial souls, yet their combat capabilities left Ma Hongjun in awe. For instance, Zhao Yun's martial soul, the long and bright silver spear, was of a quality comparable to his own evil fire phoenix, yet its power far exceeded his own. Though Zhao Yun's true rank was merely that of a soul sage, his actual strength, in Ma Hongjun's estimation, was certainly on par with Douluo. Ma Hongjun firmly believed that in a life-and-death confrontation, it would be Douluo, not Zhao Yun, who would meet his demise. This disparity stemmed entirely from technique, which transcended the singularity of soul rings and soul skills. Here, technique represented a realm of martial arts. Although not explicitly categorized, the strength of numerous generals could be roughly divided into 3 stages. The first stage, known as form, involves systematically executing one's learned skills, a stage in which Ma Hongjun currently found himself. The second stage, intent, represented the comprehension of the true essence of techniques, allowing for a harmonious integration of form and intent. This state is exceedingly rare, with few able to attain it, requiring an exceptionally high level of talent. Ma Hongjun merely understands that Zhao Yun is currently in this coveted realm. The third stage of skill is divinity. Those who reach this divine level are said to possess extraordinary gifts. It is rumored that only Xiang Yu has achieved this state in the past 3 centuries. When skill transcends into the realm of divinity, one could contend with the god of war. Of course, Ma Hongjun is unaware of these intricacies. Huaxiao has concealed many secrets. Even among generals, there are 3 categories: Jin, Ti, and Ji. Ji is merely one method of cultivation among generals. Jin pertains to the practice of Qi, akin to the soul power cultivated in Douluo Dalu. Ti naturally refers to body refinement. Before the Qin dynasty, many scholarly officials had their own cultivation methods. But after the reign of the first emperor, most of these practices have been lost to time, with only a few retaining fragments of these teachings. Some of these methods have evolved from ancient Qi practitioners, while others were independently realized by exceptional cultivators observing the changes of heaven's way and understanding the mysteries of nature. As for martial souls, they are a new phenomenon. This world has birthed the marvelous practice of martial souls, leaving the future direction of cultivation shrouded in uncertainty. When Ma Hongjun first met Zhao Yun, he had only just grazed the threshold of skill manifestation. Yet now he has reached the mid-stage of skill manifestation. With a combination of his powerful and wondrous martial soul abilities, he is confident in defeating ordinary soul masters. It is a matter of victory, not mere confrontation. However, he lacks confidence against the titled Douluo. The might of a titled Douluo cannot simply be countered by skillful breakthroughs. In a dilapidated yet remarkably clean courtyard, two figures stood and lay, silently gazing at the distant sky. "Brother Lu, I intend to seek refuge with Lu Huangshu. I wonder if you wish to accompany me?" Zhao Yun inquired earnestly, turning to the relaxed Ma Hongjun reclining in a boss's chair. "I have no intention of going," Ma Hongjun replied bluntly, as if already anticipating Zhao Yun's words. "Why?" Zhao Yun retorted, a hint of agitation in his voice. After half a year of companionship, their relationship had blossomed into a deep camaraderie. "Because I have other important matters to attend to and cannot go," Ma Hongjun recalled the events on Dalu, feeling it was time to prepare for his return. "What about the Punlai Tavern?" Zhao Yun furrowed his brow. "Leave it to you and your 36 brothers." Ma Hongjun replied nonchalantly. "What is the purpose of establishing such a powerful intelligence network?" Zhao Yun's expression shifted, questioning seriously. "For the strength of our nation. For the people of Huaxia. I have no desire to become a regional lord or unify the world. I simply wish to contribute my part to reduce conflict in this realm. Will you stay and assist me?" Ma Hongjun stood, gazing intently at Zhao Yun. The Punlai Tavern is an intelligence organization that Ma Hongjun established at great expense, with a tavern in each province of the Han, now just beginning to find its footing. The tavern's management was sourced from the remnants of Zhao Yun's cavalry, as they sought not to serve others, possessing martial skills with no outlet. Thus, Ma Hongjun seized the opportunity to gather them to help manage his business in the Han. "Are you concealing something from me?" Zhao Yun neither rejected nor agreed. His cautious nature had led him to become aware of certain nuances over time. "Yes, but I cannot disclose it now." "Brother Yun, do you wish to remain?" Ma Hongjun spoke candidly. "Good brother, with your words, I will stay for the time being. I await the day you explain the situation to me," Zhao Yun said warmly, patting Ma Hongjun's shoulder. "Indeed, I will." Ma Hongjun nodded solemnly, grasping Zhao Yun's hand, his eyes filled with emotion. Everything was understood without words. A month later, after instructing Zhao Yun on certain matters, Ma Hongjun bid farewell to Zhao Yu and departed from the Han. He did not rush to meet those renowned figures of the late Han, nor did he seek out legendary heroes. These encounters would inevitably happen after the merging of the two worlds. At present, although Ma Hongjun only occupies the first stage of manifestation, he is capable of contending with Zhao Yun, who is at the late stage of intention, for an extended period without defeat. Of course, merely remaining undefeated is not enough. In a battlefield or life-and-death struggle, Ma Hongjun would undoubtedly falter. Skill is a means of killing, and during their sparring, Zhao Yun's strength could only manifest half of its potential. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun's ability to hold his own for a while indicates his considerable prowess. Over the past 6 months, Ma Hongjun has successfully mastered the 8 gates of Duanjia. Unlike the 8 gates practiced by Might Guy, Ma Hongjun need not worry about the side effects. With the meteor tears within him, he can freely absorb a bit of life force and unreservedly open the death gate. This explains why he can utilize the evil Fire Phoenix martial soul and part of the 9-leaf swordgrass's abilities to spar with Zhao Yun. When Ma Hongjun returned to the Tongtian Sea secret realm, all 10 of his soul rings illuminated simultaneously. To the unknowing observer, it might seem as if a divine being had descended. The 9-leaf swordgrass has now added a 4th soul ring, bringing the total to 6, including 2 hidden soul rings, alongside the 4 from the evil Fire Phoenix. What surprised Ma Hongjun most was the white tiger he absorbed in the late Han. Its soul ring turned out to be an exceptionally rare growth-type soul ring. Initially, he thought it was merely a peculiar soul ring of over 9,000 years, driven by a desire to connect with his heritage. To his astonishment, he reaped unexpected rewards. Later, Ma Hongjun learned that this Jiao Jing Bai Yi, who was not an anomaly, Although not prevalent, growth-type soul rings are not exceedingly rare either. Once discovered by the strong of Dalu, a fierce struggle for dominance would surely ensue. Even divine-level beings would be unable to resist their greed and come to claim it. As long as there are friends, loved ones, and family yet to break through to divine level, this growth-type soul ring, which could nearly guarantee a breakthrough to divinity, represents the greatest temptation. Ma Hongjun had already informed Zhao Yun of this secret before his departure, urging him to seek ways to enhance his strength. As a form of gratitude for Zhao Yun imparting the methods of skill cultivation. In the world of the Han, while one can condense soul rings independently, the existence of such a soul ring that guarantees a breakthrough to divinity would render all other paths obsolete. Of course, exceptions do exist, primarily depending on individual fortune. In Tiando City, Lamba Academy, now renamed Tiando Shrek General Academy, Ma Hongjun gazed at the academy's plaque, lost in thought, feeling as if he had traversed through time. Who are you, kid? What are you doing standing here? Don't think you can sneak into our academy just because you're dressed in strange attire. Get lost. We don't welcome you. A sharp-faced youth chimed in, his demeanor resembling that of a sycophant. As Ma Hongjun prepared to head to the back mountain to reunite with his teachers and companions, the irritating voice of the ruffian reached his ears. A group of individuals appeared ahead, led by a dandy who stood defiantly in the middle of the path, harshly pointing at Ma Hongjun and reprimanding him. Are you part of the senior management of Shrek Academy? Or perhaps one of its core members? Ma Hongjun's expression remained calm, his tone indifferent, though a flicker of anger simmered within him, emanating an imposing aura that silenced the group before him. He had not anticipated the existence of such students within Shrek Academy. Haha, I say this is my territory, and it is indeed mine. If you are unconvinced, feel free to report me to the teachers. You seem like a newcomer, and I know all the students in the academy. I suggest you change out of that outfit quickly, or the next time we meet, I will certainly ensure you are thrown out of the academy. The lead youth spoke with a hint of bravado, casually brushing past Ma Hongjun. One of the burly soul masters intentionally bumped his shoulder against Ma Hongjun's as he passed. With a loud thud, he was sent stumbling backward several steps before crashing to the ground. Useless. Can't you watch where you're going? Hurry up and get lost. Ha! I truly apologize for my subordinate's ignorance. Allow me to express my regrets. If there is nothing else, we shall meet again by fate. The dandy's frivolous smile vanished, his demeanor shifting to one of cautious respect as he clasped his hands in apology. Ha! Ignorance of one's limits? Perhaps. Remember, Shrek Academy prohibits cliques and the bullying of the weak. If I see you again, regardless of your status, you will not escape unscathed. Ma Hongjun scoffed lightly, turning away as he made his way towards the back mountain with familiar ease. He had chosen to spare his old friend's dignity. Otherwise, Ma Hongjun would not have allowed such individuals to remain in Shrek Academy. Chapter 149. Changes in the Douluo world. Hongjun. You finally returned. Brother, I missed you so much. If you hadn't come back soon, your fiancés would have driven us away from our residence. Upon arriving at the back mountain, Ma Hongjun encountered Oscar, who wore a glum expression. Seeing Ma Hongjun was akin to spotting a savior, he rushed over in a flurry. Stop. You're pretending to miss me, but the latter part of your statement is true. When did I ever have a fiancé? I am completely unaware of this. Ma Hongjun hastily interjected, stopping Oscar's advance with an exasperated tone. Phew, you finally returned. There is no rush regarding that matter. We will discuss the details later. First, tell me your current soul power level. Oscar, beaming with pride, halted his steps, summoned his soul power, and boasted level 50. Quite impressive, indeed, to have reached level 41. It seems Master S' rigorous training has borne fruit. Ma Hongjun quickly assessed Oscar's true capabilities. Monster! Before Oscar could utter the words, a group of young boys and girls emerged from behind him, speaking in unison. They were the remaining members of the Shrek 8 monsters, along with the Academy's dean, Flender. Teacher, why is everyone out here? Ma Hongjun inquired, pleasantly surprised to see Flender and his companions. Of course, we are here to welcome you home. Have you underestimated the significance of my martial soul? Flender chuckled amiably. Haha, sensing the fluctuations in Xiao Ao's soul power, we naturally came to see. Otherwise, with his physique, he wouldn't withstand a single blow from an adversary. Thus, we detected your presence and came out to greet you, Dai Mubai added with a jovial laugh, his eyes clearly reflecting a sense of longing. Fourth brother, I missed you. You finally returned. Ning Rongrong was the first to step forward, linking her arm with Ma Hongjun's, expressing her heartfelt joy. It's good to be back. Zhu Zhuqing merely cast a glance at Ma Hongjun, nodding slightly, her emotions well concealed. Haha, Hongjun, your return is quite timely. In 3 days, the preliminary rounds of the Elite Soul Master competition for the entire continent will commence. Tang San remarked casually, with Xiao Wu nodding in agreement beside him. Where's Fat Tiger? Ma Hongjun slightly nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart. Though it could not compare to the tranquility he felt during the Han Dynasty in the Three Kingdoms world, it was among the few places that brought him comfort. A place of peace is indeed a home, and Shrek Academy could be considered half of Ma Hongjun's homeland. He has probably been forcibly taken away by those hidden families to inquire about your whereabouts, Dai Mubai said with a helpless shake of his head. What were you all thinking, allowing them to take Fat Tiger away like that? Ma Hongjun's expression darkened, his eyes widening in anger, an invisible pressure erupting from him, nearly rivaling that of Flinder, who had attained the soul Douluo level. If one could remain indifferent to the harm befalling their companions, do they still deserve to be called human? The so-called Shrek 8 monsters promised to live and die together, yet they stood idly by as Fat Tiger was taken away. Could this truly be called brotherhood? In that moment, Ma Hongjun's fury surged, overwhelming him with negative emotions. Sigh, fourth brother, please do not be angry. Fat Tiger is quite safe. Let's explain, and you can be angry later. Ning Rongrong, seeing Ma Hongjun's anger, was visibly frightened but mustered her courage to speak, as it was her first time witnessing him so enraged. All right, I will listen to your explanation. If your answers do not satisfy me, the bond of the Shrek 8 monsters will cease here. Ma Hongjun, having undergone experiences in the world of Huaxia, had transformed in both temperament and understanding. He had also regained his original character, no longer the refined and suave Ma Hongjun of the past, but rather a straightforward and genuine individual who harbored deep feelings for the land of Huaxia. Indeed, at this moment, Ma Hongjun had clearly delineated his connection to the Douluo continent. Huaxia naturally held the utmost significance in his heart, yet among its people, aside from Zhao Yun and those revered heroic figures he admired, it was the members of Shrek who were closer to him. Friends, regardless of whether they hailed from the Douluo continent or Huaxia, were all his friends. However, in contrast, his expectations of the people from the Douluo continent had certainly risen. This was only natural, and Ma Hongjun understood this well. He did not consider himself overly noble, perhaps even a bit of a firebrand. The Nineheart Sea Buttercup family's title Douluo has expressed a desire to find you, urging you to marry Yi Lingling soon. Though their approach was somewhat forceful, there was no malice intended. With the assurance of poisoned Douluo, they have been taking Fat Tiger away periodically to inquire about your situation, Ning Rongrong explained slowly. Ma Hongjun's expression turned contemplative as he glanced at Oscar and his teacher Flinder. Oscar nodded heavily. Regardless of their circumstances, Fat Tiger willingly went to the Nineheart Sea Buttercup family. Although the specifics were not disclosed, it stands to reason that the Nineheart Sea Buttercup family has its own unspoken difficulties, necessitating Fat Tiger to personally clarify your situation, Flinder added, nodding in agreement with a resigned expression. Ultimately, it boiled down to their weakness, with 2 title Douluo dispatched by the Nineheart Sea Buttercup family, and lacking any ill intent, Fat Tiger willingly accepted, leading them to refrain from intervening. I understand now. Ma Hongjun, possessing a keen intellect, quickly grasped the entire situation. Ultimately, it was all due to his own actions, having promised before leaving to be Yi Lingling's nominal boyfriend. Then it seems that an extraordinary figure from the Jiuxin Haidang clan wishes to meet me. But coincidentally, I am not present. Hence, they frequently take along the familiar Pang, who to inquire about my situation. Ma Hongjun could not help but scoff inwardly, speculating that the individual must be exceedingly unattractive. Hence their reluctance to appear in person. Simultaneously, he felt a twinge of relief, knowing that the visitor bore no ill intentions. otherwise. Even if they could not overpower Ma Hongjun, they would surely devise a way to retrieve Pang Hu from their grasp. Indeed, as Ning Rongrong and the others had said, just as dusk fell, Pang Hu returned unscathed to the Academy's rear mountain. Through the conversations with others and the intelligence delivered by Flanders regarding the latest developments in Douluo Dalu, Ma Hongjun acquired a renewed understanding of the current state of affairs in Douluo Dalu. The Spirit Hall still held dominion, yet could not claim to rule the world unchallenged. Over the past 6 months, many hidden families had emerged, each boasting at least one sole Douluo, with the more formidable ones even possessing title Douluo-level experts. The Jiuxin Haitang clan, while prominent, was not the most powerful, merely ranking among the top 10. The 3 most formidable hidden families were the Mo family, the Long family, and the most powerful, the Luo family. These 3 families each had title Douluo masters with levels exceeding 98, and even the 7 treasure glazed tile school, where Ning Rongrong resided, did not dare to provoke such entities lightly. It appeared that the tides of Douluo Dalu were shifting. Even the Jiuxin Haidang clan had seen more than one title Douluo-level figure emerge. After perusing the intelligence from the Tianluo Diwang, Ma Hongjun felt a headache coming on. He had initially believed that the myriad special cultivation systems of the Huaxiao world would render him unafraid of Douluo Dalu, with only the deities of the divine realm worthy of serious consideration. However, the sudden emergence of such high-level combatants was indeed unexpected. Should war break out between the 2 worlds, the outcome remained uncertain, and if the deities intervened, Ma Hongjun could scarcely imagine what fate awaited his homeland. Of course, Ma Hongjun was unaware that the Huaxiao world also boasted combatants with the strength of a god king, albeit perhaps fewer in number compared to the deities of Douluo Dalu. Nevertheless, they were far from being mere prey to be trifled with, and if conflict ensued, it would undoubtedly result in cataclysmic upheaval. Chapter 150. Fortunate Lottery Boss. You have finally returned. You cannot imagine how terrifying the strength of those hidden families is. Even the lowest gatekeeper possesses a soul power exceeding level 40. Upon returning, Pang Hu rushed to Ma Hongjun's residence, excitedly recounting the information he had gathered during his recent inquiries. Although Pang Hu appeared simple-minded, he was quite astute. The reason the Yi family frequently took him to the Jiuxin Haidang clan was not without his own subtle guidance. Pang Hu, you must not recklessly venture into danger again. This time I will let it slide. In this world, only you and the teacher treat me this way, and I cherish our friendship greatly. If my actions were to bring you misfortune, I would live in guilt for the rest of my life, Ma Hongjun said, a fleeting look of emotion in his eyes, his face etched with remorse. Thankfully, nothing had happened to Pang Hu. Otherwise, even the Yi family, being a hidden clan, would have found him unyielding. The power of Tianluo Diwang was not to be underestimated. Even if it was not as formidable as the Yi family, it could still inflict significant harm. Moreover, Tianluo Diwang's fortunes were flourishing, now surpassing the lower 4 sects to become second only to the upper 3 sections. Generally, even powerful hidden families would refrain from provoking such forces. This was the rule of this world. While hidden families were indeed strong, they were also subject to the influence of fate. Perhaps in a conflict between the 2, victory would not necessarily belong to the stronger side. If one possessed strength but lacked fortune, they could easily fall victim to the onslaught of multiple forces and ultimately lose to a weaker opponent with greater luck. Naturally, Ma Hongjun could not be certain of these matters at present. He merely speculated based on Yi Lingling's words and his own conjectures. After chatting with Ma Hongjun for a while, Pang Hu returned home. Ma Hongjun, lying in his room, had no intention of cultivating. Although his strength was not exceedingly formidable, among the younger generation, he was still considered exceptional. Even the geniuses nurtured by hidden families paled in comparison to him, providing Ma Hongjun with ample reason to relax. The path of cultivation is not solely paved with relentless training. Opportunities hold equal, if not greater, significance. The lottery system for the second martial soul was Ma Hongjun's opportunity. Indeed, he perceived the system itself as the spirit of the martial soul. Thus, referring to it as a system was not amiss. Over the past 6 months, he had acquired numerous Huaxia points in the 3 kingdoms, But regrettably, his martial soul was still in the process of evolving, rendering the lottery system temporarily unusable. Otherwise, he would have certainly tried his luck once more. Overall, Ma Hongjun felt quite satisfied with this lottery system. Upon returning to Douluo, the lottery system displayed in his mind had undergone changes. Beneath his attributes panel, 2 new lines of content appeared. Lucky Lottery, Douluo coins. Can be used to obtain 1,000-year soul rings, 10,000-year soul rings, and 100,000-year soul rings, with a 1 chance of triggering a critical hit, which grants a 1,000,000-year soul ring. Lucky Lottery, Huaxia coins. Can be used to obtain historical civil and military figures from Huaxia, classified into second-rate generals, first-rate generals, top-tier generals, peerless generals, and unparalleled divine generals. From the Spirit's revelations, Ma Hongjun understood that the lottery system was one of the core abilities of the Spirit, a significant change that emerged as the Spirit slowly integrated the energies of meteor tears and the seeds of GKO. Previously, the good fortune points and faith points were merely a facade of a powerful host, imitating the core ability. Even the Spirit had not anticipated Ma Hongjun's exceptional fortune, enabling him to acquire both meteor tears and GKO seeds simultaneously. Otherwise, relying solely on his own cultivation, even if he were to become a god king, awakening the true capabilities of the lucky grass would have been impossible. The core ability was the lucky lottery, with each world recognized by the heavenly Tao. A new lottery method could be awakened. The means of obtaining lucky lottery tokens had also significantly changed, now reduced to 2. The first, a straightforward method of directly slaying enemies to absorb their fortunes and convert them into lottery tokens. The second, altering the fate of the world's protagonist to absorb the fortune of the world's heavenly Tao. Currently, Ma Hongjun's lottery panel displayed Huaxia points, 1,000. Established the Dahan Intelligence Penglai Tower, Douluo coins, 0. Lucky Roulette, 1 Huaxia point. Available lottery attempts. Ding. Mysterious Energy Fusion has reached 50, activating Lucky Lottery function. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind, and Ma Hongjun could not help but reveal a delighted smile. Let us draw once and see how the luck fares. With nothing pressing at hand, Ma Hongjun lay in bed, idly contemplating. As his thoughts focused, his attention turned to the sea of consciousness. Lottery. Ma Hongjun flipped over like a languid fish, silently chanting in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a first-rate general, Cheng Yaojin from the Sui Tang era. Cheng Yaojin, age, 38, strength, level 81 soul Douluo, first-rate top general. Martial soul, mixed world battle axe, innate full soul power. Note, a standout among first-rate generals, with a powerful martial soul and explosive capability. In the first 3 strikes, he can contend with titled Dalu experts. Thereafter, his strength will revert to its original level. I bow before my lord. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted within the room, centering around Ma Hongjun, as the first martial soul, partially evolved, materialized. From it emerged a pitch-black void, and in a fleeting flash of light, an imposing figure stepped forth from the black hole, landing beside Ma Hongjun. You are Cheng Yaojin, Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment, hastily rising to his feet to inquire. Though he had anticipated some form of manifestation, he never imagined it would be such an extraordinary method of traversing through time and space to appear before him. It is indeed I, old Cheng. What are your commands, my lord? I shall surely alleviate your burdens. The robust figure, Cheng Yaojin, replied with a hearty smile. Scratching his head, there is nothing urgent at the moment. Please stand guard at the door while I gather my thoughts, Ma Hongjun said, rubbing his temples, still struggling to comprehend the situation. Having unexpectedly transformed into a summoning system, it was only natural for anyone to feel disoriented. Do summoned individuals retain memories from their own worlds? Why do they address me as my lord? Ma Hongjun pondered internally, questioning the spirit of the device. Beep. Most memories have been sealed to prevent detection and expulsion by the heavenly Tao of the Douluo world, as all summonable entities are deceased historical figures. To be revived, they must obey the host. The force of an unseen contract will compel them to recognize the host as their master, as long as they wish to live. They shall not betray their host. However, each individual possesses their own thoughts, and excessive oppression may lead to rebellion, even if it brings ruin to all, came the reply. What constitutes excessive oppression? Killing their parents, usurping their wives. Oh, then it is of no concern, unless one is mentally deranged, who would commit such acts. But do they have parents in this world? No. Then what is this slight possibility? They may have wives. Oh, that makes sense. However, I am not like a certain Chow, and would not engage in such disgraceful acts. Ma Hongjun sighed in relief, feeling a sense of empowerment. This was the awakening of his golden finger, the foundation upon which he could dominate the Douluo Sengguo world. Chapter 151. Scheming the Dark Devil Evil God Tiger. Presently, although Ma Hongjun's soul power was merely at the Soul King level without having obtained a soul ring, his true strength surpassed that of an average soul emperor. The quantity and quality of his soul rings were unparalleled by ordinary soul masters. However, the immediate priority was to acquire a soul ring, for he did not entirely trust the master's theories. Could the effects of a day of soul cultivation by the soul sect compare to the effects of a day of soul ring cultivation? Clearly not. Thus, delaying the acquisition of a soul ring would hinder his training speed. It was undeniable that the master had made significant contributions to martial soul research. Yet theory remained just that. Without practice, it held no weight. It was not that Ma Hongjun looked down upon the master. It was simply the truth. Notably, upon returning, he discovered that, unlike in the original narrative, Flandra had not entrusted Lu Erlong to the master. Lu Erlong, aside from being somewhat emotional upon first meeting the master, did not cling to Yu Shaojiang. Her attitude towards both men was now ambiguous, leaving outsiders perplexed about her true feelings, as if they were merely old friends in her eyes. In pursuit of his desired soul ring and to ascend to the Soul King realm, early the next morning, Ma Hongjun instructed Cheng Yaojin to protect him from the shadows, advising him to remain concealed. He ventured alone to Ning Rongrong's residence, still pondering how to explain the sudden appearance of a full-level soul master among his companions. After all, he had not introduced anyone on the day of his return, and the emergence of a new person the following day would raise suspicions. To avoid causing concern for his teachers, he had to temporarily place Cheng Yaojin in a position of discomfort. Upon arriving at Ning Rongrong's abode, Ma Hongjun hesitated for a moment. Nevertheless, he steeled his resolve, gently knocking on the door and standing quietly outside. The door creaked open shortly thereafter. Ma Hongjun's fifth soul ring was merely a desire to acquire a 5,000-year-old tiger-type soul beast soul ring, yet that particular beast existed only once across the continent. However, relying solely on the strength of the heavenly net was insufficient. Even with the presence of the poisoned Dalu and Cheng Yaojin, it was still inadequate. For if Ma Hongjun's memories served him correctly, that soul beast was known as the Dark Devil Evil God Tiger. Its age was approximately 50 to 60,000 years, and its power surpassed that of an average tidal Dalu. Even a nearly level 97 tidal Dalu, Jian Dao Qinshin of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, would find himself utterly dominated in a one-on-one confrontation if he were not cautious. Fourth brother, what brings you here? Ning Rongrong, still drowsy, rubbed her eyes and brightened at the sight of Ma Hongjun, questioning him in confusion. While Ma Hongjun's evil Fire Phoenix martial soul had achieved the quality of a top-ranked martial soul, it still had a considerable distance to cover before transforming into a true divine martial soul, the 10-headed Fire Phoenix. In terms of appearance, aside from his fair skin, strikingly handsome visage, and robust physique, there was little else to note. Yet, Ning Rongrong was precisely the type of person who easily developed feelings for such individuals. Although she possessed a somewhat mischievous demeanor, deep within, she harbored a lack of security. Not only her, but all auxiliary soul masters likely yearned for protection. Well, I have reached level 50 for some time now, but I have yet to find a suitable soul ring. Recently, the old poison master mentioned encountering a soul beast in the Stardow forest that would be ideal for my evil Fire Phoenix martial soul. However, I am not strong enough to face it alone, so I wish to request the assistance of your esteemed sects, Sword Dalu and Bon Dalu. I assure you that I will provide satisfactory rewards for both title Douluo afterward. Would you be so kind as to convey this request? Ma Hongjun tentatively inquired, studying Ning Rongrong's expression. Before he could finish his sentence, Ning Rongrong interrupted him. Oh dear, fourth brother, why didn't you mention needing a fifth soul ring sooner? Don't worry, I'll handle this matter. Grandpa Jian and Grandpa Bone dote on me greatly and will surely comply with my request. As for the reward, let us set that aside. Aren't we a team? I didn't ask for a reward when I provided you with immortal herbs. So how could I accept one now? You mustn't treat me as an outsider, or I shall be quite upset. Ning Rongrong declared, confidently patting her small chest. And at the end, she pouted her lips, casting an exaggeratedly displeased glance at Ma Hongjun, as if to say that if he dared treat her as an outsider, she would indeed be angry. You are you. I do not wish to burden you. Although Ning Uncle has designated you as the sole heir of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, you are still not the sect master. Fourth brother is not treating you as an outsider. He merely wishes to spare you from difficulties. Silly girl, hee hee. Ma Hongjun felt touched by Ning Rongrong's words and affectionately reached out to ruffle her hair, speaking tenderly. Hee hee, I'm not foolish in the slightest. I'm not troubled at all. I will return to my room to prepare, and after breakfast, I will head out to invite Grandpa Jian and the others to come out of retirement. Ning Rongrong's cheeks flushed slightly, and she swiftly dodged, feigning calmness as she turned back to her room. Once back in her chamber, Ning Rongrong patted her small chest, her face flushed. Oh, fourth brother actually touched me. Rongrong, you can do this. Fourth brother will surely be yours in due time. She clenched her little fist, encouraging herself. What she desired was not merely a reward, but the entirety of Ma Hongjun, truly a greedy woman. Upon returning to his own residence, Ma Hongjun remained unaware that after his departure, others had begun to contemplate how to claim his heart. Certainly, even if he were aware, Ma Hongjun would not dwell on it too much. It is not that he harbors a disdain for beautiful women. Rather, he finds it unacceptable for someone so young to succumb to the allure of beauty. At this age, lacking both a well-defined chest and shapely hips, he simply cannot muster any interest. The only exception that stirs his heart is Zhu Zhuqing. Her figure, her thighs, one would hardly believe she is merely 13. After a fleeting indulgence in such thoughts, Ma Hongjun quickly chastised himself, exclaiming, "This damn little wicked fire." Should others become privy to Ma Hongjun's thoughts, they would undoubtedly berate him for his shamelessness, as he is quite adept at shifting blame. In the shadows, Qing Yaojin regarded Ma Hongjun with bemusement, puzzled by why his lord would suddenly engage in self-reproach. During noon, Ma Hongjun sought out Faland, met with Douluo in the afternoon, and upon returning to his quarters in the evening, he counted on his fingers, joyfully contemplating Jian Douluo at level 96, Gu Douluo at level 95, Du Douluo at level 92, Qing Yaojin at level 81. In a full-force eruption, we could match an average level 91 title Douluo. If I also call upon my teachers in Douluo, we should be able to barely hold our own against Qing Yaojin. Confronting the dark demon evil god tiger should pose no problem. It is not that Ma Hongjun is overly cautious. Rather, dealing with the dark demon evil god tiger necessitates a swift and overwhelming strike. Otherwise, if drawn into its special skill, life and death arena, even a level 99 title Douluo could easily meet their demise. Chapter 152. Departure, Destination, Start Do Great Forest. With merely 2 days remaining before the preliminary competition, Ma Hongjun harbored no intention of participating. Having traversed an entire world, the current Soul Arena tournament appeared to him as a mere child's play. The champion's reward of 3 soul bones holds little value for him. Only the wisdom condensing skull is of any use, while the other 2 either do not suit him or are of too low a level for his taste. Nevertheless, under the strong insistence of Dean Faland, Ma Hongjun reluctantly agreed to accompany the Shrek 7 monsters to register for the competition. Of course, merely registering sufficed. Participating was out of the question. Such trifling games were better left to Tong San. Given the strength of the Shrek team, securing a top 3 position in the preliminaries poses no challenge. He has already resolved to depart for the Star Do Great Forest before the competition begins, seizing the opportunity to acquire the 5th spirit ring of the evil Fire Phoenix while they are preoccupied with the tournament. Due to the simultaneous cultivation of dual spirits and the unique cultivation method learned from Zhao Yun, Ma Hongjun's physical strength has surpassed that of an average soul sage. Coupled with the energy from Liuxing Lei, absorbing a soul beast of 5 to 60,000 years, while challenging, is not beyond his capabilities. Were it not for the high mental demands of a 10,000-year soul ring, 5 to 60,000-year rings would be trivial for Ma Hongjun. With the wisdom condensing skull obtained through the sacrifice of the Yomingdu Jiaoshe, he is quite confident in his ability to absorb such rings, likely with an 80% success rate. Originally, Ma Hongjun had intended to place the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger as his 6th soul ring. But time waits for no man. The emergence of hidden forces on the Douluo continent has instilled a sense of urgency within him, prompting the need for early planning. Risk and opportunity coexist. One cannot traverse the path of cultivation without facing some dangers. With newfound determination, Ma Hongjun has finally embarked on his path of cultivation. Ning Rongrong did not return to the Qi Bao Liu Zong, but instead conveyed Ma Hongjun's request to Ning Fengji through the sect's special communication method. In Tiando City, at the Qi Bao Liu Zong residence, Ning Fengji inquired of the elder behind him, Jianshu, what are your thoughts? Is this matter worth you and Gu Shu acting together? Isn't it a bit of an overreaction for a soul beast of 5 to 60,000 years to require such a large mobilization? The white-haired elder had yet to speak when a black-haired elder, slightly gaunt with broad bones, tentatively interjected. What do you know? Rongrong's classmate is no ordinary person. I have gathered that he is certainly not frivolous. Besides, this request comes from Rongrong herself. If you, old bone, do not wish to go, that is your choice. Leave it to me. The white-haired elder cast a sidelong glance at him, speaking in a nonchalant tone, though his words seemed to advocate for Ma Hongjun. He also acknowledged the truth in the sentiment that it might be somewhat excessive, suggesting that he was merely engaging in contrarian banter. Fine, you old fool. I insist on going along. I would not want you to slander me in front of Rongrong, later the gaunt black-clad elder. One of the 2 super title Douluo of the Qi Bao Liu Zong, known as Douluo, matched the sword-wielding Douluo in strength, both ranking among the top 10 on the continent. Come now, gentlemen, let's not quarrel. Although this matter may seem somewhat overblown, we cannot ignore the kindness our sect has received. Gu Shu, you shall accompany Jianshu on this arduous journey. Ning Fengji nodded, smiling. His eloquent demeanor, full of gratitude, radiated a refreshing warmth. Even Ma Hongjun, with his 2 matters of character, would find no fault in his presence. After clearly communicating the competition details with Tong San and the others, Ma Hongjun set forth with Fu Jiangqing Yaojin, Teacher Faland, and Liu Erlong to rendezvous with Douluo Dugabwa. Before they could make their way to the Qi Bao Liu Zong residence, Jian and Douluo proactively sought out the 5. It must be said that after experiencing so much, Ma Hongjun has become more open-minded and cheerful regarding Tong San and the others as true friends. Each of Shrek's 7 monsters possesses their own flaws, yet they are indeed worthy of friendship. Currently, Tong San has not yet developed the significant flaws that would manifest later in his character. Ma Hongjun firmly believes that the opportunities he has acquired set him apart from Tong San, with his future secured in this world. Tong San is unlikely to evolve into the troubling figure he will become. He conveyed this sentiment to Tong San directly. Xiao San, I am heading to acquire the 5th spirit ring of the Phoenix Spirit. You must also strive to excel among the Shrek 8 monsters. I have the utmost faith in you. Though you may not be the oldest, your temperament is the most stable. With you present, it matters not whether I participate in the preliminaries. If all goes well, by the semifinals, I should have ascended to the rank of Soul King. And then we brothers will together traverse the Douluo continent as younger generation, rest assured. I will take care of this matter in your absence, and will not disappoint you. Tong San lowered his head, hastily responding, genuinely appreciative of Ma Hongjun. Without the celestial grade gifts from Ma Hongjun, he would not have reached level 44 so swiftly. To Dai Mao Bai he expressed Dai Lao Da. You are the oldest and the highest ranked in terms of soul power aside from myself. Please take good care of the others. With you around, I feel assured rest easy. Hongjun, I will lead the team to secure first place in the preliminaries. Maobai confidently patted his chest. Ma Hongjun said little to Penghu and Aosika, as they did not exhibit any competitive spirit. He also refrained from speaking to the three girls, for he currently harbored no inappropriate thoughts towards them, embracing a fate-driven perspective. With the exception of Tiao Wu, who he found unappetizing due to her rabbit-like nature, he wished to observe Tang San's performance. Should it align with the trajectory of their original fate, Ma Hongjun would indeed contemplate intervening in their relationship. For such a Tang San is unworthy of someone as devoted as Tiao Wu. However, the current Tang San has yet to present any significant issues. Regarding the master, it is purely a matter of insufficient soul power. Ma Hongjun feels that he is a hindrance and does not wish for the master to get involved in the affairs between his teacher and Lu Erlong. The Xingdou Great Forest is one of the three major soul beast forests on the continent and is renowned as one of the most famous habitat of soul beasts on Douluo Dalu. Its vast expanse is nearly equal to that of the Balik Kingdom, spanning the borders of the Tiandou Empire and the Xingluo Empire. Of this area, 2/5 lies within the Tiandou Empire, while 3/5 is located in the Xingluo Empire, forming a colossal primeval forest with a complex terrain that includes wetlands and swamps. The soul beasts there are exceedingly formidable. The closer one ventures to the center of the forest, the more powerful the soul beasts become. There are even soul beasts that are over 100,000 years old. Any soul master, provided their strength is sufficient and their luck favorable, can find a most suitable soul ring for themselves within. Are you aware of where the soul beast you seek resides in the Xingdou Great Forest? Inside a luxurious large carriage, several individuals sat facing each other. Bon Douluo spoke first. Indeed, I have also consulted ancient texts regarding what Senior Gu mentioned and have a rough idea of the location of the soul beast I seek. I would appreciate the assistance of both of you, and I assure you that your kindness will not go unrewarded. Ma Hongjun nodded appreciatively as he spoke. Haha, young Ma is too polite. We are all part of the same family, so there is no need for such formalities. We have yet to properly thank you for Rong's matter. Such pretense truly embarrasses an old man like myself. Bon Douluo quickly waved his hand and chuckled. The traveling companion, Sword Douluo, unusually did not oppose him and even nodded in agreement. However, he then turned his gaze outward, appearing indifferent to the conversation among Ma Hongjun and the others. This behavior was consistent with Sword Douluo Qinshin's usual demeanor, and Ma Hongjun naturally had no objections. The carriage moved steadily forward, with Lu Erlong taking on the role of the driver. It was primarily because the luxurious carriage was filled with a group of elderly men, making her uncomfortable, so she voluntarily requested to handle the reins. Inside the carriage, only Bon Douluo and Flinder engaged in casual conversation, while Cheng Yaojin sat silently behind Ma Hongjun, resting with his eyes closed, much like Sword Douluo. Let us dispense with the formalities. Old Poison, how have you fared with the matters I instructed you to investigate? Ma Hongjun inquired, turning to Dogu Bo, who sat before him. It is already taken care of, little monster. You truly are a remarkable individual, destined for greatness in the future. This old bone of mine is aging, but while I am still able, I can pave the way for talented young individuals like you. With so many people involved this time, you need not worry, Old Poison replied, understanding the significance of Ma Hongjun's words. As only he and Ma Hongjun grasped the true power of the dark demon evil god tiger, which was merely around 60,000 years old. Is it truly that formidable? Am I, a titled Douluo, not a match for a mere 60,000-year soul beast? Is there something particularly special about this soul beast? Bon Douluo interjected, curious as he had been idly chatting with Flinder. This soul beast is indeed unlike any typical 60,000-year soul beast. If it were a one-on-one confrontation, it is possible that none of us here could stand against it, Old Poison said, exchanging a grave glance with Ma Hongjun. Upon receiving a nod from Ma Hongjun, he solemnly explained to Flinder and the others. Indeed, this soul beast possesses the sinister attributes left by the evil god, along with an exceedingly tyrannical nature. Its growth does not occur through self-cultivation, Rather, it is immensely challenging for it to cultivate on its own. It can only enhance its power by devouring the soul power of other soul beasts or human soul masters. Ma Hongjun elaborated, drawing upon intelligence from the Tianluo network and his understanding of past events. From a moment he established the Tianluo network, he had tasked it with gathering information on the dark demon evil god tiger, all for this very moment. The unique characteristics you describe are certainly extraordinary, but would they truly warrant such apprehension from a title Douluo? Sword Douluo Qinshin, who had been resting his eyes, finally spoke, his calm demeanor beginning to waver as he opened his eyes. Without special means, its strength is likely comparable to that of old poison. It is said that the evil god descended upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate, transforming its original light attributes into dark ones. It developed black wings that symbolize corruption, along with an evil god's hook resembling a scorpion's tail. Ma Hongjun continued. Could the issue lie with the black wings and the evil god's hook? Flinder pondered, stroking his chin, as he had initially been unaware of these details. The black wings are formidable, but not enough to instill such fear in us. It's true, danger lies in the evil god's hook, which possesses an exceptionally powerful soul skill capable of drawing individuals into a chaotic spatial battlefield. Within this space, time and space are under its control, allowing it to revert opponents to their pre-awakened state, essentially transforming them into children. In such situations, if there is no one nearby to assist in breaking the space, the opponent becomes a lamb to the slaughter, vulnerable to being mercilessly dispatched. Ma Hongjun cautioned, knowing that even old poison had only a partial understanding of this information. Hiss! The group collectively inhaled sharply, exchanging glances. However, you need not worry too much. I have devised a method to counter it. When the time comes, Sword Senior, follow my lead. The two teachers and the two poisoned Douluo will take the lead in the assault. Once it unleashes this soul skill, I will work with Sword Senior to break the space at the earliest opportunity. Ma Hongjun stated confidently. In theory, breaking this chaotic space would not be an easy task. Nevertheless, given that Sword Douluo is renowned for his prowess as the continent's foremost attack martial soul, the seven-killing sword, combined with Ma Hongjun's preparations, he felt 100% assured of success. Otherwise, he would not have invited his teachers to accompany him on such a perilous venture. Master, what role do I play in this? Chung Yaojin, who had been instructed by Ma Hongjun to remain silent and rest his eyes, could no longer contain himself and opened his eyes, asking with a hint of grievance. Rest assured, I have not forgotten you. Your task is of utmost importance. The soul ring of the dark demon, evil god tiger, may be expendable, but there is one thing that cannot be allowed to escape. Ma Hongjun whispered in Chung Yaojin's ear, utilizing a special means of communication, unknown to outsiders. Of course, this was also due to the three titled Douluo's disinterest in eavesdropping. As for the specifics of what was discussed, only heaven, earth, you and I know. What is all this secrecy about? Even the teachers are left uninformed. Sigh ha. This child has grown up and begun to have his own thoughts, Flinder remarked, seemingly dissatisfied. Yet in truth, he was excusing Ma Hongjun, smiling at Sword and Bone Douluo. It is not that I do not wish to inform you all, but it is simply better for fewer people to know of this matter, Ma Hongjun replied, feeling no particular concern. Were he to disclose the value of that particular item, he truly could not say whether anyone would harbor ulterior motives. For one must always be wary of others. Sword Bone Douluo nodded slightly, showing no intent to probe further. They had come to assist out of obligation and would naturally not meddle in other matters. 10 days later, traveling at full speed without any breaks. With provisions supplied by the local heads of the Tianluo network, they soon arrived at the outskirts of the Qingdao Great Forest. Little San and the others must still be enduring a grueling competition. I wonder how they are faring. Flinder gazed towards the direction of Tianluo City, expressing his concern in a soft murmur. Rest assured, with teacher Zhao Wujia present, their safety is assured, Ma Hongjun promptly reassured him. At this moment, Tang Sen found himself ensnared by the soul sage of Songhui Academy, whom the group had previously encountered, leading him out of Tianluo City and into a perilous situation. Fortunately, Tang Sen enjoyed a favorable rapport with the old poison master, and during the period when Ma Hongjun departed from the Douluo world, the two engaged in discussions regarding pharmacology. Mirroring the original narrative, he was taken by Douluo to the Yin-Yang Twin Eyes, where they concocted the formidable Yama's letter, capable of threatening a tidal Dalu. Not only did he succeed in counterattacking, but he also acquired a commendable head spirit bone. In Chapter 154, titled Sealing, the party had journeyed for 2 days and nights in the Stardow Forest, with the fortunate Cheng Yaojin tasked with scouting ahead. Perhaps due to Cheng Yaojin's innate luck, he encountered a natural maze on the first day at the forest periphery. Upon emerging from this maze, Cheng Yaojin astonishingly advanced to the mid-stage of Soul Douluo at level 84, thanks to a 1,000-year-old longshu fruit located at the maze's core. This longshu fruit, classified as a celestial grade item, naturally fell into Cheng Yaojin's possession, as he was the one to discover the maze and the fruit's location. Ma Hongjun harbored no intentions of coveting the fruit, primarily because he had already consumed several celestial grade items, and the medicinal effects had yet to be fully absorbed. Attempting to absorb further celestial grade items could significantly diminish their efficacy and even pose the risk of bodily explosion. After absorbing the longshu fruit, Cheng Yaojin directly broke through to the mid-stage Soul Daw, achieving the level 84 soul power. Due to the laws governing their world, Cheng Yaojin, summoned to the Douluo world, did not practice the popular martial arts methods from the Huaxia realm, such as chi techniques, but rather followed the soul power cultivation methods inherent to Douluo. Currently, the breath of the Demon Slayer had become less impactful for Ma Hongjun. While unique, it had not reached divine levels. Nevertheless, it served as a commendable aid, especially the breath of sound for concerts, the breath of water for bathing, and the breath of fire for barbecuing, all proving quite useful. This was also related to Ma Hongjun's considerable enhancement in strength. Even without acquiring the 5th spirit ring, his prowess rivaled that of a typical soul sage. The martial arts from lower realms had become obsolete, and even without ever opening the 8 gates, Ma Hongjun now confidently mastered them without relying on the energy of the meteor tears. With the dead gate now opened, Ma Hongjun's strength was on the verge of matching that of a Soul Dalu, and with the emergence of the lottery system and other opportunities, he was no longer confined to the sheer power of soul skills. Only special restrictive soul skills bore any relevance to his ascent in strength. In the later stages of his technique, Ma Hongjun wielded various attack-type soul skills with great ease. According to his intel, the formidable generals of the 3 kingdoms predominantly cultivated strength, with a few practicing body techniques. The unrivaled general, Lu Bu, epitomized the pinnacle of strength, while the first of the Baijian, Dian Wei, represented body techniques. In Ma Hongjun's view, the throne of technique belonged to Zhao Yun, but that was a matter for the future, not the present. Cheng Yaojin's power, drawn forth by Ma Hongjun's fortunate lottery, was evidently augmented by the capabilities of the artifact spirit system. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to attain the level of an 81st level Soul Douluo. Regardless of how one regarded the Douluo continent, it remained an extraordinary realm filled with fantasy. Ma Hongjun felt he had discovered the crux of the matter, taking a moment to revel in his triumph, unaware that within the unique space of the late Han era, a cadre of extraordinary talents was preparing to emerge. A mysterious figure clad in purple swiftly passed by, deftly traversing between the Douluo divine realm and the hidden realms of Huaxia, leaving behind an indistinct remark. Little did they expect that this world harbored a formidable presence capable of matching them. Yet it seemed these beings lacked the understanding of the laws of power. I remained concealed in the void, and even 2 entities of comparable strength to mine cannot discern this avatar. The purple figure exuded an aura of annihilation as it moved through the special space, disappearing in an instant. Reappearing, it found itself near Kunlun Mountain in the 3 Kingdoms world, where upon closer inspection, one might discern a peculiar energy portal ahead. In the eyes of this purple figure, the strongest warriors of this world merely exuded the aura of peak Soul Dalu, hardly comparable to the levels encountered on the Douluo continent. However, atop Kunlun Mountain, there lay a secret realm, and due to its mastery over the laws of power, it could disregard spatial boundaries. After a period of reconnaissance, The purple figure had gleaned a substantial understanding of the strengths within this secret realm. The information had been relayed to its true form. Now is not the time for this secret realm to reveal itself. Given our differing stances, do not blame me. The power of this avatar is sufficient to impede you for a decade. Rest assured, I shall not interfere in the conflicts between the two worlds of the Douluo divine realm. Whether the Douluo world merges with this world or vice versa depends entirely on the capabilities of each respective realm. Upon concluding its statement, the purple figure emanated a potent aura of destruction, accompanied by silver light points that formed intricate patterns inscribed upon the peculiar portal leading into the Kunlun secret realm. Consequently, all ancient Qi cultivators who had survived among the 100 schools were sealed within the Kunlun secret realm, unable to emerge at the cost of a divine king's avatar. Had Ma Hongjun been aware, he would have undoubtedly voiced his outrage, contemplating the stark contrast in strength between the Douluo continent and the Three Kingdoms world, where even the relatively scarce tidal law of the Sun and Moon continent surpassed its counterparts significantly. Allowing the two to contend would almost guarantee defeat. At this juncture, guided by the coordinates etched in his memory and the data collected by the Heavenly Net, Ma Hongjun finally located the activity zone of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger. Yao Jin, whether we can obtain that orb depends on you. If it proves too challenging, do not force it, Ma Hongjun expressed, still harboring some trepidation as he approached Cheng Yao Jin with this directive. With the true awakening of the lottery function, acquiring another warrior would necessitate considerable celestial fortune, and Ma Hongjun lacked confidence in drawing again in the near future. Thus, he cherished this subordinate, who called him Lord, and, as a fellow Huaxiao person, he could not bear the thought of him encountering misfortune. The mysterious orb, while an essential treasure for the rise of a protagonist from another world, was not a necessity for Ma Hongjun. Fear not, my lord, I, old Cheng, value my life above all. If it cannot be done, I shall not recklessly pursue it, Cheng Yao Jin assured, touched yet hastily placing his hand over his heart in a promise. After his trials, Hongjun had indeed matured considerably and acquired some clever tactics. Yet doubts lingered regarding Cheng Yao Jin's reliability. Do you really trust this Cheng Yao Jin? Lu Erlong remarked, her lips curling in skepticism as she whispered to Flender. What we must do now is trust Hongjun's judgment. He has likely prepared for this operation well in advance. Be cautious, Erlong. Do not act impulsively if danger arises. Flender cautioned, concerned for Lu Erlong's fiery temperament. Should they provoke the dark demon Evil God Tiger, dragging Lu Erlong into the life and death arena, the outcome could be dire. The life and death arena did not limit entry to a single individual, but could encompass 3. However, the more participants, the less effective the outcome. If only one was drawn in, it could revert a tidal Douluo to their pre-awakening state, while 3 might only reduce individuals to their teenage forms. Of course, these were merely Ma Hongjun's conjectures based on the gathered information. The actual circumstances would ultimately dictate the reality. Understood, she replied curtly. Lu Erlong gazed at Flander, whose expression was a blend of concern and seriousness, and surprisingly complied, even unconsciously inching closer to him. Alas, do not let your guard down. We are currently situated in the heart of the Xingdou Great Forest. Once we exit, we may indulge in our affections as we please. Youth truly is a blessing. The Bon Douluo, while cautioning against complacency, appeared more relaxed than anyone else. However, few soul beasts in the Xingdou Great Forest could pose a threat to him, especially with the sword Douluo, Qinshin, vigilantly nearby. Lu Erlong's cheeks flushed, revealing a feminine demeanor, while Flander awkwardly cleared his throat, maintaining a stoic facade, pretending not to hear anything. Hongjun, after acquiring your soul ring, when do you plan to participate in the elite tournament of the continent? Teacher, how is the training of the martial soul fusion technique with Erlong going? Ma Hongjun smiled, engaging in a light-hearted conversation. Remarkably, the bashful Lu Erlong was drawn into their discussion. Hongjun, you are correct. The martial soul fusion technique of our golden iron triangle can indeed fuse with just 2 individuals. It is a pity we had not explored dual martial soul fusion earlier. Thanks to your reminder, Flander and I now possess strength comparable to a tidal Douluo. Lu Erlong, not one to shy easily, expressed her gratitude with a serious demeanor. Ma Hongjun merely nodded, declining to take credit. Teacher Erlong, you are being too modest. Even if I had not mentioned it, you and the teacher would have eventually discovered it. It turned out that before Ma Hongjun departed from Douluo continent, he had discreetly arranged for certain matters, including the martial soul fusion between Flander and Lu Erlong. Based on his memories from his previous life and his understanding of martial souls, he deduced that Lu Erlong and Flander must possess an extraordinary affinity for their martial souls. The requirements for a trio martial soul fusion technique are significantly higher than those for a dual martial soul fusion, thus indicating a formidable compatibility between the two. The absence of fusion in the original work was primarily due to Lu Erlong's lingering feelings for Yu Xiaojiang, which hindered her willingness to cooperate. Now, due to the butterfly effect instigated by Ma Hongjun, Lu Erlong's mindset had returned to a more rational path. Regardless, I must thank you. Without you, I might still be unable to relinquish that thorn in my heart, Lu Erlong stated earnestly. Teacher Erlong, you are too kind. Ahead lies the domain of the dark demon evil god tiger. We should exercise extra caution. Ma Hongjun deliberately shifted the topic, as he had also taken some clandestine actions, instructing the Tiangong network spies to employ some unscrupulous methods to help Lu Erlong let go of her grievances. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun felt no guilt in his heart. There was no need for righteousness when dealing with a scoundrel like Yu Xiaojiang. Those who uphold virtue should be treated with sincerity, while those devoid of it should be confronted with ferocity. Had it not been for Yu Xiaojiang's slight intelligence and his close relationship with Flander, Ma Hongjun would not have wished to associate with such a person. Ma Hongjun had already surpassed level 50 for some time within his spiritual domain. The surrounding environment was crystal clear. Although his sensing range did not match Tang San's blue-silver domain, it was more refined and precise, each possessing its own advantages. Ma Hongjun's spiritual domain was awakened from the soul bones sacrificed by the Yuming Duanjia snake, combined with his martial soul. He was eager to attain the pinnacle of strength on the continent, for only through such power could he wield influence during conflicts between the two continents. Should a confrontation arise without sufficient strength, even within the Tiangong network, serious divisions could occur, as the upper echelons and core forces were all Dalu individuals. However, once he attained the power of a top-title Dalu, Ma Hongjun was confident he could quell internal discord. After all, this world revered strength, and the situation in Huaxia was distinctly different. Currently, Ma Hongjun relied too much on the poisoned Dalu and the members of Shrek Academy. His own strength was too inadequate, resulting in little prestige within the Tiangong network. Thus, his urgency to elevate his power. Suddenly, an ethereal silhouette of a tiger-type soul beast intruded into his mind's domain, casting a shadow over the surroundings. This indicated that the soul beast possessed its own domain, typically awakened only by 10,000-year-old soul beasts. However, judging by the aura of this tiger-type soul beast, it appeared to be around 50 to 60,000 years old. The only top-tier soul beast fitting this description in such a place was the dark demon evil god tiger from the original narrative. Everyone, remain vigilant. Our prey has appeared, Ma Hongjun warned, causing everyone present to scan their surroundings with heightened alertness. The sword Daluo Qinshin and the bone Daluo Gu Rong exchanged astonished glances at Ma Hongjun, for he had managed to detect and alert them simultaneously, showcasing his remarkable perception. The poisoned Daluo, however, wore a nonchalant expression, as he was the one who understood Ma Hongjun best. After all, Ma Hongjun's true strength lay beyond mere perception. Ma Hongjun focused intently on the movements of the dark demon evil god tiger. Upon noticing that the tiger did not flee upon discovering them, but instead roared and charged towards Qinshin, he inwardly sighed with relief, thinking to himself, we are secured. The stronger the soul beast, the greater the enhancement it conferred upon one's attributes and soul power. With their collective strength, they would have little trouble dealing with a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Confronting a soul beast of 50 to 60,000 years should be effortless, even if this soul beast possessed extraordinary talent. It would not pose any unexpected challenges under their careful strategy. Indeed, This was a soul beast imbued with dark attributes. If you possess soul skills of the light attribute, do not hold back, the experienced sword Thor remarked, instantly discerning that the approaching dark demon, evil god tiger, was a dark attribute soul beast. Indeed, I have encountered records of the dark demon, evil god tiger in ancient texts. Legend has it that an evil deity descended upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate, transforming its light attributes into darkness, sprouting black wings representing corruption, and a scorpion-like tail. Hongjun reiterated solemnly, emphasizing the importance of the wings and tail to prevent any mishaps among the group. 7 Kill. The sword Douluo Qinshin, with a single hand behind his back, was the first to summon his martial soul, the 7 Kill sword, directing it towards the dark demon evil god tiger, locking onto its aura. Upon realizing it was targeted, the dark demon evil god tiger did not flee, but instead roared, raising its paw and charging excitedly toward Qinshin. It sensed that among the group, Qinshin posed the greatest threat, yet emboldened by its hidden trump cards, it was fearless. For if it could devour the individuals before it, especially the rich life energy emanating from Hongjun, it would undoubtedly undergo a transformation, potentially breaking through the threshold of a 10,000-year soul beast. Once it achieved that status, it would become the sovereign of the entire Xingdo Great Forest. Even the legendary Black Dragon King Dtion would bow beneath its might, unable to resist the temptation. The dark demon, evil god tiger believed that eliminating Qinshin would render the others no longer a threat. However, Qinshin had no intention of engaging with it at that moment. He deliberately feigned weakness, retreating while Gu Rong swiftly moved forward to intercept the tiger's ferocious claw strike. Let us proceed as planned. Hongjun, upon witnessing the unfolding situation, heaved a sigh of relief and began his retreat. Meanwhile, Poison Douluo and Lu Erlong, alongside Flender, charged forward to encircle the dark demon evil tiger, effectively trapping it in the center. Hongjun's maneuver was decidedly devoid of martial ethics, leaving the dark demon evil tiger momentarily stunned. Chapter 156. Martial Soul Fusion Skill. Radiant Holy Dragon from a distance. Hongjun observed that the surrounded dark demon evil tiger displayed no signs of panic. Instead, it assumed a grave demeanor, seemingly searching for flaws among the group. Suddenly, a glint of light flashed in the eyes of the dark demon evil tiger as it focused on the weakest link, Lu Erlong. Watch out! Summon your martial soul's true form. Hongjun exclaimed in alarm, his voice echoing with urgency. In that instant, the dark demon evil tiger sprang into action, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Although Lu Erlong had yet to summon her martial soul's true form, she instinctively adopted a defensive stance. Abruptly, Lu Erlong felt a foul wind rushing toward her. The surrounding air began to tremble violently, and a fierce gust enveloped her. This was the power of wind. How dare it underestimate her? Realizing that the dark demon evil tiger had targeted her, Lu Erlong summoned a spectral dragon claw atop her arm, crossing her hands to deliver a fierce strike toward the impending assault. With a thunderous impact, 2 tiger claws materialized from the void, one striking against Lu Erlong's dragon claw, while the other aimed directly at her Dantian. A hit to the Dantian could very well result in a loss of soul power, potentially rendering her powerless or even crippling her abilities. Be careful, Erlong. Flender, ever vigilant, noticed the threat before Poison Douluo and rushed to Lu Erlong's side. With his martial soul's dual wings flapping, he soared toward her with astonishing speed, intervening just in time. Flender and Lu Erlong exchanged a determined glance, utilizing all their strength to break free from the dark demon evil tiger's deadly gaze, rotating their shoulders to prepare for the next move. The tiger claw landed heavily upon Flender's back, striking his muscular frame with tremendous force. Blood splattered as the muscles on his shoulder tore apart. He rolled several times upon impact, finally dissipating the force of the blow, but not without expelling a copious amount of blood. Seeing the dark demon evil tiger abandon its attack on Lu Erlong to pursue Flender, a more formidable opponent due to his aerial agility, Douluo's fury ignited. How dare you? He bellowed, enraged that a mere 60,000-year-old soul beast would dare to harm others under his watch. Bone Dragon true form. In an instant, his martial soul materialized, locking onto the dark demon, Evil Tiger, with lethal intent. Should it dare to attack again, it would meet its end at Bone Douluo's full might. From afar, Sword Douluo, Qinshin, Ma Hongjun, and Cheng Yaojin halted their advance to assist, noting Bone Douluo's formidable display. Although Ma Hongjun was not yet a match for the dark demon Evil Tiger, he felt empowered to engage, especially with the stakes of obtaining a soul ring for himself. The Black Bone Dragon emanated an awe-inspiring aura, an embodiment of both offense and defense. As it clashed with the dark demon Evil Tiger, "Erlong, Flinder, go all out," Ma Hongjun shouted, suppressing his urge to rush in. Dugabo and Flinder exchanged subtle glances, acknowledging Lu Erlong, who remained momentarily stunned. In unison, the trio unveiled their most potent cards: Martial Soul Fusion Skill, Radiant Holy Dragon. Indeed, their fusion skill, while slightly inferior to the Golden Holy Dragon, was perfectly suited to confront the dark demon Evil Tiger. Lu Erlong and Flinder's soul rings illuminated simultaneously, their martial souls merging into the magnificent Radiant Holy Dragon. The combined strength of two soul masters wielding one of the most powerful beast martial souls unleashed a formidable force, surpassing even Bone Douluo's martial soul true form. Radiant Impact. The duo wasted no time, unleashing the soul skill with breathtaking speed. The potent light energy rivaled the ninth soul skill of a tidal daw, surging toward the dark demon, Evil Tiger, still locked in combat with Bone Douluo. A flicker of fear passed through the tiger's enormous eyes as it attempted to evade the attack using its wind abilities. However, the prepared group was not so easily outmaneuvered. Time freeze. Poison Douluo invoked his 8th skill, manipulating a designated area of time and space to freeze the moment for 3 seconds. Trying to escape? Not so easily. Face your demise. Poison Douluo sneered, activating the Soul Bone skill from Medusa. A brilliant purple light descended around the dark demon, Evil Tiger, in a surreal manner. Its movements were restrained, leaving only its massive eyes capable of slight movement. The light energy attack would not wait for it to recover, striking mercilessly against its colossal black head. With a resounding crash, the overwhelming energy nearly rendered the dark demon, Evil Tiger, unconscious before it could regain its composure. The lethal strikes from Poison Douluo and Bone Douluo followed in swift succession. Phosphorescent Divine Light. Poison Douluo's 9th soul skill, when paired with Time Freeze, could easily obliterate a city, though at a considerable cost. However, its effect could be localized, corroding the space around the dark demon Evil Tiger with terrifying toxic energy. The black tiger's skin rapidly transformed into a sickly green hue, presenting a ghastly sight. Bone Transformation Dragon. Bone Douluo's 9th soul skill, both offensive and defensive, harnessed immense spatial power. Another powerful attack surged toward the dark demon Evil Tiger's vital points. With a tremendous force, the dark demon Evil Tiger was sent hurtling backward over 100 meters, landing with no further movement, as if it had been rendered lifeless. Ma Hongjun's mouth fell agape in astonishment at the sight of the once mighty beast, now utterly defenseless against their onslaught. He couldn't help but wonder if Sword Douluo Qinshin would be able to eliminate it in a single strike. However, he quickly shook his head. Sword Douluo was not suited for a group assault. His 7-killing sword martial soul boasted devastating power, and should he lose control, it could spell disaster. The goal was to capture it alive, hence the stakes were indeed doubled. At that moment, Flinder and Lu Erlong's martial soul fusion skill dissipated. Externally, they appeared unfazed, but internally, their spirits were taut. Although their engagement had been brief and seemingly dominant, they had unleashed their strongest soul skills without reservation, executing seamless coordination. Even so, the life force of the dark demon, Evil Tiger, still flickered. They were now convinced that this soul beast was extraordinary. Despite their relentless attacks, it had yet to succumb. Among them, Flinder bore the brunt of the injuries, while the others, though unhurt, felt the immense drain of their energies. The consumption from the ninth soul skill was unparalleled. Typically reserved for the most dire of circumstances, this was their first encounter with such a fierce battle. Sword Uncle, Ma Hongjun cautioned. Douluo moved swiftly, blocking the retreat of the Anmo Xie Shun Hu, while the Qisha sword pointed menacingly at the Anmo Xie Shun Hu, its energy locking onto the target. Instantly sensing the threat to its life, the Anmo Xie Shun Hu was consumed by rage, rising to its feet and striking the ground with its right front paw, unleashing a beam of black light that dashed straight towards the poisoned Douluo, the one it deemed most dangerous. The sinister energy of its tail followed closely behind. Be careful. It's the Xie Shun Go. Do not confront it head-on, Ma Hongjun warned once more. Oof. The poisoned Douluo scoffed, but chose not to engage directly, instead summoning an energy barrier to momentarily halt the attack before swiftly moving to the side of the bone Douluo, known for his formidable defenses. Indeed, the poisoned Douluo's decision proved to be astute. Among the group, he and Flinder had endured the greatest strain. With the attack failing to reach the poisoned Douluo, it surged towards Lu Erlong. Unfortunately, Flinder, ever the cunning strategist, scooped up Lu Erlong and flew to the safety of the bone Douluo just as the poisoned Douluo made his move. Though the sinister energy was potent and the Xie Shun Go razor sharp, it proved ineffective against the bone Douluo's defenses. Damn it, you have forced my hand. At this moment, the Anmo Xie Shun Hu, gravely wounded, revealed its final trump card, a protective barrier born of its soul skill, the life and death arena. It could draw opponents into a special space where the laws of time were manipulated, reverting everyone to their childhood. Ma Hongjun's understanding of this was limited, merely based on vague recollections from the original text, resulting in incomplete intel. However, this did not hinder the situation, for among them, the mightiest Jian Douluo Qinshin had already sprung into action. Martial Soul, Qisha. The sword measured 4 feet 3 inches in length, 3 inches in width, and the hilt extended 1 foot 2 inches. The world's foremost attack-ceiling titled Douluo, his martial soul's soul rings detached from his body, merging seamlessly into the Qisha sword. As a master swordsman, he could sense the fluctuations of energy, and decades of experience allowed him to perceive the strength of the energy shield from the faintest hints. Body Transformation, Giant Sword. The 9th soul skill, Body Transformation, Giant Sword, with the wind stirring and the forest rising. A powerful sword aura shattered the energy shield of the soul skill in an instant, slicing towards the limbs of the Anmo Xie Shun Hu with unrelenting force. Without any obstruction, the limbs were severed with a resounding crack. The Anmo Xie Shun Hu's soul skill was thus interrupted. Cheng Yaojin, I leave this to you. The rapid and successful turn of events filled Ma Hongjun with elation. Approaching the nearly defeated Anmo Xie Shun Hu alongside Cheng Yaojin, he spoke. The reason for not allowing the more powerful Jian Douluo Qinshin to intercept the Black Orb, the fateful pearl of the otherworldly protagonist Zhou Weiqing, stemmed from his desire to avoid owing a favor, coupled with a prudent wariness. Most importantly, Ma Hongjun had a strong premonition. Cheng Yaojin was a fortuitous figure, and such treasures of luck should not fall into the hands of the unworthy. With a dagger in hand, Ma Hongjun did not hesitate to slice open the throat of the Anmo Xie Shun Hu. Chapter 157. Acquiring the Soul Ring, Upgrading the System Indeed. Before the black soul ring of the Anmo Xie Shun Hu illuminated, a black orb first appeared atop its lifeless form. Simultaneously, the space surrounding the mysterious black orb rippled, revealing a black hole, neither too large nor too small, merely the size of a palm. The black orb, seemingly imbued with life, swiftly darted towards the black hole. The 3 titled Douluos, their expressions filled with surprise, prepared to intercept, but were a moment too late, watching helplessly as the black orb threatened to enter the black hole. Observing the situation closely, Cheng Yaojin, who had summoned his martial soul, swiftly leapt forward, hurling his Tiangang axe with lightning speed. The black orb was immediately obstructed by the axe, rebounding towards Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun's face lit up with joy, disregarding the soul ring that had just emerged. He reached out and grasped the black orb. At the very moment he seized the orb, a voice reminiscent of a system spirit, awakened in his mind. Ding! Detecting a treasure of fortune, Xie Shenju. Would the host like to absorb it? Absorbing the Xie Shenju will complete the final upgrade of the system and expedite the fusion of the martial soul. Absorb. Without the slightest hesitation, Ma Hongjun issued the command to absorb immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host! The nine-leaf sword grass martial soul has successfully fused, currently ranking as an ultra-divine martial soul. Ding! System upgrade complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the exploration function and the capability to quantify strength, along with the summoning system, and fully recognizing the supreme treasure, the source of time and space. What is this supreme treasure? Ma Hongjun was momentarily bewildered, having read numerous novels in his past life. Yet the unfolding scene left him utterly astonished. This system spirit was born from the essence of the supreme treasure. What else could it be but the green light in his mind? And what of the attribute panel? An idea struck Ma Hongjun. This system, oh no, I am not merely an object. The voice of the system, a childish tone, made Ma Hongjun feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, he began to grasp the situation. With no time to inquire further about the newly acquired abilities, Ma Hongjun quickly regained his focus, just in time to meet the scrutinizing gaze of the Jianbone Douluo. Ah, it's nothing, just a rather remarkable orb that has some effect on soul power cultivation. I trust esteemed seniors will not covet it from me. Ma Hongjun asserted his moral stance first, addressing everyone. Without a moment's hesitation, Chung Yaojin positioned himself protectively in front of Ma Hongjun, appearing nonchalant, yet secretly on guard against any covetous intentions from the Jianbone Douluo. Since it is an item dropped by the Amo Xie Shunhu, it naturally belongs to you. There's no need for such tension, the Jianduo remarked dismissively. Your noble integrity is commendable. I would not dare to dispute with someone of your stature. Quickly absorb the soul ring. We shall guard you. Flinder, accompanied by Lu Erlong, approached with a tone of genuine concern. It was undeniable that this shameless demeanor mirrored Ma Hongjun's own, as if they were two sides of the same coin. Indeed, the Bone Douluo nodded, then moved a short distance away to recover his soul power while maintaining a protective watch over Ma Hongjun. Strength quantification, exploration function, summoning system. System. Please provide me with information on Chung Yaojin. Chung Yaojin, combat power, 85, cultivation, 85th level soul daw, leadership, 79, intelligence, 82, politics, 89, loyalty, 99. Note: possesses fragments of past memories and experiences, resurrected by the system from the river of time and space, unwaveringly loyal to the host. Potential: divine level. Level 1 divine deity. Godly potential, truly befitting the chaotic warrior Chung Yaojin. System: assess my potential. Ma Hongjun, combat power, 79, cultivation, 50th level soul master, intelligence, 85, leadership, 59, politics, 80, charisma, 98. Maximum potential, divine king. Ma Hongjun was not astonished by the potential of a divine king. Rather, he found it reasonable and even thought it somewhat understated. However, he refrained from dwelling on this, instead focusing on the metrics of leadership and intelligence. After all, a true man sets his sights on distant horizons, wielding a sword to achieve extraordinary feats. His previous lack of ambition stemmed from a disinterest in the empires of the Douluo continent, a lack of belonging that naturally diminished his desire for competition. However, the chaos of the late Han dynasty unfolded, and alongside the integration of the world, certain ideologies naturally evolved. System: I am a model youth of the 21st century. Is my leadership score not a tad low? Yet, the system showed no inclination to heed Ma Hongjun's thoughts, leaving him feeling quite awkward. It seems this lowly system possesses a rather aloof demeanor, always appearing indifferent towards its own capabilities. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun comprehended the essence of power quantification. Ding dong. Typically, the level of soul power corresponds to the base martial strength. However, some prodigies may possess exceptional innate skills or dual martial souls, allowing them to exceed their inherent soul power in martial strength. The system's synthesized electronic voice appeared to grasp Ma Hongjun's confusion, resonating appropriately within his mind. Note: the power value increase from skills is proportional to the current level of strength. At the 80th stage, it increases by 5 points, while the 90th stage, it increases by 1 point. After the 90th stage, each increment is merely 1 point. Eventually, a barrage of disorganized information emerged, all pertaining to system enhancements or aspects of the late Han world, which Ma Hongjun could no longer peruse. He decided to save it for future reference. Ma Hongjun sat cross-legged, summoning his beast martial soul, the evil fire phoenix, and began to absorb the soul rings with utmost focus, wary of missing the optimal moment for absorption. An hour later, he wiped the sweat from his brow, gradually rising to his feet, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. Mission accomplished. It was not prudent to linger here any longer. Teacher and esteemed seniors, we should depart post-haste. Ma Hongjun stood, refraining from disclosing his fifth soul skill. He did not even mention that his other martial soul had been unsealed and the absorption of mysterious energy completed, illustrating the magnitude of his transformation. The former Ma Hongjun would undoubtedly have shared everything with his teacher, but after 6 months of life during the late Han era, he had matured significantly. Overall, the mission had proceeded smoothly, with only Flender sustaining minor injuries while successfully interrupting the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger's arena skills. On the journey back, Ma Hongjun assessed the potential of his companions. Flender, martial strength, 83, intelligence, 89, leadership, 65, politics, 80, favorability, 92. As the host teacher, he held great expectations and fondness for him. Note: favorability differs from loyalty. Once genuine allegiance is attained, favorability will convert to equivalent loyalty. Maximum potential, mid-tier title Douluo. This potential seems somewhat low. It appears I must find ways to enhance my teacher's potential. Ma Hongjun used internally. Lu Erlong, martial strength, 81. Maximum potential, level 98 title Douluo, charm, 90. Note: charm is divided into sovereign charisma and feminine allure. Poison Douluo, martial strength, 94, favorability, 90. Maximum potential, level 95 title Douluo, sword Douluo Chun Exen, martial strength, 97, soul power, level 96, favorability, 65, maximum potential, ultimate title Douluo, bone Douluo Gu Rong, martial strength, 95, favorability, 70, maximum potential, level 98 title Douluo. Although these individuals' martial strengths have been quantified, Ma Hongjun understood that some aspects elude system quantification. In actual combat, the disparity in martial strength might be negligible, with victory hinging on each side as hidden cards and strategies. Ding dong. The detection capability of this system is unparalleled. The enhancement of true strength can be manifested through skills, yet detecting special innate skills requires the expenditure of Huaxiao points or Douluo coins, which are not utilized by default. Currently, Ma Hongjun's system panel displays Huaxiao points, 1,000. Establishing the Great Han Intelligence Pavilion grants 1,000 Huaxiao points, redeemable for a lottery opportunity. Douluo coins, 0. Usable for drawing various soul rings or augmenting attributes other than martial strength. Lucky spin, 0. Number of lottery attempts. Redeemable for a Huaxiao points lottery attempt and draw. Reminder: the hostess' current ministerial and martial general summoning system has been perfected. The host may remove 2 individuals from the provided 5 lists and randomly select from the remaining 3. List 1. Shueli, courtesy name Ringue, known as the Shoulder-to-Shoulder King, base martial strength, 98, level title Daw, leadership, 100 intelligence, 90 politics, 85. List 2. Yu Fei, courtesy name Pengju, a national hero, base martial strength, 97, level title Daw, leadership, 102 intelligence, 89 politics, 59. List 3. Lu Ji, courtesy name Boywan, founder of the Ming Dynasty, renowned strategist, martial strength, 91. Level title Daw, leadership, 93, intelligence, 99, politics, 95. Note: Regardless of whether they are strategists or generals, soul power is uniformly elevated to level 91 title Da. Differences in martial strength indicate varying combat capabilities, allowing for different levels of advancement. Currently, innate skills are not included. Innate skills can enhance martial strength by 1 to 5 points at the title Douluo stage. Important note: the 99th level ultimate title Douluo is excluded. No skill, no matter how powerful, can augment a 99 level martial strength. The 99th level remains the pinnacle of combat power, having reached a divine tier. However, even with the same 98 martial strength, the enhancement from skills is equally significant. Variations in base martial strength can lead to substantial disparities in power. List 4. Yang Lin, courtesy name Hongjun. A notable figure from the Sui dynasty. Martial strength, 95. Leadership, 95. Intelligence, 85. Politics, 85. List 5. Lin Chong, known as Leopard Head Lin Chong. One of the 108 heroes of Liangshan. Martial strength, 95. Leadership, 80. Intelligence, 72. Politics, 60. Removing Yang Lin and Lin Chong, there is no hesitation. Although Lu Ji may not possess great martial strength, the assistance he can offer to a faction is undeniably immense. Before achieving divinity, the role of such strategists is paramount. Ding dong! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the God-tier potential minister Lu Ji. Lu Ji, martial strength, 91. Intelligence, 99. Politics, 95. Leadership, 90. Loyalty, 99. Maximum potential, half-step divine king. Unifying the world, Lu Boiwan. How could his martial strength surpass that of Cheng Yaojin? Ding dong! The system has upgraded. All summon characters now possess the level of title Douluo at 91. Unlike martial generals, the special innate skills of ministers cannot be used to augment their own martial strength. Regrettably, I currently possess no Huaxia points or Douluo coins to investigate further. Otherwise, I would be curious to discern the distinctions between the special skills of generals and ministers. Ma Hongjun pondered these questions with intrigue, yet his pace remained unwavering. Under the path cleared by Cheng Yaojin's Tianshu axe, they swiftly departed the Stardo forest. Note: the system cannot actively hear the protagonist's thoughts. It only responds when the protagonist directly queries the system. Chapter 158. The potential levels of the Shrek's 7 monsters. After exiting the Stardo forest, the group casually found a small inn to rest. Within a room, Ma Hongjun lay on the bed, pondering curiously system. Why hasn't Lu Boiwan appeared yet? Ding dong. Detection indicates that the summoner is a minister. There is a possibility of losing 1 to 2 points of intelligence upon summoning. Would you like to proceed with the summoning? What? Losing intelligence is unacceptable. This is preposterous. Ma Hongjun was instantly enraged. This was unacceptable. He quickly darkened his expression and pressed for answers. How infuriating. Why was I not informed earlier? Is this your oversight? Is there any way to resolve this issue without diminishing intelligence? Think quickly. I can overlook past mistakes. Cheng Yaojin is a military general whose intelligence is of little consequence. Furthermore, he is renowned historically as a fortunate figure. Thus, the probability of losing intelligence is exceedingly low, which is why he can be summoned directly. The host may choose to summon him in the late Han Dynasty world. I see. Then summon my loyal minister, my future right and left arms. To the late Han Dynasty at once. Ma Hongjun's eyes sparkled. He had already resolved to return to the Han world for development after concluding matters in the Douluo realm. Although the Douluo world boasted numerous states, it was not chaotic, being suppressed by 2 major empires and the Wuhuan Temple, making it exceedingly difficult to establish new nations. In contrast, the late Han era was rife with turmoil, providing an excellent opportunity to establish new systems of governance. While Ma Hongjun's interest in founding a new dynasty was still nascent, the possession of such a system surely compelled him to achieve great deeds and fortify his own nation. The emergence of Lu Ji, also known as Lu Bowen, further ignited Ma Hongjun's contemplation on this matter. Lu Ji, courtesy name Bowen, was a late Ming politician and literary figure, a founding hero of the Ming dynasty, hailing from Qingtian in Zhejiang. He was well-versed in the teachings of various schools and proficient in military strategy, earning him the title of Living Zhongliang, rivaling Zhuge Liang. With such an ally, even in the absence of ambition, one would inevitably ascend to high positions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for summoning strategist Lu Ji, Lu Bowen, to the late Han Dynasty at the Penglai Tavern. His assigned role is to manage the tavern on behalf of the host. Goodness, when did I send him? Ma Hongjun was taken aback. The system implanted the memory that Lu Ji was already a subordinate acquired during the late Han period. How could Zhao Yun possibly trust him so easily? The implanted identity indicated familiarity between the two. All right, you are impressive. What more can I say? Faced with the system's implantation abilities, Ma Hongjun could only acquiesce, acknowledging the capability to alter an individual's memories. He had observed the changing dynamics in the late Han Dynasty. After 6 months of exploration, he discovered that few could awaken their battle souls. However, those who could awaken them possessed at least superior battle souls. In this era, battle souls were not referred to as Wuhuan. Instead, they were known as Zhanhan. Ma Hongjun had witnessed Zhao Yun's battle soul, a dragon spear imbued with the essence of a white dragon, ranking among the top battle souls, rivaling even his own evil fire phoenix Wuhan. In Tiando City, upon their return, the preliminary rounds of the Soul Master competition officially concluded, with the Shrek team, as in the original tale, securing a place among the top 3. In 6 months, they would battle alongside various Wuhuan academies across the continent to select the top 5 academies, which would advance to the Wuhuan Temple for the grand finale of the continent-wide elite competition. The reward was 3 soul bones over 10,000 years old. Truth be told, Ma Hongjun felt no greed for such soul bones. Acquiring Douluo coins and Huaxiao points, which could be drawn from, seemed far more worthwhile than establishing a power to alter the continent's fate. Yet, with Flinder as his teacher, whose aspiration was to win the elite competition and lead Shrek Academy to glory, Ma Hongjun felt compelled to fulfill this wish, ensuring he could complete his own tasks without worry. In 6 months, the dimensional barrier would allow Tidal Dalu and above to break through. It seemed he too must strive harder. For Ma Hongjun, the opportunity to breach the dimensional barrier and enter the late Han era was always at hand. Thus, he remained unhurried. With Lu Bowen and Zhao Yun by his side, his influence in the late Han would undoubtedly remain intact. Indeed, the current landscape of the late Han world had stabilized significantly, though warfare persisted. The most powerful among the remaining warlords were Yuan Shao, Cao Cao, Sun Tzu, Yuan Shu, and Liu Bei, who was still in the process of development. The likes of Liu Biao and Tao Qian, while possessing substantial territories, could not be deemed major warlords. They were rather content with maintaining their holdings without significant ambition. Yuan Shao controlled the most prosperous regions of Jizhou, Yuzhou, and parts of Sili, while the future unifier of the north, Cao Cao, occupied the relatively impoverished Yinzhou, even establishing the famed treasure-hunting organization known as the Mo Jin Shaowei for resources. Yuan Shao had only recently defeated Gongsun Zan, leading various factions into a phase of peaceful development. In a departure from history, Yuan Shu, who declared himself emperor, had not been vanquished by Cao Cao or Lu Bu and continued to hold sway over the affluent regions of Yangzhou, such as Runan and Shochuan. The year was 199, the 4th year of Jinan, and the timeline had yet to enter the 200s. However, Ma Hongjun understood that the awakening of battle souls in the late Han world would inevitably lead to historical upheaval. He had missed the optimal moment, yet he believed that with sufficient strength, opportunities would still abound. For instance, he held unwavering confidence in Liu Bei and his 3 brothers, certain they would achieve great things. Some individuals are divinely favored, endowed with extraordinary talent and destiny, such as Tang San. Upon returning to Shrek Academy, Ma Hongjun promptly investigated the potential of his fellow team members. Ning Rongrong, Combat Strength, Level 45 Healing System Soul Master. Command, 80 Intelligence, 85 Politics, 80 Charisma, 98 Talent Potential, Half-Step Divine King. Note, potential represents the current limit of personal capability, which may either exceed or fall short of achieving one's potential. Ma Hongjun deemed this reasonable. After all, without effort and dedication to cultivation. Even the highest talent would yield no results. Nevertheless, Ning Rongrong's potential and feminine charm astonished him, her talent level rivaling that of his right-hand man Lu Ji. This revelation stirred some unconventional thoughts in the now pubescent Ma Hongjun. It was not surprising that Ma Hongjun's ambitions were grand. His foremost goal was immortality, followed by the empowerment of the Huaxia people. If he could marry Ning Rongrong, it would not only weaken the Douluo world, but also allow them to pursue eternal life together, both conditions aligning perfectly with his aspirations. To some extent, the two worlds stood in opposition. Diminishing the top combat power of the Douluo world would inherently enhance the strength of the Huaxia people. The protagonist's shamelessness knew no bounds. Zhu Zhuqing, combat strength. Level 49-44 agility attack system, Soul Master. Charisma, 98 talent potential. Peak level 1 divine god. System, please check the ranking of talent potential levels. Ma Hongjun inquired, demonstrating his inquisitiveness. The ranking of talent potential from lowest to highest is Soul Scholar, Soul Master, Soul Sovereign, Soul Sect, Soul King, Soul Emperor, Soul Saint, Soul Dalu, and Title Dalu. Title Dalu is unique and can be further categorized into lower-level Title Dalu 91 to 93, mid-level Title Dalu 94 to 95, high-level Title Dalu 96 to 98, and the ultimate Title Dalu at level 99, with divine potential capable of surpassing level 100, reaching divine status. The tiers of divine status are level 3 God, level 2 God, level 1 God, main God, half-step divine king, and child of destiny. The child of heaven cannot be measured by talent, as they can at least achieve the level of half-step divine king. Tang San, combat power, 6945, level of control system, Soul Master Sect. Talent potential. See you next time. Chapter 159, another half-step divine king talent potential. Tang San, combat power, 69, leadership, 90, intelligence, 90, politics, 85, charisma, 89. Due to issues with his character, charisma is reduced by 11. Talent potential, child of destiny. Alas, I knew this young lad was no good. Indeed, he is a child of destiny. Ma Hongjun felt a sudden imbalance in his heart and couldn't help but curse under his breath. He had thought he had surpassed Tang San in every aspect, only to discover that Tang San's potential talent was still above his own. The other members of Shrek Academy also possessed considerable potential. Dai Mubai, talent potential, level 1 deity. Fat Tiger, talent potential, level 2 deity. Oscar, talent potential, level 2 deity. After returning and training in a simulated environment for a few days, Ma Hongjun felt a sense of alienation and decided to retreat for closed-door cultivation, ceasing his training. Due to Ma Hongjun's presence, Tang San could not act independently. It was impossible for him to cultivate at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, as that was Ma Hongjun's territory. The Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye. It has been discovered that the reason for the postponement of the Soul Master Elite competition to 6 months later is allegedly due to pressure from certain hidden families on the Spirit Hall and the two major empires. Poison Douluo frowned and looked at Ma Hongjun, speaking seriously. Is it troublesome? Ma Hongjun replied indifferently, as he had long suspected this. The Soul Master competition is manageable, but the power dynamics of the continent will inevitably undergo drastic changes, with several forces potentially stronger than our Sky Luo network. Poison Douluo expressed his deep concerns, finding a spot to sit cross-legged beside Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun had been cultivating at the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye for several days, as he discovered that his soul power was increasing at twice the speed compared to other locations. He speculated that it was likely related to the Jiuqiu martial soul. How is the strength of the younger generation? Ma Hongjun couldn't help but inquire again. Little monster, do you still care about the strength of the younger generation? But rest assured, it is strange that while these hidden families have strong top-tier combat power, their younger generation is generally weak, with only a few able to rival the Shrek battle team. Poison Douluo teased Ma Hongjun, observing his concern. He was unaware of Ma Hongjun's true thoughts. Had he known, he would surely have lectured Ma Hongjun for his misguided intentions. In reality, Ma Hongjun's reason for asking Poison Douluo to gather this information was to win the championship of the Soul Master competition. But he intended to relay the information back to the Han dynasty. Well, that eases my mind. Tang Sen held Xiao Wu in his arms, nervously gazing at his father, whom he had not seen for many years. It seems you already know this girl's identity. No need to be anxious, little San. I have come to enhance your strength. As my son, Tang Hao, you should not be surpassed by your peers, even if they are your companions. Come with me, and if the little girl is willing, she may join us as well. Tang Hao suddenly appeared before Tang San, who was on a date with Xiao Wu, speaking directly. Having observed Tang San, he naturally understood that Tang San's talent had always been overshadowed by Ma Hongjun, due to the postponement of the elite competition after the preliminary rounds. Tang Hao appeared early to see Tang San. Father, where are we going? Upon seeing his long-lost father, Tang San immediately embraced him like a child. Now that he had recognized the Titan, he naturally knew that his father was the youngest and renowned title Do, the Haotian Do. All right, child, you are now an adult. I have come for your other martial soul. Tang Hao tightened his embrace around Tang San's arm before gently pushing him away. Another martial soul? Does that mean you want me to start cultivating another martial soul? But my teacher said that I cannot add any soul rings to it before becoming a title Dalu. Tang San asked in confusion. The master's words are correct. It is indeed unsuitable to add any soul rings to the Haotian hammer before you become a title Dalu. However, who told you that you cannot cultivate the Haotian hammer without adding soul rings? Tang Hao turned away, ignoring Xiao Wu, who stood by at a loss. Does that mean I can cultivate without adding soul rings? Tang San, being astute, quickly grasped Tang Hao's meaning. Yes, little girl. Go tell your teacher that I will be taking you for some training. Tang Hao then finally looked at Xiao Wu. At the age of 13, Ma Hongjun reached the Soul King realm, breaking the record he had set in his youth, which truly stimulated the prideful Haotian Dalu. Thus, he pinned his hopes on this son, who once made him proud, but now felt somewhat complicated. Yes. Xiao Wu sighed in relief upon hearing this, and hurried towards the principal's office to find Flinder and explain the situation. After Xiao Wu left, Tang Hao sighed and looked at Tang San, saying, Little San, Xiao Wu is a good girl, since she has chosen to become human, just like your mother. We must not view her with the eyes of soul beasts. You must never follow the same path as your father. Protect her well and help her quickly raise her soul power to maturity, at which point she will truly become a human. Mother, is my mother the same as Xiao Wu? A gentle light flashed in Tang San's eyes as he stammered. Yes, your mother is named Ayin. She is a 100,000-year soul beast, the blue-silver emperor, transformed into a human. She is the most beautiful woman in this world. Tang Hao spoke earnestly, his mind filled with admiration and longing for Ayin. Due to the butterfly effect caused by Ma Hongjun, Tang Hao took Tang San away early and conveniently brought Xiao Wu along. Because of the falling meteor tears, the fate of Douluo continent began to surge, and the emergence of hidden forces and families led the future of Douluo continent into the unknown. Meanwhile, let us not discuss this and turn our attention to Ma Hongjun, who is living in a tender paradise. During his time out of the ice and fire Yin Yang, I at Shrek Academy, Yi Lingling, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing would find various excuses each day to get close to Ma Hongjun. Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were not too bad, as they were all part of the same battle team, and it made sense to train together to seize opportunities to get closer. Yi Lingling seemed to sense a crisis, as she insisted on bringing Ma Hongjun heartfelt breakfast every morning, inquiring about his well-being. Yi Lingling, Combat Power, 45, Healing System Soul Master. Charisma, 98, a beauty unparalleled. Host, you must take action. Talent potential, half-step Divine King, yet to awaken. Surely not. System? In the original story, Yi Lingling only became a titled Douluo in the end. How could her potential be on par with Ning Rongrong's? Ma Hongjun questioned the system's assessment. Ding, please explore on your own. Yi Lingling indeed possesses potential comparable to a Ning Rongrong who has consumed divine herbs. What if Yi Lingling also consumes divine herbs? Could she reach divine king potential? The possibility exists, but it is slim Divine King potential cannot solely be achieved through divine herbs. However, due to the peculiarities of the nine-heart Sitang, it is not entirely impossible. Chapter 160, The Rebellious One. Special peculiarities? Does the nine-heart Sitang hold secrets unknown to ordinary people? Ma Hongjun silently pondered, inquiring of a system. Ding. Insufficient authority, unable to investigate. How can there be insufficient authority? Am I not the host? Here, the term authority refers to strength. Please refrain from unreasonable disturbances, dear host, to evade the entanglements of the three women. Ma Hongjun had no choice but to arrange everything meticulously and return to the ice and fire yin-yang to enter seclusion for cultivation. Half a year later, Ma Hongjun's strength had significantly increased, advancing to the formidable rank of a level 58 High Soul King. During this time, he did not add any soul rings to his martial soul, achieving a 7-level ascent purely through diligent practice in seclusion. This clearly demonstrates that Ma Hongjun's aptitude for soul power cultivation has, to a certain extent, surpassed that of Tang San, the Child of Destiny. The reason his potential remains at the peak of the Divine King level is due to the constraints of the world's hierarchy. While the Child of Destiny possesses the highest potential and talent, it does not necessarily imply superiority in inherent gifts compared to the peak of the Divine King level, which is regarded as the utmost talent within the realm of Douluo. Even the Child of Destiny can only attain such a level of power. There exist exceptional talents whose potential rivals that of the Child of Destiny, collectively known as Heaven Defiers. This concept was gleaned by Ma Hongjun over the past 6 months from a system. Talent and potential are bestowed by the heavenly Tao of the world. And no matter how formidable a person's opportunities may be, they cannot transcend the limits of their innate gifts. However, Heaven Defiers are the exception, beneath their remarkable talents. The potential granted by the heavenly Tao may not appear grand, yet they can surpass the constraints of their inherent abilities to achieve greater heights. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjun recognized his own uniqueness. He exists as an entity straddling the line between Heaven Defier and Heaven Follower. His lucky grass martial soul grants him the favor of the heavenly Tao, rendering him a being akin to the Child of Destiny, endowed with top-tier talent. The emergence of the system serves as an enhanced version of the Heaven Defier, enabling him to continually surpass his own potential and reach unknown realms. In a world of the three kingdoms, the emergence of martial souls and the enhancement of personal strength have given rise to numerous factions that, while seemingly uninvolved in the struggle for dominance, resemble sections. Among them, the most renowned is the Penglai Tavern, which has sparked a fervor from mighty generals. 6 months ago, at the onset of the World S transformation, the Penglai Tavern, modeled after the esteemed schools of thought, launched a ranking of martial generals. Currently, the list features only 12 individuals. 12th, Xiahou Yuan, Martial Soul, White Earth Divine Spear, a general under Cao Cao. 11th, Xiahou Dun, Martial Soul, Original Martial Soul, Unique Dragon Eye. 10th, Taishir Ci, Martial Soul, Mad Song Halberd, Second Martial Soul, Vasi Bao, a Twin Martial Soul. 9th, Sun Tzu, Martial Soul, Overlord Spear. 8th, Su Chu, Martial Soul, Fire Cloud Blade, Original Martial Soul, Skin, a Twin Martial Soul. 7th, Hongjun, Martial Soul, 9 Phoenix Morning Sunblade. 2nd Martial Soul, 8 Treasures Qilin Bao, a Twin Martial Soul. 6th, Zhang Fei, Martial Soul, 8 Pole Serpent Spear. 5th, Ma Chao, Martial Soul, Dragon Rider Spear. 4th, Guan Yu, Martial Soul, Green Dragon Crescent Blade. 3rd, Dian Wei, accompanying Martial Soul, Mad Song Double War Halberd. 2nd, Zhao Yun, Martial Soul, Dragon's Dread Bright Silver Spear. 2nd Martial Soul, White Dragon. 1st, Lu Bu, Martial Soul, Fong Tianhua Halberd, 2nd Martial Soul, Unmatched Battle Soul. Aside from Lu Bu, who awakened a special unmatched battle soul, earning the title of the greatest martial general, the remaining 11 individual strength rankings are not distinctly prioritized. It is worth noting that although the martial souls of other generals are also referred to as battle souls, they are not recognized by the system. Originally, During the late Han Dynasty, these illustrious generals had just awakened their martial souls, but gradually, some began to awaken their second martial souls. The individual responsible for the rankings is Lu Bowen of the Pinglai Tavern. Due to Ma Hongjun's intervention, Zhao Yun and his brothers of the White Horse Brotherhood seized the opportunity presented by the world's anomaly, rapidly enhancing their strength, each rivaling a soul sage. Consequently, the Pinglai Tavern has emerged as the most powerful and mysterious establishment in the Han Dynasty, one that few dare to provoke. The rankings were primarily arranged according to Ma Hongjun's specifications. Otherwise, those possessing twin martial souls would undoubtedly rank even higher. This detailed information was gathered by the intelligence system of the Pinglai Tavern, as Ma Hongjun provided the names for thorough investigation. In the wild, there are countless formidable individuals, such as the acknowledged gun god Tong Yuan and sword Saint Wang Yu, who possess strength equivalent to that of a level 95 super title Dalu. The two excel in the second stage of technique and the pinnacle of intent, enabling them to contend with level 97 title Dalu without falling behind. Whether in technique or physical prowess, these cultivation methods can be divided into internal cultivation and intent cultivation. Internal cultivation corresponds to soul power cultivation in the Douluo continent, focusing on the hierarchy of strength levels, while intent cultivation serves to enhance combat power through secret methods, akin to the soul ring skills of the Douluo continent. During the past 6 months, Ma Hongjun returned briefly due to concerns about the situation in the late Han Dynasty and gained a rudimentary understanding of the changes in its rules. Consequently, he resolved to primarily focus on technique cultivation, supplementing it with soul ring skills. Regarding his understanding of battle souls, Ma Hongjun has only a partial grasp. However, it is roughly equivalent to the domains found in the Douluo world, significantly amplifying combat power, especially when combined with the techniques and physical training methods of the late Han Dynasty, resulting in a dramatic increase in power. As the first to awaken a battle soul following the transformation of the late Han Dynasty, Lu Bu, also known as Lu Fengxian, undoubtedly stands as the preeminent military figure of the era. The realm of battle souls appears to be even more formidable than the martial soul domains of the Douluo continent, particularly suited for commanding troops in warfare. Reflecting on Lu Bowen's covert leadership of the intelligence-gathering operations concerning Lu Bu, Ma Hongjun couldn't help but reminisce. The changes in the late Han Dynasty's Three Kingdoms world are undeniably substantial. In terms of intelligence collected, the overall power enhancement of the late Han Dynasty has nearly surpassed that of the Douluo continent by over 5-fold. Although the Douluo world possesses inherently superior strength, this gap has undeniably narrowed. If one disregards the emergence of hidden families augmenting the strength of the Douluo continent, the current late Han Dynasty is not inferior to the apparent strength of the original Douluo world. Only at the pinnacle of the ultimate Douluo level does it fall short, remaining at a disadvantage. Yet in terms of overall strength, it is no longer lacking. Just as Ma Hongjun prepared to depart from the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he suddenly noticed an increase in the number of celestial herbs. Previously, he had been so engrossed in his secluded cultivation that he had overlooked the changes in the surrounding celestial herbs. Due to the increase in the world's fortune, the spiritual energy of the world had grown denser, facilitating the cultivation process. Moreover, in the already spiritually rich ice and fire yin-yang eye, the surge in spiritual energy allowed certain celestial herbs, which typically require millennia to mature, to reach full growth within just half a year. Chapter 161. Resolving Xiao Wu's dilemma, Ma Hongjun felt a surge of joy in his heart, yet his hands moved swiftly, promptly packing these matured celestial herbs into his Rui treasure bag. Some of these herbs had appeared in the second season, while others were entirely new to him. Ma Hongjun remained indifferent to these developments, as the arrival of meteor tears and the enhancement of the world's fortune, along with the changes in the world's rules, were all exceedingly straightforward. It would indeed be prudent to prepare a suitable celestial herb for Zilong. Ma Hongjun Muzed, considering that Zhao Yun's strength still fell short of that of a title Dalu, likely equivalent to a peak soul Dalu. The true battle of life and death may not be inferior to that of the title Dalu, but the level of strength is merely that of a low-ranked soul Dalu. If Zilong were to consume an immortal-grade herb under normal circumstances, his prowess in a one-on-one duel might rival that of the old poison. As Ma Hongjun pondered this, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. However, he did not reveal the deeper motives behind his thoughts. If Zilong were to receive an immortal herb, his character, which values gratitude and loyalty, would undoubtedly lead him to be profoundly grateful to Ma Hongjun. It would not be surprising if he were to recognize Ma Hongjun as his master as a result. With this in mind, Ma Hongjun felt a sense of impatience. Nevertheless, the pressing matter at hand was the Elite Soul Master competition organized by the Spirit Hall, a prestigious event showcasing the continent's most talented soul masters. Although Ma Hongjun considered himself seasoned, having lived over 30 years across 2 lifetimes, his rebirth still inclined his temperament towards that of a youthful spirit. While he claimed indifference towards such competitions, the prospect of winning the championship brought him considerable joy. Yet, before participating in the tournament, he needed to address Xiao Wu's situation. Ma Hongjun picked several extra immortal herbs and left the Ice and Fire Yin-Yang Eye, making his way to the Shrek Academy. The residence of the Shrek 7 monsters was situated on the back mountain of the academy, where Tang San and Xiao Wu had returned 3 days earlier. Being the last to join the group, Ma Hongjun embodied the notion that true experts make their entrances last. After a brief reunion, he called Tang San aside and, with an impassive expression, remarked, "Xiao San, your father should have informed you of Xiao Wu's identity by now." Tang San's face immediately displayed a look of panic. Realizing that Ma Hongjun had discerned Xiao Wu's true nature, he feared that Ma Hongjun might harbor intentions toward her. In an instant, countless scenarios of brotherly discord flashed through his mind, as the allure of 100,000-year soul ring and soul bone was undeniably tantalizing, raising concerns about the potential for greed. "You need not worry. Xiao Wu is also my sister. If you ever dare to wrong her in the future, I will not let you off easily," Ma Hongjun said, growing impatient at Tang San's silence and the flicker of vigilance and anxiety he exhibited. This guy is indeed suspicious of everyone, wasting the gift of the immortal herb I provided. However, it was understandable. After all, Tang San was a reborn individual who had not fully integrated into this world. Ma Hongjun himself was in a similar situation, so he could hardly blame Tang San, though he still felt a twinge of annoyance. Hongjun, thank you. I will not let Xiao Wu down," Tang San exclaimed, awakening from his moment of doubt as he expressed his gratitude. "The reason I called you out is to discuss maintaining Xiao Wu's identity. I initially thought that Lord Haoyan would find a way to conceal Xiao Wu's identity, but it seems he has been rather careless. This level of concealment might fool an ordinary title de law, but it will certainly not deceive Bibi Dong, the Pope." Ma Hongjun voiced his frustration. He had seen Xiao Wu upon his return, noting her specific attributes. Xiao Wu, combat power, 49, soul power, 45, charisma, 98, talent potential, half-step divine king, identity, transformation of 100,000-year soul beast, lightning rabbit, capable of evading detection by title de law below level 95. If his assumptions were correct, Tang Hao was at the level of 95 title law. Yet, one must not forget that those appearing in the Soul Master Finals included not only Pope Bibi Dong, who surpassed level 95, but also Sword Daluo Qinshin and Bone Daluo Gulong, both of whom were super title Daluo exceeding level 95. How could such a disguise hold? Impossible. Father said he could no longer discern Xiao Wu's identity, which is why he allowed us to return, Tang San replied, somewhat incredulous, though he felt a pang of anxiety within, as his own purple extreme magic eye could see through Xiao Wu's true identity. However, due to his trust in Tang Hao and admiration for his Tang sect martial arts, he did not think others could uncover her secret. Yet, Ma Hongjun's assertion implied that he had already seen through it, rendering Tang San's skepticism moot. What method did your father employ to conceal Xiao Wu's aura? Ma Hongjun inquired with curiosity. It was a technique developed by my father based on some remnants left by my mother, as well as the circumstances surrounding her maturation. He has spent the past 2 years comprehending this method of hiding one's aura, Tang San replied. feeling a sense of guilt from having doubted Ma Hongjun and thus relinquishing his final reservations. Indeed, there are merits to it. However, I possess a far superior method. Take this and give it to Xiao Wu. With that, Ma Hongjun retrieved a herb radiating with starlight from his Rui treasure bag. Star Hidden Grass, Immortal Grade Herb. Effects. Upon consumption, it conceals all personal auras, detectable only by deities, and possesses notable restorative properties. Below this description were additional snippets detailing its usage and harvesting methods, as this was one of the 3 functionalities provided by the System Upgrades Detection feature. The detection function could not only assess any individual's martial soul potential and strength information, but also discern the uses and basic details of treasures. This herb was one of the newly sprouted immortal herbs, albeit among the least effective in enhancing martial souls, its primary purpose being to conceal one's aura, making it ideal for safeguarding Xiao Wu's identity. Though Ma Hongjun had not fully immersed himself in the world of Douluo continent, he held no reservations when it came to relatives and friends. He was more than willing to part with an immortal herb. This is far too precious. I cannot accept your immortal herb, Tang San instinctively protested. However, upon witnessing Ma Hongjun's increasingly displeased expression, he quickly ceased. He was not foolish and sensed that Ma Hongjun might hold some misunderstanding towards him. This is for Xiao Wu. Remember, Tang San, do not let her down. She is a remarkable girl, deserving of a lifetime of protection, Ma Hongjun declared. Due to his growing allegiance to Huaxia, his fondness for the future ruler of the Douluo world, Tang San, had notably diminished. Nevertheless, the bonds of past friendship remained, and he bore no animosity. Though his displeasure towards Tang San was growing, prompting thoughts of needing to guide him more carefully to prevent his moral decay. After saying this, Ma Hongjun returned to his dwelling without waiting for Tang San's response. Chapter 162. Ning Rongrong's Boudoir. Though Ma Hongjun departed with an air of nonchalance, a sense of discomfort lingered within him, as he found himself playing matchmaker between Tang San and Xiao Wu despite not having a partner himself. Perhaps it was time to seek a girlfriend. Although the issues surrounding the evil Fire Phoenix martial soul had largely been resolved, and he had grasped the necessary lessons, the undeniable truth remained that he was still a novice in romantic affairs. I truly am a good person, but it seems I must find a girlfriend without delay. Ma Hongjun Muzed. Just as he resolved to return to his quarters, he abruptly halted and turned towards the direction of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's residence. Do not misunderstand. Ma Hongjun was indeed seeking Zhu Zhuqing, with Ning Rongrong's abode being in close proximity, leading him in the same direction. He was certainly not the type to indulge in both options at once. As he continued on, he soon arrived at a fork in the path, with Zhu Zhuqing's door to the left and Ning Rongrong's to the right, each 10 meters away. Ah, how delightful, Ma Hongjun thought, recalling Ning Rongrong's impressive talent, which reached half a step towards the Divine King. He decisively altered his course, opting to visit Ning Rongrong for a heart-to-heart conversation. He was not motivated by self-interest. Rather, he felt that, as a support-type soul master, Ning Rongrong warranted his protection. Although Zhu Zhuqing's alluring figure captivates many, Ma Hongjun remained steadfast, his aspirations anchored in the cosmos and the ocean. Nonetheless, his desire to engage in a heartfelt conversation with a woman falters. Upon entering Ning Rongrong's courtyard, he discovers not only Zhu Zhuqing, but also Xiao Wu. Oh, sixth brother, weren't you discussing matters with Xiao San? What brings you to Rongrong's place all of a sudden? Xiao Wu exclaims, startled by Ma Hongjun's unexpected presence at the entrance. Oh right, I just finished our discussion. Xiao San is likely searching for you around the academy. You should go check. Ma Hongjun instantly awakens to the situation and devises a plan to send Xiao Wu away. Due to Ma Hongjun's leadership, the lives of the Shrek 7 devils are far less arduous than in the original narrative, each possessing their own independent courtyard in the back mountains of Shrek Academy. For safety reasons, Ning Rongrong, being a support-type soul master, resides adjacent to Zhu Zhuqing's courtyard. Oh, I see. Rongrong, I'll take my leave then. I'll come find you in the morning so we can attend the Soul Master competition together. Xiao Wu promptly stands and departs from the stone table, swiftly disappearing from sight. Ma Hongjun smiles slightly, With the troublesome presence gone, he is not entirely misleading Xiao Wu, as Tang San is undoubtedly searching for her, eager for her to consume the Xing ingrass. Sixth brother, what brings you to my place? Do you miss me? Or do you have something special for me? Ning Rongrong, seeing Xiao Wu leave and with Zhu Zhuqing still present, playfully stands and pulls Ma Hongjun's arm. Noticing Ning Rongrong's boldness, Ma Hongjun tightens his grip on her arm and teasingly responds, "Indeed, I've been in seclusion at the Binghua Liangyi Eye for so long. Thinking of you two little fairies, so I decided to visit. How annoying. Humph, fickle-hearted carrot. I'm ignoring you." Ning Rongrong feigns anger, though her heart is elated by his teasing. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a fleeting blush, quickly diverts her gaze to the flowers outside. Both women have long harbored feelings for Ma Hongjun, perhaps even more than mere affection, and they are aware of each other's sentiments. However, Ma Hongjun has always maintained a principled stance, neither rejecting nor accepting advances. Today, however, he speaks such embarrassing words, bringing joy to both women. Though they may not fully embrace the idea of sharing a partner, they are not entirely opposed. After all, Ning Rongrong's father, Ning Fengji, and Zhu Zhuqing's father, the head of the Zhu family in the Xing Luo Empire, both possess multiple wives. The two ladies have long been psychologically prepared for this, and their bond is akin to that of sisters. If you won't pay me any mind, then I shall take my leave. Zhuqing, I will go sit with you. Ma Hongjun declares shamelessly. All right, sixth brother. Zhu Zhuqing replies succinctly, rising to leave without hesitation. Well, will you bully me? I will tell Grandfather Jian, Ning Rongrong exclaims, tears welling up in her eyes. Ah, Rongrong, please don't cry. I was just joking. Sixth brother was wrong. I won't leave. I won't leave. I will stay here with you tonight. Okay? Ma Hongjun, taken aback by her reaction, hurriedly reassures the weeping Ning Rongrong. Even when she confessed her feelings in the past, she never reacted so intensely. Absolutely not. Dream on. I refuse to stay with you. Today, I will sleep with Zhuqing. We need our rest. You should go back. Sixth brother, Ning Rongrong declares, breaking into a smile at Ma Hongjun's anxious demeanor, and she proudly takes Zhu Zhuqing's hand, leading her away, leaving Ma Hongjun behind. Ma Hongjun feels as though he's been ensnared, his heartfelt words laid bare and subsequently rejected. Yet, who is Ma Hongjun? How could he leave in disgrace? Having lived two lives and determined to clarify his relationships with both women, he follows them into Ning Rongrong's chamber. Sixth brother, have you changed your mind and wish to accept us both? Or has your martial soul encountered another issue? Zhu Zhuqing, who had remained silent, speaks up first as Ma Hongjun arrives. Right, sixth brother, you haven't had an outbreak of evil fire, have you? Ning Rongrong questions suspiciously, glancing at Ma Hongjun, who trails behind them like a shadow. Do I look like someone suffering from an outbreak of evil fire? Ma Hongjun retorts, slightly annoyed. Not at all precisely. They respond in unison. Ma Hongjun feels exasperated and finds a place to sit, surveying the aesthetics of Ning Rongrong's room. The decor is indeed beautiful, far surpassing his own quarters. The room is impeccably tidy, adorned with flower pots on the desk and windowsill, enveloped in fragrant aromas and fresh air. A large pink BB bear pillow rests at the head of the bed, alongside a red phoenix motif on the headboard, which closely resembles his martial soul. The overall layout is charming yet elegant, contrasting starkly with his own room, which contains little more than a desk, chair, bed, and some ledgers chronicling business transactions. Indeed, your place is far more attractive than mine. I realize my sudden visit was a bit abrupt, but I will make it up to you. I wish to convey that I hold affection for both of you, which has left me in a state of hesitation. You may call me a scoundrel or a rogue, and I shall accept that. However, I sincerely hope that our relationship can progress further. I wonder if you would be willing? Ma Hongjun, having diffused the tension, gazes earnestly at the two women. As long as you can make me stronger and continue to treat me well, I am willing. Zhu Zhuqing, typically bold, is the first to respond without hesitation. Very well, I will not let you down. Though I may seem somewhat fickle, I assure you I am not disloyal. Despite the flaws in my martial soul, I have not succumbed to trivial romantic entanglements over the years. I sought you both because I believe I can control the evil fire of my martial soul, which is why I am here now. Zhu Qing, Rong, I hope you can both accept me. While it may seem unfair to you, I cannot let either of you down. You wouldn't want me to become a heartbreaker, would you? Ma Hongjun gazes deeply into their eyes, shamelessly invoking his background. Upon hearing about the issue with Ma Hongjun's martial soul, the hesitance in Ning Rongrong's expression dissipates, and she resolutely responds, I am willing, but you must promise me that you won't touch me or Zhu Qing until we reach adulthood. Very well, I promise you. Ma Hongjun replies, feeling exhilarated as both women acquiesce. He eagerly takes their delicate hands, sitting at the head of the bed, and begins to share whispered secrets. Under Ma Hongjun's sweet words, he successfully spends the night at Ning Rongrong's place. I will only sit, not touch. I will only hold hands, never venture elsewhere. I will only embrace, never engage in mischief. I will only kiss, never extend my tongue. Thus, Ma Hongjun's first kiss is successfully bestowed upon the two women, who gradually succumb to his charming words. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun remains mindful of his promise to Ning Rongrong until they reach adulthood. He will not truly cross any boundaries with them. However, the places that require affection must still be graced with it, and those that invite touch shall not be neglected. After all, Ma Hongjun is far from being a serene monk impervious to temptation. Early the next morning, Ma Hongjun adhered to his original plan, merely observing the competition without stepping onto the stage. Only Tang San, Zhu Qing, and Fat Tiger took the field, accompanied by the reserve team members Jiang Zhu and Tai Long, as they effortlessly overcame numerous challenges, leaving no opportunity for Ma Hongjun and his companions to participate. Thus, the day's competition concluded without any suspense. Compared to the original narrative, there were indeed many unfamiliar teams, which Ma Hongjun surmised were hastily assembled by hidden clans. Yet, the strength of these teams left much to be desired, even falling short of the Five Elements Academy, let alone the more formidable Shrek Academy. Only two of these teams caught Ma Hongjun's attention, but their prowess was merely on par with the Shengkong Academy, led by Feng Xiaotian. The increase in teams resulted in each academy participating in at least 4 or 5 matches a day. Consequently, Ma Hongjun could not muster the desire to engage. He fabricated a reason to discreetly exit the arena the following day. He then sought out Cheng Yaojin, whom he had left behind at Shrek Academy, and together they utilized the system to enter the Tongtianxi secret realm, venturing into the world of the Three Kingdoms. It is worth noting that aside from summoned entities, Ma Hongjun was unable to bring any local individuals into the Han Dynasty world, as the inhabitants of the Douluo world lacked the necessary strength to enter that realm and would be perceived as adversaries by the vigilant Tao of Heaven. Only those with the power to annihilate divine kings could evade the scrutiny of the Tao. The souls of summoned characters, however, inherently possessed a resonance akin to that of this world, thereby avoiding rejection. This was knowledge Ma Hongjun had acquired from the system, prompting him to bring Cheng Yaojin to the Han Dynasty in advance, as he needed to establish his own influence. As Ma Hongjun prepared to enter the world of the Three Kingdoms, he was taken aback by an astonishing sight. Deep within the passage appeared a familiar azure planet, a vision that had haunted his dreams innumerable times. What was the system implying? How could Earth manifest within the black hole passage? Ma Hongjun recalled that his last visit had been merely 3 months prior, during which he had seen nothing. Ding! Due to the impending convergence of the Three Kingdoms dimension with the Douluo continent, the distance between the two worlds is continuously diminishing, allowing the host to perceive Earth. Dimension? Does this Earth have any connection to the one from before? Ma Hongjun eagerly inquired. Ding! It has been detected that the current Three Kingdoms world is a parallel dimension of the host's former Earth. If the host can enable the Tao of Heaven in the Three Kingdoms to consume that of the Douluo world, the Tao will ascend, granting some supreme beings the ability to traverse time and space. What? Time travel? Does that mean I have the opportunity to return to Earth? Ding! Indeed. But 2 prerequisites must be met. First, the time travel must be based on the Tao of Heaven from the main world. Second, the host must attain a realm beyond that of a divine king. I understand the second condition, but what does the first entail? If the Tao of Heaven from Douluo continent consumes that of the Three Kingdoms, then even if the host possesses the ability to traverse time and space. The journey will be to a parallel world whose history is derived from Douluo continent. Ma Hongjun fell silent, momentarily frozen in place, lost in contemplation. Previously, he had merely aimed not to fall short of Tang San, wholly unaware of the significance of his rebirth. What were his true aspirations? Simply to live freely and attain divinity, untroubled by others. Such thoughts were profoundly superficial. Perhaps it was a lack of life goals that confined him to such basic desires. To become a genuine powerhouse, these aspirations were woefully inadequate. Fortunately, the emergence of a planet resembling Earth ignited within Ma Hongjun a fervent desire, a compelling urge to grow stronger. As for this life, he held no emotional ties to whoever his parents may be. His true parents belonged to a previous existence, those of Han blood. Since the advent of the Three Kingdoms world, the thoughts he had long buried deep within himself finally surfaced. The yearning within him magnified infinitely. What had become of his father and mother after his disappearance? Did they miss him? Were they heartbroken by his absence? He resolved to become formidable, immensely powerful, and to seek out the true world of his past to find his parents. Moreover, time was not on his side. He had at most 30 years remaining, perhaps even less than 20, barring any unforeseen complications. Subtracting the 14 years spent in Douluo continent, it meant his parents were nearing 50. Given their relatively healthy condition, living for another 20 years should not pose a significant issue. However, anything beyond that remained uncertain. Thus, Ma Hongjun understood he must hasten his journey to strength. Only then could he extend his parents' lives after finding them. The historical world of the Three Kingdoms had emerged, and the arrival of Earth was not far off. Relying solely on his own strength to confront the entire world would clearly prove insufficient. He needed to dismantle the opposing will from both external and internal fronts. It appeared that the struggle for supremacy was inevitable. This time, he would strategize in the Han dynasty, and upon his next return, he would truly belong to this world. After securing victory for the Shrek team in the Spirit Hall, he would immediately venture to the City of Slaughter, where he would acquire what he desired and then fight alongside Zilong and Bowen. The thought of the grand and tumultuous battlefield stirred a fervent bloodlust within him. To live and fight alongside these legendary heroes was something he had never dared to dream of in his previous life. Whether it be the formidable Guan Yu, who flooded the 7 armies, the valiant Zhao Zilong, who rescued the young lord 7 times at Changban Slope, or the sagacious Zhuge Liang and the brilliant strategist Guijia. These were figures Ma Hongjun had deeply admired in his former life. 3 days later, Ma Hongjun reappeared in the Tongtian Sea secret realm. Upon his return to the Han dynasty, Liu Bowen bestowed upon Ma Hongjun an immense surprise. As he had successfully convinced Zhao Yun to pledge allegiance to Ma Hongjun during these 3 months with his eloquence, Ma Hongjun could hardly refuse. And with the burgeoning ambition of conquest in his heart, he agreed to Zhao Yun's pledge, albeit stating that he would like to forge a brotherly bond in the future. Chapter 164. Battling Lu Bu, Zhao Yun's renown. Meanwhile, Zhao Yun's profile astonished Ma Hongjun. With the evolution of world rules, the system was gradually updating and improving. Zhao Yun, combat power, 91 martial spirit. Longden bright silver spear, 2nd martial spirit. White dragon sealing realm. Minor mastery of techniques, soul power, 86 to 89 talent. Above average divine priest talent. Extraordinary comprehension, unmatched throughout the world. Should he surpass his innate limits, he will become an extraordinary being. Future intelligence and other attributes below 85 will no longer be listed. What is the rank of a divine priest? Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of confusion. He had long anticipated Zhao Yun's potential to become an extraordinary being. The lowest tier of the divine realm. That cannot be right. How could Zhao Yun's talent be so lackluster? Is there an error? Ma Hongjun felt a sense of injustice on his behalf. Ding! A reminder. Even the lowest tier of divine realm is still a divine realm, which can hardly be deemed inferior. Moreover, reaching level 100 represents a significant milestone. The closer one's innate talent approaches this level, the easier it becomes to break through. The day of breakthrough is akin to a moment of defiance against the heavens. Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun was instantly filled with joy. It seemed that Zhao Yun's talent was comparable to that of ordinary generals, yet he possessed divine potential and was more likely to achieve a breakthrough. Once he did so, with his unparalleled comprehension, he would undoubtedly become a formidable force against the heavens. Historically, Zhao Yun was renowned for his exquisite techniques and valiant combat prowess, rarely sustaining injuries. Though his physical endowment could not match that of top generals like Lu Bu and Dian Wei, his fame among such illustrious figures was attributed solely to his profound understanding of martial arts, though it cannot be denied that his innate qualities were also commendable. Innate talent, after all, serves merely as a reference and cannot serve as the sole criterion for assessing physical prowess. With diligent training, one can compensate for the shortcomings of innate abilities, thus rendering the absence of discernible differences among those below divine level understandable. Beyond this, Ma Hongjun naturally capitalized on his advantages. For the Penglai Tavern was renowned for its exquisite wines. With the revival of spiritual energy, the yield of grains had significantly increased, rendering fine wines even more popular. The brewing techniques refined over 2 millennia made Penglai wine the most favored tavern of the late Han era, often lauded as the celestial brew of Penglai. Consequently, the tavern's business miraculously flourished during this period, primarily due to the fact that it allegedly boasted at least 3 titled Douluo with formidable strength. Most regional powers could only claim 1 or 2 titled Douluo at most. The foundation of having 3 titled Douluo was a significant reason for the tavern's rapid expansion. In truth, the Penglai Tavern did not possess 3 titled Douluo. Counting Zhao Yun's master, Tong Yuan, and Lu Bowen, there were only 2. The external perception of 3 arose from Zhao Yun's legendary confrontation with Lu Bu, known as the greatest general under heaven, from which he emerged unscathed. Coupled with the unique method of concealing one's aura taught by his master, outsiders could not discern his true level. It is said that Lu Bu was the foremost warrior of the Han, aside from the older generation, though he appeared to be merely at level 89. He was, however, a rare martial artist who excelled in the 3 disciplines of strength, agility, and technique, having defeated the sword Saint Wang Yu, who was a titled Douluo. Thus, although Lu Bu was not a titled Douluo, he was indeed on par with one. 2 months prior, due to Lu Bu's refusal to pay for his drinks at the Penglai Tavern and his intent to seize it, Zhao Yun, alongside Lu Bowen, ventured to Shuzhou, where Lu Bu resided. With the revival of spiritual energy enhancing individual capabilities, the journey from Jizhou to Shuzhou took merely a day. Following the emergence of battle spirits, the internal energy of martial artists had increased significantly, rendering the energy consumed in travel negligible. Outside the Penglai Tavern in Shuzhou, the 2 engaged in an earth-shattering battle that moved the heavens and wept the spirits. Unlike historical accounts, Lu Bu, fortified in Xiaopei, with his strength as a titled Douluo, faced no opposition for the sake of a few cities. No city, unless it was the imperial capital, posed a significant concern. This exemplifies the power and authority of a titled Douluo, and yet the Penglai Tavern dared to challenge such an existence. Under Lu Bowen's guidance and covert assistance, Zhao Yun and Lu Bu fought for 300 rounds without a clear victor. Ultimately, thanks to Lu Bowen's intervention, Lu Bu was subdued and compelled to apologize to the Penglai Tavern in front of the world. Though proud, Lu Bu could not hold his head high in the presence of Lu Bowen, a titled Douluo, and Zhao Yun, who was nearly his equal. Acknowledging his fault, he publicly offered his apology. As a result, the standing of the Penglai Tavern in the late Han era was thoroughly solidified, becoming an entity that none dared to provoke. Zhang Liao and Gao Shun, under Lu Bu's command, were also formidable, yet under the pressure of Lu Bowen's title, they could only watch with cold indifference. Upon learning of this incident, Ma Hongjun exhibited a look of astonishment. The true reason revealed that Lu Bu had opted for a direct confrontation with Zhao Yun, forbidding his troops from forming battle formations to encircle them. Feeling invincible and eager to test his mettle against the second-best warrior in the world, he inadvertently elevated Zhao Yun's renown. While their reckless decision to confront Lu Bu appeared impulsive, it was in fact entirely anticipated by Lu Bowen. Lu Bu's character did not allow him to repel the 2 using the might of his formations. Should they triumph over Lu Bu, Their prowess as titled law would undoubtedly earn them fame, deterring outsiders from coveting the Penglai Tavern, particularly with the publicly acknowledged titled sharpshooter Tong Yuan, bringing the count to 3 titled Dalu. While their strength could not breach the formations assembled by Lu Bu and his generals, escaping would not pose a significant challenge, and Lu Bowen had contingency plans in place. Zhao Yun's master was observing from a hillside outside the city. With his keen vision and perception, he could see all that transpired within. Although Tong Yuan did not officially recognize Ma Hongjun as his master, he willingly accepted the role of protecting elder at the Penglai Tavern. Given that Zhao Yun was his most favored disciple, he naturally wished to ensure his safety during the confrontation with Lu Bu. Beyond sending Cheng Yaojin to the Penglai Tavern, Ma Hongjun shared with Zhao Yun the secret of dual martial souls. Although the alteration of cosmic rules meant that the first batch of awakened martial artists possessed strength above the soul saint level, with sufficient physical fortitude to mitigate concerns regarding the drawbacks of a second martial soul, it underscored the advantage of waiting longer to apply soul rings to a second martial soul. While martial artists in the late Han era could absorb soul rings automatically, this merely equated to an optimal soul ring configuration, lacking control-type skills. Martial artists relied on martial techniques to engage in combat. Although formidable, combining both martial skills and soul abilities would amplify their strength significantly. Thus, Ma Hongjun emphasized to Zhao Yun that upon breaking through his bottleneck, he should refrain from independently condensing soul rings and instead venture into the wilderness to seek powerful beasts for absorbable growth-type soul rings. With the resurgence of spiritual energy, fierce beasts had become even more potent, with some rivaling the strength of Soul Douluo. Zhao Yun's 8th soul ring was a growth-type white tiger soul ring, marking a distinction or advantage over other martial artists. The decision to send Cheng Yaojin to the late Han era also considered the potential for Cheng Yaojin's 9th soul ring. Upon returning to Tiando City, 3 days had passed, and the competition in the Tiando competition zone had reached a fever pitch. The Shrek team continued their unstoppable momentum, boasting a record of 12 wins and 0 losses. Maintaining an undefeated record were also Shunfeng Academy, Long Academy, and Luo Academy. Intelligence indicated that these 2 schools were affiliated with the Long family and the Luo family, respectively. Meanwhile, the Mo family, one of the 3 great families, had unfortunately encountered Shrek Academy early, resulting in a record of 11 wins and 1 loss, tying for second place with Chihua Academy and Tianshui Academy. Although they possessed some strength, they still fell short of Shrek Academy and the Martial Soul Hall. However, the emergence of these factions would likely temper the ambition of martial souls, which could be deemed a positive development. Ma Hongjun muttered to himself, already envisioning a scenario where both sides suffered losses. Chapter 165, A Thought-Provoking Fear. Hongjun, you have finally returned. Our next opponent is somewhat formidable. I plan to have Dai Lao and Xiao Wu Zhuqing join forces, while you and Rongrong will serve as our trump card in reserve. What do you think? In the audience, Tang San's expression revealed a hint of displeasure upon seeing Ma Hongjun's return after 3 days. Nevertheless, due to Ma Hongjun's influence within the team, he spoke to him in a somewhat symbolic manner to discuss the strategy. Originally, as the only control-type soul master aside from Ma Hongjun, Tang San's position as the core of the team was indisputable in Ma Hongjun's absence, complemented by his extensive knowledge of martial souls, making him the natural commander of the group. During the competition, Ma Hongjun vanished without a word for 3 days, an action that undoubtedly displeased the pedantic Tang San. However, the entire team owed a tremendous debt of gratitude to Ma Hongjun, especially he and Xiao Wu, hence he maintained a facade of unwavering intimacy. There's no need, Ma Hongjun stated. You are far too cautious, Xiao San. With our strength, there is no necessity to conceal our capabilities. We can simply overwhelm our opponents. He was rather indifferent to such strategies, eager to rush to Wuhuan City and secure the championship. He outright rejected Tang San's suggestion, estimating that winning the preliminary, qualifying, and final rounds would amplify his influence significantly, allowing his still developing system to absorb fortune and acquire Douluo coins for his lottery endeavors. Although Hongjun did not intend to absorb soul bones beyond the external spirit bone and wisdom spirit bone, any rewards he obtained could be utilized by others. Should he acquire a 100,000-year soul ring, it would be ideal, perfectly serving as the 5th or 6th soul ring for his Jui Jianchao Wuhuan. Regarding the 6th soul ring of the evil fire phoenix, he had already decided it must be the 10-headed solar serpent from the city of slaughter. Once he absorbed its inner core, all the drawbacks of his Wuhuan would transform into advantages, evolving into a more perfect form. Hongjun sensed that his Phoenix Wuhuan was at a bottleneck, and unlike the original Hongjun, after absorbing the inner core of the 10-headed solar serpent, his Wuhuan Phoenix might break through the 10-headed limit, achieving 11 or 12 heads, thus becoming a true divine Wuhuan. Unbeknownst to him, his Yuan Yang remained unspent, and the foundation of his Wuhuan was far deeper than that of the original Hongjun, who often released his energy. He merely believed he was fortunate compared to the original. Upon ascending to a divine Wuhuan, the enhancement of power was secondary. The primary benefit lay in the elevation of innate potential. Although Hongjun's talent had already reached the pinnacle of this world, excess talent certainly existed and would manifest in the form of combat prowess. Even the 12-winged angel Wuhuan would pale in comparison, and if passed down, it might produce offspring with innate soul power at level 20. Of course, this was merely a small conjecture in Hongjun's mind, and its validity would depend on future circumstances. If possible, he hoped his future children could inherit his Jui Jianchao Wuhuan. The Jui Jianchao Wuhuan had already separated from the system. The true system had long since become inseparable from him. Even so, the Jui Jianchao Wuhuan could not be encapsulated by the Wuhuan rules of this world. Hongjun even felt that the Jui Jianchao Wuhuan could not be deemed a Wuhuan, as it was truly unworthy of the title. However, the Wuhuans of the Douluo world possessed their own advantages, primarily their immense potential for growth. Of course, this was contingent upon breaking free from the rules of the Douluo world. Did one not see that even the arrival of the Huaxiao world could not escape the influence of its Wuhuan rules? Previously, he had not contemplated the reasons behind the formation of Wuhuans, but now, upon reflection, it was a chilling thought, for hidden behind it lay astonishing secrets. Upon reaching this conclusion, Hongjun's heart jolted, silently acknowledging the gravity of the matter. However, he quickly buried it deep within, for he felt he was neither qualified nor powerful enough to delve into such unknowns. Though his mind wandered, he remained acutely aware of Tang San's expression. As expected, upon hearing Hongjun's differing opinion, Tang San hesitated for a moment but ultimately spoke. "Well, all right, I have no objections. Let's resolve this swiftly, and everyone shall vote on whether to agree with Hongjun's proposal." Seeing this, Tang San readily acquiesced, primarily influenced by the opinions of his teacher, Master Xiaojiang. With his intelligence, how could he fail to perceive the current strength of the Shrek group? Aside from the Spirit Hall, there was virtually no threat, rendering any concealment of strength ultimately futile. Yet, he could not disregard his teacher's advice, believing it would not lead to any adverse consequences, and thus agreed to the master's strategy. Agreed. Fat Tiger and Dai Mubai were the first to concur, with Dai Mubai particularly eager to showcase his skills. Agreed. The three girls also expressed their consent. Agreed. We must agree. I've said it before, with our strength, there's no need to hide. If we can win, we can win. If we cannot, hiding will not help. Our only target remains the Spirit Hall, Oscar lamented, his wisdom making him one of the strongest in Shrek aside from Tang San. He had long perceived the flaws in the master's strategy. However, being a food-type spirit master, his voice carried little weight. The master's strategy of concealment appeared harmless on the surface, yet it posed significant risks. Should they encounter a formidable opponent, they might fail to secure first place, as evidenced by the original's preliminary rounds. Although placing in the top 5 would still allow them to proceed to Wuhuan City for the finals, it would undoubtedly diminish their influence, which was not what Hongjun desired. He sought influence, and the greater the influence, the more generous the rewards from the system. It was evident that winning the championship of the Continental Soul Master Elite competition would accrue substantial fortune, and upon claiming the title, he would almost certainly receive Douluo coins converted from that fortune. The system would not issue any tasks to acquire Douluo coins or Huaxia points. One had to undertake significant endeavors or achieve certain milestones. Well, since everyone agrees, let us draw lots to determine the participants for the next match. With the exception of Xiao Wu, Ma Hongjun remarked, observing the eager Xiao Wu with a playful smile. I don't want to. Xiao Wu pouted, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Ma Hongjun. Clearly, she had grown even closer to him than before. A glance at the system panel revealed that her soul power had reached the same level as Dai Mubai's, level 48, indicating she had already consumed the Xian Chao Inxing Chao. Xiao Wu was aware that it was Ma Hongjun who had assisted her. Thus, her innocent nature made her more affectionate towards him. You don't want to participate, right? No problem. I didn't expect you to be so noble, Xiao Wu, to give your chance to everyone, Ma Hongjun teased. I want to participate, Xiao Wu exclaimed, shaking Ma Hongjun's arm, oblivious to the fact that Tang San's expression had turned somewhat grim. All right, since that's the case, let's draw lots to decide the participants, Ma Hongjun said in resignation, patting Xiao Wu's head and releasing her arm. Chapter 166, The Manifestation of Fortune. Xiao Wu, young lady should exhibit some decorum. Tang San seized the opportunity to scold, pulling Xiao Wu back. The others, witnessing this, adopted a nonchalant demeanor, particularly Ning Rongrong, who secretly reveled in the moment, thinking, serves you right for clinging to my man. However, these were merely fleeting thoughts, as their sisterly bond remained strong, and they would not let such trivial matters cause discord. They all understood Xiao Wu was not a scheming person, but acted out of gratitude towards Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun was indifferent to Tang San's perceptions of himself and Xiao Wu. He approached a stone table, prepared slips of paper, inscribed 7 for participation and 1 for abstention, crumpled them, and placed them into an opaque cup to shake. To ensure fairness, you may all choose first. Just leave 1 for me to see whose fortune is the weakest. Although Ma Hongjun wished to participate for greater influence, he also considered the feelings of his teammates. Hence his words. He had privately discussed the concept of fortune with the Shrek 7 monsters. What Yi Lingling had mentioned had become no secret within Shrek Academy. He shook the cup, and if he was the one to choose first, there were indeed numerous ways to obtain the paper slip for the competition. Everyone present, including Tang San, set aside their reservations, and each took a crumpled paper slip. As they lifted the slips, an invisible aura enveloped them, and each member of the original Shrek 7 monsters felt as if they were endowed with divine assistance as they unfolded their papers. They were all proud individuals. While they could accept not participating, acknowledging their inferior luck was unacceptable. Although Ma Hongjun did not voice it directly, everyone had already realized this issue. Once they each selected their paper, Ma Hongjun opened the last remaining crumpled slip on the stone table, revealing the words on stage written boldly. Indeed, my fortune stands out among the Shrek 8 monsters. Had I adhered to the unfortunate fate depicted in the original story, the probability of not being selected would have been inevitable, Ma Hongjun mused. He engaged in this little game, knowing about the existence of luck and wished to test it. Furthermore, this method of selection inherently placed one at a disadvantage. Yet even so, his participation indicated much. Little brother Ma, I have drawn the slip for not participating. I shall cheer for you from the sidelines in the next match. Among us, I possess the least soul power and play the smallest role. Making way for the strongest lineup, he said with an endearing simplicity, scratching his head sheepishly. Everyone else appeared elated, except for the sturdy fat tiger, whose expression was one of discomfort. They all knew that the Shrek team was about to unleash their potential, marking the beginning of their illustrious reputation across the continent. None wished to miss the opportunity to participate or to be relegated to the bottom, a sentiment particularly strong among the aristocratic Dai Mubai and Ning Rongrong. Did the reserve players not self-consciously refrain from crowding in to seize the last few crucial competition opportunities? After all, joining would only lead to elimination, or more aptly, to being at the bottom. Do not be disheartened. In every match, except for the finals, we will decide the participants in this manner. Ma Hongjun consoled Fat Tiger with a reassuring pat on his shoulder. Without surprise, his suspicions were further confirmed. Compared to the original 7 monsters, Fat Tiger, at first glance, appeared no less fortunate or powerful, yet in terms of luck, he fell behind considerably. Ma Hongjun had anticipated that Fat Tiger would likely draw this soul slip for not participating. Haha, brother Fat Tiger, if you draw it again for the next match, I shall concede my spot to you, Oscar chimed in, recognizing that as a food system soul master, his contributions were arguably lesser than those of Fat Tiger. Furthermore, he would need to exert extra effort to ensure Fat Tiger's safety, which made him feel somewhat awkward. Well, haha, I am not adamant about participating. Once I have had my fill, I will gladly yield my opportunity, Dai Mubai replied cheerfully, confident that as the second prince of Xinghua, his luck would surely be formidable, and he would not draw an undesirable outcome. The girls, too, shared a quiet excitement, for no one wished to be perceived as the weakest, even if it stemmed from the elusive concept of luck. If you all think this way, the next draw may not follow the pattern of luck. Who would have thought that such a simple game would truly be influenced by fortune? Tang Sin said solemnly, though inwardly he felt relieved, further convinced of his own powerful luck. Yes, indeed, the notion of luck appears to be genuinely real. Just now, I felt as if I had divine assistance, and I believe I have chosen precisely what I desired, Ning Rongrong exclaimed with enthusiasm. So do I, Zhu Zhuqing replied succinctly. We feel the same way, chimed in everyone else, save for Fat Tiger. Previously, luck was intangible, but now it seems to be taking form, becoming traceable. Whether this is a blessing or a curse remains uncertain. Little San, who are we facing in the next match? Ma Hongjun remarked casually, though he harbored an underlying concern about the growing strength of the forces on Douluo continent. However, contemplating this was futile. It was only upon considering their upcoming opponents that he truly began to focus on the hidden familial adversaries. We are up against the Long Academy of the Hidden Dragon Clan, which exclusively enrolls those with dragon bloodline martial souls. Their strength rivals that of the Shunfeng Academy, and I have a distinct intuition that each of them possesses formidable hidden cards. This intelligence was provided by the sect master of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. Tang San recounted, producing a stack of documents from his spatial soul tool and placing them on the table. As in the original tale, Tang San maintained a close collaboration with the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, offering them covert weaponry services. Thus, Ma Hongjun was not surprised. He confidently led the group to the preparation room, seating themselves at the central table to strategize. Regardless of the setting, strength was paramount. Tang San, being merely a soul sect, could not compare to Ma Hongjun, who was a soul king on the verge of becoming a soul emperor. Hence, upon returning to the team, it was only natural for everyone to regard Ma Hongjun as their leader. The group resonated deeply with Ma Hongjun's assertion regarding tangible luck, wholeheartedly agreeing. Previously, such thoughts would have been unthinkable. The foundations of these hidden family academies were exceedingly profound. As Tang San had stated, each individual possessed distinct hidden cards. However, they need not worry, for their innate talents did not surpass theirs. They were simply relying on the remnants of their family's influence, acting as mere clowns. Noticing the somber expressions among the group due to Tang San's words, Ma Hongjun took the initiative to offer reassurance. The remnants of family influence? The group expressed their confusion, temporarily setting aside their apprehensions regarding the hidden families. It merely pertains to hidden cards like soul bones. As long as we approach them cautiously, defeating them should not be difficult. Our true opponents are the Spear Hall team, Ma Hongjun explained nonchalantly. In his eyes, the skills granted by soul bones, aside from a few unique cases, were rather mundane. Having begun his training in the 3 Kingdoms techniques, Ma Hongjun was adept at executing moves that rivaled the skills provided by soul bones. Note, there are 4 types of training methods in the 3 Kingdoms: techniques, body arts, energy arts, and mental arts practiced by strategists. Chapter 167, The Long Academy Team. The method of mental training, though Liu Bowen possessed it and at a high level, was not suitable for Ma Hongjun to practice, or rather, it was entirely incompatible. Any techniques wielded by characters summoned by the system are bound by its rules, allowing only the summoner to practice them. making them uniquely their own training methods. The most precious among the three kingdoms' training methods is the mental training method, with most being closely guarded secrets. For Ma Hongjun to obtain the most valuable mental training method, he must seek breakthroughs from other strategists of the three kingdoms. You are right, I was overly cautious earlier, but we must not let our guard down. In the next match, we must pay special attention to Long Ener, the vice captain of Long Academy. From my observations, her prowess in mental strength is extraordinarily formidable, and even I do not possess absolute certainty of victory, Tang San noted. Recognizing that Ma Hongjun's words had revitalized the previously disheartened group, he realized that his earlier remarks had inadvertently caused a counterproductive effect, making him feel somewhat embarrassed as he scratched his head, yet he continued to remind everyone not to be complacent. It was no wonder the group had lost confidence. Had it not been for Ma Hongjun's assistance in pushing their potential, they would merely be considered relatively ordinary talents. Regardless of the recent upheavals within the mainland's landscape over the past 6 months, the emergence of hidden aristocratic families, and the palpable aura of fortune that has just been witnessed, all of these have instilled a profound sense of shock within them, a manifestation of their fear of the unknown. Coupled with the resurgence of these hidden families at this critical juncture, it is hardly surprising that they would conflate these occurrences. Consequently, in the face of an inscrutable adversary, their confidence is inevitably swayed. Even the likes of Xiao San, whose mental fortitude pales in comparison to hers, suggests that we indeed need to exercise greater caution. Dai Mu Bai concurred, as they were all well aware of Tang San's mental prowess. Apart from Ma Hongjun, none could measure up to him. In truth, even Ma Hongjun might not surpass Tang San in this regard. Based on Ma Hongjun's estimation, Tang San's mental strength is currently at the Soul Saint level, and should he absorb the Wisdom Soul Bone awarded to the champion of the Continental Elite Soul Master Tournament, he could easily ascend to the rank of Soul Douluo. Although Ma Hongjun's mental strength is remarkable, it is merely a tier above that of an ordinary Soul Master, currently resting at the high-level Soul Emperor stage. Conversely, due to his training in the Ziji Magic Eyes and being taken away by his father for 6 months of rigorous training, Tang San has encountered unknown fortuitous events, now possessing mental strength at the high-level Soul Saint rank, with the potential to enter the realm of Soul Douluo at any moment. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun harbored confidence in his ability to catch up to Tang San in a short period. Once he fully augments his 9-leaf sword grass martial soul with all its soul rings, including the hidden ones, both his mental prowess and overall strength would experience a significant enhancement. The transformation of his martial soul into the 9-leaf sword grass has liberated its hidden soul rings from the constraints of the heavenly laws, allowing suitable soul rings to be affixed as long as he meets the requisite level. Furthermore, with the inner core of the 10-headed fiery sun serpent, which aligns perfectly with his evil fire phoenix martial soul, Ma Hongjun's mental strength also holds great promise of reaching the Soul Douluo tier. Well-versed in the original text, Ma Hongjun is acutely aware of the significance of mental strength in the later stages. It is an essential component on the path to divinity. He also harbors a subtle anxiety regarding the potential hostilities between the two worlds, pondering how one might attain divinity and gain the recognition of the Douluo deities. Should he fail to earn such acknowledgement, he would have no choice but to pursue self-deification, unaware that within the Three Kingdoms world there exists a formidable presence, sealed away in a unique spatial secret realm that rivals the deities. Perhaps with the possession of a 100,000-year-old wisdom-type skull, I shall leave this vice-captain position to you, Xiao San. The rest is for each of us to claim. The captain is mine, so do not covet it. This time, Ma Hongjun refrained from contesting Tang San's words. He has never intended to oppose him, merely stating facts. As for the potential diminishing of Tang San's prestige within the team due to his refutation, it can only be said that Ma Hongjun is rather straightforward, favoring a candid discussion. Team Captain Long Kong, level 48, Assault-type Battle Soul Master. Age, 18. Martial Soul, Fiery Flying Dragon. Their captain possesses a formidable fire attribute, Dragon Martial Soul, with the ability to fly, making him the most suitable opponent for Hongjun. Tang Xin cast a glance at Ma Hongjun and then explained to the group. Ma Hongjun, equipped with the Douluo D Wang intelligence system, is fully aware of the profiles of the Dragon Academy's team members, even surpassing the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School in information-gathering capabilities. Indeed, flying opponents are indeed challenging to confront. Although Xiao Ao's mushroom sausage allows for brief moments of flight, it pales in comparison when facing flying-type martial souls. Dai Mu Bai shook his head in resignation. As the eldest member of the team, he had initially set his sights on the oldest captain of the opposing team, Long Kong. However, upon realizing the nature of the opponent's martial soul, he reconsidered, acknowledging that Ma Hongjun is indeed the more fitting challenger, knowing he could not surpass him. As Ma Hongjun has always been recognized as the strongest within the Shrek team. However, Ma Hongjun held a different perspective. As a high-level Soul King, he found any opponent equally manageable, capable of dispatching them with just a few soul techniques, seeing no cause for concern. Others believed he had only recently entered the Soul King rank, yet he alone understood the extent of his prowess. Even Zhao Wujia's Soul Saint realm could not contend with him when he revealed his full capabilities. Of course, Zhao Wujia has since advanced to the Soul Douluo realm, achieving level 83, thanks to the resources provided by Douluo Diwan. It would be more accurate to credit Ma Hongjun for his assistance. Although he lacked divine herbs, he possessed a considerable amount of resources that were second only to them. Ma Hongjun has not forgotten the kindness of being carried to Soto City in his youth, nor has he overlooked the advancements of Flander, who has far surpassed his original level. Ma Hongjun has essentially been raised by Flander, and despite returning to Wutong village infrequently due to his training and martial soul, he ensured that Ma Xiaodai brought back numerous nourishing spiritual herbs. With the aid of these herbs, village chief Ma has revitalized and achieved the soul master level he has always dreamed of, extending his life by at least 20 years. We can simply follow behind Hongjun and enjoy the fruits of his achievements. With him around, even a martial soul hall is merely a stepping stone for our Shrek team. Oscar, noticing Dai Mu Bai's exasperation, approached and patted his shoulder, stating pointedly. Upon hearing this, the group's eyes gleamed with recognition, and Fat Tiger nodded repeatedly in agreement. Ning Rongrong gazed adoringly at her boyfriend, while Zhu Zhuqing merely smiled quietly, her faith in Ma Hongjun unwavering. Even without Oscar's reminder, they were among the least concerned about potential failure. Their momentary distraction was merely a consequence of the world's changes and the overwhelming aura of fortune. Chapter 168. The Martial Soul Hall's Ambush. Vice Captain, Long Ener. Martial Soul, White Dragon Unicorn, Level 48 Control-Type Battle Soul Master. Their Vice Captain, Long Ener, like Captain Long Kong, is a formidable contender nearing the Soul King rank, having achieved an undefeated record by employing unique mental control over her adversaries, with soul ring skills intimately related to her mental prowess. Tang Xin stepped forward to unveil the profiles, pointing to the second page featuring Vice Captain Long Ener to introduce her to the group. Tang San's observations were astute. Everyone should remain vigilant during combat. Ma Hongjun also offered timely advice. In the afternoon's battle, Shrek faced off against the Dragon Academy, and indeed, Shrek Academy's full display of strength far surpassed that of the Dragon Academy. Tang San successfully subdued the vice captain, Long Ener, allowing Ma Hongjun to eliminate Captain Long Kong. With Ma Hongjun's assistance, they ultimately triumphed over Long Ener, while Dai Mu Bai seized an opportunity to oust his opponent from the arena. Zhu Zhuqing, Xiao Wu, and others similarly dispatched their respective adversaries. This remarkable display of dominance successfully showcased Shrek Academy's prowess, establishing them as frontrunners for the championship. In the subsequent matches, the Shrek team continued their sweeping victories, ultimately securing the championship for the promotion tournament. They became a source of pride for the Tiando Empire, with their status as the most coveted team, even overshadowing the Tiando Royal team, which had been elevated by the Empire and exempted from the promotion tournament. Unlike the latter, which relied on patronage, Shrek Academy forged their reputation through genuine battles and triumphs. With the addition of Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing, whose charming and beautiful appearances have garnered a multitude of fans for the Shrek team. It is worth noting that a significant portion of this fanbase consists of longtime loyal supporters gathered at the concert. Following the awarding of the highest rank of Earl and the lowest rank of Baron to the 16 teams that advanced in the tournament, the competition officially concluded. As the champion team, Hongjun also acquired the title of Earl, thus elevating himself to the ranks of nobility in the Douluo continent, shedding the stigma of his humble origins. What? The master has already headed to Wuhuan City? Hongjun furrowed his brow as he questioned Tang San, who appeared to be in a daze. The three of them, Flander, Tang San, and Hongjun, sat around a stone table in a courtyard discussing matters. Well, Dean, I am not entirely sure of the specifics. My teacher only left me a letter explaining the situation, Tang San replied, producing the letter and looking at Flander beside Hongjun. Xiao San, you have always been my hope for survival. I cannot bear to see you come to harm. You are unaware of the might of the Wuhuan Palace. However, with the teacher present, you will certainly be safe. My early departure to Wuhuan City is to resolve your troubles. While I may not fully understand the enmity between you and the Wuhuan Palace, I can make some educated guesses. Based on my knowledge of the Wuhuan Palace, their people will not allow you to exist peacefully in Wuhuan City. Flander, my good brother, I entrust Xiao San to you. Be vigilant against the assassins from the Wuhuan Palace. I know that you, including ere long, have joined the core of the Tianluo Diwang faction, which is formidable. However, do not engage in conflict with the Wuhuan Palace unless you are absolutely certain of victory. Remember this well. Upon reading this, Hongjun could not help but exclaim internally how astute the master was regarding the Wuhuan Palace. Realizing that he understood the dangers surrounding Tang San and sought to alleviate them. Did he not fear that Tang San might be assassinated by the Wuhuan Palace along the way? Or was he merely seeking to evade danger himself? Of course, these were merely Hongjun's malicious speculations. With the master's limited soul power, even if he stayed behind, he would be of little assistance. In the original narrative, he could manage a three-person martial soul fusion technique, but now, the martial soul fusion techniques of Lu Erlong and Flander were not inferior to that of three people combined. Thus, Hongjun found a perverse pleasure in this situation. As for Yu Xiaojiang, known for his tragic fate, Hongjun felt no sympathy, considering it commendable that he did not take further advantage of his misfortune. Alas, Xiaojiang, why must you persist in this way? With your uncle's protection, even the Wuhuan Palace must tread carefully. Why must you insist on proving yourself? Is there anything more important than family? Flander sighed, expressing a mix of disappointment and frustration. Everyone has a hidden weakness that others cannot comprehend. I believe the master's significant achievements in soul research are largely due to his unwavering dedication to this field. He hopes to prove himself to those he cares about and has been alone for so many years. Tang San interjected in defense of Yu Xiaojiang upon hearing Flander's dissatisfaction. Pity often harbors its own faults, Hongjun scoffed, inwardly ridiculing the notion. So, Xiao San, what is your hidden weakness? He casually inquired, feigning indifference as he noticed Xiao Wu and the others approaching from behind Tang San. My weakness is probably my family. I do not initiate conflict unless provoked. But anyone who threatens my loved ones crosses a line I cannot tolerate. Not even the Wuhuan Palace, Tang San declared, deliberately adopting a serious demeanor. His gaze fierce and tone cold, intending to assert himself within the group and challenge Hongjun's authority. Though Hongjun was indeed powerful, Tang San held greater confidence in himself, believing that in a life-and-death battle, Hongjun, a child with little experience in bloodshed, would surely not withstand his hidden weapons. Am I not considered one of your family, Xiao San? Xiao Wu unexpectedly asked, standing behind Tang San. Xiao Wu, what brings you here? Tang San's icy demeanor instantly dissipated, replaced by awkwardness. Xiao San, you Haven Tea answered me. Xiao Wu persisted, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she pressed on. For Tang San's earlier expression had mirrored that of the murderer who had slain her parents, evoking deep-seated fear within her. Of course, Xiao Wu, you're my closest kin. How could you not be? You are someone I would protect at all costs. I apologize for losing control of my emotions earlier. I did not mean to frighten you. Tang San quickly reassured her, his sincerity evident. Ugh, you're annoying. I know you're the best, and I believe you will protect me well. Xiao Wu, relieved, wiped away her tears, beaming with happiness as she nestled against Tang San's chest. Ahem. All right, you two, please be mindful of your surroundings. I have matters to attend to. You little monsters should take a day to relax. Tomorrow, we will set off for Wuhuan City early, and the journey may not be peaceful. Flander coughed to ease the atmosphere, rising to speak. Neither of my two girlfriends have shown such public affection as you two, Ma Hongjun grumbled inwardly, feeling disgruntled. He regarded Tang San's display of dominance as normal, confident in his own strength, believing that Tang San was far from his match. Even if Tang San could contend with a Soul Sage level Shunyan, he would still not be a match for him. Chapter 169. The Wuhuan Palace's assassination and cultivation methods. Currently, Ma Hongjun possessed a soul power level of 58 at the first stage of technique cultivation, known as the minor achievement. Once he progresses to the second stage, the major achievement, his casual strikes would possess the power equivalent to that of a 10,000-year soul skill. Coupled with his patriotic fervor from his past life, Ma Hongjun placed great importance on technique cultivation, dedicating most of his time to training in the depths of his consciousness. Otherwise, his soul power would have increased even more. Though the leap from entry level to minor achievement may seem insignificant, it brought about a qualitative change in strength. A technique cultivated at the entry level could unleash power comparable to a weaker 100-year soul skill, while now, at minor achievement, Ma Hongjun's casual moves were equivalent to the power of a 1,000-year soul skill, and this was not even the crux of the matter. The primary advantage was the significantly lower consumption compared to a 1,000-year soul skill. Of course, these theories had yet to be substantiated, as even Zhao Yun's master, the gun god Tong Yuan, was merely at the second stage of minor achievement, while the second stage of major achievement remained a legend, with individuals reaching such heights tracing back to the early Han era, like Xiang Yu, or even further back to the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Even so, with Ma Hongjun's current soul power, he could engage in a battle with a formidable opponent for 300 rounds, with each of his moves not weaker than the power of a 1,000-year soul skill released at his level. The greatest advantage of technique cultivation lay in its low consumption, which could amplify the power of techniques, allowing ordinary moves to achieve exponential increases. Even physical cultivation offered substantial amplification, not inferior to technique cultivation, though it fell short in terms of the intricacy of techniques. Overall, the theoretical framework for training was akin to that of technique cultivation. Both were part of a completely different cultivation model from the Douluo system. However, due to the fusion of the two worlds, the cultivation systems would gradually converge. And now, the cultivation framework of the Three Kingdoms world had transformed significantly, approaching that of the Douluo system. Let us set this matter aside for now. Ma Hongjun only had a vague understanding of it, diligently practicing the technique cultivation methods, driven by his heartfelt sentiments. The technique he practiced belonged to the highest echelon of technique cultivation, known as the Phoenix True Classic, a low-grade heavenly technique, which was the core method of the gun god Tong Yuan's lineage. The cultivation methods of the Three Kingdoms world were categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, profound, and yellow, each of which was further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades, with legends suggesting that above the heavenly level, there existed even more formidable supreme grades. Regarding the most enigmatic method of spiritual cultivation, Ma Hongjun has limited understanding, primarily gleaned from the words of Lu Bowen. This method of spiritual cultivation dates back to the spring and autumn and warring states periods, with the most accomplished practitioner being the extraordinary figure, Giguzi. It is said that this spiritual cultivation technique was devised by Giguzi in pursuit of the immortal path, later refined by various schools of thought, resulting in the most mysterious spiritual cultivation method within the realm of the Three Kingdoms. Attaining the level of saint in this practice can significantly extend one's lifespan, potentially reaching a millennium, far surpassing the 300 years attainable by the highest tier of martial cultivation, the martial god realm. However, in terms of combat prowess, 10 saints would not stand a chance against a single martial god. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, Those at the pinnacle of the three kingdoms are precisely those who specialize in this method of spiritual cultivation, having ascended several levels beyond the saint stage, rivaling the deities of the Douluo world. In terms of realm, there are even sages at the level of divine kings. Within half a year, the passage between the two worlds will connect within the Tongtian Sea secret realm, which will emerge from the spatial layers of both worlds. Those of the title Douluo level will gain the qualification to enter the realm of the three kingdoms, and conversely, those in the three kingdoms with comparable strength will also be able to enter the Douluo world. However, in comparison, Douluo continent holds a significant advantage, as the number of title Douluo in the three kingdoms is exceedingly few, countable on one hand, while Douluo world boasts at least 100 title Douluo, not accounting for the formidable beings from the Sun and Moon continent on the other side of the mainland. The hidden forces in Douluo continent alone comprise no less than 50 title Douluo, nearly 10 times that of the three kingdoms. 3 days later, on a canyon passage approximately 80 kilometers outside Wuhuan City, hundreds of horse-drawn carriages traverse the path, surrounded by thousands of knights providing protection. A force significantly more formidable than that depicted in the original text. Report. Commander, the road ahead is narrow. There may be enemies lying in ambush. Should we halt our progress to assess the situation? A knight responsible for reconnaissance urgently reported. Relay my orders. The honor of the Empire's knights must not be trampled, not even by the Wuhuan Palace. Increase our vigilance and continue forward. The captain of the escort replied without hesitation after surveying the terrain ahead. Inside one of the carriages, Ning Rongrong expressed her confusion upon hearing the captain's words. Once we pass through this canyon, we will leave the territory of the Tiando Empire and enter the domain of the Wuhuan Palace. There are surely assassins lying in wait ahead, and we have already issued warnings. Why does the captain still choose to advance? It is truly reckless. Rongrong, your conclusions are premature. You only see the surface of things. This captain is no ordinary man. He understands the formation of battle arrays. Knowing that there are tigers in the mountains, he still chooses to tread into their territory. He is undoubtedly a battle-hardened soul Douluo knight, likely holding a significant position within the Tiando Empire. I did not expect the Tiando Empire to reveal such a trump card in advance. It seems the Wuhuan Palace will suffer for their carelessness, Hongjun remarked, drawing back the carriage curtain and narrowing his eyes, a hint of amusement in his tone. The fiercer the conflict between the two, the more pleased Hongjun felt. However, he would never voice such thoughts, as they were somewhat sinister and ungrateful. After all, Douluo Dalu had nurtured him for over a decade. Such sentiments were indeed lacking in humanity. Nevertheless, since ancient times, loyalty and righteousness have often been at odds. Between the three kingdoms and Douluo, he could only choose the former, for the three kingdoms world was a reflection of his homeland from his past life, where mutual prosperity and decline were intertwined. To return home, he had no choice but to act thus. What is the formation of battle arrays? Ning Rongrong inquired, puzzled. Enough, Rongrong. This is not the time for acquiring knowledge. Go inform Dean Flender to adhere to the original plan and avoid exposing our strengths, Hongjun instructed, rising to stretch his limbs within the carriage. If you want to tell me that it's no big deal, Ning Rongrong retorted, jumping out of the carriage to approach the carriage of Flender and the other teachers behind them. Why didn't you send me away as well? Are you not afraid I'll be a hindrance? Zhu Zhuqing remarked coldly once Ning Rongrong entered the carriage behind. Ah, it seems I cannot hide anything from you. You are indeed clever, Zhuqing. Once the battle begins, our vehicles, as talented students, will certainly be the first to be targeted. With my current strength, I am not capable of contending with the title Douluo, let alone protecting Rongrong. You, as a Bingongshi, are experienced in combat and can take care of yourself. So staying here is naturally fine, Hongjun said with an awkward smile, then took Zhu Zhuqing's delicate hand, attempting to curry favor. Well, that is more like it. Hongjun, remember, no matter what happens, you must not abandon me. We women are not merely beautiful vases. While Rongrong is a support-type soul master, I am a Bingongshi, the eyes of the team and a crucial support force, Zhu Zhuqing stated, her icy demeanor softening slightly, tinged with pride. Indeed, my Zhuqing is the most formidable, How could I ever abandon you? Ma Hongjun responded playfully, wrapping an arm around her waist. Smooth talker. Who knows how many hearts you'll capture in the future? Zhu Zhuqing remarked, playfully swatting away Ma Hongjun's hand. With you all, a thunderous rumble interrupted Ma Hongjun's words. Enemy attack. Form ranks. The call to arms echoed, signaling the imminent danger. Ma Hongjun was taken aback by the swift attack from the Wuhuan Palace. Hongjun, promise me. You must not act recklessly and do not overestimate your abilities, all right? Zhu Zhuqing grasped his arm with a hint of pleading in her voice. Rest assured, I possess a strength of 20,000 Jin now, comparable to a title Dalu. Even if I cannot defeat them, self-preservation is not an issue, he reassured. Though he knew that with his Soul King status, achieving such strength was extraordinary. What he claimed was not reflective of his usual capabilities, even with his extraordinary potential. A Soul King could barely muster 1,000 Jin of strength. The assertion of being able to wield 20,000 Jin stemmed from his mastery of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Although his current level in this technique had peaked, it still allowed him to wield such power effortlessly. Coupled with the healing artifact, Meteor Tears, Ma Hongjun believed it would be nearly impossible for him to meet his end, especially as he possessed the power of bloodlocking. His new martial spirit, the 9-leaf sword grass, bore hidden soul rings, but it would not grant him the techniques of the breath of demon slaying or the low-tier rewards associated with the 8 gates of Duanjia. Though, currently, his 9-leaf sword grass spirit possessed only a single skill, Ma Hongjun was nonetheless elated by it. This skill, named the 8 Fiend Sword Array, was one of the ancient killing formations from the perfect world, a signature move of Shi Hao in his early days. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, the seed of the 9-leaf sword grass had been carried by Shi Hao for some time and was personally sent away by him. Thus, during Shi Hao's cultivation, it absorbed some of his methods. The 8 Fiends Sword Array could seal off a space within several hundred meters, forming a powerful sword array capable of slaying foes beyond 1S rank. Ma Hongjun was aware of his shortcomings. He certainly fell short of the Emperor of the Wild, particularly in combat experience and willpower. Therefore, the plan devised in response to the Wuhuan Palace's assault was for Ma Hongjun to single-handedly resolve the crisis, subsequently spreading his name far and wide through the network of connections, ensuring that it would be known throughout the world. To achieve this step, battles and crises are inevitable. A moment's carelessness could lead to one's demise at the hands of a title Dalu. Although Ma Hongjun once demonstrated his strength by enduring 30 rounds against the Douluo of poison to prove his capability, such an act does not hold significant weight. After all, the strong point of the Douluo of poison has never been in one-on-one combat. In terms of dueling prowess, he may not even surpass some assault-type soul Douluos nearing the level of a title Dalu. With his Juyakai Wuhuan now possessing only 6 soul rings, including hidden ones. Once Ma Hongjun attains 8 soul rings, he will hold a formidable trump card capable of altering the course of battle against title Douluos. The reason he has not yet applied the 8th soul ring is due to his understanding of his own limitations. He wishes to break through the existing boundaries like the young Emperor of the Wild did. He aims to reach the level of a Soul King battling a Soul Dalu and a Soul Emperor facing a title Dalu. The strength among title Douluos varies greatly. As long as one does not reach the realm of a level 95 super title Dalu, one can compensate with strength and trump cards. Thus, after securing victory in the Soul Master competition, Ma Hongjun plans to journey to the City of Slaughter for training to enhance his combat awareness and realm. Seizing the opportunity to obtain a beast core that suits his evil fire phoenix Wuhuan, he intends to focus on cultivating his primary Wuhuan, the Juyakai Wuhuan. Throughout, Ma Hongjun's training has lacked direction, often described as eclectic yet not refined, filled with assorted techniques that do not qualify as true trump cards. He is beginning to realize this, yet feels powerless, for the world's limitations remain. The emergence of the 8 Fiends sword formation might present an opportunity for change. For now, all Ma Hongjun can do is to solidify his foundation. I have always had faith in you, Zhu Zhuqing said, tightening her delicate grip on Ma Hongjun's hand with pride. Ma Hongjun felt a surge of joy within, though he maintained an outward demeanor of composure. His ears twitching as he took Zhu Zhuqing's hand and stepped out of the carriage. What could be more gratifying than being admired by his girlfriend? Suddenly, a gust of wind blade energy struck the carriage behind them, reducing it to ruins. Little brother, why not continue your sweet talk? I adore those mushy words, a sharp, androgynous voice echoed in Ma Hongjun's ears. Indeed, not far ahead appeared a slender figure cloaked in white, gathering waves of soul power in their hands. Behind them, a continuous stream of figures emerged. Ma Hongjun remained silent, merely glancing and noting that over 100 individuals surrounded the Shrek caravan. The convoy heading to Wuhuan City comprised 36 carriages, each with approximately 200 black-clad individuals, summing to about 7,000 in total. However, the black-clad figures in front of Shrek consisted entirely of Soul Masters, all at least at the Great Soul Master level. It appears our Shrek Academy is the true target of the Wuhuan Temple this time. Zhuqing, be cautious. Ma Hongjun instinctively stepped forward to shield Zhu Zhuqing. The leader attacking our convoy is formidable. Be careful, Hongjun, Zhu Zhuqing said, her expression grave and voice tinged with concern. No worries, just a minor nuisance. Your man can handle it, right? Ma Hongjun jested, recognizing the identity of the newcomer from that androgynous voice. How infuriating. I despise being called that. Who are you to guess my name so swiftly? The figure in white, handsome yet now visibly irritated, resembled a petulant girl, causing a shiver of discomfort to run through Ma Hongjun. If you're attacking us, how could you not have investigated our identities? Why ask such a redundant question? Ma Hongjun replied coolly, yet internally he heightened his vigilance. This was his first encounter with an enemy of tidal Douluo caliber. A moment's carelessness could lead to annihilation. Ha! Truly a youth capable of establishing a grand web. You are indeed a hero among youths. I will be loath to kill you. How about this? Pledge yourself to me as a disciple, and I shall let you and the girl behind you go, the young man in white said, flashing a charming smile, with fingers poised in a delicate gesture. What are you? To think you could take me as a disciple? In my current realm, I am invincible. If you can claim invincibility among titled Douluos, I might consider it. The question is, can you? Ma Hongjun spread his phoenix wings, responding with a tone of haughty mockery. Extending his right hand, a seemingly ordinary green plant emanating a faint glow appeared, indistinguishable from common grass, even more mundane than blue silvergrass. How laughable! The esteemed Juhua Dalu wishes to take you as a disciple. Your second Wuhuan is nothing but a mere weed. How dare you be so arrogant? You are courting death. A black-clad individual behind the Juhua spoke up before the Douluo could respond. Silence. The Juhua Dalu's expression soured, their hand gesturing, sending an energy blast toward the black-clad figure. The individual was flung backward, crashing into a nearby rock wall, blood spewing forth. This is no place for you to speak. Stay put, or there will be consequences, the Juhua Dalu admonished. Cough, cough. Your Excellency, the command from the Pope is to eliminate the leader of this grand web alongside Tang San. Should the Pope be displeased, we will find ourselves in a difficult position. The black-clad man stood, suppressing his discontent, yet pressing on. He held greater reverence for that figure. If the Pope were to be angered, this title might escape unscathed. But he, as a mere soul Douluo, would surely face punishment. In the Douluo continent, a soul might be a leader or tyrant elsewhere. Yet within the Wuhuan Temple, he was just a minor red-robed priest with many above his rank. I have my own judgment. I will personally explain to the Pope. I am aware I cannot claim invincibility among my peers. Should you wish, I can take you as my disciple on behalf of the Pope. What do you say? The Juhua displayed considerable patience, having recognized Ma Hongjun's identity the moment he laid eyes upon him, sensing the nearing soul emperor level of his soul power, igniting a fervent desire to cultivate talent within him. Apart from his love for flowers, he also had a penchant for cherishing talent. I will not comply. Ma Hongjun enunciated each word deliberately. Well spoken. No wonder you are a disciple of Flender. Go back and inform your Pope that my grand web is not to be trifled with. A voice of approval rang out from behind, filled with pride. As Flender stepped forward, activating his Wuhuan beside Ma Hongjun. Such needless chatter. You claim to be a titled Dalu, yet you are more of a prattling Dalu. If it is battle you desire, I shall not shy away. A formidable figure surrounded by azure dragon energy appeared beside Ma Hongjun. It was none other than his esteemed master, the female tyrant dragon, or rather, Lu Erlong. Following closely was Ning Rongrong, her face resolute and unafraid, her hands aglow with the vibrant hues of the nine-treasure glazed tile. Erlong, do not be impudent. I greet you, Juwa Dalu. May I inquire as to why you obstruct the path of our Tiando Empire? Are you fearful that we might seize your championship? Flinder restrained the eager Lu Erlong, though the words he spoke were hardly devoid of provocation. Seeking death, you've been given an opportunity, yet you failed to cherish it. Ignoring the respectful invitation and opting for punishment instead, let us take them down. The expression of the young man in white, Jute Dalu, suddenly turned cold as he cast a glance at the defeated Lulidiera, signaling him. Yes, my lord. 3 individuals clad in black emerged behind him, releasing their martial spirits alongside Lulidiera as they advanced menacingly towards the Shrek team. Following them were hundreds of black-clad individuals whose strengths ranged from soul masters to soul emperors, launching an assault on the other carriages of Shrek Academy. The 3 black-clad figures, assessed by their aura, were formidable opponents on par with both Flanders and the others. To overwhelm the few with the many is something I, Zhao Wujia, will not allow. In the rear convoy, Zhao Wujia bellowed, repelling a wave of black-clad attackers with a powerful punch. Subsequently, he joined forces with several other teachers from Shrek Academy. Dangshan, Zai Mubai, and others also fended off the enemies, rushing to unite with their companions to confront the onslaught from the Spirit Hall without a single soul wavering. Although Zhu Dalu was not in haste to intervene, it was evident that Shrek's side remained at a disadvantage. Just when everyone believed they were outnumbered and faced with despair, the Tiando cavalry suddenly roared from the periphery of their convoy. Instantly, thick fog enveloped the area. Nearly 100 black-clad figures vanished from sight. This scene was not limited to Shrek's convoy. It was mirrored in the carriages of other academies as well. What a surprise from the Tiando Empire. I underestimated your capabilities. Zhu Dalu thought as he swiftly activated his martial spirit, conjuring dozens of petals that struck the fog formation, guiding several black-clad individuals towards him. However, the formation was incomplete, only capable of ensnaring those below the rank of Soul King. Zhu Dalu unleashed his martial spirit's true form, resolved to take matters into his own hands, completing the task entrusted by the Pope to prevent any unforeseen events. It turned out that the emergence of the Tianludi formation, combined with his proximity to Tang San, had made Ma Hongjun's talent a significant threat to the Spirit Hall. The higher-ups unanimously decided to eliminate or subdue Ma Hongjun first before addressing the potential threat posed by Tang San. It could be said that Tang San was indeed a harbinger of misfortune. Nonetheless, Ma Hongjun would not regret his choices. As he assessed the 5 black-clad individuals led by Zhu Dalu, he silently activated the system's detection, which revealed several lines of data before him. Lulidiera, level 85 Soul Dalu, fortune manifests as form, significantly stronger than in the original narrative. Martial Spirit, Eagle Sculpture, potential, level 91 Title Dalu. Dubai, level 82 Soul Dalu. Martial Spirit, Dragon Pattern Plate. Potential, level 89 Title Dalu. Dia, level 81 Daila. Level 81 Jute Dalu. Level 94 Title Dalu. Martial Spirit, Miraculous Heaven-Reaching Chrysanthemum. Potential, level 98 Title Dalu. Teacher Zhu Dalu is entrusted to you. The 4 black-clad individuals are ours to deal with, Ma Hongjun declared, taking to the skies and selecting his opponent, Lulidiera. The 2, possessing a martial spirit fusion technique, were undoubtedly the best candidates to hold Zhu Dalu at bay. Although Ma Hongjun believed that after deploying the 8-Fiend Sword Array, he possessed the strength to contend against a Title Dalu, it was, after all, a trump card meant for survival and could not be revealed prematurely. Additionally, the consumption of the 8-Fiend Sword Array would lead to his soul power becoming depleted. Thus, at this stage, the 8-Fiend Sword Array should only serve as a backup. This little monster seems rather formidable, Perhaps I should handle him, Zhao Wujie remarked, his concern evident. I can manage. Teacher Zhao need not worry. As a flying type soul master, I am better suited to confront him, Ma Hongjun reassured, understanding Zhao Wujie's concern. Chapter 172. The Difficulty of Ascending to Godhood. Very well, then be cautious, Zhao Wujie said after a moment's hesitation, choosing another soul, Doanir Lilidiera, to engage. Deliberately drawing the battlefield closer to Ma Hongjun for timely intervention, fully confident in his own abilities against any ordinary opponent of the same rank. Although private sparring had demonstrated Ma Hongjun's strength, actual combat inevitably presented disparities. Upon engaging, Ma Hongjun immediately felt Lilidiera's formidable prowess, surprised by the overwhelming speed and physical power he faced. Yet, he was not without recourse. Through the synergy of his dual martial spirits, he managed to retaliate effectively. The remaining two Soldaw were restrained by other teachers from Shrek, while the Shrek 7 worked in unison against the hundreds of black-clad attackers, finding themselves somewhat outmatched, relying heavily on their tacit cooperation to withstand the onslaught. The only ones remaining were Flanders and Lu Erlong, their expressions grave as they regarded the title Dalu before them. Although theoretically, an ordinary title Dalu would not be a match for their martial spirit fusion technique, the gap between theory and practice is always significant. A martial spirit fusion technique. To think another pair of soul, dual-level martial spirit fusion techniques has emerged on the continent. How nostalgic. I find it hard to bring myself to eliminate you, Judo remarked, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard. Enough chatter. The outcome is yet to be determined, Lu Erlong retorted, initiating their martial spirit fusion technique to strike first. Judo, well aware of the power of martial spirit fusion techniques, did not underestimate them and unleashed his true strength. In an instant, the two sides clashed fiercely, each evenly matched, with neither able to gain the upper hand. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun gradually began to master the rhythm of battle, slowly gaining the advantage. However, defeating Lilidiera without revealing his trump card proved to be a daunting task, as he was indeed a powerful soul Dalu. Damn it, how troublesome! Zhu Dalu exclaimed in frustration. Old demon, will you not make your move? If this stalemate continues, we will face dire consequences before the Pope. As Zhu Dalu grappled with the constraints imposed by Flanders and Lu Erlong, he bellowed into the sky behind him. Is it not your own arrogance that has led to this? You commanded me to keep an eye on that elusive old poison. A ghostly figure appeared, speaking while moving swiftly, closing the distance to stand just behind Zhu Dalu. Upon witnessing this, Flanders and Lu Erlong felt their martial spirit fusion technique's power surge, fiercely entangling Zhu Dalu and preventing any contact. Based on the intelligence from Tian Ludi, Flanders was acutely aware of the connection between the ghostly title Dalu and Zhu Dalu. Their martial spirit fusion technique was undoubtedly among the most renowned on the continent. Prepare to perish. Zhu Dalu, unable to break free, conjured metallic petals that formed a colossal sword, thrusting it toward Flanders and Lu Erlong. With a swift movement, he evaded the battlefield, leaping out of their martial spirit domain to stand beside the newly arrived ghostly title Dalu. As Flanders and Lu Erlong's martial spirit fusion technique became more refined, they developed a unique martial spirit domain that ensnared anyone within its confines with a massive form of the radiant holy dragon. This was also why the ghostly title Dalu had refrained from recklessly entering the fray. Yet, being a title Dalu, his perception was extraordinary, quickly discerning that although the ghostly title Dalu was entangled within the martial spirit domain, he possessed the capability to leap free. This also highlights a flaw in the fusion soul domain of the two individuals. Although it can entangle a title Dalu, if the title Dalu is unwilling to engage, they cannot be held back. While Ma Hongjun was engaged in battle, his mental acuity remained focused on the shifting dynamics of the battlefield. Not daring to hold back any longer, he understood that the immediate troubles must be resolved before he could devise a means to assist others. At this moment, not only were Flinder and his companion in grave danger, but even the 7 members of Shrek Academy were encountering difficulties. Utilizing Tang San's hidden weapons, they had unexpectedly eliminated dozens of black-clad assailants. During subsequent skirmishes, Their synergy as soul masters and the continued use of hidden weapons led to the demise of numerous black-clad soul masters. However, hidden weapons are consumables and were rapidly nearing depletion, while nearly 100 black-clad foes remained. The Shrek 7, along with several substitute members, were forced to confront 7 or 8 adversaries each. Tang San, facing 15 foes at once, relied on the entangling capabilities of his blue-silver grass to manage such overwhelming odds, yet the annihilation of the enemies remained an unrealistic goal, particularly since many of the black-clad foes were of equal rank. If it were not for the enhancements and healing support provided by Ning Rongrong and substitute member Jiangzhu, they would have already succumbed to defeat. Meanwhile, the other instructors of Shrek were not faring much better, even with their ranks of Soul Sage and Soul Emperor. Facing off against a single foe became a daunting challenge without formidable soul skills. Fortuitously, Lu Qibin's unique soul, the Star Compass, along with the formidable powers of Qin Ming and Li Yusong, prevented them from being overwhelmed by the enemy's Soul Douluo. As for Shrek Academy's other food-type supportive Soul Sage, Xiao Xen, he had reached the level of 79, yet his combat prowess fell short of Li Yusong's. Thus he remained at the academy to safeguard it. Had he been present to assist, their combined efforts might have enabled them to vanquish the Soul Douluo. Li Yusong, Soul, Dragon Pattern Staff. Rank, 69, Assault-type Soul Emperor. Potential, Title Douluo. Lu Qibin, Soul, Star Chess. Rank, 68, Control-type Soul Emperor. Potential, Title Douluo. Qin Ming, Soul, Mutated Soul, Fiery Wolf. Rank, 67, Assault-type Soul Emperor. Potential, Title Douluo of level 98. Ma Hongjun did not delve deeply into the intricacies of Li Yusong and the others' attributes. He merely glanced over them. Even the highly regarded Qin Ming, hailed as the most talented genius after the Hao Yan, possessed a maximum potential only at the level of a high-ranking super title Douluo, falling short of the 99 level limit of the ultimate Douluo. This further underscored Ma Hongjun's confusion, pondering why a renowned warrior from the Three Kingdoms could possess the potential for divinity, while the top talents of Douluo Dalu rarely reached the potential of an ultimate Douluo. Were it not for the existence of celestial herbs that could enhance a soul master's potential, Ma Hongjun would doubt whether Douluo Dalu truly harbored individuals capable of attaining divinity. Chapter 173. The Tuyin Stillness Domain Lodia. Behold the true essence of martial arts, the 8 Fiend Sword Formation. With this realization, Ma Hongjun resolved to utilize his trump card, intending to eliminate Lodia before addressing the troubles of others. With both hands raised to the heavens, the sky appeared to be enveloped by a colossal hand. As night descended with grandeur, drawing forth the forces of nature, was his soul skill. It even sent a chill down my spine. In the distance, Flinder, who was being ruthlessly besieged by 2 titled Douluos, along with Jiu Douluo and Gai Daw, halted in astonishment, gazing at Ma Hongjun, who was unleashing his skill. It is known that only those who reach the level of super title Douluo can provoke a portion of nature's power. Even ultimate title Douluos cannot fully command it. At that moment, Ma Hongjun's 9-leaf sword grasp manifested 7 soul rings, transforming into 7 piercing swords that surrounded Lodia from all directions. This indicated the use of a domain soul skill. Despite being a mere soul emperor, he could simultaneously release dual-wielded soul rings and wield such a powerful domain soul skill. Given his current level of soul power, it was evident that this skill was newly acquired and not yet perfected, leaving a notable weakness. It was essential to eliminate this individual to prevent him from becoming a significant threat to the Spirit Hall. Lodia was inwardly astonished, yet his demeanor grew grave as he observed Ma Hongjun and the 7 swords. He mistakenly believed he had discerned the weakness of the 8 Fiends sword formation and swiftly advanced towards Ma Hongjun. However, unbeknownst to him, while it appeared that one sword was absent from Ma Hongjun's defense, it was actually the most robust point in all 8 directions. Conversely, the 7 swords, due to the limitation of the 9-leaf sword grasp possessing only 7 soul rings, could not unleash the full potency of the 8 Fiend sword formation. Presently, Ma Hongjun's 9-leaf sword grasp possessed only 6 rings. for ordinary soul rings and 2 hidden ones. The hidden rings originated from a century-old ghost vine and a millennia-old spectral horned serpent, while the ordinary rings came from a century-old biling snake. A millennium-grade MOU bamboo, a millennium-grade human face demon spider, and a 10,000-year growth soul ring. The incomplete 8 fiends sword formation had not just one weakness, but rather 2, located at 2 of the 7 gates. The 7 soul rings manifested as swords were merely a diversion, a ruse devised by Hongjun based on the rings of the evil fire phoenix to mislead the enemy, effectively concealing the true vulnerabilities of the imperfect 8 fiends sword formation. Fool, cease your advance. Lodia, caught off guard, fell into the trap, yet not far away. Douluo, with his sharper instincts and greater battle experience, sensed the impending danger and urgently called for a halt, but it was too late. Retreating was futile. The collapse of the 8 fiend sword formation was imminent. Hongjun completed the final hand seal, causing the entire formation to converge inward, compressing toward Lodia from all directions. Upon hearing Douluo's warning, Lodia instinctively halted his assault, but his hair stood on end as he realized there was no escape. The 8 blades were closing in. Shatter. With Hongjun's calm declaration, the entirety of the sword's domain was obliterated in an instant. Sword energy surged, and spatial rifts filled the battlefield, continuously expanding outward. Even Douluo and the others instinctively retreated far from the scene. At the epicenter of the spatial rift, Lodia, a formidable soul, Dalu, did not even have a chance to scream before vanishing from this world. In an instant, the sounds of the world fell silent, and all battles ceased. Captivated by the unfolding spectacle of Hongjun's confrontation. What manner of power is this so terrifying? Both Gio and Dalu were struck by this question, exchanging glances before clasping hands, perhaps believing that only in unity could they find tranquility amidst the chaos. The fusion soul skill, the Tuin's stillness domain. Swift resolution. This was the most genuine thought in their minds at that moment, and it was no wonder they were cautious. The destruction wrought by the 8 fiends' sword formation was profoundly unsettling, as fragmented space was an affliction only an ultimate Dalu could inflict. Flander and his companion were instantly enveloped by the martial soul domain, rendered immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Gui and Heir Douluo launched their assault, swiftly overpowering Flander and Lu Erlong's martial soul domain. Under the relentless onslaught of Zhu Gui Douluo, they lost their combat efficacy, forcibly expelled from their martial soul fusion state. It seems that this old bone of ours still requires some exercise. We cannot allow others to underestimate us. On a certain mountain peak stood 2 figures. One was tall and slender, resembling a javelin, with dark green hair and clad in a green robe. The other, akin to a sharp sword, donned an immaculate white robe, his hair and beard both white, with long silver hair neatly tied behind him, exuding an ancient charm. The speaker was none other than Douluo, who expressed the need to avoid underestimation and fear of the martial soul hall's might. While internally contemplating, the little monster is faltering. I must protect him from harm. In the words of Hongjun, he was a touch prideful. Given the prior knowledge of an ambush by the martial soul hall, how could the Tiando Empire and its intricate web of strategies fail to deploy a genuine countermeasure? Their absence was twofold. Firstly, to hone the student skills, and secondly, to ensure that Hongjun would gain true renown across the continent, not merely attracting followers through his singing. Now, with Hongjun, a soul king, having vanquished a soul Douluo powerhouse, it would be difficult for him to remain unnoticed. Let us wait and see how the students of Shrek Academy respond to danger. Beside him, Douluo, Chan accent, dressed in white, coldly gestured dismissively. How eloquent! Yet he merely wishes to observe Rong's performance. How pretentious! Douluo silently scoffed at this, yet was unperturbed with Douluo's presence. The threats posed by Zhu Gui and Heir Douluo below could not endanger the lives of those present. Although Douluo's martial soul was reputed to be the strongest in attack, its speed was unparalleled, ensuring that should the Shrek group encounter peril, he would arrive before them, swift as the wind. Such is the might of a 97th level title Douluo. The distinction between those below and at the 95th level is profound. Even the so-called most gifted Douluo would not dare claim superiority over a 95th level Douluo at level 90. The scene shifts back to the battlefield, where Hongjun, having just detonated the sword formation, expended the last vestige of his soul power to reposition himself to the battlefield of the Shrek 7 monsters. Upon seeing this, Fat Tiger and the others immediately pushed back their bewildered foes, encircling Hongjun for protection. Even Tang San rushed over to shield the injured Hongjun. Surrounded by black-clad figures, they sought to seize the opportunity to capture Hongjun. Meanwhile, the heavily wounded Flander swiftly seized the chance, lifting Lu Erlong and soaring toward the others. "Clear the way. I can still fight." At this moment, Hongjun was unwilling to be protected, forcing himself forward. Yet a wave of emptiness washed over him, threatening to topple him backward. Zhu Zhuqing was quick to steady him with her arm. "Oof, even in this state, you still try to act tough." Zhu Zhuqing shot Hongjun an annoyed glance, speaking with a hint of defiance. "I am Sai." Hongjun began to explain, but words failed him. How could he confess before everyone that he possessed meteor tears to replenish his soul power and heal his wounds? At this juncture, it is essential to mention another function of the nine-leaf sword grass martial soul, which is the restoration of life. This life restoration is inherent to the martial soul. Consuming the nine-leaf sword grass, which is derived from martial soul energy, can instantly replenish the soul power of soul masters below title Douluo and possesses certain healing properties, albeit not as potent as the original meteor tears. However, it is advantageous as it can be used actively and its effectiveness increases with soul rings. Though it is regrettable that only one can exist at a time, one must consume it to generate the next. Even so, this effect surpasses what soul skills can achieve in the Douluo world, and Hongjun felt somewhat greedy. The celestial bodies are governed by the heavenly way, and the rules and laws are bound to the heavenly principles. Yet the existence of nine-leaf sword grass evidently transcends common logic, breaking free from the heavenly order. As Hongjun retreated, he discreetly consumed the nine-leaf sword grass formed from life restoration, and within the span of a breath, his soul power surged back to its peak state. "Should you wish to harm my companions, you must first step over my corpse." Daimu Bai was the first to step forward, manifesting his martial soul, his soul power radiating with unwavering determination as he stood resolutely at the forefront, confronting the black-clad figures and the advancing Douluo duo. "You little brat, I truly underestimated you. Damn Lord Lodia, if death is to come, so be it. But you, This is the aura of the rare Chirong Tongtianju. Young man, did you consume a divine herb not long ago?" Initially dismissive of Dai Mubai, Douluo contemplated recruiting Hongjun, but as Dai Mubai's aura erupted, revealing the incomplete absorption of the divine herb's essence, all of Douluo's attention was drawn to him, eyes fixated on Dai Mubai. With a mere gesture, Dai Mubai found himself uncontrollably drawn towards Douluo, who examined him like a piece of art. "Damn it, where is that old poison?" Flander clenched his fists, seething with resentment, scanning the surroundings, preparing to disregard his injuries to intervene. "Do not worry. With Douluo here, the children will be safe." A voice echoed in his ear, the reassuring words of Douluo. Upon hearing this, Flander felt a wave of relief wash over him, exchanging a glance with Lu Erlong before regaining his composure. So what if I have consumed it?" "You may do as you please, but let me remind you, as one of the heirs to the Star Luo Empire, should anything happen here, the Star Luo Empire will not let slide." A flicker of hesitation and fear crossed Dai Mubai's gaze, yet he did not respond to Douluo's words, instead asserting with unwavering conviction. Naturally, he feared death, otherwise he would not have wasted time at Shrek Academy. However, his interactions with the other Shrek 7 monsters had illuminated the true meaning of his existence. If it were a humiliating death, he would certainly refuse. But to die for his comrades, he felt it was a worthy end. Moreover, he sensed no intent to kill directed at him, which was largely why he remained resolute. This fellow has indeed made significant progress in his understanding of life's realms. It seems I should offer more assistance in the future, Otherwise, he might be underestimated. Ma Hongjun regarded Dai Mubai with newfound respect. Regardless of whether it was due to Douluo's lack of killing intent, his words indicated a genuine sentiment. Umph. Such arrogance. What is the Star Luo Empire? It survives only by relying on those lowly commoners to maintain its fate and avoid being devoured. What fear does the martial Soul Hall have of mankind? Before Douluo could speak, a nearby Soul Douluo powerhouse named Dia, bearing the marks of a recent scuffle, reprimanded him. Silence. Do not embarrass yourself any further. Ah, youth, do not let your anger consume you. Could you kindly enlighten me as to where you obtained the Qirong Tongtianju? Douluo scolded sharply, then turned his gaze gently towards Dai Mubai, inquiring further. Beside the scene, the old friend, aware of his companion's peculiar habits, silently stood by Douluo's side, observing the inquiry without uttering a word, thus granting Douluo considerable respect. Although they were engaged in official business, their close camaraderie was evident and well known, leaving little need for elaboration on their private affections. Old comrade, since this stubborn lad refuses to speak, why not twist off one of his arms before we continue our questioning? The observer interjected, noticing Dai Mubai's unyielding demeanor. Old Gui, such brutishness may scare the child. Coercion is futile against the obstinate. To uncover his weaknesses, one must first identify his strengths. Wouldn't you agree, Tang San? Upon uttering these words, Douluo's figure vanished like a specter. Xiao San, be cautious. Ma Hongjun reacted swiftly, appearing before Tang San and employing the long-forgotten earth whip to block Douluo's attack. A sharp crack echoed as Ma Hongjun was propelled backward but suffered no substantial harm, adeptly utilizing the defensive capabilities of his external spirit bone. Naturally, Douluo's attack was not without power. It merely lacked full force. As Tang San was not his intended target, he approached with the mindset of capturing, not destroying. After failing with one strike, Douluo flickered and instantly reappeared beside Zhu Zhuqing. Although she appeared calm on the surface, Zhu Zhuqing was startled by the sudden assault, momentarily forgetting to evade. Even if she had remembered, her status as an agility-type soul master meant she could not compete with the speed of a tidal Douluo, and in the blink of an eye, she found herself ensnared by Douluo's grip on her delicate neck. How dare you harm Zhuqing? Where are the members of the Tianluotuang? Commanded the leader of the Tianluotuang. Subordinate at your service. Subordinate at your service. Subordinate at your service. Several figures emerged, their soul power fluctuating between Soul Sage and Soul Douluo. I, Changshan Zhao Zilong, am here. Who dares to harm my lord? A striking figure clad in white, handsome and resolute, charged through the encampment of Shrek. Thunderous hoofbeats approached, and wherever they passed, the black-clad members of the Spirit Hall fell. Where righteousness leads, life and death follow. Heaven bears witness. Let the white horse be my proof. With a resounding declaration, a colossal white dragon spirit materialized in the sky, stretching hundreds of feet. I pay my respects to the Lord. What? There's an army hidden here? Such formidable might and power. This cannot be the army of the Tiando Empire. Douluo exclaimed in surprise. Zhao Zilong pays his respects. A resonant voice rang out as Zhao Yun appeared before Ma Hongjun, kneeling on one knee. Quickly, no need for such formality, Ma Hongjun urged, helping the white-clad Zhao Zilong to his feet with excitement. Brother Zhao, please help me rescue Zhuqing without holding back against them. He then turned towards the Spirit Hall members preparing to threaten Zhu Zhuqing, urgency evident in his voice. Ma Hongjun had absolute confidence in Zhao Yun's strength. A flash of green suddenly appeared, saving the fallen Dai Mubai, none other than the somewhat embarrassed Dugabo. At your service, Sect Master. After setting down Dai Mubai, he approached Ma Hongjun and slightly bowed. Indeed, Ma Hongjun bore no ill will, nor did he question why Dugabo had not acted sooner. It was unnecessary, as he possessed his own trump card, the ability to traverse between two worlds. In another realm, Zhao Yun had meticulously organized his forces, and with the assistance of Liu Bowen, had emerged as the sole powerful neutral force in the Three Kingdoms, becoming a significant target for all factions seeking alliances. After the completion of the competition with the Dragon Academy, Ma Hongjun had returned to the Three Kingdoms to inform Liu Bowen of the situation. Liu Bowen's expression had turned grave as he suggested summoning Zhao Yun to assist him. Only then could Ma Hongjun establish his authority and genuinely command the Time Wei. Upon realizing that the rules of the two worlds were gradually converging and that it was now permissible to bring troops into the Douluo world, Ma Hongjun decisively heeded Liu Bowen's advice, leading Zhao Yun and 300 elite white horse soldiers into the Douluo realm. Subsequently, to maintain a low profile, he instructed his comrades to conceal their presence and trail the Tiando army heading towards the Spirit Hall. Upon discovering the fierce battle ahead, they stealthily made their way to the scene, awaiting Ma Hongjun's command. Gue Dao's expression grew awkward, simultaneously astonished to learn that Ma Hongjun had such a hidden force. Although their numbers were modest, merely over 300, each soldier was of Soul Master caliber. The presence of so many Soul Masters within the ranks of the White Horse Brotherhood was greatly influenced by the resurgence of spiritual energy in the Three Kingdoms. It had also owed much to the herbs provided by Ma Hongjun from the Yin Yang 2 instrument's eye. Indeed, Zhao Yun cast a glance at Douluo, sensing pressure emanating from the old man. However, it was merely pressure. After consuming the celestial herb prepared by Ma Hongjun, his strength had risen to rival that of Lu Bu. In a life-and-death struggle, Lu Bu might not necessarily prevail against him. Spirit Soul, activate. Yes. The 300 white horse soldiers simultaneously unleashed their spirit souls, conjuring a white, dragon-shaped battle spirit that dwarfed even the fusion spirit technique manifestations. The sheer aura emanating from their battle spirit far surpassed that of the spirit fusion technique created by Flender and Liu Erlong. Stop. Quickly. Cease your actions. Do you wish for her to perish? At that moment, Zhu Douluo finally grasped the rapidly shifting situation, tightening his grip around Zhu Zhuqing's neck as a threat. A fierce glint flickered in Ma Hongjun's eyes as he prepared to call for Zhao Yun to halt, only to witness a figure coalesce behind Zhao Yun, reminiscent of a spirit fusion technique. The white figure wielded a spear like a dragon, stirring up winds and sand with each swing. Freeze! A voice that seemed to resonate from the depths of the soul echoed in everyone's hearts. It was akin to a special domain akin to the two instruments' stillness domain. No matter how fiercely Zhu Douluo and Gue Dao's struggled, they remained utterly immobile. My lord, quickly, save the lady. They cannot hold on much longer. Zhao Yun, with his tall figure seemingly frozen like the others present, turned to Ma Hongjun and urged, hurry. Understood. A flicker of gratitude crossed Ma Hongjun's eyes, realizing Zhao Yun was providing him with the perfect opportunity to rescue the damsel in distress. With a flourish of his phoenix wings, Ma Hongjun swiftly embraced Zhu Zhuqing and deftly tossed the small malevolent fire he had meticulously prepared onto Zhu Douluo's hair. The sound of crackling flames accompanied by the scent of singed hair filled the air. Ah! My hair, my eyebrows, I am furious. Zhu Douluo screeched, losing all composure. Fortunately, given Zhu Douluo's formidable strength, he ultimately broke free from his constraints, or else his garments would have met the same fate as his hair. Ma Hongjun had no intention of killing Zhu Douluo at this moment. Thus, the small malevolent fire targeted only his hair. The reality was that he still needed the Spirit Hall and the two great empires to engage in internal strife, buying precious time for the Three Kingdoms to develop. He did not wish to draw the full wrath of the Spirit Hall upon himself. Although he had already incurred their ire, he had not struck at their foundation, causing only a deep-seated animosity in the vain Zhu Douluo. He is unafraid to face the retribution of the title Douluo alone, not to mention the strength of his subordinates. His own prowess alone is sufficient to give the title Douluo a headache. While his hard power may not be enough to confront the title Douluo, his soft power is enough to trouble anyone. A wise man does not suffer losses in front of his eyes. Do you not understand the significance of the Juhua Pass? With this friend by my side, your ambush mission has already failed. The poisoned Douluo stepped forward, taking the initiative to shield Ma Hongjun, to prevent Zhu Douluo and Gue Dao's from unleashing their martial soul fusion technique to inflict harm. How dare you? You are merely a defeated foe of mine. Prepare to meet your end. Douluo exclaimed, frantically grasping Da's hands, compelling the passive Dalu to unleash the martial soul fusion technique. With a scoff, the humble Zhao Yun refrained from unnecessary words, twirling his spear to create 9 blossoms of gunfire, preparing to pierce through the two instruments' stillness domain. Break! The blossoms of gunfire Zhao Yun had previously unleashed did not dissipate, but instead formed a protective shield. Even as the poisoned Douluo struggled, Zhao Yun remained unaffected. Engaging 2 opponents simultaneously, they fought in a whirlwind of light and shadow, rendering even the experienced soul Da, Flinder, and Lu Erlong unable to discern their figures. Only Tang San, who had cultivated the eye skill, could catch glimpses of their movements. Chapter 176, The White Horse. With a resounding boom, Douluo was sent flying, and the martial soul fusion technique formed with Douluo was shattered by Zhao Yun. Both Zhao Yun and Douluo were not in much better condition. Douluo was injured, Douluo's hair was disheveled, and blood was present at the corner of Zhao Yun's mouth. At the moment Zhao Yun struck Douluo away, Douluo instantly released his martial soul true form, using the ghostly claws of his true form to tightly grasp Zhao Yun's dragon spear. Zhao Yun's combat experience was vast. In an instant, he utilized the spear's point to execute a splendid maneuver, twisting Douluo's arm in a full circle. While it did not injure the ghostly state of Douluo, it prevented him from exerting his full strength and mobilizing all of his soul power. Simultaneously, Zhao Yun exerted force with both hands, gripping the spear tightly, and his internal energy erupted suddenly, activating his secret combat technique, causing his battle power to surge dramatically. Release! He shouted. Indeed, Douluo, even in his martial soul true form, dared not confront this attack, decisively retreating. With me, Zhao Zilong, present. Who dares to harm the unprotected today? Withdraw at once. Zhao Yun stood firm, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and surveyed the surroundings with an imposing demeanor. It turned out that the outer Tinshui Empire's knights had gradually fallen into a disadvantage, as the members of the Spirit Hall were all at least soul masters. Tang San, consider yourself fortunate this time. With the protection of the Lord of the Heavenly Luo Earthnet and so many companions, we concede defeat. To be frank, our true target this time was only you. Until we meet again in Wuhuan City, retreat. Douluo wiped the blood from his mouth and stood up in tatters, unwillingly glancing at Tang San, who appeared completely unscathed. With Douluo's command, the Zhu and Douluo, along with the remaining 4 soul Douluo, began to lead their subordinates in retreat. Oscar and Fat Tiger sat down on the ground, disregarding their image, gasping for breath. Yet everyone, including Tang San, had their eyes fixed on Zhao Yun, their gazes filled with admiration. In the distance, atop a slope, Sword Douluo's eyes wandered back and forth between Zhao Yun and Hongjun. This lad possesses some skill, and he is both loyal and righteous. Remarkable, he has managed to recruit such a powerful ally. He is not far behind me, and is indeed worthy of Ning Rongrong. Sword Douluo nodded to himself, then vanished from sight. The reason Sword Douluo delayed his intervention was not to observe Ning Rongrong's performance, but to assess the capabilities of his future son-in-law from the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. On another slope, wearing a straw hat, Tang San could not help but shake his head, feeling somewhat satisfied with Tang San's performance, yet harboring more envy towards Hongjun. He envied Hongjun for having a son like him. My lord, I apologize for my tardiness. Please punish me. Zhao Yun showed no interest in the gazes of others and approached Hongjun, again expressing his contrition. No need for excessive courtesy. This time, it was thanks to Zilong's timely arrival. You have earned merit without fault. Please rise, Hongjun stated, wishing to establish his authority, and did not personally assist Zhao Yun, but spoke aloud. With a wave of his hand, Hongjun addressed the white horse knights behind him. You may disperse for now. Provide protection on the periphery. Yes. A deputy stepped forward, respectfully bowing to Hongjun. As the troop set off, everyone thanked the poisoned Douluo and Hongjun before returning to their carriages. Only Flinder, Lu Erlong, and the poisoned Douluo remained with Hongjun. Due to the destruction of the battle carriages, everyone had to proceed on foot. Zhao Yun quietly followed beside Ma Hongjun. Even the equally present Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong could not help but admire this handsome, formidable youth with their beautiful eyes. All right, you two, do not be so curious. Let me introduce you. This is my brother, Changshan Zhao Yun, Zhao Zilong. These two are my wives. Ma Hongjun took the hands of Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing and introduced them to each other. Greetings, esteemed ladies. Zhao Yun quickly bowed in courtesy. Ma Hongjun, feeling helpless, thought that while the three kingdoms had many merits, it was overly formalistic, with constant demands for kneeling. Fortunately, Zhao Yun was not overly pedantic, merely bowing in greeting. I've met Brother Zhao. The two ladies also promptly released Ma Hongjun's hand and returned the greeting. Both were from prominent families and were well acquainted with proper etiquette, far surpassing Ma Hongjun, who was somewhat rustic. Although the two worlds differed, their noble manners were largely similar. Afterwards, Ning Rongrong whispered a few words in Ma Hongjun's ear, prompting him to awaken and introduce Zhao Yun to the teachers from Shrek Academy and the Poison Douluo. In terms of social etiquette, Ma Hongjun indeed fell short compared to the clever Ning Rongrong. Once Ning Rongrong understood the relationship between Ma Hongjun and Zhao Yun, she felt reassured, knowing that Zhao Yun's seemingly stoic demeanor and lack of words stemmed from his desire to protect Ma Hongjun. Under Ma Hongjun's introduction, Flinder and the others became acquainted with this suddenly appearing mysterious powerhouse. While introducing Zhao Yun's background, Ma Hongjun naturally did not speak the whole truth, merely stating that he was a soul master he had rescued during his trials, who later followed him after recovering from his injuries, training his family's night regiment in secret. After exiting the valley, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing deliberately slowed their pace, joining the others like Xiao Wu in the back to engage in quiet conversation. Big Brother is truly impressive. His night regiment is so cool. Rongrong, can you borrow me a white horse for just a moment? Xiao Wu exclaimed absent-mindedly, gazing at the white horse knights guarding the perimeter. The appearance of the white horse knights was indeed distinct from the horse-like soul beasts in Douluo continent, being exceptionally beautiful and capable of captivating countless girls' attention. With the revival of spiritual energy, these horses had improved in appearance and abilities across the board. Riding a white horse felt as if one descended from the heavens. Both majestic and handsome, and the admiration arose in their hearts due to the white horse knights rescuing them in times of crisis. Not only Xiao Wu, even the aloof Zhu Zhuqing wished to ride one, eager to experience the sensation of riding a white horse. After all, it was not just men who loved the handsome, but women did as well. The term by Ma refers to a majestic white steed, aptly illustrated by the lines. The silver saddle reflects the white horse, galloping like a shooting star. With every 10 steps, a life is taken. On a 1,000-mile journey, none are left behind. Once the matter is settled, one departs with a flick of the sleeve, concealing both merit and fame. This noble creature lacks the unique horn of a soul beast, instead possessing only gracefully flowing white mane. It is devoid of the ferocity typically associated with soul beasts, showcasing instead its evenly proportioned, robust, and aesthetically pleasing limbs. Alas, Xiao Wu, I have just attempted to procure one, but Fifth Brother insists that those white horses are the second lives of cavalrymen and cannot be casually lent to us. Ning Rongrong expressed with a hint of distress. Oh, very well. Xiao Wu's delicate visage revealed disappointment, a sight both charming and endearing. However, Fifth Brother promised that once our competition concludes, he would gift each of us, including Zhu Qing, a white horse. Should I persuade him to extend the offer to you as well? Ning Rongrong, noticing Xiao Wu's expression, could not resist teasing her friend. All right. Hee. Rongrong is the best, Xiao Wu exclaimed, her spirits lifted as she embraced Ning Rongrong and planted a kiss on her cheek. Zhu Zhuqing rolled her eyes at the exchange, noting that Ma Hongjun had mentioned not merely gifting 2 horses, but rather one to each of the 7 monsters. Did they not see how Oscar and Fat Tiger were glancing about, eager to slip away to forge a connection with the White Steed cavalry? Even Tang San and Dai Mubai's gazes wandered towards the cavalry in the distance, scanning the area intermittently. These younglings regarded your by Ma cavalry as their savior, filled with admiration. Were it not for your formidable strength, I dare say they would have flocked to you long ago. Indeed, the appearance of these white steeds is quite splendid. Were I a few years younger, I would gladly mount one myself, Flander remarked, his keen perception of martial souls leading him to jest with Zhao Yun. The white horses hail from a unique region in our northern lands, and it took considerable effort to locate them. If you all desire, it would not be a burden to present a few to you upon our meeting. Zhao Yun endeavored to modulate his tone to reflect the customs of Douluo, though it still sounded somewhat peculiar. Fortunately, the two worlds are nearing fusion, with rules resembling one another, and the languages exhibiting a remarkable similarity. Or perhaps the languages were always quite similar, akin to Mandarin, merely constrained by the rules. Chapter 177. The fragile boundary between life and death. It has been over a month since the martial soul competition in the Tiando Empire district concluded, and after deducting 3 days for travel, Ma Hongjun dedicated the remaining month to preparation for the upcoming contest in Wuhan City. Due to the intertwining of fortune and system, he found himself not only interested in securing victory in the crucial team soul battle, but also unwilling to forego the individual championship. Upon arriving in Wuhan City, discussions abounded regarding the continent's youngest title Dalu, Zhao Yun, and the emerging force led by Ma Hongjun, the Luo Diwan. The battles within the canyon had drawn tens of thousands of participants, all elite members from various factions and academies, resulting in swift dissemination of information, further amplified by the efforts of the Luo Diwan. The names Zhao Yun and Ma Hongjun have become synonymous with fame, echoing throughout the Douluo continent. Heralded as the Douluo twin marvels. One is a youthful sovereign, while the other, a loyal subject. One has established a formidable force rivaling the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, while the other shattered the record for the youngest title Douluo set by Tang Hao. Zhao Yun is singularly recognized as the strongest among the new generation, having attained the rank of titled Douluo at the tender age of approximately 20, wielding unparalleled combat prowess. His remarkable achievements include defeating the Ju Gue Douluo, who possesses a martial soul fusion technique, while both are formidable titled Douluo at the 95th level. It is well known that even a single level difference in soul power at this stage can yield significant disparities, let alone a 4-level gap. In this context, Zhao Yun and Ma Hongjun have become idols for countless youths, particularly Zhao Yun, who has captivated the hearts of many women. Even Ma Hongjun cannot help but feel a twinge of envy, as a mere appearance has garnered him a legion of admirers. However, he finds solace in the fact that Zhao Yun is not without his own followers, collectively known as guardians. Upon reaching Wuhan City, Ma Hongjun and his companions were surrounded by enthusiastic soul masters, who bombarded them with questions, their faces reflecting pure admiration, reminiscent of devoted fans from a previous life. In exasperation, Ma Hongjun took hold of Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong's hands, vanishing from sight in an instant. The fifth soul skill, 9-leaf sword grass, instantaneous movement, allows one to teleport within a specified range, carrying up to 3 individuals. While this skill may seem somewhat trivial, it serves as a crucial life-saving technique, acquired from the growth-type soul ring in the Three Kingdoms world. The reason for not employing it during travel was due to energy consumption. Although its cost is significantly lower than that of others' teleportation skills, it is still considerable. Ma Hongjun's soul power permits him to teleport approximately 100 to 180 times, with a maximum distance being 100 meters. As the age of the soul ring increases, the range of teleportation will naturally expand. In the divine realm, the destroyer god, garb in purple, spoke gravely. Have you sensed it? A tidal Douluo, unparalleled in strength, has suddenly emerged on Douluo continent at the tender age of around 20. Even if I felt it, the divine realm council mandates that deities cannot intervene in mortal affairs without cause, nor can they descend upon Douluo continent in their true forms. Do you, as the destroyer, wish to violate this decree? The angel god replied, seemingly unconcerned. The rules governing Douluo continent cannot withstand divine-level energy, upon becoming a deity. One must depart for the divine realm within a century. While achieving divinity grants one longevity, who truly knows that, compared to the divine realm, Douluo continent is the more desirable place for existence? The destroyer sighed, acknowledging the truth. The divine realm appears as a colossal, colorful sphere, enveloped in a dense mist infused with divine energy, a unique space formed by the thoughts of various planes. In contrast to Douluo divine realm, which is perpetually at risk of being swept away by spatial turbulence, Douluo continent indeed offers a more suitable environment for life, featuring the most authentic sun and moon, and the cycle of day and night. You are a higher deity. If there is something to discuss, do so plainly. Though my connection to Douluo divine realm is stronger, my shattered divine position limits my capabilities. The previous angel god, with his silver hair and serene countenance, spoke. Then I shall be forthright. Douluo continent has undergone significant changes, establishing a connection to a special plane that rivals it. This world is replete with spiritual energy, and within one of its unique spaces resides a power not inferior to that of a god king. Fortunately, their cultivation methods differ from ours. It appears they lack something, rendering their combat strength less formidable. I have sealed that special space at the cost of a clone, preventing their emergence for the time being, the destroyer god stated, his expression grave, enunciating each word carefully. And what does this have to do with the 18-year-old title Douluo you mentioned? The angel god inquired, suddenly taken aback, yet relieved upon hearing of the seal, his countenance shifting to one of concern. It is essential to note that beneath Douluo divine realm lie numerous worlds under its governance. While Douluo divine realm is indeed powerful, it possesses limits similar to those of Douluo continent in terms of energy capacity. This is precisely why the concept of divine positions exists. Douluo continent is merely one of the more formidable realms, having birthed many deities. I am also uncertain. It seems that his aura is obscure by some force. However, even in the abundantly spiritual ancient era, an 18-title Douluo remains exceedingly rare. Thus, I suggest you inform your descendants in the lower realm to investigate this individual. The god of destruction has finally articulated the purpose of his journey. Although the deities of the Three Kingdoms world appear to possess only the strength of a first-level god and seem disregarded, the sealing of that realm has stirred unease within the god of destruction, prompting him to remain vigilant regarding the happenings of Douluo Dalu. Were it not for the protective rules in the Three Kingdoms world, its mortals would surely fall victim to the god of destruction's cruel nature. Are you implying that there might exist a connection between the two? The angel god, possessing remarkable intellect, swiftly comprehended the issue at hand. I am unsure. It is not without possibility. Although the two worlds have yet to fully merge, one cannot traverse spatial wormholes without divine-level strength. Nonetheless, the sudden emergence of this title Douluo is indeed suspect. And even if there is no connection, a title Douluo of such youth is destined for extraordinary achievements, making it essential to monitor him closely. At this point, the god of destruction shifted his tone, finally exhaling in relief. After all, a title Douluo is still merely a title Douluo and cannot wield divine power. Had his avatar not been destroyed, the cost of reconstituting it would have been exorbitant. He would not have troubled a previous angel god otherwise. Moreover, under the condition that divine powers are sealed, he does not believe Zhao Yun could traverse spatial wormholes alone. Yet he has not abandoned the investigation into Zhao Yun's origins. Hongjun remains oblivious to the life and death ordeal he has unwittingly endured. Fortunately, he utilized the system's power to bring Zhao Yun to Douluo Dalu ahead of time. Had he waited another 6 months, as the two worlds grew closer, the god of destruction from the Douluo divine realm would undoubtedly have sensed it. Even if rules were broken, Zhao Yun could have been captured for research. They can tolerate a world with a god king of limited combat prowess merging with Douluo Dalu's rules, but they will never permit the existence of a world with unparalleled combat strength and a god king. The merging of the two worlds' rules would inevitably lead to the weaker being consumed. It is more accurate to describe it as absorption rather than fusion. They may allow Douluo Dalu to absorb other worlds for mutual benefit, but they will never permit themselves to be consumed. Chapter 178, Cloud Energy. With only one day remaining until the finals of the Martial Soul Elite competition, Zhao Yun found himself exceedingly busy, traversing the various manufacturers in Martial Soul City. After expending a considerable amount of gold soul coins, he finally acquired the items he sought. Foremost among these was the art of papermaking. In contrast to the nearly industrialized technological level of the Douluo world, the technology of the Three Kingdoms world remains in its infancy. Additionally, he procured advanced items such as glazed pottery and fireworks, which, while commonplace in daily life, are remarkably advanced in the Three Kingdoms context. Simultaneously, Ma Hongjun auctioned a soul guide ring with a spatial capacity of approximately 10 cubic meters at the auction house. In the hotel room of Ma Hongjun, he eagerly reported, "My lord, everything Mr. Liu requested has been accomplished. Please, your grace, open the portal to send them away." Zhao Yun spoke in an excited whisper. Ever since witnessing the exquisite paper production of Douluo, his spirit has remained in a state of exhilaration. It turns out that Ma Hongjun had merely mentioned the basic situation of the Douluo world, yet Liu Ji, also known as Liu Bowen, discerned a critical factor that could propel them to prominence in the short term. This visit was specifically to instruct Zhao Yun to seek out production methods absent in the Three Kingdoms world, particularly the advanced art of papermaking. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, paper was worth its weight in gold, with knowledge confined to a select few. If they could master this advanced technique, they would undoubtedly amass sufficient wealth to accomplish their goals in a short period. While others might worry about their inadequate strength, their own power was entirely sufficient. Zhao Yun, Tong Yuan, Liu Bowen, along with the formidable Cheng Yaojin, collectively represented a formidable half of the titled Douluo combat strength. Although they lacked the deep heritage of the Yuan family's illustrious clans, they could rival in peak combat strength. Therefore, the establishment of the Penglai Tavern naturally possessed the strength to protect such knowledge. However, wealth can cloud judgment, and Liu Bowen would certainly place great importance on the art of papermaking. Compared to these astute strategists, Ma Hongjun suddenly felt his intellect lacking. He had traversed both worlds without recognizing the vast commercial opportunities contained within, while Liu Bowen was able to extract differing insights from mere fragments of conversation and put them to use. It must be said, Liu Bowen is indeed worthy of the title of Zhuge Liang, unifying the realm. Contemplating this, Ma Hongjun considered the timeline of the Three Kingdoms world. Once he resolves matters in Douluo, the Three Kingdoms would have progressed 200 years, leaving only 7 years until Zhuge Liang's emergence. Given that Zhuge Liang and Zhao Yun are of similar ages, he surmised that Zhuge Liang is now around 20 years old and must have attained considerable mastery in his studies. Very well, however, given the multitude of spies from various factions in Martial Soul City, it would be prudent to handle this matter outside the city under the cover of night. Ma Hongjun remarked. He had no objections, but he noted that even with the system's assistance, sending someone back quietly would be challenging. Understood, Zhao Yun replied, bowing respectfully. Brother Zhao, how many times must I remind you that there is no need for such formality between us? Later, Rong may wish to inquire about certain matters, so it would be prudent to provide some explanation, but your identity cannot be revealed just yet, Ma Hongjun said, helping Zhao Yun to his feet before shifting the topic. Brother Zilong, did you not just ascend to the rank of titled Douluo? Why are both seasoned titled Douluo unable to match your prowess? Ning Rong inquired, her curiosity evident. Upon arriving in Martial Soul City, Ning Rong, acting on her father Ning Fengji's instructions, sought to understand the source of Zhao Yun's formidable strength. Rest assured, my lord, the instructions have been conveyed clearly. I will not utter a word that should remain unspoken, Zhao Yun assured her, fully aware that the secrets of his world must not be disclosed lightly. The master he referred to was none other than Ma Hongjun's summoned figure from the future, Liu Bowen. Zhao Yun's loyalty to Ma Hongjun is closely tied to Liu Bowen, as the historical Zhuge Liang had successfully convinced Zhao Yun to serve as a protector with unwavering loyalty, and Liu Bowen possesses similar capabilities. Armed with Liu Bowen's extraordinary intellect and persuasive eloquence, Zhao Yun found himself wholly convinced, willingly acknowledging Ma Hongjun as his master. After receiving Ma Hongjun's consent, Ning Rongrong could no longer contain her eagerness and requested a private conversation with Zhao Yun. Are you suggesting that a force of over 100 soldiers can coalesce cloud energy? Is this the reason you defeated two title Douluo? Ning Rongrong asked, her tone brimming with curiosity. Indeed, you may comprehend it as a unique fusion soul skill, a newly emerging rule that many have yet to grasp. However, I anticipate it will soon become widespread. You may wish to prepare the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School's guard team in advance to gain an advantage, Zhao Yun explained, demonstrating his understanding of Ning Rongrong's connection to his lord. He provided a suitable explanation regarding the existence of cloud energy. Of course, his assertion was not entirely accurate. The reason for his overwhelming strength is not solely attributed to cloud energy. His inherent combat prowess remains paramount. Even without the utilization of cloud energy, he is still above the general threshold of a 95-level super title Douluo. While he may not surpass the peak combat strength of the Sword Douluo, who boasts unparalleled martial soul quality and attack power, the difference is certainly negligible. The only deficiency lies in the realm of soul power. Once Zhao Yun cultivates to the 96th level, approaching the rank of 97th level title Douluo, the Sword Douluo will undoubtedly find himself outmatched. While he may contend with Zhao Yun in swordsmanship, one must not forget that this is Zhao Yun, a master of both spear and sword, and thus not to be trifled with. After entrusting advanced techniques such as papermaking to a vice commander-level figure, whose strength has reached that of a soul emperor, Bai Ma Yizong, Ma Hongjun, and Zhao Yun secretly returned to the city. Little did they know, however, that after departing from the Tong Tian High secret realm, the previously tranquil spatial passage experienced a surge of spatial fluctuations. Vaguely, 3 figures attempted to breach the boundary of the 2 worlds. Should Ma Hongjun have discovered them, he would have been astonished to find that these 3 were neither martial cultivators nor literary scholars, but rather representatives of an entirely new energy system. These 3 could stand upon the clouds, gazing down upon the myriad beings below, akin to tidal daw. To their astonishment, their intuition proved correct. Indeed, our world has begun to change. The conclusion of the chaos of the 5 barbarians may soon take a turn for the better. Alas, my disciple has sacrificed so much for this realm. Heaven, Huang Tian, and Qing Tian are all poised for transformation, murmured an elderly man clad in a yellow robe. Although there seemed to be a glimmer of hope amidst the chaos of the 5 barbarians, a greater crisis loomed. Was the information provided by Huang Tian congruent with that from Qing Tian? An elderly man with a white beard inquired seriously of another, an ageless figure clad in purple robes. Sigh, the secrets of the heavens are such that the young emperor has already been firmly grasped by Cao Cao. You still wish to defy fate, to allow that less-than-adept Yu Ji to govern Qing Tian? Is it truly worth it for the Lu clan's realm? The purple-robed elder responded evasively, turning to the white-bearded man. Yuan Fong, you still do not comprehend me. What I protect has never been the realm of the Lu clan, but rather the orthodoxy of the Han dynasty. The white-bearded elder, known as Tian Ji, cast a glance at the purple-robed elder before turning his gaze to the Bai Ma Yizong messenger, making his way toward the Peng Lion. This individual carries with him an abundance of fortune. His lord must possess means unknown to us. However, as long as it benefits the realm, we should not interfere. The elderly man in the yellow robe regarded his 2 old friends, watching the comings and goings beneath the clouds with a serious demeanor. Rest assured, we are well aware of the rules. Although our combined efforts have not breached the constraints of the rules to explore another world, I believe that with one more attempt, we shall acquire the opportunity to traverse into another realm. The white-bearded Tian Ji nodded in agreement, then fell into silence. No one understands the changes in this world better than the 3 of them. Chapter 179, A Hidden Beauty Beneath the Bed. We 3 are bound by the limitations of this realm's heavenly powers, our strength stifled at the semi-mortal level, unable to advance or partake in mortal affairs. Yet we can offer guidance. This matter is entrusted to you, Lao Zi. Tianji glanced at the nearby Nanhua Zhanrun before finally addressing the youthful figure of Lao Zi. Having spoken, he vanished without waiting for a reply, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. The decaying Han dynasty cannot yet be extinguished. I am grateful to you, Tianji. The remainder is left to us. The savior saint foretold by the heavenly principles is entrusted to me, Lao Zi remarked, gazing in the direction Tianji had vanished. The duty to safeguard the path for generations of sages shall fall to me, Nanhua. Although the spiritual realm is sealed by a formidable, mysterious power. With the aid of Huang Tian's strength, I can still traverse freely. Now is not the time for their emergence. Otherwise, we risk attracting the attention of hidden enemies. And our world shall have no further opportunity for advancement. Having said this, he too became obscured within the clouds. As the three figures gradually faded from the sky, the Bai Ma, Yi Song vice commander, successfully delivered the spatial soul guide provided by Ma Hongjun to Lu Bowen, who was coordinating the overall situation at the Penglai Tavern. It seems that even if the Lord wishes to refrain from participating in the struggle for dominance, he can no longer do so, Lu Bowen remarked, holding the soul guide with a sense of contemplation. The principle of possessing precious resources is a crime is widely understood when external threats are absent. The lords of the realm will not concern themselves with the greater good of the nation, as their eyes are solely fixed on profit. In the world of the three kingdoms, the status of the Penglai Tavern is not insignificant due to the presence of three titled Douluo peak powers. However, when compared to great lords such as Yuan Shao and Chao Chao, it still lacks depth. Should the stakes be sufficiently high, these lords would not hesitate to compel and threaten the tavern with their forces. Thus, Lu Bowen finds himself treading on thin ice. Were it not for the formidable reputation of Zhao Yun, the gun god, along with verbal promises of neutrality, such a force would hardly be tolerated by these lords. Even now, should an opportunity arise, Chao Chao and Yuan Shao would not hesitate to devour the Penglai Tavern, this emerging and extraordinary force. It can be said that under Lu Bowen's meticulous planning, the Penglai Tavern occupies a delicate position amidst the current tumultuous state of affairs. No one dares to strike first, for should they do so, it might provide other forces with an opportunity to exploit, resulting in regretful consequences. Regardless of which faction the Penglai Tavern aligns with, it would yield a significant breakthrough in top-tier strength for the other powers. The scene shifts to the Douluo world in Wuhuan City. Upon their return, Ma Hongjun and Zhao Yun retired to their respective chambers to rest, displaying remarkable calmness towards the events unfolding in the outside world. Titled Douluo, after all, is nothing to be overly alarmed about. Had it been a god-slaying incident causing such disturbances, Ma Hongjun and Zhao Yun would likely have felt a ripple of anxiety. As Ma Hongjun reclined on his soft, fragrant bed, a smile adorned his face as he gradually drifted into slumber, seemingly oblivious to a small head peeking out from beneath his bed. Should I stay, or should I go? What might fifth brother do to me? Though I am his girlfriend, is it inappropriate to enter his room uninvited? Perhaps I should pretend to have just arrived? Ning Rongrong's heart was in turmoil, her cheeks flushed, still carrying traces of fragrant perspiration. Due to her soul power cultivation, Ning Rongrong's body was seldom constrained, further enhanced by the consumption of divine-grade herbs, resulting in a natural fragrance emanating from her. The summer heat, compounded by her anxiety of being discovered, had left her princess dress quite damp, particularly the area over her chest, inciting a flurry of imaginative thoughts. After reporting to her father about the cloud energy, Ning Fengji hurriedly sought to verify the truth of Ning Rongrong's claims, leaving little time to attend to her. Bored, Ning Rongrong found herself unconsciously outside Ma Hongjun's room. Just as the cleaning staff arrived, she took the liberty of lying down in the room as the mistress, waiting for Ma Hongjun's appearance. But to her disappointment, he did not show. As the cleaner finished tidying up and prepared to leave, Ning Rongrong, curious about Ma Hongjun's whereabouts, decided to check the room, as Ma Hongjun would put it. Some young girls often desire to be fully aware of their boyfriend's movements. Otherwise, their minds run wild. Yet, at that moment, she felt a sudden twinge of guilt, suspecting her actions might be construed as voyeuristic. As she readied to wait outside for Ma Hongjun's return, she suddenly heard a noise and instinctively hid beneath his bed. Now, Ning Rongrong's heart raced, especially upon catching sight of Ma Hongjun, clad only in his undergarments. His well-defined and muscular physique rendering her cheeks an even deeper shade of crimson. She quickly covered her eyes, but could not resist the urge to peek through her fingers. The commotion here is quite significant. How could Ma Hongjun, with his keen sensitivity, possibly remain oblivious? Even if he initially failed to notice. The noise made when Ning Rongrong emerged was enough to rouse him. However, in order to avoid an awkward encounter, Ma Hongjun continued to feign deep slumber. Yet, the probing gaze of Ning Rongrong as she scanned his figure made him inwardly exclaim in distress. Even the small, wicked flame within him, which had long been subdued, began to show signs of resurgence. The physical changes stirred an increasing sense of confusion within the blushing Ning Rongrong, giving rise to an audacious conjecture. He is awake. He is pretending to sleep. Although the impulse to flee directly crossed her mind, she reconsidered. After all, he is her boyfriend. What is there to fear? What is there to be shy about? Thus, the inherently bold Ning Rongrong boldly approached and sat by Ma Hongjun's bedside. What are you pretending for? Is this rogue deliberately dressed so scantily? Ning Rongrong huffed playfully and tentatively inquired. At that moment, upon realizing his exposure, Ma Hongjun ceased his act of feigned sleep, slowly opened his eyes, and helplessly remarked, Rongrong, you are mistaken. On such a hot day, how could I possibly sleep in my clothes? I just noticed you. He quickly sat up to conceal his awkwardness. Although he had lived 2 lives and understood many things, he was still a novice, unaccustomed to such embarrassment, and felt somewhat flustered. I don't care. It's all your fault. You must take responsibility for me. Ning Rongrong suddenly embraced Ma Hongjun, playfully pounding her fists against his sturdy chest. All right, as long as you are willing, I will certainly take responsibility. Tomorrow is the competition. Why don't you return to rest early? Ma Hongjun consoled her while inappropriately ruffling her hair. The atmosphere became exceedingly awkward. One could only say he truly embodies the essence of a steadfast man. Although he longed to hold the beauty in his arms, his words remained impeccably upright. I'm leaving. Ning Rongrong huffed, rising to her feet. You insufferable brother, you dense man, I no longer wish to speak to you. After opening the door and departing, Ning Rongrong, upon realizing Ma Hongjun did not pursue her, could not help but curse this oblivious, unrefined man in her heart. Chapter 180. The conclusion of the finals. The final spirit battle posed little challenge for Ma Hongjun, and no unexpected events transpired. The only noteworthy development was that not only did Chihua Academy and Shenkong Academy merge into a single team, but the Long Academy from the Tiando region also reformed a new team with another academy representing a hidden noble family. Alongside the Tiando royal team, where Yi Lingling resided, and the Xingluo royal team, there also existed a more formidable Shura team, hailing from the most powerful hidden family, the Luo family. However, none of this held any significance for Ma Hongjun. No matter how powerful they were, he could easily overcome them. As anticipated in the individual matches, Ma Hongjun effortlessly defeated the Luo family's genius Soul King and subsequently triumphed over 3 Soul Kings from the Spirit Hall. Individual matches differ from team contests, as they are more consequential in terms of rewards and influence. However, Hongjun, your personal strength has far surpassed that of the younger generation of Soul Masters. The other team members cannot gain the experience they ought to have, so I propose you take charge from behind, observing the situation and rescuing team members while allowing the other 6 to engage. What do you think? Master Yu Xiaojing cautiously suggested, observing Ma Hongjun's calm demeanor. Regardless of the setting, only those possessing formidable strength earn respect, and even the reputedly righteous master is no exception. Yes, that works. As long as I can participate personally, whether I go out or not is irrelevant. I will ensure their safety from behind, Ma Hongjun replied. He was not a selfish person. It was not that he did not wish for Fat Tiger to take the field, but rather the rules dictated that once in the finals, no substitutions could be made. Moreover, even if the rules permitted, the Shrek teachers would never allow Ma Hongjun to be replaced, willingly relinquishing the championship that was already within their grasp. Although the original storyline saw Shrek victorious, Significant changes had occurred in the present world. Not only was there a resurgence of spiritual energy in the Three Kingdoms world, but the Douluo world was also slowly experiencing an increase. However, in comparison, the growth in the Douluo world was not as pronounced. The only discernible difference was that the current generation of golden students from the Spirit Hall had generally improved by 1 or 2 levels. Once reaching the Soul King level, it becomes increasingly challenging to elevate one's soul power, and correspondingly, the gap in strength widens. The golden generation of the Spirit Hall, having gained enhancements in soul power, would undoubtedly have the upper hand against the Shrek 7 who lacked soul fusion techniques. However, with Ma Hongjun present, such concerns were trivial. He could single-handedly confront a formidable Soul Douluo, leaving no room for defeat. As expected, the competition proceeded as scheduled. Initially, they faced their arch-rivals, the Xingluo Royal Academy. Ma Hongjun hardly intervened, as Tang San and the others resolved the matter. Although the victory was hard-won, they ultimately succeeded, particularly thanks to Zhu Zhuqing's significant contribution. She swiftly defeated her opponent, her elder sister Zhu Zhiyun, thereby cutting off the source of the Xingluo Royal Academy's soul fusion technique. After defeating her sister, Zhu Zhuqing simply tossed her to Ma Hongjun, who did not engage further. Instead, he ensnared Zhu Zhiyun with the 9-leaves swordgrass and took a seat to watch the spectacle. Zhu Zhiyun's teammates attempted to mount a rescue. Yet even breaking through Tang San's defenses proved arduous. Even if they managed to breach Shrek's formation, Ma Hongjun could effortlessly repel them with a few bursts of flame. Although Ma Hongjun's Phoenix Flame had yet to reach the legendary level of true Phoenix Fire, it was far from an ordinary flame. Any soul master scorched by it found themselves flustered and unable to counter. Ma Hongjun sensed that the power of his Phoenix Flame had reached its zenith, but he lacked the concept of further enhancing its quality. To achieve that, he would need to elevate the quality of his martial soul. The opportunity for this lay within the City of Slaughter. Unlike relying on others, he aimed to acquire it himself. So even with the imminent changes between the two worlds, he remained resolute in seizing this chance. He had already accomplished what he needed to do. The remaining tasks could be handled by his subordinates. Even if he stayed, he could not alter much. Ma Hongjun pondered silently, and before long, 3 days had passed. Soon, as anticipated by the audience, the Shrek team encountered the golden generation from the Spirit Hall in the final Spirit Tournament. Even though Ma Hongjun was the champion of the individual competition, the golden generation from the Spirit Hall was similarly favored by the majority, enjoying substantial support. After all, the Spirit Tournament traditionally emphasized team strength. While Ma Hongjun had defeated a Soul Douluo, there were those who speculated that he had employed special means to achieve such a result, leading most to believe his trump cards had already been exhausted. The notion that a Soul King could vanquish a Soul Douluo seemed implausible, prompting an instinctive belief that it was a result of hidden tactics, not his genuine strength. Moreover, the Spirit Tournament strictly prohibited the use of external means, including soul guide devices. Due to the multitude of involved factions and Ning Fengji's leading suggestion, although the tournament still took place in front of the Spirit Hall's angel statue, it was broadcast live. Consequently, soul masters from surrounding cities flocked to the event, filling the entirety of Spirit City, with soul masters, typically a rare sight, now abundant everywhere. Simultaneously, a clandestine current surged beneath the surface as Pope Bibi Dong began to mobilize personnel from the Spirit Hall extensively to maintain order in the Spirit City. In the final competition, while I shall refrain from employing that particular move on the arena, I vow to stand shoulder to shoulder with you all in battle. For our objective is to vanquish the Spirit Hall with overwhelming force. Do we not possess confidence? On the eve of the finals, everyone gathered in Master Flanders' chamber for a pre-battle mobilization. Although Ma Hongjun deemed it unnecessary, Flanders insisted that it was a prudent course of action. After enlightening Ma Hongjun on how such efforts could bolster morale and enhance team cohesion, he finally relented, allowing the somewhat impatient Ma Hongjun to step back. Despite his irritation with Flanders' incessant chatter, Ma Hongjun recognized his own shortcomings. This minor flaw was also present in the original character of Ma Hongjun, yet he, as a commendable youth, could not possibly share the same temperament as the overweight fellow. Thus, Ma Hongjun resolutely acknowledged his error and sought to amend it, taking the initiative to rally the team. "We have faith in you." Naturally, as devoted admirers, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were the first to support Ma Hongjun. "We have confidence." Xiao Wu, with fewer considerations, unconditionally supported Ma Hongjun as both her benefactor and fifth brother. It must be acknowledged that women tend to be more emotional in such matters. "We have confidence." Although Oscar and Fat Tiger could not resist a bit of mockery regarding Ma Hongjun's motivational skills, they ultimately stepped forward to lend their support. Tang San and Dai Mubai, resigned, could only feign enthusiasm, playing along with Ma Hongjun's self-indulgence. Chapter 181, Shui Ringue. The cooperation of his teammates brought immense satisfaction to Ma Hongjun. With a self-satisfied glance at his teacher Flanders, found his mentor resting his hand on his forehead, embodying a demeanor of unfamiliarity with the young man. Zhao Wujia could not help but ponder how this lad bore such a striking resemblance to himself, an utter contrast to his own teacher. "Little monster." Though his words were brusque, the reasoning was sound. "With your capabilities, a swift resolution is indeed feasible. We shall see how much effort the little monster is willing to exert. Since there is nothing pressing, I shall retire to rest. For tomorrow marks the day of the finals, and everyone must recuperate." The poisoned Dalu, however, displayed a satisfied grin, relishing straightforward individuals and direct discourse, eschewing any procrastination. As for Zhao Yun, he was absent from Flanders' gathering, which included only Master Flanders, Zhao Wujia, and the seasoned poisoned Dalu. After an elaborate introduction of the strengths and backgrounds of both teams by the host, the battle commenced. Ultimately, the outcome mirrored the original tale, with Tang San contributing half of the team's firepower, especially after the opposing side unleashed their spirit fusion technique. In the end, Tang San paid the price of his 8 spider lances, leading to a mutual incapacitation with the spear hall, leaving both sides unable to continue fighting. Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Fat Tiger had previously lost their combat capabilities and were now being shielded by Ma Hongjun as they recuperated. Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing still possessed some fighting spirit, yet they were severely wounded, their energy depleted. Witnessing Tang San's injuries, Xiao Wu displayed an anxious demeanor, prompting Ma Hongjun to shake his head. With a flick of his hand, his soul power surged, summoning a translucent leaf that fragmented into several petals, which he subsequently distributed to the mouths of the Shrek members. Only then did Ma Hongjun step forward, addressing the remaining capable Soul Kings. "You should concede. I prefer not to intervene personally, lest your fate be no better than theirs." With that, his gaze fell upon the injured Yin and Shiyue siblings, their tattered clothes revealing the toxins seeping from their bodies on the brink of collapse. The injuries sustained by the Shiyue siblings were, of course, inflicted by Tang San, but the most grievous affliction on Yin was the work of another. Xiao Wu's 8 Gansai, Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly claw, Ning Rongrong's soul skill enhancement, coupled with Ma Hongjun's domain suppression, rendered the scene utterly tragic. Though Ma Hongjun refrained from direct confrontation, his domain remained ever present, imposing significant restrictions on the Spirit Hall's golden generation. Without Ma Hongjun's soul skill domain to hinder them, how could the Spirit Hall's elite possibly falter so easily? His soul skill domain had evolved alongside his spirit into the 9-leaf sword grass, growing more formidable, no longer manifesting as soul rings, but wholly transforming into his personal domain. The Baihun snake venom within the domain, while seemingly less effective against contemporaries, required a substantial expenditure of energy to counter. A moment's lapse could lead to venom seeping into the marrow. Once the venom infiltrated the bones, even a poisoned Daw, who wielded the Baihun snake spirit, would find himself powerless. The Spirit Hall concedes. On the elevated platform, Bibi Dong's expression darkened, and she signaled to the elder beside her to acknowledge defeat. "Let us congratulate Shrek Academy on securing the championship of the Continental Soul Master Elite Competition." The referee promptly declared Shrek Academy the victors. Hu Liena's complexion paled, and upon hearing the announcement of the Spirit Hall's concession, the haughty expression on her face vanished, replaced by a sense of unwillingness. She resented losing to Tang San so easily. Had it not been for Ma Hongjun's domain enveloping the entire arena, influencing her significantly, she would not have faltered. With her soul power having reached level 55 and benefiting from her brother's spirit fusion technique, how could she possibly be outmatched by a mere rank 49 soul master? Ma Hongjun remained indifferent to their expressions, offering them a slight smile, his gaze filled with praise, as if to convey that the practical individual is the true hero. Ding! Congratulations, host, on winning the Continental Elite Soul Master Competition and completing the Fortune task, thus acquiring Fortune points and officially activating the Fortune system. Ding! Fortune points, 1,000. The system sprite, which had previously separated from the spirit, unexpectedly reappeared in Ma Hongjun's mind with the activation of the Fortune system. Having grown accustomed to the system's sporadic disappearances, Ma Hongjun did not wish to be overly reliant on it. In truth, it was more about the system's insistence on not being too dependent. Otherwise, who would choose to stand when they could recline? Ma Hongjun paid no attention to Bibi Dong, who was preparing to award the competition prizes, instead focusing entirely on the system in his mind. With the system's enhancement, it was the first time he had amassed such a significant amount of fortune points. The last time he acquired 1,000 was when he established the Penglai Tower's intelligence network, receiving them directly in the form of Huaxia currency. That 1,000 Huaxia currency was utilized by Ma Hongjun to summon Lu Bowen, while Cheng Yaojin was merely a half-finished product summon before the system was fully developed, utilizing various haphazard means akin to benevolence points. Summon. I wish to summon. System. Grant me a general. Ma Hongjun opted to summon a general directly rather than draw a soul ring or soul bone. Although relying on others is often less reliable than relying on oneself, the summoned entity would be a title Douluo, even if one were to acquire a 100,000-year soul ring and elevate to the rank of soul emperor. The increase in combat power would be limited, still inferior to the might of a title Douluo. Moreover, the generals summoned by the system would be utterly loyal, their combat capabilities never falling below that of a title Doa, with some even rivaling the likes of the Haoyuan, a top-tier Doa, weighing the pros and cons. Ma Hongjun had long prepared to summon generals to enhance the elite combat strength of his forces. The addition of a title Doa, even against the Spear Hall, would be a cause for celebration, especially for the developing Penglai Tower and the extensive net of influence. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the title of one-character companion king from the Tang dynasty, Shueli, courtesy name Ringue. The voice of the weapon spirit conveyed a seriousness tinged with warmth, sounding markedly more mature. Ma Hongjun remained oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding him, unaware that the artifact spirit had absorbed the residual consciousness and memories of the Zhui Jianshao, thus altering its temperament. The figure standing before the flawless world was burdened with immense sorrow, confronting the very source of darkness alone. Despite having ascended to a realm beyond that of the immortal emperor, he felt somewhat powerless against the darkness, yet he resolved to stand firm against any formidable adversary. Retreat was not an option. He was destined to face his foes alone. The formidable enemy did not intimidate him. The Emperor of Desolation, who had spent his life in relentless battles, was either engaged in combat or journeying towards it. Originally, the Zhui Jianshao held the most promise to fight alongside them. Yet it met with an untimely demise, and as a result, the artifact spirit, intertwined with the Zhui Jianshao, was inevitably affected. Setting aside these thoughts, Ma Hongjun observed that he had summoned Shui Ringue without any objections. Although Shui Ringue may not rank among the very top of Huaxia's generals, he certainly contended for a position within the top 10. Shui Ringue, level 92 title Dalu, combat power, level 96 super title Dalu, potential, half-step divine king. Martial soul, Feng Tian Huaji, sacred beast white tiger. Chapter 182, Tang Hao summoning successful. Location, Wuhuan City. Ma Hongjun glanced at Zhao Yun below the stage and the direction of Wuhuan City outside the Hall of Pope, feeling a profound sense of relief. To my left stood Zhao Yun, and to my right stood Shui Ringue. Why should I fear you, Pope Bibi Dong? In truth, if circumstances permitted, Ma Hongjun would undoubtedly wish to enhance his own strength, but the current situation did not allow for such indulgence. He could only opt to summon ancestral generals to bolster his own forces, leveraging the strength of his subordinates to gain an advantage for in the long run. Collective strength always surpasses individual prowess. Even the unparalleled Emperor of Desolation required the companionship of the two heavenly emperors, Yi Chu, to eradicate the enigmatic source of darkness completely. He could not afford the arrogance of the Emperor of Desolation. Otherwise, he might find himself unaware of his own demise. Shaking his head, Ma Hongjun dismissed his distracting thoughts and calmly watched as Bibi Dong approached the podium. You are quite impressive. I hold great expectations for you. On behalf of the Wuhuan Hall, I officially invite you to join us. Should you accept, you shall become the next holy son of the Wuhuan Hall. Bibi Dong sincerely intended to cultivate this young man before her. However, her deeper motives regarding the potential acquisition of the entire network remained uncertain. No need for that, Your Holiness. I am accustomed to a free and unrestrained life, unable to endure the constraints of rigid rules. Can you bestow the rewards upon me? I have companions awaiting my celebration. Ma Hongjun flatly declined, his tone laced with subtle impatience despite lacking outright disrespect. With your demeanor, you wish for me to serve you? Perhaps if you were the Emperor of Desolation or the Heavenly Emperor Yi, that might be conceivable, he thought dismissively. Very well, admirable courage. In that case, they're all yours. To Ma Hongjun's surprise, Pope Bibi Dong did not react with anger. Instead, she genuinely praised him. Thank you, Your Holiness. Ma Hongjun stowed away 3 soul bones, setting aside his earlier disdain for Pope Bibi Dong. After the failed attempt to eliminate Ma Hongjun and recognizing the futility of her actions, Pope Bibi Dong had temporarily relinquished her hostility toward him. After all, her true enmity lay solely with Tang Hao and his son. At this moment, she regarded Ma Hongjun with a mindset of eliminating him if possible, yet willing to coexist if not, as long as she succeeded in her divine trials. No matter how extraordinary one's talent, she believed it would be impossible for them to attain divinity. She perceived no divine aura emanating from Ma Hongjun. Naturally, he would not possess the divine essence prior to undergoing the trials. Thus, in her eyes, becoming a deity was paramount. Compared to that, even a Tang father and son were insignificant. Once she ascended to divinity, the entire continent would bow beneath her feet. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun concealed Xiao Wu's aura, preventing Bibi Dong from discovering any anomalies regarding her. However, just as Ma Hongjun prepared to leave after distributing the rewards, the elders of the Wuhuan Hall obstructed those intending to depart. With a cold gaze, Bibi Dong, devoid of the admiration she had previously shown Ma Hongjun, addressed the gathered crowd from her elevated position. Since the rewards have been distributed, you may leave. You must remain. With that, she pointed towards Tang San, who was secretly rejoicing that Xiao Wu's spirit beast identity had not been uncovered. All eyes turned toward Tang San, confusion evident in their expressions. Might I inquire, Your Holiness, how has Tang San offended the Wuhuan Hall to warrant this? Tang San, shielding Xiao Wu while suppressing his resentment, feigned ignorance. You have not wronged the Wuhuan Hall, but your father, Tang Hao, is a mortal enemy of our institution. How could I allow your departure? What face would the Wuhuan Hall have left? Bibi Dong replied, her expression impassive. Why impose the grievances of the previous generation upon the younger? Your Holiness, you seem unreasonably harsh. If you wish to harm Tang San today, you shall first have to step over my corpse. Yu Xiaojiang was the first to rise in opposition, speaking resolutely. Ha, how naive. Xiaojiang, you truly remain so innocent and self-righteous. Do you believe that, given the enmity between the Wuhuan Hall and the Tang father and son, he could ever let the Wuhuan Hall off the hook? Could he ever spare me? Can you guarantee he will not seek vengeance against the Wuhuan Hall? Bibi Dong asked with a hint of sorrow in her gaze, addressing Yu Xiaojiang's series of inquiries. Yu Xiaojiang glanced at the restrained Tang San, momentarily at a loss for words. Ma Hongjun scoffed inwardly, suddenly finding Bibi Dong far more agreeable than someone like Yu Xiaojiang. For the sake of Shrek's unity, he would be compelled to intervene if necessary, but this time it appeared he would not need to act. Upon witnessing Bibidong's attitude toward him, he understood that the Wuhuan Hall would not trouble the Tianluo Dynate for the time being. To ensure the development of the Tianluo Dynate, he would avoid provoking the Wuhuan Hall. If not for the knowledge that Tang Hao lurked in the shadows, this situation could indeed prove quite troublesome. He had no desire to incur significant losses by rescuing Tang San, jeopardizing the growth of the Tianluo Dynate, which was crucial for the future struggles between the two worlds. He would not recklessly intervene for Tang San, at least not publicly. Certainly not. Boom! A colossal hammer descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the Hall of Pope. The overwhelming soul power surged towards the ground, causing countless structures within the hall to collapse. Had it not been for Pope Bibidong's timely intervention with her martial soul and staff, Ma Hongjun had no doubt that the Hall of Pope would have been reduced to ruins by this overwhelming force. The staff, symbolizing supreme authority in Bibidong's hand, shattered, finally dissipating the hammer's impact and preventing it from striking the ground. How could the animosity between us be so easily resolved? This blow is merely an interest payment. Before Tang San stood a tall, disheveled man draped in a tattered cloak, who spoke with palpable enmity. Tang Hao, how dare you show your face here? You're seeking death. Elders of the Wuhuan Hall seized Tang Hao and his son, regardless of life or death. Bibidong's expression darkened, her fury ignited. Had it not been for her need to preserve her strength for the divine assessment, she would never have allowed Tang Hao such audacity. Yes, several figures soared into the air, all of whom were powerful titled Da, surrounding Tang San and his father. Zhao Yun, noticing the situation, hurriedly shielded the Shrek team as they retreated. Observing Xiao Wu's desire to advance, Ma Hongjun promptly exchanged glances with Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, both of whom subtly nodded in agreement and took hold of Xiao Wu, one on each side. Xiao Wu, trust in Brother Wu. He will not allow Brother San to suffer, Ning Rongrong gently reassured, holding Xiao Wu's hand tightly. Our strength would only serve to distract them, not provide any assistance. This Pope does not intend to trouble us. Let us observe the developments first. The Shrek 7 devils are united, and should action be required, they will not remain idle. Zhu Zhuqing's words were more direct, conveying the same sentiment, but offering Xiao Wu greater comfort. Chapter 183. The Champion, Parting. Very well. Seeing Tang San protected by the formidable figure of Tang Hao, Xiao Wu felt a sense of relief and replied, "The name and shadow of the Haotian Dalu are known far and wide. For now, I shall spare you. But those who dare harbor a child shall pay dearly for their wife's vengeance." Tang Hao, perceiving the aggressive approach of the Wuhuan Temple, did not intend to confront them head-on. He glanced at Tang San, subtly nodded toward Yu Xiaojiang, and then glanced at the Shrek team before vanishing from sight with a flicker of his soul skill. Ma Hongjun exchanged looks with him, sensing that Tang Hao's gaze was particularly focused on him. However, Ma Hongjun felt no fear, boldly meeting his gaze, for with Zhao Yun present, even Bibi Dong would find it exceedingly difficult to harm him. One must not forget that Shui Rengue was likely already on his way. With such a commotion occurring before the Pope's palace in Wuhuan City, if Shui Rengue did not appear, Ma Hongjun would question his loyalty and the capabilities of the system. In Wuhuan City, Shui Rengue, guided by an instinctive sense, began his approach towards the Wuhuan Temple. His attire mirrored that of Zhao Yun, clad in white robes and armor, differing only in weaponry, grasping a silver square-headed halberd and donning cloud-like boots, with an extraordinary silver dragon bow and arrows affixed to his white steed saddle. Indeed, the martial souls of military generals differ from those in the Douluo realm. The former are tangible entities that manifest as divine weaponry once imbued with battle spirits. In contrast, the martial souls of Douluo, while appearing real, possess a quality that straddles the line between the virtual and the actual. For instance, before the enhancement of Juyikeo, Ma Hongjun felt a sense of unreality. Fortunately, after merging with the mysterious seed in meteor tears, that virtual sensation vanished entirely. Even with prolonged existence, there would be no significant depletion of soul power, reminiscent of the martial souls of Huaxia. As Tang Hao and Tang San disappeared, the gazes of the elders from the Wuhuan Temple turned towards the Shrek battle team. They awaited Bibi Dong's command to apprehend those closely associated with Tang San. Ma Hongjun harbored no animosity towards Tang Hao's actions, yet he could not claim to be fond of them. No one relishes being embroiled in such affairs. Just as Bibi Dong's anger brewed, hesitating whether to abandon her web of entrapment to seize Xiao Wu, a resounding voice echoed before the Pope's palace. Shui Rengui pays his respects to the Lord. Kneeling on one knee before the Pope's palace, Shui Rengui advanced, seemingly unnoticed by the nearby guards of the Wuhuan temple, allowing him to enter the hall freely. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the guards were not unwilling to act, but were rendered immobile by the overwhelming aura emanating from Shui Rengui. Even soul masters below the soul sect found it exhausting to move a single finger. Your Holiness, please forgive me. Brother Rengui, why have you only just arrived? The competition has already concluded. We should return to the Tiando Empire. Ma Hongjun spoke, seemingly oblivious to Bibi Dong's increasingly grim countenance, continuing with his own thoughts. Ah, Your Holiness, if there are no further matters, we shall take our leave. Shui Rengui regarded these foreign individuals with equal indifference, his aura surging once more, rivaling that of Bibi Dong. This was complemented by Ma Hongjun's performance. Bibi Dong cast a cold glance at Shui Rengui, then turned her gaze towards Zhao Yun and the poisoned doe guarding Ma Hongjun's side. Ultimately, she chose not to press the matter with Ma Hongjun and his companions, partly out of caution, but primarily because the Wuhuan temple was not yet under her complete control, given that the influence of the Tianluo Diet was already substantial. It could not be easily eradicated unless executed with careful planning. Akin to the original narrative where the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Clan and the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School were obliterated. Withdraw. Relay my orders. Capture Tang Hao and his son at all costs. Anyone daring to harbor a thief shall stand against the Wuhuan Temple, and those who oppose the Wuhuan Temple shall be met with no mercy. Bibi Dong, ever the formidable figure, quickly regained her composure and commanded, unaffected by the appearance of Ma Hongjun and Shui Rengui. Ma Hongjun mused on the missed opportunity, but soon dismissed the thought. Shui Rengui's arrival had momentarily astonished the Wuhuan Temple, buying precious moments for Tang Hao and Tang San to escape. As a classmate and companion of Tang San, he felt he had done all he could, far exceeding the expectations of Tang San's family. Although he had his own grievances against Tang San in his past life, this time around, they were comrades, and to his comrades, Ma Hongjun had always been genuinely devoted, as evidenced by his willingness to share precious herbs. In this regard, Tang San and Ma Hongjun were quite alike, leading Ma Hongjun to harbor a sense of kinship towards Tang San. After departing from Wuhuan City, the group remained relatively silent, each person lost in their thoughts, the atmosphere heavy with reluctance and melancholy, until they arrived at a unique crossroads. Forward lay the direction of Tiando City and Shrek Academy. Behind them was Wuhuan City, and to the right, the Star Luo Empire. Well, children, I hereby announce your official graduation today. Let us part ways here. Flender was the first to halt, turning and waving his hand in a feigned calm manner. After a moment, he turned his back to the group, gazing into the distance toward Shrek Academy in a pose of a wise elder. Dean, I will take my leave first. I still need to return to Shrek and discuss our future path with the teachers. Oscar, feeling slightly dejected, nevertheless offered words of comfort upon seeing the usually meticulous Dean in such a state. The others clearly witnessed the tears of reluctance and pride glistening in Flender's eyes. Becoming the champion of the Continental Elite competition had been the aspiration and wish of every academy founder. In the past, he would not have dared to dream of such a reality. Yet this cohort of students had fulfilled his wish, and this group had required the most of his efforts. Now, as they prepared to leave the academy and venture into the world, he felt a profound sense of loss, but would not hinder their journey. Young eagles must eventually leave the wings of their elders to soar independently. Otherwise, they would never mature into great eagles. Do as you wish. The winds and sands here are rather strong, haha. The academy will not suffer from your absence. You are all the pride of Shrek Academy. Upon your return, I will invest generously in your statues to inspire future students. ensuring that Shrek Academy remains the foremost academy on the continent. Flinder rubbed his slightly reddened eyes and turned back, his expression filled with pride. All right, Flinder, that's enough. Let us head forward and leave the final moments of farewell for the children. Xiao Wu's godmother will not keep you. Following Hao Yin is the safest path for you. But you must take care of yourself while adventuring in the future. Do come back and visit your godmother. Lu Erlong shot a glance at Flinder, who was growing more animated as he spoke. Gently stroking the somewhat dejected Xiao Wu, he comforted her with a hint of reluctance, saying, "Yes, I will definitely return to see my godmother and everyone." Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu felt a sense of relief and grasped Lu Erlong's delicate hand, expressing her unwillingness to part. There is no need for such sadness. How about we make a 5-year pact? 5 years later, let us meet again at Shrek Academy. Dai Mu Bai, in contrast, appeared much more cheerful, having triumphed over his brother in the competition, and was now preparing to return to the Xing Luo Empire to inherit the title of Crown Prince. All right, let us establish this 5-year agreement. Ma Hongjun voiced his agreement as well. Naturally, the others followed suit in their approval. In the end, Ma Hongjun bid farewell to his teachers and companions, leading Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing down the left path. As for Fat Tiger, he intended to accompany Dean Flander back to the academy, where he would serve as a teacher, but he might venture out for training, albeit not too far. Following Ma Hongjun's suggestion, Xiao Wu headed towards the Stardow Forest, and upon meeting Tang San, she informed him of the 5-year pact. The 7 of them established their agreement and, no longer burdened by sorrow, embarked on their respective journeys. Ma Hongjun, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong, did not intend to take them to the Slaughter City for training. Instead, he aimed to escort them to the Three Kingdoms world. Not far along, they encountered Zhao Yun and the White Horse Idong, as well as Shui Ringui, who were waiting ahead. As for the elusive Poison Doll, Ma Hongjun did not restrict his freedom. After leaving Wuhuan City, he had already bid farewell to everyone. Chapter 184. Returning home, are you two planning to return home with me first, or shall we head straight to the secret realm I mentioned for training? Ma Hongjun asked, casting a somewhat anxious glance at Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing as everyone gathered. Finally, the moment had come to introduce his girlfriend to his home. Naturally, Ma Hongjun's heart brimmed with excitement and trepidation. Home! The two girls looked at Ma Hongjun with confusion, for they had not received prior notice from him, and his sudden mention left them momentarily stunned. Yes, home. Come with me to meet Grandpa Debong. Ma Hongjun gazed earnestly at the two. It had been far too long since he had seen Grandpa Debong, who had raised him. Previously, he had been preoccupied with the drawbacks of the Wuhuan Xiaojiahua and later with competitions, leaving him no time to visit. He could hardly fathom how the kind old man who had nurtured him was faring. Home! The two girls did not keep Ma Hongjun waiting long. After a brief moment of contemplation, they echoed in unison. Having chosen Ma Hongjun as their partner, they naturally centered their lives around him. His willingness to take them home signified the seriousness of his feelings, rendering any thoughts of training secondary. Ma Hongjun nodded in satisfaction, and soon found an opportunity to send Zhao Yun and the White Horse Idong back to the Three Kingdoms, leaving only Shui Ringui to protect him. Without strong escorts, entering the Slaughter City could prove troublesome, lacking the protection of the god of slaughter. Ma Hongjun opted for the formidable Shui Ringui as a safeguard, with Shui Ringui's strength rivaling that of Tang Hao. He believed dealing with the King of Slaughter would pose no issues. Of course, as long as the King of Slaughter had not transformed into Tang Chun. Ma Hongjun felt no trepidation. With that thought in mind, Ma Hongjun handed Shui Ringui a map, saying, Brother Shui, there should be little danger on our way home. Here is the address of the Slaughter City. Take this and scout ahead, but remember to prioritize your safety. Yes, my lord, Shui Ringui, summoned by the system, readily accepted Ma Hongjun's command. Without questioning the reasoning, he took the map and proceeded toward the Slaughter City. Unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, with Shui Ringui's departure, the world gained another god of slaughter, second only to Tang Hao. If one were to consider who possessed the strongest combat skills without utilizing soul power on the Douluo continent, it would undoubtedly be these true battlefield generals. Among those generals, The most formidable were certainly the divine generals, and the characters summoned by the system existed in a state of historical peak. The peak state of Shui Renge was truly deserving of the title of divine general. 3 days later, Ma Hongjun finally arrived at Suotawa City in the Bala Kingdom, accompanied by Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong. After meeting with Mayana, he sought out his sister Ma Xiaodai, intending to return home with her, only to find that Mayana had followed them. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but feel a headache. Having multiple women around was indeed a troublesome affair. As the saying goes, 3 women form a drama, and now, with Ma Dongmei included, there were 4. Fortunately, Ma Xiaodai served as a mediator, preventing the 3 women from quarreling over jealousy. Since meeting Mayana, Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhiqing had become wary and united against the mature and composed Mayana, now over 25 years of age. Mayana exuded a captivating charm, mature yet tinged with a hint of sensuality. Who could resist such allure? Although Ning Rongrong and Zhu Zhuqing were both strikingly beautiful, they were still merely 14 or 15 years old. Despite the general precocity of girls on the Douluo continent, their youthful innocence could not be concealed by physical maturity. In Wutong village, along a country path, a group of 5, 1 man and 4 women, strolled leisurely. Though Wutong village lacked the legendary Wutong trees, it boasted numerous tall and sturdy trees evenly distributed along the road. A variety of birds filled the trees, with the occasional sighting of sole beast-level avians. There are so many birds here. I absolutely adore this place, exclaimed Ning Rongrong, twirling happily along the country path in her light green princess dress, resembling a sprite. Huh, as long as you like it, once I have some leisure time and children, I will bring you all here to enjoy a peaceful life, Ma Hongjun mused, unable to suppress his yearning for such a scene, even with his usual composure. Who will want to live here with you? How shameless, Ning Rongrong retorted, casting a glance at Ma Hongjun. Indeed, quite young, Mayana remarked, eyeing Ning Rongrong, which nearly provoked a furious outburst from her. Humph, that's still far better than someone being an old cow eating young grass. Ning Rongrong, the little princess of the 7-treasure glazed tile school and a little demoness, was not one to back down. Faced with such a scene, Ma Hongjun chose to observe quietly, feigning ignorance. Having accepted them, they were all equal in his heart. As long as it did not touch upon principles, he would allow their quarrels. Otherwise, assisting one would inevitably lead to awkwardness. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuqing's aloof demeanor meant she avoided conflict. Otherwise, Ma Hongjun would have found himself in an even greater predicament. Although Zhu Zhuqing did not voice her thoughts, the hint of sorrow in her gaze caused Ma Hongjun's heart to ache. Simultaneously, he became even more resolute in his decision to refrain from engaging in flirtations. Upon entering the village ahead, Ma Hongjun led the 4 girls to a rather charming little villa with a tidy courtyard beside it. This was the small house where Ma Hongjun had once lived alone, marking his first home. Upon opening the villa's grand door, he encountered Grandpa Dima, who was preparing to head out. Good child, you are back. Has the issue with your Wuhuan been resolved? The village chief, Grandpa Dima, hurried toward Ma Hongjun, his eyes brimming with tears of joy as he gazed at him. Yes, I am back, and everything is resolved. Grandpa, look what I have brought you as a gift. In the presence of Dama Yi, whose hair had turned gray with age, Ma Hongjun noticed the slight redness in his eyes and quickly retrieved a precious herb, the Wan Yin Shun Wang, from his spatial soul guide. You've grown taller, and now even your shoulders are beyond my reach, he remarked. However, Dama Yi did not immediately accept the offering. Instead, he grasped Ma Hongjun's broad right hand and expressed his heartfelt appreciation. It was only after much persuasion from Ma Hongjun that Dama Yi finally accepted the young man's filial piety, and with Ma Hongjun's assistance, he refined the medicinal power of the Wan Yin Shen Wang, successfully breaking through to the Great Soul Master realm. After sharing a meal, Ma Hongjun chose not to stay in the quaint villa, but returned to his own humble abode. For a golden nest or a silver nest cannot compare to one's own doghouse. The 3 young women had also intended to stay, but with only 1 room available. They had to remain at the villa. Fortunately, Dama Yi frequently visited Ma Hongjun's courtyard, which appeared remarkably tidy and needed no cleaning before resting. Having spent 3 days in Wutong village with Dema Yi, Ma Hongjun personally escorted Zhu Zhuqing and Ning Rongrong to the world of the Three Kingdoms. He entrusted them with certain tasks, acknowledging their roles, though the most confidential matters were kept from them, as they were not originally from the Huaxia world. Chapter 185: The Newly Ascended Killing God, Shui Renge, and the promotion of the martial soul to the 10-headed fire phoenix. After settling the two women, Ma Hongjun prepared to venture into the city of slaughter for training. However, information from the special channels of Tian Luo Di Wang reached him first, announcing the arrival of a new killing god in the city of slaughter. On the very first day, this individual displayed extraordinary prowess by defeating 10 opponents single-handedly. The following day, he triumphed over 30 foes, and on the third day, he accomplished the remarkable feat of slaying 60 adversaries. The king of slaughter himself extended an invitation, promising the title of Killing God, engaging in a 2-hour discussion that was shrouded in mystery. The next day, the newly anointed Killing God braved the path to hell alone, passing through it with perfection, truly deserving of the title. His identity remained unknown, as did his affiliations, but he was described as remarkably youthful. Clad in white garments and armor, proficient with a Bao and a Feng Tianhua Ji, he became yet another young titled Douluo in the Douluo continent. Following the legendary Zhao Zilong of Changshan, various factions across the continent speculated about the origins of this white-clad killing god, as only the strongest among the titled Douluo could hope to attain such a title, leaving no room for doubt regarding his strength. Upon arriving in the city of slaughter, Ma Hongjun had his suspicions. Aside from Shui Li, known as Shui Rengui, it was unlikely that any other young titled Douluo would emerge in the current Douluo world. To his surprise, he discovered that the inner core of the 10-headed Liang snake had also been acquired by Shui Rengui ahead of time and presented to him. Thus, Ma Hongjun took the inner core and, alongside Shui Rengui, ventured deep into the forest to begin its refinement. According to the original text, the process of refining the inner core was fraught with risks and difficulties. Any external disturbance could lead to failure, or worse, the loss of one's life. While Ma Hongjun believed that the energy of the Luxing Lei could revive the dead, absorbing the inner core of the 10-headed Liang snake directly affected the martial soul, which was intimately connected to the soul. Compared to physical injuries, soul wounds were far more challenging to heal, and Ma Hongjun's current level of the 9-leaf swordgrass was insufficient to mitigate all risks associated with soul injuries. Therefore, he resolved to be cautious and decided to reach level 60 before absorbing the inner core, after which he would proceed to train in the city of slaughter. Naturally, Shui Rengui held Ma Hongjun in high regard and hastened their journey to the nearest soul beast forest. Unbeknownst to them, their movements had already caught the attention of others, with Ma Hongjun being a mere incidental focus. In the celestial realm above, the Shura god observed intently as Shui Rengui regarded Ma Hongjun as his superior. Despite lacking the aura of that world, the methods displayed by Shui Rengui were clearly not those of the Douluo realm, bearing similarities to the techniques of a certain Tang San from the past. Perhaps for Ma Hongjun, the Shura god could uncover more about this individual. Since Shui Rengui had embarked on the path to hell, he had drawn the attention of the Shura god, who had left behind methods in that realm. Such a person seemed ideal to become his successor. However, he noted that the attack methods employed by this individual were somewhat unlike those of the Douluo realm, prompting him to observe further. He soon discovered this unprecedented young genius, who commanded the respect of even those below the Soul Emperor level, which piqued his curiosity. Moreover, the Shura god, who frequently observed the Douluo continent, was not unfamiliar with Ma Hongjun, having some recollection of him. After all, he was a figure who mingled with the children of fates, yet remained uncrushed. At a different mysterious location, the atmosphere was filled with lava, the skies ablaze with fiery hues, and the temperatures so extreme that any soul master below the rank of Soul Emperor would evaporate instantly. What was initially perceived as mediocre talent turned out to harbor significant opportunities, suggesting that this grandson of mine harbored many secrets and had discovered a pathway to that world. An elderly man clad in a crimson robe gazed at a peculiar flame hovering before him, within which the scene of Ma Hongjun's current predicament was vividly displayed. The realm beyond the first-level divine realm was impervious to probing, and the news brought back from the incarnation of the god of destruction had sparked great curiosity among all. If it were merely a world devoid of deities, it would not have attracted their attention. But this realm was home to divine kings who, even if not adept in combat, still commanded awe. Consequently, the entire divine realm erupted into chaos, with various factions beginning to strategize in the Douluo continent. As the most illustrious elite soul master competition unfolded, Ma Hongjun's outstanding performance naturally drew the eyes of all factions. Ultimately, the venerable fire god, despite his age, firmly claimed Ma Hongjun as his own. Unfortunately, the manner in which Ma Hongjun returned Zhao Yun and others fell under the scrutiny of the fire god. Fortunately, for reasons unknown, the fire god exhibited remarkable leniency toward Ma Hongjun, viewing it as an opportunity for him and refrained from revealing it. The old man suddenly seemed to sense something and drew a line of special fiery energy towards the direction of the Douluo continent. In an instant, the Shura god, who was spying on Ma Hongjun and Xuerun Gue, lost his target. It is worth noting that unless in a special location, even a divine king cannot maintain continuous observation of the Douluo continent. Only in such places, using techniques left by the gods, could one lock onto a target and follow its movements. Now that the aura had dissipated, tracking would become exceedingly difficult. The ancient fire god. This old fellow is still so stingy. It was merely a matter of observing that young man. How unfortunate that he erased the aura of the one I had my eyes on, grumbled the Shura god, usually fierce and stern. As he refrained from expressing his anger and instead resigned himself to misfortune, ceasing his investigation into the Douluo continent, Ma Hongjun suddenly felt a wave of relief. Ever since the conclusion of the competition, he had sensed a feeling of being watched. Despite his meticulous scrutiny revealing no abnormalities and no palpable malice, the sensation intensified after meeting Xuerun, accompanied by an ominous sense of impending doom. This is also the reason why Ma Hongjun did not choose to break through into the world of Songhua. Moreover, Xuerun Gue had just emerged from the city of slaughter, and he harbored a subtle doubt in his heart. Only when Ma Hongjun was thus reassured did he commence his cultivation of soul power. After 3 months, Ma Hongjun successfully advanced his soul power to level 60. After absorbing the inner core of the 10-headed Liang She without any peril, Ma Hongjun's evil fire phoenix martial soul underwent a complete metamorphosis, transforming into the 10-headed fire phoenix martial soul. Host, Ma Hongjun soul power, level 61 talent. Sealed martial soul, Juya Jian Sao. 10-headed fire phoenix subordinates, Xuerun Gue, Liu Bowen, Qing Yaojin. Zhao Zilong subordinate legion. By Ma Yitsong chapter 186. Caozi Jianjue, as soon as the 10-headed fire phoenix was born, its martial soul quality reached divine tier. Although sharing the same name, its quality far surpassed that of the original work. Ma Hongjun was reborn from the flames, with the excess flesh on his face vanishing, his muscles contracting and becoming more refined, revealing a tall and handsome young man emerging from the flames, even more striking than the handsome Xuerun Gue beside him. With his fiery red hair adding vitality to his charming visage, he felt a surge of confidence in his newfound strength. Accompanied by Xuerun Gue, the newly minted harbinger of death, Ma Hongjun easily entered the city of slaughter, where the king of slaughter personally welcomed him. Xuerun Gue's formidable prowess rendered the restrictions of the city of slaughter inconsequential. He relied not on soul skills, but rather on his unparalleled strength. After Ma Hongjun expressed his desire for experience, Xuerun Gue granted him considerable convenience. Following Xuerun Gue's departure, Ma Hongjun began his own trials within the city of slaughter, without relying on his martial soul's soul power. Even an ordinary title Dalu would not dare to underestimate Ma Hongjun's capabilities. However, Ma Hongjun remained cautious, diligently honing his sword intent. His primary focus was the refined version of the Cao Zi Jianjue, which had become an essential aspect of his strength in the absence of soul power. As he delved deeper into the Cao Zi Jianjue, Ma Hongjun discerned that the cultivation methods in the world of Douluo paled in comparison to those of the perfect world. Even the cultivation techniques from the Zhonghua family were inferior, as they merely represented foundational practices. Both Douluo and Zhonghua's methods possessed their unique characteristics, differing only in the levels of power. Even the so-called deities merely represented the starting point of cultivation. In Ma Hongjun's understanding, if the perfect world could be considered a vast universe, then Douluo might only be deemed a minor realm. Thus, even the refined Cao Zijian Jue significantly enhanced Ma Hongjun's strength. Without it, he would not stand a chance against the ruthless denizens of the City of Slaughter. Since entering the City of Slaughter, Ma Hongjun had discovered that his soul skills had been sealed, leaving him with only soul power to draw upon. For a Douluo adept reliant on soul skills, this was akin to hell. It seemed his strength was still insufficient. Otherwise, with the might of his martial soul, even divine power would struggle to impose a seal. This was merely Ma Hongjun's internal contemplation. While he surmised correctly, if he were truly capable of breaking through the seal with his martial soul's uniqueness, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of the Shura King. Such an occurrence would not only be significant for him, but would also send shockwaves through the Zhonghua family. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun had no intention of entering the secret realm of Tong Tianhai, as he harbored subtle concerns about drawing divine attention. Through a series of battles, Ma Hongjun's sword techniques and combat experience became increasingly refined. On several occasions, he was besieged and severely wounded. Had it not been for the nine-leaf sword grass infused with the life energy of Liu Xinglei, he might have succumbed. The Caozi Jianjue, systematically optimized, is divided into 9 levels. The first level for beginners, the 4th level for minor mastery, the 7th level for major mastery, and the 9th level for perfection. Reaching the 4th level would allow one to rival a title Douluo, while major mastery could even enable one to slay gods. This bears resemblance to Zhao Yin's cultivation of Bai Niao, Zhao Feng, and Qitan Panlong, as they do not heavily rely on soul power or internal energy. This unique method of cultivation elevates one's martial techniques and, subsequently, enhances soul power levels. The advancement of the Cao Zi Jianjue also propels the increase in soul power levels. Hence, this is why Ma Hongjun focuses on its cultivation. Not every martial technique enhancement leads to a rise in soul power. It depends on individual talent and fortune, as well as mastery of the cultivation method. As Zhao Yun's sovereign, Ma Hongjun had privately researched the techniques of cultivation, and it was only recently that he discovered the resonance between the Cao Zi Jianjue and the technique's cultivation method, enabling their binding connection. Zhao Yun's strength surpasses that of other martial generals precisely because he's simultaneously bound by Niao Zhaofeng and Qitan Panlong. Zhao Yun's self-created Qitan Panlong is a martial technique that rivals the Cao Zi Jianjue. Unfortunately, it only consists of 7 levels, and it has yet to reach perfection. The 7th level remains merely an idea. The 7th level of Qitan Panlong is no less formidable than the 7th level of the Cao Zi Jianjue, excelling in battlefield combat. It is crucial to note that in the presence of cloud energy on the battlefield, everyone's strength is suppressed, rendering such martial techniques godly assets in combat. 3 months later, Ma Hongjun's Cao Zi Jianjue finally reached the 3rd level, just a step away from minor mastery. Now, even without utilizing soul skills, Ma Hongjun could rival a soul Douluo, and upon attaining minor mastery, he would possess the strength of a title Douluo. In the City of Slaughter, where he could not employ soul skills, even title Douluo experts no longer posed a threat to him. Indeed, only through combat does one progress most rapidly. It seems this place no longer serves as a suitable environment for my trials, and it appears that I must depart from here. Ma Hongjun sat up from his bed, exhaling deeply. With the Cao Zi Jianjue cultivated to the 3rd level, his soul power had also increased by 1 level. Upon reaching the 2nd level, his soul power had similarly risen, and now Ma Hongjun stood as a level 63 assault type Soul Emperor. In truth, labeling him purely as an assault type does not entirely suit the characteristics of his martial soul, whether aiding and healing allies or engaging in combat. The Jioya Jian Cao enhances Ma Hongjun's abilities in a comprehensive manner. Fortunately, Ma Hongjun's personality leans towards a more reserved demeanor. Had he possessed a more exuberant and boisterous nature, he might have already proclaimed himself an all-encompassing soul master to the world. Ma Hongjun pushed open the door and walked step by step toward the Douluo field, where he had arranged for his final battle. This would be his concluding 9 matches. If he could triumph in these 9 contests, he would earn the prestigious title of Harbinger of Death. Rather than approaching the final 9 matches one by one, Ma Hongjun chose to take the back door of the King of Slaughter to amplify the difficulty, merging the original 9 matches into one. The Soul Masters below the title Douluo level, who should have appeared in the final 9 matches, were bypassed due to Ma Hongjun's maneuvering. It was not out of fear of being in the spotlight. Rather, the Soul Masters below the title Douluo level posed no threat to him here. Consequently, concentrating all title Douluo opponents into a single final match would undoubtedly increase the challenge manifold. Chapter 187. A blade of grass can cut through sun, moon, and stars. As Ma Hongjun stepped into the arena, the air was filled with raucous cheers, chanting his title, Sword God. Indeed, not the god of death, nor the god of Azura, but the ethereal deity of swords. Ma Hongjun's past battles had not exhibited the gruesome brutality often associated with combat. Unlike others, he would often dispatch his foes with a single, bloodless strike. His opponents would find themselves decapitated without a trace of bloodshed. Even the mightiest of adversaries would tremble in fear upon facing him, harboring no illusion of victory. Upon his arrival at the arena, Ma Hongjun found his 9 adversaries already assembled. Each one was a desperate outlaw, their soul power reaching the coveted title Douluo level. Merely one soul ring shy of becoming the pinnacle of strength on this continent. Should they achieve 100 consecutive victories and escape the city of slaughter, they would undoubtedly emerge as formidable titled Douluos. Alas, without completing the 100 consecutive victories, none could leave this place unless they possessed strength far superior to all others, thereby compelling the King of Slaughter and his ilk to fight 100 victorious battles before they could depart. Ma Hongjun gazed upon these ruthless individuals, their minds clouded by the intent to kill, with only thoughts of slaughter occupying their hearts. He could not help but sigh. If these individuals could be harnessed to serve him, they would constitute an immense power capable of influencing the very outcome of world conflicts. Regrettably, only one of them could leave this arena alive, as each of these 9 had over 90 consecutive victories to their names. Though their judgment was impaired by the aura of slaughter, their innate combat instincts remained unyielded, and in fact, the influence of the killing intent rendered them more ferocious. Unafraid of death. If only I truly did not wish to kill you, but alas, to escape this place, you must perish. With this thought, Ma Hongjun activated the 8 gates, his speed and combat prowess surging dramatically. The long-dormant 8 gates proved their worth in this instance, as they were not classified as soul skills. The 9 titled Douluos, their eyes blood-red, retained a sliver of rationality thanks to their formidable soul power, and they united to assault Ma Hongjun. The first to strike was a one-eyed titled Dalu wielding a meteor hammer, aiming for Ma Hongjun's head. Ma Hongjun leaned back to evade the blow, but before he could counter, he felt a chill behind him. Not daring to hold back, he summoned the dual wings of his phoenix, martial soul, and soared rapidly into the air. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 icy arrows landed where he had just stood. A voluptuous figure cloaked in black, her hands gripping a bow, prepared to continue her assault on Ma Hongjun. Spears, greatswords, clubs, bows, meteor hammers, sabers, and even whips came at him from all angles with remarkable precision. Their speed was astonishing. Indeed, they could not be underestimated, and Ma Hongjun narrowly avoided a grave misstep. Realizing the perils of premature complacency, utilizing the enhanced agility granted by the 8 gates, he evaded the incoming attacks, suspended in mid-air, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. The attackers remained silent, relentlessly targeting Ma Hongjun. Though lacking in intricate techniques, each strike was a straightforward kill move. After a quarter of an hour, Ma Hongjun finally discerned their patterns and began to counter their attacks. The battle raged on, both sides locked in a fierce struggle. Yet upon closer inspection, One could see Ma Hongjun sustaining increasing wounds, while the 9 titled Douluos appeared relatively unscathed due to their shared damage. Should this arrogant youth perish here, that individual would surely return to annihilate the city of slaughter. He must not come to harm. In a private box, a peculiar figure adorned with horns and crimson markings fixated on the arena, pondering intently. Rest assured, my lord, he has already signed the Azura contract. In the contest, life and death are left to fate. Moreover, we advised him against challenging so many formidable foes at once. It was his own decision, and even that individual would have no grounds to blame us. A seductive woman in black attire held a cup of crimson liquid for the peculiar figure, interjecting, What is there to blame? If it comes to that, we shall simply flee from here. This fool is courting death. Even I cannot disrupt the rules of the contest, lest the punishment be more grievous than that individual's fate. The king of slaughter scoffed dismissively, his dissatisfaction evident. He felt both hatred and helplessness toward the mysterious individual who had appeared recently, utterly unaffected by the rules of the city of slaughter. In the meantime, Ma Hongjun suddenly repelled the onslaught of his assailants, summoned a leaf, and consumed it, instantly healing his wounds before charging back into the fray. Witnessing this extraordinary transformation and seemingly unscrupulous behavior, the 9 were filled with rage, while within the private box, the king of slaughter, instead of expressing anger, sighed in relief, realizing this individual's soul skill can indeed circumvent some of the rules here. No wonder he was brought forth by that person. Throughout the battle, Ma Hongjun absorbed insights into the art of killing, employing the leaves of the Jui Jianshao each time he felt on the verge of collapse. After ascending to the Soul Emperor rank, Ma Hongjun had summoned 6 leaves within a single day, although he could not yet maintain multiple leaves simultaneously. Enduring half a day of combat proved sufficient. As time elapsed, the titled Douluos across from him began to exhibit signs of fatigue, and before they could react, Ma Hongjun made his move. I possess a blade of grass that can slay immortals, extinguish deities, and take lives. I wield a sword that can obscure the heavens, eclipse the moon, and sever the stars. The Jui Jianshao, which had transformed into 9 leaves, morphed into the shape of a single blade of grass and soared forth. The sky above the city of slaughter shifted from crimson to dark red, emanating an overwhelming sword intent that pierced the heavens, resonating throughout the Douluo continent. Within the city of slaughter, all sword-shaped weapons and martial souls inexplicably trembled, bowing in reverence toward the direction of the Jui Jianshao. It was through the pressure exerted by the 9 titled Douluos that he had broken through to a minor success in the grass character sword technique, activating a portion of the Jui Jianshao's inherent power. The world itself bore witness to this phenomenon, influenced by the sword intent. Simultaneously, in the 7-treasure glazed tile school of the Tiando Empire, an elder clad in white with flowing white hair suddenly grasped his long sword. Such potent sword intent, from such a distance, could even provoke a sense of wariness in my martial soul. The 7 killing sword. It seems a remarkable sword cultivator has emerged on this continent. I ought to be cautious. Alas, I wonder how Rong is faring. If I ever encounter that insufferable brat again, I shall make him regret it. Sword Doa Chenshin gazed toward the source of the sword, intent emanating from the city of slaughter, harboring an inexplicable reverence, only to be reminded of his beloved granddaughter who had been taken away by a certain individual. Chapter 188, Establishing Foundations Amidst Chaos, Achieving Greatness with a Single Strike. The heavens and earth dimmed. Under the minor success of the sword intent, the titled Douluos were rendered powerless. The 9 titled Douluos fell simultaneously, struck down by the blindingly sharp sword energy. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying 9 titled Douluos and obtaining a golden treasure chest. Ma Hongjun was taken aback, surprised to discover that slaying titled Douluos would yield rewards. Glancing around, he felt it was not yet the appropriate time to inspect the system's information. Ma Hongjun descended from the arena, directing his gaze toward the private box of the King of Slaughter. Indeed, it did not take long for a figure clad in blood red, adorned with demonic wings, resembling the demon Lord Douluo, to emerge. It is time to make an announcement. The King of Slaughter made a concerted effort to conceal the flicker of horror that lay deep within his gaze, silently nodding before addressing the still shocked crowd below. Congratulations to number 9333 for completing the Slaughter Challenge with an impressive 100 consecutive kills, earning the qualification to tread the path to hell. Of course, esteemed number 9333. You may also choose to leave this place directly. After speaking, he turned his attention to Ma Hongjun, complimenting him with a tone of deference. His humility was not merely for the sake of Shui Rengui's reputation, but rather a result of being awed by the might of Ma Hongjun's sword. However, at that moment, Ma Hongjun found himself in a predicament, with his soul power nearly depleted from that single strike. He lacked even the minimal soul power required to summon the healing nine-leaf grass. For now, he could only remain motionless, watching the King of Slaughter announce the results while secretly recovering his soul power. Fortunately, the recovery ability of the Breath of the Sun was remarkably potent. By the time the King of Slaughter finished his proclamation, he had regained a significant amount of power and was ready to summon the nine-leaf grass once more. There is no need for the path to hell. Please escort me out, Ma Hongjun stated calmly, glancing at the King of Slaughter. He had already sent a message to Shui Rengui, and not out of fear of death, but from a sense of prudence, understanding that at such a time, it was wise to maintain some level of intimidation to avoid complications. As for the path to hell, it had already been compromised by Shui Rengui, rendering it ineffective for Ma Hongjun, who sought not to be monitored. Although Shui Rengui had accessed the path to hell and formed a domain of the God of Slaughter, it was not the typical domain. It was a unique realm formed through his own comprehension of killing intent, detached from the inherent nature of the God of Slaughter's domain. Due to the differing cultivation methods, the domain of the God of Slaughter could not be attached to Shui Rengui, who lacked a soul ring, thus making it impossible to probe into his situation through the domain itself. The only way to investigate would be to lock onto a target and follow them step by step. Very well, I shall escort you, the King of Slaughter said, his mood visibly lightening. The fewer gods of slaughter in this world, the more he relished it. In his delight, he unconsciously mimicked the speech patterns of a certain individual. After all, although he had not interacted much with Ma Hongjun, it was evident that their connection ran deep. Ma Hongjun looked at him in surprise, wondering if this fellow was a flower cultivator due to his peculiar tone. Nevertheless, he said nothing further, merely nodding in acknowledgement, then swiftly consumed the nine-leaf grass, instantly replenishing his soul power and alleviating his injuries to some extent. Just as the King of Slaughter prepared to send Ma Hongjun away, he suddenly lifted his gaze, his expression turning grave as he looked toward the horizon. A colossal hammer descended with unparalleled might, accompanied by a commanding voice. I am the God of Slaughter, Tang Hao. My son shall come here to undergo training shortly. I trust the King of Slaughter will take care of him. With that, the immense Haotian hammer vanished into thin air. What has transpired on the continent lately, causing so many individuals to come here for training? Thankfully, this time it was not the gods of slaughter who had come personally. Otherwise, like last time, the Slaughter City would have faced annihilation. You need not worry. With the King of Slaughter here, the Slaughter City cannot descend into chaos. Apart from that last individual who remains unaffected, no god of slaughter within the Slaughter City can rival our king. The faces of the Slaughter Knights displayed panic, and upon witnessing the disappearance of the Haotian hammer, they collectively sighed in relief, engaging in fervent discussions. The King of Slaughter did not respond but turned to Ma Hongjun, saying, My lord, please forgive me for the inconvenience. The Slaughter City has been rather tumultuous lately. I shall escort you away at once. Ah, no trouble at all. Ma Hongjun replied courteously. I pay my respects to the lord. Congratulations on your return from training. As he stepped through the portal opened by the King of Slaughter, the first figure to greet him was Shui Rengui. So this was the reason the King of Slaughter dared not act recklessly, Ma Hongjun mused, a wry smile appearing as he helped Shui Rengui to his feet. Brother Shui, I have told you countless times, there is no need for such formalities with me. Treat me as a brother. Why do you, like Brother Zilong, refuse to heed my counsel? My lord, please do not put me in a difficult position. There's a distinction between ruler and subject. You are the Lord, and I am but a servant. If you manage to unify the chaotic realm in the future, I shall certainly lay down my armor and live as your brother. That would be my greatest fortune, and how could I refuse? However, the weight of your great undertaking must come first, Xuerengui expressed hesitantly after rising. Alas, very well. For the sake of brotherhood, I shall indeed bring an end to the chaos and unify Huaxia. Ma Hongjun replied earnestly, no longer pressing the issue. Ma Hongjun realized that whether it was Lu Ji, Cheng Yaojin, or Xuerengui, they all harbored an obsession with unifying Huaxia, constantly urging him to strive for progress. Yet, he did not find this bothersome. Unification of the flower-growing realm was also his goal. However, he was unsure if the system felt he had grown complacent, as it continually updated and replaced his summoned generals, who were perpetually spurring him toward the grand achievement of unification. Let us return to Tiando City first to confer with our teacher. Then we shall proceed to quell the chaos, lay a foundation, and achieve great success, Ma Hongjun declared, his eyes reflecting determination and aspiration, unaffected by the killing intent around him. Seeing this, Xuerengui could not help but think to himself that Ma Hongjun had spent so much time in the Slaughter City, yet remained entirely unperturbed by its rules and killing intent, truly deserving of being the chosen one. Ma Hongjun, however, did not ponder this deeply, attributing it to his prior understanding that those in the Slaughter City were fierce individuals stained with blood. Unbeknownst to him, the killing intent that had unknowingly emerged within him was gradually being absorbed by the nine-leaf sword-grass martial spirit, evolving it in the process. After returning to Tiando City and addressing some matters regarding the Tianlaotuang organization, Ma Hongjun took stock of the current situation of his forces. Douluo Continent, Faction, Tianlaotuang. Affiliated Academy, Shrek Academy. Intelligence Organization, Tianwei. Note: to differentiate from the flower cultivator Baixiaoxing, Ma Hongjun had already restructured the organization upon returning from the Three Kingdoms world. Three Kingdoms World, Faction, Penglai Tower. Intelligence Organization, Baixiaoxing. Chapter 189. The Beginning of World Fusion, Astonishing Secrets Through the Investigations of the Intelligence Faction. Ma Hongjun discovered that this world held numerous secrets unknown to outsiders. Nearly all top-tier factions possessed their own intelligence networks, except for those hidden families that had yet to establish such systems. The Spirit Hall and the three great empires boasted formidable intelligence operations. Fortunately, the intelligence faction Ma Hongjun had established benefited from the assistance of the poison Dalu and the spiritual herbs within the Yin-Yang 2 Instrument Eye, combined with the backing of the Shrek Academy faculty, allowing Tianlaotuang to develop into a powerful intelligence faction in less than a decade. Moreover, due to the focus on developing the intelligence faction, its capabilities were not inferior to those of the three great sex intelligence organizations, and in fact, might even exceed them. Even the Spirit Hall's intelligence operations were unlikely to surpass Tianlaotuang by much. Tianlaotuang was initially founded as an intelligence and assassination faction, and its growth was not surprising. However, due to Ma Hongjun's breadth of ghost technique, the strength of its mid to lower tier factions continuously increased, subtly positioning it to become the premier intelligence organization on the continent. If not for the existence of various Spirit Hall branches across the continent, Tianlaotuang would have already claimed the title of the foremost intelligence organization. When it comes to covert intelligence operations, Tianlaotuang could confidently assert that it ranked second. Even the Spirit Hall would not dare claim the top spot. The intelligence forces typically operate in the shadows. However, due to the formidable prowess of Wuhuan Temple, they possess a robust intelligence system, both covertly and overtly. It appears that Tianluo Diwang must also devise strategies to cultivate its overt power. Ma Hongjun murmured to himself. The rationale behind Ma Hongjun's dispatch of Zhu Zhuqing to the Three Kingdoms world lies herein. He seeks to enable her to seize the clandestine forces of Penglai Tower. For only then can Lu Bowen extricate himself to prepare for greater endeavors. Ringui, how about we journey to Xingluo Empire? It is not yet the opportune moment to return to the Three Kingdoms world. Even if we did, we would achieve little. Ma Hongjun reflected upon the obstacles faced by Tianluo Diwang. and a spark of inspiration ignited within him. Indeed, Shui Ren-gui presently serves as a guardian, ever vigilant by Ma Hongjun's side. While he had considered Zhu Zhuqing's martial spirit suitable for covert assassination, he had overlooked the fact that she is backed by a prominent family. Should Zhu's clan join forces, the assassin capabilities of Tianluo Diwang would undoubtedly flourish. This led him to contemplate Tang San's Tang Min, which prompted him to shake his head in silent disapproval. The Min family, affiliated with Haoyan sect, also stands as an exemplary ally for intelligence gathering, yet they remain out of reach. However, collaboration under the auspices of Shrek Academy might not face rejection. Contemplating this, Ma Hongjun retrieved paper and ink from his desk to outline the developmental trajectory of Tianluo Diwang. He noted, seek cooperation to further enhance intelligence sources, develop assassin strength, bolster overall power, ultimately transitioning from the shadows to the light, and establish strongholds, balancing both. As Ma Hongjun's influence expanded, he was granted another opportunity for a lottery draw. 1 year later, a thunderous roar echoed thrice, capturing the attention of all formidable beings across both realms. The worlds had intertwined, forming two connected yet distinct domains, separated by the Tongtian Sea's secret realm, allowing warriors and soul masters to traverse freely between the two realms. On almost simultaneous day, a cataclysmic battle erupted within the Tongtian Sea, catching the Douluo realm off guard and resulting in severe losses. What perplexed many was that, following the battle, the continental forces led by Tianluo Diwang, supported by the Seven Treasures Glaze sect and the Jiao Xen Haitang clan, seemingly defected en masse to a foreign domain, aligning themselves with a faction known as Penglai Tower. Over the past year, Tianluo Diwang had been steadily gaining strength, attracting numerous affiliated factions, including the Zhu family of Xinglua Empire, who had succumbed to its influence through unknown means. Furthermore, for 2 consecutive days, hidden clans entered the Tongtian Sea, never to return. 3 days later, in the realm of the Three Kingdoms, Flinder gazed at his disciple with a complex expression. Hongjun, is aligning with the foreign domain truly the right choice? Will it genuinely allow you to break free from invisible constraints and attain freedom? Are you sharing this with your teacher out of personal interest? There is indeed personal interest, yet my words hold no deceit. To ascend to godhood in the Douluo realm necessitates undergoing the divine trials, and self-cultivation towards divinity is no longer viable. After the sea goddess faith became the path to godhood, sentient beings can no longer dictate their fates. The opportunity for autonomous cultivation toward divinity exists only in the realm of the Three Kingdoms. Ma Hongjun discerned the complexity in his teacher's gaze and offered words of comfort. During the past year, as Tianluo Diwang expanded its influence, Ma Hongjun earned a lottery opportunity. This time, rather than drawing a martial general, he opted for the essence of all things. The rewards were twofold, yet they utterly disrupted all of Ma Hongjun's plans. One was a comprehensive analysis of the Douluo realm's essence, and the other, an analysis of the Three Kingdoms realm's essence. Both rewards contained vast knowledge and secrets. It became evident that the inability to cultivate toward divinity in the Douluo realm was superficially attributed to the deficiency in world essence, which could not foster more powerful beings. However, a shocking scheme lay beneath. Even a divine king remained oblivious to this plot. The heavenly Tao, impartial and unfeeling, harbors no desires. Once it does, the world teeters on the brink of destruction. The heavenly Tao of the Douluo realm not only harbors desires, but also seeks to subtly control the gods. This was the primary reason Ma Hongjun's allied factions switched allegiances amidst chaos. He had no time for elaborate schemes, merely explaining the circumstances of the Douluo realm to the others. Remaining in the Douluo realm was perilous. Lives could be claimed by the whims of the Douluo heavenly Tao at any moment. Under the original trajectory, life threats would be negligible, and following Tang San, the Son of Fortune, would yield benefits. However, the emergence of the Three Kingdoms world altered everything. Should the heavenly Tao of the Three Kingdoms aim to engulf that of Douluo, the already self-serving heavenly Tao would fight fiercely, potentially sacrificing all sentient beings within the world. The heavenly Tao decrees death. Escaping Douluo continent proves futile, as the Douluo realm is far more complex than merely Douluo star. Only in the Three Kingdoms realm, free from the Douluo heavenly Tao, could one evade its reckoning. Thus, without hesitation, Hongjun chose to defect, decisively consolidating forces during this rapid expansion and rallying allies to collectively align with Penglai Tower. While termed a defection, only Hongjun and the upper echelons of Penglai Tower understood that this was merely a reorganization of the powers of both worlds. Among those who followed Hongjun were naturally the higher-ups of Shrek Academy. Among the Shrek 8 monsters, only Tang San and Dai Mubai chose to remain in the Douluo realm. Even Xiao Wu and Deming followed suit. Tang San could not depart the Douluo realm. As being the son of fortune, leaving and aligning with the Three Kingdoms world would undoubtedly disturb the balance of fate and provoke the wrath of the Douluo heavenly Tao. Although Dai Mubai was not the son of fortune, he bore the legacy of an entire nation's fate within the Douluo realm. The Douluo continent serves as the epicenter of fate aggregation within the Douluo world, and the significance of Xingluo Empire to the heavenly Tao is self-evident. All is preordained. As long as the predetermined fate remains unchanged, the heavenly Tao will not act rashly. Otherwise, should the divine beings become aware, it would surely incite rebellion among sentient beings. A scenario the heavenly Tao would not wish to witness. The influx of powerful factions naturally drew the attention of the lords. However, Penglai Tower's mediation ensured that each lord reaped benefits, garnering the allegiance of numerous hidden powerhouses. Otherwise, how would they permit these individuals into their territories? Even if many bore countenances reminiscent of the flower-bearing nation? Chapter 190. Shuhan, Wuhan, Weihan, the new tripartite division of the Three Kingdoms. The analysis of the Three Kingdoms world astonished Hongjun to the point of dropping his jaw. Originally, the Three Kingdoms world was a subordinate realm of a grand world, having separated due to unique circumstances. The name of that grand world was one Hongjun was intimately familiar with, Hongjun Great World. Simultaneously, Hongjun gained a clearer understanding of the concept of worlds. Hongjun Great World, the foremost among the 3,000 great worlds in the universe, despite its title, remains isolated from the others. It is a closed-off realm, much like the Douluo realm, entirely sealed off from the outside world. However, Douluo is merely a relatively small thousand world. The reason Hongjun is deemed the foremost among the 3,000 great worlds is due to the multitude of illustrious figures within its confines, with legends permeating nearly every world. Yet, unbeknownst to all, the true Hongjun realm had experienced catastrophic annihilation over a decade ago, undergoing a rebirth, while the Three Kingdoms minor world was the fortunate survivor of that cataclysm. Hongjun attained profound insights into the world of the Three Kingdoms through the comprehensive analysis of the celestial principles, which compelled him to reconsider his future. He speculated that he might be among the last individuals before the cataclysm of the Hongjun realm, transported to the Douluo world by the system prior to its obliteration. He yearned for the system to guide him away from this world and elevate him to a higher plane, believing that the true spirits would eventually re-evolve according to their destined paths. He was determined to locate his parents and loved ones from his past life. Hope ignited anew within Hongjun, this time with a palpable sense of purpose. However, he recognized the necessity of further strengthening his abilities. Otherwise, even if he discovered a means to access the Hongjun realm, he would be utterly powerless in a place where golden immortals roamed freely, rendering a mere soul emperor unable to navigate. It was conceivable that the newly evolving Hongjun realm had yet to give rise to sentient beings, in which case, Hongjun would not hesitate to venture forth in pursuit of opportunity. Nevertheless, the flow of time varied across worlds, and the true circumstances remained uncertain. In the realm of the Three Kingdoms, the resurgence of spiritual energy had bolstered the might of powerful warlords, while the weaker factions, though somewhat strengthened, had become increasingly feeble. Consequently, only a handful of warlords remained, and the most significant event transpiring was Liu Bei's earnest entreaty to Zhuge Liang to emerge from seclusion, occurring 6 years earlier than recorded in history. Although Ma Hongjun had previously dispatched individuals to search for Zhuge Liang, the latter was steadfast in his refusal to ally himself, devoted solely to the restoration of the Han dynasty. Ma Hongjun did not press the matter, as the absence of Zhuge Liang would render Liu Bei's ambitions akin to a delusion. As a Han individual, Ma Hongjun yearned for the strength and prosperity of his nation, which led him to forego further insistence. It was only on the eve of the world's unification that Zhuge Liang finally emerged to assist Liu Bei. Liu Ning, Ma Hongjun's name in his past life, naturally fostered a sense of kinship with Liu Bei, yet the warlord he admired most among the three kingdoms was Cao Cao. In comparison to Liu Bei's ambiguous righteousness, Cao Cao's extraordinary vision resonated more profoundly with Ma Hongjun. He was reluctant to offend either figure, which led to the misfortune of the relatively conservative Sun Wu. At present, the three kingdoms had yet to be established, and Ma Hongjun's policy was to supplant Eastern Wu. Once the three kingdoms were formed, he intended to unite with Cao and Liu to annex the Douluo domain. The current three kingdoms in Douluo could no longer be regarded as a singular world and were referred to as domains. 3 years later, the landscape of the realm gradually stabilized, with warlords either surrendering or being vanquished, resulting in a tripartite division of power among the Shu Han, Wu Han, and Wei Han. The Penglai Tower replaced Sun Wu as Wu Han, and due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, the dynamics of the realm became clear ahead of time. Cao Cao, harboring loyalty towards the Han dynasty, renamed his faction Wei Han, and all three kingdoms bore the name Han. Ma Hongjun adopted the name Liu Ning, claiming descent from the Han dynasty, and sought to eliminate the Sun family, declaring himself the king of Han Wu. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could that lad Liu Ning possibly subdue the rogue Liu Bu? Is he not afraid of retribution? Cao Cao exclaimed in disbelief while dining in his tent, perusing intelligence reports delivered by his subordinates. Abruptly, upon reading the contents of the report, his expression shifted dramatically, and the rice in his hand lost its appeal. He overturned the bowl onto the table and commanded, "Summon my officers, disseminate the news, and issue a decree seeking talented individuals. Wei Han is in dire need of talent, regardless of status. From this day forth, we shall establish a hall of virtuous scholars and a temple of divine generals." Cao Cao, who had initially been skeptical, rapidly accepted the reality of the situation and quickly devised a countermeasure. It turned out that Ma Hongjun, also known as Liu Ning, had been vigorously recruiting from the lower classes since the establishment of Wu Han, emulating Cao Cao's call for talent. The scale of his recruitment was astonishing, disregarding any objections from the gentry. Compared to Cao Cao's approach of placating while seeking talent, Ma Hongjun's method proved exponentially more effective, attracting numerous disillusioned military and civil officials to his cause. Due to the enhancement of individual prowess, even formidable figures like Liu Bu and Ma Chao found themselves without support, and lacking grievances against Ma Hongjun, they flocked to his banner. These individuals at this juncture seemed unconcerned with factional biases. While strategies remained indispensable, strength was paramount. The old notions of aristocracy had not adapted rapidly enough, presenting a unique opportunity for Ma Hongjun. Liu Ji waved his feather fan and remarked with a smile, "Indeed, your insight as a strategist is commendable. Not only have we gained General Liu Bu, but we have also acquired the fierce warrior Ma Chao." What a lead! Cheng Yaojin, clutching his belly, laughed boisterously in satisfaction. This time, we have seized the initiative. However, we must not underestimate the resolve of Liu Bei and Cao Cao. I believe they will reassess the relationship between the gentry and commoners upon witnessing our accomplishments. Seated upon the throne, Ma Hongjun, as Liu Ning, could hardly contain his excitement. This was equivalent to the fortune of 2 lottery draws. I believe we can intensify our recruitment efforts. Unlike us, even if they wish to support the commoners wholeheartedly, they will still consider the sentiments of the aristocracy. We have ample resources, and we need not concern ourselves with their opinions. Zhao Yun analyzed their advantages and voiced his opinion. Very well. Issue a decree to the Tianwei to continue gathering talented individuals. Ma Hongjun commanded decisively. Understood. The Douluo domain was not lacking in provisions, as it was vast and sparsely populated. 5 years ago, the Tianluo Diwang had already begun extensive acquisitions of supplies. Almost all spatial soul-guiding devices were filled to capacity. Since Lu Ning aimed to establish dominance, he was acutely aware of the paramount importance of provisions. Thus, he adopted a less conciliatory stance towards the aristocracy, initiating aggressive measures against those who resisted in Wu territory. People could depart, but their wealth was not to accompany them. Coupled with the accumulations of several factions in the Douluo world, their wealth was undeniably unique among the three kingdoms. Of course, their reputation among the gentry was equally notorious, effectively severing most avenues for allegiance from the aristocracy. However, Ma Hongjun remained unperturbed, for those with true vision and talent would not be swayed by such matters. As long as he possessed means to enhance his strength, he was confident in attracting followers. The world had changed. It was no longer an era where the aristocracy could dominate unchallenged, but rather one that demanded strength and opportunity. Chapter 191. Fortuitous 10 consecutive draw rewards. Though Ma Hongjun devoted considerable time to conquering Sun Wu over the past 3 years, he did not neglect his own cultivation. He had now truly become a soul Dalu, and merely needed to add a few soul rings to his Jui Jianshao martial soul to elevate his soul power to the level of a title Dalu. However, Ma Hongjun opted against this, resolving to cultivate to the title Dalu level before augmenting his Jui Jianshao martial soul with soul rings. Only soul rings exceeding 100,000 years, drawn from the system, would be worthy of his Jui Jianshao martial soul. Ordinary soul rings were not acceptable. Even his Phoenix martial soul had acquired 2 soul rings of 100,000 years. The configuration was purple, 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 black, 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 red, red. Moreover, the 7th soul ring of his martial soul's true form glimmered with a hint of gold among the red. This was the configuration of the Phoenix martial soul. The Jui Jianshao martial soul was equally impressive, boasting a soul ring configuration of purple, purple, black, 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 red, with 6 soul rings, 4 of which were hidden black rings. The yellow soul rings were naturally a result of the system's enhancement, which was also why Ma Hongjun prioritized cultivating the Phoenix martial soul. Ma Hongjun's standards for the 7th soul ring of the Jui Jianshao martial soul were exceedingly stringent. Having established one of the 3 powerful kingdoms in Wuhan, he had amassed considerable fortune, thus acquiring numerous opportunities for draws. Over the past 3 years, he had utilized this privilege thrice, once obtaining an increase in the distribution of a soul ring's years to 30,000. Once, he acquired a soul ring of 900,000 years, and in his final endeavor, he obtained a tome detailing the establishment of the Yun dynasty. Unfortunately, the foundation of the Yun dynasty requires a treasure of fortune to bear its destiny, yet Ma Hongjun currently possesses no such artifact. The remaining opportunities for drawing rewards are all associated with the establishment of Wuhan, amounting to a total of 10 chances. The reason he is referred to as the king of Wu rather than ascending to the throne as emperor is simply because the fate of the Han dynasty is not yet exhausted. The Han Xian Di still reigns, and the luck of the Han dynasty persists, a predetermined outcome. Should anyone dare to declare themselves emperor prematurely, they would certainly incur the wrath of the heavenly mandate, a fate Ma Hongjun wishes to avoid. He harbors no aspirations for imperial title. All his actions are merely aimed at acquiring fortune. Even if Ma Hongjun did not intervene, the Han dynasty would inevitably meet its demise within a fixed time frame, as it is regarded as the last dynasty of humanity's fortune. The imperial seal suppresses the fortune, allowing it to dissipate naturally rather than being extinguished by human intervention. This is why Lu Xiao, the Emperor Guangwu, could establish the Eastern Han with the favor of fortune. The dynasties themselves are categorized hierarchically, from the lowest to the highest: Wang Chao, Huang Chao, Tian Chao, Di Chao, Shun Chao, and the legendary Sheng Chao. The Han dynasty, notable for its defense of territory and resistance against foreign tribes, attained the status of a Huang Chao during its peak, known as the Great Han Dynasty. Similarly, the Qin Dynasty, recognized for its unification and territorial expansion, once reached the pinnacle of Huangqiao. To ascend higher, one must trace back to the Shang and Zhou dynasties, and even the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, where human fortune was unprecedentedly concentrated, albeit still only reaching the level of Xinqiao. Even the sages held caution in that period. Regrettably, since the suppression of the Yellow Emperor at Hongjun Cave, the gathered fortune of the 5 emperors has never again reached the level of Xinqiao. Especially after the Shang dynasty, the primordial chaos fragmented, making it increasingly difficult for human fortune to coalesce into an imperial dynasty. During the era of the Great Shang, humanity stood resilient and unafraid of deities, daring to contest with heaven itself, where deities might descend into Chang and showcasing the grandeur of the imperial dynasty. Ancient humanity was not without resistance. Dalu established the 9 provinces Ding to stabilize human fortune, and King Zhou of Shang, through diligent governance and extensive reforms, opposed the oppression of the sages, bringing imperial fortune close to the level of Xinqiao. Alas, even so, they were ultimately suppressed, leading to a gradual decline in the fortune of subsequent human dynasties. These revelations were gleaned by Ma Hongjun from the intricate analyses of the 3 kingdoms world within the system's rewards. The 3 kingdoms world is but a projection of a certain phase of humanity's dynasties during the primordial era, hence the notion of predetermined outcomes. Without the power of sages, it is utterly impossible to alter the overarching trends of the 3 kingdoms world. What perplexes Ma Hongjun is that the current 3 kingdoms world has been altered beyond recognition. Aside from the lingering fortune of the Han dynasty, everything else diverges completely from his understanding. System, meteor tear, it seems this is the reason for the changed fate. Ma Hongjun muttered to himself, then set aside his concerns and opened the system panel, declaring, "System, execute a 10-fold item draw. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring 1 million units of spiritual grain. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the immortal sword, Bixiao sword. Ding! Congratulations, host, for securing 1,000 steeds of the blood sweat horse. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a pass to the perfect world. Splendid. A path forward has emerged, albeit fraught with peril, but what cultivation journey is ever devoid of challenges? Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring an enigmatic black paper boat from the perfect time-space, gaining the favor of the Empress by 80 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining a favor of 60 from the Emperor of the Wild. Ding! Congratulations, host, for receiving a favor of 60 from the Emperor Yi. Ma Hongjun's expression darkened. What use is this favor to him in his current predicament? He would not be foolish enough to enter the perfect world, as that would be tantamount to courting death. Even with the favor of 3 grand figures, he would not venture forth, though it cannot be said to be entirely useless, merely not applicable at this juncture. System, spare me the perfect favors. I beseech you. I require items that are useful in the present. It seems the system has heard Ma Hongjun's plea. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring a favor of 90 from Giguzi in the 3 kingdoms world. Thank you so much, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. Wait, hold on, Giguzi? This is the 3 kingdoms. Why on earth is Giguzi here? His face was a portrait of confusion. The analysis provided by the 3 kingdoms world merely indicated the presence of extraordinary powers, without specifying the individuals wielding such abilities. Thus, Ma Hongjun was unaware and had assumed there existed a realm akin to the Douluo divine realm above the 3 kingdoms world. Host, do not be alarmed, as you surmise. Giguzi is indeed the pinnacle of existence in this world. The system responded promptly to Ma Hongjun's bewilderment. Is that so? Then this reward is quite commendable. A favor of 90 points nearly reaches the threshold of loyalty. Ma Hongjun began to entertain fanciful thoughts. Host, it is advisable not to indulge in such hopes, lest you find that greater expectations lead to greater disappointment. While certain characters may develop favor due to system rewards, they will not necessarily pledge loyalty to you. Everything still relies on the host's own efforts. The system's unyielding voice shattered Ma Hongjun's illusions without hesitation. Alas, it seems this favor's utility has diminished considerably. With 2 chances remaining, I implore the ancient human emperors and our esteemed ancestors to bless me with the acquisition of a treasure of fortune, enabling the establishment of the Yun dynasty. After learning about human history, Ma Hongjun ceased his worship of deities and began to pay homage to the ancient sages of humanity. Ding! Congratulations, host, for acquiring the soul ring of 900,000 years. By the heavens! Oh my! This is simply extraordinary. I am grateful for the blessings of the ancient human sages. For the first time, Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, his usually composed demeanor unraveling. Proceed. Ding! Congratulations, host, for obtaining the treasure of human fortune, the map of mountains and rivers. Ma Hongjun knelt, his heart filled with a singular resolve. From this day forth, he would live as a member of humanity and pass away as a spirit of humanity. Chapter 192. Absorbing the soul ring of 900,000 years, Lu Ning donned the immortal sword, leaving the provisions within the system, and eventually extracted the map of mountains and rivers, his eyes glimmering with excitement. Establishing the Yun dynasty would significantly enhance his cultivation speed and strength. Having been stagnated at the soul Douluo level for quite some time, breaking through to the title Douluo without relying on a second martial soul within a short time frame seemed nearly impossible. Even with Ma Hongjun's exceptional talent, 3 years had passed, and he had only reached the 85th level of soul Douluo. To steadily cultivate the Phoenix martial soul to the title Douluo level would require no less than 5 years. Even for Ma Hongjun, fortunately, he had the system. As long as he secured drawing opportunities, he could obtain items to enhance his strength. While it was rare to draw items that directly increase soul power, Ma Hongjun was quite satisfied with this draw, as not only did he secure the subsequent soul rings for the 9-leaved swordgrass, but he also acquired the foundational treasure of fortune for the Yun dynasty. Chung Yaojin, enter the hall. Ma Hongjun called out to the outside of the grand hall. Now, Lu Ning, in his public identity, had become a formidable hero, reigning in Jianya and naturally possessing his own palace. After assuming kingship, Lu Ning did not forget to bestow titles upon his ministers and subordinates. Chung Yaojin volunteered to serve as Lu Ning's commander of the Imperial Guard. Despite being a king, the standards remained nearly indistinguishable from those of an emperor. Were it not for the unseen threads of fate, how could the Han Xiandi survive in his current predicament? Your Excellency, Chung Yaojin approached, bowing deeply. He did not inquire, but instead assumed a position of waiting for Lu Ning's command, displaying a keen political insight reminiscent of history. Please excuse me. I must retreat to the secret chamber for my cultivation. I would appreciate it if you, Chung Yaojin, could provide me with protection, Lu Ning stated straightforwardly, accustomed to the deference of his subordinates. Is the Lord going to make a breakthrough again? Chung Yaojin inquired, astonished. One might say so, Lu Ning replied, offering no further explanation. He pondered that absorbing the Jukeo, with its million-year soul ring, would undoubtedly lead to a significant enhancement in his soul power. Yet he chose to remain vague, for he knew that Chung Yaojin was unaware of the system's existence, a secret Lu Ning deemed too sensitive to reveal at this juncture. Lu Ning and Ma Hongjun were one and the same. The latter had opted to use his former name, Lu Ning, as the title Ma Hongjun was deemed rather peculiar for one destined for greatness. Ah, Yaojin, please summon Shui Rungue to the palace. I have instructions to impart to him. Lu Ning suddenly recalled the 1,000 Shui Baoma within the system space before issuing his command to Chung Yaojin. Before long, Shui Rungue, stationed in the capital, hastily arrived. Your servant pays his respects to His Highness. Shui Rungue's address was more formal than Chung Yaojin's, for he was now the Grand Marshal of Wu's military. Describing Shui Rungue as a pillar of white jade soaring to the heavens or a purple golden beam bridging the seas would not be an exaggeration. These attributes were bestowed upon him largely due to Lu Ning's support. As a Grand Marshal, it was evidently inappropriate for him to address his lord in such a manner. Please rise, Rungue. Zilong is currently safeguarding the borders, and I have recently acquired 1,000 Shuebaoma. I shall allow you to retain 200 of the finest for rewarding meritorious officials, while the remaining 800 shall be dispatched to your army. I only have one condition. You must assemble a secret cavalry unit surpassing the Bema Itzone. Do you have the confidence to accomplish this? Ma Hongjun asked, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. May I inquire if your highness has any specific requirements regarding the capabilities of this special cavalry? Shuerengue refrained from making immediate assurances, aware that the strength of the Bema Itzone almost uniformly surpassed that of the Soul Sovereigns. He had long coveted the unique cavalry under Zhao Yun's command. It must not fall below the rank of a Soul King. You may freely draw from the secret storehouse for spiritual herbs. Personnel can be sourced from elite troops or conscripted from the populace. And the Tianwei intelligence will also be at your disposal, Lu Ning declared, his demeanor authoritative yet tempered with a smile. Your servant shall comply. I will fulfill the task entrusted by your highness. Shuerengue, unable to contain his excitement, knelt on one knee. 800 Shuebaoma. Even in this era of spiritual revival, where fine breeds have become significantly more abundant, would still be a monumental challenge to amass. The entire Han dynasty could scarcely gather 800 Shuebaoma. Even when including other top-tier mounts, the total would not exceed 5,000. With the Tianwei recruiting talent and the provision of spiritual herbs, if he hesitated to accept the task, Lu Ning would be sorely disappointed. Observing the excitement in Shuerengue's eyes, Ma Hongjun knew he had entrusted the mission to the right individual. After Shuerengue departed, Ma Hongjun commenced his seclusion to absorb the Soul Ring. Due to its million-year quality, he approached the task with great caution, summoning Cheng Yaojin for protection. Despite knowing his territory was secure, he felt a twinge of unease, as this was his first time absorbing such a high-quality soul ring, which rendered him apprehensive. Were it possible, Ma Hongjun, who abhorred conflict, would have preferred to wait until he attained the title of Douluo before absorbing the million-year soul ring for the Jiukeo martial soul. However, time was of the essence. With the imminent war in Tongtianxi reaching a boiling point, and even Zhao Yun had been dispatched to maintain order, leaving him no choice but to take the risk. Though termed a risk, it was merely a matter of enduring discomfort. For Ma Hongjun's formidable physique, a million-year soul ring posed insufficient threat to his corporeal form. Upon extracting the soul ring and beginning absorption, the apprehensive Ma Hongjun employed the 8 gates of Duanjia, maximizing all possible resistances, albeit with limited enhancement. In the end, he realized he had perhaps overreacted. Within merely half a day's span, he successfully absorbed the soul ring, his body effortlessly accommodating the energy. Though the primary challenge lay in the soul's tumultuous impact, leaving him in a state of agonized cries. Fortunately, the chamber was entirely sealed, boasting excellent sound insulation. Otherwise, Ma Hongjun's wails would have echoed throughout the palace. Even so, Cheng Yaojin, stationed outside, could faintly hear his anguished cries, pacing in anxiety, yet refraining from intruding, lest he disturb Ma Hongjun's breakthrough. At last, perseverance bore fruit. Upon completing the absorption of the golden soul ring, Ma Hongjun's soul power surged, breaking through 3 levels to attain the advanced soul rank at level 88. Taking out his luck-enhancing treasure, Ma Hongjun shook his head inwardly, realizing the timing was not yet right for establishment. With the dual world war looming, Zilong, Fengxian, Mengqi, and others were temporarily unable to break free, yet preparations must soon commence. The establishment of the Yu dynasty was not a matter to be taken lightly. It required meticulous arrangements, including the attendance of all ministers and officials, as well as rituals to honor the ancestral spirits. As a general of Wuhan, Zhao Yun and his comrades could not be absent. At that time, all present would receive the fortune of the Yu dynasty, enhancing their strength, particularly those presiding over the ceremony, who could reap benefits akin to those of the imperial consorts. Zhu Qing, Rongrong, and Lingling must also be brought into the palace promptly. Ma Hongjun contemplated the numerous preparations necessary to maximize their benefits. Now, at the age of 18, Ma Hongjun found himself amongst the few lords of his era who had not taken concubines. Yet he had only 3 girlfriends, none of whom had formally entered his household. It must be noted that Ma Hongjun's remarkable patience had been honed to perfection by the mischief of his youth. Chapter 193. The Edict of the First Emperor unbeknownst to Ma Hongjun, as he retrieved his luck-enhancing treasure in a dilapidated room suspended above the realms of the three kingdoms. An elderly man with 4 moles upon his forehead, a full forehead, and a youthful visage, abruptly opened his wise eyes, exclaiming, "The variables are beginning to take shape. The great number is 50, of which 49 are in use, divided into 2 to symbolize duality, 1 hung to represent the triad, and manipulated by 4 to signify the 4 seasons. The oddities are derived from division to symbolize leap years, with 5 years yielding another leap. Thus further division leads to another hanging. Heaven is 1, earth is 2, heaven 3, earth 4, heaven 5, earth 6, heaven 7, earth 8, heaven 9, earth 10. The heavenly numbers total 5, and the earthly numbers also total 5, with 5 mutually reinforcing and each possessing harmony. The heavenly count reaches 25, the earthly count 30. Collectively, the numbers of heaven and earth total 55. Thus, change manifests, and the spirits of the divine are set into motion. The great path encompasses 50. Heavenly transformations yield 49, and humanity escapes 1, leaving a thread of possibility. The constants of every world are not immutable. They're subject to change. However, even 100,000 small worlds may not yield a single variable. Only within grand worlds, like the Hongjun, might such a variable emerge. Yet, as variables tend to amass immense fortune, their destinies are often controlled by others, as seen with figures like Yang Jian and Neza, who were born as postnatal variables. Their fates governed by external forces. Conversely, innate variables such as the Monkey King, Sun Wukong, though born with knowledge, cannot escape the grasp of the more powerful. In contrast, variables arising in smaller worlds are more likely to extricate themselves from the control of the strong, seizing their destinies and altering the predetermined fates of their worlds. The fate of humanity can be altered. Wei Liao, go awaken your master. Our opportunity has arrived. The elderly man, with his youthful appearance, was none other than Giguzi, sealed within the spirit realm by the god of destruction, speaking to the shadow outside the room in a voice not loud, yet perfectly audible to the figure beyond. However, isn't the exit of the secret realm sealed? A middle-aged scholar stepped into the room, astonished yet still wearing a look of confusion. The formation, though unique, had long been deciphered by me. It is merely that conflict is not easily provoked at present. You may proceed without concern, he said, glancing toward the direction of the secret realm's portal as if he could see through everything. Indeed, master, Wei Liao expressed no doubt and respectfully exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. No one knew the true origins of the person in this dilapidated chamber. They only recognized him as the most formidable sage of the human race, known as Giguzi. Only he was aware of his true identity. He was from the Hongjun human race, yet not of this era's Hongjun, but rather from the previous epoch. Despite his extraordinary talents, he was constrained by fate, unable to attain immortality. His strength was not formidable, but he possessed unparalleled wisdom and mastery over esoteric arts. His life was devoted to the pursuit of immortality. Yet he found himself perpetually on the path, unable to progress in cultivation. Even when he fortuitously arrived in this world and reached a certain level of power, he remained bound by the constraints of the world's hierarchy. The difficulty of surpassing these limitations was immense. He had almost given up, waiting quietly for his lifespan to dwindle. However, the emergence of the Douluo world ignited a flicker of hope within his long silent heart. This hope was magnified infinitely after Ma Hongjun entered the Douluo world. Having witnessed the extraordinary, he had an unparalleled perspective. Understanding the variables of fate could bring about tremendous changes in the world, even leading it to ascend to greater heights. Thus, he held a favorable sentiment toward this variable, especially since it was a member of the human race. As one of the strongest among them, he could sense the subtle shifts in the fortunes of humanity, which filled him with warmth. The god of destruction was utterly oblivious to the fact that the seal he had established at the cost of a fragment of himself had long been unraveled by another. Remaining blissfully unaware, as he believed, he had completely sealed the passage from the spirit realm to the Three Kingdoms world. Unbeknownst to him, Giguzi, though his cultivation was merely equivalent to the early stages of a divine king and lacking in combat prowess, was well versed in the arts of Taoism, excelling in various esoteric techniques. Within a royal tomb in the spirit realm, terracotta warriors were scattered about, exuding a potent military aura. At a higher vantage point before the terracotta warriors, there was a circular command platform. Suddenly, the middle-aged man Wei Liao, who had just been thousands of miles away, appeared atop the command platform, covered in teleportation array patterns. "Minister, I seek an audience with your majesty." Wei Liao, with a countenance of utmost respect, knelt before the higher blackened area. "For what matter?" a somewhat sharp voice inquired. "I respectfully report to Lord Lu that this matter was instructed by my master. I implore you to relay it to his majesty. If it is a command from a benefactor, then follow me," came the response as a pale-faced figure appeared, leading deeper into the royal tomb. Within the depths of the tomb, in a chamber of black dragons, 9 golden chains suspended a coffin, where a stern-looking middle-aged man stood, gazing into the distance. The fortunes of humanity have indeed increased. How intriguing. Has the variable foretold by Senior Gigu finally manifested? The middle-aged man was none other than Qin Shi Huang, the eternal emperor who unified the land of China and swept through the 6 realms. His physical prowess was unfathomable. Merely looking upon him felt akin to peering into an abyss. Yet he radiated no traces of cultivation, not even possessing inner strength. "Wei Liao, what brings him here? Could it be that Senior Gigu has devised plans regarding the variable that require my emergence?" Suddenly, the emperor lifted his gaze toward the 2 figures approaching from the underground with astonishment. "Minister, I pay my respects to your majesty. After many years, you appear even more valiant." Wei Liao bowed deeply, his eyes sparkling with fervent faith. "I am no longer the human emperor. There is no need for excessive formalities. State your purpose for visiting the royal tomb," Qin Shi Huang said, a hint of melancholy flashing in his eyes, quickly replaced by a stern demeanor. "My master has spoken. The variable has emerged, and your majesty may re-enter the world, once more leading humanity to ascend to the heavens and break the constraints of fate," Wei Liao replied, his expression brimming with excitement. He had been a trusted minister by the side of Qin Shi Huang hundreds of years prior, not having retreated into seclusion after the emperor's passing as rumored, but instead venturing to the spirit realm alongside the seemingly deceased emperor to seek the aid of Master Gigu. Subsequently, Gigu employed a vast array of techniques, utilizing the 9 dragons locking the coffin to alter the emperor's destiny and conceal his fortune. As the eternal emperor and the hope for the rise of humanity, Gigu could not bear to see him fall, thus employing a grand formation to obscure his fate, rendering it undetectable by the heavenly path. However, as a result, the Qin emperor, renowned for sweeping through the 6 realms, could not step outside the dragon coffin. Fortunately, Lu Buwei, the leader of the heterodox school, who had also faked his death, had undergone a dramatic transformation, obediently following the emperor's commands, and had reconstructed a royal tomb akin to that of Qin Shi Huang in the world of the 3 kingdoms. Moreover, many formidable generals and marshals, whose fortunes had been destined for historical oblivion, were saved by Gigu's various miraculous arrays, albeit unable to reappear outside the formation. Now, upon hearing Wei Liao's proclamation that the time to descend to the mortal realm was near, Qin Shi Huang could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming with joy, "Excellent! Our humanity can indeed manifest the changes of heaven and earth. Truly, they are my people. Let us together contribute our strength to the rise of humanity." With a single step, the entire royal tomb seemed to tremble as countless terracotta warriors appeared to come to life. "Proclaim my decree, the edict of the human emperor. The heavens respond, the sacred virtue resounds, and I am aware of my own limitations. Thus I willingly lower my status to that of the human emperor. From this moment forth, all beings may be called emperor, and may all beings rise like dragons. Thus it is decreed." Instantly, A golden edict shimmering with radiant light materialized in the emperor's hand, and without hesitation, he pressed the seal of the human emperor upon it. Chapter 194. For internal matters, Seek Zhangzhou. Golden light surged, blood energy roiled, and countless terracotta warriors suddenly sprang to life, bowing in unison. The old Qin people obey the decree. Soon, various phenomena emerged throughout the spirit realm, with countless human-shaped phantoms half-kneeling in reverence. The Confucians obey the decree. The logicians obey the decree. The Yin-Yang school obeys the decree. The 100 schools in unison acknowledged the decree. At this moment, the fortunes of the spirit realm coalesced as never before, and the conflicts among the 100 schools vanished entirely. In truth, not every place among the myriad factions was as harmonious as it appeared on the surface. But when it came to the great cause of humanity, the astonishing cohesion could leave all races in awe. Without breaking, there can be no establishment. Only through destruction can there be rebirth. With the emergence of the variable, clinging to the incomplete title of human emperor has become utterly meaningless, and instead, it would hinder the future of humanity. Truly, the eternal emperor possesses remarkable resolve. Outside the dilapidated door, Giguzi gazed toward the tomb of Qin Shi Huang, nodding in satisfaction, his words laced with admiration. Among the 100 schools of the spirit realm, only the Taoists were absent, for those of the Tao hold dominion over the 3 realms and transcend nature, thus do not kneel before the edict of the human emperor. Were the edict to be truly supreme and complete, even Laozi, the legendary founder of the Tao who is said to have attained immortality and remains the most enigmatic, might lower his brow in reverence. Even Giguzi's understanding of Laozi was scant, remaining from the time he left Hangapass with the day at edging. The mysteries of Honghuang cannot be described with mere words. Perhaps in an instant in the Honghuang world, a century has passed outside. Or perhaps a moment outside has equated to millennia within Honghuang. This phenomenon arises because Honghuang is situated at the center of the universe's chaos, enveloped in chaotic time and space at the heart of the river of fate. Meanwhile, on Ma Hongjun's side, he felt a peculiar sensation. It was as if the invisible pressure of fortune had suddenly dissipated. Could it be that Emperor Xian of Han, Lu Xie, has unexpectedly passed away? Ma Hongjun was diligently studying the auspicious treasure, the Shanhe too, in his possession. He felt a significant surge in his own fortune, nearly a 30% increase, and couldn't help but murmur to himself. Fortunately, this was a positive development, so he did not dwell on it too much. Instead, he instructed the Tianwei to closely monitor and report on the situation concerning Han Xiandi. After attending to state affairs, Ma Hongjun exhaled deeply. He had been immersed in the study of governance within the royal study for days, issuing all commands from there. Cheng Yaojin, the commander of the Imperial Guards, was equally burdened, standing vigil outside day and night. Finally, after navigating through the complexities of governance, he realized that such chaotic matters were not his forte. "Oh, my strategist, when will you return to assist your sovereign?" It was not that Ma Hongjun wished to shirk his duties. The accumulation of state affairs was overwhelming. Ever since strategist Liu Bowen took command on the Tongtian Sea front, the political responsibilities of the Wu Kingdom had fallen solely upon Ma Hongjun's shoulders. It was not that there were no other capable individuals in Wu, but Liu Bowen had suddenly left for the front lines due to urgent warfare, leaving Ma Hongjun without a suitable person to shoulder the burden. Entrusting the tasks to others made him uneasy, resulting in the current predicament. For external matters, consult Zhou Yu. For internal affairs, seek Zhang Zhao. It seemed time to promote some of the senior officials in the Wu Kingdom. Summon Zhang Zhao to the palace. Acting on impulse, Ma Hongjun realized that to escape the political vortex, he had to elevate certain individuals to positions of authority. The common folk of the Han were suffering greatly this year. Once he delegated governance to Zhang Zhao, he planned to take some time to explore the sentiments of the people, pondering who he might accompany on such an excursion. With the decision to set aside state affairs, a sudden sense of relief washed over him, though he shook his head in exasperation, realizing that having too many women around could be troublesome. Not that he intended to boast, but an abundance of women undoubtedly leads to rivalry. a truth Ma Hongjun had come to understand all too well. Now an adult, he had eagerly brought 3 women into the palace since the establishment of the Wu kingdom. Just 3 months after the founding of Wu, Lu Ji had set aside governance to command the Tongtian seafront. The Tongtian Sea's secret realm, due to the merging of 2 worlds, had transformed into extensive territories, islands, and roads. Coincidentally, aside from its numerous islands, the Tongtian Sea secret realm also features 3 major roads leading directly to the Douluo realm, of which the Wu kingdom naturally claimed one for its own defense. Furthermore, due to the world merging, the Sun and Moon Empire had also integrated into the Douluo continent, significantly enhancing its strength and mitigating the power gap that had arisen from Ma Hongjun leading his people to the Han. The current tension on the front lines was largely related to the inclusion of the Sun and Moon Empire, but fortunately, both sides were exercising restraint, focusing on strengthening their own capabilities without showing any intentions of full-scale confrontation. Otherwise, even Ma Hongjun, the king of the 3 kingdoms of Wu and Han, would not be able to remain so leisurely in the rear. As he pondered these matters, a eunuch's announcement interrupted him, declaring Zhang Zhao's arrival. "Your Majesty." Zhang Zhao merely bowed slightly before rising, awaiting Ma Hongjun's words with an air of arrogance. Originally a key minister under Sun Su, he had been entrusted to Sun Quan's younger brother, after Ma Hongjun's conquest of eastern Wu to establish Wuhan. Although he had submitted, Ma Hongjun had not immediately reinstated him, but rather demoted him 1 rank to observe his conduct. Despite Zhang Zhao's considerable talent and understanding of the times, Ma Hongjun remained wary due to their lack of familiarity and Zhang Zhao's historical betrayal of Cao Cao during the Battle of Chibi, which made him hesitant to place full trust in him. However, due to Ma Hongjun's influence, the Battle of Chibi could not unfold as it had historically. Upon seeing Zhang Zhao, Ma Hongjun felt a twinge of shame, realizing he had been rather petty and needed to emulate the grandeur of the Zhulong Zhang Zhao. Courtesy named Zibu was at the Soul Saint level with an evaluation of a capable minister for governance, potential rated as divine, and loyalty at 90. Finally, Mr. Zibu, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. Ma Hongjun welcomed him warmly, showing no signs of royal arrogance. His ascent to this position was largely due to the system and the urgings of Lu Ji. Upon seeing Zhang Zhao's loyalty, Ma Hongjun regretted not having engaged in deeper conversations with him earlier, as he had only met him a few times without paying attention to his attributes. "Thank you, Your Majesty. May I ask why you have summoned me?" Zhang Zhao did not display the typical surprise of someone summoned by royalty. Instead, he calmly took a seat before Ma Hongjun and inquired directly, "I wish to promote you to the position of Chief Minister, overseeing the affairs of Wuhan. What is your opinion on this?" Ma Hongjun was aware that Zhang Zhao was not one to mince words or fear authority, making him a shrewd individual who preferred direct communication. Historically, Zhang Zhao's importance in the Sun Wu kingdom was akin to that of Sun Yu and Chao Wei. Serving as a strategist, his failure to attain the position of chancellor was not due to a lack of ability, but rather because Sun Quan could not tolerate his candid advice, compounded by the blemish of the Battle of Chibi, which left him in a precarious position. "Your decision reflects the wisdom of a sage, Your Majesty. I did not misjudge your capabilities," Zhang Zhao acknowledged. "Oh, so?" Zibu was confident in leading the affairs of Wuhan. Rather than being angered by Zhang Zhao's boldness, Ma Hongjun found it refreshing and genuine. "If granted the responsibility of overseeing the rear affairs, I will not disappoint Your Majesty, ensuring that strategist Lu is relieved of any concerns. And I will dedicate myself entirely to your service," Zhang Zhao stated with increasing confidence, kneeling to receive the decree. It turned out that Lu Ji had met with Zhang Zhao privately before the campaign, and though the details of their conversation were unknown, Zhang Zhao had since fully committed to Ma Hongjun. Ma Hongjun could only feel resigned, realizing that Lu Ji understood his character and abilities well, having prepared a path for him without revealing it for fear of suspicion. After all, Lu Ji already held significant military and political power. If he meddled in rear affairs, it would inevitably raise doubts among others. "Very well, Zhang Zhao, receive your orders. You are hereby entrusted with the governance of Wuhan." primarily responsible for alleviating all concerns of the frontline forces. In your spare time, you shall also handle various complex matters for me. Ma Hongjun promptly issued the imperial decree, granting Zhang Zhao substantial authority. Chapter 195. The Bronze Sparrow locked deep in spring with the two Qiaos. A strategist indeed, and I am fortunate to have his system. Otherwise, I would lack such audacity. Besides Zhang Zhao, the defection of Lu Bu initially raised Ma Hongjun's apprehension, yet he still chose to entrust him with significant responsibilities. Despite his loyalty being a meager 70 points, just above the critical line. The primary reason for this decision was the extraordinary connection Lu Bu's wife and daughter held with Ma Hongjun. Do not misunderstand. Ma Hongjun did not share the same proclivities as Cao Cao, nor did he possess any peculiar inclinations. It was simply that he had once saved Lu Bu's wife, Yin Shi, and daughter, Lu Qiling, from a flood near Luoyang, after which Lu Bu had brought his esteemed generals and ministers, including Zhang Liao, Chen Gong, and Gao Shun, to seek refuge with him. While Ma Hongjun could refuse Lu Bu and Chen Gong, he found it impossible to deny the appeal of Gao Shun, the valiant commander of 800 elite soldiers, and the historically formidable Zhang Babai. To speak of loyalty and righteousness, one cannot overlook the valiant Zhao Zilong of Changshan, who heroically charged through the long slope 7 times, nor the unparalleled loyalty of Lord Guan. To put it rather bluntly, with your daughter and wife both in my heart, what do you have to rebel against? How dare you defy me, unless Lu Bu seeks to shatter his own family? From Ma Hongjun's understanding, although Lu Bu has a rebellious streak, he is particularly devoted to his loved ones, especially his family. After entrusting state affairs to the diligent Zhang Zhao, Ma Hongjun felt an unprecedented sense of ease, sleeping in the following morning until the sun had risen high in the sky. You, as a founding emperor, you still possess such a lazy demeanor. Had I known, I would have asked your father to give you a wake-up call, teased Ning Rongrong, bringing over a basin for washing, her playful gaze fixed on the awakening Ma Hongjun. If my esteemed father-in-law were willing to assist me, I would be most grateful. I must also thank you, Rongrong, for your trust in leading the entire sect to live in this otherworldly realm with me, Ma Hongjun expressed, springing up quickly and embracing Ning Rongrong. You have grown more beautiful and alluring, he remarked, inhaling the enchanting fragrance of the lady, teasingly holding her delicate waist. Regretting his abruptness from the previous night, when he had rushed into her palace and fallen asleep without a second thought, he felt a pang of remorse. Just as he contemplated drawing closer, the celestial maiden in his arms transformed into a fierce witch. I warn you, there are palace maids outside. If you dare to indulge in daytime revelry, I shall have my way with you, Ning Rongrong said, her gaze filled with tender affection. Ma Hongjun felt a jolt of surprise. No, all right. Since state affairs are not overly busy these days, why don't I take you all out for a stroll? We have been here for quite some time, and I have yet to give you a proper tour. Embarrassed, he quickly changed the subject. As if you would dare. I shall fetch Zhu Qing and Lingling. If you dare to stand us up again, I shall not let you off easily. Ning Rongrong feigned ferocity, her heart brimming with joy as she turned to call for her dear friends. With only these 3 women in his vast harem, it was evident how indulgently he doted on them. Ma Hongjun was well aware of the respect he commanded and the lowly status of women in the Han dynasty. Hearing that he wished to set aside state matters and take them out for leisure made her even happier. Although she and Zhu Zhuqing had traveled together over the past 3 years, they had never ventured far, due to the constraints of Confucian ideals. Women faced numerous inconveniences when journeying far, even when disguised as men. Having someone to accompany them made all the difference, allowing them to cast aside all worries while exploring alongside Ma Hongjun. Their first destination was Jiujiang, known in antiquity as Chaisang, the site of Zhou Yu's command platform and the place where the Battle of Chibi commenced. This was not without purpose, as the establishment of the dynasty required extensive preparations. Although the Tianwei had already begun their preparations, some matters necessitated his personal involvement. When Sun Wu was vanquished, Zhou Yu did not follow Sun Quan, but was spared by Ma Hongjun's grace, now residing in Chaisang. Ma Hongjun's visit aimed to see if he could recruit the illustrious Zhou Yu. Reflecting on the truth behind Sun Tzu's demise, Ma Hongjun felt an eager anticipation for this journey to Chaisang. As he pondered, he recalled the verses of the past, the folding fan and the sinking sand. The iron is not yet rusted. I'll wash away the memories of the previous dynasty. The eastern wind did not favor Zhou Yu, and the bronze sparrow locked away the two Qiaos in the depths of spring. Among them, Xiao Qiao was Zhou Yu's wife, now accompanying him, while the Qiao, grieving Sun Tzu's death, was treated with brotherly and sisterly respect. Such information was easily acquired, as Ma Hongjun possessed one of the world's most powerful intelligence organizations. He was confident that his Tian Wei was the true king of intelligence in this realm. Perhaps during the peak of the Han dynasty, they could contest with the Tian Wei. But now, the fragmented Han could hardly compare to the subordinate forces of the Tian Wei. The significance of intelligence was self-evident. Almost all warlords of this era placed great importance on it. The renowned strategist Guo Jia of Cao Cao's command and Zhuge Liang of Liu Bei's army both established new intelligence networks based on the remnants of the Han. Ma Hongjun chose not to make a grand spectacle of his journey, but rather to travel incognito with his three consorts, who donned male attire to accompany him. Otherwise, with their unparalleled beauty, they would draw too much attention along the way. Not far ahead, an unremarkable carriage was slowly making its way along the official road, occasionally interrupted by the roars of exotic beasts from the sides. A strikingly handsome young man with silver hair was driving the carriage forward. Darling, do you think the exotic beasts outside will one day become like those in Douluo Dalu, ruling over vast forests? Zhu Zhuqing inquired curiously, resting her head on Ma Hongjun's leg. Not likely. This place lacks the great forests suitable for soul beasts like the Stardo Forest. And the Han is a realm of humankind, Ma Hongjun replied, gently stroking Zhu Zhuqing's hair with confidence. Ning Rongrong had already fallen asleep on the nearby soft bed. As a support-type soul master, her physical constitution could not compare to Zhu Zhuqing's. Driving the carriage was Yi Lingling, the princess of the Jiuxin Haitang clan. The two women had resumed their feminine attire within the carriage, though they still wore men's clothing. Human race? Why add race to that? Are there other races aside from soul beasts and humans? Yi Lingling curiously asked, turning to Ma Hongjun. Indeed, although humans are considered the pinnacle of all beings, in some realms, they're not the dominant race. In fact, some exist at the lower end of the food chain among myriad races. Ma Hongjun replied with a slight smile, his tone growing somewhat melancholic. Oh, I see. Yi Lingling was taken aback, but chose to trust Ma Hongjun without further inquiry. Why must we call you darling? I feel husband aligns more with the trends of this era. I actually prefer to call you husband. Before Ma Hongjun could lament the weakness of humankind, Ning Rongrong's soft voice suddenly chimed in, a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Indeed, I wish to know you, wishing for eternal companionship. The mountains may crumble, the rivers may run dry, winter, thunder may roar, summer rain may snow, and heaven and earth may unite. Yet I shall dare to sever ties with you. Zhu Zhuqing teased from the side, adding to the poetic sentiment of the era that made it no wonder Rongrong wished to call him husband. If you both wish to call me husband, then let it be husband in public and darling in private. The term darling carries profound meaning, Ma Hongjun patiently explained, his mood shifting back to his usual self. What meaning? Ning Rongrong inquired curiously. The dar in darling signifies companionship until old age, while the ling has various meanings. You do know that eunuchs are also called gong gong, right? This implies that I shall obey you both as a servant does to their master, completely devoted. Would you not consider this an affectionate term for you? Ma Hongjun explained half in jest, half in truth. The three women, moved by Ma Hongjun's explanation, were left speechless, causing him to feel a hint of embarrassment as he realized that women indeed needed to be pampered. After appeasing them, and seeing the sweltering summer heat outside, he decided to replace Yi Lingling and drive the carriage himself. Once they ventured beyond the boundaries of Jianya and arrived in the territory of Chaisang, the scene before Ma Hongjun left him in awe. As they traveled, they encountered many emaciated commoners along the official road, some even fighting over a single piece of bread. Please stop the carriage for a moment. I wish to assess the situation ahead. You three remain inside. Ma Hongjun instructed the three women within the carriage. After bringing the carriage to a halt, he hastened forward, driven by urgency. My bread, that is my bread. You rogues, it is the sustenance for my entire family. Where is your conscience? A woman cried out, accompanied by her 2 children. Her voice filled with despair as she observed the 3 middle-aged men fighting over a piece of bread. Cease this at once. How dare you commit such an act in broad daylight? It brings shame to the people of Wuhan. Ma Hongjun, as the sovereign, wore a grim expression, witnessing his subjects brawling over a mere loaf on the official road. If this scandal were to reach Wei Han or Shu Han, how could he hold his head high again? It was utterly disgraceful. Upon seeing Ma Hongjun emerge, exuding the unique aura of authority, the 3 men, who were engaged in their fracas, felt as if they were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast, their hair standing on end. Sir, spare us. We are simply too hungry. We meant no harm to her. We truly regret our actions. Please have mercy. One of the middle-aged men pleaded, kneeling in supplication. The other 2, witnessing this, hastily swallowed the last morsel of bread and followed suit, begging for forgiveness. You, alas, how have we come to this? My people of Wu, reduced to such a state. Ma Hongjun sighed deeply, a surge of unnamed anger rising within him. Please, my lord, do not be enraged. We are truly powerless. The common folk have received nothing, driven to desperation. The 3 men continued to bow their heads, their faces pale and feeble. Yet they persisted in their pleas for mercy. Indeed, disasters abound, yet the authorities only distribute seeds for planting, providing no food. At most a bowl of watery porridge to stave off hunger, which cannot sustain us, another man chimed in. Since the establishment of Wuhan, we have not experienced such calamity. The government has always distributed food and seeds. Why then is there famine, and why such disasters? Ma Hongjun regarded the mother and her children nearby with skepticism, seeking to ascertain whether the 3 men were deceiving him. The woman acknowledges the truth. She spoke. What they say is indeed the case. We are facing a locust plague. Accepting the grim reality as the men had divided the bread. Her expression was one of profound sorrow. Ma Hongjun had always adhered to the principle of teaching one to fish rather than merely providing fish to eat. He believed in granting food and seeds to enable the people to fend for themselves. Realizing his oversight, he reflected on the unintended consequences of his own policies. Understanding now why the heavenly guards had refrained from reporting the disaster here. A locust plague? Suddenly, Ma Hongjun pondered the implications of the woman's words. He then produced 6 meat pies, tossing them to the men and inquiring, what manner of locusts are these? Even the 2 small children received a share of the meat pies. Thank you, my lord, they exclaimed in unison. Thank you for your generosity. The youngest girl, unable to contain herself, bit into the meat pie and, after a moment's hesitation, offered half back to Ma Hongjun, saying, Here, you eat too. Ha, dear one, I shall not partake. Keep it for later. Ma Hongjun smiled, gently ruffling the girl's delightful hair. Thank you for saving us, my lord. The locusts are fearsome, with tough, dark red shells, instilling dread among the populace. Our fields are devastated, and people whisper of omens from the heavens, claiming that monsters roam freely, the woman explained with respect, waiting until Ma Hongjun turned his gaze towards her once more. Indeed, wherever these creatures appear, nothing thrives. They leave behind a sticky residue, and the air is filled with a foul stench. Initially, they were confined to the rice fields, but in just a few days, they have infiltrated our homes, forcing us to flee. My lord, you must turn back. Do not venture further. As she spoke, an elderly man approached, urging caution. Ma Hongjun observed the throngs of people ahead, all moving in the same direction. Oh, elder, where are you headed? He inquired, having reached a conclusion in his mind. Do you see the crowd behind? They are the unfortunate souls fleeing to the capital. Some have fallen into the swarm of locusts, their bodies torn apart in an instant. We are all fleeing from the horror of these creatures. The elder sighed, resigned. Chapter 197. The Talents of Qiao. To be frank, I am an official dispatched by the court to address this locust crisis, having come from the capital. I have witnessed these creatures myself, and I suspect they are now widespread. However, the court has devised a solution, and I believe it is being effectively managed. Why not accompany me back? And we shall see the outcomes of our efforts within a day. Ma Hongjun spoke softly, having formulated his words, and to showcase his capabilities, he gestured, revealing a fiery phoenix wing unfurling from his back, a testament to his prowess. Suspended in midair, his visage was sharp and compelling, with striking features and an aura of authoritative grace. Heaven bless Wu State. The Lord is an awakened one, a powerful being capable of flight, truly a divine presence. The crowd gasped in awe. Indeed, the common folk of the Han dynasty exhibit a reverence for strength that surpasses even that of the Douluo continent. As Ma Hongjun's extraordinary abilities captivated the onlookers, they began to return to Chaisang. While the physical capabilities of the common people had improved due to the resurgence of spiritual energy, many remained at a baseline level, with limited advancement. Only soldiers who trained regularly showed significant improvement, and awakened martial souls were predominantly weapon-based or innate, with no instances of flying abilities. The elder's recognition stemmed from his encounters with those who had come from the Douluo world. The knowledge of the Douluo continent was no longer a secret to the Han dynasty. The lords of the three kingdoms had long since reconciled, united in the defense of the secret realms of the Tongtian Sea, a fact that had spread widely. This was one of the reasons Ma Hongjun felt confident in inviting Zhou Yu to join him. "Ah, come, let us feast together. I shall treat you all." Upon the crowd's return to Chaisang, Ma Hongjun joyfully addressed the three women in the carriage. "Are we not to resolve the locust crisis? That should take precedence. We ought to investigate the disaster first." Yi Lingling, perceptive as always, suggested. The other two women nodded in agreement, not wishing to neglect state affairs for personal enjoyment, nor to cause the common folk further distress. Fear not, indulging in a feast and addressing the locust plague are not mutually exclusive. Once we have dined, the crisis shall resolve itself. Ma Hongjun, filled with eager anticipation, provided a brief explanation and guided the carriage in pursuit of the displaced populace. Half an hour later, upon witnessing the locusts, black and red with pincers, Ma Hongjun felt a profound sense of relief and thought to himself, "This shall be simpler than anticipated." Zhu Qing, prepare a larger wooden barrel and fill it halfway with water. We shall head to Zhou's residence, collecting any harmful insects we encounter along the way. Upon reaching the post station and settling the carriage, Ma Hongjun instructed Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, typically reticent in the presence of others, reverted to her usual icy demeanor after disembarking from the carriage. This little creature exhibits minimal fluctuation of soul power. Why do these individuals harbor such fear towards them? Ning Rongrong inquired, lifting a handkerchief to pick up a small crustacean. Its scientific name is Xiao Longxia, and indeed, it possesses little strength. Even an ordinary person could easily eradicate a swarm. However, should one inadvertently be pinched by its claws, it can be quite painful. Moreover, in greater numbers, they could indeed pose a threat to life, particularly to crops in rice paddies and farmlands. Ma Hongjun elucidated, a mysterious glint sparkling in his eyes. The Xiao Longxia in Ning Rongrong's grasp suddenly raised its pincers, aiming a pinch at her delicate hand through the handkerchief. Impudent creature, great dragon of heaven, supreme spell of the universe. Wait, that was a mistake. Be careful. Are you all right? Afterward, Ma Hongjun cruelly pried open the crustacean's pincers, expressing concern. Ugh, why must you make this so gruesome? Ning Rongrong exclaimed, discarding the handkerchief stained with the crustacean's innards, her tone irritable. I have no choice. It refuses to release its grip unless it is dead, Ma Hongjun replied, unbothered by the mess as he picked up the handkerchief to wipe his hands with a clean spot, sighing in resignation. Ye Lingling, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked, How does it feel to be so attentive? Serves you right. I have returned, Zhu Zhuqing announced, already carrying a large bucket. How did you manage that so quickly? Ma Hongjun asked suspiciously, eyeing the bucket of water in her hands. There was no one ahead. I picked it up on the way. If it's unnecessary, I'll return it, Zhu Zhuqing replied, her cheeks flushing slightly, feigning nonchalance. Of course. Shi Wunti revealed to Ma Hongjun that she had gathered it from a well at a large estate. leaving a gold soul coin atop the stone edge to indicate her intent of purchasing the bucket. Thus, the trio continued their journey, gathering scattered xiao longxia and placing them into the bucket. Soon, they arrived at a rather opulent and imposing estate, the Zhou residence. A long queue was forming beside the stone lions at the entrance, where individuals were distributing kanji. Upon entering, Ma Hongjun discovered that the ones serving the kanji were two exceptionally elegant women dressed modestly. The elder of the two had a physique comparable to Zhu Zhuqing, particularly her long legs, which could rival the height of the robust Ma Hongjun. "Excuse me, my good sir, who are those ladies serving kanji?" Ma Hongjun inquired, pulling aside a gaunt middle-aged man standing in line. "Ah, my lord may not be aware, but those two are renowned in Jiangdong as the wives of the Zhou family. It is thanks to their charity that we have been able to eat these past few days. They are our saviors. I see you are from a wealthy family. So please, do not compete with us for food," the middle-aged man said, his tone respectful, noticing Ma Hongjun's opulent attire, before hurriedly rejoining the queue. Ma Hongjun shook his head in resignation, preparing to reward the man, but he moved too swiftly. With a glance at the two women, along with the disguised third woman, approached the grand entrance of the Zhou residence. "Please inform your master that a visitor from Jinling has arrived to present a solution for the pestilence." Ma Hongjun instructed a servant at the door, demonstrating utmost courtesy. Jiangye is also known as Jinling, and Ma Hongjun had long wished to refer to the capital as Jinling. However, due to the delays caused by the Tianting naval battles, this was no longer a secret among the upper echelons of society. As Jiangye flourished, many had begun to refer to it as Jinling privately. "Please wait a moment. Esteemed guest, I shall inform the master," the servant replied, his eyes gleaming with recognition. "If Zhou were to know that you, as sovereign, exhibit such decorum in greeting, he would surely be impressed." Ning Rongrong commented joyfully beside Ma Hongjun, though a hint of sorrow lingered in her gaze. A careful observer would note that, like Zhu Zhuqing and Yilingling, her eyes frequently drifted towards the destitute receiving their kanji, revealing her desire to personally aid them. "Let's hope so. You need not continue to look. Since I am here, I shall indeed provide a solution for their pestilence," Ma Hongjun reassured, his keen perception allowing him to discern the thoughts of the three women. Chapter 198. Spicy Xiao Longxia. The three women regarded Ma Hongjun with admiration and joy. Only Zhu Zhuqing, upon regaining her composure, shifted her gaze between the xiao longxia in her hand and Ma Hongjun, utterly perplexed as to how he intended to resolve the pestilence. Before long, a handsome young man emerged from the estate, scrutinizing Ma Hongjun from head to toe. "A distinguished guest from Jinling has arrived. I apologize for not greeting you personally. Please, enter," Zhou said, initially pleased at the arrival of a solution for the pestilence. But his expression shifted dramatically upon recognizing Ma Hongjun. Maintaining a composed facade, he respectfully invited Ma Hongjun into the estate. "You are too kind, Zhou Zi, Rongrong. You and Lingling should find a place at the inn to rest while Zhu Qing and I discuss matters with Zhou Yu," Ma Hongjun replied, returning the bow. He understood that Zhou Yu had recognized his identity, hence he instructed Ning Rongrong and Yilingling to leave. It was not out of fear that Zhou Yu might act against him, but rather to avoid the awkwardness of bringing a group into the estate, thereby deliberately dismissing the two women. This was also a display of trust toward Zhou Yu, as the two women, appearing as soul saints, accompanying him might imply distrust. Like many renowned figures in the Three Kingdoms era, Zhou Yu had been endowed with the power of meteor tears, rapidly enhancing his abilities, and he had now ascended to the rank of Soul Dalu, akin to Ma Hongjun. Together, Ma Hongjun and Zhou Yu entered the Zhou residence, with Zhu Zhuqing effortlessly trailing behind, carrying the bucket. The grand entrance and the intricate brick-carved plaque and floral decorations displayed remarkable clarity and beauty. The courtyard's design was both clever and exquisite, reflecting the owner's affluence and refinement. Not to mention the impressive main hall. Even the corridor connecting to the rear courtyard was crafted with great care, creating its unique charm. Upon reaching the main hall, Zhou Yu graciously offered the principal's seat to Ma Hongjun, taking a guest seat himself, which astonished Ma Hongjun. This was not the same Zhou Yu who had once refused his overtures during the establishment of the Wu Kingdom. All right, everyone else may leave. I have pressing matters to discuss. May I ask who this is? Zhou Yu first addressed the others, then turned to Zhu Zhuqing. My wife, Ma Hongjun replied, unabashedly taking a sip from the teacup on the table. I have met your highness and the princess. I did not expect the king to come. Please forgive any rudeness. May I inquire about the king's solution to the pestilence? Zhou Yu inquired, feigning politeness, yet there was a distinct lack of reverence in his demeanor. He directly questioned the reason for Ma Hongjun's courtesy. Eat, Ma Hongjun replied. Eat? Insects? How can that be? Zhou Yu exclaimed, his stomach churning, his expression one of sheer terror. Shocked. Who is this individual? Such audacity. In his perception, the small lobster bears no distinction from the cockroach as recognized by contemporary society. A person who indulges in cockroaches dares to question your submission, your fear, your prowess, and such fierce rhetoric emerges from the mouth of the sovereign. Actions speak louder than words. Zhu Qing, bring me the barrel. Hongjun, please follow my instructions and procure an iron pot along with various ingredients and condiments for the kitchen. Ma Hongjun possesses a plethora of ingredients and an iron pot within his spatial ring. However, to involve Zhou Yu, a task was assigned to him, naturally to better engage him. Although Ma Hongjun appears harmless, he harbors a cunning disposition. Particularly after ascending to the throne, he unconsciously applies imperial strategies, which have become second nature. Yet, he still has ample room for growth. Historically, those who achieve great things are not overly concerned with trivialities. Yet Ma Hongjun places significant importance on the renowned individuals who will serve him in the future. Any matter related to them is of consequence in his eyes. Zhou Yu merely smiled, not overly concerned, and leisurely instructed his attendants to bring forth the necessary items, personally assisting where needed. As a top strategist and commander, he understood that Ma Hongjun's intentions extended beyond merely alleviating the pestilence. Nonetheless, he welcomed the endeavor. Since the incident of the Tongtian Sea became known, he had harbored intentions of serving the court. However, intelligent individuals possess their own methods and pride. A genius understands how to leverage their value and discern subtle cues. Sometimes, waiting for the right opportunity proves more advantageous than proactive engagement, facilitating recognition from those in power and showcasing one's worth. All right, I have instructed the attendants to prepare everything. Can these pests truly be consumed? Upon returning to his seat, Zhou Yu inquired of Ma Hongjun, his gaze meticulously observing the fluctuations of Ma Hongjun's expression. Indeed, Ma Hongjun responded with unwavering certainty. Well, since your highness is so confident, I shall await the outcome. Should you manage to resolve this pestilence, I shall regard you with utmost esteem. If not, then so be it. Please, let us proceed to the eastern kitchen. Zhou Yu nodded inwardly, making a decision as he rose to invite Ma Hongjun. A gentleman's word is his bond. How could Ma Hongjun fail to interpret the underlying meaning in Zhou Yu's words? He promptly stood, excitement evident in his voice. This statement merely hinted at his understanding of Ma Hongjun's intentions. If the pestilence could be resolved, discussions would ensue. If not, then the matter would revert. It must be noted that Ma Hongjun was still somewhat inexperienced. Merely uttering the word eat allowed Zhou Yu to glean Ma Hongjun's intentions, placing emphasis on whether the pests were indeed edible. Through other subtle methods, he deduced Ma Hongjun's purpose for visiting, demonstrating his exceptional intellect. After all, although Zhou Yu's family is currently the largest in Chaisang, the actual governance does not rest with the Zhou family. Difficult to pursue, Zhou Yu affirmed. While it might be plausible due to his renown, it could never be the case that a king would personally attend without ulterior motives. Yet, the mere ability to deduce Ma Hongjun's intentions attests to the remarkable intelligence of these sages. Due to the connection with the Douluo world for 3 to 4 years, the variety of ingredients in the Three Kingdoms realm has diversified. Essential ingredients like garlic and chili are readily available and inexpensive, accessible to nearly every household. The notion that gentlemen should refrain from the kitchen is not entirely accurate. Under special circumstances, cooking is permissible, and this phrase does not imply that men cannot cook. Ma Hongjun instructed the attendants, along with Zhu Qing, to devein the shrimp, as he personally undertook the task to set an example, given the attendants' trepidation towards the small lobsters. Soon, a large bucket of lobsters was thoroughly prepared. After half an hour, the delectable aroma of the lobsters enveloped the entire Eastern kitchen, heightening everyone's appetite and dispelling their fear of the small lobsters. Ma Hongjun eagerly cracked open a lobster, revealing the tender meat, complemented by a spicy broth. One bite, and the texture was delicate, the flavor exhilarating, a truly irresistible experience. Delicious. It has been ages since I savored such delightful cuisine. Come, Zhu Qing, you must join me for a taste. Ma Hongjun quickly peeled a lobster and handed it to Zhu Qing. Unable to resist, he also prepared one for himself. The tender meat paired with the spicy broth, creating a tantalizing sensation. Witnessing Ma Hongjun indulge, Zhu Qing could not help but take a piece of the lobster he had prepared, savoring it with delight, unable to stop herself, relishing the flavor. Come, Gongjin. You two must sit down. We cannot finish all this ourselves. With that, Ma Hongjun unreservedly addressed the astonished Zhou Yu, as if in his own home. A table brimming with lobsters truly realized the freedom of enjoying lobster. Garlic lobsters, spicy lobsters, 13 spices lobsters, steamed lobsters, and various other preparations. In Chapter 199, the Grand Commander of the Water Army, Zhou Yu observed Ma Hongjun testing the waters and dared not remain standing, quickly sitting down to imitate Ma Hongjun in enjoying the lobsters. As he swallowed his first bite, his pupils dilated. He found that the dish bore none of the foul odor associated with live creatures. It was exquisitely delicious. What do you think? Once these methods of preparation become widespread, do you think the pestilence might resolve itself? Only then did Ma Hongjun set aside his desire to continue eating, wiping his hands and smiling at Zhou Yu. Yes, you pays homage to the sovereign. According to our agreement, from now on, you shall regard your highness with unwavering loyalty. Zhou Yu quickly wiped his hands and stood to bow. Please rise. Having you, Gongjin, as an ally is akin to how Gaozu relied on Han Xian. A fish thrives in water. Ma Hongjun demonstrated utmost respect for the talented, rising so hastily in his excitement that he nearly toppled his chair, quickly steadying Zhou Yu's shoulder. Little did he expect that winning over Zhou Yu would be so effortless. Initially, Ma Hongjun intended to address the pestilence before seeking Zhou Yu's allegiance. Preparing extensively for the endeavor, yet it unfolded far more smoothly than anticipated. To assist your highness in pacifying the chaotic realm and alleviating foreign threats is also my lifelong aspiration, Zhou Yu expressed, moved. What minister does not desire the attention of their sovereign? Zhou Yu supported Sun Su due to their deep bond, and aided Sun Quan because of Sun Su's dying wish, as well as Sun Quan's respect for him. Furthermore, due to the extensive intelligence network, the circumstances surrounding Sun Su's death are rife with suspicion, likely stemming from internal conflicts within Sun Wu. It is indisputable who benefited the most in Eastern Wu at that time. It was only after Sun Su's demise that Ma Hongjun seized the opportunity to confront Eastern Wu, which, under Sun Quan, fell entirely within 3 years. In a year following the establishment of Wuhan, there has been remarkable development in all aspects, and the populace enjoys great prosperity, with every household having surplus grain. If not for the pestilence, the region would undoubtedly flourish even more, particularly in the capital, Jinling, taking advantage of the advanced industrial techniques from Douluo. Combined with the artistry of traditional Huaxia craftsmanship, it has been transformed into a world-renowned city within just 6 months. Such a formidable ruler naturally inspires admiration, and even someone as astute as Zhou Yu cannot escape this allure. Come, as the guardians of the people's sustenance, we must set a commendable example and avoid wasting food. Let us continue our meal. Why not invite your esteemed lady and sister-in-law to join us in this feast? Suddenly reminded of the busy figures of the Xiao outside the gate, I suggested, considering they probably had not yet dined. Indeed, your highness. Someone, please fetch the lady and sister-in-law to the main hall for dinner, Zhou Yu commanded without a moment's hesitation, devoid of any futile notions. Did he not notice Zhu Qing enjoying her meal nearby? Given Zhu Qing's figure and beauty, it was evident to all. and anyone not foolish would refrain from uttering disparaging remarks about women being unfit for the Grand Hall, especially towards a princess or a future consort. Ma Hongjun nodded in satisfaction. Conversing with an astute individual was always a relief, sparing him from concerns. Before long, the two women returned, dressed in new attire. And after a slight bow to Ma Hongjun, they took their seats beside Zhou Yu. The vivacious Xiao Qiao, enticed by the aroma, could no longer contain her curiosity, inquiring, "What dish is this? It smells so delightful." While glancing at the small crayfish on the table, she turned to Zhou Yu, eager for an answer. "Ha! This is the dish personally prepared by your highness, the small crayfish specially made for you to taste," Zhou Yu explained with a loving smile, clearly cherishing his wife. Small crayfish? Xiao Qiao confessed her unfamiliarity with the delicacy. As for Ma Hongjun's identity, the servants had already briefed them upon their arrival. "Yes, is what you refer to as a bug. Are you daring enough to try it?" Ma Hongjun teased as he peeled a crayfish and offered it to Zhu Zhuqing, then playfully challenged the two women. "Humph, what is there to fear? I shall taste it as well." Provoked, Xiao Qiao quickly picked up a crayfish, imitating Ma Hongjun's actions, and eagerly devoured it after removing the shell. Zhou Yu cast an apologetic glance at Ma Hongjun, as if silently conveying his regrets for his wife's lack of decorum. Yet, Ma Hongjun bore no grudge. He turned to the quietly observing to Qiao and gently encouraged, "Lady Sun, why not join us in tasting this delicacy? To truly address the locust plague, we must lead by example." "Thank you, Your Highness," Qiao replied, also taking a crayfish to savor. The meat was succulent and tender, and before long, the five of them had consumed nearly half of the feast, feeling quite satiated. Such a waste would be unacceptable. "Please pack some for me to take back to the post for my two wives to enjoy," Ma Hongjun said as he rose to wash his hands in a nearby basin. He was still adjusting to the ancient manner of speaking, but thankfully, many who had come from the Douluo realm years prior were accustomed to such language, finding it rather popular due to its clarity. Only in formal contexts would one use grandiose language. In private, simplicity was preferred. "Your Highness truly possesses profound affection for the three princesses," Xiao Qiao remarked enviously to Zhu Zhuqing. During the meal, through Xiao Qiao's initiative, she had become quite familiar with the typically reticent Zhu Zhuqing, forging a budding friendship. Women's camaraderie often blossomed effortlessly, often yielding a sense of having known each other forever after just a few exchanged words. Especially in Ma Hongjun's previous life, where online gaming culture encouraged such rapid intimacy. Ma Hongjun declined Zhou Yu's invitation to stay overnight, taking Zhu Zhuqing back to the post. Upon entering, he even used the warmth of the phoenix flames to heat the crayfish stored in his spatial soul guide. The following day, a plethora of food stalls were set up before the Zhou residence, specifically distributing crayfish and buns, leading to bustling business that compelled the ladies to assist. As the household servants were overwhelmed, a large sign was erected, proclaiming, "Crayfish purchased at 5 copper soul coins per pound, equivalent to a modern 5 yuan in purchasing power." Due to the intrinsic value of the Douluo coin system, the Han government was actively exchanging old copper coins for gold, silver, and copper soul coins. The streets were filled with citizens, each bending down to catch crayfish, and within half a day, the city was stripped bare of them. In the following days, the populace spontaneously ventured outside the city to rice fields and small villages, scouring every possible location for crayfish. The insatiable appetite of food lovers was boundless. Within a week, it was rare to spot crayfish in the fields, and even fewer remained in the rice paddies. By this time, the locust disaster had been successfully weathered, with nearly everyone knowing how to prepare crayfish, which had become a staple food for most families, save for a few individuals allergic to them. Some affluent families even recognized a business opportunity in crayfish farming. As long as the farming was conducted according to guidelines, Ma Hongjun would not interfere, rather welcoming the initiative. Soon, the Zhou residents began preparations for relocation, with Zhou Yu proactively suggesting moving the family's focus to Jinling City. The primary aim was to bring family members to Jinling City, alleviating Ma Hongjun's concerns. Ma Hongjun did not disappoint Zhou Yu, producing an imperial edict to appoint him as the Grand Commander of the Navy, signaling the imminent departure to the Tongtian Sea. where he would lead a total of 50,000 naval troops of Wuhan. It is essential to note that within the Tongtian Sea, aside from 3 primary routes leading directly to the Douluo continent, there existed endless maritime paths, rendering the Navy's role in warfare paramount. It was in essence the lifeline of a nation. Zhou Yu recognized his prowess in naval warfare. While Wuhan boasted numerous naval generals, it lacked a commanding admiral. Currently, the naval defenses of Wuhan and the Tongtian Sea were entrusted to Generals Gan Ning and Jiang Qin, who guarded the flanks. Although both were exceptionally skilled swimmers with maritime capabilities, they faced immense pressure against the advanced soul-guided battleships of the Douluo continent. Chapter 200, Refining Salt and Salt Quotas. Subsequently, Zhou Yu led his troops to the secret realm of the Tongtian Sea, while Ma Hongjun continued his journey with the 3 women to broaden their experiences and observations of life. Meanwhile, the sudden increase in aggression from the Dalu Empire towards Huaxia can be traced back to a recent event. The Crown Prince of the Dalu Empire personally piloted a top-tier soul-guided ship to the battlefield. In an effort to ease tensions with the powers on the Douluo continent, the Crown Prince ventured into the Tongtian Sea battlefield. However, he encountered the formidable General Guan Yu, patrolling the Shu Kingdom's camp. After a fierce battle, the Crown Prince, despite his advanced soul-guided vessel, was ultimately outmatched by the valiant Guan Yu. Having acquired some fortuitous opportunity, had significantly bolstered his strength and reached the pinnacle of tidal Douluo. Even the renowned General Liu Bu felt considerable pressure from Guan Yu's initial 3 strikes on the battlefield. In a short time, with the support of the Wei and Wu kingdoms, General Guan displayed unparalleled might, capturing numerous advanced soul-guided devices and directly apprehending the Crown Prince of the Dalu Empire. This was a resounding victory. However, in the aftermath, due to the spoils of war, discord arose among the 3 kingdoms. The dilemma of what to do with the Dalu Empire's Crown Prince became exceedingly precarious. To release him would imply fear of the Dalu Empire, potentially inviting renewed aggression, while retaining him felt akin to holding a hot potato, likely provoking an even more intense conflict at any moment. At the same time, the Ryu Empire and the 2 great empires of Dalu jointly issued a notification to the Shu Kingdom: return the Crown Prince of Ryu, surrender Guan Yu, and assist in capturing the Crown Prince along with the Shu Han naval forces. Otherwise, they would deploy formidable tidal Douluo to assassinate Guan Yu and launch a full-scale assault on Shu Han. Liu Bei, known for his shrewdness and wisdom, responded immediately, asserting that he would never surrender the Ryu Crown Prince, let alone his sworn brother. He convened discussions with the other 2 allied nations on how to deal with the Crown Prince. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun, who was enjoying a leisurely outing with the 3 women, received a letter from Tian Wei. In the letter, Liu Bowen inquired about the handling of the Ryu Crown Prince and whether to ensure the safety of Guan Yu. With a sigh, Ma Hongjun realized that the conflict in the Tongtian Sea would not conclude anytime soon. The arrival of Zhou Yu should alleviate some pressure from a strategist, and matters concerning the regime required careful deliberation. After Zhou Yu formally pledged his allegiance, Ma Hongjun became acutely aware of Zhou Yu's exceptional talents, a realization aided by discovering a more intricate method of utilizing the reconnaissance system. By consuming a small amount of fortune points, he could assess the talents and potential skills of his subordinates. Zhou Yu's attributes were as follows: strength, level 79 soul sage, martial soul, water, potential, godly potential, talent skill, god of water warfare, which allowed him to command naval forces while taking advantage of both time and terrain. His hidden skill, rapid movement on water, could mobilize seawater to enhance the naval army's speed, reaching up to 3 times its normal pace. Without hesitation, Ma Hongjun penned a response. First, ensure the protection of Guan Yu. He must not come to harm. Deploy the mightiest general, Liu Bu, to lie in ambush around Guan Yu, waiting for the tidal Douluo to strike. Second, take custody of the Ryu Crown Prince, imprison him in the Tianlao to alleviate pressure on Shu Han, and avoid being defeated piecemeal. Third, swiftly repel the Douluo coalition and return to Wuhan to discuss significant matters. Ma Hongjun refrained from discussing the regime affairs with anyone, nor did he disclose information in advance through letters. Among the 3 kingdoms, Wuhan possessed the strongest prowess while Shuhan was the weakest, which is why Ma Hongjun took on the responsibility of safeguarding the Yu crown prince for the sake of national integrity. Although this suggestion appeared labor-intensive and unappreciated, it actually established a noble example for Wuhan, embodying the spirit of national unity and fostering solidarity among the three kingdoms. After completing these tasks, the four of them continued their explorations around the villages surrounding Jinling City. The first stop was Ma Hongjun's ancestral village, Wudong Village, inhabited entirely by residents who had moved from the Douluo world over 3 years ago. Notably, many teachers from Shrek Academy, along with students willing to relocate their families to Huaxia, had settled near Wudong Village. The second stop was Qibao Village, home to disciples of the Qibao Glaze sect and affiliated families, such as the Jiangu Douluo. The third stop was the Jiao Xian Haidang clan, located to the south of Jinling City. The fourth stop was Zhu Family Village, which was also the family of Ma Hongjun's in-laws, Zhu Zhuqing. These regional forces were responsible for guarding Jinling City, forming a strategic alliance that upheld its significance. Although referred to as villages, they were hardly inferior to some underdeveloped towns. Particularly in terms of economy and infrastructure, the difference was merely in scale. The phrase small temple, yet complete in function, aptly described them. Especially Shrek Academy, as the only Soul Master Academy, quickly rose to prominence alongside Yingchuan Academy. Throughout the entire Han Dynasty, only these two academies possessed the ability to awaken martial souls. Unlike the Dalu world, the awakened martial souls here were referred to as battle souls, and any successful awakening guaranteed commendable talent. There was no concept of wasted martial souls, underscoring the prestigious status of these two academies. Ma Hongjun was also curious about how Yingchuan Academy possessed the magical formations for awakening and testing soul power. However, intelligence from Tianwei indicated that their awakening method differed from that of Douluo Dalu, utilizing formations previously unheard of. Yet, as both paths led to the same destination, he chose not to dwell on it. With Jinling City standing firm as a bastion, Ma Hongjun did not intend to return immediately after their explorations. Instead, he embarked on inspections across Wuhan with the three women. Ultimately, as the inspections progressed, Ma Hongjun discovered the most pressing issue troubling the common folk: salt. Indeed, while various resources brought from the Douluo continent included a substantial quantity of salt, it remained a non-renewable resource. Furthermore, compared to the fine salt of his past life, the coarse salt from Douluo was considerably inferior. Consequently, Ma Hongjun, accompanied by the three women, began experimenting with methods to refine salt. Drawing upon his somewhat hazy chemical knowledge from his previous life, Ma Hongjun finally succeeded in producing edible fine salt after a week of research. He then summoned Tianwei to initiate the process and insisted on strict confidentiality regarding this method, ensuring that the salt mines remained under official control. Eventually, he also devised a method for extracting sea salt, which he promptly entrusted to Tianwei. Half a month later, the citizens of Wuhan began to spread the news, spontaneously taking to the streets to extol Ma Hongjun's virtues and commend his wisdom. The price of salt plummeted, with fine salt costing merely 1 copper coin per pound. This was indeed exhilarating, as salt prices had decreased by more than tenfold. It was worth noting that an average meal for a common person cost 2 copper coins. Subsequently, various prominent families within Wuhan expressed their dissatisfaction, petitioning for an increase in salt prices. With no choice, Ma Hongjun returned to court and adjusted the salt pricing into 3 tiers, focusing on packaging. Ultimately, he categorized table salt into 3 types: edible salt, fine salt, and tribute salt. He also permitted these families to utilize their connections to sell within the Han territory, with the court selling at the original price to these families, who could then sell at a markup of up to 5 times, provided they did not sell within Wuhan. This arrangement temporarily silenced the dissenting families, who understood that Ma Hongjun, as the founding emperor, wielded absolute centralized authority, deterring them from excessive demands. Had it not been for the substantial impact on their interests, they would not have dared to voice their grievances. Consequently, the 3 types of edible salt from Wuhan rapidly swept across the entire Han salt market. Meanwhile, Salt extraction began to lag behind. Fortunately, Tianwei was staffed with many personnel, from whom he selected those possessing water and fire-type martial souls to assist in the refinement, stabilizing the process. The treasury of Wuhan flourished with newfound wealth. My dear husband, why do you entrust the sale of our refined table salt to those families? If they resist, we can simply suppress them, Yi Lingling inquired, somewhat displeased, as she sat across the dining table from Ma Hongjun. The three women held no fondness for these families that interrupted their excursions. Lingling, even if we deny these families the right to sell, they will still purchase within Wuhan and subsequently smuggle it to Wei and Shu at inflated prices, Ning Rongrong explained, demonstrating her political acumen. Indeed, it is better to control the salt at a reasonable price and authorize them to sell. Moreover, they're not the only ones allowed to sell in Wei and Shu. The majority of the profit remains with us, as I dictate the quantity supplied to them. Without the means to produce it, they will always rely on us. Binding them firmly to our ship, Ma Hongjun explained indulgently to the three women. Very well. I was wondering how you could relent to these people. The Jiao and Haidang clan also deserve a share of the distribution, she retorted. Yi Lingling's eyes brightened, and she instantly felt a surge of joy. I want it too. The Qi Bao Lu Lizong also wishes to bind a warship. Ningrongrong eakerli requested. Me too, Zhu Zhuqing added, her demeanor still somewhat cool and taciturn. You truly are my wonderful wives, always thinking of me. I am indeed fortunate to have you all. Ma Hongjun felt a wave of happiness as he observed the harmonious interaction among the three women, for they were indeed the kind of women he cherished. If the three clans were aware that the three ladies were ostensibly fighting for their maternal families while, in reality, they were diverting resources elsewhere, they might not know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 201. The dining limit on this day, Ma Hongjun, in high spirits after an abundant harvest, began to feast his ministers and their families in celebration of the kingdom's overflowing treasury. That evening, a grand temporary tent was erected in the vast square outside the palace, illuminated by flickering lights, with over 100 tables laden with delectable dishes. However, amidst the festivities, an event occurred that left Ma Hongjun both furious and disheartened. After the meal, he proceeded to the harem. Infuriating. Truly infuriating. The recent locust plague has barely passed, and most common households are without surplus grain. The soldiers in the war against the Tian Sea are only provided with inedible rations. These ministers are utterly ungrateful. I invite them to a grand feast, and they waste food, leaving more uneaten than consumed. It is simply unforgivable, Ma Hongjun lamented as he sat down at Ning Rongrong's residence, slamming his palm on the table in frustration. How is it wasted? Ning Rongrong gently inquired as she poured tea for him. Alas, the exquisite mountain delicacies were mostly consumed. Yet the ordinary dishes remained untouched. Some were barely nibbled. Ma Hongjun sighed, raising his teacup, only to set it down again in exasperation. Due to his royal status, Ma Hongjun was seated in a prominent position, affording him a clear view of all that transpired in the square. Perhaps these bureaucrats have grown accustomed to extravagant feasts and find it hard to appreciate simple fare, Ning Rongrong speculated, recalling her own initial experiences at Shrek Academy. They suffer from princess syndrome, far worse than when you first arrived at Shrek Academy. The food there was indeed unpalatable, devoid of any meat aroma. Yet what was served here was prepared by the imperial chefs, and even the least exquisite dish surpasses our best meals at Shrek, Ma Hongjun retorted irritably. Ning Rongrong fell silent, puffing her cheeks in annoyance, pretending to be oblivious. I wasn't referring to you, dear Rongrong. You are far superior to them. Noticing the slight change in Ning Rongrong's expression, Ma Hongjun quickly moved to comfort her. Fine, as long as you understand. I am no longer as headstrong as I was in my youth. Ning Rongrong finally chuckled, a hint of pride in her voice. Indeed, my Rongrong has become gentle and virtuous, 1,000 times better than these ministers, Ma Hongjun praised enthusiastically. This flattery succeeded in lifting Ning Rongrong's spirits, and soon they found themselves whispering sweet nothings in bed, embarking on a significant chapter of their lives. Afterward, the mosaic effect vanished, and the volume returned. I don't quite understand. Even if they wasted food, His Highness shouldn't be this angry. Ning Rongrong mused, nestled against Ma Hongjun's robust chest. If it were a normal day, I might overlook the waste, but remembering that the common folk still suffer from hunger, relying on the court's relief to barely survive, especially after the locust disaster, I cannot help but feel anger. If the food they waste were sent to remote areas, it could sustain countless lives. Ma Hongjun articulated the reason for his ire. In truth, Ma Hongjun's sentiments bore merit. The savings from the court's feasting could indeed alleviate the effects of the locust plague. There's a way to mitigate their wastefulness, but it depends on whether you are willing to set an example, Ning Rongrong suggested with a mischievous smile. What method? Ma Hongjun inquired, puzzled. Limit the dining of officials to a maximum of 6 dishes and 1 soup while dining out, Ning Rongrong playfully proposed. Very well. Let us proceed as you suggest. After all, the 4 of us usually dine together under such specifications. Ma Hongjun laughed, finding the idea reasonable. The following morning, as he entered the court, Ma Hongjun prepared to announce this seemingly harsh decree. All ministers, please rise. Did you enjoy last night's banquet? Ma Hongjun inquired with a cheerful demeanor, betraying no trace of anger. Your Majesty is wise. The ministers responded in unison, nodding enthusiastically. However, seeing the flourishing scene of the past, I cannot help but recall the devastation I witnessed among the common folk. The locust plague has been resolved. Yet the people still suffer, barely managing to make ends meet. Ma Hongjun feigned sorrow. The ministers murmured among themselves, unsure of Ma Hongjun's true intentions. Your Majesty, I request to speak. I have observed that during banquets, many officials indulge in dozens, even hundreds of extravagant dishes. If the common people were to learn of the lavishness displayed by the court, it would surely lead to unrest. Thus, I propose that Your Majesty enact a dining limit until the disaster has passed. Zhang Zhao, a trusted confidant of Ma Hongjun, was the first to voice his proposal. What is the dining limit? Ma Hongjun feigned ignorance. Ning Rongrong, watching from behind a screen, rolled her eyes, knowing that the two had conspired together. Your Majesty, the dining limit restricts high-ranking officials to no more than 6 dishes and 1 soup for family meals, and no more than 9 dishes and 3 soups for entertaining friends. Zhang Zhao stated boldly, unperturbed by the disapproving glances of other ministers. That sounds excellent. How do the rest of you view this? Ma Hongjun asked the other ministers, many of whom were from the Eastern Wu. Particularly among the astute, there was a measured silence, neither rejecting nor supporting the proposal. Notable figures such as Lu Su, Lu Meng, Xiao Xian, and Lu Sun led the way. Ma Hongjun turned to the honest Lu Su and inquired, what is your opinion? It is entirely up to Your Majesty's decision. Lu Su quickly bowed in deference. Ma Hongjun felt exasperated. Even the straightforward Lu Su was cunning enough to avoid offending anyone. He turned to Lu Meng and the others, who exhibited similar reticence. Finally, he addressed Zhuge Jin, a member of the Zhuge family. Ziyu, I am terrified. It is entirely up to Your Majesty's decision. I shall abide by your decree, Zhuge Jin stammered, his face pale as he bowed his head, being the lowest ranked among them and wary of offending the powerful ministers. With no one responding, Ma Hongjun turned to Guiyong, a representative of the aristocratic ministers. Your Majesty, I believe this dining limit, while it may alleviate the effects of the locust plague to some extent, may hinder the recruitment of talented individuals. As the saying goes, a long journey to seek an official position requires sustenance. If even dining is restricted, how can we expect talented individuals to come forth? Guiyong, feeling the anticipatory gazes of his fellow aristocrats, clenched his teeth and stood to respond. Nonsense. That is absurd reasoning. We are merely enacting a dining limit during the disaster period. Its impact on attracting talent is negligible. In fact, it will encourage genuine talents to sincerely seek our court. The court is not a place for gluttonous indulgence. How dare you squander the court's provisions on excessive feasting? Zhang Zhao was the first to rise in indignation, ready to rebuke. Guiyong's face flushed with indignation. As a disciple of a revered scholar, he was unwilling to endure such humiliation. He retorted unapologetically, Lord Zhang, given your advanced age and frail constitution, it is only natural that you require less sustenance. Have you not heard that Gaozi once stated? Food and sex are inherent to nature. Benevolence resides within, while righteousness exists externally. How can you, a mere youth, so brazenly distort the essence of these words? Even the venerable Lien Pu, in his old age, could consume 2 jin of meat in a single meal. I assure you, my appetite remains as robust as ever. How dare you deceive me? Is 6 dishes and a soup insufficient for your daily fare? Zhang Zhao was visibly agitated. The age gap of over a decade was evident. Yet he refused to concede to age. He retorted with a voice laden with anger. This inquiry rendered Gu Yong speechless, for in truth, he too typically consumed 6 dishes and a soup, which did not greatly affect him. However, the others in attendance clearly found it lacking. I find that my 3 daily meals shared with the 3 princesses, consisting of 6 dishes and a soup, suffice. I presume that Yuan's commitment to frugality is also adequate, remarked Ma Hongjun, taking the opportunity to interject. Responding to Ma Hongjun's comments, Guyong finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "In that case, from this day forth, I shall adhere to the dining restrictions alongside the officials until the pestilence abates." With a flourish of his ample sleeves, Ma Hongjun issued a loud command. "As you command." The officials, upon witnessing this, found themselves compelled to acquiesce, daring not to obstruct the royal decree. Simultaneously, he ordered a reduction in taxes and the opening of granaries to distribute grain. Chapter 202. Wu Ho Wan Yu versus Wen Ho Lu Bu in the Imperial Study. Ma Hongjun observed the reports presented by his subordinates with a disdainful smile, reflecting, these aristocratic families indeed possess countermeasures from above and policies from below. However, this presents a fine opportunity to establish official kills. It became apparent that, in response to the dining restrictions, officials from noble families had leveraged their connections, leading to the emergence of large porcelain dining sets in the market the following day, featuring separated bowls capable of holding 3 different dishes. Rather than becoming enraged, Ma Hongjun had anticipated such developments. Aware of history, he understood that such occurrences were inevitable, and proactive measures were essential. Let us see whether your porcelain is superior or that of the official kills. In the future, I shall ensure that the dining wares for officials in Wuhan are sourced from our kills. I wonder if you will express gratitude toward me or the kills. He mused internally. During the Eastern Han period, the emergence of porcelain from Eastern Wu began, and it has since grown increasingly popular. Yet it was still in its infancy, lacking the vibrant diversity seen in later times. Ma Hongjun, seizing upon the extravagant habits of these officials and noble families, resolved to vigorously develop the ceramic market to justify his identity as a time traveler. Indeed, not long after, the market was flooded with Celadon ceramics. And white porcelain also saw significant advancements. Innovations in decorative techniques emerged, such as the application of additional clay pieces as embellishments. Although ceramics existed during the Han Dynasty, their low firing temperatures rendered them fragile, merely qualifying as primitive porcelain. It was not until the Tang Dynasty that the development of glaze and high-temperature firing techniques surpassed 1,000 degrees Celsius, marking the true dawn of the porcelain era, with the most renowned kills being Yu and Xing. In the current era of the 3 kingdoms, extraordinary powers continuously emerged, rendering the issue of temperature trivial. With a general direction provided, his subordinates could produce durable, practical, and aesthetically pleasing porcelain. After personally offering guidance at the official kills, Ma Hongjun established standards for the desired porcelain, as blue as the sky, as bright as a mirror, as thin as paper, and resonant as a chime. A month later, the official kills had completely dominated the Wuhan porcelain market, as officials and aristocrats, eager to maintain their social standing, eagerly elevated the prestige of the official kills. Dining exclusively with porcelain from these kills became a matter of status. Otherwise, one risked losing face. Consequently, Ma Hongjun's coffers swelled, and the national treasury had undergone several expansions. Moreover, the dining restrictions he had imposed were successfully and flawlessly implemented. Indeed, the crafty are often outdone by the cunning. You are still inexperienced in contending with me. Ma Hongjun thought to himself, feeling a surge of satisfaction. As for the aristocratic officials focusing on the culinary arts, introducing an array of exotic dishes and innovative preparations. Ma Hongjun welcomed this development. It would undoubtedly elevate the culinary scene, fostering excellence and diversity, and he harbored no objections. Report, a voice urgently proclaimed, breaking the tranquility of Jinling City. Outside the city, a messenger, bearing tattered banners and a blood-stained white robe, sat upon a weary white horse, clearly exhausted. 800 Li Express, he cried, as dust swirled in his wake, and his steed galloped forth. Upon dismounting, he bellowed at the gatekeepers, 800 Li Express. I bear the Emperor's golden seal. Those who obstruct me shall perish. He then remounted and charged into the royal city, exuding an imposing presence, leaving behind a trail of dust as he vanished from view. At that moment, the ancient path was enshrouded in clouds, and the clear sky shone brightly. The safety of the 800 Li Express was paramount. While these dispatches held immense significance for the court, to bandits, they were mere scraps of paper, laden with risk. Attempting to intercept such a message would not only yield no profit, but also invite the wrath of the imperial family, who possesses such formidable prowess that they can deliver an 800 Li Express into the royal city. One individual exclaimed in astonishment, "This is the elite White Horse Brigade of Wuhan. I recognize him. He is the distant cousin of my wife's brother-in-law, who joined the 3,000 White Horse Brigade 5 years ago, bringing honor to our family," another responded proudly. Clearly, the soldiers have encountered urgent military affairs. Alas, I wonder if my child will return alive, mused an elderly man, bent and accompanied by his 3-year-old grandson, as they made their way toward the impoverished northern district. Grandfather, the horse he rides is magnificent. When I grow up, I too shall serve the king like father and join the White Horse Brigade, the child exclaimed innocently, raising his tiny fist. Yes, yes, my dear grandson, the old man replied, while the citizens on the street engaged in lively discussions. Let us return to the main matter at hand. In the Grand Hall, a voice called out, "Report, Your Majesty, the armies of Wei, Shu, and Wu have erupted into widespread warfare. The 3 great empires have dispatched numerous soul masters to the battlefield. The Huaxia coalition has suffered significant losses, and the military strategist has urgently requested reinforcements from the royal city via 800 Li Express." Ma Hongjun's brow furrowed. Upon hearing the messenger's report, he realized the news was dire, plunging his mood into further despair. That Liu Bowen would seek assistance indicated that the situation had grown exceedingly grave. What are the naval engagements? He inquired, thinking of Zhou Yu. Before the foreign powers commenced their war, they had previously engaged in several small-scale naval skirmishes, all of which were effortlessly resolved by Commander Zhou, resulting in considerable losses for them. Thus, this war is primarily land-based, the messenger replied, kneeling and reporting faithfully. What triggered this sudden outbreak of war? Ma Hongjun asked, perplexed. Your subordinate was preparing to report that General Liu and General Guan had joined forces 10 days ago to eliminate a formidable limit Douluo from the Sun and Moon Empire. The soldier replied, excitement evident in his voice. Excellent, excellent. Haha. Truly worthy of the title Liu Bu among men and Guan Yu among horses, a name that resonates with the slaying of Yan Liang and the vanquishing of Wen Chou, surpassing 5 passes and slaying 6 generals, enhancing the prestige of Huaxia. They shall be rewarded, Ma Hongjun exclaimed, rising to his feet and laughing heartily as he slammed his hand on the table. The assembled ministers, too, smiled and stroked their beards in approval, while the military officials displayed expressions of admiration, enthusiastically praising the heroes, especially Xue Rengue and Cheng Yaojin. Xue Rengue had successfully completed the task assigned by Ma Hongjun, returning to the court with a formidable force that rivaled even the elite White Horse Brigade. Your Majesty, although we are all part of the Huaxia coalition, Guan Yu hails from Shuhan. Are we not risking bias in our rewards? Guyong stepped forward to voice his concern. As descendants of the illustrious Huaxia, regardless of our respective nations, merit shall be duly rewarded. Henceforth, let 2 exquisite medicinal herbs from the national treasury be bestowed upon these 2 individuals. Furthermore, I decree that the esteemed Liu Ai Qing shall be conferred the title of Wengong, and that General Guan shall be honored as Han Shouting Ho. However, Ma Hongjun refrained from directly granting them official titles, choosing instead to allow Cao Cao's camp to bestow their rewards. After all, the Han Xiandi remains nominally in power, and as the sovereign of a nation, he possesses the authority to appoint officials. Yet to bestow titles of nobility would be to overstep boundaries. Nevertheless, due to the coalition forces of the three kingdoms, Cao Cao is unlikely to refuse Ma Hongjun's request. He also commanded Shui Rengui to lead 20,000 troops to Tongtianhai to support the military strategist, elevating him to the position of deputy commander of the army. With the autonomy to act independently, Ma Hongjun did not neglect the matter of seeking reinforcements. After a moment of contemplation, he dispatched half of the military forces stationed in the imperial city. "I accept the decree," exclaimed Shui Rengui, excitedly kneeling to receive the order. In Suchong, Cao Cao, having received the same intelligence, found himself in a state of dismay, realizing he had become a scapegoat, ensnared in the machinations of others. Most infuriating were the communications from Ma Hongjun and Liu Bei, who sought titles for Liu Bu and Guan Yu. While Liu Bu was already conferred the title of Wengong by Dong Zhuo, this merely reaffirmed his return to the orthodox Han lineage. But who is Guan Yu? He is a figure that Cao Cao has long desired, someone he has yearned for day and night. If he were inclined to confer rewards, why would he need others to petition on his behalf? At the same time, he lamented the absence of capable individuals under his command who could partake in the ambush to eliminate the ultimate title Douluo. Subsequently, with a flourish of his brush, Cao Cao directly conferred upon Guan Yu the title of Wu Sheng and granted him the rank of Wu Ho. The Han Xiandi, though a mere figurehead, required only to stamp the pre-written edict. Chapter 203. Fierce generals like clouds, strategists like rain. To slay a grand master of the utmost perfection with the title of Douluo seems utterly inconceivable. As various experts continue to emerge within the Han realm, a unified classification of strength began to circulate from an unknown source. It is said that ancient texts documented that regardless of whether one practiced the three methods of cultivation, technique, body, and energy, or other scattered unique practices, they have all been categorized into defined realms. Below the title of Douluo, the levels are uniformly divided into the acquired realm, where the energy within an individual is collectively referred to as the acquired true qi, while above the title is known as the innate realm. The acquired realm is subdivided into body refinement, energy refinement, bone refinement, and the acquired realm beyond level 70 of the Soul Saint. Each realm is further divided into 3 stages: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Body refinement corresponds to below the Great Soul Master, energy refinement to below the Soul King, and bone refinement to below the Soul Saint, while the acquired realm exists below the title. It is noteworthy that within the entirety of the Han, the Grand Masters of utmost perfection are few in number, each with a predetermined limit. Even the innate realm is confined within the cycle of 365 celestial days. The innate realm equates to the true chi level of a titled Douluo, while the power of a Grand Master corresponds to the realm of a super titled Douluo, with the Grand Master of utmost perfection naturally representing the limit of titled realms. Among the two, Liu Bu stands at the threshold of Grand Master, akin to the peak of level 94, while Guan Yu reaches the pinnacle of innate, equivalent to level 93 of the titled Douluo realm. Though they face a significant disparity in realms, the prospect of jointly slaying the ultimate title still invigorates the spirit. Yet, unbeknownst to all, at the very moment the two were poised to slay the ultimate, the King of Slaughter in the City of Slaughter awakened unexpectedly, regaining consciousness. "I am the King of Slaughter? No, I am Tang Chun, the former patriarch of the Haoyan sect Tang Chun. Tongtianhai. How dare this scoundrel launch a surprise attack on my second brother? Such ignorance of death deserves the fate that awaits him. If not for my own constraints, how could that 3 surname servant gain renown?" Following the great battle, within the camp of Shu Han, a formidable figure, tall and robust, with a leopard-like visage, hawk-like eyes, and a voice akin to thunder, was expressing his grievances to the commanding officer within the camp. "Ida, Such words are inappropriate. We must not dwell on past grievances. Lu Fengxian is now our ally, and we must set aside bygone animosities to unite against foreign threats. The commanding officer seated in the main position was a cultured man, equally tall, with a countenance like jade, adorned with a silk cap and draped in a crane cloak, exuding an ethereal presence. He held a feather fan, and it was none other than Zhuge Kongming, the strategist of Shu Han and Liu Bei's military advisor. I do not comprehend such lofty principles. Since that fellow saved my second brother this time, I shall refrain from cursing him as a three-surname servant, Zhang Fei grumbled, his tone softening upon noticing Zhuge Liang's displeased expression. Indeed, Ida, do not lose heart. Our battle against foreign forces has only just begun. There will be ample opportunities to confront those formidable adversaries. Zhuge Liang, satisfied with Zhang Fei's demeanor, consoled him while adjusting his beard. It is worth noting that prior to the establishment of the Huaxia coalition, the brash Zhang Fei would scarcely yield to anyone but Liu Bei and Guan Yu, often clashing with Zhuge Liang. Now, his current attitude is a testament to the effectiveness of Zhuge Liang's brilliant strategies and remarkable military achievements. I do not envy that fellow. My second brother's injuries have already healed under the miraculous herbs of Wang Wu, but when does he plan to return to the battlefield? Zhang Fei inquired, his tone tinged with bitterness. It will still take some time. Yun Chang has experienced a life-and-death battle, and with the aid of the miraculous herbs, he has achieved new breakthroughs. He needs a few more days to stabilize his true qi. Ida, Han Sheng, and all the generals must endure a few more days of hardship, maintaining strict vigilance, with a focus on defense. I have already reported the situation here to the Lord, and I believe reinforcements will arrive in a few days. Zhuge Liang instructed the gathered generals, particularly addressing Zhang Fei and Hongjun. The three armies of the three kingdoms have established a formidable defensive line, erecting towering walls akin to the Great Wall to safeguard Huaxia. Yes, we shall obey the command. The generals collectively bowed in acknowledgement. Had Ma Hongjun been present, he would undoubtedly recognize that the Shu Han formation is scarcely inferior to his own. Beyond the valiant brothers Guan and Zhang, there are also the inscrutable veteran Hongjun, the fierce warrior Wei Yin, the well-rounded adopted son Lu Feng, and the steadfast old generals Yin Yin, Fu Tong, as well as the vanguard Liao Yuanjian, led by the otherwise unremarkable Liao Hua. In terms of strategists, they count among their ranks Fa Zheng, Lu Ba, Jian Yong, Sun Qian, and Ma Liang. Additionally, those managing affairs in the rear within Shu Han, such as Li Yin, E.g., and Huang Quan, are no ordinary figures. The three kingdoms have dispatched their strongest forces without reservation to defend Huaxia, as both Liu Bei and Cao Cao are acutely aware of the dangers posed by foreign forces. In contrast to the talent-rich Shu Han, the formidable Wei Han is even more enviable. Not only do they possess a greater military strength, but their generals are also not significantly weaker than those of Shu Han. And in the realm of strategists, even Ma Hongjun finds himself humbled. On the battlefield of Tongtianhai, led by Sun Yu, a cadre of elite strategists, including Guijia, stands ready. Among them are the genius Guijia, the capable Sun Yu, the strategist Sun Yu, as well as Cheng Yu, Chen Kun, Hua Xian, Lu Yi, and Zhong Yao. In the rear, the court boasts even more figures such as Sima Yi, who is not trusted by Cao Cao, Su Shu, who is torn between loyalties, the cunning Jia Su, and Shi Ji Tsai, who assists Cao Cao in overseeing the grand strategy, along with notable individuals like Xian Pai, Man Chong, Chui Yin, Jiang Ji, Yang Xiu, and Mao Jia. Ma Hongjun covets Jia Su greatly and has long dispatched the Tian Wei to engage in clandestine interactions with him. Presently, Jia Su seldom offers strategies to Cao Cao and has yet to genuinely pledge his allegiance. Due to his involvement, Cao Cao has suffered significant losses, including his eldest son Cao Ong and the great general Dian Wei. Although Dian Wei was later rescued, he has since vanished without a trace. Thus, regarding the clandestine interactions with Ma Hongjun's subordinate Tian Wei, Jia Su shows no aversion. Rather, he hints at a desire to join forces. The faction of Wuhan is strikingly similar to that of Shu Han, with military strategist Liu Bowen commanding the Central Army, alongside Deputy Commander Shui Rengui, Grand Admiral Zhou Yu, and General Zhao Yun. They are supported by formidable warriors such as Lu Bu, Zhang Liao, Ma Chao, Peng De, Tai Shirzi, and Gan Ning, as well as notable generals from Eastern Wu, including Jiang Qin, Huang Gai, Han Deng, and Lu Meng. Additionally, Lu Bu's ranks, aside from Zhang Liao and Gao Shan, include 8 valiant generals: Chao Xing, Zhang Ba, Hao Meng, Chao Xing, Cheng Lian, Wei Su, Song Xian, and Ho Chong. All remain alive and have pledged allegiance to Ma Hongjun. Ma Chao commands 8 valiant generals: Liang Xing, Ho Xian, Cheng Yin, Li Kan, Zhang Heng, Chen Lawan, and Yang Xiu. Among them is the unique figure from the Douluo world, Poison Douluo, also known as Old Jack, and the Sword Douluo from the Jiuxin Haidang clan, as well as the legendary catchers in Three Kingdoms history, like Ma Zhong and the late blooming Ding Feng. Some elderly generals from Eastern Wu, aside from those who have allied with Ma Hongjun, either met their demise on the battlefield, followed their former lord, or retreated into seclusion. After establishing Wuhan on the foundation of Eastern Wu, Ma Hongjun did not resort to annihilating its people. Instead, he employed Liu Bowen's strategy to first ruin Sun Quan's reputation, leading to his personal and familial disintegration and causing discord among his subordinates, before ultimately vanquishing Eastern Wu with overwhelming strength. This explains the multitude of former Eastern Wu officials who have chosen to ally with him. Thus, Liu Bowen's status within Ma Hongjun's army is undeniably significant, serving as a strategic pillar for Wuhan. He is supported by merely 2 advisors, Lu Sun and Zhang Hong. But with the capable leadership of Shui Rengui and Zhou Yu, there is little need for additional strategists. In Chapter 204, the emergence of the Divine Nine trials unfolds. The Sun-Moon Empire stands as the most formidable power in the Douluo continent, while the Spirit Hall occupies a unique and paramount position. Initially, it was the Spirit Hall that instigated the conflict, and Wuhan found itself in a precarious standoff against its advances, with both sides evenly matched. Each skirmish resulted in a stalemate, leading to a gradual stabilization of the situation. However, with the entry of the Sun-Moon Empire, the Spirit Hall adopted a more clandestine approach, gradually aligning with the Sun-Moon Empire to counter Wuhan, prompting Liu Bowen to seek aid from Ma Hongjun. Within the Spirit Hall's offering hall, Qian Dalu, the Grand Offering, solemnly urged, Shui Heir, we cannot defy the will of the angel god. We must comply. You must accept the divine inheritance of the angel god, for the legacy of our Spirit Hall must endure, even at the cost of my life, if necessary. Qian Dalu harbored a deep-seated resentment towards Ma Hongjun, blaming him for disseminating the notion of divine inheritance upon departing the Douluo continent, particularly emphasizing the need for sacrifices. Qian Renshue had already undergone the angel god's assessment, and thus Qian Dalu had exhausted every possible tactic, even resorting to threats, to finally persuade her to accept the inheritance trials. I understand, grandfather. You have sacrificed so much for the future of the Spirit Hall. I will succeed in the angel's 9 trials before that woman, Qian Renshue declared, a flicker of reluctance in her eyes as she steeled her resolve. Little did anyone know that the Spirit Hall had contracted its strength due to the mounting pressure from various hidden factions across the continent. Its position no longer as transcendent as before. On Sea God Island, despite losing most of Shrek Academy's members, fate unfolded as it had in history with Tang San, accompanied by Dai Mubai and the talents allied with Tang Min, arriving here to successfully awaken the Sea God 9 trials. In the City of Slaughter, Tang Chun had fully awakened, averting the impending doom of the City of Slaughter. Soon after, Haotian sect announced its entry into the world, marking Tang Chen's formal return as a force second only to the Spirit Hall. In the Wuhan camp, General Shui Rengui, after a long and arduous journey, faced the pressing issue of how to deal with the Sun-Moon Prince and the military might of the Sun-Moon Empire. Liu Bowen directly addressed the general. What insights do you have? Shui Rengui humbly replied, I dare not claim to have profound insights, but I do have a clever plan to offer, and I hope the strategist can refine it. Liu Bowen, adorned with a scholar's cap and holding a feather fan, bore a resemblance to Zhuge Liang. He expressed his approval of Shui Rengui's strategy, to release the Sun Moon Prince back to Shu Han, albeit under the pretext of returning him to the people of the Tiando Empire, thus appearing to fear the Sun Moon Empire. Shui Rengui elaborated on his plan, which involved a series of interconnected schemes. The surface narrative would portray the return of the Sun Moon Empire's prince to Shu Han, feigning fear of the Sun Moon Empire to mislead the enemy. Behind the scenes, they would collaborate with Zhuge Liang, who would be pressured to request peace from the Tiando Empire regarding the Sun Moon Prince. Meanwhile, they would secretly dispatch elite warriors to assassinate the prince within the Tiando Empire's territory, creating a smokescreen that suggested the Tiando Empire had eliminated the prince in a bid to claim glory for defeating Shu Han, while attempting to frame the Huaxia faction for the act. This plan will require the participation of Generals Feng Xian and Zilong to ensure its success, Shui Rengui asserted. He had already witnessed Lu Bu's prowess and anticipated a duel between them, given that they both wielded the Feng Tianhua Ji. Absolutely, Zhao Yun succinctly expressed his willingness. The assembly below showed no signs of dissent regarding this covert operation, for certain military actions must remain shrouded in secrecy. Lu Bowen nodded. Let us await Feng Xian's emergence from the pass before informing him. The triumvirate of Lu Bowen, Zhuge Liang, and the top-tier commander of Huaxia, Shui Rengui, orchestrated a plan that was far more intricate than it appeared. Numerous details remained unspoken. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun was not idle. His desire for strategists intensified his efforts to court Jia Su. Additionally, a delightful surprise awaited him. The talented Pang Tong, known as Feng Zhu, was currently residing within the Wuhan territory. However, despite Ma Hongjun mobilizing all of Tianwei's forces to locate him, he could not discern Feng Zhu's whereabouts, as though the latter were intentionally evading detection. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun remained undeterred. The very fact that Feng Zhu had come to Wuhan indicated a willingness to ally. Otherwise, in the current climate of clarity, even if Wuhan held territories such as Yangzhou, Jingzhou, Guangzhou, and Jiaozhou, Pang Tong could have easily departed for the domains of Shu Han or Wei Han. His evasion likely stemmed from a desire to observe Ma Hongjun's merit further. Although he may have been perceived as unattractive, his pride was undeniable, as those who feel inferior often harbor the greatest arrogance. Pang Tong's childhood insecurities about his appearance had instilled in him a particularly proud disposition. Historically, while Pang Tong is said to have actively allied with Liu Bei, he did not fully commit, instead opting to observe Liu Bei's leadership. As anticipated by Ma Hongjun, the same holds true for Pang Tong. Currently, Pang Tong is traveling within the territory of Wuhan, observing the lives of its citizens and comparing them with his experiences from other regions. The more he observes, the more astonished he becomes. Despite the recent locust plague that left households without surplus grain, the populace is vibrant and energetic. With the nourishment provided by crayfish and assistance from the court, they are free from worries. Gone are the days when their faces were pale from the inability to afford meat. They are now engaged in cultivating rice fields. And even those who are typically lazy and indulgent frequently venture into the fields to assist with farm work and catch crayfish. Most citizens wear smiles, a stark contrast to the time of Dongwu when they resorted to cannibalism. The current situation is exponentially improved, and the people are filled with hope for their future. Chapter 205. Feng Xiao returns to Wu. It seems that I, in my decision to survey the state of Wu, may have made the right choice. However, I remain uncertain whether this extraordinary young ruler will value my talents. Should he be a superficial individual who judges solely by appearance? Then I must seek a more enlightened sovereign, a scholar of most unseemly appearance, with bushy brows, a flat nose, and a peculiar visage, is presently fanning himself with a bamboo fan, contemplatively observing the humble smiles of the laboring citizens. While his words carry a tone of affirmation, they also exude a certain arrogance, as if only those in positions of great power are deserving of his respect. Those unaware of his true worth may perceive him as conceited. Historically, both Sun Quan and Liu Bei underestimated him due to his looks and demeanor. Fortunately, Liu Bei ultimately demonstrated sufficient sincerity to amend his error, thereby establishing the foundation of the Shu Han. In this timeline, due to the enhancement of personal martial prowess. Liu Bei, prior to encountering Pang Tong, had already laid the groundwork for Shu Han with the formidable strength of his two brothers and the advanced strategies of a strengthened Zhuge Liang. Thus, he missed out on this exceptional strategist skilled in ingenious tactics. Although Liu Bowen is renowned for unifying the realm, Zhu Yuanzhang's rise from a mere beggar to the founding emperor of a unified nation certainly cannot be attributed solely to Liu Bowen. The phrase Liu Bowen unifies the world, Zhuge Liang divides, it does not imply that Liu Bowen surpasses Zhuge Liang in skill. Without discussing the adversaries Zhuge Liang faced, among the strategists of Shu Han, only the deceased Pang Tong could rival him. Conversely, Zhu Yuanzhang had a greater variety of advisors, such as the renowned Zhang Zhong and Zhu Sheng, who was famed for his eloquence and proposed strategies of fortifying walls, stockpiling grain, and delaying claims to kingship. Additionally, there was Tao En, who excelled in governance and was posthumously honored by Zhu Yuanzhang as a strategist of unparalleled merit. Furthermore, there was Li Shanchong, the foremost civil minister after Liu Bowen. Therefore, the disparity between individual effort and collective strength is significant. As the saying goes, 3 lesser generals can equal 1 Zhuge Liang, illustrating that the combined strength of Li Shanchong and other strategists could produce a force comparable to Zhuge Liang, alongside Liu Bowen, resulting in 2 Zhuge Liangs capable of unifying the world. Moreover, the opponents they face are not of the caliber of Cao Cao or top-tier strategists like Guijia, Sun Yu, and Sun Yu. These insights are merely the personal reflections of Ma Hongjun, which is why he harbors an almost fervent desire for talented strategists. Indeed, after Pang Tong ceased to conceal his whereabouts, Ma Hongjun received news of him the very next day. At that moment, Pang Tong was en route to Jinling City, which has transformed into a city rivaling Luoyang, undoubtedly influenced by the industrial advancements of the Douluo world. Nevertheless, it still retains the aesthetic sensibilities of ancient times, preserving its architectural style. In Ma Hongjun's words, the trend of blindly following foreign influences is to be avoided. Otherwise, it will be challenging to effect changes in the future. In his previous life, Ma Hongjun had a profound appreciation for ancient Chinese architecture and felt an inexplicable affinity for retro designs. In this life, he is determined to preserve this cultural heritage. This does not mean he is unwilling to embrace advanced foreign concepts. For instance, he has integrated techniques from the industrial era of Douluo into his construction methods. However, he insists on maintaining strict standards in aesthetics and appearance, aiming for a harmonious blend without imitating others, asserting that traditional Chinese architecture is not inferior to any. Returning to the main narrative, Ma Hongjun has been waiting outside Jinling City for 2 hours without a drop of water, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the official road. "My lord, what manner of person warrants your prolonged anticipation?" inquired Cheng Yaojin, dressed in rather ordinary attire, curiously accompanying the elegantly dressed Ma Hongjun. "Left arm, right arm. Half the realm." Ma Hongjun jested, playfully hinting at Cheng Yaojin's impatience. "What? Left arm, right arm? Half the realm? Surely, such honors are reserved for strategists alone." Cheng Yaojin exclaimed incredulously. "Nothing is impossible. Our land is abundant with talent, and it is not unusual for figures comparable to strategists to emerge." Cheng Yaojin conceded, although he noted that those who could rival strategists had already aligned themselves with Wei and Shu. "Does my lord know this person's name?" he pondered, remembering the last encounter with Zhuge Liang and Guijia, which sent shivers down his spine at the thought of their calculating minds. Cheng Yaojin would rather offend the battlefield's god of war than face these 2 strategists of unparalleled cunning. Now, Cheng Yaojin has successfully ascended to the rank of title Dalu through training, yet he still harbors trepidation towards Guijia and Zhuge Liang. This apprehension traces back to the establishment of Wuhan, where during their last meeting, Cheng Yaojin, feeling secure on his home turf, dismissed the 2 strategists who came to offer congratulations, attempting to intimidate them. He succeeded, but the aftermath was nearly disastrous, as he found himself constantly wary of their schemes, even fearing that stones might fall from the sky into the latrine. Only after they departed from Jinling did he comprehend the insidious nature and vengeful temperament of such strategists. Do you know Zhuge Kongming? He shares a name with the one known as Feng Chao, who is currently en route to Jinling. Ma Hongjun spoke gently. His demeanor is generally mild unless faced with insurmountable challenges. Congratulations, my lord. Rejoice, for you have gained such a talented individual, Cheng Yaojin exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Do not celebrate too soon. Although the likelihood of Feng Chao seeking us is high, we must not dismiss other possibilities, Ma Hongjun said, shaking his head helplessly, his gaze drifting anxiously toward the distant official road. People come and go, and vehicles pass by, yet the one he longs to see has yet to appear. At last, before the sun sets, a diminutive figure emerges from the glowing horizon. From afar, he appears almost divine, radiating an air of sanctity. However, as he approaches, Cheng Yaojin instinctively takes 2 steps back. This individual, with his peculiar features and seemingly foolish demeanor, dressed as a scholar, is hardly what one would expect. Ma Hongjun silently acknowledges the truth of his initial impression, yet maintains a facade of respect as he eagerly steps forward to intercept him. The truly brilliant minds of his past life, such as Wei Shun, may have seemed foolish at first glance, but he soon realized that the true fool was himself. Why do you block my path, brother? Is there some misunderstanding? Pang Tong inquired, puzzled by Ma Hongjun's actions, unable to discern his strength due to the concealment of his martial spirit. Pang Tong, boundary, innate title Douluo, martial soul, fire phoenix, potential, divine king level, talent, strategic insight, military formation. Strategic insight, exceptional intelligence, adept at unconventional victories, capable of concealing celestial changes when enacting strategies. Military formation, when leading troops into battle, enhances the overall combat effectiveness of the army, with improvements based on his own strength. Although the military formation and the battle spirit of a general appear similar, they differ in certain aspects. With the enhancement of Ma Hongjun's own abilities, the system has also become increasingly refined, only displaying the information he wishes to see. There is no misunderstanding. I have been waiting for you for quite some time, Ma Hongjun said with a respectful gesture. Chapter 206, Lottery. Innate Spiritual Treasure. Oh, may I ask who you are? Pang Tong inquired, looking at Ma Hongjun with curiosity, clearly surprised that someone would specifically come to greet him. My lord is the ruler of the Wuhan kingdom, who has been waiting for you for quite a while. Cheng Yaojin stepped forward to explain. What? Pang Tong was immediately taken aback, feeling both honored and astonished. There is no need for surprise, esteemed scholar. In the past, Lu Xuanda made 3 visits to Thatch Cottage to invite Zhuge Kongming out of retirement. Now, I merely wait outside the city for a few hours to invite a talent such as you, which is indeed an unparalleled fortune. I hope you can assist me in achieving great endeavors, and I shall treat you with the position of right military advisor of Wuhan, Ma Hongjun stated, revealing his intention to recruit without giving Pang Tong time to ponder. The story of Liu Bei's 3 visits to the Thatch Cottage is already well known throughout the world. As the ruler of a nation, Ma Hongjun waiting outside the city for Pang Tong for a day shows sincerity that is not inferior to Liu Bei's past endeavors. However, Pang Tong is not Zhuge Kongming. Although he felt moved, he maintained an evaluative demeanor, seeing that Ma Hongjun showed no disdain for his appearance. He resolved to become even more determined. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Oh dear, having traveled from afar, I find myself rather fatigued and unable to walk." Pang Tong disregarded his image and directly sat on the ground, patting his legs. Ma Hongjun's eyes narrowed, internally lamenting that indeed, these renowned figures are not so easily won over. With a sigh of resignation, he stepped forward and said, "I shall assist you into the city, esteemed scholar." "My lord, let me do it," Cheng Yaojin interjected, seeing Pang Tong, who had carelessly sat down on the ground, his disheveled clothing and unseemly appearance causing him to feel no disdain. Pang Tong remained silent, simply gazing at Ma Hongjun, his eyes seemingly conveying that he wished for him to come. "Step aside," Ma Hongjun replied calmly. But Cheng Yaojin attempted to say more, but was once again interrupted by Ma Hongjun. "I said I will carry you," Ma Hongjun stated with composure. Cheng Yaojin dared not say more and could only cast a stern glance at Pang Tong, warning him not to overstep. Ma Hongjun's expression remained gentle as he approached Pang Tong, lowering himself and turning his back towards him, smiling as he said, "Please hold on to me. I shall carry you into the city to rest." Pang Tong, unfazed by Cheng Yaojin's warning gaze, unceremoniously climbed onto Ma Hongjun's back. Thus, Ma Hongjun paid no mind to the curious stares of bystanders and steadily carried Pang Tong into Jinling City. Some soldiers stationed at the city gate who recognized Cheng Yaojin following closely behind Ma Hongjun were equally astonished and dared not approach to inquire. "This person is quite unattractive. This young master seems too handsome to be his son. Indeed, he is truly quite ugly. Why is this person being carried?" Although dusk was approaching, the bustle of Jinling City continued, with an endless stream of people and vehicles, a vibrant scene. Cheng Yaojin followed closely around Ma Hongjun, preventing anyone from getting too close. Yet he could not quell the curiosity of the crowd. Witnessing such an unusual combination, they pointed and whispered among themselves. Thankfully, Ma Hongjun had a thick skin and continued to engage in light-hearted conversation with Pang Tong on his back, albeit unconsciously quickening his pace. Soon, the trio arrived at an inn, Plunglai. "All right, let us disembark here," Pang Tong said, casually picking his nose. "Very well," Ma Hongjun replied, relieved yet apprehensive about what antics Pang Tong might conjure next. "I shall rest here today. Come to see me at the hour of the rat tonight," Pang Tong declared, neither rejecting Ma Hongjun's invitation nor agreeing as he strode towards the inn. "Very well. I shall certainly come to seek an audience with you at the appointed time." Ma Hongjun finally breathed a sigh of relief and replied with a smile. On the way back to the palace, Cheng Yaojin appeared hesitant, looking rather displeased. "If there is something on your mind, please speak freely. There is no need for such hesitance," Ma Hongjun said, glancing at Cheng Yaojin with a hint of exasperation. "Yes, my lord, I truly cannot comprehend how such an arrogant individual could be a person of strategic merit. Could it be that he is a fraud, deceiving you, my lord?" Cheng Yaojin cautiously glanced around before speaking candidly. "Do you truly believe anyone could deceive me? You shall discover the truth tonight at the hour of the rat." Ma Hongjun replied with a mysterious smile, then joyfully made his way to the palace. After arriving at the inn, Pang Tong immediately rented a room, his first order of business being to request hot water and a bathing tub to tidy his appearance. At Plunglai, as midnight approached, he briefly rested, declining Ning Rongrong's wish to accompany him. Ma Hongjun, accompanied by Cheng Yaojin, arrived at the entrance of Plunglai. As expected, Pang Tong had already groomed himself and was waiting at the entrance for quite some time. "Greetings, my lord." Upon their first meeting, Pang Tong knelt down at Ma Hongjun's feet, his attitude exceedingly sincere. "There is no need for such grand gestures. Esteemed scholar, please rise, please rise." Ma Hongjun hurriedly helped Pang Tong up, his excitement evident. He understood this was Pang Tong's expression of loyalty. "Today, I have received your Majesty's favor, and despite my lowly status, I am honored to be here, first with a feeling of anticipation and later with the intention of allegiance. Thus, I willingly bathe and change my attire to serve under your command," Pang Tong said, tears streaming down his face, embodying the sentiment of a scholar who would die for a true friend. Since childhood, he had been exceptionally intelligent, but was often ridiculed due to his appearance, leading to a proud and rebellious character. Now, moved by Ma Hongjun's sincerity and recognition, he felt compelled to abandon all else. After bathing and changing clothes, upon meeting Ma Hongjun once more, he immediately bowed down. "Truly, I have gained a phoenix chick, akin to Gaozu acquiring Zhongliang. I feel as though a fish has found water." Ma Hongjun expressed his joy without reservation, unbothered by the cliché. Cheng Yaojin scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend why this seemingly arrogant individual from earlier had transformed into someone completely different at night. Little did he know that the earlier demeanor was merely a test of the wise minister's worth. Now that the trial was complete and determination set, he naturally bowed in submission. "Esteemed scholar, accompany me to the palace. Tonight, I wish to converse with you by candlelight," Ma Hongjun joyfully declared, pulling Pang Tong towards the palace. Yes, my lord, I also have a gift to present to you. 3 years ago, I accidentally acquired one of the 2 drops of a precious stone, which possesses the effects of enhancing talent and healing injuries, he said, producing a tear-shaped pearl and offering it to Ma Hongjun. Congratulations, host. One of the fragments of the meteor tears was acquired, along with 1,000 points of luck value, which could be exchanged for a lottery opportunity. As Ma Hongjun received the notification from the system, he calmly accepted it and made his way to the royal palace, silently reciting the words to initiate the lottery. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a congenital spiritual treasure, the Tian Lien. The Tian Lien, a curtain utilized by the Jade Emperor, a treasure that conceals one's presence. Lowering the curtain can block all forms of probing, including that of saints. Although it serves but one purpose, Ma Hongjun felt immense satisfaction. While its immediate utility may seem limited, its status was undeniable. Chapter 207. Implementation of the plan. The curtain? Could it be the one managed by the General of the Curtain? Should I also employ a General of the Curtain? Who would be suitable? However, Ma Hongjun soon concluded that this item would be more practical in the council hall. Using it for personal display seemed of little value, whereas it could effectively prevent the leakage of sensitive discussions. If it can shield against saints, then the trivial Tao of the small thousand worlds would surely pose no challenge. It was not entirely superfluous. Perhaps it would prove useful in the future. Ma Hongjun had no intention of retrieving it. Instead, he placed it into the system's storage for safekeeping. The next time he met with Anna and received news from the Douluo continent, it could serve to prevent eavesdropping. Ma Hongjun thought of Mei Anna, who was hidden in the Douluo continent, leading some residual forces of the Tian Luo Di Wang and responsible for intelligence gathering. Security measures must be meticulously executed. Although Ma Hongjun possessed the ability to traverse between the 2 realms freely, the formal connection between them had resulted in an influx of powerful title holders within the Tongtian Sea. Thus, he only managed to clandestinely visit the Douluo continent once every 6 months. Now, with the Tian Lien, he need not worry about his presence being exposed. Not even the title Dalu or God King could detect his information, allowing him to traverse the Douluo world at will. The arrival of Pang Tong not only provided Ma Hongjun with a congenital spiritual treasure, but also offered strategies to improve the people's livelihood, inadvertently bestowing powerful world luck upon him. As one of the sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks, he inherently carried a wealth of luck, favored by the world's fortune, thus bringing good fortune to his master. Among the sleeping dragon and phoenix chicks, acquiring one could stabilize the realm. If one of the 4 were to perish, the Han dynasty would struggle to prosper. Among the 4, though Ma Hongjun had only secured Pang Tong, he was nonetheless quite content. After all, he did not rely solely on the talents of the 3 kingdoms, but also on the talents of the system and the foundation he had established in the Douluo continent. Meanwhile, Liu Bei, who was in Shu discussing matters with Fa Zheng and Liu Ba, suddenly felt a pang of heartache, as if something significant had been taken from him. "My lord, what is the matter?" Liu Ba inquired, noticing Liu Bei clutching his heart. "It is nothing to worry about. I merely experienced a sudden heartache. It must be that my second brother's injuries have yet to heal, a bond of brotherly hearts." Liu Bei offered a vague excuse. Sighing, he remarked, "The 3 passages of the Tongtian Sea. One lies at the gates of my Shuhan, another at Weihan, and the last at Wuhan. I cannot help but wonder if this is mere coincidence." Liu Bei expressed his concern regarding the situation within the Tongtian Sea. The Tongtian Sea undoubtedly concealed immense secrets, akin to a portion of space that had been forcibly added without complete integration. Liu Ba sighed in relief while maintaining a calm analysis. Perhaps the enigmatic ruler of Wuhan, Lu Ning, is privy to certain insights. Fa Zheng suddenly had a moment of clarity and asserted this with conviction. "What leads you to such a conclusion, Xiaoji?" Liu Bei asked, puzzled by Fa Zheng's statement. "I am uncertain. I once had a friendship with Su Jing, thus I possess some understanding of physiognomy. However, ever since I laid eyes on Lu Ning, I have felt a sense of clarity. When encountering someone who inspires such feelings, they are surely knowledgeable." Fa Zheng recounted his previous encounter with Ma Hongjun. "Isn't that Su Xiao?" responsible for the Yudan evaluations? Liu Bai exclaimed, excitedly regarding Fa Zheng. Indeed, I did not expect you to be acquainted with both Su Xiao brothers. Fa Zheng responded, surprised. How could I not be aware of Chao, a man being evaluated as a capable minister for governing the realm, a cunning hero in chaotic times, whose influence is profound? Might Xiaoji be able to recommend the two to me? Liu Bei gazed at Fa Zheng with anticipation. My lord overstates my capabilities. I was indeed preparing to recommend Su Jing for your service, but regrettably, his brother Su Xiao's whereabouts are uncertain, making him unavailable for the time being, Fa Zheng replied, his expression brightening as he bowed. He felt joy in seeking a path for a friend, yet lamented his inability to fully assist. With Pang Tong's arrival, the pressure on Zhang Zhao lessened significantly, and Ma Hongjun's life became increasingly enjoyable. He devoted more time to cultivation and had now broken through to the level of an 86th ranked Soul Dalu, drawing close to the 90th level threshold of a congenital title Dalu. Once he enters the realm of the congenital Dalu, his lifespan could extend beyond 300 years, with each subsequent level granting an additional century. If title Douluos can live for such lengths, or have the mightier figures from the pre-Qin era vanished? Ma Hongjun pondered this question, feeling a sense of confusion. Surely, it cannot be that they all perished in battle or vanished from this world entirely. Unbeknownst to him, many powerful warriors who had shattered their limits had long been transported to higher realms, the spirit realm. Although the spirit realm's world tier may not surpass that of the Dalu divine realm, it is not far behind, both belonging to the small thousand worlds. Moreover, the spirit realm, unlike other small thousand worlds, previously harbored the remnants of temporal turbulence. Thus, the passage of time within it significantly diverges from that of the Three Kingdoms realm, nearly reaching a ratio of 101. 1 year in the spirit realm equates to a decade in the Han's past. At the Tongtian Sea, the gates of Shu Han were abuzz. The crown prince of the Sun and Moon Empire was personally escorted by Zhuge Liang's envoy to the gates of the Tiando Empire. Unlike the Huaxiao alliance, the Wei, Shu, and Wu factions set aside their past grievances for the sake of national righteousness, while the alliance among the Tiando, Xinghua, and Sun and Moon empires was forged to divide profits. The Tiando Empire felt no misgivings regarding the return of the Sun and Moon Empire's prince. Yet their demeanor displayed a hint of reluctance. For them, returning the prince bore little benefit and would only diminish the Sun and Moon Empire's aggression toward the Huaxia alliance, as well as reduce the supply of soul-guiding devices to the Tiando and Xinghua empires. Consequently, the Tiando Empire would need to allocate more troops to the battlefield, which naturally did not please them. At the Tiando Empire's front lines, after negotiations concluded and the Shu Han forces departed, as the Tiando Empire prepared to return to their territory, a sudden tempest arose, accompanied by thunderous roars. Whoosh, whoosh, figures clad in black appeared. A long-bearded man in black surged forth, wielding a Qinglong Yenyue Dao, blocking the path of the Tiando Empire's Prince Xuexing and a title Dalu of the Tiando Empire. A tall figure wielding a silver spear and another brandishing a red halberd stood resolutely behind him. A congenital title holder, Prince Xuexing, himself a title Dalu, was taken aback. The trio remained silent. Qinglong, Yenyue slash. The foremost figure showed no hesitation, striking directly at the Sun and Moon Prince with a clear target. Prince Xuexing swiftly reacted, shouting, "Stop him! Quickly! We cannot allow any harm to befall the Sun and Moon Prince within our Tiando Empire." Within the gates, countless powerful warriors soared forth. Chapter 208. Potential Crisis. The three individuals were none other than Guan Yu, Zhao Yun, and Lu Bu. They witnessed the members of the Tiando Empire making their move. Among the trio, the one wielding a long spear also sprang into action. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed a technique that rivaled the might of martial soul skills. A glimmer of cold light arrived first, followed by the spear shooting forth like a dragon. In a sweeping motion, all those who had broken through to offer aid were halted by the overwhelming aura. Meanwhile, Prince Xuexing and a title Dalu joined forces to brace against Guan Yu's onslaught. Suddenly, an elderly man with a sinister appearance appeared, instantly shattering Zhao Yun's spear momentum. A terrifying force of nature, accompanied by a formidable technique, rushed toward Guan Yu without losing its ferocity. Proud as he was, Lu Bu did not underestimate this attack. Yet his expression grew grave as he regarded the unexpectedly emerging old man. Zhao Yun's face turned serious as he unleashed 9 blossoming spear flowers, transforming into pure energy, successfully countering the assault, and he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Who goes there?" Lu Bu inquired first. "Montaxi, the grand elder of the Mo family. Who are you, insignificant ones? Depart swiftly, and I shall not hold it against you." The sinister elder, seeing Zhao Yun easily deflect his attack using 60% of his strength, pondered momentarily and decided that he could not afford to leave such powerful adversaries unscathed. Thus, he spoke, "Spare us the nonsense. I, Zhao Yun, shall not change my name nor alter my surname. Today, I will ensure you have no return." Following the plan, Lu Bu's face flushed as he began to clash with Mo Xie. "Oomph! How dare you deceive me? Who does not know that Zhao Yun is a master of the spear? You, wielding a halberd, wish to impersonate him? Your attempts to sow discord are misguided." Mo Xie scoffed loudly, believing he had seen through everything. It is crucial to note that due to the limitations of the intelligence system, the information capabilities of Douluo continent lagged far behind those focused on developing intelligence factions like Hongjun. Their understanding of the enemy was still confined to the realm of weaponry. Lu Bu was at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond to such foolishness. It seems the so-called strongest of the Tiando Empire has revealed himself. I, Lu Bu, shall meet you head-on. Suddenly, Shui Renge, who had been lurking in the shadows, could no longer contain himself and presented a four-corner formation alongside Guan Yu and Zhao Yun, surrounding Prince Xuexing and his companion. Shui Renge, armed with his Fangtian Huaji, faced off against his opponents, but despite his considerable height, he was still notably shorter than the towering Lu Bu. Any subsequent investigation would likely yield inconclusive results. And according to the intelligence on Douluo continent, both Lu Bu and Guan Yu were severely injured and in seclusion. How could they possibly be present here? He is certainly not Lu Bu. That demon is taller than he is. Grand Elder Mo, save me. The Day and Moon Empire is willing to offer a permanent 30% discount on soul-guided devices. At this moment, the role of the Day and Moon Empire's prince became evident. However, as he spoke, the Day and Moon Prince glanced at the real Lu Bu, secretly noting that this masked person's height was quite similar to Lu Bu's. Lu Bu, having sustained severe injuries, could not possibly be here. If you are willing to release the Day and Moon Empire's prince, we shall negotiate a truce and allow you to depart unharmed. What say you? Upon the appearance of Shui Renge, Mo Xie did not become enraged this time, nor did he acknowledge the Day and Moon Prince's incompetence. Instead, he spoke calmly. From his observations, while none were his match individually, together they were undoubtedly formidable. Additionally, the Tiando Empire's prince and the Day and Moon Empire's prince were still in their possession. Dream on. Suddenly, all four of them simultaneously turned and launched an attack against Prince Xuexing and the unnamed titled Douluo. As for the Day and Moon Empire's prince, it seemed he was overlooked, hiding behind the two. Bang! Boom! Before Grand Elder Mo could react, Prince Xuexing and the unknown titled Douluo met their demise on the spot. Seeking death, Grand Elder Mo was utterly infuriated, charging forward to initiate a fierce battle without regard for consequences. However, retreat. Whoosh! Whoosh! The four fled faster than rabbits. Just as Grand Elder Mo prepared to pursue, he saw the four splitting into 4 different directions. At that moment, he suddenly heard the weak voice of the Day and Moon Empire's prince. Cough! Help me! The prince struggled with all his might to crawl out from the crater caused by the onslaught. 3 days later, in the palace of the Tiando Empire. Damn it! The Mo family has indeed harbored malicious intentions, aiming to swallow my Tiando Empire. The Snow Knight Emperor was seething with rage. It turned out that news of the events of that day had already circulated back, and the Tiando Empire had suffered the loss of 2 precious titled Douluo, one of whom was the Snow Knight Emperor's brother. Due to the butterfly effect caused by Hongjun, the Snow Knight Emperor was not killed by Qianren Shua. Instead, He was healed of the poison afflicting him by the hidden family. However, this also allowed the hidden families to gradually infiltrate the military power of the Tiando Empire. The presence of a limit-breaking titled Dalu from the Mo family during this incident, coupled with the death of two titled Dalu belonging to the Tiando imperial family, left only the sole master-level Day and Moon Empire's prince alive. Anyone would suspect foul play. The Xingluo Empire. It seemed the Tiando Empire was indeed suffering a further setback. The influence of these hidden families was truly pervasive, and this incident likely had significant ties to them. The emperor of the Xingluo Empire was equally unsettled, despite their situation being considerably better than that of the Tiando Empire. The disparity in top-tier strength allowed the hidden families to maintain an extraordinarily elevated status in the Xingluo Empire. Naturally, the empire held no goodwill toward these transcendent factions. Among the hidden families, they were not a united front. While some of the Tiando Empire's hidden families rejoiced, they grew increasingly brazen in their actions. As rumors spread among the populace, the Snow Knight Emperor began to retract military power, significantly alleviating the pressure on the Tongtian Sea and the Shuhan faction. Furthermore, following Wuhan's return of the Day and Moon Prince, the pressure on the Wuhan faction also diminished greatly. Although an incident had occurred midway, the Day and Moon Empire did not suspect Wuhan was involved. With the Day and Moon Prince's injuries improving, numerous factions began to settle down. With both sides' military strengths being evenly matched and the disparity in high-level combat power being minimal. Even though the factions on Douluo continent were aware that conquering other nations could yield divine rewards, they would still exercise restraint. After all, money without life is of no use. No one is foolish. As the pressures on both nations gradually eased, the royal family of the Xingluo Empire naturally reclaimed military authority. Coupled with their prior reduction of influence to complete the divine trials of the Spirit Hall, the situation in the Tongtian Sea reached an unprecedented calm. All of this unfolded as Ma Hongjun had anticipated, for he sensed a formidable crisis looming over the world, urgently needing to enhance his top-tier strength for self-preservation. According to the timeline on Douluo continent, the appearance of divine-level beings was not far off. Tang San, Qianren Xue, and Bai Bai Dong would all likely ascend to divine-level powers within 5 years. At that time, Tang San might reminisce about the past or potentially clash with the Spirit Hall. But regardless of who emerged victorious, they would undoubtedly seek to annex the Huaxiao world. Dominating the acquisition of world advancement would earn them the favor of the world and the immense merit of ascension, a scenario Ma Hongjun wished to avoid. Divine-level beings can decisively influence the outcome of a war. Even the mightiest armies would crumble before their power. Only by swiftly consolidating fortune and establishing a dynasty could there be any hope of resistance. Chapter 209. The Establishment of the Yunyao Dynasty. On the eve, as rumors swirled, the conflict between the empires and the hidden families on the Douluo continent erupted into a full-blown confrontation. Meanwhile, the Tongtian Sea appeared to be enveloped in tranquility, with only a handful of crucial generals remaining at the Tongtian Pass under the command of Wuhan. Surprisingly, the individual in charge was none other than Guan Yu of Shuhan. It turned out that all personnel from Wuhan had been summoned back by Ma Hongjun. Following their previous collaboration, Guan Yu, who had benefited from their alliance, proactively offered his assistance in guarding the narrow pass. Known for his sense of loyalty and gratitude, Guan Yu had long harbored a desire to repay the kindness he received from Wuhan. The recall of the primary generals without summoning additional troops clearly indicated that significant events were unfolding. Upon receiving a message from Liu Bowen, Guan Yu felt it was his duty to respond. A formidable army is best utilized when it comprises powerful warriors, and it is only through the strategic coordination of elite commanders that true strength can be realized. Guan Yu epitomizes the fusion of a fierce warrior and a strategic leader. The Tongtian Sea, as a vital strategic location between two worlds, would not be neglected in terms of defense by Ma Hongjun. The vast and desolate expanse of the Tongtian Sea's secret realm is rich in spiritual energy, and even if most of the maritime territory were excluded, the land area would still surpass any of the 13 provinces of the Great Han. 3 days later, as the Grand Army returned in triumph, Despite bringing back only one-third of Wuhan's cavalry, the spectacle was still magnificent. The streets of Jinling City were filled with citizens eager to welcome the victorious troops. For the people of the Great Han, these heroes who fought for the nation were deemed triumphant simply by their return alive. Every 6 months, a fresh batch of newly matured soldiers is dispatched to the Tongtian Sea, indicating the brutal reality of war, as nearly every household has someone serving in the military. Regarding the name of Jinling City, Ma Hongjun had previously issued an official decree to rename it. At this moment, Jinling City was bustling with nearly one-third of the civil and military officials from the Three Kingdoms era. If viewed from a future perspective, who would dare to claim that Jinling City was devoid of valiant men? Ma Hongjun, wielding great authority, felt no obligation to consider the sentiments of the noble families when faced with matters of significant consequence. Those who dared to obstruct would find themselves awakening the next morning to discover a dagger bearing the insignia of the Tianwei at their bedside. Would not feel fear. Thus, the renaming of the capital was executed with ease, coinciding with the return of the heroes. The returning soldiers were divided into several contingents, with the foremost being the Bai Ma Yitsong, whose prowess on the battlefield instilled terror in their enemies. Following them were the light cavalry led by Tai Shirzi, and then the heavy cavalry commanded by Lu Bu, whose presence was equally imposing. Lu Bowen commanded the central army, flanked by numerous generals and scholars, with the elite troops closely behind. The final contingent consisted of cavalry, appearing less menacing yet still commanding respect, with youthful faces that belied their formidable strength. Approximately 1,000 soldiers, each at the pinnacle of the Soul King level in their cultivation, formed the Han Longqi, a unit assembled by Shui Rengue from the finest talents within Wuhan, all mounted on exceptional horses. Unexpectedly, the rare and exceptional horses had been organized into a regiment, proving that the Lord was indeed extraordinary. On the city gate tower, Zhang Zhao wore a look of satisfaction, stroking his beard and smiling. Indeed, how could Cao Cao and Liu Bei be compared to our king? Mia Triflis. Observing this scene, many officials praised the wisdom and might of their king, with some seizing the opportunity to belittle Wei and Shu. Ma Hongjun simply shook his head in resignation, choosing not to engage further. Each scholar among them had a multitude of ulterior motives. He genuinely disliked such insincerity. However, he appreciated those like Zhang Zhao, who possessed both capability and principles, as they provided him with genuine praise. It is undeniable that while most Wuxia people would not falter in matters of national integrity, a portion remains deeply entrenched in corruption. This corruption extends beyond mere embezzlement. It encompasses a broader moral decay, manifesting in both thought and action. Such individuals are motivated solely by self-interest, lacking any moral boundaries, and some are even bereft of fundamental familial bonds, capable of betraying even their own brothers for gain, let alone their country. A ruler as pure-hearted and principled as Ma Hongjun could hardly comprehend how such individuals come to be. From the data provided by the investigative system, Ma Hongjun discerned that one-third of the officials and generals in the court possessed only a marginal loyalty, teetering on the brink of potential betrayal. A few from noble families fell short of even the passing mark, but fortunately, they occupied positions that held little genuine power, posing no threat to Wuhan's governance. We pay our respects to the king. After the military formations were properly arranged, all knelt in a spectacular display. The soldiers rose as one, declaring, "You are the foundation of our Wuhan nation. The tense situation within the Tongtian Sea cannot be sustained without your vigilance. Your efforts are commendable." "Not at all," the soldiers exclaimed in unison, their voices rising like clouds. Upon the city tower, Ma Hongjun stood in the air. "Today, I have prepared bathing tubs for you to cleanse yourselves. You may bathe in the military camp, and those residing in Jinling City may return home to visit family after bathing. I expect you to return early tomorrow, as I will ascend the throne at the hour of the dragon. You may not yet comprehend why I proclaim myself emperor while the Han emperor still exists. But this is a matter of great significance concerning the dynasty of Wu Han and the entire Great Han. Please await the outcome until tomorrow." With a grand gesture of his sleeve, Ma Hongjun spoke with a commanding presence. The preparations for the bathing tubs and hot water consumed considerable effort. However, it was necessary, as the soldiers carried an excess of bloodlust that could prove detrimental to the establishment of the Yunyao dynasty. Every flourishing dynasty experiences years of peace following its founding, during which the fortune of the realm is most concentrated. The recently returned Wu army, however, did not meet this requirement. Thus, it was essential for them to cleanse themselves before donning new garments, as this would better facilitate the gathering of auspicious energy. The soldiers could possess the aura of warriors, yet they must be devoid of hostility. Long live our king! The soldiers expressed their excitement, grateful for the opportunity to visit their families. And upon hearing of the impending coronation, they knelt once more, chanting their praises. At present, the Han Emperor has long ceased to hold any real power. It is merely a matter of time before Ma Hongjun claims the throne. These ordinary soldiers were, in fact, more eager for their lord to ascend. The sense of honor for the nation and its people is not a recent development. It mirrors the sentiments of the future. If our nation were to become the foremost power in the world, the reaction of the majority would be the same. Soon, the army began to establish its encampment outside the city, while the officials of rank dismounted and entered the city. Upon returning to the military camp and receiving their orders, the soldiers rushed to find the bathing tubs and began to indulge in hot baths. Within the palace hall, the core civil and military officials gathered. Naturally, Ma Hongjun occupied the throne, with Liu Bowen and Zhao Yun seated at the foremost positions on either side, following the hierarchy. Even the headstrong Liu Bu and Ma Chao became notably subdued in the presence of Ma Hongjun. I have already notified the allied states of Wei and Shu regarding my ascension and have received their acknowledgement. Furthermore, under the right conditions, they are willing to become subordinate kingdoms of the new state, Ma Hongjun declared boldly. Why is that? The assembled generals exchanged puzzled glances, sensing there was more to come. Although the three kingdoms united as allies, this alliance was forged out of necessity to confront external threats. Once those threats were resolved, they would revert to their status as the greatest adversaries. The reason is that the dynasty I will establish tomorrow is the ancient Yunyao dynasty, Ma Hongjun explained slowly. May I inquire, what is the ancient Yunyao dynasty? What benefits does it entail? Liu Bowen finally could not restrain his curiosity. Even though he was exceptionally intelligent, he still seemed somewhat unclear about the matter. Yet upon hearing the mention of Yin Chao, he displayed a contemplative expression. Chapter 210. Jia Su's Allegiance. The concept of Qi Yun was also touched upon in Liu Bowen's teachings, with a deeper understanding of the methods to sever Qi Yun. However, he remained completely ignorant of Yin Chao. What you may not know is that Yun Chao is an ancient lineage of the human race that emerged even before the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. This lineage is the means by which humanity survived amidst the myriad races of ancient times. Ma Hongjun patiently explained to the assembly. These military generals and civil officials were all his trusted aides, truly loyal to him. And even the former officials of Eastern Wu displayed a loyalty rating above 85 towards Ma Hongjun at this moment. The mention of the ancient human race elicited expressions of surprise and skepticism among the generals, even if they were unaware of the ancient human race. The very name hinted at a time long past, with mythic tales from antiquity having been passed down through the ages. Indeed, in the distant ancient era, our human race once basked in glory, but unfortunately, it was nearly obliterated by certain traitors among the human race in collusion with foreign tribes, leading to the gradual severance of our lineage after the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Ma Hongjun recalled the records in the secret texts, his expression growing grave. He lamented that no matter the dynasty, one must never underestimate the frailties of human nature. Fortuitously, he possessed a system that could discern loyalty. The reason for the severance of the ancient human race's lineage was due to betrayal by those seeking power, who conspired with foreign enemies, resulting in countless deaths among their top-tier warriors. Ultimately, they fell into becoming mere sustenance for the even stronger witch and demon clans. Otherwise, with the existence of those elite warriors of the human race, even if they were not a match for the witch and demon clans. They would never have been reduced to the status of lambs for slaughter, had it not been for the remarkable talents of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors who emerged subsequently to protect humanity. The human race would likely have perished, let alone become the dominant force in the heavens and myriad realms. Despicable. Such traitors, if they existed in our time, would be swiftly executed, Zhao Yun exclaimed, rising first, filled with indignation. Even Lu Bu, upon hearing Ma Hongjun's tale, wore a face of anger, deeply disapproving of such individuals. Though Lu Bu had changed allegiances twice, those were merely internal conflicts. His stance against foreign races had always been resolute. He had previously deterred the Xiongnu from descending southward for grazing. Indeed, the present situation of our descendants of Yin and Huang is far from optimistic, especially as the Northern Wei and Han must contend not only with the harassment of northern foreign tribes, but also remain ever vigilant against incursions from the Tianhai. Should such traitors arise in our dynasty again, the Yin and Huang people will surely face annihilation. Furthermore, as I understand it, the influence of foreign powers is about to undergo a significant reshuffling with the emergence of god-tier warriors. If we maintain our current status, we are bound to meet with defeat. Thus, the establishment of Yunshao must proceed swiftly. Only by founding Yunshao can we effectively mitigate the harm caused by traitorous betrayal. Anyone belonging to Yunshao will be enveloped by its Qi Yun, but those with ulterior motives will inevitably suffer its backlash. Ma Hongjun explained slowly, word by word. In this world, no one possesses the means to withstand the backlash of Yunshao's Qi Yun. Once one joins Yunshao, it is akin to being bound to the same vessel. Ma Hongjun did not disclose this to the states of Wei and Han. Thus, without bloodshed, they would be compelled to act in Yunshao's interest. Although both were sovereigns of vassal states, their status was secondary to Ma Hongjun, yet their interests were entirely intertwined, eliminating any possibility of betrayal while allowing them to simultaneously benefit from Yunshao's Qi Yun. Meanwhile, the Tianluo Duang forces in the Douluo continent suffered a grievous blow from the Wuhuan Temple. Even their leader, Mei'ana, was captured by the Wuhuan Temple due to the emergence of a traitor within the Tianluo Duang ranks. As Ma Hongjun elucidated, the assembly became increasingly agitated, expressing that the establishment of Yunshao was imperative. Seeing this, Zhou Yu, seated below Lu Bowen, could not help but rise to break the tension, piercingly voicing the thoughts of the crowd. The establishment of Yunshao, with its Qi Yun enhancement, will allow us to rapidly elevate our own strength? Zhou Yu inquired. As long as the spiritual energy is sufficient and the Qi Yun abundant, one can swiftly enhance their prowess. The rate of cultivation will vary according to one's official rank. Ma Hongjun replied candidly, showing no intent to conceal the truth. This statement drew the attention of even the generals who typically did not concern themselves with ranks, their eyes shimmering with excitement, particularly Lu Bu and Ma Chao, whose gazes were rife with desire. May I ask, my lord, will a noble title increase the speed of cultivation? Lu Bu could no longer contain his exhilaration and promptly stood to inquire. Indeed, though the precise enhancement effects remain unclear, they are likely similar to those provided by official rank. It will not be negligible. Both noble titles and official ranks can enjoy the benefits of Qi Yun, and they do not conflict, Ma Hongjun affirmed. Upon hearing this, the ministers and generals below cast envious glances at Lu Bu. Thank you for your generous bestowal, my lord. I shall henceforth follow your lead. Lu Bu expressed his gratitude with a bow, returning to his seat with a contented smile, acknowledging the gazes of the others with respectful gestures. Although he ranked lower than Zhao Yun and Shui Rengui in military prowess due to his later allegiance, he could enjoy dual cultivation benefits. What was there to be dissatisfied about? It is worth noting that when Ho is a singular title, and in ancient times, single character titles were quite esteemed. Apart from a few rare dual character titles, such as Wuan Ho and Guanjuan Ho, the single character titles were regarded as more distinguished, naturally allowing for greater Qi Yun benefits. As Yunshao's Qi Yun increases, the enhancement effects on cultivation will likewise grow. Thus, All of you must strive diligently in your training to expand the territory of Wuhan and to compete for glory for our Lord and for the world." With Liu Bowen's declaration, the banquet reached its zenith. The assembly began to raise their cups in celebration of the imminent establishment of Yunqiao. The following morning, the army commenced gathering, enforcing a citywide lockdown as various military divisions surrounded Jinling City in concentric circles. Members of prominent families trembled in fear, daunted into inaction. Wei Han and Emperor Xian of Han announced his abdication, as the entire city of Jinling rejoiced, with news spreading rapidly that the Wuhan dynasty was about to be established. Cao Cao and Liu Bei, both accompanied by their subordinates, hastened their way to Jinling City. With their enhanced strength, the speed of information transmission accelerated, and their journey was indeed swift. Even with delays, they arrived just in time before the establishment of Yunqiao. Though both harbored doubts about Ma Hongjun's words, he assured them in the name of the entire Wuhan, promising not to interfere in their governance, only requiring them to reap the benefits. Only Cao Cao would have to privately negotiate the cost for Emperor Xian's abdication, enabling the whole nation to enjoy the enhancement of Qi Yun and a manifold increase in cultivation speed. With such satisfying terms, they naturally rushed to comply. Though those who did not attend could still benefit from the Qi Yun, the more who gathered, the greater the Qi Yun they could collectively harness, thus amplifying the Qi Yun that Yunqiao could consolidate. Consequently, even the military leaders from various realms, such as Sun Yu, Guijia, and Zhuge Liang, returned. Unfortunately, among the Peach Garden brothers, only Liu Bei arrived. The Qi Yun possessed by these three was undoubtedly greater than that of others. Likely only Zhao Yun and Liu Bu could rival them. Meanwhile, upon hearing the news of Liu Bei and Cao Cao's arrival, Ma Hongjun felt both joy and a tinge of regret. Perfection is an elusive ideal. The bond of Qi Yun among the three brothers, with Liu Bei as the eldest, would surely bring forth a considerable share of Qi Yun. Liu Bowen, fanning himself with a feather fan, smiled gently and offered words of comfort. Thus, it is well that Zhang Fei is to lead the troops of Shu Han, while Guan Yu assists in defending the passes, which is indeed the best outcome. Ma Hongjun consoled himself. Fortunately, the representatives from Wei and Shu have little impact on the interests of Wuhan. Rather, the more individuals from these two nations arrive, the more luck they carry away, although such fortune originally belonged to them. However, the overall luck does affect the hierarchy of dynasties. If a dynasty is initially ranked as mid-level but is hindered by a slight luck deficit, it could lead to dire consequences. Setting aside Ma Hongjun's anxieties, among those who accompanied Cao Cao, a seemingly ordinary middle-aged man, whose keen intellect was only revealed upon closer inspection, discreetly detached from the group and stealthily followed another individual into the palace. "Your Majesty, Jiasu requests an audience," reported Qing Yaojin from outside the palace. "Quickly, please let him in." Upon hearing this, Ma Hongjun, who was engrossed in a game of chess with Liu Bowen, immediately rose in excitement and made his way toward the entrance. Liu Bowen was left behind, bewildered, as he was on the brink of victory in their game. However, seeing Ma Hongjun's fervor, he too was curious and followed to see who could evoke such enthusiasm in his lord. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Upon seeing the youthful visage of Ma Hongjun, Jiasu was momentarily taken aback, yet he quickly regained his composure and bowed respectfully. "Wenhe, there is no need for such formalities. I have long awaited your arrival. I hope you will lend your full support to me, and I shall reward you with a high position," Ma Hongjun promised candidly, silently cursing the old fox for his deference. "I bow to Your Majesty. I, Su, wish to serve you as my lord, and I will exert my utmost efforts," Jiasu replied, his eyes gleaming with delight at Ma Hongjun's generosity. By addressing the yet-to-be crowned Ma Hongjun as Your Majesty, he clearly had his own motives, and the latter's straightforwardness in promising him a high position signified his sincerity and regard. Jiasu, age, 53, strength, early innate stage, comparable to a level 91 Douluo, potential, level 1 deity. Ma Hongjun assessed Jiasu's abilities and was astonished to discover that he was indeed a powerful innate realm expert. This cunning old man had concealed his prowess well. Rumors of his strength had never circulated before. Ma Hongjun had grown indifferent to examining martial souls, as their influence on the capabilities of the talented individuals from Huaxia was negligible. These were all inherently gifted prodigies, compared to the talents from the Douluo continent. Huaxia's historical figures exhibited far superior potential, with nearly every renowned individual possessing divine level or higher potential. From the secrets of this world, Ma Hongjun learned why the hierarchical levels in this realm were slightly lower than those in Douluo continent, yet the talents were considerably superior. It was revealed that the Huaxia human lineage inherited their gifts from the primordial great world, although overall they might not match the human races from those realms. Individuals with top-tier talents were not far behind. Notably, extraordinary talents like Zhao Yun, Shui Ringue, and Lu Bu exhibited gifts that surpassed those of most beings from the primordial realms. However, due to the constraints of this world, such talents remained largely unexposed. At this moment, Ma Hongjun was ascending the sacrificial platform, on the verge of establishing the ancient Yun dynasty, yet his heart felt no joy. He had received news of the demise of the Mei family and the capture of Mayana. The Mei family had been a crucial ally in his early endeavors, second only to the assistance from Shrek Academy. He had never forgotten their kindness, but unfortunately, Mayana's fervent desire to remain had led most of her family to stay on the Douluo continent. Fortunately, in a stroke of luck, the head of the Mei family, Mei Jin, had accompanied Ma Hongjun to the Three Kingdoms, surviving the ordeal. Otherwise, his indebtedness to Mayana would have deepened. "Anna, wait for me. I shall rescue you at once," Ma Hongjun vowed silently. Upon reaching the high platform, he gazed down at the throngs of people below, his spirit swelling with ambition. He produced the innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, raised it high above his head, and proclaimed, "The Wuhan dynasty shall establish its capital in Jinling, with Lu Ning as emperor, based on the foundation of countless human beings, and with the innate spiritual treasure, the map of mountains and rivers, as the essence of our fortune, to suppress the dynasty's luck. Wuhan dynasty, Risa." With that exclamation, a thunderous sound reverberated through the heavens, resonating deep within the hearts of every Wuhan citizen. Such a divine phenomenon was not inferior to the most rigorous divine assessments. Ma Hongjun's starry eyes widened as he unleashed waves of invisible luck power, directing it toward the palace, where it coalesced into a golden dragon of fortune above. The golden dragon let out a mighty roar, and instantly, vast amounts of luck from all directions surged into its maw. Witnessing this spectacle, both the civil and military officials, as well as the visitors from Wei and Shu, were awestruck. Yet, under the leadership of Lu Bowen and Jia Su, they quickly knelt in unison, exclaiming for the protection of the ancestral spirits of humanity and acknowledging the divine mandate of their sovereign. Even Liu Bei and Chao found themselves bowing slightly, expressing their respect for the ruler of the Yun dynasty. With the infusion of luck, Ma Hongjun's cultivation level surged, nearly reaching the threshold of the innate realm before he came to a halt. He then addressed the crowd below, realizing he could not let this opportunity to enhance his followers' strength slip by. "Today's ascension is made possible by your immense support. Thus, I shall bestow titles upon my ministers. Chao and Liu Bei, step forward to receive your orders." Ma Hongjun commanded, his tone authoritative, offering no leniency. Chao's expression darkened, yet he reluctantly stepped forward and offered a slight bow, while Liu Bei maintained composure, slightly inclining his body as he awaited Ma Hongjun's decree. "From today forth, I confer upon you both the titles of sovereigns of the Wuhan dynasty's vassal kingdoms. From this day forward, in glory and in misfortune, we shall share the fortune of the dynasty, and I will distribute titles to my ministers," Ma Hongjun stated blandly, harboring no reluctance, unafraid of the potential for the two nations to surpass him in strength. In truth, Ma Hongjun had a point he did not articulate. Regardless of circumstances, the strength of these two nations could never exceed his own. As vassal states, not only could Wuhan harness their fortune for its own benefit, but it could also determine the extent of the fortune shared with them, even at maximum capacity. As vassal states, they would always remain subordinate to the principal state, akin to the highest-ranking officials and generals of Wei and Shu, receiving enhancements comparable to Wuhan's second-tier officials. Even the luck enjoyed by sovereigns would merely equate to that of the pinnacle of their subjects, only slightly surpassing that of a first-rank official. Subsequently, Ma Hongjun began to confer titles upon Zhao Yun, Shui Rengui, and others. Like Liu Bowen, both were elevated to first-rank generals and officials, while others, such as Liu Bu and Ma Chao, were assigned to second rank or lower. It was not that Ma Hongjun was stingy or unwilling to grant more first-rank titles. Rather, it was due to the limitations imposed by the dynasty's hierarchy. This individual is indeed extraordinary. He has summoned forth a golden dragon of fortune. No wonder he could defy fate, overthrow Dongwu, and establish Wuhan. He undoubtedly harbors astonishing secrets. An elder among the commoners, who had infiltrated the crowd, observed Ma Hongjun on the high platform with a skeptical expression. Unlike the others who knelt or bowed, he merely regarded Ma Hongjun coldly. If I could uncover this secret, this world would be mine to command. And even the divine king from that realm would be insignificant in my presence. The elder's eyes glinted with fervor as he subtly shifted his stance, causing the air to tremble, intent on launching an attack on Ma Hongjun atop the platform. However, from the corner of his eye, he noticed the thriving aura above the palace, causing him to halt in trepidation. Consider yourself fortunate, young man. As long as you depart from this world or enter the Tongtian Sea, you will inevitably fall into my grasp. The old man cast a deep glance at Ma Hongjun before turning and vanishing from sight. Ma Hongjun, empowered de fortune, sensed something amiss and looked quizzically at the spot where the elder had disappeared, pondering within. How strange. I felt as though I were being scrutinized by a ferocious tiger. Could it be that a divine being has come to investigate? Unless it were a formidable deity, one would not evoke such a sensation in Ma Hongjun. At this moment, he had already been bolstered by fortune, his cultivation surging to a terrifying level of 89. Without relying on any divine inheritance, he had achieved the pinnacle of the 89th level soul, Douluo realm, through his own efforts, reaching such heights by the age of 18. If this talent were to be revealed, it would undoubtedly astonish both realms and intimidate all. Not only Ma Hongjun had experienced a breakthrough due to the first infusion of fortune. The first to advance was Zhao Yun, who approached the Master Realm, attaining the 95th level title Dalu. Utilizing the power of fortune, he overcame the Master Barrier. Additionally, Shui Rengui made remarkable progress, breaking through to the Mid-Master Realm. Akin to Liu Bu, who also achieved a Mid-Master level equivalent to the 96th level title Dalu. Together, they became the pinnacle of martial cultivation within the entire Wu Kingdom. As for who was superior among the two, even Ma Hongjun could not ascertain. Long live our emperor! As the sound of countless subjects kneeling like garlic beneath the stage echoed, Ma Hongjun snapped back to reality, setting aside his doubts and proceeding with the conferment of titles. Shui Rengui was appointed as the Grand Marshal of the Wuhan Army, a meteoric rise indeed. Zhao Yun was named the foremost of the 5 Tiger Generals, honored with the title of Cloud Dragon General. Liu Bu also held a position among the 5 Tiger Generals, titled the Ghost God General. Yet due to the limitations of the Wu dynasty's ranking, he was relegated to the second tier. Ma Chao, also a member of the 5 Tiger Generals, was designated as the General of Heavenly Might, equally holding a second-tier rank. The other 2 positions among the 5 Tiger Generals were filled by Tai Shirtzi and Gan Ning. Ma Hongjun was quite satisfied with these arrangements. The only regret was that Guan Yu and Zhang Fei did not belong to the Wuhan faction. Otherwise, the top position among the 5 Tiger Generals would have required further comparison. Furthermore, the 3rd and 4th tier generals were conferred by Ma Hongjun personally, while those below the 4th tier would need to draft a decree for conferment after the meeting. Liu Bowen was appointed as the Chancellor of the Left, ranking as a first-tier minister and similarly benefited from the empowerment of fortune, achieving a breakthrough in cultivation. Jia Su, being new to the court, was appointed as the Deputy Minister of Military Affairs, holding a second-tier rank, while the position of minister remained vacant. Zhang Zhao was assigned as the Deputy Minister of Personnel. Also at the second tier, with the minister's position unfilled, Zhou Yu served as Liu Bowen's deputy, holding the position of deputy minister of the Central Secretariat at the second tier, to establish a more effective conferment system within the Wu dynasty. Ma Hongjun had previously instituted the 3 provinces and 6 ministry system, thus no one was taken aback by this. Naturally, with Ma Hongjun's modern knowledge, he could not simply replicate the system. Numerous improvements were made. As for other vacant positions, Ma Hongjun was not in a rush to confer titles, allowing lower-ranking officials to temporarily fill the roles. With the establishment of the Ma Hongjun dynasty, the powers of the 3 kingdoms had all ascended a tier, nearing the number of formidable beings found in the Douluo continent. Many martial generals, civil officials, and heroes who had been stuck at the threshold of innate levels broke through their bottlenecks. In an unknown realm, 2 immensely noble and mysterious currents of energy were devouring each other, and the once disadvantaged tricolor aura suddenly received a mysterious infusion of power, stabilizing the situation while becoming increasingly extraordinary, as if it had grown more agile and intelligent. Damn it, this is a rise in world rank. A divine will, imbued with astonishment and fury, echoed. This was the heavenly Tao consciousness of the Douluo world. The world consciousness of the 3 kingdoms realm lagged slightly behind, possessing only instinct and a faint infantile awareness. Generally, the heavenly Tao consciousness could not articulate responses. However, given the spectral nature of that energy, it was presumed that its intelligence had approached that of sentient beings, not inferior to that of a human child. Yet, because it had not assumed a form resembling that of human beings similar to the heavenly Tao of Douluo, it was evidently at a disadvantage in the battle of mutual devouring. However, this was indeed the proper manifestation of the heavenly Tao. Only in such a state could it be considered selfless, operating solely according to the trajectory of the world without selfish intent. It is worth noting that, aside from the 3,000 great worlds, few world consciousnesses give birth to a heavenly Tao. Therefore, the emergence of the heavenly Tao consciousness in the 3 kingdoms world could be deemed miraculous, while the human-like heavenly Tao of the Douluo world was exceedingly rare. This type of heavenly Tao is often referred to as the destructive heavenly Tao. Once born, it heralds a great calamity. The emergence of human will from the heavenly Tao is even rarer, and the birth of a selfish consciousness among humans would result in a devastating disaster for the surrounding world. Fortunately, the 3 kingdoms world possesses a unique heavenly Tao consciousness, and thankfully, it lacks a selfish human awareness containing only a childlike instinctual intelligence. Virhan dynasty rank, intermediate dynasty. Effect: maximum increase of 10-fold cultivation speed. Monarch, Liu Ning. Chancellor of the Left, Liu Bowen. Grand Marshal of the Military, Shui Ringue. Sivetiker Generals, Cao Yun, Lipu, Matao, Daisiti, Gan Ning. On the innate spiritual treasure, the Shanhua II, appeared lines of small characters detailing the fundamental information and positions of the Wu dynasty. Why does this feel so reminiscent of the legendary Feng Shenbang? Upon returning to his palace, Ma Hongjun did not hasten to stabilize his cultivation. Instead, he opened the Shanhua II, astonished at what he saw. Meanwhile, the other high-ranking generals and ministers hurriedly departed to consolidate their cultivation after the establishment of the Wu dynasty, leaving behind a multitude of commoners still celebrating throughout the city. Even at night, Jinling City remained brightly lit, thriving and bustling. The Shanhua II, being an innate spiritual treasure, held a high tier. Using it to suppress the fortune of the Wu dynasty would naturally render it distinct from other fortune treasures. In fact, aside from the human race of the primordial world, many other races across the myriad realms also established dynasties using innate spiritual treasures as their fortune treasures. The system's gentle voice rarely echoed in Ma Hongjun's mind, addressing his inquiries. Are there other human kingdoms? Ma Hongjun inquired eagerly. It was evident that after learning about the history of the primordial human race, Ma Hongjun felt somewhat disheartened, as if burdened by an immense weight, eagerly seeking to find allies among the human race. Not only were there human kingdoms, but also other dynasties established by various races across the myriad realms. Although the primordial world is revered as the origin of all realms, due to its isolation and the flow of time, its true strength does not surpass that of many other great worlds. The system seemed particularly cheerful today, patiently explaining to Ma Hongjun. I see. Ma Hongjun's expression turned contemplative. Having been educated by modern internet culture, he quickly comprehended this notion and even speculated upon other cosmic perspectives based on his knowledge. In simple terms, this is a world steeped in primordial mythology, and it is also the origin of the myriad realms. There are 3,000 eternal great worlds that rival the primordial world, countless middle and small worlds, and the hierarchy ascends accordingly. The Douluo continent and the Three Kingdoms world belong to the category of small worlds, yet they are unique in that they have given birth to a heavenly Tao consciousness, and this consciousness has even developed intelligence. Returning to the main point, as Ma Hongjun honored the ancestors of the human race with sacrifices and established the Wu dynasty, the Three Kingdoms world ascended from a relatively ordinary tier among the small worlds to a more advanced tier. The sky was adorned with clouds, and radiant hues illuminated all directions. The might of the dynasty instilled awe across the land, rendering all malevolence powerless to escape. The entire Han dynasty appeared to thrive with prosperity. However, there were individuals who cultivated nefarious thoughts. Due to Ma Hongjun's autocratic nature, certain families, eager for power and profit, even willing to betray their lord for personal gain, began to engage in clandestine activities. Such characters are not rare in any era. In the dark of night, within the opulent and expansive grounds of a noble family in Jinling City, a figure clad in black knelt before an elder with a goatee, reporting to the family head. The network of the Wuhuan Temple's Dalu realm has been completely uprooted. King Wu will undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation into internal forces. What course of action shall we take next? The Emperor Wu is formidable and has always looked down upon noble families. Thus, we cannot be blamed for leaking information to the Wuhuan Temple. With the talismans provided by my younger brother, though the Chui family does not fear military oppression, we are wary of the might of their army. Hence, we must proceed with utmost caution, replied Chui Yi, the head of the Qinghe Chui family, a prominent clan during the Three Kingdoms period. As the first to pledge allegiance to Ma Hongjun after the establishment of the Wuhan regime, Chui Yi harbored resentment, observing that none of the promoted officials hailed from his family. The person before the family head was named Chui Yi, a scholar whose prowess was not to be underestimated. Having attained the level of a titled Dalu, his younger brother, Chui Zhouping, was a figure shrouded in mystery within the Three Kingdoms world, a renowned recluse known to appear and disappear like a dragon. Suddenly, a sinister wind swept through, causing the doors and windows of the Chui residence to creak ominously, as if hell itself had descended. With me, Yuji, present, why should we fear a mere fledgling? A white-haired elder suddenly materialized before Chui Yi, grinning malevolently. This was the mysterious old man who had exhibited murderous intent towards Ma Hongjun earlier that day. As laughter echoed, all strange phenomena dissipated like mirages. Yuji, is that you? The master of my younger brother? Chui Yi asked, astonished and disbelieving. Indeed, you are Chui Zhouping's elder brother, Chui Yi, are you not? Are you willing to heed my commands? When our mission is accomplished, benefits will surely come your way. Yuji affirmed with a nod, satisfaction evident in his voice. I shall comply with your wishes, esteemed elder. With this clear affirmation, and upon witnessing the unfathomable power of the elder, Chui Yi bowed deeply in respect. Excellent. I initially thought I would need to employ flowery language, but hearing your conversation, it seems you both harbor discontent towards your emperor. It appears that fate intends for the fall of Emperor Wu. Listen closely to my instructions. We shall entice the emperor to the Tongtian Sea, and so forth. The elder elaborated on his plan. Agreed. Let be so. The Emperor Wu has yet to sire an heir. Should anything happen to him, chaos will surely ensue, providing a golden opportunity for our Chui family, the foremost noble family of Wuhan. Thank you for your guidance, esteemed ancestor, Chui Yi declared, slapping his thigh in excitement as he stood up, applauding the plan. Meanwhile, Yuji, seated in the main chair, appeared amiable, sipping tea and stroking his beard, with a smile that belied any notion of treachery. This place is quite picturesque. I shall reside here for a few days until my plan is executed, and you shall not be deprived of your rewards. Achieving the rank of a grandmaster will be a mere formality, Yuji assured, his confidence suggesting that the threshold of a level 95 grandmaster was trivial to him. Should Ma Hongjun encounter such a formidable presence, his survival would be uncertain. Since his rebirth, he had never faced such a life-threatening crisis, unaware of the sinister attention he had attracted. Fear not, esteemed ancestor. Even if we do nothing, Emperor Wu will inevitably venture to the Douluo realm, passing through the Tongtian Sea. At that time, your intervention will be effortless. Chui remarked with a sinister smirk of confidence. Yuji merely nodded, showing no dissent to this assertion. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun remained oblivious, frowning at his desk, deep in thought. Anna could not have so easily exposed her whereabouts. Even if she did, there would be a delay in communication. It was evident that someone had leaked secrets. Once Anna was rescued, a thorough internal investigation was imperative. If the noble families were involved, their existence would become untenable. In the imperial palace, everything seemed routine. However, a multitude of skilled individuals had gathered. Aside from Lu Bowen, who had already set off for the Tongtian Sea, Zhao Yun, Ma Chao, Lu Bu, Tai Shirtzi, Gan Ning, and Shui Rengue, the five tigers and their leader were all present. Not to be overlooked was Cheng Yaojin, who had been promoted to the second rank as a commander of the Imperial Guard and had successfully advanced to the innate title Dalu level, bolstered by the legendary technique of the Tiangang 36 axes, making him a formidable force despite only mastering 3 axes. You are my most trusted aides, and I shall not hide my intentions from you. I plan to lead you into the den of tigers, to the Douluo realm, to rescue people. Fully aware that life-threatening dangers may arise. If any of you wish to remain behind, you may do so, Ma Hongjun stated with a serious demeanor. His words were heartfelt, devoid of ulterior motives, for they might face perilous situations. It would be wiser to preserve their lives, to guard the Yanhuang human race at the Tongtian Sea. Ma Hongjun had confidence in his ability to protect himself. Had it not been for the Wuhuan Temple's insistence for his personal presence, he would not be embarking on this journey. Within 3 days, arrive at Wuhuan City, or else the traitor Anna shall meet her demise. The letter was signed with the name Bye Dong. On a piece of parchment shimmering with golden soul power, only these 2 lines were inscribed. Orphaned and unencumbered, I long only to follow my lord. What matter is it if I tread through fire and water? Cheng Yaojin was the first to kneel, pledging his loyalty. We shall serve our lord, undaunted by death. The others, though lacking Cheng Yaojin's flamboyance, willingly prostrated themselves on the ground. It was Ma Hongjun who had bestowed upon them the opportunity for advancement. They had sworn fealty to him. In ancient times, loyalty and righteousness were held in high regard, and whether motivated by loyalty or righteousness, they would not allow Ma Hongjun to venture into the Wuhuan Temple alone. Yet, they recognized the futility of persuasion, and thus resolved to accompany him. Well, do you harbor any fear of formidable foes? Perhaps this is a trap laid against us. Ma Hongjun observed, not obstructing those willing to follow, vowing not to abandon any of them. The mere Wuhuan Temple cannot deter us. Lu Bu, brandishing his Fangtian Huaji like a demon from hell, proclaimed first, dismissing the notion of a trap. As Feng Xian said, even if countless adversaries emerge, we shall carve a bloody path for our lord. Zhao Yun added, rising slowly, his long din gleaming like a silver dragon lurking in the depths. The others also knelt in allegiance, not to mention the summoned figures, Shui Rengue and Cheng Yaojin. Among the other 5, none can be deemed as the favored children of this era, each possessing extraordinary talents. However, without the recognition and support of Ma Hongjun, they would not have attained their current status and strength. Thus, they are all exceedingly loyal to Ma Hongjun, particularly Zhao Yun, who shares an even deeper bond of brotherhood with him. Additionally, they owe Lu Bu a debt of gratitude for rescuing their loved ones. While Tai Shirtzi and Gan Ning have benefited from Ma Hongjun's patronage and mentorship. Therefore, they are all willing to follow Ma Hongjun into the depths of Wuhuan Ding. Although each possesses formidable prowess in battle, their skills in combat are equally formidable, and they each have their own means of survival. Thus, they harbor no fear of perishing in a foreign land. In Jinling City, at the pinnacle of the imperial palace in the Zijiansheng, the night passed in silence as everyone bid farewell to their spouses and children. Aside from Zhao Yun and Qing Yaojin, the others also had domestic matters to attend to. Zhao Yun was still able to say goodbye to his sister and brother, while Qing Yaojin stood alone before the palace, gazing at the hazy night sky without a care in the world. The beauty of his homeland intoxicated him, and he wondered if he would ever have the chance to savor it again. His lord had treated him well, and he felt compelled to go. If he returned, he would surely marry several noble ladies. Qing Yaojin held the drunken flower brew, a reward for Ma Hongjun, taking a sip intermittently. Ah, old Qing, you could choose not to go. Among us, you possess the weakest strength. What if unforeseen circumstances arise? Ma Hongjun appeared beside Qing Yaojin, speaking with a hint of helplessness. As he uttered these words, his heart remained steady, not considering his own peak strength as a soul Dalu. Indeed, his Cao Zi Jianjue had reached a level of near perfection, enabling him to contend with title holders, which justified his remarks. If the Lord does not accompany the ladies, how would he have time to visit old Qing? Qing Yaojin chuckled, clearly oblivious to the implications of their hierarchical relationship. I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a stroll and happened to find you here. To be honest, I have felt a sense of unease this time. Ma Hongjun said, his expression revealing his discomfort as he took a swig from Qing Yaojin's wine pouch. My lord, do not worry. We will surely rescue the lady. Qing Yaojin reassured him while producing another wine pouch from his spatial soul guide, joining Ma Hongjun in drinking. Chapter 214. The seven great generals head to Wuhuan Ding. Why has the ninth trial transformed into the assassination of Ma Hongjun? Is there a deeper connection behind this? It seems that the so-called deity is not as selfless as they appear. A flicker of coldness flashed in Bibidong's eyes as she murmured to herself. Although the deity she inherited was once associated with evil, deities are traditionally perceived as selfless, profound, and exalted, untouched by the mundane world. Now that the content of the ninth trial has changed, how can Bibidong not entertain other thoughts? While she remains resolute in her intention to kill Ma Hongjun to inherit the divine position, she would not hesitate to pursue alternative routes to divinity if such options were available, rather than allowing the so-called deity to manipulate her fate. She hoped that the young girl from the Mei family could indeed draw out Ma Hongjun. Otherwise, if he remained hidden within the realms of the three kingdoms, how could she ever complete the divine assessment? Your Holiness, the spies report that Ma Hongjun, accompanied by several top-ranking title holders, has already headed to Tongtianhai and is expected to arrive in Wuhuan City soon. A shadowy figure knelt to report. This person was none other than Douluo, one of Bibidong's trusted aides. Had Ma Hongjun been present, he would have noted that Douluo had already reached the level of a 95th ranked title holder. Not only were they progressing, but others were also advancing, particularly with the surge of spiritual energy. Everyone had surpassed the soul power levels of the original narrative's timeline. Understood. Keep an eye on that girl. Has Elder Ju not yet broken through to 95? Bibidong nodded slightly, regaining her authoritative demeanor. Almost. But the breakthrough should occur within the next few days, Douluo replied truthfully. Once Elder Ju achieves her breakthrough, we shall employ the fusion technique of our soul spirits. Its power will certainly rival that of the 98th ranked Elder of the Worship Hall, Bibidong remarked casually. In comparison to your Holiness, we are still far behind. Regardless of our strength, both Elder Ju and I remain your most loyal subordinates. Bibidong fell silent, then slowly nodded, choosing not to respond. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, Douluo said humbly as he withdrew. Meanwhile, after Ma Hongjun had settled all matters in Jinling City, he discreetly led Zhao Yun and the others to Tongtianhai. Observing the battered roads and the remnants of unclean blood, Ma Hongjun could not help but sigh. Alas, the ceaseless wars between realms result in countless casualties on both sides. I wonder if this is truly right, Ma Hongjun reflected. Being relatively young and a sovereign, he had seen little of the battlefield, which naturally made him less accustomed to such scenes. This visit to Tongtianhai left him deeply pensive. The struggle between races and the warfare across worlds is indeed brutal, devoid of any clear right or wrong. What may be an enemy to one can be a hero to another, and vice versa. The others displayed a far more stoic demeanor, seemingly unperturbed as they were accustomed to the cycle of life and death. Only Zhaoyun, with a kind heart, could not help but offer explanations. Ma Hongjun realized he could not occupy the moral high ground to condemn others. The path he chose was his own, fraught with the inevitability of life and death. It was a matter of survival. If he had to choose, he would side with the descendants of Yin Huang over the citizens of Douluo. This was his selfishness, appearing somewhat self-serving to his wife and friends, yet it was also a matter of responsibility to countless compatriots of Yin Huang. His only capability was to ensure that their hands were stained with less blood from the Douluo citizens, and nothing more. Others would still strive for conflict. For war never spares anyone. If death were to come, it would be better for an ally to perish than oneself. He did not mind being labeled selfish or accused of betraying the Douluo continent, especially given his lack of parental figures. Numerous tales about him had spread across the Douluo continent, and among the powerful factions, it was established that Ma Hongjun was a spy sent from the Three Kingdoms world through unconventional means. These were certainly tactics employed by Tian Wei. Although he cared little for his reputation, such matters were essential if he wished to seize power in the Three Kingdoms world. With a top-tier strategist like Liu Bowen advising him, Ma Hongjun would undoubtedly face no issues regarding his identity. Ma Hongjun shook his head with a smile, saying, "I understand. There is no need to console me. My brothers are all like elder siblings to me. This journey to Douluo is fraught with danger. I will be counting on you all to rescue Sister Anna." Ma Hongjun felt an overwhelming sense of strength, believing himself to be at a unique stage. Not inferior to Zhaoyun, he had reached an extraordinary realm, a half-step into the innate tidal Douluo territory. The quality of his soul power had undergone a transformation, and with the right circumstances, he would soon break through to level 90 and attain the innate tidal Douluo status. Of course, this was merely Ma Hongjun's self-perception, as he was completely unaware of the true capabilities of his subordinates. However, it was not surprising that Ma Hongjun felt this way, for his abilities granted him numerous advantages and strategies. In a life-or-death battle, he might not be the strongest, but he held the greatest potential for survival. He was akin to an indomitable cockroach, small and seemingly weak, yet possessing an extraordinarily vigorous vitality. With the essence of life from the Liuxing Lei and the fortuitous seed of the Jiuye Jinsao, he could be deemed one of the most resilient beings beneath the divine level. The others, witnessing this, chose not to voice their thoughts. They were all exceptional individuals who would not regard Ma Hongjun with any different eyes merely because of a few endearing words, especially concerning Lu Bu and Ma Chao. Although their loyalty to Ma Hongjun is beyond doubt, it has yet to reach the level of life and death companionship. Should it come to exchanging their lives for his, Ma Chao might hesitate, while Lu Bu, being the self-serving individual he is, would certainly refuse. Of course, Ma Hongjun would not impose such demands. The mere fact that they are willing to accompany him to Dalu to rescue others is already a testament to their personal bond. Despite being a sovereign, he is far from wielding absolute power. Thus, he undertakes this mission in a personal capacity. Otherwise, as a ruler, such actions would be hard to justify and could lead to incessant troubles, even if it does not result in his downfall. As they proceeded, Zhaoyun, who had been scouting ahead, suddenly halted, his ears twitching, and his expression changed dramatically. "There are people," he exclaimed, raising his spear protectively before Ma Hongjun. The others, sensing the tension, remained vigilant, trusting Zhao Yun's keen perception, which is the sharpest among them. The stronger one's perception, the better one can avoid danger. At a certain level, it can even allow for the premonition of threats, which is why Zhao Yun seldom suffers injuries in battle. The others quickly formed a protective circle around Ma Hongjun, especially Cheng Yaojin and Shui Rongui, who treated him with the utmost reverence, anxiously scanning their silent surroundings without uttering a word. Having just entered the Tongtian Sea, it was evident that someone was tracking them, suggesting that someone wished for his demise. "Show yourself, you cowardly sneak," Ma Hongjun proclaimed, his demeanor unfaltering as he scanned the open space around them. He could not ascertain if anyone was present, but he trusted Zhao Yun's judgment. Clapping echoed through the air. I never expected that mere mortals could detect my presence. Truly remarkable. You live up to your reputation as the leader of the 5 Tiger Generals. It seems my pursuit of you was not in vain. The white-haired elder, Yuji, chuckled as he stepped forward, inwardly cursing the speed with which Ma Hongjun had traversed the Tongtian Sea. He was unaware of Ma Hongjun's ability to traverse the Tongtian Sea at will, or that within its confines, he could disregard distance. Upon seeing Yuji, the group was immediately on high alert. You are one of the 3 immortals, Yuji? Did you not perish at the hands of Sun Tzu? Ma Hongjun asked in astonishment. Zhao Yun and the others could not move, evidently bound. Huh, I merely sent a clone to play with the child. And do you truly believe that boy could be so easily assassinated? Yuji replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the predatory glances of Lu Bu and the others. Unsure of the immortal's intentions, Ma Hongjun feigned politeness while secretly communicating with his special ability, preparing to lead his companions through the Tongtian Sea and into Douluo Dalu. Yuji remained oblivious to Ma Hongjun's plans, convinced that he could not escape under his watchful gaze. Surrender the treasures upon you, treasures capable of gathering fortune, and revere me as the supreme emperor, and I may consider sparing your lives, Yuji stated, his eyes deep and calm. Over my dead body. Let's go. Ma Hongjun shouted, attempting to pull his companions away, but discovered that the surrounding space was sealed by a mysterious force, rendering escape impossible. If you refuse to drink my toast, then you shall remain here, Yuji declared grimly, extending his hand toward Ma Hongjun, who found his body uncontrollably drawn toward him. Stop! Protect our lord! Several voices shouted. Weapons were drawn, glinting with a cold light as they were aimed at Yuji. The 7 warriors unleashed their formidable bloodlust, their internal energies surging, which enabled them to break free from Yuji's spatial confinement and once again shield Ma Hongjun. Seeing this, Ma Hongjun was overjoyed and quickly began to communicate telepathically, instructing everyone to join hands and grasp onto him. A golden energy shield enveloped Yuji, absorbing all the attacks, and he revealed a look of astonishment. How is it that mere mortals can break my confinement? Truly, you are the pride of this era. You may leave. Killing you would be detrimental to my cultivation, he stated, his demeanor remaining unfazed as if discussing something trivial. Dream on. If you wish to harm our lord, you shall have to step over my corpse first, Zhao Yun retorted, his expression darkening as he stepped forward once more. The others also moved, breaking free from their confinement and grasping hands. Unbeknownst to Yuji, as he prepared to forcibly seize Ma Hongjun once more, he suddenly sensed a ripple of spatial energy and was taken aback. Who? Go! Ma Hongjun urged, pulling the nearest Chung Yaojin as they prepared to vanish from sight. Seeing this, Yuji waved his hand, unleashing a yellow energy at great speed toward the group, attempting to disrupt the spatial fluctuations. With a thud, several members of the group, having raised their weapons in defense, found themselves injured and bleeding on the ground. Fortunately, through their combined efforts, they successfully deflected the attack, joined hands again, and disappeared from the scene. On the outskirts of Tiando City in Douluo Dalu, several figures materialized. Although they had successfully escaped Yuji's grasp, they bore significant injuries. How powerful! We had no means to retaliate. Is this the might of a divine being? Lu Bu exclaimed, his face pale and filled with frustration. The others were not surprised. Lu Bu's prideful nature had evidently taken a blow from this encounter. What does it matter how strong he is? He could not prevent our escape. Let us rest and recuperate before making our next move, Ma Hongjun remarked, casting a glance at Lu Bu with a calm demeanor. His composure eased the others' anxiety, igniting their curiosity about his abilities. How did our lord manage to bring us all here? Chung Yaojin inquired, surveying the familiar surroundings with intrigue. Just a few minor tricks, nothing of consequence, Ma Hongjun replied, unwilling to elaborate, knowing that further explanations would only complicate matters. This place is rich in spiritual energy. Could be Douluo Dalu? Tai Shurtzi and Gan Ning mused, finally regaining their bearings and examining their surroundings, neglecting their injuries for the moment. Understanding their intent, Ma Hongjun summoned his martial soul and, after separating, administered healing to each of them in turn. Yes, let us proceed. We must find a place to settle, Ma Hongjun stated, feeling relatively unscathed, though mentally strained. Chapter 215, A Fortuitous Encounter with Dian Wei. The group, all-powerful individuals, opted to conceal their whereabouts and took refuge in a small town. However, their purpose was not leisure. Once settled, they began to scout the surrounding cities for information. Unbeknownst to them, after their departure, countless spies within the Tongtian Sea were dispatched, and information flooded both major realms. The families of the three kingdoms soon received news, their reactions to Ma Hongjun's escape being notably complex. While they naturally wished for the strength of their homeland, they preferred it to stem from their own family's power rather than the might of an overarching dynasty. Both were interdependent yet competitive. Even if Ma Hongjun possessed the capability to subdue all families without reaching divine status, he would be powerless to do so. For the influence of these families was far more intricate than it appeared, regardless of the mastery of talent or the monopoly of knowledge. The feudal aristocracy has nearly reached the limits of what is achievable. Once a noble family is provoked, the entire clan of flower cultivators will feel endangered, uniting together. And that marks the commencement of war. War inevitably brings death, which will weaken national strength and fortune. In order to minimize casualties, Ma Hongjun has exerted considerable effort, also laboring diligently within the Tongtian Sea. Throughout the entire Tongtian Sea secret realm, powerful soul masters, at least of the soul Dalu rank, are stationed at intervals to vigilantly monitor their surroundings with their soul power, forming a formidable intelligence network. This is also the reason why news spreads so rapidly. The Douluo continent, being a mortal enemy, has naturally enacted similar arrangements. The Pope, Bibi Dong, murmured in astonishment upon receiving news from her subordinates about a mysterious power from the new realm that dared to assassinate King Wu. Her complexion reflected her surprise. Her understanding of the Three Kingdoms world is rather limited, mostly derived from information relayed by others. Apart from the initial defectors from the Three Kingdoms world, very few have ventured into that realm, while the Douluo world has seen numerous scattered warriors from the Three Kingdoms wandering about. In the Sunset Forest, the spiritual energy in this world is indeed abundant. I, Dian Wei, can even be reborn in this world. I must express my gratitude to the esteemed Giguzi. Were it not for him, Mengda, do not blame me for leaving you. I have already sacrificed my life for your desires and cannot continue to fight for you. At this moment, a robust and fearsome dark-skinned man, wielding a halberd in one hand and dragging a tiger-like million-year-soul beast in the other, walked with a pensive expression, entirely oblivious to the approach of two powerful auras nearby. There is a formidable presence approaching us from ahead. It seems to be merely passing by. Should we take cover, Your Majesty? Kan ning etklaimet in surprise, subsequently addressing Ma Hongjun. No need. The people of this world are not necessarily all enemies. And a person with such potent vitality may not even be from Douluo. Ma Hongjun waved his hand, his curiosity piqued by the approaching aura. After leaving their designated area, the two separated from the others to conceal their tracks. Naturally, they deliberately suppressed their auras, and it was understandable that they were not detected since the person ahead was evidently bold and skilled, not thoroughly investigating their surroundings. Ma Hongjun had never encountered soul masters or soul beasts with particularly strong vitality in the Douluo world, hence he paused to observe the situation. Although the Three Kingdoms world cultivates internal strength, it practices vital energy. Regardless of the cultivation method, as strength increases, vitality becomes more formidable. Of course, the mental energy cultivated by scholars is not included in this discussion. The newcomer approached at an astonishing speed, and as he drew near, Ma Hongjun promptly called out, "Hero, please hold." The newcomer complied, pausing to regard Ma Hongjun and his companion with confusion. "Who calls me? A flower cultivator?" Ma Hongjun was momentarily taken aback before inquiring, "How did you know?" Dian Wei replied, "The ancient dialect of flower cultivators is recognizable to anyone. I am Dianwei, and you are. He countered, not truly simple-minded. What? Dianwei has long been deceased. Ma Hongjun exclaimed in astonishment. You're also a Han? Dianwei, unfazed by Ma Hongjun's surprise, curiously asked. Indeed, as fellow Han, haha. Brother Eli, how did you come to be here? Ma Hongjun responded, now realizing the absurdity of his previous question and instead warmly expressing his curiosity. It's a long story. It seems you are the person the elder spoke of, whom I was to wait for. Let us depart from here and converse as we walk, Dianwei said, not rejecting the invitation, but rather sighing with warmth. The three made their way to Dianwei's residence, while Ma Hongjun was not in haste to visit the ice and fiery Nyang-ai. He genuinely admired Dianwei and wished to recruit him as a subordinate. During their journey, with Dianwei's explanations, Ma Hongjun learned why Dianwei was still alive and present here. It turned out Dianwei had been rescued by Giguzi and had settled in the Douluo continent under his guidance. I never expected the esteemed Giguzi could predict the future so accurately, allowing you to wait here. Truly remarkable, Ma Hongjun marveled, gaining a better understanding of Giguzi's existence. Simultaneously, the immense weight on his heart eased slightly. It appeared that the Three Kingdoms world also harbored a group of divine beings. He realized that the Huaxia people are indeed brimming with talent and strong individuals. From Dianwei's words, Ma Hongjun gathered a wealth of information, granting him a clearer perspective on the current situation. The world could still function without his presence. He had previously held himself in too high esteem, only now recognizing that there are always greater beings beyond oneself. The past strategies he devised now seemed trivial, and while he was astonished, he also felt a sense of disorientation, as if his fate was laid bare before him, giving rise to a sense of reverence for Giguzi. Dianwei was part of Giguzi's grand design. Giguzi had long anticipated the current state of affairs. This was a certainty for Ma Hongjun, but it seemed Dianwei himself only had a general awareness. After being rescued by Giguzi, he had roamed for a period before being sent to the Douluo continent. At that moment, within the sealed spirit realm, Giguzi waved his hand, instantly dissolving the destructive seal at the boundary, and several figures vanished from the spirit realm. In the blink of an eye, the seal reappeared at the portal. Eli, would you be willing to emerge from seclusion, uphold the glory of Huaxia, and lend your hometown a helping hand? With everything now clear, Ma Hongjun wasted no time and directly extended the invitation. That is my wish. I would not dare to refuse, Dianwei replied, bowing in submission. Chapter 216. Return to the ice and fire Yin-yang. Dianwei had already agreed to Giguzi's request and thus felt no hesitation in recognizing Ma Hongjun as his lord. This brought great joy to Ma Hongjun, as he had gained a formidable general, whose strength was not inferior to Zhao Yun's. Giguzi's favor became evident at this time, and Ma Hongjun could only console himself with this thought. My lord, please allow me to return home briefly. There are some belongings I have yet to retrieve, Dianwei expressed with some hesitation. However, now that we have clarified matters, I will not accompany you back. I have other matters to attend to. Let us convene in 3 days at Wuhuan City, Ma Hongjun stated plainly, unconcerned. On their way out, Ma Hongjun had already explained his purpose for being there. Thus he refrained from reiterating the reasons. His visit to the Sunset Forest was to check on the ice and fire Yin-yang, to see if it had re-nurtured any celestial herbs in recent years. While celestial herbs may offer limited enhancement to the strength of tidal Douluos, they are invaluable for restoring soul power or concocting healing pills. With the revival of spiritual energy, the growth rate of celestial-grade plants in the ice and fire Yin-yang has naturally increased exponentially. Nowadays, not only renowned precious locations like the ice and fire Yin-yang, but even areas rich in spiritual energy have the potential to yield celestial-grade herbs. Despite the countless deaths and injuries during the wars between the two realms in recent years, the number of powerful beings has only increased, with precious lands and spiritual herbs playing a significant role in this. As the world approaches ascension, this unprecedented qualitative change in history represents the greatest opportunity for both realms. Consequently, the number of soul masters in the Douluo world has now reached 1/10 of the total population. Some ordinary individuals, initially devoid of soul power aptitude, may unexpectedly manifest such abilities. This transformation is elusive, leaving one uncertain of its implications for the world, particularly in the realm of the three kingdoms, where talents are even more pronounced. With diligent cultivation, any individual, regardless of innate talent, can aspire to become a formidable warrior akin to a soul master. Hongjun pondered, hoping for a fruitful outcome, and mused whether Tang San would dare to pilfer the celestial herbs from his ice and fire yin-yang eye. Upon arriving at the site, Ma Hongjun's fears proved unfounded. It was not that Tang Sen lacked ambition, but rather that the net of fate had only recently been dismantled, leaving insufficient time for action. At that moment, Tang San was engaged in the Sea God's ninth trial on Sea God Island. Otherwise, given his tenacity, it was uncertain if he would refrain from such audacity. The spiritual energy here is extraordinarily dense, Ma Hongjun noted, remarking that a single day of cultivation in this environment equates to 10 days, or even longer, outside. Indeed, how could I have overlooked this? While this place may not be conducive for cultivating soul power, it does not hinder the practice of inner strength, which relies heavily on the availability of external spiritual energy. The denser the energy, the swifter the cultivation. Ma Hongjun slapped his forehead, chiding himself for his oversight. Naturally, the speed of inner strength cultivation is also significantly influenced by the techniques employed. With this in mind, Ma Hongjun felt a stir of ambition but lamented the necessity to rescue others at the Wuhuan Palace. Such a treasure trove should remain under his control. As for whether Tang San would appear, that was of no concern to him. This was his domain, and he would not hesitate to defend it. "My lord, what are you saying?" Gan Ning inquired, a puzzled expression on his face. "Oh, it's nothing. I merely remarked that this place is splendid. It shall henceforth be my private garden, or rather, it already is," Ma Hongjun replied, having come to terms with his possessiveness. Meanwhile, the poisoned Dalu, stationed in Jinling City, sneezed unexpectedly. "Achu, surely it is that little monster thinking of me," he mused, considering that the boy had likely arrived in Tiando City by now. Rumors suggested that the Douluo continent had also benefited from a celestial anomaly, with spiritual energy surging. He wondered how his ice and fire yin-yang eye fared. "Is this not the ice and fire yin-yang eye? I have heard it belongs to the esteemed Dugu," Gan Ning speculated uncertainly. Would he dare return here? With his current notoriety on the Douluo continent, he would be instantly targeted for elimination. Since he cannot appear, there should be no issue with my inheritance of this place. After all, he promised to gift it to me, Ma Hongjun asserted confidently. Is that so? Regardless, I no longer recall. It belongs to me now. After his harrowing experience, Ma Hongjun had gained a profound awareness of his vulnerability. Had it not been for the system's capabilities, he might have perished in the Tianhai. Reflecting on his past, he resolved to adopt a different approach to life. Strength was paramount, as only through personal empowerment could he safeguard those he cherished. To achieve strength, audacity was but the first step, a necessity indeed. Is this truly audacity? I consider it merely prudent, Ma Hongjun mused, as he diligently began to gather celestial herbs. These herbs, do they indeed possess the capacity to alter one's aptitude? Gan Ning interrupted, somewhat embarrassed by Ma Hongjun's enthusiasm. Well, they could be considered so, but their effectiveness is contingent upon the individual. For me, consuming these celestial herbs would yield negligible enhancement, perhaps a slight increase in soul power. Ma Hongjun explained while continuing his task. All consumed? Gan Ning exclaimed, astonished by the energy contained within the herbs Ma Hongjun had collected. This is a dragon star grass. Unlike other celestial herbs, it has admirable effects for us, specifically designed to augment soul power. You may have it. Even an ordinary titled law would likely experience a 2 or 3 level enhancement in soul power from just one, Ma Hongjun casually remarked, nonchalantly tossing the herb to Gan Ning. At this point, he had surpassed Tang San in his understanding of celestial herbs, having spent the past 3 years delving into the profound depths of Chinese culture. Gan Ning, slightly speechless, wondered if this was truly Ma Hongjun's motivation. Well, if a titled Douluo can enhance their strength, that is splendid. I shall accept it, he thought, carefully stowing the herb in his spatial soul guide. Typically, Celestial herbs with lesser cultivation effects are considered the least valuable among celestial items. However, this perspective applies only to ordinary individuals. For those of us with divine-level talents, herbs that enhance soul power remain particularly beneficial. Having gathered a significant amount, Ma Hongjun paused to explain further. Who is he, the illustrious Emperor Wu of Han? Why would he stoop to such depths? A fool would do so. This is my territory. If it were not my domain, the situation would differ. My lord, do you truly have confidence in rescuing others from the Wuhuan Palace in 3 days? Gan Ning hesitated before finally voicing his concerns, a deviation from his usual demeanor. However, he could not resist Ma Hongjun's straightforward nature. Rest assured, I am fully aware of the Wuhuan Palace's capabilities. Even if unexpected developments arise, they will remain manageable. The individuals involved are the same, and I have faith in your abilities, Ma Hongjun reassured him without concern. As a reincarnated individual, he possessed considerable insight into the characters of the Douluo universe, especially the figures and strategies within the Wuhuan Palace. Yet he remained unaware that once one becomes the target of destiny, absolute certainty is a fleeting concept. At this moment, on Sea God Island, Tang San, the child of fate, was progressing through the Sea God's ninth trial. Unlike the original narrative, Tang San had acquired the Sea God's legacy ahead of time, unlocking the door to inheritance, though full integration awaited the completion of the ninth trial. Could this be related to Hongjun and the others? Tang San contemplated, his expression complex as he regarded the Sea God assessment card in his hand. After a brief hesitation, he reassured himself, fortunately, the task involves obstruction rather than extermination. It seems Hongjun has grown considerably strong, as even my capabilities can only serve to impede. Little San, thank you for this opportunity. Had you not brought me here, I would not have reached the Seoul Douluo stage. It is truly regrettable that Xiao Wu and Rongrong could not join us, Dai Mubai remarked, joy radiating from him as he watched Tang San exit the Sea God Temple. Each has their own fortune. At least Xiao Wu will not be subjected to scrutiny in the other world. I have heard that humans there regard soul rings as entirely optional. Tang San replied with a gentle smile, stowing the card away. What is the content of the ninth trial? Given the rapidly changing situation on the continent, I fear I may not be able to wait for your departure, Dai Mubai said, scratching his head in slight embarrassment. Obstructing certain foreign adversaries does not necessarily require their annihilation. There is ample room for negotiation, Tang San summarized, hesitating before providing a brief overview. With his wisdom, he could deduce the connection to Ma Hongjun. Otherwise, the Sea God would not have targeted him so specifically. He has always regarded Ma Hongjun's defection from Douluo Dalu as impulsive and irrational. Given Ma Hongjun's talent, which is not inferior to his own, acquiring the legacy of a deity should have been a simple feat, however. Due to Ma Hongjun's rebellion 3 years ago, he has naturally become the target of hostility from all the deities in the Douluo realm, thereby extinguishing his hopes of ascending to divinity. Nevertheless, Ma Hongjun harbors no regrets. He firmly believes that the pinnacle of Huaxiao martial arts will not be confined to the divine level, and with the aid of the system, he need not worry about becoming a god. It is merely a matter of time. Outside the Wuhuan city, soldiers gathered in droves, forming an encirclement around the city. From a distance, it was evident that Wuhuan City was on high alert. The Wuhuan Temple truly regards us with utmost seriousness. They have long suspected the disloyalty of certain individuals. Upon our return, a thorough cleansing of the ranks is imperative, Ma Hongjun remarked, hands clasped behind his back, eyes fixed on the Wuhuan City ahead with an amused expression. Our movements have likely reached the ears of the Wuhuan Temple 3 days ago. They have intentionally spread news of Miss Anna in the past few days to lure us into Wuhuan City for our demise, Shui Ringue said with a grave expression. Everything is as I anticipated. Since the foundation of the heavenly net was obliterated, I knew there was an internal issue. With our strength, as long as no deity intervenes, no one in Wuhuan City can thwart our rescue of Sister Anna, Ma Hongjun asserted with great confidence, aware that, according to his speculation, the high priest of the Wuhuan Temple would likely refrain from acting, as Qian Renxue is currently at a critical juncture in acquiring the legacy of the angel. As long as she does not intend to destroy the Wuhuan temple, Qian Dalu will undoubtedly ensure he remains at his peak for his granddaughter's ascension. In contrast to the relaxed demeanor of other martial generals, only Shuerenge bore a serious countenance, hesitating before finally speaking. I have heard that the high priest Qian Dalu possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of demigods in the skies. Rest assured, he may not necessarily intervene to obstruct us. Ma Hongjun replied with a slight smile. In my utmost limits, I am invincible. Lubu disdainfully gazed towards Wuhuan City. Do not underestimate it. Hope Bidong is not so easily dealt with, Zhao Yun cautioned. I never expected the renowned Zhao Zilong to experience fear. I truly feel honored to have so many experts present. A voice, gentle yet commanding, echoed as Bibidong's figure materialized before Ma Hongjun. Bibidong, release Sister Anna. Or today shall mark the downfall of the Wuhuan temple, Ma Hongjun declared vehemently. Only he knew that he was merely bluffing. To annihilate the Wuhuan temple, they would also find it impossible to return to Jinling's city unscathed. I never anticipated that Emperor Wu would personally arrive. This is quite unexpected. Bring her out. Bibidong commanded her entourage. Soon, someone descended, escorting a striking figure. You may take her, but the Wuhuan temple requires a promise from you, Bibidong said. Her gaze fixed on Ma Hongjun, her heart filled with mixed emotions. For the junior she once regarded now required her to treat him as an equal. Rescue her, Ma Hongjun replied without hesitation. Zhao Yun, seizing the opportunity, moved like lightning, swiftly retrieving Anna before the Wuhuan temple's personnel could react. This was Zhao Yun's secret technique. Rarely employed, swift yet demanding considerable energy, he would not hesitate to expend it for the sake of saving a life. Hongjun, what brings you here? It is my fault for failing to conceal our whereabouts, thus implicating you in this perilous situation, Anna said, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Ma Hongjun and his companions, clearly taken aback by his decision to abandon state matters and come personally. It is nothing. With me here, you should stay behind, Ma Hongjun reassured her, then turned his curious gaze towards Bibidong, questioning her intentions. Doubting that her strength would be insufficient to stop Zhao Yun. What do you intend to do? You may speak now. I, too, dislike violence and conflict. Wouldn't it be better this way? Ma Hongjun said, extending his hands in a gesture of peace, recognizing that he should not act disrespectfully when Bibidong had deliberately released Anna. I require your assurance that during my operations within the Wuhuan temple, you shall not take advantage of the situation to interfere in matters of Douluo. Bibidong finally articulated her objective.